The sun blazed fiercely in the sky, illuminating the entire world, while its warm rays danced across the sparkling surface of the sea. Even the usually icy cold waters of the East Blue seemed to have been touched by a trace of warmth on this day. I was still very young that year, brimming with excitement as I played by the shore of Cocoyasi village. Suddenly, I noticed a small boat drifting on the distant waves, as if it were a message in a bottle cast adrift upon the sea. My curiosity was immediately piqued. I wanted to rush over and investigate, yet a flicker of fear held me back. So I called out toward the beach, "Belmire, something's floating this way." Belmire was lazily sunbathing on the sand, and when she heard my shout, she slowly lifted her head and asked, "What is it, little Nami?" I pointed eagerly toward the horizon and said, "Belmire, look, there's a small boat over there." She stood up and threw a casual glance, intending to lie back down, but then, all at once, she froze. "It's a small boat, and there seems to be a child inside." Belmire's demeanor shifted instantly. She grew serious, peering closely to confirm what she'd seen. Sure enough, there was a child in the boat. This certainly wasn't something we saw every day. How could a child have ended up drifting here all alone? But we couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Without a moment's hesitation, Belmire dashed to the edge of the water, plunged into the sea, and swam swiftly out to the boat. She hauled it back to shore, wrung the seawater out of her clothes, and gently lifted the child onto the sand. I crept closer and saw that the child was about 5 or 6 years old. Belmire glanced at me, a tender smile playing on her lips as she crouched down and said, "Little Nami, from now on, he'll be your little brother." Hearing those words, I was overjoyed. At last, I was going to be a big sister. I stretched out a trembling hand to touch the slumbering child's face, exploring cautiously, barely daring to breathe. Belmire sighed with resignation and said, "All right, let your little brother rest," then stroked the child's head with gentle affection. Belmire carried the child back to our house and told me, "Nami, your brother will sleep with you and the others for the next few days. I'll set up a room for him a bit later." I was so elated I nearly bounced with excitement. This was hardly any trouble at all for me. Once Belmire had made sure the child was tucked in and comfortable, she led me out of the room. Not long after, something strange happened. A faint, ethereal glow began to shimmer from the child's body. In his mind, a translucent interface began to appear, with flashing prompts popping up like disco lights in a dance hall. He pressed confirm excitedly, and in the next instant, he found himself swept into a bustling chat group. The group chat was buzzing with excitement. "Shiro," Amiya said, "Meng Tian. This person seems to be from your dragon country." Order Meng Tian replied, "I've told you before, I'm not the same Meng Tian you know." Nonsense was still complaining. "Why can't I change my name? What kind of name is Nonsense anyway?" As for me, the newcomer, Yi Tian, I blurted out in amazement, "Wow, are you all together? This is unbelievable." Everyone gathered around Yi Tian, eager to know how he was acquainted with the others. Yi Tian explained, "Red Archer was a heroic spirit. Nonsense belonged to the undead race, and Meng Tian was a general." But Red Archer found his explanation vague and said it was as good as saying nothing. Nonsense was puzzled, wondering when he'd become undead. Yi Tian then joked with Nonsense, suggesting he should buy more legendary items in-game, and maybe, with a change of character, he could even rename himself. This banter convinced everyone that Yi Tian was indeed well acquainted with him. Just as Yi Tian was about to elaborate, Nojiko walked over. I said to her, "Nojiko, look, this is our little brother." As I spoke, I kept pinching Yi Tian's cheeks. Nojiko, a bit exasperated, told me not to disturb him while he was resting. I snapped back, insisting I was just worried he'd get dull if he slept too much. Hearing my words somewhere in his drifting consciousness, Yi Tian could only feel helpless, inwardly retorting, "Who gets stupider just by sleeping a bit more?" After greeting everyone in the chat, he gradually came to his senses. At that moment, I was still squeezing Yi Tian's cheeks and, chuckling, said to Nojiko that he slept so soundly, like a mischievous little demon. Yi Tian began to slowly open his eyes. I didn't notice and continued pinching his face. Nojiko saw that Yi Tian was awake and tugged on my arm, reminding me, "Nami, your brother is awake." Delighted, I turned to look at Yi Tian. His expression held a flicker of grievance, resembling a wronged heroine in a palace drama. Amused by his look, I pinched his face even faster and said, "Little brother, you're finally awake." Yi Tian, exasperated, tried to stop. At that moment, I had an idea and let go, pretending to help him up. His heart warmed a little, so he reached out his hand, but just as I pulled him up, his expression suddenly changed, and an involuntary yelp escaped his lips. "Oh!" Yi Tian's face shifted at once, for he could feel a gust of cold air brushing against his bare skin. In the next instant, he flopped back down on the bed, clutching the blanket around himself and trembling all over. Seeing him like this, I couldn't help but sigh with disappointment and say, "What a shame." Yi Tian almost couldn't hold back his retort. What's there to be disappointed about? Only then did he fully realize just how fond I'd always been of teasing people since I was a kid. "Ahem, where are my clothes? Could you help me get them?" Yi Tian asked, looking at Nami and me, his face tinged with embarrassment. I heard his request, glanced around, and quickly agreed with a cheerful smile. A short while later, I returned to the room, arms full of clothes, and placed them neatly by his bedside. Only then did Yi Tian finally let out a breath of relief, grateful that his ordeal seemed to be coming to an end. But before he could ask us to step outside so he could change, he glanced at the pile of clothes I brought, only to discover that they were all women's outfits. In an instant, Yi Tian's expression darkened with dismay. At that moment, Nami spoke up, "Here you go, little brother. Try these on and see if anything fits." Hearing this, Yi Tian immediately ducked his head under the covers, his muffled voice coming from beneath. No, I won't try them. I'd rather just stay in bed." At the bedside, Nami watched him curl up under the blanket, clearly a little miffed. Yet all of a sudden, she seemed struck by inspiration. She tiptoed over to Nojiko's side, whispering a few words into her ear, then stood back with a knowing smile, watching for her reaction. But Nojiko hesitated, her voice soft with concern. "Nami, are you sure this is okay? He just woke up." Nami, however, was resolute. "That's exactly why we should tease him a little. You know, the more you tease your little brother, the closer you become." With a mischievous glint in her eyes, eyes. Nami glanced at the cocooned Yetion. Seeing that Nojiko didn't object further, she wasted no time putting her plan into action. Nami gathered up the clothes and, seizing the moment, stealthily slipped a pair of girls' underpants under Yetion's blanket. Caught in the safety of his cocoon, Yetion curiously felt about for the item Nami had slipped in, confusion swirling in his mind as he tried to figure out what it was. Just then, Nami took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, "Belmir, my little brother is stealing my underwear." As her words rang out, a mischievous grin spread across Nami's face. Inside the blanket, Yetion's mood lit in an instant. He flung the offending item away as quickly as he could. Nami seized her chance, grabbing hold of the blanket's corner, determined to pull Yetion out from under the covers. Just then, Belmir, having heard the commotion from outside, opened the door with a puzzled look. As the door swung open, the scene unfolded before her eyes. A flustered Nami, cheeks flushed, clung tightly to the edge of the blanket, trying her best to pull it away. Yetion, meanwhile, dug in his heels and refused to yield. He never imagined Nami would be so strong despite her young age. But he was adamant. As a man, his dignity was on the line, and he would not surrender easily. This was a battle for a man's pride. Just as the standoff reached its peak, Belmir sighed and spoke up helplessly. Nami, who had been trying hard to lift the blanket, froze upon hearing Belmir's voice. Somewhat embarrassed, she turned her head to look at her. "Belmir, my little brother was bullying me." Nami's voice held a hint of guilt as she spoke. Lying under the covers, Yetion couldn't help but sigh inwardly at Nami's words. He grumbled in his mind, just who's bullying whom here? But Yetion wasn't foolish. He seized the moment to quickly snatch back the edge of the blanket that Nami had taken, then wrapped himself up tightly and stayed still. Seeing the scene before her, Belmir felt a twinge of helplessness. She let out a soft sigh and turned to Nami, gently advising, "Nami, you can't bully your little brother. He's only just become a part of our family, and everything here is still new to him. As his big sister, you should be more understanding. All right? Okay, I get it." Hearing this, Nami could only nod, her disappointment clear. Seeing that Nami had realized her mistake, a smile appeared on Belmir's face. She walked over to the bedside and gave the blanket-wrapped Yetion a gentle pat, her voice soft and kind. "All right, little one, it's time to get up." Yetion heard Belmir's voice, but he had no intention of coming out right away. After Nami's antics, he'd been left flustered, and he had no desire to admit defeat so easily. "No way. I'm not wearing girls' clothes. Even if you force me, I won't fall for your tricks again. I won't let you take advantage of me." Yetion muttered, his tone frustrated. Hearing the muffled voice from inside the blanket, veins of exasperation appeared on Belmir's forehead. She glanced at the now awkward Nami and sighed inaudibly. Then Belmir turned to Yetion, her tone gentle. "All right, I'll go find you some clothes myself." With that, she led Nami and Nojiko out of the room. Out in the living room, Belmir shot Nami a dissatisfied look, then said, "Nami, go ask around and see if anyone has any clothes that would fit a young boy." Okay. Nami nodded again and again. Right now, she didn't dare annoy Belmir. After agreeing, she hurried out the door to search for suitable clothing. Back in the room, only Yetion remained. Hearing that everything had quieted down outside, he cautiously lifted a corner of the blanket and peered through the gap to survey his surroundings. Seeing that the room was now empty, he finally let out a long breath and collapsed onto the bed in relief. Just now, he'd really been startled. Back when he watched anime, he hadn't paid much attention, but he never imagined that young Nami could be so mischievous. With nothing else to do for the moment, Yetion opened the group chat and began to chat with everyone. Hey, speaking of which, how did that guy disappear in the blink of an eye? Order Mengton, who knows? But I get the feeling he knows a lot more than he lets on. Tall Tale, next time I see him, I really have to ask what Tall Tale actually means. I can't shake the feeling it's not a good thing. Yetion, hey everyone, I'm back. Huh? That was quick. Order Mengton, we were just talking about, and poof, here you are. Tall Tale, I still can't figure out why my name is Tall Tale. Yetion, at Tall Tale, if you can't figure it out, just let it be. Do as I told you, and things will work out. Tall Tale, I really can't. And tomorrow, the game servers are shutting down. Yetion, oh, then why not stay online right until the very end? Trust me, you'll become a legend before the server closes. Tall Tale, really? Are you serious? Sighs in disbelief, no way. At Yetion, you probably know who I am by now, don't you? Yetion, I know a bit, but tell me, have you already taken part in the 5th Holy Grail War? How did you know that I'm going to participate in the 5th Holy Grail War? Yetion, that means you haven't entered it yet. Not yet. What I want to know is, in the end, did I succeed? Yetion, well about that. Just give it to me straight. Your information won't go unrewarded. Yetion, after your intense battles, he acknowledged, in the end, he walked the same path as you, though he stayed true to his own ideals and took a different approach. I see. I get it now. As thanks, consider this a gift from me. has sent Yetion a special red envelope. Yetion's eyes lit up with delight as a red envelope suddenly popped up on the screen. He eagerly clicked it open. Unlock. Heroic Spirit Amiya character panel. Yetion. Wow, this is unbelievably generous. Amazed. I don't have many things I could give away, so I copied my own abilities as a gift. Hope it proves useful to you. Yetion. This will help me a lot. I'm still just a kid, and it's almost impossible to keep myself safe in this place. Tall Tale. Wait, a kid? Kids can join this group too. Order. Mengtion. What kind of world are you living in? Does your country not care about the safety of its people? Looks like I guessed right. Smiles. Yetion. In this world, darkness is everywhere. Those who call themselves descendants of gods control everything. Nonsense. Wait a second. This is the world of pirates? How is that possible? Yetion. Looks like you know the world I'm in. Nonsense. Yeah, well, good luck to you. Order Mengtion. That certainly is a world where ordinary people would despair. Absolutely. Yetion. It's alright. Now that I've got Big Brother A's abilities, I can protect myself. Order Mengtion. Yetion. I wonder, have you ever heard of me? Yetion. Of course, Mengtion, the Grand General of Xianyong in the Land of Kings. Order Mengtion. Just as I thought. So, in the future, did I succeed in repelling the Blood Clan? Yetion. Once Xingjun finishes his studies and returns, you'll accomplish your objective. He's a true sovereign, wherever he is in any world. Order Tian, thank you. Since you're in such a dangerous world, to help you survive, I'll give you my character panel as a token of thanks. You have received the Tian character panel. Yi Tian, thank you both of you. Really, thank you so much. Tian, I've always been curious. Why do people describe a Tian so different from what I've experienced? Do you know the reason? It all started with the history of the Dragon Empire on the Homestar. Then it was adapted by an author, turned into a game, and from there, the Land of Kings was created. Xianyong, in fact, is modeled after the Qin Empire. Tian. So that's how it is a game then. Red A. By that logic, does that mean we... Nonsense. Could it really be true? Yi Tian, that's right. I actually come from a Homestar, but due to some unusual circumstances, I was reborn in the pirate world. Tian, the Homestar. Could you tell me about the Qin Empire? Yi Tian, of course, the Qin Empire was. Tian, what a thrilling nation. Truly inspiring. Red A. Just as Yi Tian said, in every world, Zheng is always a formidable ruler. Nonsense, indeed. Yi Tian, sorry, someone's coming. I'll have to talk to you later. After closing the interface before him, Yi Tian saw Nami walking in, her arms full of clothes. He couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment. He knew all too well how mischievous Nami could be. Just as Yi Tian was sitting up in bed, Nami glanced at him, her lips curving in a faint, unimpressed pout. Her voice lacked the usual energy. Here, your clothes. With that, she simply placed the clothes on the bed. Once she put the things down, Nami quietly sat nearby, watching Yi Tian intent, making no move to leave. Yi Tian looked at her, an expression of helplessness creasing his brow. I need to get changed, he said, his voice tinged with resignation. Nami nodded in response, but she remained seated, showing not the slightest intention of leaving. Confronted with Nami's stubbornness, Yi Tian could only sigh. He retrieved the clothes he had placed to the side and, with great care, changed into them beneath the covers. Luckily, while he was changing, Nami did not cause any mischief. She merely sat quietly, watching him. Once dressed, Yi Tian got out of bed and walked over to Nami. Then, to her slight surprise, he extended his hand with a gentle smile and introduced himself. My name is Yi Tian. It's a pleasure to meet you. Nami glanced at Yi Tian's outstretched hand and pursed her lips. She deliberately put on a feisty air and said, you have to call me Big Sister first. Only then did she place her hand in his. They shook hands lightly before letting go. With Nami leading the way, Yi Tian followed her into the living room. Inside, Belmir, who had been occupied with chores, looked up in surprise as she saw Yi Tian emerge. Her face quickly broke into a delighted smile, and she asked softly, did you sleep well? As she spoke, she gently ruffled Yi Tian's hair. I slept very well. Thank you for saving me. Yi Tian replied earnestly, giving Belmir a deep bow. It's nothing. From now on, you'll live here with us, Belmir said, her smile warm and gentle. Yes, thank you. Yi Tian nodded and accepted gratefully. After dinner, Yi Tian wandered alone to the shoreline, his gaze lost in the boundless sea. Slowly, his mind drifted into deep thought. It had never crossed his mind that he would transmigrate to this world ruled by pirates. Yi Tian stood in silent contemplation for a long time, before finally letting out a heavy sigh. He opened the chat group, then began to fuse the two special panels he had obtained with his own being. He felt the endless stream of magic coursing through his body, and the sensation left him utterly awestruck. With a small shift of his will, a ribbon of blue light materialized in his hand, gradually taking shape into a katana. He swung it a few times, noticing that, unlike Red A's twin blades, this was more akin to a traditional samurai sword. After a few swings, the blade vanished without a trace. Next, Yi Tian fell still for a moment long. Suddenly, a crimson light glared from his body, and the sound of armor assembling echoed around him. Soon, his figure was enshrouded in gleaming armor, a long spear in one hand and a shield in the other. So this is the power of King's order. Meng Tian's strength? He gave the spear and shield a few experimental swings. Then, like before, the equipment faded away. All right, it's getting late. Time to head back. With those words, Yi Tian turned and sprinted back toward Belmir's house, his heart light and joyful. From this moment on, he would bid farewell to the dreamlike existence of his previous life and fully embrace his new identity as a denizen of this dark, pirate-ridden world. And yet, as soon as Yi Tian returned to his room and saw the scene on the bed, he couldn't help the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Silently, he thought to himself, good grief, this Nami. Is she secretly a little demon? By now, Nami had already spread out her own clothes neatly over the spot where Yi Tian had just been sleeping. She sat quietly to the side, her gaze falling on Yi Tian as he walked in. Catching sight of Yi Tian's resigned expression, Nami spoke softly, brother, come on, hurry up and get some sleep. Yi Tian looked at Nami, then glanced at his original spot and replied in exasperation, your clothes are still here. Oh, you mean these? Nami replied easily, a hint of smugness in her tone. I thought your blanket was too thin, so I added a little something extra for you. It's fine. Hearing this, Yi Tian was at a loss for words. All he could do was sigh helplessly. Without arguing, he walked over, picked up Nami's clothes piece by piece, folded them neatly, and set them beside her. Only then did he lie down in the corner of the bed that was left to him. Nami watched him, nodded approvingly, and then, wearing a satisfied smile, curled up and quickly drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Yi Tian tried to rest on the very edge of the bed. Watching Nami shift and sprawl over more and more space, his face grew darker by the minute. Heavens, how is anyone supposed to sleep like this? I've never seen a girl manage to spin around the bed a full circle in just an hour, he complained inward. He watched as Nami, like the ticking hand of a clock, gradually circled the edge of the mattress with her body. He was forced, bit by bit, to scoot farther and farther toward the brink. The night passed without further incident, and dawn arrived. Yi Tian, sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes, felt the chilly air teasing the half of his back that stuck out beyond the blanket. A weary sense of helplessness filled him. When he glanced over, there was Nami, sprawled askew across the whole bed. Yi Tian could only sigh, endlessly reminding himself, don't argue with kids, let it go, just let it go. But as the first pale light crept in through the window, he finally couldn't hold back. back. He quietly got dressed, tiptoed out of the room, and gently closed the door behind him. Entering the living room, Yetion saw that Belmir was already busy preparing breakfast. He froze in surprise and wondered to himself, how could she already be up this early? From the kitchen, Belmir heard the sound of the door and turned to look at him in delight. Ah, Yetion, you're awake? How did you sleep last night? Faced with Belmir's greeting, Yetion paused for a moment, then shot her a helpless look and said nothing. It wasn't until then that Belmir noticed the heavy circles under his eyes. She paused, a little apologetic, and said, ah, Nami's sleeping habits really are a bit special. Seeing that Yetion was about to head outside, Belmir quickly urged him, it's cold out there, have something to eat first and warm yourself up. Yetion nodded slowly in response, giving a short reply, alright. After finishing breakfast, Yetion intended to find a quiet spot to catch up on some sleep. But before he knew it, Nami had pulled him off to the orange grove, supposedly to help with some chores. And so, a peculiar scene unfolded. Belmir was picking oranges by the side, watching with a helpless smile. Yetion, meanwhile, placed each orange into the basket on the ground with a nod, his weary body swaying slightly with every step. Nojiko walked over to Belmir's side, shooting her a questioning look. Catching her gaze, Belmir let out a resigned chuckle and whispered, it seems Nami really adores her little brother. At those words, Nojiko followed Belmir's eyes, glancing toward Nami. There was Nami, standing close to Yetion. She picked oranges with one hand, while the other was always ready to steady her drowsy brother. Nami rarely cares so much about anyone, Nojiko said in agreement, nodding her head. Time drifted quietly by. Just like that, with Nami's constant pestering and companionship, Yetion spent more than half a year in this place. And though Nami was always coming up with new reasons to involve Yetion in her schemes, she grew ever more attached and dependent on him. Little brother, let's go pick some oranges. Little brother, help me carry some water. Little brother, come to the seashore and help Belmir fish. No matter what Nami wanted to do, she would always drag Yetion along with her. Life remained peaceful and steady. And as Yetion responded time and again to Nami's cheerful calls of little brother, he found himself gradually blending into this warm and loving family. That year, Nojiko was 13, Nami was 10, and Yetion was 7. At night, Yetion sat quietly on a large stone, gazing up at the starlit sky. His thoughts began to turn toward the future. After a long while, he murmured to himself, Nami is already 10. I'm 7. If things follow the original story, the Arlong pirates will arrive when Nami turns 10. At the very thought, Yetion's hand tightened into a fist. Determination echoed silently in his heart. He would never let such a tragedy unfold before his very eyes. With that, Yetion slowly drifted into his memories, the moments he'd shared with everyone playing through his mind. Just then, a pair of small, pale hands suddenly covered Yetion's eyes from behind. Moments later, a bright, playful laugh rang out beside his ear. Guess who I am? Hearing the familiar voice, Yetion gave a helpless smile. Gently lifting his hand, he removed Nami's fingers from his eyes and said, Nami, it's you, isn't it? This is so boring. There's not a bit of suspense. Nami pouted, her tone tinged with disappointment, clearly let down by how easily Yetion guessed. Glancing back at the grumbling Nami, Yetion could only give a helpless smile, thinking to himself, how could I not? No one else makes an entrance quite like you. To Yetion, Nojiko felt more like an older sister, whereas even though Nami was technically older, she always behaved more like a little sibling. Alright then, what brings you to see me at this hour? Yetion asked with a gentle smile, then pulled Nami down to sit beside him. Nami frowned slightly at his question, worry flickering in her voice. I don't know why, but I just have this uneasy feeling, as if something bad is about to happen. Hearing this, Yetion could only sigh inwardly. He looked at Nami with sincere reassurance and said, no matter what happens, I'll protect everyone. That's my promise as a man. A bright, defiant smile broke out on Nami's face. Hey, I'm the big sister, remember? I don't need my little brother to protect me. Seeing her so spirited, Yetion could only chuckle, deciding not to argue further. After a while, Yetion finally spoke. Alright, let's get some rest. It's already very late. With that, he gently took Nami's hand and led her homeward through the night. Early the next morning, a commotion erupted outside the house. Deep in his dreams, Yetion suddenly jolted awake. He rubbed his tired eyes, still half in a daze, and threw on his clothes before stepping out of his room. Outdoors, Ajian's face was filled with terror as he shouted to everyone, everyone, hide quickly. Pirates are here. The moment those words left his mouth, a wave of panic swept through the crowd. Startled cries filled the air. At that moment, Belmir stood to the side, her expression grave as she asked Ajian, did you manage to contact the Navy? At her question, Ajian nodded seriously and replied, I tried, but no one picked up. Belmir's face grew even more serious, realizing that things might have just taken a turn for the worst. She glanced urgently at Ajian and said, I gotta go back and make arrangements. Right, hurry. Take Nojiko, Nami, and little Yetion and hide somewhere safe. Ajian instructed, his tone earnest. Belmir nodded silently and immediately hurried back to the house. By that time, Arlong and his fishman crew had already landed and were making their way toward Cocoyasi village. Yetion slowly pushed open the front door and stepped outside. Before he could steady himself, he saw Belmir rushing back, her face pale with worry and out of breath. Before Yetion could say a word, Belmir spoke quickly. Yetion, hurry. Take Nami and the others and find a place to hide. Pirates have entered the village. Belmir's words made Yetion's expression instantly darken, his voice tinged with a barely contained fury. The pirates have arrived then. At that moment, Nami and Nojiko also hurried out from the house. Upon hearing the news, both girls turned pale with fear. Belmir didn't waste any words. She immediately tried to rush Yetion and the others into the cellar to hide. But just as she reached to pull Yetion along, she realized there was nothing but calm determination in his eyes. Belmir stared at him in shock. Yetion, what do you think you're doing? You can't handle him. Quick, take your sisters and hide. Yetion looked up at Belmir with a gentle smile and spoke slowly. Belmir, you take Nami and the the others to safety first. I want to see what's going on. No, absolutely not. Belmare insisted, forcefully trying to drag Yi Tian away. But Yi Tian easily freed himself from her grip, his voice firm and resolute. Don't worry, Belmare. I'm not going to do anything reckless. With that, he turned and set off for the center of the village. Just then, Nami suddenly grabbed Yi Tian's hand. Yi Tian turned to look at her, offering a reassuring smile and whispering softly, "It's all right, don't worry. I'll be careful." He knew how frightened Nami was for him. But now, with the strength to end this disaster himself and to spare Belmare from a tragic fate, he couldn't bring himself to hesitate. He had to eliminate this threat. After calming Nami, Yi Tian's expression grew noticeably colder, his entire demeanor coiling with steely tension. Without warning, like a gust of wind stirring the dust, his figure vanished from the spot. This abrupt transformation made Belmare, who had just begun to comfort the children, freeze in shock, her pupils narrowing instantly. As a former Marine, she saw Yi Tian's strength at a glance. In that brief instant, her resolve burned brighter than ever. Yi Tian was already her child, and it was a mother's duty to protect her family. After settling Nami and Nojiko, Belmare retrieved a gun from a corner and ran off toward the village center. By now, the heart of the village was surrounded by the fishmen crew, with all the villagers herded together. Arlong, leader of the fishmen, stood at the front, bellowing with malicious glee as he stepped forward. Glaring at the trembling villagers, his gaze fierce, he announced, "From this moment on, this is the turf of the Arlong pirates. From now on, every month, you'll pay enough to keep your lives." He paused, his voice turning icy. "Or else." The villagers, infuriated by his words, looked ready to explode. And then, through the crowd, a child's voice rang out, clear and unafraid. "Or else what? You miserable fishmen, you've got a lot of nerve to show off around here." The villagers, upon hearing this, quickly turned around. Their faces changed dramatically as they hurriedly urged little Yi Tian, "Get out of here at once." Just then, Ajian, the village police officer, rushed over to Yi Tian, speaking gravely. "Little Yi Tian, you need to leave. I'll hold him off." Yi Tian responded with just a slight, serene smile and calmly told Ajian, "Don't worry about me, Uncle Ajian. Those who were driven off the Grand Line still aren't a match for me." With that, he stepped right past Ajian, striding steadily toward Along. At this moment, Along finally noticed Yi Tian's presence and, seething with rage, shouted, "Pathetic human, do you want to die?" With a look of disdain, Yi Tian replied, "Who would have thought that the Sun Pirates, whom I once held a bit of respect for, would end up with a filthy fishman like you among their ranks?" Along's expression shifted instantly, but before he could retort, Yi Tian cut him off. "If you've come to seize this village, that makes you my enemy. In that case, I'll fight back. Fishman, you're nothing special. Only your queen is worth mentioning. Shut your mouth. She isn't fit for it." Along bellowed in fury. Without warning, he snatched up a long sword at his side, pointed it at Yi Tian, and barked to the fishmen around him, "Kill this lowly human brat." No sooner had he said this than fear swept over the villagers. Yet in the next heartbeat, they raised their weapons one by one, standing resolutely at Yi Tian's side. Witnessing this, Yi Tian felt a wave of emotion stir within him. Still, he slowly lifted his head, a flash of blood-red light passing over him. A moment later, the resounding clash of armor filled the air. As the blood-red glow faded, Yi Tian was clad in heavy armor, utterly transformed. His entire being now radiated a thirst for battle. His gaze had turned deathly cold as he fixed his eyes on Along, slamming his shield down onto the ground with a sudden, decisive motion. In the midst of the crowd's astonished stares, Yi Tian freed one hand, grasping at the empty air, and in an instant, a great standard appeared in his grasp. Looking toward Along in the near distance, Yi Tian's lips curled with mocking confidence as he spoke slowly. "Just a bunch of rabble, and you dare raise your voice before me? Now, I'll show you the true meaning of despair." At those words, Yi Tian drove the banner firmly into the earth. Before everyone's eyes, the crimson flag unfurled and fluttered proud, even though there wasn't a hint of wind. The Meng family army assembled. A tidal roar shook the air. Charge! In the blink of an eye, a killing intent swept through the field. Suddenly, as if summoned from thin air, over 1,000 soldiers clad in black armor filled the grounds. With a bloodthirsty smile, Yi Tian gazed up at the suddenly assembled Meng family army. He spoke in a loud, clear voice. "Everyone, it's only thanks to the generosity of General Meng Tian of Xianyang that I have received your support. Now, as flames of war are about to ignite, I ask that you lend me your strength, just as you once aided General Meng Tian. Form up, Grand Hall formation. Attack." This sudden turn of events caused the fishmen present to startle. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they all turned to look at Along. At this moment, Along's face was twisted with fury. He glared at Yi Tian and bellowed, "A mere human dares defy us, noble fishmen? Hear my command. Kill him. Attack." At his order, the other fishmen swallowed their fear and charged at Yi Tian. Yi Tian, witnessing the scene, let out a cold laugh. He then raised a shield from the ground and brought it before him. The surrounding soldiers quickly gathered in front of Yi Tian, forming a defensive line with their shields. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Just then, Belmare had finished settling Nami and the other child, and now hurried over with her spear in hand. She looked around, but failed to spot Yi Tian. When she saw the group of armored warriors standing by the village gate, her brow creased in concern. Saying nothing, she walked over to Ajian and asked quietly, "Ajian, have you seen little Yi Tian?" Upon hearing her, Ajian could only nod with a bitter expression. He slowly lifted his gaze and looked toward Yi Tian, who stood armored at the rear of the soldiers' ranks. Following Ajian's gaze, Belmare too caught sight of the young, armored figure standing among the warriors. Surprise flashed across her face, but she only hesitated briefly before hurrying toward Yi Tian. Reaching his side, Belmare looked at his serious young face and sighed, "Little Yi Tian, it seems you've been keeping a great many things from your mother." Yi Tian froze for an instant, then managed an embarrassed smile. He was just about to explain, but Belmare interrupted. "Save it for later. For today, I'll let you off the hook." Before Yi Tian could react, Belmare had already leveled her spear and casually casually took aim at Fishman. Seeing this, Yi Tian could only shake his head in exasperation. He quickly turned, eyes sharp and resolute as the Fishman surged forward. "Raise shields!" Yi Tian commanded in a steely tone. "Yes, raise shields!" The soldiers responded in unison. Yi Tian led the way, planting his shield firmly in front, then slammed his spear to the ground and braced its shaft against the shield. Spears ready. The sound of spears bracing in unison thundered around them. Attack! At Yi Tian's command, the soldiers of the Meng clan surged forth, stabbing their spears past their shields, the onrushing Fishmen. In an instant, both sides were locked in chaotic battle. Just then, a flash of cold steel shot out from behind the Fishman. Yi Tian sensed the danger, his eyes narrowing sharply. At once, he stepped in front of Belmir, raising his large shield high to block the incoming long blade. After deflecting the attack, Yi Tian turned back slowly. Looking at Belmir, who was still visibly shaken, he spoke in a low voice. "Belmir, stay alert. Support the soldiers from behind. That way, you'll be safer and less likely to be ambushed." No sooner had he finished speaking than both the spear and shield in Yi Tian's hands vanished without a trace. While the others were still trying to grasp what had happened, Yi Tian spoke calmly. "Arlong, let's have a real fight, just you and me." With those words, a blue flash sparked in his hand, and a samurai sword materialized before him. Sand whirled through the air as Yi Tian closed the distance, now standing not far from Arlong. Leveling his blade at Arlong, Yi Tian's gaze grew colder. Then, before everyone's eyes, his figure vanished from sight in an instant. Witnessing Yi Tian's sudden disappearance, Arlong's pupils contracted. He muttered under his breath, "Is that the six powers? Shade, Arlong, now isn't the time to zone out. Take this." As Yi Tian's words echoed, a slash of bright blood blossomed across Arlong's body, spilling onto the ground in a crimson rush. The blow snapped Arlong out of his daze, and consumed by rage, he charged at Yi Tian with ferocious intent. A series of crisp, ringing metallic clashes reverberated through the air, swift and sharp, but none of those watching could see where Yi Tian or Arlong had gone. Tension gripped Belmir and the others who kept their eyes fixed on Yi Tian. They found themselves holding their breath for his sake. With a sudden, piercing sound, the unmistakable snap of shattering steel, Yi Tian flickered back, retreating quickly to one side. He glanced down at his blade, now splintered and dissolving into twinkling points of light, but showed not a hint of concern. Another flash of blue, and a brand new samurai sword appeared in his grasp. Seeing this, Arlong roared in fury. "Damn it, let's see just how many weapons you can conjure." Without waiting for a reply, he lunged at Yi Tian again. The two clashed fiercely once more. Yet at that moment, a chorus of anguished cries erupted from the other side of the battlefield. Hearing the wails, Arlong looked over and saw that his own men hadn't managed to take down a single enemy soldier. Instead, with every assault, another Fishman fell. Witnessing his troops fall back step after step, Arlong felt for a moment the urge to retreat. But he quickly suppressed the thought and threw himself back into the fight. The battle between the two raged on. Soon, Arlong's sweeping gaze revealed that more than 40 of his Fishman soldiers had already been lost. "Everyone fall back," Arlong shouted, putting some distance between himself and Yi Tian while commanding the surviving Fishmen to regroup. Yi Tian did nothing to stop them. He merely stood where he was, watching Arlong with an icy resolve, not uttering a single word. Once the Fishmen had assembled in front of Arlong, Yi Tian simply made a gesture behind him, and the battle flag that had stood planted in the ground appeared instantly in his hand. Arlong watched Yi Tian's actions, fell silent for a moment, and finally spoke slowly. "You've won. I can surrender all the treasure to you as long as you let us leave. What do you say?" As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of consternation swept through the crowd. Yet the villagers, Belmir, and the others remained silent, their gazes fixed on Yi Tian, waiting for his decision. Yi Tian slowly raised his head, his eyes icy as he stared unwaveringly at Arlong. Amidst the tense atmosphere radiating from Arlong and his men, Yi Tian suddenly let out a quiet chuckle. Immediately after, the battle flag in his hand vanished into thin air, and with it, several soldiers of the Meng family faded from view. Witnessing this, Arlong and his companions could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the villagers standing behind Yi Tian let out silent sighs. In their hearts, they wished Arlong would meet his end right here. But since Yi Tian had already made his decision, it was not their place to object. However, just as everyone thought the situation would be peacefully resolved, Yi Tian spoke with calm detachment. "Tis, is this meager strength of yours even worthy of negotiating with me? If your Princess Odoheim were here, perhaps I'd show a measure of respect. But you, Arlong, you're far from qualified." Arlong glared furiously at Yi Tian. Yi Tian gave a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping over Arlong with disdain. "I told you before, I would make you experience true despair." Now, even before he finished, Yi Tian's armor suddenly vanished without a trace. At that moment, the villagers behind Yi Tian were momentarily stunned by what they saw. Then their expressions turned to alarm, and they shouted anxiously, "Little Yi Tian, be careful." Hearing the call from behind, Yi Tian slowly turned and glanced back at them, a faint smile on his face. Almost at the same instant, Arlong, standing not far away, allowed a cold grin to spread across his lips. He took a cautious step back with his right leg, tightening his grip on the massive blade in his hands. Suddenly, a low and heavy thud sounded, and Arlong's figure vanished from where he stood, hurling himself straight at Yi Tian. As Yi Tian caught the sound, he too vanished from sight, reappearing in the blink of an eye in front of the villagers, placing himself between them and danger. He pressed his right hand to his chest, dropped to one knee, her expression solemn, and spoke in a low, reverberating voice, "I am the bone of my sword." As these words fell, the entire scene was enveloped in silence. Belmir, standing at the front of the villagers, frowned slightly and muttered under her breath, "What was that? I didn't understand a word of what little Yi Tian just said." At that very moment, a circle of blue light began to glow beneath Yi Tian's feet. It slowly enveloped his entire body, body and gently lifted him upward. Steel is my body and fire is my blood. Yi Tian continued to chant, yet Along clearly had no intention of letting him finish. Seizing the opportunity, Along charged straight toward Yi Tian. I have created over 1,000 blades. Along's footsteps drew ever closer. Then, in an instant, Along's sword materialized in Yi Tian's hand. Once kneeling on one knee, Yi Tian now rose up in a swift motion, swinging his sword to block the massive blade coming down upon him. The chant did not stop. Unknown to death, the sharp clash of metal rang out, mingling with Yi Tian's deep, resonant chanting, echoing throughout the entire village, nor known to life. With every word of the incantation, dust and wind burst forth from Yi Tian's position, spreading in all directions like a storm. Along felt a sudden, inexplicable fear rising within as he heard Yi Tian's voice carry on. Roaring in frustration, he glared at Yi Tian. You stop right there. With that, the assault from his blade grew even more ferocious, each attack faster and heavier than the last, aiming to overwhelm Yi Tian. Have withstood pain to create many weapons. Yi Tian, however, did not yield an inch. He looked at Along with eyes as cold and mocking as steel. Indeed, if not for his intervention, Along would have ruled this place for 8 long years. Worse yet, he would have killed Belmir and spent those years oppressing Nami. Even though these tragedies hadn't occurred yet, Yi Tian knew that if anyone threatened those he regarded as family, he would show no mercy, determined to annihilate any danger completely. Even the faintest hint of a threat would never be allowed to slip by. Yet those hands will never hold him. So as I pray, unlimited blade works. As Yi Tian finished his incantation, a shroud of darkness enveloped everyone present. When they opened their eyes again, they were gripped by fear, realizing that they now stood in an unfamiliar land. All around them stretched a crimson wasteland, the ground bristling with countless swords of every shape and size. In the distance, flames leapt along the horizon, the sky thick with gloom. Overhead, enormous gears turned slowly, as if they had been transported into a colossal steelworks in a world unlike any they had known. Where are we? Faces clouded with confusion. The crowd muttered, unable to fathom their surroundings. At that moment, they spotted Yi Tian standing atop the hill of swords. Not far away, the members of Arlong's pirate crew had materialized as well. Yi Tian's gaze was icy as it settled on Arlong. His voice was calm, yet edged with chilling indifference. This is where your life ends. As the words hung in the air, Yi Tian slowly raised his hand. Across the barren earth, the myriad swords stuck in the ground began to tremble subtly, then surged upward, lifting into the air. From the summit of Sword Hill, Yi Tian extended a single finger, pointing it directly, unmistakably, at Arlong. Panic flickered in Arlong's eyes. A trembling gasp escaped Arlong's lips. I surrender, please. Yi Tian gave a cold, soft laugh. Surrender? Here, your surrender has no meaning. The instant the words left him, the countless swords hovering at his back turned into streaks of light, all flying straight toward Arlong. Seeing the storm of blades hurtling at him, Arlong clenched his teeth, whirling to shout at his crew behind him, defend yourselves. His shout jolted his followers from their stupor, but faced with the oncoming swords, their legs buckled, making it nearly impossible for any of them to stand firm. If you can't hold them off, you'll die here. Arlong roared, swinging his great saber desperately, hacking again and again to keep the deadly weapons at bay. Fear wasn't limited to Arlong and his crew. Even the villagers behind Yi Tian began to pale and tremble as the scene unfolded. Where have we come to, little Yi Tian? Belmir stared dazedly at the youth standing atop Sword Hill, uncertainty clouding her features as she murmured to herself. But before she could collect her thoughts, a terrible scream shattered the tension. Instinctively, she turned to seek its source. She saw Arlong, pierced by several long swords, blood pouring down his body. Yet his arm still swung, struggling even now to fend off the remaining blades as they sped in relentlessly. But as sword after sword drove into his flesh, his movements grew sluggish, his defense faltering. At last, exhausted and mortally wounded, Arlong collapsed to his knees, his whole form slick with blood and bristling with blades. Behind him, the rest of the fishmen shared a similar fate. Yi Tian finally lowered his hand, and as he did, all the swords suspended in the air plummeted straight down, embedding themselves firmly into the cracked earth. Yi Tian slid his hands into his pockets and slowly walked toward Along, who was kneeling on the ground. As he reached Along's side, he took a moment to scrutinize him carefully. Then, in a tone laced with disdain, Yi Tian spoke. You're pretty tenacious, aren't you? Is this the so-called superior race you were boasting about? Honestly, it seems quite underwhelming. At this point, Yi Tian paused for a beat. He casually reached for a long sword that was planted in the earth, taking a small step back, leveling the blade. He aimed the cold tip directly at Along's throat. In one swift motion, the sword slid effortlessly through its target. To me, that's all there is to it, Yi Tian declared with finality. As his words hung in the air, the world around them shifted dramatically. In an instant, when everyone opened their eyes again, they found themselves back in Cocoyasi village, still reeling from the sudden change. The villagers quickly glanced to where Yi Tian stood. Before him, members of the Arlong pirates knelt in the dirt, their bodies streaked with blood. Different from the other fishmen, though Arlong's weapons had vanished, a long sword still jutted deep from his throat. He knelt with both knees, facing the heart of Cocoyasi. Fishmen, perhaps you are worthy of some sympathy, but that's no excuse for turning the seas into your playground of cruelty, Yi Tian said, his voice steady. With those words, he slowly turned and walked toward Belmir. Stopping in front of her, Yi Tian lifted his gaze, a gentle smile on his face. Belmir, I'm hungry. Belmir, who had been ready to probe further, was caught off guard by his words. Her sternness melted into a tender smile. She nodded softly. Come on, I'll cook something for you, little Yi Tian. With that, she took a small hand. Together, they headed toward the house, leaving the bewildered villagers behind. On the way, Yi Tian walked in silence, replaying the events that had just must unfold. One thing continued to trouble him. When he killed those fishmen, he hadn't felt a single flicker of emotion. That chilling calm unsettled him deeply. He mulled over possible explanations the entire walk home. The most plausible, he finally reasoned, was that when he inherited this character template, he must have also taken on some aspects of the character's personality, or perhaps something more. Yet, more pressing was how he would handle what came next. Should he confess everything to Belmere? That was absolutely out of the question. He would never reveal this secret to anyone. Should he fabricate a story, insisting that it was some kind of blessing from the world itself? That seemed like a credible excuse. Yi-Tian nodded to himself, thinking this explanation would suffice for now. After returning home, Yi-Tian headed straight to the cellar and released Nami and Nojiko. He offered them a few words of comfort, casually made up an excuse to deflect Nami's questions, then went back to his own room alone. Yi-Tian lay down on his bed and opened up the group chat interface. Tall Tales, Yi-Tian, my young friend, come out and chat with your old buddy for a bit. I've really been feeling down lately. Tall Tales, honestly, I have a subordinate who's just a bit too clever for their own good. It's giving me a headache. Tall Tales, sometimes I wonder why I ever chose this race in the first place. Got a little too excited back then and started glowing green all over. Couldn't control myself at all. Tall Tales, hey young friend. Hello. Why the silence all of a sudden? Red A. Tall Tales, didn't you say you could keep things under control? The moment I sit down to get something done, you start flooding the chat. Order Meng Tian, exactly. And this is just a normal day. If we were actually on a battlefield, I'd have probably died from your distractions. You should really be more careful. Tall Tales, it's nothing serious. If you ever come looking for me, I can treat you all for free. And if not, well, being undead isn't such a bad deal, right? Order Meng Tian, I honestly can't handle you sometimes. Red A. If we ever tried finding you, we'd probably be torn apart by your subordinates before we even laid eyes on you. Besides, we can't even get there in the first place. Yi-Tian, at Tall Tales, your status as Supreme Sovereign sounds impressive, doesn't it? Grins mischievously. Tall Tales, oh, come on, young friend, there's no need for formality between us. Snickers. Yi-Tian, you're still saying you're not flustered? That green glow over your head says otherwise. Nonsense. Are you teasing me? Young man, why are you being so insincere? Yi-Tian, how am I being insincere? Nonsense. I tagged you so many times, but you never responded. You should understand, that's a sign of genuine appreciation from a king. Yi-Tian, and you're still claiming you weren't flustered? That green light, wasn't it just Shao Di's own wild imagination? See, traveling to another world isn't the hard part. What really matters is having a good helper with a vivid imagination. Nonsense. Young man, if you put it that way, you're not being very polite. My followers are loyal to me because they admire my wisdom and capability, not just because they have to obey. Yi-Tian, so, are you saying you're truly calm now? That glow gone for good? I really doubt you didn't care at all just now. Nonsense. You guessed wrong this time. Yi-Tian, alright, listen, I just noticed something really strange. Nonsense. Oh, what is it? Go ahead, big brother here will analyze it for you. Red A, what is it? Order Meng Tian. Yi-Tian, a band of pirates broke into our village earlier, and I killed them all. But I didn't feel a thing. Don't you guys think that's odd? Nonsense. Is it really that odd? Red A, is it really that odd? Order Meng Tian. Is it really that odd? Yi-Tian, none of you think this deserves some sort of explanation? Nonsense. I am the undying supreme, the master of the great tomb. Why should I feel anything? Red A, I'm an assassin who's ended countless lives. After inheriting my skills, do you think you'd still be burdened with guilt? Order Meng Tian. I am Meng Tian, a general of Xianyong, seasoned on the battlefield. After all the blood I've spilled, should killing another really feel special? Yi-Tian, now that you put it that way, I suppose there's really nothing so strange about it. Nonsense. But, young man, did you just use the wrong word? You said they? Yi-Tian, that's right, they. What? Nonsense. Are you sure it wasn't a mistake? They usually refers to animals, after all. Yi-Tian, that's correct, they. Because it was a group of fish people. What else should I call them? Red A. Fish people? Are you talking about mermaids? Order Meng Tian. That's a race I've heard of before. Nonsense. Young man, did you really see mermaids? Yi-Tian, that's the only thing you're all curious about? Yes, I've seen them. Why? And yes, they're actually quite beautiful. Anything else? Nonsense. Any chance we can, study them a bit? Red A. Study? Count me in. Order Meng Tian. Ahem, that's actually not a bad suggestion. Yi-Tian, you bunch of old-timers. Sigh. Red A. By the way, are we the only ones in this group chat? Isn't that a bit boring? Yi-Tian, did none of you notice that this group can actually be upgraded? Order Meng Tian. How does that work? Nonsense. Yeah, I want to know too. Red A. +1. Yi-Tian, haven't you ever looked at that string of numbers on the group interface? Red A. 9,000 out of 10,000? Order Meng Tian. What's that supposed to mean? Nonsense. Could that be a progress bar? Yi-Tian. Anyway, you all keep chatting. I'm off to eat. See you later. Just as Yi-Tian closed the chat window, the door to his room swung open. A lively little face peered in through the doorway. Brother, Nami called softly, gazing at Yi-Tian, who was lying in bed with his eyes tightly shut. Hearing her voice, Yi-Tian held back just as he was about to open his eyes. Instead, he stayed perfectly still, feigning deep sleep. Brother, Nami tiptoed over, gave him a careful look, and muttered under her breath, "Hey, since I'm your favorite sister and you don't look so well, let me do your makeup, okay? Unless you say no, I'll take that as a yes." Without another word, Nami bounced merrily out of the room. As her footsteps faded away, Yi-Tian's eyes snapped open. He sat up abruptly on the bed, glanced around the room, then fixed his gaze on the window. After a brief moment of thought, he made up his mind. He opened the window, leapt out in one smooth motion, practiced and nimble, as if he'd done this 100 times before. Outside, Yi-Tian surveyed the surroundings, then quickly climbed up a nearby tree, quietly watching the room from his perch. Meanwhile, inside Belmer's room, Nami's face was positively glowing with excitement as her hands rifled eagerly through Belmer's makeup drawer. Outside the room, Nojiko happened to glance in and, catching sight of Nami's enthusiasm, felt a twinge of curiosity. "Nami, what are you looking for?" she called out. Nami paused in her search, unable to hide the sparkle in her eyes as she replied, "Nojiko, do you know where Belmer keeps her makeup?" "Belmer's makeup? It's right there in the drawer." "What are you up to?" Nojiko asked with a puzzled look. "Oh, don't worry about it. I'm going to do my little brother's makeup," Nami replied. replied, her excitement bubbling over once more. A pair of small hands clung tightly to the little box she had just fished out. Carefully, Nami slipped through the living room and stopped in front of Yi Tian's bedroom door. She stared at the closed door, quietly adjusted her breathing, then cautiously pushed it open just a crack and peeked inside for a moment. After making sure no one was inside, she suddenly opened the door wide. Her box of cosmetics slipped from her hands and tumbled to the floor with a faint thud. Ignoring the mishap, Nami began rummaging through the room in search of her gold. Meanwhile, outside the house, Yi Tian observed the frantic search with quiet amusement from his perch in a tree. But before he could get lost in his thoughts, a sudden wail erupted from the room. "Wah, Belmir, my little brother is gone." Hearing her loud cries, Yi Tian was momentarily startled. He quickly jumped down from the tree and hurried inside. In the living room, Belmir was comforting Nami with a resigned smile, completely unaware that Yi Tian had already entered. The moment Nami, cradled in Belmir's arms, caught sight of Yi Tian, her tears stopped at once, and a smile slowly bloomed on her face. But, fresh from her crying fit, Nami didn't notice her runny nose. When she grinned, a little bubble of snot popped out suddenly. The living room fell into brief silence. Then, within moments, everyone burst out laughing. Little Nami's snot had blown a bubble. Seeing everyone's reaction, Nami's excited little face instantly turned glum. Her lips quivered, and it seemed she was on the verge of tears again. Yi Tian quickly suppressed his laughter, hurried over to Nami, and tried to comfort her. To his surprise, Nami suddenly grabbed his hand, pulled a pen from her pocket, and began drawing all over Yi Tian's face with great concentration. Caught off guard by Nami's sudden artistry, Yi Tian could only give her a helpless smile. "Nami, are you finished?" Nami tossed her head, pretending to be upset at his comment. Belmir and Nojiko, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but stifle their giggles. After a while, Belmir patted Nami gently on the head and coaxed her kindly. "All right, now it's time for dinner. Come on." With that, she scooped Nami up and walked with her to the table. Yi Tian, now sporting a face full of scribbles, headed off to the kitchen. At the dinner table, Yi Tian felt a bit anxious, picking at his food absent-mindedly. The whole time, he was working out in his mind how he should explain himself if Belmir started asking questions. But even after everyone had finished eating, Belmir didn't bring anything up. Just as Yi Tian was about to help clear the table, Belmir gave him a gentle smile, her eyes warm as she softly said, "If you tidy up the table, I'll forgive you." That took Yi Tian by surprise for a moment. A smile spread across his face, and without realizing it, he began clearing the table much faster. Belmir stood up and quietly watched Yi Tian as he busied himself, unable to hide the fond smile that appeared on her own face, too. When the table was cleared, Yi Tian walked over to Belmir, preparing to explain. But before he could say a word, Belmir spoke first. "Nami's still upset. You should go and comfort her. She actually likes having you around as a little brother." Hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help showing a trace of helplessness. He muttered to himself, "Well, she may like me, but her temper is impossible. She's just like a little demon. Maybe it'll get better when she grows up." Just as he was lost in thought, Belmir patted him gently on the shoulder, then turned and headed back to her room. Watching Belmir's retreating figure, Yi Tian couldn't help but pull a face. Reluctantly, and casting longing glances back with every step, he made his way toward Nami's room. He pushed open the door to find Nami sitting on her bed, her lips in a pout and her eyes rimmed with red. She turned slightly at the sound of the door, but when she saw it was Yi Tian standing there, she immediately looked away, coldly pretending not to notice him. Seeing this, Yi Tian let out a wry chuckle, softly closed the door behind him, and quietly walked over to Nami. As he approached, Nami shifted a little further away, still refusing to meet his gaze. Looking at her sulking, Yi Tian crouched down beside her. Watching that little pout of hers, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. He said, "What's wrong, Nami sis? Why the sudden pout? That look doesn't suit you at all, you know." "Then don't look at me." Nami shot back, not missing a beat. Yi Tian took no offense and carried on. "Well, why don't you tell your brother who upset you? Let me stand up for you. You really can't tell who did it." Nami threw him a sidelong glance. "Oh, is it me? But hitting myself doesn't feel quite right. How about you give me a good smack, sis, and blow off some steam?" Yi Tian put on an exaggerated air of distress. "You said it, not me." Nami turned to look at him, eyeing him up and down. Yi Tian nodded earnestly, then slowly closed his eyes, bracing himself, as if waiting for his sentence to be carried out. At that sight, Nami finally burst out laughing, unable to hold back any longer. But she quickly stifled her laughter, suddenly flopped onto the bed, wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, and mumbled, "You can go out now. I'm not angry anymore." Hearing this, Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes. Looking at Nami hiding under the covers, he couldn't help but smile. Yi Tian gazed at Nami all bundled up in the quilt, the corner of his mouth gradually lifting into a gentle smile. He tiptoed to the door, closed it softly behind him, then quietly slipped into a corner of the room. Just as expected, hardly had Yi Tian hidden himself when the edge of the quilt lifted ever so slight. A pair of bright little eyes peeked out toward the door, a flicker of disappointment passing through them. But in the next instant, the disappointment gave way to nervousness, and Nami quickly ducked back under the covers. After that, Yi Tian managed to calm Nami down. For the next few days, he spent almost all his time in his room, rarely venturing out. Except for meal times, he practically never left the door. One day, Nami dragged her little chair into the center of the living room and sat there quietly, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Yi Tian's tightly shut door, her expression filled with intent concentration. Suddenly, two large hands came down softly on top of Nami's head. Startled, she spun around to find Belmir standing behind her, smiling warmly. Looking at the puzzlement in Nami's eyes, Belmir let out a gentle laugh. "What's the matter? Are you thinking about your brother? What are you up to?" Hearing Belmir's words, Nami nodded, but then asked, puzzled, "Belmir, do you know why he's been shutting himself in his room these past few days?" Belmir pretended to ponder for a moment. Seeing her hesitate and say nothing, Nami grew increasingly anxious, tugging at Belmir's arm as she pleaded for an answer. "I really don't know." Belmir finally shook her head. Unhappy with this answer, Nami puffed up her cheeks in annoyance. Belmare, you're so mean. I'm not talking to you anymore. But Belmare didn't mind Nami's little outburst at all. Smiling, she said, if you really want to know what your brother's doing, why not go ask him yourself? Really? But didn't he say he didn't want me disturbed? Nami looked up at Belmare, her face full of doubt. As long as it's you, Nami, of course you can go, Belmare replied, a meaningful smile twinkling in her eyes. Really? Nami's face lit up as she leapt from her little chair. Belmare offered only a soft smile in response before turning to leave. Meanwhile, inside the room, Yi Tian sat on the bed, fully absorbed as he sent messages to the group, intent on filling the progress bar as quickly as possible. But while at first every message he sent pushed the progress ahead by a notch, now even 10 messages barely moved it at all. The returns were shrinking with each attempt. Yi Tian thought to himself, I'm a kid who likes being alone. No one should interrupt me while I'm chatting in the group. Outside the room, Nami tiptoed up to the door and gently twisted it open just a crack. With her bright eyes, she carefully observed what was happening inside. The faint sound of the door startled Yi Tian, who was lying on the bed chatting on his phone, but he kept a straight face and simply glanced stealthily toward the door. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I'm a quiet child. No one should bother me while I'm chatting. At the door, Nami peeked in and saw Yi Tian lying there peacefully, seemingly oblivious. She couldn't suppress a secret smile. Then she quietly eased the door open and crept into the room. When she reached the bed, she saw Yi Tian already had his eyes closed, and after a brief moment of thought, she slipped off her shoes and climbed right onto the bed, landing a playful smack on Yi Tian's backside. Next, she sat down on top of him, tugging at his cheeks while muttering, lazy little brother, still not getting up? It's already noon. Come on, get up and play with your big sis. Yi Tian lay there, enduring his ridiculous appearance, but couldn't help thinking, I just want to chat. I'm a quiet kid. Nothing else interests me right now. But Nami showed no signs of stopping, continuing her mischievous antics. I'm a quiet kid, she teased, mimicking the thoughts running through his mind as she tugged on his cheeks. I must not wake up. If I do, I'll be at her mercy. Nami went ahead and pulled the blanket completely off. I can't take much more. This really hurts. Just a little longer. Now she had grabbed Yi Tian's feet. Yi Tian finally opened his sleepy eyes, rubbing them, and mumbled in confusion, oh, Nami, what's going on? Nami had intended to keep tormenting her little brother, but as soon as he woke up, she stopped, planting her hands on her hips while standing on the bed. In a huff, she said, bro, let's go. Come out and play with. All you do is sleep. You're gonna get bored out of your mind sooner or later. Yi Tian could only give a helpless, wry smile. He glanced down at his phone, noting there were just a couple of unread messages left. All right, he replied, nodding with resignation. Nami grabbed his hand and hauled him out of bed, leading him toward the door. With a face full of reluctant surrender, Yi Tian had no choice but to follow her out of the room. After walking for a while, Yi Tian noticed that Nami was leading him in a certain direction. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked, is this the way to the orange grove? At his question, Nami stopped in her tracks, lifted her head, and replied with full confidence, of course. You've been cooped up at home these past few days. This is the perfect chance. Come help your big sis out at the orange grove. All right, let's go. Yi Tian nodded, a trace of resignation in his eyes. The imminent upgrade of the chat group lingered in his mind, but all he could do was offer a silent apology to everyone there. At this moment, swept along by Nami, Yi Tian completely failed to notice the commotion happening in the chat group. The Joker, I bet you anything. There's no way Yi Tian's seen what's going on in the group. Red A, Joker, that's about as obvious as it gets. The Joker, hey, I'm the Joker, not the chicken. Bro, maybe squint a little before you read, yeah? Red A, crystal clear chicken. The Joker, just you wait. If they ever unlock interdimensional travel in this group, I am so coming after you. Red A, bring it on chicken. Let's see what you've got. The Joker, I'm about to lose it. I need a vent. Honestly, order, Meng Tian. Red A, look what you've done. Now the chicken is furious. If he gets so mad something happens, that's on you. Oh wait, silly me. He's basically immortal. Red A, absolutely no reason to worry. He's got that green glow protection thing going, just like little Yi Tian said. That description really nailed it. The Joker, at order, Meng Tian at Red A. I'm done. Flipping tables here. Come out and face me one-on-one. I can't let this slide, just you wait. The Joker, at Yi Tian kiddo, your big bro is getting bullied here. Hurry up and get online. Use your account and help me roast them. They're challenging the dignity of the Supreme One. Red A, challenging the Supreme One? Order, Meng Tian, showing disrespect to the Supreme One. The Joker, so are you scared yet? I'm asking, are you scared? Just then, a new system notification appeared on the chat group interface. Chat group activity has reached its maximum. Upgrading to version 2.0. Please stay tuned. Your happiness is our constant pursuit. We're dedicated to bringing you even more fun. The three stared at the notifications, momentarily stunned. They tried to send messages, only to discover that it just wouldn't go through. The system is upgrading, modeled after a popular software from another world. Upgrade complete. You may now continue. New group shop and skin modules, beta, have been added, inviting new members. Slime has joined the chat group. Arrogant Wong Xiaoming has joined the chat group. The goo, simmered into soup, has joined the chat group. Absurd nonsense. Whoa, I've finally leveled up. But hey, we've got newcomers. Red A, at last. New faces. Finally, I don't have to deal with just you every day. Order, Meng Tian, count me in. Absurd nonsense. What's wrong with seeing me? Am I in your way or something? Slime, hello, everyone. Arrogant Wong Xiaoming. What is this? Some kind of high-tech gadget? Interesting. The goo, simmered into soup. Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you all. So this is Absurd nonsense, huh? Hi there. Feel free to explore things yourself. I'm off to check out the new features. Red, hey, same here. Order, Meng Tian, +1. Slime, okay. Arrogant Wong Xiaoming. The goo, simmered into soup. All right, thank you. Absurd nonsense. No way. I see hope at last. This skin module is pretty nice. Red A, hey now. Getting a little hopeful, are we? Well, look at you. But are you sure you can afford it? Check the price carefully. Order. Meng Tian. This dragon hunter skin looks great. I'm just short of being able to get it. Absurd nonsense. Come on. Am I supposed to sell all my treasures just for this? Tian. Happiness comes from working hard. Or are you just here to mooch? Absurd nonsense. At Tian. Hey little bro, your big brother here is broke. Tian, what's up? Absurd nonsense. Bro, there's this skin I really want. It's totally my style. Actually, even better looking, slicker clothes, fits my vibe perfectly. But why so expensive? Tian. Isn't there a more affordable one? Absurd nonsense. There is. Tian. Well, there you go. Start with a cheaper one. Absurd nonsense. As the supreme one, I must say, those just aren't up to my standards. Tian. Tian. Following our noble tradition, work hard, have fun. No pay, no play, my friend. Absurd nonsense. Well, can't argue with that. Red A. I think it's fine. With what I've saved up, I can get at least one. Dragon Hunter. Meng Tian. Hey there, everyone. Absurd nonsense. Tian. Gonna save my voice and take my leave. Bye. Nami stood there, looking at Tian with an obvious air of displeasure. Seeing this, Tian paused, scratching his head awkwardly, and then, half in jest, spoke up. Ahem. I'll get to work for real now. As he spoke, he didn't forget to absent-mindedly pluck an orange hanging above his head, dropping it into the basket at his feet. Seeing Tian looking so lazy, Nami couldn't help placing her hands on her hips and complaining irritably. Honestly, you little rascal, you do nothing but sleep all day, and then you're this slow when you actually start working. She puffed out her chest with pride, continuing, Let me tell you, you really ought to learn from your big sister. I can carry back loads of baskets in a single day, you know. At Nami's triumphant expression, Tian couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain, as if to say, I could finish picking these in a single day. Of course, finishing everything was out of the question. As a withdrawn child, the only real joys in life were found in hiding away online. While Tian's mind was wandering off, his hands still moving at a snail's pace through the oranges, suddenly, Tian! The sudden shout made no Jiko, who was busy working in the orchard, turn her head in Tian's direction, sighing helplessly at the scene. At some point, Nami had managed to twist Tian's ear a full half-turn, her fingers pinching tight. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Tian cried out, pressing his hand to his aching ear. At this, Nami gradually released her hold, still scolding him angrily. Honestly, the moment I turn around, you just stop working again. Nami, go easy, would you? My ear's all red, Tian grumbled, gently rubbing his ear to ease the throbbing pain. That's what you get for slacking off, Nami replied, not the least bit apologetic. As Nami kept a close eye on Tian to make sure he was working. The village of Cocoyasi was about to receive an unexpected visitor. Along the coastline of Cocoyasi village, a battleship slowly drew up and dropped anchor by the shore. Docked the ship, dropped the anchor. Onto the island. Leading the group was a naval officer, whose rodent-like features marked him out, a man known for resembling a mouse dressed in full marine regalia, striding at the front. Behind him marched a dozen or more Navy soldiers. At the village entrance, Colonel Nezumi stood watching the village chief, arms folded, a glint of avarice flickering now and then in his sharp gaze. So you're telling me there have been no pirates in Cocoyasi? That's right. Everything has been as usual. No pirates have arrived here. Is there something the authorities are concerned about? The village chief, supported by a young man at his side, spoke slowly. On hearing this, Colonel Nezumi frowned, then glanced at his adjutant. The adjutant stepped smartly forward, leaning in close to Nezumi's ear and whispering, According to our intelligence, Arlong and his crew did indeed arrive here 5 days ago, and they haven't left since. At the adjutant's words, Colonel Nezumi paused for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. With a sly look creeping on his face, he said, Village chief, you'd better think carefully. Otherwise, I might have to search the place for harboring pirates. At these words, the village chief paused in surprise. After a moment, he slowly nodded, then turned toward Captain Nezumi. It's fine. Cooperating with the Navy is our duty. Please, conduct your search as you see fit. Hearing this, Captain Nezumi's brows furrowed, and his fingers curled so tightly that his knuckles went white. He fixed the village chief with an unblinking stare for some time, then forced down his anger and ordered in a low voice, Search. As soon as the words left his mouth, the soldiers behind him rushed toward the village, tearing through homes and streets in a frantic search. It wasn't long before one of the soldiers hurried over to Captain Nezumi, holding a stack of belly. Standing at attention, he reported, Sir, we found the belly stolen by the Arlong pirates a few days ago. A satisfied smirk flickered across Captain Nozumi's lips. He reached out, took the pile of money, and weighed it in his hand. Just then, a young man standing nearby shouted angrily, "Give me back my money!" But before he could charge at Captain Nozumi, a few sailors quickly blocked his way, holding him back. Captain Nozumi didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, he looked coolly at the village chief and said, "According to reports, the Arlong pirate stole 5 million belly. Tell me, village chief, will you search for it, or should I?" The moment these words landed, the village chief's expression changed. He was old and shrewd. He knew all too well what Captain Nozumi's words meant. But when he thought of Ition, the chief let out a soft sigh. Looking defeated, he replied weakly, "There's no need to trouble you, sir. I'll handle it myself." At that very moment, Yi Tian and the two others, having just picked a basket of oranges, were making their way home. But as they stepped out of the orange grove, they saw a squad of Navy men clogging the village entrance. The villagers, meanwhile, had gathered in the village square, apparently in the midst of some heated negotiation with the Navy. Surprised, Yi Tian paused and began to piece things together. The closest Navy outpost in this area should belong to Captain Nozumi. As that thought crossed his mind, Yi Tian's brow knitted in concern. He turned to Nami and Nojiko. "Nami, Nojiko, you two go on ahead. I'll check out what's happening in the village. Once you put the oranges away, stay at home and don't come out." With that, he shouldered the basket of oranges and headed straight for the village square. At the heart of the village, the chief was quietly gathering money while whispering to the villagers, "Whatever you do, don't mention the pirates. Let's just pay up and hope trouble passes us by." Everyone nodded in agreement and began pooling their money together. At that moment, a somewhat childish voice called out from behind them, "Grandpa Village Chief, why is the Navy here? What are you all doing?" Everyone paused at these words, exchanging bewildered glances, then turned to look back. There they saw Yi Tian, standing behind them with a basket of oranges on his back. A villager in the back row quickly pulled Yi Tian aside, whispering, "Little Yi Tian, you should go home for now. Everything's fine." Hearing this, Yi Tian hesitated, then glanced at the money in everyone's hands. His brow furrowed in confusion as he asked, "Is the Navy collecting money? Protection fees?" While Yi Tian was voicing his doubts, Colonel Mouse, who was standing at the entrance to the village, noticed him as well. A sly smile curled across the colonel's lips. "Well, what do we have here, little one? Come here, let Uncle ask you something." Upon hearing Colonel Mouse's words, a flash of icy resolve flickered in Yi Tian's eyes. His face grew emotionless as he set down the basket behind him, preparing to step forward. But before he could, a villager by his side hurriedly grabbed him and shook his head in silent warning. Meanwhile, the village chief, who had been collecting money, stepped forward slowly. Facing Colonel Mouse, he said, "Sir, he's just a child. He doesn't understand. The 5 million will be ready soon. Please." Colonel Mouse's eyes narrowed, and he barked out sharply, "Do you think I don't know? You don't need to remind me. Men, bring that child over here." "Yes, sir." At the order, a sailor immediately walked toward Yi Tian. Sensing this, the chill in Yi Tian's gaze seemed to cut through the air. He brushed aside the villager's restraining hand and strode boldly up to Colonel Mouse. Now face to face with the colonel, Yi Tian forced down his anger and asked in a low voice, "What do you want?" Colonel Mouse didn't seem to mind. Putting on a pleasant expression, he asked, "Young man, do you know anything about the pirates who came here 5 days ago? Where are they now? If you tell me, there's a reward." "Oh, aren't you asking about the Arlong pirates?" Yi Tian replied, his face impassive. Colonel Mouse was momentarily taken aback, then grinned greedily at Yi Tian. Yes, that's right, the Arlong pirates. Do you know where they are?" Yi Tian paused for a moment, clearly building suspense. Colonel Mouse leaned in, eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Well, where are they?" "They're all dead. I killed them," Yi Tian said coolly, his eyes razor-sharp as he locked his gaze onto Colonel Mouse. The colonel's words died on his tongue, his expression darkening with anger. But then, when he met the deadly glint in Yi Tian's eyes, he froze for a moment, unable to react right away. Then he turned his head directly, fixing his gaze on the villagers not far away. He ordered his subordinates, "Round up all the villagers here. They're conspiring with the bandits. No doubt they've hidden Arlong's treasure. Find it." "Yes, sir." As soon as the words left his lips, several soldiers stepped forward, ready to seize the villagers. Just then, not far from Captain Mouse, Yi Tian's lips curled into a devilish grin. He spoke in a cold, measured voice. "So, it seems we have a pest among the Navy. Should I clear it out? Just leaving it here is an eyesore. Might as well get rid of it." As his voice faded, a flash of blue light shimmered in Yi Tian's hand, and a long sword appeared, blade glinting. Before Captain Mouse could even react, Yi Tian vanished from where he stood. Seeing this, Captain Mouse roared in fury. Damn it. Someone kill that brat. He's in league with the pirates. But before he could finish, Yi-Tion's sword pierced straight through his throat, silencing him mid-sentence. As the surrounding Marines finally started to react, a blur darted through their ranks, streaks of crimson slashing through the air. In only a few heartbeats, a dozen corpses lay strewn across the ground, blood pooling thickly beneath them. Just as Yi-Tion turned to make his way toward the coast, the villagers who had been rooted in place suddenly rushed forward, stepping in his way to stop him, pleading, "Little Yi-Tion, please stop. They're the Navy. If you kill them, you'll be branded a wanted man." Hearing this, Yi-Tion's steps faltered. He paused, then answered slowly, "I've already killed them. Another few don't make a difference. Don't worry, it'll be fine." With that, he broke free from their grasp and in a flash darted toward the Navy warship by the shore. The Marines standing guard had been chatting idly, completely at ease, until a flash of sword light arced through their throats, felling them without a sound. Yi-Tion rummaged through the warehouse, found fuel, and doused the entire ship, setting it ablaze. On the coast, the villagers stood in stunned silence, eyes wide as the inferno consumed the ship. The village chief wrung his hands in anguish and exclaimed, "Now it's really gotten out of hand. This is a disaster." Watching this, Yi-Tion passed by the chief and said quietly, "It's all right. It's really nothing serious." He said no more and walked straight toward the houses. Along the way, Yi-Tion said nothing, lost in thought. He knew his peaceful life had just come to an end. Yi-Tion stepped quietly into the house, not even glancing at the people in the living room. He simply sat in a chair, savoring this fleeting moment of calm. The three in the living room stared in dumbfounded silence. Seeing the look on Yi-Tion's face, they could only fret helplessly, unsure of what had just transpired. At that very moment, a series of knocks sounded at the door. "I'm coming," Belmare called out hurriedly as she got up and opened the door. On the doorstep, the village chief glanced inside at Yi-Tion, who was sitting in the living room. A look of pity flickered across his face as he sighed softly. Then he turned to Belmare and said, "Belmare, can you step outside for a moment? There's something I'd like to discuss with you." After quite some time, Belmare returned to the living room, her expression troubled and conflicted. She looked at Yi-Tion, still sitting there in silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Nojiko and Nami, who were sitting close by, seemed completely lost in the dark. They hadn't the faintest idea what was going on, so they just sat there, their faces painted with confusion. For a long while, Belmare hesitated, her lips parting slightly as her thoughts wrestled within. At last, she spoke slowly, her voice gentle. "Yi-Tion, do you have any thoughts about all this?" "My thoughts? Not at the moment." Yi-Tion shook his head gently as he replied. Hearing this, Belmare's gaze softened with complicated emotions, but she didn't say anything more. At that moment, Yi-Tion turned his attention to the chat group. "Yi-Tion, hey everyone. Tall Tales, has the Master of Zuen logged in? Red, please don't. That makes me nervous. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian, hey little brother, what's up? Slime, yo hello everyone. Kingly Xiaoming, out taking pictures as usual. The goose simmering soup. On patrol, gotta disappear for a bit. Yi-Tion, I think I might have done something huge. Tall Tales, you've grown up, little brother. Come on, tell us. Share the story. Yi-Tion, I killed that corrupt Navy officer. Tall Tales, whoa. Red, a corrupt Navy, huh? Even justice in that world is sullied. What a fallen place. If only I could cross over myself. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. Hold on, let me check. Wait, I remember seeing something yesterday. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. Found it. Here it is. Dimensional travel card, bronze. This is it. Tall Tales. No way. Let me take a look. Red A, for 100 exchange points. I already traded something for it. Tall Tales. T-Siege, you don't waste time, Red A. I traded for one too, but it only lets you bring one subordinate over for just a day. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. Yeah, I got one as well. Slime. So you can cross to other worlds? But I'm not worth much. Boo-hoo. Tall Tales. A single punch to silence the winner. JPG. Kingly Xiaoming. That's amazing, but I'm just an ordinary guy. Even if I crossed over, I wouldn't be much help. Yi-Tion. Thank you, everyone, for your support. I really don't know how I could ever repay you. Tall Tales. Repay with yourself? JPG. Red. Smirking evilly. JPG. Dragon Hunter. Meng Tan. Smirks mischievously. Slime. Offering yourself up for permission? Chuckles darkly. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. Yi-Tion. Keep dreaming. You bunch of crafty old men, as sly as foxes. Nonsense. To be honest, I'm actually pretty excited about the pirate world. I've only seen it in anime before, though I only watch a dozen episodes or so. I get the feeling the powers in there aren't that over the top, right? Yetion, you do realize you've only seen a handful of episodes. Yetion, someone's calling for me. Catch you later. Yetion swiftly closed the interface, then, puzzled, slowly turned his head to look at Belmir beside him. Xiao Yetion, I used to be a Marine too. Should I talk to my old superior? Belmir pondered for a moment before speaking up with a gentle tone. Hearing this, Yetion gave a faint smile and replied calmly. That's not necessary. I just have a hard time letting go of this peaceful life. But since that peace is about to be shattered, I won't let those who disturb it get away so easily. With that, Yetion stood up slowly, his gaze fixed on the blinding midday sun, a flicker of murderous intent flashing at the corner of his eyes. With a tone of utter indifference, he declared, if the Navy plans to hunt me down for this, it just proves that the so-called justice of this world is already rotten to the core. In that case, war is the only answer I can give. Ba? Nami and Nojiko, who had been sitting nearby, shot up from their chairs as soon as they heard the word. Belmir, meanwhile, stared at Yetion in shock. It took her a while to find her voice. You do realize the Navy isn't that simple to go against. Yetion simply scoffed at Belmir's concern. The Navy, 3 admirals, each a force that can silence the seas with their might. Then you have veterans like Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, legends who terrify pirates. Now there are up-and-comers like Pink Rabbit climbing the ranks, and above them all, the world government. At this, Yetion suddenly turned to face Belmir, fixing her with a steely stare. He spoke each word slowly and deliberately, but not one of them can see the people standing behind me. Do you think they have any idea what I can bring to this world, with countless powerful allies behind me? If they really want to put a bounty on my head, I might just let the sovereign of the fallen descend upon them. Or perhaps I'll let the world's guardians purge their corruption. Or I'll send an invincible army to sweep away the world government. They have no say in this. If they're bold enough to hunt me, then I won't hesitate to plunge this entire world into chaos. Let's see, in the end, whose side has the mightiest force. The celestial dragon? Let's see, who can really save this world? Humph. At that moment, the Naval Headquarters Marineford, the Marshal's office. Knock, knock. Come in. A voice full of authority rang out from inside the office. Outside the door, a messenger carefully pushed open the office door and immediately saw Garp sitting to one side, munching on a donut. What's the matter? Sengoku, his hair tied in a neat braid and a seagull perched atop his head, glanced briefly at Garp before turning to the messenger with a measured question. Hearing Sengoku's voice, the messenger was startled, then quickly straightened up and reported in a clear, strong voice, reporting Fleet Admiral. Pirates in the East Blue have killed Colonel Nizumi and every Marine under his command. Here are the photographs. Not a single Marine survived. The last one managed to send these images before perishing as the pirate set the battleship ablaze. Sengoku's expression hardened at these words. He hastily took the photos from the messenger's hands and began to examine them closely. Yet, as Sengoku looked at the somewhat blurry images for a long moment, his face grew darker and darker. A child? Was this where the attack happened? Sengoku asked, turning toward the messenger. Sir, it took place in Cocoyasi village, the messenger answered loudly. Cocoyasi village. Let me think. Issue I want to notice. Send Smoker, who just arrived in Lowtown, to apprehend the criminal. Set the bounty for now at 500,000 berries, Sengoku said after a pause. Yes, sir. The messenger answered briskly and took his leave. As the office door slowly closed, Sengoku let out a quiet sigh and removed his glasses, turning to Garp, who was still enjoying his donut. Garp, do you want to go take a look? Garp paused mid-bite, a bit puzzled, and looked at Sengoku. What is it? This pirate's that much trouble. No, it's not that. I just can't make sense of it. From what little I can see in the wanted poster, it looks like the one who killed all those Marines was just a child. But Sengoku said as he massaged his brow. These seas have grown increasingly restless ever since Roger's execution. He continued. These days, you encounter all kinds of people. But since you say the incident happened in the East Blue, it so happens I'm due for some time off. I should visit and check on my little grandson anyway. As he spoke, Garp casually tossed aside his donut. You? Sigh. Sengoku could only give in to the quirks of his old friend, helpless to do anything about it. Garp stood up, waved as if brushing things off, and said, All right, I get it. I'll look into it. See what could have driven a child to kill Marines, and whose pupil he might be. For 2 days after that, nothing else happened, and the villagers of Cocoyasi slowly set aside their fears. Meanwhile, Yetion stayed holed up in his room, studying the various features of the chat group. Bit by bit, he was figuring things out. For example, He learned that earning exchange points in the system marketplace depended on acquiring resources from different worlds or collecting items imbued with powerful, mysterious energy. Skins, beyond adorning the exchanger with splendid items, can also grant additional abilities, status, or even special bloodlines, depending on the type chosen. As for everyone in the group, he'd already figured them all out. Yetion. Honestly, how about we find a time to meet up in person? Nonsense. Is this what they call taking it offline? Or is it more like a cross-world meetup? Red A. Once I free up some time, I absolutely must travel to your worlds. Especially Yetion's. My guardian spirit can't stand idly by any longer. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. At Yetion, by the way, does your world have merfolk? Any dragons, though? It just doesn't feel right to carry my title if I haven't slayed a dragon yet. Nonsense, wow. Has our great General Meng Tian from Xianyong gotten cocky after getting a new skin? Red, it really seems that way. Slime, my world has dragons, you know. But I already swallowed one down. Huh. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming, dang, that's brutal. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. Turns out, you're the real power player here. Degustu, that's amazing. Red, what kind of dragon was it? Yetion, don't buy the hype. King Mo's just bragging. The dragon agreed to be swallowed, but truth be told, his ability is pretty insane. Nonsense. King Mo? Is it really that cute? Red A. And there are dragons who volunteer to get eaten? Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. That gave me a scare, so that's how it is. Yetion, well, I've only seen it once, never actually handled it, you know? Smirks mischievously, Image. Slime, that's way too twisted, messing around with dragons and all. Degustu. By the way, why is my name like this stewed into soup? Red A, whoa. Aren't we getting off topic? Red A, though, to be honest, your name is a little out there. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. Just the thought of it sends a chill down my spine. Nonsense. As an immortal, I can say I've never done anything so bizarre. Yetion. That's just your future. Where's the harm in that? Degustu. My future ends up in a soup pot? That's terrifying. Slime. Hey now, weren't you all just roasting me? What did things get so weird around here? Yetion. Come on, there's nothing to talk about. As a slime, your best bet is to stay put in the heart of the mountains and bite your tongue while you're at it. Nonsense. In the heart of the mountains? Are slimes really that big? Red, and never having seen a slime, I'm completely baffled. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian, plus. Degustu. I have seen one before, but I'm not sure if it looked like what I imagined. Arrogant Xiaoming, never seen one. Yetion. Just picture it as a big hunk of jelly. Slime. Since when is a hunk a unit of measurement? Don't think I haven't studied. Yetion. My mistake, slip of the tongue. Yetion. At Tall Tales, by the way, how's your situation developing? Tall Tales. Currently reclaiming territory from the alligator tribe. Yetion. Got it. Good luck. Suddenly, I kind of want to found a country too. Tall Tales, starting a country is exhausting, you know. Red A. Agreed. Building a nation is seriously hard work. Degustu. Yetion. Are you really thinking of establishing a country? Tall Tales. Want me to give you a boost? Yetion. Forget it. You'd better get your own affairs sorted first. Degustu. Everyone, I have to go for now. Monsters have appeared in my world. Yetion. Monsters again? Guess they're about to end up as stew. Yetion. I'm logging off too. With that, Yetion quietly closed out of the chat group. Just then, Nami burst straight into the room, papers fluttering in her hand. Hearing Nami's voice, Yetion slowly opened his eyes and with a gentle, easy smile, took the papers from her to look them over closely. It won a poster. He was taken aback as he glanced at the bounty notice from Nami, then continued reading. Name, unknown. Age, estimated 7 years old. Crime, killing a Navy captain. Bounty, 500,000 bali. Wanted alive. Staring at the bounty on the flyer, Yetion couldn't help but pause for a moment. Then a faint, dismissive smile crept onto his lips. He set the wanted poster down, letting himself drift into thought. Though he possessed some abilities, he was still nothing compared to the powerful figures of the Grand Line or the New World. In their eyes, his skills were mere child's play, which meant he needed to train. Here in the East Blue, there were only a handful of people strong enough to guide his training. Koshiro, Garp, and perhaps a very few others. Training with Garp was completely unrealistic. As for the rest, most were impossible to even track down. So really, only one option remained. That was Koshiro. Even though Koshiro taught swordsmanship, it didn't mean he lacked other skills. He might not have made use of those abilities before, but it didn't mean Koshiro was just a swordsman or only taught swordplay. At this thought, Yetion seemed to come to terms with many things. He decided he would stay at home for a while longer to see whether any reckless troublemakers would dare show up. Once he was certain everything had settled down, he would set out to find a master. Just then, a small hand waved in front of Yi Tian's eyes. With curiosity sparkling in her gaze, Nami looked at him and said, "Brother, are you all right?" Hearing this, a gentle smile unconsciously appeared on Yi Tian's face. He turned toward Nami and replied, "I'm fine. What's going on, Nami?" Nami's lips quivered, and then, unable to hold back, tears began to trickle down her cheeks as she silently sat beside Yi Tian. Seeing this, Yi Tian was taken aback. He quickly reached out and took Nami's little hand, speaking softly, "What's wrong, Nami? Did someone bully you?" But Nami didn't answer his question. Instead, she spoke up on her own, "I know." At these words, Yi Tian stiffened. A shadow fell over his face. Nami seemed not to notice what Yi Tian was feeling and continued, "I know. You've been put on a wanted list by the Navy, and you're leaving soon." Yi Tian opened his mouth, but discovered his throat was unbearably dry. He had no idea what to say. A long silence passed before Yi Tian, his voice a little hoarse, finally looked at Nami and murmured, Sister." A mist of tears clouded Nami's eyes now, and in her gem-like gaze there was nothing but sorrow. After some time, Nami finally managed to hold back her grief. Red-eyed, she looked at Yi Tian and said, "Brother, you must come back to see me. Don't forget us, okay? When I grow up, I'll go out to sea and find you, I promise." Yi Tian was stunned, but as he listened, a faint smile broke the sadness on his face. He looked at Nami and said, "Don't worry, sis. I'll never forget you. The days I've spent here have been the happiest of my life." Imachum. Nami nodded quickly at his words, unable to hide the deep reluctance swelling in her heart. But just then, Belmir rushed in, her footsteps hurried. She paused for a split second at the sight of the two having a heartfelt conversation, then flung open the door and called out urgently, "Little Yi Tian, the Navy's here. Everyone's holding them off at the edge of the village. You need to go now." Yi Tian was momentarily stunned. He slowly lifted his head to look at Belmir and asked, "Belmir, what does the Navy's leader look like?" "The leader?" Belmir frowned and lowered her head, deep in thought. Suddenly, she jerked her head up and looked at Yi Tian, saying, "Short white hair, a strange weapon on his back, and a cigarette dangling from his mouth." Hearing Belmir's words, a gentle smile appeared on Yi Tian's face. He then spoke slowly, "It's fine. I'll go take a look in a while." At his reply, Belmir was briefly stunned, then hurriedly said, "Aren't you leaving first?" "Leave? Why? That man, he's quite something. I actually appreciate him." Yi Tian replied with a slight smile. With that, Yi Tian slowly stood up, gently patted Nami's head, and walked toward the door. Seeing this, the two of them quickly followed. At the village entrance, Smoker stood, his face twisted in frustration, staring at the villagers blocking his way. Silently, he cursed Colonel Mouse in his mind. He watched as the villagers stood their ground, determined to stop him even if it meant risking their lives. The stubbornness of the crowd left him with a headache. He quietly turned to his adjutant, Tashiji, and said in a low voice, "Stay here and keep watch. I'll go report to our superiors." With a sigh and a shake of his head, Smoker walked off to the side. He found a quiet corner and pulled out a den mushi, a transponder snail, left to him by his instructor, Zephyr. Marine Headquarters, Elite Training Office. The den mushi trilled on the desk, its ring echoing in the quiet room. Seated at his desk with a book in hand, Zephyr noticed the call and allowed a smile to touch his lips. He picked up, and after connecting, answered slowly, "This is Zephyr." "Smoker, is there something you need?" "Teacher, something's happened on my end. I believe the bounty on someone should be revoked," Smoker said, his tone grave. "Revoke a bounty? What on earth happened to make you say that? You should know, a wanted notice isn't withdrawn so easily." Hearing this, Zephyr frowned deeply. "It's like this," Smoker then relayed to Zephyr the account he'd gotten from the villagers. The moment Zephyr finished listening to Smoker's report, he slammed his fist onto the desk, shooting to his feet as he commanded into the line, "Don't act rashly. Wait for my word. I'll go see Sengoku at once." With that, Zephyr hung up decisively. He quickly swung his heavy cloak over his shoulders, face dark as thunder, and strode toward the Fleet Admiral's office. Inside the Fleet Admiral's office, at that moment, Sengoku was enjoying a rare moment of good mood at his desk, but a thunderous crash. The office doors flew inward, slamming into the wall not far away. Sengoku immediately sprang up, his face darkening in anger as he turned toward the doorway. But seeing who had arrived, some of the rage faded from his features. Still, with a stern expression, Sengoku glared at Zephyr and said, "Zephyr, what on earth do you think you're doing?" "What do you mean, what am I doing? It was your Navy that nearly cost a child his life. I should be asking what you're doing." Zephyr glared at Sengoku and shouted at him. Hearing this, Sengoku's anger vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of confusion. He knew Zephyr wouldn't be this furious unless something serious had happened. What's going on? Sengoku asked, clearly puzzled. Tell me, a few days ago, did you issue a wanted notice? For a child. Zephyr tried his best to contain his anger as he spoke. Yes, I did. This is a particularly ruthless child. According to my analysis, he'll inevitably grow up to wreak havoc across the seas as a pirate, Sengoku replied, nodding with utmost seriousness. Go to hell with that. Wreak havoc as some pirate overlord? He took to the seas for us, to wipe out the scum plaguing the Navy, and you have to drive him to become our enemy? Why not bring him into the Navy instead? Zephyr couldn't help but curse outright as he looked at Sengoku's serious face. Hearing this, Sengoku was stunned for a moment. He stared blankly at Zephyr, speechless. Seeing this, Zephyr relayed to Sengoku the words Smoker had told him. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's face darkened. With a heavy fist, he slammed his desk and cursed angrily. Damn it, this is seriously tarnishing the Navy's name. Meanwhile, in Cocoyasi village, at the entrance to the village, among the villagers arguing with the Navy, Nojiko glanced worriedly in the direction of her home, secretly thinking to herself, I wonder if my little brother has managed to leave yet. But just as she was about to turn her head, she spotted Lishin's figure at the edge of the village. She hurriedly rushed over to him. Arriving at Lishin's side, Nojiko anxiously pleaded, Brother, you have to go. Leave now. Seeing the deep concern etched on Nojiko's face, Lishin simply smiled. He looked at her and said, Don't worry, sis. As it happens, I've got business with that Navy lieutenant over there. With those words, he strode confidently toward the village entrance. As Nojiko watched Lishin walk away so resolutely, she was momentarily stunned, then followed after him in a mix of embarrassment and worry. At this moment, the villagers, who had been confronting the Navy, noticed Lishin's arrival. Turning around, they stepped forward, trying to stop him. But just as they were about to approach, Lishin shook his head with a gentle smile and walked straight through the crowd, stopping directly in front of the Navy. Sweeping his gaze over the whole scene, Lishin soon spotted Smoker standing quietly in a corner. He called out loud and clear, Hey, Lieutenant, are you the ones here to arrest me? As his voice trailed off, Smoker, who'd been waiting for Zephyr's call, paused in surprise. He tucked away his transponder snail and started making his way toward Lishin. Looking at Yi-Tion, whose head barely reached his waist, Smoker spoke with genuine curiosity. So, you're Yi-Tion? That's right, Yi-Tion replied, his chin raised proudly. After taking a good look at Yi-Tion, Smoker gave a slight nod, then spoke to Yi-Tion in a calm tone. I've already reported everything the villagers told me to headquarters. If nothing unexpected happens, your bounty should be revoked soon. Hearing this, Yi-Tion couldn't help but be surprised. He had originally assumed he'd have to clash with the Navy directly this time, but he hadn't expected such a turn of events. With this in mind, Yi-Tion nodded gently, then stood quietly by the side and waited. Soon after, the din-din mushy in Smoker's arms began to ring. This is Smoker, Smoker said, glancing over at Yi-Tion before answering in a steady voice. This is Sengoku. I've already ordered for the bounty to be withdrawn. However, for someone so young to have killed a Navy captain, even if he was just from a branch, means he's a rare talent. Bring him into headquarters. The voice of Sengoku sounded slow and commanding from the din-din mushy. Upon hearing these words, Smoker was stunned for a moment, then nodded solemnly in agreement. After hanging up, Smoker walked over to Yi-Tion's side. His expression was calm as he spoke. Your bounty has officially been revoked. Additionally, Fleet Admiral Sengoku wishes to recruit you into the Navy to stand with us in upholding justice across the seas. Yi-Tion couldn't help but let out a cold laugh at Smoker's words, his face full of disdain. The Navy can uphold true justice? In recent years, I'll grant you, the Navy has maintained order on the seas, but in the end, you're just an institution under the world government. The Navy will never have the real power to uphold absolute justice, unless you manage to break free from the world government's control and execute every last celestial dragon. You, Smoker stared at Yi-Tion, his expression grave. He knew what Yi-Tion said was true, but to say it so publicly, did this kid have no sense of fear at all? To be honest, you made the wise choice this time. If someone came and tried to take me in by force, I might just have killed them on the spot. Don't doubt my strength or the people behind me. The world government? It means nothing to me. As Yi-Tion finished, a sly, wicked smile began to curl at his lips. Seeing that expression, Smoker couldn't help but twitch his own. He didn't take Yi-Tion's words too seriously. After all, what could a brat like this really do, or who could he possibly have behind him? So, you're saying you won't join the Navy? Smoker asked with a serious look. That's correct. Yi Tian replied without a second of hesitation. Very well, let's look forward to our next meeting then. With those words, he turned and led the Navy away without looking back. As Smoker departed, Belmir, who had been standing quietly behind Yi Tian, stepped forward to his side and asked, Yi Tian, why don't you join the Navy? If you did, your future would be bright. Watching Smoker's figure recede, Yi Tian slowly shook his head and replied, to the world government and the celestial dragons, the Navy is nothing more than a loyal dog. I'm not about to bend my back to anyone. Hearing this, Belmir didn't try to persuade him further. But at that moment, Yi Tian spoke again, his voice steady. Belmir, I'm leaving. Belmir was caught off guard by his words. She quickly turned to him in concern. Why? Isn't everything settled now? Why do you have to go? Yi Tian simply shook his head, looking at her as he explained, the moment that wanted poster was issued, my peaceful life was over. Even though the bounty's been called off, I've already caught the eyes of some people. I have to get stronger. If I stay here, I won't stand a chance when chaos sweeps the seas in the future. Belmir fell silent, weighed down by his words. Then she nodded gently. You will come back, won't you? A smile, warm and bright, appeared on Yi Tian's face. Of course. This is my home. And where do you plan to go? Setting out to sea. Aren't you still too young? Belmir frowned, concern lacing her voice. Shimatsuki village. There's a great sword master living there. I'm going to take him as my mentor. Yi Tian's eyes sparkled with determination. Well, if that's your decision, I won't try to stop you. Shimatsuki village isn't far. When I can, I'll bring Nami and the others to visit you. As she spoke, Belmir fussed over Yi Tian's clothes, straightening them with care. Seeing this, Yi Tian nodded. Looking at Belmir, he said softly, I'll go now. When I have the chance, I'll come back to see you all. Thank you, Belmir. With that, he stepped forward and hugged her, then walked toward the battleship waiting by the shore. On board the battleship, Smoker stood silently on the deck, gazing back at Cocoyasi village. He let out a long sigh. Each time he recalled Yi Tian's words, frustration flared in his heart. What Yi Tian said was true. Although many in the Navy take pride in defending justice on the seas, the fact remains, they are still under the thumb of the celestial dragons and the world government. At that moment, Dashki, who was standing beside him, gave his back a gentle nudge and softly reminded him from behind, Smoker, look, it's that kid. Hearing this, Smoker's eyes sharpened, and soon he saw Yi Tian slowly walking toward them. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Has this kid finally made up his mind? But didn't he just say he wouldn't join the Navy? Just as Smoker was about to order the warship to dock again, his pupils suddenly contracted and he drew in a sharp breath. Right before his eyes, Yi Tian's figure vanished from the shore in a flash. The next moment, Yi Tian reappeared, this time in midair, though he was still some distance away from the warship. As Smoker expected Yi Tian to fall into the sea, Yi Tian, without anyone knowing where it came from, pulled out a long sword and tossed it straight into the water. The sword didn't sink immediately. Its hilt stuck out above the surface, while the blade lodged itself upright in the ocean. Yi Tian, falling from the air, landed forcefully on the sword's hilt, propelling himself upward again, launching himself directly towards the warship. Watching Yi Tian land smartly on the deck, Smoker couldn't help but let a slight smile curl at his lips. He looked at Yi Tian and said, Not bad, kid. Change your mind? Want to join the Navy now? Yi Tian returned the smile, shook his head slowly and replied, Isn't it a Navy officer's duty to help ordinary people? Smoker felt a few stress lines appear on his forehead and his temper flared. All right then, what do you need? Take me to Seymour Gigi village. While you're at it, you can patrol the seas too. After all, what if you run into some pirates causing trouble out there? Yi Tian answered in a clear, ringing voice. At this point, not only was Smoker speechless, even Dashki behind him found herself at a loss for words. What business do you have in Seymour Gigi village? Smoker finally managed to ask. Of course, I'm going there to seek a master and learn some new skills. Enough talk, just take me there, Yi Tian said with perfect confidence. Smoker was left almost breathless by Yi Tian's words. Never in his life had he met someone so shameless. Smoker was left almost breathless by Yi Tian's words. Never in his life had he met someone so shameless. Really? Aren't the Navy supposed to care for civilians? Yi Tian remarked bluntly, then plopped himself down on a nearby beach chair as if he were the master of the place. Looking at Yi Tian, who acted so much like a little grown-up, Dashki couldn't help but feel a spark of delight. Back at the village gate, she hadn't looked too closely at him, but now, with one sudden glance, the boy seemed utterly charming. Seeing that someone was clearly determined not to leave, a vein began to throb on Smoker's forehead. He stood his ground for quite some time before finally speaking slowly. Send out the order, change course. We're heading for Shimatsuki village. With those words, he prepared to depart. He was worried that if he lingered even a moment longer, he'd lose his self-control and give the man a good beating. But just as he started to take a step forward, Yi Tian, lounging leisurely on a deck chair nearby, spoke up in a lazy tone. Well, since you were kind enough to give me a ride, let me offer you a piece of advice in return. Smoker, who had been about to walk away, hesitated for a brief moment, then shrugged it off and continued toward the cabin. Your teacher, Zephyr, don't you want to know what will become the turning point in his life? The moment Yi Tian uttered those words, Smoker abruptly turned his head, his eyes boring into Yi Tian with fierce intensity. My eyes can see things that defy logic. Recently, I caught a glimpse of the year 1513 of the Sea Circle calendar. That's next year. At that time, Zephyr, your former admiral, will be leading elite cadets on a training mission at sea. He'll have his right arm severed by Whitebeard II. Of all the cadets on board, barely a handful will survive. That will mark the start of Zephyr's descent into darkness. At this point, Yi Tian slowly sat up, watching Smoker with deep meaning in his gaze, unconcerned by the fact that Smoker was now visibly trembling. He continued, as a student, what will you do? Hunt down Whitebeard II? Try to stop Zephyr from setting out to sea? Or something else? Damn it, at the edge of the deck, Smoker's fists were clenched so tight his knuckles turned white, and he snarled through gritted teeth. Suddenly, he spun around, bloodshot eyes fixed on Yi Tian as he said, You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Oh, so you don't believe me. Well, what a shame. Then it seems Zephyr can only keep marching down that fated road toward ruin. TCH, a man who was once an admiral, destined to lose everything and end up abandoned by his own. Before Yi Tian could finish, Smoker suddenly transformed into a plume of smoke that reappeared in front of Yi Tian in an instant. His figure solidified as he grabbed Yi Tian by the collar. With gritted teeth, he demanded, You bastard, what are you really trying to say? Dangling from Smoker's grip, Yi Tian showed not a hint of fear. He calmly spoke again, I just couldn't stand by and do nothing. Think of this as a warning. The rest is up to you. With that, he pried apart Smoker's hand from his collar and slowly sat back down in the beach chair. As Smoker's hand was forced away, he stood there in stunned silence, frozen like a statue. Nearby, Toshiji was also left speechless, unable to find any words for the scene that had just unfolded. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was basking contentedly in the sunlight, waiting to reach their destination. After quite a while, the Navy warship finally stopped along the coast of Shimatsuki village. Just as Yi Tian was about to leap off the deck, he heard Smoker's voice coming from behind him. What you said, is all of it true? Hearing this, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Yi Tian's lips, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. His tone grew calm as he answered, Of course it's true. I'm leaving now. With that, he jumped straight down from the deck. Smoker watched Yi Tian walking farther and farther away, deep in thought. Then, in a flat voice, he gave the order, return to Logtown. After entering the village, Yi Tian casually found a local household and asked for directions to Koshiro's dojo. Without further delay, he set off. Ishin Dojo. Through the main gate, Yi Tian caught sight of a group of youths practicing their swordplay, alongside a lone boy with moss-green hair, training by himself. He quietly nudged the door open and walked right in. The young swordsmen, mid-practice, paused momentarily in surprise at Yi Tian's entrance, but soon resumed their drills. At the head of the dojo, Koshiro, whose gentle smile never left his face, slowly rose to greet Yi Tian. However, Koshiro sensed something from Yi Tian that set him apart from the others. The scent of blood, or perhaps killing intent. There could be no doubt, this seemingly innocent child had taken a life before. As Yi Tian watched Koshiro approach, he straightened his posture and bowed respectfully before speaking. You must be Master Koshiro. My name is Yi Tian. I wish to study swordsmanship and Ryuo under you. For the briefest moment, Koshiro's ever-present smile froze, but he quickly composed himself. He walked over to Yi Tian, bent slightly with a friendly smile, and said, You're welcome to learn swordsmanship here. But as for this Ryuo you mentioned, I'm afraid I don't know it. I can't teach you. No, you do know it. Teach me, and I'll grant you one wish, anything you desire. Yi Tian's tone was earnest and resolute. At this, Koshiro's eyes narrowed sharply, a flash of cold light showing in his gaze. Looking at his subtly shifting expression, Yi Tian smiled and added softly, Please, Master Koshiro, don't overthink this. I'm not from Wano, nor am I with the world government or the celestial dragons. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Koshiro's face grew even more animated with curiosity and surprise. He simply couldn't fathom how this boy in front of him could know such things. At that moment, Yi Tian glanced around, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He nodded to himself in secret, then turned to Koshiro and said, "If you teach me swordsmanship and the Ryo technique, I can help you find a female swordsman to teach your daughter. How about that?" Hearing Yi Tian's words, Koshiro's expression darkened further. Had this boy already figured out so much about his private affairs? Seeing Koshiro's troubled look, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile slightly. He shook his head slowly and said, "There's no need to be so tense, Mr. Koshiro. I come with no ill intentions, nor do I represent any group or power. I'm simply here on my own behalf." Koshiro was silent for a long moment before he finally nodded slowly, then looked at Yi Tian and replied, "All right." At this, a gentle smile appeared on Yi Tian's face. He bowed to Koshiro once again and said, "Thank you very much." Koshiro responded with a slight nod. He then turned around at a measured pace, walking over to a nearby sword rack and picking up an ordinary iron sword. He glanced at Yi Tian, whose hands were still empty. With an offhand motion, he prepared to toss the iron sword to Yi Tian. But Yi Tian stopped him. Raising his hand slowly, a katana appeared where his palm had been empty before. "No need, I brought my own," Yi Tian said to Koshiro, his tone calm. Koshiro paused at Yi Tian's gesture, then, as if something had occurred to him, decided not to press the matter about weapons. He simply placed his iron sword at his waist, then began walking toward Yi Tian. By now, all the other students had gathered round. The sight even made Zoro, who had been practicing alone off to the side, toss aside what he was holding and quietly come over to watch. From the raised platform, Kuina looked on. The child before her was even younger than she was, yet now stood facing her father with a sword in hand. In Kuina's bright, curious eyes, a gleam of fascination and admiration flickered past. Seeing the crowd pressing in tighter and the space growing cramped, Yi Tian spoke up, rubbing his temples in mild frustration. "Mr. Koshiro, do you know if there's somewhere more open nearby? It's hard to move freely here in such a tight spot." Koshiro nodded slowly and said, "Come with me." With that, he led Yi Tian and the others to the back of the dojo. Behind the dojo was a wild, uninhabited piece of land. The rest of the dojo members stayed at a distance, quietly watching as the two faced off on the open ground. Among them, Zoro glanced toward Kuna with a thoughtful look, then asked, "Senior sister, do you think there's any comparison between Master and that little brat? He's not even as old as me." However, Kuna paid no attention to Zoro. Instead, she quietly watched the two figures in the arena. She understood her father well. If the boy lacked ability, her father could have easily let either her or Zoro take his place. But if the challenge exceeded what either of them could handle, he would have to take it upon himself. Though Kuina found this notion a bit absurd, it was happening right before her very eyes. Out on the barren ground, the two opponents exchanged respectful bows. After bowing, Koshiro remained where he was, his tone calm as he looked at Yi Tian and spoke slowly, "Come." Hearing this, Yi Tian gave a slight nod. He crouched a little, raising his long sword skyward, eyes fixed intently on Koshiro as he warned in a low voice, "Be careful." But before Yi Tian could even finish, his crouched figure vanished from sight in a blink. The sharp ring of metal striking metal echoed across the field. Again and again. Quicker now, the clash of swords lit up sparks in the air. Kuina and Zoro watched in stunned amazement. All they could see was Koshiro standing his ground and defending, sparks bursting from the meeting of two blades. Yet Yi Tian himself was nowhere to be seen. He moved too fast for the eye to follow. But Kushiro's perception was something else entirely. With his eyes half closed, an unseen aura of observation spread out around him, tracking Yi Tian's every move with unbroken focus. He could sense clearly, Yi Tian's weapon had shattered more than once, but each time, Yi Tian instantly conjured new blade into his grasp. Dual swords. The tempo quickened. Yi Tian appeared directly in front of Koshiro, both swords slashing relentlessly as burst after burst of sparks exploded from each strike. Dust billowed across the barren ground, swirling wildly as the duel continued. Gradually, the sound of clashing weapons faded. The dust settled, revealing the two figures standing once more before the spectators. Koshiro stood with his iron sword lowered at his side, while Yi Tian sat on the ground, gasping desperately for air. I give up. There's just no way. I couldn't even break through your defense." Yi Tian's chest heaved up and down as he collapsed limply on the ground. "Not bad, little one. Your speed is impressive. But clearly, you've never studied swordsmanship systematically. There's no form to your attacks," Koshiro observed, in good spirits. "No, I haven't studied at all, which is why I came to you for guidance," Yi Tian replied without hesitation. "How did you know about me?" Koshiro asked, a faint smile on his lips. "I saw you with my eyes. My eyes let me see a lot of things," Yi Tian bluffed, using the same line he'd fed to Smoker. "Oh, so you saw me, and that's why you sought me out to learn swordsmanship." Kusher mused, his tone thoughtful. "That's right. But to be precise, I first saw the future. It was only after I saw that green-haired kid and your daughter that I saw you," Yi Tian said, spinning his tail without a care, his words cloaked in as much mystery as he could muster. Hearing this, Koshiro nodded, then helped Yi Tian, who had been sitting limply on the ground, to his feet. With a hint of interest flickering in his eyes, Koshiro looked at Yi Tian and asked, "Then what did you see? Can you tell me?" Zoro, one of the new stars of the worst generation, the future swordsman and vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. He masters the three-sword style, incredibly strong, and even trained for a time under Dracul Mihawk of the Seven Warlords. Kuina. As he spoke, Yi Tian's voice grew heavier and trailed off, falling into a somber silence. But Koshiro was clearly intrigued, his curiosity aroused. He quickly pressed, "What about Kuina?" "Kuina will die the night after next, alone, while sharpening her sword," Yi Tian replied. The sword in Koshiro's hand dropped to the ground with a clang. He stood there in stunned silence, his face a mask of shock, lost in thought and impossible to read. At last, Koshiro's voice, now hoarse, sounded slowly. "Then tell me, can the future be changed? The grand tide of destiny cannot be altered, but small details can be shifted. Kuina, in the vast river of fate, is a small current. As for Zoro, his fate both can and cannot be changed. It all depends on who tries to change it," Yi Tian replied, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Koshiro. Inwardly, however, Yi Tian was nearly bursting with amusement. Koshiro took a deep breath, then turned to Yi Tian, his expression solemn. "If that's so, I will teach you everything I know, all my life's swordsmanship." With that, Koshiro's lips parted, as if to say something more, but he shook his head instead and fell silent. Sensing this, Yi Tian spoke gently. "Is there something you'd like to ask, Master Koshiro?" "It's nothing," Koshiro replied quietly with a shake of his head. "Alright," Yi Tian answered. "Come on, you just arrived today. Rest for the day. Whether you want to become my disciple or not is up to you. Tomorrow, I'll formally begin teaching you my sword techniques." With those words, Koshiro made his way toward the dojo. Hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile, then quickly followed after him. But Koshiro had only taken a few steps before stopping. He turned back and slowly asked, "Earlier you said you could find a female swordsman to instruct Kuina?" Yi Tian smiled calmly and replied, "The world is vast, and there are many female swordmasters out there. Their skill is in no way less than that of men." "Thank you," Koshiro said, this time with sincere gratitude. He thanked Yi Tian on Kuina's behalf. He knew well how strong-willed Kuina was, how she dreamed of becoming a sword master since she was a child. Yet he himself believed women simply couldn't walk the same path as men and become the world's best. Of course, he often brought up these doubts, simply as a pretext to let Kuina experience more of the world. But deep down, he did believe that for a woman to become a sword master, she had to work countless times harder than a man. This, too, was his way of showing how dearly he cared for his daughter. Yet, who could have known? His daughter was stubborn, holding firmly to her beliefs, and he himself lacked the experience to teach a female sword master, making him an unsuitable mentor for her. Now that he heard Yi Tian could find a female sword master to train Kuina, he felt some weight lift from his heart. After all, nothing mattered more than his daughter's happiness. Now that he heard Yi Tian could find a female sword master to train Kuina, he felt some weight lift from his heart. After all, nothing mattered more than his daughter's happiness. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but pause in surprise. Then a gentle smile appeared on his face. He could see clearly, Koshiro truly cherished his daughter. Meanwhile, among the group of disciples standing at a distance, Zoro watched the entire duel in utter bewilderment. Not until everyone had left it, he finally snapped back to reality. His eyes sharpened. He gazed at Yi Tian, who was walking alongside Koshiro, and spoke with unwavering resolve. "I've made up my mind. From now on, he will be my goal." At those words, Kuina, who had been standing next to Zoro, was briefly taken aback. Her gaze, which had been following her father, now shifted to Yi Tian. After a long while, she finally let out a quiet sigh and murmured to herself, "Are girls truly inferior to boys?" She then fell silent, lost in her own thoughts. Just then, Koshiro and Yi Tian walked past Kuina. Seeing Kuina with her head bowed, deep in thought, Yi Tian couldn't help but sigh. Hearing Yi Tian sigh from behind, Koshiro felt a pang of sadness wash over him. He hesitated, then quietly asked Yi Tian, "Yi Tian, earlier you mentioned a female sword master. What is she like?" Yi Tian paused for a moment, then glanced at Kuina before nodding to himself. After some thought, he answered in a calm, measured tone. For a woman to become a sword master is no easy path. But if one is determined and willing to work hard, anything is possible. Among the people I've met are many female swordsmen. Some are queens, some were once slaves, each of them different in their own way. Their abilities vary greatly. Some wield the sword of kings. Others hold the blade of rebellion, the sword of chivalry, the sword of dominion, or the sword of non-aggression. I believe the sword that suits Kuina best is truly the best sword for her. I'll find a way to prove this. For now, though, my friends are unable to come. When the time is right, I'll arrange for them to visit. Until then, all Kuina needs is to master Mr. Koshiro's sword techniques and the school's flowing infant style. At this, Koshiro nodded slowly. Then, after a glance at the astonished Kana, said, "In that case, I'll entrust Kuina's future to you." Hearing Gung Shiro's words, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile. He then turned to Kana and said, "My future is going to be extraordinary. If you follow me, you'll have a great chance to stand above the world. Still, judging by your hard work and dedication, I doubt you'll lag far behind me." "That's very good." Gung Shiro nodded slowly, his voice soft and thoughtful. Then, he led everyone back toward the dojo. Yet Kuina stood, rooted to the spot, caught completely off guard. She stared at the figure walking behind her father, her mind swirling with disbelief. Why would my father entrust my future to him? Is my fate really decided just like that? Why didn't my father refute a single word that boy said? Questions flooded Kuina's heart, one after another. Back at the dojo, Gung Shiro asked Kana to prepare a room for Yi Tian, while he himself sat quietly at the table, taking delicate sips of tea. His mind was overflowing with thoughts. One thing he was now certain of, Yi Tian was shrouded in mystery. His movement wasn't anything like the Navy's 6 powers that Gung Shiro knew. It was pure, explosive speed born from sheer physical strength. That alone was enough to shock Gung Shiro. Such speed, there was simply no way an ordinary child could achieve it. And there was something else that puzzled him deeply. Yi Tian's uncanny ability to summon weapons out of thin air. At first, he thought Yi Tian must have eaten a devil fruit, using its powers for these feats. But after observing carefully with his keen senses, he realized that Yi Tian's methods weren't devil fruit abilities at all, but something entirely unfamiliar to him. One last thing troubled him: Yi Tian's eyes. Yi Tian claimed he could see the future through those eyes. Though the notion was full of doubt, it wasn't entirely impossible. With these 3 powers revealed before his eyes, Gung Shiro was sure Yi Tian was no devil fruit user. So, just what was the secret behind his abilities? At this moment, that question filled every corner of Gung Shiro's mind. While he was deep in thought, the scene in Yi Tian's room was quite different. I challenge you one-on-one." Yi Tian looked on, exasperated, at Zoro, who brandished 3 bamboo swords. Seeing that Yi Tian was ignoring him completely, Zoro slowly removed the bamboo sword he held in his mouth, his expression dead serious. "I challenge you," he said. Yi Tian watched Zoro's unwavering determination and couldn't help but scratch his head in frustration. Then, looking at him, he said, "Once you've trained to the point that Master Koshiro allows you to wield a real sword, I'll have a match with you. How about it?" Hearing this, Zoro fell silent for a moment, then nodded solemnly, his face full of seriousness as he declared, "All right, I will definitely challenge you one-on-one. Wait for me." Yi Tian watched as Zoro put aside his bamboo sword and lay down on the bed. He breathed out quietly, then followed suit and lay down as well. Lying in bed, Yi Tian opened up the chat group and started talking with everyone again. Daga boiled into broth. "Honestly, you guys wouldn't believe it. There's been a monster sighted near my place. Over 40 meters tall. Tal wow. My bone dragon isn't much smaller than that. Come to think of it. Slime. My friend Storm Dragon is maybe just a little shorter, I suppose. Red AI Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. Wow, that's huge. Just playing along with you, lol. JPG. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. Honestly, it doesn't sound so unbelievable. I mean, I just turned into a Kamen Rider. Tai Tails, Kamen Rider? No way. If I'm right, isn't that the one who... I used to be super jealous of that. Still, it looks ugly. Red A. What's a Kamen Rider? A knight wearing a mask and riding a warhorse. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. Never heard of it. Dago boiled into broth. Are we moving off topic a little fast here? Yi Tian. Hey, so the arrogant decade has shown up? Well, the destroyer of worlds. Let's see if your world's even worth the trouble to destroy. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. Destroyer of worlds? That sounds super villainous. Am I about to get killed? Yi Tian. Not my business. Just enjoy your journey and write your own story. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. Wow. What you said actually makes me feel a lot more at ease now. Zitian. Haha. No worries. Go through your cycle of life and death. All things considered, your world is, well, kinda mess, right? Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. I suddenly don't want this belt anymore. Yition, don't want it? Then just accept your fate. Dega boiled into broth. Somebody help. Tall Tales, what's wrong, man? Dega boiled into broth. My jet's malfunctioned. The ejection's not working. Oh no, oh no. Well, guys, it's been nice knowing you all. See you in the next life. Red, don't give up. I'll come save you. Tall Tales, I'm coming too. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. I think I'll sit this one out. Got some things of my own to handle over here. Yi Tian said, no need to go. The goo is about to be boiled into soup. Now is your chance to change your fate. Just wait and see. Absurdity asked, at Yi Tian, are you sure we really don't need to go? Red A chimed in, same question here. Yi Tian replied, no need. If you go now, you'll only make things worse. Absurdity answered, all right then, not going. Red A said, understood. Ding, the chat group's overall power has reached the minimum requirement. New hidden functions have been unlocked. Ding, the chat group has been renamed to Multiverse Anti-Anomaly Battle Alliance. Ding, the Alliance leader position is now open. Ding, Alliance missions have begun. Ding, Alliance space is now unlocked. Ding, Alliance construction panel is now available. Ding, Alliance war channel has been opened. Ding, the Alliance shop has been updated. Ding, the Alliance enhancement function is now active. Ding, the Alliance ranking system is now available. Ding, the position of Multiverse Envoy has been unlocked. Ding, Alliance livestream and photo functions are open. Ding, emergency response for Alliance members is now enabled. Ding, the Alliance warehouse and individual member backpacks are now accessible. Ding, the Multiverse Anti-Anomaly Alliance update is complete. Ding, here is the new Alliance group rule. Members are strictly forbidden from attacking one another by any means. Ding, voting for Alliance leader begins now. Across countless worlds, chat group members stared blankly at the interface that had been completely transformed before their eyes. It took a long moment before anyone could even process what had just happened. In the world of Overlord, Ainzul Gaon was seated on his throne, flanked by his guardians, with Demiurge standing directly in front of him, making a report. "O great Supreme One," Demiurge said with the utmost reverence, "the Empire has declared war on the kingdom. How shall we respond? Please, Supreme One, give us your guidance." Hold on a moment. With that, Ainzul Gaon's attention shifted to the chat group options floating before his eyes. It was a while before he muttered to himself in a low voice, "If you ask me, there's no one more suited for Alliance leader than our little brother Yi Tian." Having made his decision, he cast his vote for Yi Tian. In another world, a different realm, inside a tribe surrounded by fences, Rimuru sat atop a wooden throne, gazing at the visible options in the chat. Without hesitation, Rimuru cast a vote for Yi Tian. In a parallel Fate universe, heroic spirit Amiya sat atop a battered, crumbling building, gazing into the distance at the dying sunlight. He couldn't help but spit, then murmured to himself, "A guardian? Huh." Then, turning to the voting prompt that had just popped up in the chat group, he cast his vote for Yi Tian without the slightest hesitation. In the Decade world, Tsukasa Kadoya, having just returned to the photo studio, saw the voting pop up on his screen and immediately cast his vote for Yi Tian. In the King's Continent world, clad in full armor, Meng Tian sat inside his tent. Seeing the option that suddenly appeared before him, he gave it no second thought and cast his vote for Yi Tian. Tiga's world. On the ground, Tiga lay motionless. Suddenly, the crystal on his forehead shone brightly, signaling the awakening of the stone statue. Dagu, noticing the choice abruptly displayed before his eyes, reached out and tapped Yi Tian's name. But just as he finished making his selection, Golzin came crashing down with a heavy stomp, landing squarely on his chest. "Come on, One Piece world." Yi Tian stared at the options in front of him, momentarily caught off guard. After a brief pause, he chuckled to himself with a hint of self-appreciation. "If not me, then who? If not me, then who?" Heh. Without hesitation, he tapped on his own name. Alliance leader election is now complete. Congratulations to group member Yi Tian for becoming the chief of the Multiverse Anti-Abnormalities Alliance. Absurd talk. Heh, brother Yi, congratulations. Red, congratulations. Dragon Slayer, Meng Tian, congratulations. Slime, congrats. The goose stewed into soup. Can someone please rescue me from being pummeled by this monster? Arrogant Wang Xiaoming, congrats. What's going on? Yi Tian, leader. Thank you, everyone. Truly, thank you. Absurd talk. Quick, tell us, what powers does the Alliance leader have? Red A, yeah, do tell. Yi Tian, leader. The authority to mute, punish, judge, and expel members. Yi Tian, leader. I can activate the Alliance space, build alliance structures, initiate alliance wars, and appoint alliance envoys to different worlds. Absurd talk. I understand most of that, but what exactly are these alliance envoys? Yition leader, don't worry. Let me check the description. Yiton leader. Alliance envoys are group members appointed through an agreement between the group and the world's will. Their duties are to observe and protect their respective worlds. In return, they are favored by fate, gaining luck and enhanced battle power. Yition leader. If there are threats beyond what the alliance envoys or the alliance can handle, the envoy can withdraw from that world. In such a case, the worlds will initiate its destruction. Once a new world is reborn, the envoy can re-enter and resume their duties. Absurd talk, whoa. Rettoi, kiak sangurabu handakten dashu. Slime, that's amazing. Dragon Slayer, Meng Tian, truly impressive. The goose stewed into soup, incredible. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming, +1. Yition, leader. Additionally, envoys have their own exclusive badges and attire. Normally, only the badge is needed. But in times of crisis, the envoy must don this special uniform, representing the will of the world and acting as its judge and arbiter. Yition, alliance leader. For the construction of our alliance space, the resources required will be provided jointly by our members or obtained from missions issued by the wills of endangered worlds. Yition, alliance leader. I've set everyone in the group as resident envoys. Yition, alliance leader. Well then, everyone, it's time for takeoff. Are you ready? Nonsense. Ready. Red, A, standing by. Slime, ready. Daegu stewed in soup. Ever prepared. Dragon hunter, Meng Tian, standing by. Arrogant little Ming, ready. Yition, alliance leader. Check the list of resources required for alliance structures yourselves. The materials for the buildings rely on everyone's efforts. Everyone, understood. Pirate World. Yition lounged comfortably on his bed, holding in his hand a golden-edged badge, engraved with the image of swords and skull. He placed it over his chest, and as the badge touched his shirt, a flash of bright white light appeared, causing the emblem to attach itself directly to his clothes. In that moment, a message surfaced in his mind, and he realized the badge would never fall off, not even if he took off his shirt. It would remain attached directly to his skin, unless he chose to remove it himself. As Yition lay in bed, he slowly drifted off to sleep, unaware that, even as he slept, members of the group from other worlds were already gathering the resources needed for the Alliance's construction. Overlord World. Ainzul Gaon sat upon his throne, eyes fixed on the donation column, showing which resources were still lacking. Wood, 0 out of 3 million. Cloth, 0 out of 500,000. Stone, 0 out of 6 million foot. Buildings available for construction: Alliance Hall, Alliance Barracks, Alliance Farmland, Alliance Marketplace. He then donated a half-meter-long piece of timber from beside him to the storage. Instantly, the wood total on the interface updated. Wood, 1 out of 3 million. Seeing this, Ainzul Gaon turned to Albedo at his side and spoke slowly. Albedo. Yes, my great supreme one. At his words, Albedo stepped forward and knelt on one knee with utmost respect before Ains. Have 3 million units of wood, 500,000 units of cloth, and 6 million units of stone gathered. I have use for these materials. I'll leave it to you, understood? Yes, I'll see to the arrangements immediately, Albedo replied hastily. According to little brother Yition, we are destined to rule this world in the future. Since we have become guardians of the realms, let us pick up the pace. With these words, Ainzul Gaon slowly produced a badge and placed it against his chest. Albedo, who had yet to leave, caught Ain's words by chance. Her elegant brows knitted ever so slightly, and she murmured involuntarily, Yition, a human. But just as Albedo was about to stand, her gaze fell upon the radiant, golden badge on Ainzul Gaon's chest. She froze, then cautiously spoke. Supreme One, the badge on your chest. What is it? Ains was momentarily taken aback by her question. Looking at Albedo as she rose, he gave a gentle, amused laugh and said, This is the Guardian of the Realm's badge. Possessing this badge means bearing the responsibility to protect this world. Should a cataclysmic crisis arise, the bearer is empowered to deliver judgment in the world's stead. As these words sank in, Albedo was left in a daze. After a long, breathless pause, she could not help but speak out with excitement. How truly magnificent! Seeing Albedo's animated reaction, Ainzul Gaon felt his old face flush red, and almost at once, he metaphorically broke out in a cold sweat. Pirate World. Yition awoke from his dreams, refreshed himself, and made his way to the center of the dojo to greet Kushiru. After all, he had come to learn the art, disciple or not. He still had to address the teacher with respect. Seated at the place of honor, Kushiru first explained to Yi Tian the core principles of swordsmanship, then assigned him to his daily training. Kushiru had carefully set Yi Tian's tasks for the day: sword practice in the morning and weight training combined with running laps around Shimatsuki village in the afternoon. Thus, as the day quietly slipped by, Yi Tian was joined by Zoro, following at his heels like a little fan as they returned to their room. When he opened the chat group again, Yi Tian immediately noticed a change on the side. Materials in the Alliance warehouse had reached capacity. Not only were they full, but they had overflowed by a fair margin. Yi Tian opened the interface for the Alliance space, but in that moment, a human-sized black hole silently appeared behind him, swallowing him whole without a sound. When Yi Tian opened his eyes, the scenery before him was utterly transformed. He now stood on a barren wasteland, wild grass spreading rampant across the ground, and as far as he could see in every direction, there was no end in sight. "So this is the Alliance space," Yi Tian murmured, surveying his new surroundings. Just then, a prompt appeared before his eyes. "Alliance space option settings. Would you like to open the member access channel? Current status, closed. Building options. The structures currently available for construction are Alliance Hall, Alliance Barracks, Alliance Farmland, and Alliance Marketplace." Seeing these options before him, Yi Tian paused in surprise. Without hesitation, he tapped on the Alliance Hall first. As soon as his finger landed on the selection, a brilliant white light instantly enveloped Yi Tian's vision. When he opened his eyes again, not far in front of him stood a towering edifice, soaring into the clouds. Atop the building was an emblem, engraved with countless planets, shimmering amidst a sea of stars. The sight stirred excitement in Yi Tian's heart, and he murmured to himself, "Now this truly suits the stature of my Alliance group. Excellent, just excellent." Without delay, Yi Tian prepared to construct the Alliance barracks next. However, just as his hand reached out, a message popped up before him. "Ding! No construction crew available. Unable to build. Please construct the Alliance Marketplace first in exchange for construction crew." Staring at the sudden message before his eyes, Yi Tian froze momentarily, then selected the Alliance Marketplace. As before, a flash of white nearly blinded Yi Tian. But when he blinked his eyes open, he found a low, single-story marketplace had appeared right beside the Grand Alliance Hall. The contrast between the two buildings was strikingly obvious. Yet the marketplace's decorations were impressive in their own right, leaving no clue as to what materials had gone into its construction. Observing it, Yi Tian walked unhurriedly towards the Alliance Marketplace. But just as he reached the entrance, a glowing screen appeared before him. On the screen, an array of goods was displayed. Right at the top of the list was the Alliance Space construction crew. Yi Tian glanced at the price and paused, then prepared to purchase it immediately. But right as he tapped to buy, another prompt flashed into view. First purchase of the construction crew is free. Subsequent purchases are at full price. After reading this, Yi Tian closed the prompt, only to be surprised by the sudden appearance of a group of people off to one side. Alliance Space construction crew, reporting for duty, Alliance leader. Over 100 voices thundered in unison. Hearing this, Yi Tian nodded slowly, then opened the Alliance construction interface and selected every available building. Afterward, he stood quietly, watching as the large construction crew set to work, moving methodically. Witnessing the scene, Yi Tian couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Still, he refrained from purchasing a second construction crew, the reason being that additional crews required Alliance points, of which he had none. So, he had no choice but to let this group proceed at their deliberate pace. With these matters settled, Yi Tian opened up the member communication system. From now on, this place would serve as their venue for offline gatherings. Taking one last look at everything around him, he raised his hand and clicked exit. In the next instant, he was swallowed by a swirling black vortex and disappeared without a trace. The world of pirates. Above Yi Tian's bed, about half a meter high, a portal as large as a person suddenly opened, and Yi Tian tumbled out of it. A muffled thud sounded as he landed. It was just another day, the morning spent practicing swordsmanship and the afternoon devoted to strength training. Today marked Yi Tian's 5th day at the Ishin Dojo. After tirelessly swinging his long sword on the dojo's back mountain, Yi Tian gradually brought his movements to a halt. He plopped down on the ground, drenched in sweat, his hands aching from the relentless practice. Just as Yi Tian was catching his breath, a younger disciple from the dojo came running towards him in a hurry. He was taken aback for a moment when he saw Yi Tian, who looked as if he'd just come out of a bath. But quickly remembering why he'd come, he blurted out, "Senior brother, there's a young girl here at the dojo looking for you." Yi Tian was surprised by this and couldn't help but wonder, a young girl? I've only been on this island for a few days. How could I have attracted a young girl's attention already? Still full of doubts, he He turned to the younger disciple, standing behind him, and asked, "Did you ask her what her name is?" The younger disciple paused for a moment, trying to recall before answering slowly. "I think she said her name is Nami." "Nami?" The name electrified Yi-Tian, and he leaped to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the junior disciple before him. "Are you sure? Are you absolutely sure her name's Nami?" Yi-Tian paced back and forth in shock, unconsciously repeating the name out loud. The younger disciple scratched his head in confusion, bewildered by Yi-Tian's reaction. Just as he was about to ask something more, a sweet, youthful voice, as clear as a songbird's call, chimed in near his ear. "Little brother, your big sister is here to see you." When the words fell, the younger disciple noticed a figure whip past him, and, in a blink, Nami had thrown her arms around Yi-Tian. Yi-Tian, who had been anxiously pacing, was instantly jolted back to reality by the sudden impact. Immediately, he felt someone's arms wrapped tightly around his neck. He caught a gentle fragrance from the girl's hair and slowly looked down to see Nami clinging to his chest. Smiling softly, he asked, "Sister, what brings you here?" At this, Nami responded with a proud huff. "What? Can I check in on my little brother? It's been days and I haven't seen you down at the shore. Then, by chance, I ran into a villager coming back from selling oranges here. He told me he'd spotted you, so I asked the uncle to bring me over to find you." As she spoke, a gentle smile crept onto Nami's face, her small head nuzzling against Yi-Tian's chest. Seeing her like this, Yi-Tian knew exactly what was on Nami's mind. He slowly reached out, placing his hand on the top of her head and gently ruffling her hair. After a while, Yi-Tian finally set Nami down. Looking at her with a serious expression, he asked, "Nami, does Belmir know you've come here?" At his words, a flush of pink bloomed on Nami's cheeks. She looked at Yi-Tian, hesitating a bit, and replied, "She probably does, I guess." "She probably knows?" The hand Yi-Tian had been using to comfort Nami froze midway through the air. Yi-Tian shot Nami an exasperated glance, a hint of mock annoyance in his voice as he said, "Aren't you worried Belmir will be out of her mind with worry? Come on now, I'll take you back. Let's not let her fret over you too much." "No." But before he could move, Nami spun around, jutting out her lips in a pout, completely ignoring him. Off to the side, the young junior disciple took in the scene. Tears welled up in his eyes as he lay on the ground in silent despair, muttering sadly to himself, "Why are my eyes so full of tears? Because the sight of all this sugar is just too much to stomach." Just then, Yi-Tian turned and glanced at the apprentice sprawled on the ground. With a light cough, he took Nami, who was still sulking, by the hand and led her away. By the shade of an ancient tree, Yi-Tian looked at still-riled Nami with a resigned smile and spoke softly, "Nami, at the very least, you got to let Belmir know where you've gone. Otherwise, she'll be worried sick." At this, Nami bit her lip and nervously twisted the hem of her shirt with both hands. I left a note for her in Belmir's room. She should see it, right?" "A note? Where did you leave it?" Yi-Tian let out a sigh of relief but still pressed for details. Under Belmir's pillow, Nami admitted, a bit embarrassed. Yi-Tian almost choked on his own breath. Who would ever think to look for a note under a pillow? That's just asking for trouble. "Does anyone else know you snuck out?" He continued, rubbing his temples. "Uncle Ken. I told him, and when I was heading out to sea, he was there at the shore watching," Nami answered, frowning lightly, her gaze wavering. Oh, for heaven's sake. One look at her, and Yi-Tian knew at least half of what she said probably wasn't true. After a long pause, Yi-Tian let out a heavy sigh. Finally, he said to Nami, "Come on, it's time to eat. Join me for a meal, then you can hang out in my room for a bit. This afternoon, I'll take you home." With that, he gently took her hand and led Nami back towards the dojo. Inside the Isen dojo, Kuina watched Nami, who was sitting next to Yi-Tian and eating heartily, with a peculiar expression on her face. Ordinarily, it made sense for Yi-Tian, who rigorously trained every day, to have such a big appetite. But what puzzled her was why Nami, who had come back with Yi-Tian, was eating just as much. Meanwhile, Zoro, sitting beside them, paid no mind to any of this and simply enjoyed his food. But just as he picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, another pair of chopsticks darted out and snatched it away. Unwilling to admit defeat, Zoro followed the trail of the chopsticks with his eyes, only to see them end up in Yi-Tian's mouth. Cough, cough. Yi-Tian, who is this little sister? Kuina glanced at Nami, whose bowl was piled high with food, and turned to ask Yi-Tian, "Why haven't you introduced her to us yet?" Upon hearing this, Yi-Tian slowly looked up and glanced at Nami, about to reply. But Nami spoke up first. "Hello, big sis. I'm Yi-Tian's older sister. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for taking care of my little brother for so long." Kuina was taken aback by Nami's words. She looked from one face to the other for a moment, then nodded slowly and said, It's a pleasure to meet you too. Eat slowly, there's still plenty of food. Itian cast a sidelong glance at Kuna, then looked at Nami and said quietly, Nami, hurry and eat. I'll go find a boat to take you home soon. I don't care what you do. Nami huffed, turning her head away from Itian and focusing even more on her meal. Seeing this, Itian could only hold his head in resignation. He had never had any way to deal with Nami. To him, Nami was a mischievous little demon. There was nothing for him to do but endure, because if he ever tried to resist, she'd only get worse. As Itian buried his head in his hands, Kuina and Zoro at the table couldn't help but stifle their laughter. They had never seen Itian defeated like this. The sight was truly a revelation for them. Meanwhile, as Itian and Nami were having their meal at the dojo, on the other side, in Cocoyasi village, inside Belmir's room, Belmir, who had been tidying up, happened to spot a slip of paper tucked beneath her pillow. She froze on the spot. Then a roar erupted from her that shook the whole house. Nami! Nojiko, startled by Belmir's shout, rushed over, half scolding as she came. Nami, what did you do to make Belmir so angry this time? But when she stepped into the room, there was no sign of Nami. Nojiko stopped in her tracks, her voice trailing off as she stared in confusion at Belmir. Belmir didn't respond. She just stood there, gazing blankly at the note, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. After a long while, Belmir finally spoke in a low voice. Nojiko, get ready. Ask around the village. See who has a boat heading to Shimatsuki village? Let's have them take us there, so we can bring Nami back. Hearing this, Nojiko froze for a moment, and then exclaimed in disbelief. Nami went to Shimatsuki village to find Brother Itian? How did she dare? This isn't the time for questions. It's not that I'm afraid of her seeking out Itian, but I'm worried she might run into pirates on the way. I'll go to Shimatsuki village and find Itian, make sure Nami is safe, Belmir said, taking a deep breath as she spoke. Nojiko quickly nodded and replied, All right, I'll go ask right now. Just then, there was a knock at the door. A heavy, urgent rapping echoed from outside. Both women looked up in surprise, and Nojiko hurried to open the door. She found Aegean outside, panting for breath. Seeing him, Nojiko quickly asked, Uncle Aegean, what's wrong? Belmir, Nojiko, not long ago, Nami left on a boat for Shimatsuki village. She told me she already discussed it with you too, but I've been thinking it over and figure I should come tell you anyway. The moment Aegean finished speaking, a shadow clouded Belmir's face as she stood inside. Nojiko turned to Aegean, urgency in her voice, and asked, Uncle Aegean, do you know if anyone from our village is sailing to Shimatsuki village? We want to go look for Nami. Aegean paused, lost in thought. After a moment, he looked up at them and said, Let me ask around, see if anyone's passing by Shimatsuki village. Hearing this, both women quickly thanked him. Aegean waved them off with a dismissive gesture. Don't mention it. If it weren't for young Itian back then. Sigh. All right, I'll go ask. It didn't take long for Aegean to find a boat that would pass by Shimatsuki village on its way to the Goa kingdom. After paying a fee in berries, the captain allowed Belmir and Nojiko aboard. Standing on the deck, the two women gazed back at Cocoyasi village fading into the distance, anxiety weighing on their hearts as they worried for Nami's safety. The gentle sea breeze washed over them, and for a moment, they sank into a rare, quiet calm. After about 4 hours at sea, a sailor approached them and said, Up ahead is Shimatsuki village. We'll be stopping there for a short while. The news filled both women with joy, and they thanked the sailor repeatedly. But just as hope blossomed aboard, an urgent alarm suddenly rang out across the ship. The ringing of the alarm also threw Belmir and Nojiko into panic. Seeing all the sailors on the ship spring into action, Belmir was ushered by a few of them to hide inside the cabin. It's the Krieg pirates. Everyone hurry. Full speed ahead, came the captain's shout. On the way to the cabin, guided by one of the sailors, Belmir slowly turned her head and asked quietly, How far are we from Shimatsuki village? The sailor paused to think, then replied in a low voice, Not much farther. We'll be there soon. At this, Belmir nodded. She looked at him earnestly and said, Could you tell your captain? Head the ship directly to Shimatsuki village. There's someone there who's capable of dealing with this. The sailor blinked in surprise at her request, then stared at Belmir, his voice full of disbelief and urgency. Ma'am, are you sure there's someone in Shimatsuki village who can stand against the Krieg pirates? I'm sure, Belmir replied, nodding quickly. My child is learning from a master there, and my child even once wiped out Arlong's pirate crew. For real? I'll inform the captain right away. Without another word, the sailor sprinted off toward the captain's quarters. Inside the captain's quarters, the sailor passed Belmir's message to the captain. The captain, seated deep in thought, considered it for a moment. Then he barked an order. set a course straight for Shimatsuki village at full speed. At that moment, Belmir stood on the deck, her eyes anxiously fixed on the now near shoreline of Shimatsuki village. With the relentless cannon fire echoing from behind, she tensed up, itching to grab a rifle and fight the pirates herself. But it wasn't just her. Nojiko was here too, and their odds didn't look good. All she could do was pin her hopes on Yetian and the teachers under whom Yetian was apprenticed. She was certain anyone worthy of having Yetian as a student must be remarkable as well. Meanwhile, at the shore of Shimatsuki village, Yetian was leading a very disgruntled Nami along the path. He kept reassuring her, "Nami, I promise. As soon as I get time, I'll visit Cocoyasi village to see you. Let me take you home first. Don't make Belmir worry." Nami pouted, upset, but deep down knew Yetian was right. Just then, a thunderous boom shattered the calm on the coast. Yetian's head snapped to the direction of the noise, and in that instant, he caught sight of a figure in the distance. His pupils narrowed in alarm. Swiftly, he bent down to Nami and said, "Nami, find a place to hide. Pirates are coming. I'll go get Belmir out." With those words, Yetian dashed straight towards the incoming ship. Meanwhile, on the deck, Belmir also caught sight of the figure racing towards the ship. Unable to contain her joy, she called out, "Yetian." Although a stretch of sea lay between them, nothing could dampen Yetian's determination to board the ship. At that very moment, Yetian summoned a long sword and hurled it straight toward the vessel, following closely behind. In the blink of an eye, he landed lightly atop the blade. In this way, Yetian continued to propel himself forward, gliding across the sea on his sword. At last, with a gentle push from one foot, Yetian launched himself off the sword and landed squarely on the deck. Seeing Belmir on deck, Yetian broke into a warm smile and said softly, "Belmir, Nami is on the island. I'm going to deal with these pirates first, then I'll come back for you." Hearing this, Belmir was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Yetian with concern. "Be careful," she urged. Sensing the genuine worry in her voice, Yetian felt a warmth in his heart. He replied with a carefree smile, "Don't worry, they just have the advantage in numbers." With those words, and under Belmir's worried gaze, he leapt straight toward the flagship of the Krieg pirates. On the deck of Krieg's flagship, clad in brilliant silver armor that shimmered from head to toe and gripping a massive broadsword, Krieg lounged arrogantly in a gigantic chair. He glanced at his lieutenants and demanded, "Well, haven't you caught up to that merchant ship yet?" "Admiral, that merchant ship is trying to dock at Shimatsuki village." Jin, the demon man, started to report. "Shimatsuki village? Good. Give chase. The fleet's been at sea for a long time, and we're running low on supplies." "What perfect timing." Krieg's tone was both brash and casual as he let out a sinister laugh. Jin hesitated at this, wanting to say more, but finally closed his mouth. Just then, a sailor hurried over and reported respectfully in front of Krieg, "Admiral, a kid just jumped aboard." "A kid?" Krieg burst out laughing, loud and amused. "So, a mere child dares jump over here after seeing the Krieg pirates? That boy's got some guts. Where is he?" Yet before the sailor could answer, a youthful voice sounded from the side. "Oh, I'm already here." Upon hearing this, Krieg slowly turned his head toward the sound. Beyond the crowd, he saw a small, slender figure and then brazenly declared, "Ha ha, kid, you're quite something. Come join my pirate crew. You'll be proud of it." "Oh, join your pirate crew? But to me, you all look like a bunch of clowns. In the East Blue, a place where countless heavyweights are hiding out, you're playing pirate admiral and making such a big show of it? No matter how I look at it, you're just a bunch of jokers." Yetian gazed at Krieg, who sat perched on an enormous seat, his face openly taunting as he spoke. At these words, everyone present suddenly changed their expressions. One after another, they fixed Yetian with menacing glares and jeered, "Kid, you've got a death wish." As their threats left their lips, the crew's officers began to surge toward Yetian, clearly ready to strike. Though they didn't quite understand what Yetian meant, it was impossible to miss the biting sarcasm in his words. Seeing this, Yetian let out a derisive laugh, suddenly leaping back in a flash. As he landed, his hand tightened around a katana, a gleam of blue light flickering along the blade. "TCH, can't hold back anymore, can you? Fine by me. Let's see what this so-called pirate admiral is really made of." With these words, Yetian crouched slightly, ready to hurl himself into the crowd. But just then Krieg, still lounging in his massive seat, burst into laughter. "Ha, kid, you got guts. Really, come join me." Hearing this, a wicked grin curled at the corner of Yetian's mouth. On his still young face, an expression of sly charm appeared, one that seemed far too seasoned for someone his age. "Join you? Survive an encounter with me first, then we'll talk." The words had barely left his lips before his figure vanished from sight. On deck, the officers of Krieg's pirate crew stared, dumbstruck, as Etion disappeared before their eyes, leaving them in a state of alarmed confusion. They had never seen anyone like this before, someone who could just vanish in the middle of a fight. Krieg, meanwhile, sat frozen in his grand chair, pupils contracting in shock as he stared blankly at the chaotic scene. What he saw was this. The raucous laughter of the crew's officers stopped dead in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Etion had reappeared among them. Before he had even taken a few steps, the officers and crew members behind him were already collapsing one after another. All across their necks ran dark red traces of blood. In moments, the once clean deck was swiftly painted crimson. Krieg broke out in a cold sweat, fat drops rolling down his back as he stumbled backward in horror. But just as he took one halting step, he lost his balance and slumped into his enormous chair. Watching Etion approach him at a measured pace, Krieg snapped back to his senses. He slowly reached out and touched his armor, feeling reassured by its presence. Taking a deep breath, Krieg fixed his gaze on Etion and spoke in a low, commanding voice. "Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Swear loyalty to me and I'll shower you with treasures. Name your desire, it will be yours." "Well, what do you say?" Etion responded to these words with a faint smile, tilting his head ever so slightly as he looked at Krieg. There was a hint of scorn in his voice as he replied, "I'm just wondering, what exactly makes you think you're qualified to throw your weight around here in the East Blue?" "Umph." Hearing this, Krieg's face revealed a flash of pride. With an air of arrogance, he glanced at Etion and spoke. "Kid, do you see this armor I'm wearing? Nothing can cut or pierce it, not swords nor bullets." As if worried Etion might not believe him, he casually drew a pistol from behind his back and fired straight at his own breastplate. Bang! A wisp of smoke drifted from the muzzle. Krieg holstered the pistol, traced his fingers across his unblemished armor, and gave Etion a condescending look. "You see? Even a gun can't leave a mark on this armor, kid." This made Etion burst out laughing. His sword vanished from his hand as he crouched down, throwing his head back and laughing heartily. Krieg's brows knit in a frown as he stared at Etion and demanded in a low voice, "Kid, what's so funny?" Etion didn't respond immediately. Instead, he kept laughing for a long while. It wasn't until Krieg's temper flared and he was about to lash out that Etion finally stopped laughing. Etion slowly straightened up, his bright, mocking eyes fixed on Krieg as he spoke calmly. "It really baffles me. How is it the Navy's control in the East Blue is so weak that a clown like you has been allowed to act so brazen?" "A clown? You dare to call me a clown? I'll twist your head clean off today." Upon hearing Etion's words, Krieg was instantly consumed with rage. He silently cursed to himself. "Damn it. I go out of my way to offer you a place at my side, and this is how you repay me, ungrateful brat." Etion ignored Krieg's bluster and asked quietly, "So your greatest asset is really just that armor of yours?" Hardly had these words left his lips when a long sword appeared in Etion's grasp, signaling his intent to strike. Suddenly, boom, boom, deafening cannon blasts erupted behind the main ship. In their wake came a chorus of anguished screams. Krieg, who was just about to take care of Etion, froze at the sounds and quickly whipped his head to either side. What followed, however, was a chorus of agonizing screams. Krieg, who had been preparing to deal with Etion, was momentarily stunned by the sudden commotion, then snapped his head toward both sides. Just as his gaze shifted, two cannonballs plummeted from the sky, crashing straight down onto the pirate ships. Yet, there was no deafening explosion as he'd expected. Instead, when the cannonballs landed, both pirate ships split cleanly down the middle. Before Krieg's stunned eyes, the ships sank into the sea. As Krieg was just recovering from his shock, raucous laughter sounded from the rear of the main ship. "Huh, not bad, kid." Hearing the voice, Etion, who had been standing on the deck, froze for a brief moment, as if a realization suddenly struck him. He sheathed his long sword without hesitation. With a helpless look, Etion glanced at the slightly panicked Krieg and said, "There's no suspense left. You won't need me to make a move." Krieg calmed himself instantly at Etion's words, fixing his gaze on Etion with a slight smile. "So that means you decided to join me?" Etion blinked at this and, with a hint of pity in his eyes, regarded Krieg. "Haven't you noticed yet? Damn it. What are you getting at, kid?" Krieg's anger flared at that look of pity in Etion's eyes. But Etion didn't answer. Instead, he slowly raised his hand and pointed to the sky above. Noticing this, Krieg paused, then followed the direction of Etion's finger. In an instant, a figure came hurtling down from the sky, landing firmly on the deck right in front of Krieg's disbelieving eyes. Once Krieg saw who it was, his face changed involuntarily as he blurted out, "Navy Hero Garp." But after just a second, he seemed to regain his composure. With unwavering confidence, Krieg faced Etion and said, "You think a single Marine is enough to scare me? I've ruled the East Blue for years. What Marines haven't I killed?" Etion hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Yeah, you make a good point. How about this? If you kill him, I'll join your crew." At these words, a spark lit in Krieg's eyes, his anger dissolving quickly. He turned away to look at Garp, who stood nearby absent-mindedly picking his nose. Etion also seized the moment to turn toward the newcomer, studying the figure intently. At this moment, Garp was in his prime. He wore his short-cropped hair neat and clean, dressed in the crisp uniform of a vice admiral. A long white cloak emblazoned with the bold characters "For Justice" billowed in the sea breeze. The ornate epaulets on his shoulders gleamed in the dazzling light, as if reflecting the glory of his legendary past. The lofty, imposing image he once had was utterly ruined by Garp's careless action of picking his nose. Seeing this, Etion couldn't help but gently rub his forehead, thinking to himself, "Perfect. That's Garp all right, just like the one I know." Just as Etion was inwardly sighing, Krieg made his move. A sinister grin stretched across Krieg's face as he shot Etion a sidelong glance. Nonchalantly, he said, "Kid, you said as long as I kill him, you'll join my pirate crew, right?" At his words, Etion nodded hurriedly. "That's right. As long as you kill him, I'll get on your ship." Krieg let out a menacing laugh and, having confirmed, slowly raised his pistol, aiming it at Garp from a distance. At that moment, Garp stopped picking his nose and, with an expression of both amusement and curiosity, turned to Etion and asked, "Kid, what are you thinking? Don't you want to join the Navy with me?" Etion didn't answer. He simply stood by and watched the two men quietly. Krieg, however, bristled with rage at being blatantly ignored. He shot Garp a murderous glare and spat. "Damn you, trying to poach my crew right in front of me? You're asking for trouble." With those words, Krieg pulled the trigger. A sharp gunshot rang out, followed by the crisp ping of metal. As the smoke from the pistol cleared, Krieg froze in disbelief. There, upon Garp's hand, a sheen of black receded, and a black bullet dropped, rolling across the deck. Seeing this, Krieg was driven to madness. Without hesitation, he began firing shot after shot. Gunshots echoed in rapid succession, 1, 2, 3. But this time, all 3 bullets fell in silence, and no sound came from the deck. As the smoke clouded around him, Krieg's face twisted into a grin, convinced he'd won. He turned to Etion and sneered, "Kid, how about that?" Yet before he could finish, a massive fist slammed right into his face, smashing him back against the cabin wall. But even the wall couldn't withstand Garp's overwhelming strength. Krieg's body crashed through wall after wall, finally coming to a violent stop on the stern's rear deck. Lying sprawled on the deck, Krieg's pupils clouded over, blood trickling from every opening in his face. Meanwhile, Garp and Etion paid him no mind at all. Instead, they simply stood where they were and started talking as if nothing had happened. Garp looked at Etion, who stood before him without a trace of fear, and could not help but display a broad, approving smile. Suddenly, he swung his powerful fist directly at Etion. At the sight, Etion's eyes flashed. A split second later, he vanished from view. In the next instant, a blade's gleam appeared at Garp's side, coming down hard upon Garp's outstretched arm. Another sharp metallic sound reverberated through the air. The blade in Etion's hand struck against Garp's instantly blackened arm, ringing out with the sharp clang of steel meeting steel. Yet, not a single mark was left on Garp's arm. Seeing this, Etion was momentarily stunned. Then, with a resigned shake of his head, he sheathed his sword and stood upright, gazing at Garp in front of him. "Vice Admiral Garp, let's leave it at that. I'm no match for you. I can't even scratch your arm with hockey wrapped around it." Just as the words left his mouth, the katana Etion had just put away suddenly shattered, dissolving into flecks of blue light until it vanished entirely. At this, Garp also ceased his movements, then looked at Etion and let out a hearty laugh. His expression quickly turned serious as he faced Etion and asked, "Kid, join the Navy. Let me teach you hockey. How about it?" Etion was taken aback, staring at Garp. "Join the Navy? Become a lapdog for the Celestial Dragons? Sorry, but that's not something I can bow my head to." With those words, he made to leave. Unexpectedly, Garp reached out and grabbed the back of Etion's collar, fixing him with a stern look. "Kid, I won't deny what you said, but in the Navy, there are plenty who fight for justice above all else." On hearing this, Etion couldn't help but roll his eyes. He looked at Garp and retorted, "Vice Admiral Garp, let's not skirt the issue. You probably know even better than I do what the Navy is really like. Justice? No, the Navy is just the world government's gatekeeper at the beck and call of the Celestial Dragons. Garp let out a faint sigh at Yi Tian's words and slowly released him. Then, in a low voice, he spoke again. Kid, if you can't stand it, why not join the Navy and be the one to change it? Yi Tian hesitated, struggling to understand why this stubborn Garp, so unyielding as depicted in Japanese comics, would say something like this to him. Truthfully, Yi Tian's interpretation wasn't wrong, but it wasn't that Garp didn't want things to change. It was just that he was already old. And with Garp still in the Navy, the world government wouldn't dare go after the Revolutionary Army too brazenly because of Garp's rank and reputation. A Navy hero. That role was a symbol, a banner. The entire Navy looked up to Garp as an idol. If the world government fell out with him, no one could predict how Garp would react. After all, if a naval hero were to join the Revolutionary Army, it would be a heavy blow to the world government. And besides, Garp had no desire to fight against old comrades and friends. Even after Dragon founded the Revolutionary Army, the Navy and the world government never truly tore all bridges down to the bitter end. You should know that, given the power and influence of the world government, capturing Dragon would be an easy task. Not to mention their network of spies. The Navy alone could hold back or even destroy the Revolutionary Army. However, all of this suggests that the time for an all-out confrontation simply hasn't arrived yet. Garp burst out laughing at the sight of Yi Tian standing there in a daze, as if none of the previous conversation had happened at all. Just then, as Yi Tian was about to speak, the pirate ship beneath his feet trembled ever so slightly. One after another, naval soldiers ascended to the deck. A man in an officer's cloak approached Garp, saluted respectfully, and reported, Vice Admiral Garp, we've already destroyed 14 pirate ships in the surrounding waters. The remaining pirates have been captured, awaiting your orders. At this, Garp gave a slow nod and waved his hand dismissively. Send them to impel down. Then he turned his attention back to Yi Tian. I heard from Smoker that you're here to learn from a master. How about joining the Navy instead? I can give you the most comprehensive training. I promise your strength will grow steadily. Hearing these words, Yi Tian bowed his head in contemplation. After a long pause, he finally raised his head, looked directly at Garp, and said, Let me think about it. Garp showed no surprise. He simply nodded before grabbing Yi Tian by the back of his collar and, using the Navy's 6 powers technique, shave, departed for the shore. Yi Tian, dangling by the collar, remained perfectly calm. He knew full well that he stood no chance against Garp, not even with the envoy's badge. Even with the authority to judge, one of the privileges of the envoy, it would make no difference at all. After all, Garp's entire life had been devoted to fighting for justice, just like Zephyr. He was nothing like those Navy officers who served the world government and the celestial dragons. So, the power of judgment would be futile against him. With these things in mind, Yi Tian didn't bother to struggle. He was certain Garp wouldn't harm him. On the shore, Belmir stood anxiously with Nojiko and Nami, their eyes locked on the scene unfolding at sea. When she saw Yi Tian surrounded by pirates, remorse gripped her heart. But the sight of the Navy ships arriving just in time helped ease her worry a bit, though the tension remained etched on her face. However, as she watched a man in a Navy cloak drag Yi Tian over, her concern deepened until it became almost overwhelming. Then, as the figures grew closer, Belmir suddenly recognized the Navy man holding Yi Tian by the collar. She froze on the spot, her body trembling with excitement and disbelief. She knew the man. No, truthfully, there wasn't a soul on the entire sea who didn't know him. Because this was Garp the hero of the Navy. As Garp stood on the shore with Yi Tian, Belmir hurried over with Nami and Nojiko in tow. She looked at Garp with an expression full of reverence, her face solemn as she saluted him, declaring, Former Marine soldier Belmir, reporting to Vice Admiral Garp. Seeing Belmir like this, Yi Tian couldn't help but freeze for a moment, suddenly at a loss for words. However, it wasn't long before Yi Tian slowly recalled Belmir's story. Thinking of this, Yi Tian chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Garp, who stood nearby, casually picking his nose, paused mid-action the instant he heard Belmir speak. Still, this kind of surprise was reasonable, given the circumstances this year. Garp swept his gaze along the entire coastline, noticing that aside from Yi Tian, the 2 sisters, and Belmir, there were only a few Navy soldiers searching the area for any lingering pirates. Yes, hello. Thank you for dedicating your youth to the pursuit of justice. In the name of Garp, hero of the Navy, I express my gratitude. For once, Garp's stern face softened into a kindly smile. Watching Garp's unexpected smile, Yi Tian was taken aback and, without realizing it, felt a chill run down his spine. As Garp finished speaking, he slowly turned and addressed Yi Tian. Come on, let's go take a look at the dojo where you trained. Ishin Dojo. Koshiro still sat by the tea table with a gentle smile, while Garp nodded off in the seat opposite him. Yi Tian, feeling helpless, sat across from Koshiro with Nami clinging to him, while Belmir sat quietly at his side, saying nothing. Kuina and Zoro knelt to one side, bewildered expressions on their faces as they glanced between the five people at the tea table. After a long silence, Koshiro finally spoke up. Yi Tian, have you made your decision? Yes, I've decided. I will take Kuina and Zoro and go to Marine headquarters to study. I believe Vice Admiral Garp makes a good point. If you can't accept the world as it is, change it. I'm confident it won't be long before the world's order is transformed because of me. After a long period of consideration, Yi Tian nodded firmly as he spoke. You know, Kuina is my daughter. Although Koshiro's face maintained its usual gentle smile, in his heart, he couldn't help cursing at Yi Tian. Hearing this, Yi Tian smiled slightly and reassured Koshiro. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Kuina. I won't let her be in danger, even if it means putting myself at risk. Across from him, Koshiro fell silent at Yi Tian's earnest promise. He truly did not want his daughter to be drawn into such a dangerous place. Perhaps sensing Koshiro's concern, Yi Tian continued, Don't worry, Mr. Koshiro. I am perfectly capable of keeping things under control. Even as I am now, I possess enough power to turn the entire world upside down if I wish. But I simply choose not to use it. If I did, it would only bring me endless trouble. And honestly, that trouble wouldn't be from the world government either. As Koshiro sat facing Yi Tian, his eyes darkened at these words, and he fell into a deep, silent contemplation, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was unaware that Garp, who had been sitting next to him, softly snoring, cracked open a narrow slit in his usually shut eyes. Then, as if nothing had happened, Garp closed his eyes again, feigning sleep. Whatever he was thinking in that moment, nobody could tell. A hush fell over the room. After a long silence, Koshiro finally raised his head, looked steadily at Yi Tian, and spoke slowly. If that's the case, I'll leave things to your arrangements. As for whether Kuina will go or not, the decision must be hers. If you can bring Zoro along, you may do so as well. All right, Yi Tian replied, nodding with an unreadable expression. Then, he glanced over at the two children kneeling nearby. Seeing this, Kuina cast a hesitant look at Koshiro, gently biting her lip. Just as she was about to speak, Koshiro's calm voice rang out. If you want to go, then go. After all, it's your life, and only you should decide your path. Hearing her father's words, Kuina lowered her little head. But then she straightened up, her eyes filled with determination as she said, I want to go. I want to become the world's greatest swordsman. I want to go too. I will become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro added from her side, his spirit undaunted. Koshiro found himself at a loss for words. A faint smile appeared on Yi Tian's face. Just as Yi Tian was about to say something, Nami, who had been lying nearby sadly, whispered quietly in his ear, Brother, I want to go too. Yi Tian was caught off guard by Nami's words, turning to her, meeting her earnest gaze. Nami, training in the Navy is tough, he said gently. I don't care. I still want to go, Nami replied eagerly. At that, Yi Tian looked over at Belmir with a hint of helplessness. Belmir simply shook her head, then turned a gentle gaze toward Yi Tian and Nami. Little Yi Tian, since Nami wants to go, just take her along. Originally, Yi Tian had hoped that Belmir could persuade Nami, but he couldn't help being stunned for a moment. He then let out a helpless sigh and nodded slightly before saying, All right, then Nami will come with me. Besides, Nami loves drawing sea charts so much, she can fulfill that dream even within the Navy. Hooray, you're the best, big brother. Nami exclaimed excitedly, wrapping her arms around Yi Tian's neck. Seeing this, and noticing that no one else objected, Yi Tian slowly turned his gaze toward Garp, who was dozing off to the side. He casually picked up a chopstick from the table and poked it right into the bubble perched on the tip of Garp's nose. With a faint pop, the bubble burst. So you finished discussing? Garp murmured drowsily, blinking his sleepy eyes at Yi Tian. Yes, we're done. But there are a few conditions, and I believe someone of your rank can easily handle them, Yi Tian replied calmly. Oh, let's hear them, Garp said, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he looked at Yi Tian. First, regarding Cocoyasi village, where Belmir and Nojiko live, you must guarantee their safety. Or, you could simply bring them to settle in Marineford. Second, Nami wants to learn how to draw nautical charts and other navigator skills. I'll need your help making arrangements for her. Third, we can't be scattered too far apart. That's all. Hearing this, Garp nodded slowly, then glanced around at everyone before speaking. About Marineford. Only Navy officers' families are allowed to live there, but I've got a villa there that's been empty for ages. You can all stay there. He then turned his kind gaze to little Nami, who was perched on Yi Tian's back, and smiled warmly, saying, As for little Nami, I'll have a word with Suru and ask him to arrange a thorough learning plan for her. With that, he turned to Iton, Kana, and Zoro and continued. As for the three of you, once you arrive at Navy headquarters, you'll be trained by Zephyr. I'll coordinate that with him. Satisfied, Iton nodded to Garp and offered his thanks. Thank you very much, Vice Admiral Garp. He then turned to Koshiro somewhat awkwardly and asked, Is there anything you'd like to add, Mr. Koshiro? Hearing Iton's question, Koshiro slowly shook his head before replying. Vice Admiral Garp's arrangements are excellent. With Kuina on your care, I have no worries. Iton nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to Garp once more. May I ask, Vice Admiral Garp, what are your next steps? Scratching his head, Garp looked at Iton and said, Of course, I'll head home and visit my little grandson first. Then I'll make my way to Navy headquarters. But before all that, you all might want to return to Cocoyasi and pack your things, don't you think? Belmir, sitting to the side, hurriedly replied, There's nothing left to pack. We'll just buy what we need when we get there. At that moment, excitement surged in Belmir's heart. After all, this was Marine Ford, the place she had dreamed of ever since she became a Marine, but she'd never had the chance to go. Unexpectedly, thanks to Iton, she would be settling there from now on. Seeing this, Garp nodded slightly, then slowly stood up. He looked at everyone and said, All right, let's head out. First, let's make a quick stop at Fusha Village to see my grandson, and then we'll go to Navy headquarters. Iton, if you three have anything you need to pack up, better do it now. Upon hearing this, Iton nodded gently, then turned to Kana and Zoro. You two should hurry up and get your things together. I don't have anything to pack, he said. With that, he stood slowly and bowed slightly to Koshiro. Thank you, Master Koshiro, for your guidance these past few days. The world will watch over you. What you wish for, insofar as it does not upset the balance, will come to pass. But you have only one chance. Consider it my token of gratitude. Finishing those words, Iton quietly followed Garp out of the dojo. Watching Iton disappear into the distance, Koshiro stood frozen, murmuring softly to himself, What I wish for will come to pass, so long as it doesn't change the course of history. He is truly a mysterious man, even if there is only one chance. By the seaside, at some point, Garp had donned a doghead cap. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silently gazing at the ocean. Seemingly casually, he addressed Iton behind him. Kid, you're quite the enigma. Iton replied with an unwavering tone. Vice Admiral Garp, there's only one thing you need to know. If no one provokes me, I'll bother no one. But if someone does, then not even heaven or earth can save him. With your current strength, that's a tall order. So, you want to get stronger? Garp's voice was calm. My current strength isn't enough? Who says? I can do it now. The forces protecting me are far greater than those so-called descendants of the gods would ever dare imagine. Even him, the true master of the world government, and his heavenly king are powerless against me. Iton answered, disdain seeping through every word. At those words, Garp's eyes flew wide open, and he looked at Iton with utter shock. A tidal wave of disbelief rose in Garp's heart. He never imagined that Iton knew things that even he himself couldn't grasp fully. All these years in the Navy, he'd only ever heard scattered rumors, stories most took as little more than jokes. They had always believed that the five elders were the true rulers of the world government, and for as long as he could remember, that's what Garp had believed too. It was not until he heard Iton's words today that Garp finally realized, above the world government, above even the five elders, there was yet another figure. Garp was silent for a long time. His throat felt parched. He swallowed hard before asking, Who are you, really? Me? Iton's lips curled into a smile that was both strange and unreadable. He fixed his gaze on Garp and said, I don't mind telling you, if you truly wish to know. Garp hesitated in silence before resolutely nodding his head. Yes, I want to know. A low chuckle slipped out. As Iton's words faded, the metal on his chest began to shimmer, cascading with prismatic light, and in an instant, his entire appearance changed. Now, Iton was garbed in a long white robe. Upon its fabric, threads of unknown origin had embroidered suns, moons, and stars in exquisite detail. His previously cropped hair surged like a midnight river, black tresses flowing out behind him as if caught in an unseen wind. Behind Iton, celestial orbs, sun, moon, and stars seemed to revolve fluidly in the air. A blazing sun hovered just over his head, radiating silent power. Staring at Iton in this impossible, awe-inspiring form, Garp's face twisted in terror, and his words stumbled out, uncertain and halting. Gee, God. No, I am the world delegate to the pirate realm, guardian, observer, judge of all who threaten this world. At the same time, I am the Grandmaster of the Universal Alliance. Yi Tian's voice was imbued with a divine resonance, gentle, yet echoing to the very heavens. As the last word left his lips, Yi Tian's entire form suddenly flickered. A stream of light shot skyward, and, just as swiftly, he reverted to the ordinary, unremarkable figure he'd been at the very beginning. Did you get it now? Yi Tian tilted his head and looked at Garp, a sly and slightly amused look in his eyes. Garp, still shell-shocked, simply stared at Yi Tian. After a long moment, he nodded blankly. I understand. A long silence followed. Then Garp drew a deep breath, forcing down the lingering storm within him. His voice was painfully dry as he asked, Why have you appeared, then? Is there someone in this world who warrants your judgment? A faint, knowing smile tugged at Yi Tian's lips as he turned to Garp and replied, In this world, there may be empires, there may be a world government, but there must not exist one who is immortal. Those like Im or any who have achieved immortality through the powers of the Nomi's ultimate surgery. Garp stood rooted in place, his eyes empty with realization. After a lingering silence, he finally spoke in a bitter voice. Then you intend to destroy the world government, tear the world down, and build anew? Unleash divine retribution. Yi Tian interjected, forestalling Garp's train of thought. Every line Yi Tian uttered struck Garp's soul like a thunderclap. Even as Garp struggled with these thoughts, Yi Tian's laughter rang out, lively and unconstrained. I have no desire for all that trouble. Do you really think it's so simple to erase the world and rebuild it? Do you imagine wiping the memory of every living soul would be easy? I'm just bored. I'm only wandering about to pass the time. Gulp. At those words, Garp involuntarily swallowed hard. It was a long while before he finally let out a sigh of relief. Besides, continued Yi Tian, putting on a serious face as he looked at Garp, is destroying the world really something I would do? Of course not. I even have to call on the World Destroyer to end a world. Sure, it's not especially difficult, but then it would take hundreds of millions of years before this world could harbor life again. It's just too much trouble. What? There's a World Destroyer? Garp's nerves tightened all over again at that. Oh, that guy Yi Tian said, feigning a thoughtful look while casually scratching his head. He's a real show-off, arrogant beyond belief. Most of the time, I just let people gang up on him. If I had to guess, he's probably traveling between worlds right about now. Well, I say traveling, but truth is, wherever he goes, he's actually observing each world to judge whether it deserves to be destroyed. After all, that is his job. Hearing this, Garp forced a dry swallow and said, I wonder, then, what are the standards for this so-called destruction of worlds? Standards? Yi Tian pondered, rubbing his chin. If a world doesn't have a guardian, and it's utterly chaotic on top of that, those are the only two conditions. Take away the chaos, or add a guardian, and things are different. If a world simply doesn't have a guardian, we'll usually just send someone to sign a contract and assign a guardian there. Garp stood silently to the side, deep in thought. He had no idea that, at this very moment, Yi Tian was inwardly doubled over with laughter. He had just managed to wildly exaggerate all the group members' nicknames and stir them up with a straight face. You really couldn't find a bigger bragger if you tried. It was simply off the charts. But as for Garp, his mood was nowhere near as carefree as Yi Tian's. Just a moment ago, when Yi Tian had revealed that side of himself, Garp was instantly overwhelmed by an indescribable force. He nearly collapsed to his knees right then and there. Thank goodness Yi Tian reined in just in time, or else he really might have bowed down. That fleeting display alone was enough to shatter all his doubts. Now Garp's mind was a whirl with countless thoughts. Even though he'd just asked Yi Tian about the bottom line for the World Destroyer, his confusion still lingered. Finally, after a long while, Garp slowly turned to face Yi Tian and asked again, then, what if a world still remains in chaos even after gaining a guardian? That depends on a guardian's mood and just how bad the chaos is, Yi Tian replied. If the guardian is in a good mood and the troublemakers aren't too obnoxious, he might let things slide for a while. After all, unless the world is truly destroyed, it's nothing that can't be fixed. But if he's in a bad mood, Yi Tian added with a chuckle, the Alliance might send an army to pacify the world and reshape everything. It's mostly just for show, of course, but the spectacle is important, wouldn't you agree? Watching Yi Tian's beaming smile at that moment, Garp couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Just as he was wondering whether he should say something, Yi Tian noticed Ka and Zoro jogging over to the battleship. So he slowly turned his head toward Garp and said, just now, you were the only one who saw and heard what I said. Don't spread it around. I still want to have a bit of fun. With those words, he left, striding off in the direction of Belmir and the others. Watching Yi Tian's departing figure, Garp couldn't help but mutter under his breath, so, only I saw it? As he spoke, he glanced around at the surrounding Marines, and suddenly a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He stood there in a daze on the deck, staring out at the vast sea, murmuring to himself, who knows if this is a blessing or a curse. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was chatting with Nami and the others. Noticing Garp lost in thought as he gazed at the ocean, a faint smile crept onto Yi Tian's lips. He felt that his act of mysterious superiority was just perfect. Now that he had Garp to take the fall in the Navy, he could do as he pleased without restraint. Besides, he doubted whether even the world government could withstand the people in the group and their allies' armies. Take only Daegu, for example, who wielded the power of light. He could probably blow up even a king, let alone anyone else. And the alliance was only at level 2 right now. Soon there would be even more powerful figures joining the ranks. It wouldn't be hard to accomplish anything. Windmill Village. Piercing screams shot up through the clouds in the sky. On a mountaintop, an old man in a straw hat sat quietly in a chair, watching 3 youngsters wrestling with a tiger in the forest below. A gentle smile tugged at his lips. What a joy this is, he murmured. Hey, stop him, little Luffy said excitedly, his eyes shining as he looked at Ace standing to the side of the tiger. Enough with the chatter, Ace shouted and prepared to spring into action. Take this. At that moment, Sabo swung his stick, landing a heavy blow right on the tiger's head, while the 3 boys were raising havoc in the woods. So this is Windmill Village, Garp said, standing on the deck and gazing at the peaceful village not far away. Yeah, I know, Yi Tian replied, and without another word leapt straight off the ship. Seeing Yi Tian jump off the deck, a subtle grin flickered at the corner of Garp's mouth, and he followed suit, jumping down as well. Those standing behind them tugged their lips in exasperation. After a glance at the wooden gangplank already laid down, they let out helpless sighs and made their way down slowly. Walking behind Yi Tian, Garp watched the calm and composed look on his face and couldn't help but let out a sigh of his own. As they reached the entrance of the village, a few villagers caught sight of Garp and began greeting him enthusiastically. Garp met their greetings with a slight smile, then asked, "Has anyone seen Luffy? Do you know where he is?" Hearing this, the villagers paused in thought before raising their heads to look at Garp. Right now, he should be in the forest, they said. With that, they turned and started walking toward a nearby house. Garp's face lit up at the villagers' words. He was about to go look for Luffy. But as he caught sight of Yi Tian standing before him, he stopped in surprise and was about to speak. Unexpectedly, Yi Tian slowly turned his head, offering Garp a gentle smile. "Let's go. Take me to see Luffy." "You know Luffy?" Garp blurted out, taken aback. From Yi Tian's tone, he could tell Yi Tian clearly knew who Luffy was. "Of course I know. Luffy." Yi Tian's face took on an expression of fond recollection. Seeing this, Garp's eyes narrowed, a faint sense of unease rising in his heart. Inside the tavern, Garp turned to Makino with a smile and said, "I'll leave them in your care for now. I want to go check on Luffy." "It's no trouble at all, Mr. Garp," Makino replied, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. Standing beside her, Yi Tian also turned to Belmere and the others with a gentle grin. "I'll join Mr. Garp for a visit with his little grandson. Please, make yourselves at home." With that, he glanced back at Garp, nodded, and the two of them left the small tavern together. As they walked side by side down the road, a quiet settled between them. At last, Garp couldn't hold his question back any longer. Glancing at Yi Tian, he voiced what had been weighing on his heart. "Mr. Yi Tian, about Luffy." But before Garp could finish, Yi Tian interjected. "You want to know about Luffy's future, don't you?" Garp slowly nodded in response. Seeing this, Yi Tian shook his head with a sigh. "Luffy, Ace, Sabo, their futures are shaped by a greater tide." "A greater tide?" Garp murmured under his breath, trying to grasp the meaning. "Yes, a tide that sweeps everything along. Their futures can be guided, but not forcibly changed. And you, too, are powerless to alter that. As for guiding them, it doesn't hold much meaning now," Yi Tian said softly, shaking his head once more. That was truly Yi Tian's conviction. He had already taken Nami and Zoro along. According to the world adjustments, once Luffy set out to sea in the future, he would still be able to find replacements for their roles. But as for turning Luffy into a Marine, TSK, that would strip away the advantage of his foresight. So, change simply wasn't an option. Things would unfold as they were meant to, and only this way could he, with his gift of foresight, continue to manipulate events to his benefit. The two of them chatted on and off as they made their way into the heart of the forest. Once inside, they could already hear from deep within the woods the playful shouts and laughter of Luffy and his friends. "Let's go," Yi Tian said, glancing at the clearly excited Garp. Then, in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Garp nodded and followed along as well. Deeper into the forest, the three of them sat around a campfire, roasting the tiger they had just hunted. "Hey Ace, what's your dream?" Luffy mumbled with his mouth full, gnawing on a chunk of meat. "I want to be a pirate," Ace replied offhandedly, biting into another piece. What's a pirate? Luffy asked, puzzled. A pirate is the freest person on the seas, Ace answered casually. Sabo, who was munching on roasted meat by the side, nodded in agreement. That's right. The freest person, huh? Luffy stopped eating for a moment. After thinking it over, excitement lit up his face as he declared, Then I want to be a pirate too. But just as Luffy finished speaking, a fist landed squarely on his head. An angry voice followed, ringing in Luffy's ears. You're supposed to join the Navy. How could you want to be a pirate? The moment those words hung in the air, the three boys froze in unison. Then, all at once, they lifted their heads to look toward the source of the voice. Luffy, stunned, slowly looked back over his shoulder at the person behind him. Suddenly, fear swept over him, and he cried out, Grandpa! Ace and Sabo also stared in surprise at the figure standing behind Luffy, then sat there in a daze. None of them had imagined that Garp would show up here at a time like this. Luffy, is it? Not a bad-looking kid, Etion said casually, strolling out from behind a tree and leaning against its trunk in a relaxed manner. Hearing this, the three boys turned their eyes to the side, looking curiously at the child leaning by the tree. At that moment, Garp spoke up, Well, this is my grandson Luffy. That one over there is Ace, and as for this one. As he finished introducing Ace, Garp paused, looking at Sabo a bit blankly. He didn't recognize Sabo and wasn't sure what to say. I know. Sabo, a future member of the Golden Generation. Impressive, Etion said offhandedly, glancing briefly at Sabo. But as soon as Etion finished speaking, his gaze fell on the roasted tiger by the fire. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, tore off a piece, and began chewing on it. This action irked the three kids. They had hunted that tiger themselves, and now this random brat was helping himself. But with Garp present, none of them dared voice their objections. After swallowing his bite, Etion glanced at Luffy's lumped forehead and smiled, then turned to Garp and said, You don't have to be so forceful, Mr. Garp. It doesn't really work. Kids are stubborn by nature, and honestly, letting them dream of the open sea isn't such a bad thing. Hearing this, Garp couldn't help but freeze for a moment, then retorted, But becoming a pirate? Pirate? By the time I'm tired of playing, who knows if there'll be any pirates left in this world at all? Why bother worrying? Etion looked at Garp with a faint smile, his words slow and deliberate. The people present were momentarily stunned at these words. Garp was still composed, but the three youngsters felt a tightness in their chests, staring at Etion with wide, unblinking eyes. Seeing their reactions, Etion couldn't help but let out a laugh, then glanced at them and said, Just kidding. Ha! After that, Etion slowly turned his head and said to Garp, I'm going to the tavern to find Belmere and the others. Once you're done here, let's get going. MH'm. Garp nodded slowly in response. With that, Etion vanished from where he stood, leaving behind only a flurry of dust swirling through the air. The three youngsters stared, mouths agape, watching Etion disappear in the blink of an eye. They turned to Garp in shock. Gramps, was that? Garp didn't get angry. Instead, he simply looked at the spot where Etion had vanished and replied slowly, Him? You'd best not mess with him. You'd be in over your heads. Even you can't handle him. Ace looked at Garp baffled. Hearing Ace's question, Garp gave a helpless nod, then glanced at Ace and said, I can't. No one in this world can. Inside the tavern, Nami lay listlessly across the counter, her small hand absently tracing circles around her glass, which was filled to the brim with juice. Nojiko, standing nearby, stifled a chuckle behind her hand. Nami, are you missing Etion already? At this, Nami slowly turned her head, her eyes listless as she replied, I'm just wondering what my brother is up to, and I'm so bored. Hearing Nami's words, Belmere was also taken aback and looked toward her with some concern. This child is far too precocious. At the other end of the bar, Kona and Zoro were studying everything around them. They'd never been in a tavern before and couldn't hide their curiosity. The tavern hall had already been taken over by the Navy. Glasses were clinking and the atmosphere was merry. Just then, the tavern doors slammed open with a heavy kick. A brash voice instantly rang out. Bring me some of your finest. Wait. But as the newcomer strode into the tavern, he froze mid-step, the broadsword in his hand clattering to the floor in shock. In a Navy, Higuma stammered out. Even as the words left him, his eyes darted around the room, eager to spot someone in the crowd. But before he could continue his search, the Navy men set down their drinks and each reached for the weapons lined up by their tables. In the center of the hall, a lieutenant wrapped in a Navy cloak slowly stood up. A faint smile appeared on his slightly flushed face as he looked at Higuma and said, Well, isn't this the mountain bandit from Windmill Village? What? Are you planning to rob the Navy now? At these words, Higuma's expression suddenly changed. He remembered, This lieutenant served under Garp, which meant Garp had already returned to the village. Realizing this, Higuma put on a sycophantic smile and said to the lieutenant, "Ahem. Well, you see, I heard that Mr. Garp is back, so I just couldn't wait to come meet him." At this, the lieutenant merely smiled, but then his face gradually darkened, and he ordered in a deep voice, "Arrest him." No sooner had the words been spoken than the surrounding Navy men stepped forward. Seeing this, Higuma's face also changed. He gripped his large sword tightly, his expression turning grim as he glared at the Navy. "I'm not someone you can take down that easily." "Oh, is that so? Let me see for myself." With that, Bogart gripped his sword with one hand and calmly stepped out from among the Navy. Seeing this, Higuma took a deep breath, clenching his sword handle with both hands, eyes locked fiercely on Bogart. Taking in Higuma's posture, a faint smile curled at Bogart's lips, and then he lowered his stance just a touch. With a piercing crack, he vanished from where he stood. The next instant, he was already standing at Higuma's side. In a flash, he struck, clutching his sword sheath in one hand and fiercely smashing the hilt into Higuma's abdomen. Ugh! Having taken Bogart's blow head-on, Higuma couldn't help but drop his sword to the floor, clutching his stomach with both hands as he fell to the ground. Seeing this, Bogart let out a contemptuous chuckle, then glanced back at the Navy behind him and said in a quiet voice, "Take him away. When we get back to Navy headquarters, send him straight to Impel Down." "Yes, sir." Several sailors answered at once, stepping forward to twist Higuma's arms behind his back and march him off to the ship's brig. Bogart returned to his seat and resumed his drink, and the tavern quickly filled once more with the lively clink of glasses and the cheerful hum of conversation. Only Kuina and Zoro, still sitting at the bar, seemed frozen in place. After a long moment, the two finally snapped out of their daze. Exchanging a glance, they spoke in unison, so strong. All at once, any reluctance the two felt about going to Navy headquarters vanished completely. And just then, the tavern's door swung open. Yi Tian stepped inside. Approaching the counter, he glanced at the busy Makino with a slight smile and said, "May I have a glass of milk, please?" Hearing this, Makino immediately turned around. Seeing Yi Tian seated at the bar, her eyes sparkled, and she thought to herself, "How adorable." She quickly poured the milk, set it in front of Yi Tian, and, flashing him a sweet smile, said, "Here you go, little brother, your milk." Just as Yi Tian was about to reach for the milk, Nami dragged her chair over to sit beside him and, with a hint of complaint in her voice, asked, "Little brother, where have you run off to?" Seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile at Nami before replying, "I went to visit Mr. Garp's grandson. I have to say, those three boys are really quite a handful." "What? Mr. Garp has 3 grandsons?" Nami asked in surprise, looking at Yi Tian with curiosity. Yi Tian chuckled at her reaction and explained, "He has 1 biological grandson, 1 adopted grandson, and their friend, who could also be considered an adopted grandson." "Oh, I see." Nami nodded, half understanding, half confused. "Have you already met little Luffy?" Makino, who had overheard their conversation, lifted her head at just the right moment and inquired with a gentle smile. "Yeah, they're a pretty entertaining trio," Yi Tian answered casually. Makino couldn't help but burst out laughing at his words, then looked at Yi Tian and remarked, "Honestly, you're not that much older than them, you know? Why do you speak like an old man?" Hearing that, Yi Tian could only offer a helpless smile, then suddenly lifted his glass of milk and took a big gulp, saying, "It can't be helped. My age really puts me at a disadvantage here." His remark drew a burst of hearty laughter from everyone present. Just then, Belmere walked over to Yi Tian. A bit awkwardly, she said, "Yi Tian, is it really all right for us to just set off for headquarters like this?" By now, Belmere had finally calmed down from her earlier excitement. Yi Tian paused for a moment at her question, then turned to her with a reassuring smile and replied, "Don't worry. Marine headquarters is very safe. I have complete confidence in it." Belmere was taken aback by Yi Tian's assurance, but after a moment's thought, she nodded slowly, choosing not to say more. Though she was reluctant to leave Cocoyasi village behind, her earlier excitement had led her to agree rather impulsively. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, the group had stayed in Windmill Village for 3 whole days. "All right, let's head back to Marine headquarters," Garp announced as he stood on the deck, turning to give instructions to his adjutant. "Yes, sir," Bogart replied crisply, immediately passing on the order. Garp glanced at Zoro and Kana as they trained on the deck, nodding to himself with satisfaction and thinking, "This time, Sengoku can't complain. I brought back 3 promising recruits." At that moment, Yi Tian was lying in bed, browsing his chat group. Nonsense said, "I really admire someone, but unfortunately, he refuses to serve me. What should I do?" Red A, what are you? And what is he? Nonsense. What do you mean by that? Arrogant King Xiaoming. You're from different races? The goo, simmering soup. Does being of a different race really mean we can't live in peace? Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. First, from what perspective are you inviting him? Yi Tian, Alliance Leader. No need to say any more. I understand. You're an undead, and on top of that, you attacked his nation. As a great general of his own country, why would he ever submit to you? Just give up. It's impossible. Tall Tales. All right, I've got no choice. I give up. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming, TSK. By the way, at Yi Tian, I've already started traveling. Just arrived in the Koga world. Tian Alliance Leader? Okay. The goo, simmering soup. At Yi Tian, is it truly impossible for humans and monsters to coexist peacefully? Yi Tian, Alliance Leader. Don't bother thinking about it. You're not up to the task. Besides, both your identity and the world you're in are unique. You'll understand one day. The goo, simmering soup. What do you mean I'm not up to the task? Does that mean someone else is? And how exactly are my identity and world so special? Yi Tian, Alliance Leader. Dinah doesn't have that ability. As far as I know, the only Ultraman who can truly enable humans and monsters to live in peace is Cosmos. Tall Tales. By the way, little bro, want to come over and have some fun? Yi Tian, Alliance Leader. What would I do over at your place? Tall Tales. Watch a war break out. Let you see your big bro show off some real fighting skills. Yi Tian, Alliance Leader. Just admit it, you want to show off. Tales, I am. Don't put it that way. Yi Tian, Alliance Leader. I've got nothing else to do anyway. I'll head over in a bit. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. I'm in too. I'm bored anyway. Slime, count me in. Red A. +1. I like to see what sort of war you're talking about too. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. I'm coming as well. I fight in wars often, but rarely get to watch one up close. The goo, simmering soup. In that case, I'll come too. Yi Tian, Alliance Leader. All right, it's settled. Let's all go eat and drink to our heart's content. At Tall Tales, get the food ready. Tall Tales, roger that. Seeing this, Yi Tian left the Alliance group chat and entered the Alliance space. Staring at the black hole that appeared before him, Yi Tian glanced around, then stepped right in. At that very moment, standing on the deck, Garp's brow furrowed sharply. He suddenly noticed Yi Tian had disappeared from the ship's cabin. After a moment's thought, he strode directly toward Yi Tian's cabin. Alliance space. Emerging from the black hole, Yi Tian looked at the buildings already constructed and nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to enter the main hall, a voice called out from the side, interrupting him. Greeting, Alliance Leader. At these words, Yi Tian slowly turned his head, and to his astonishment, he noticed that the Alliance space had suddenly filled with more warriors, all clad in polished silver armor. A fierce aura radiated from these soldiers. Yi Tian fixed his gaze on one of the warriors, and in an instant, a translucent screen appeared before his eyes. Name, Alliance Soldier. Rank, Alliance Squad Leader. Strength, Tier 1. Skills, Alliance Aid, Alliance Teleport, Advanced Marksmanship. Special ability, Vital Force. Reading the description on the panel, Yi Tian was taken aback, and he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Tier 1? What does that mean? No sooner had those words escaped his mouth than a second screen popped up. Yi Tian took a closer look and was again surprised. Name, Yi Tian. Title, Leader of the Multiverse Anti-Mutation Alliance. Strength, Tier 1 Advanced. Skills, Projection, Duplication, Summoning. Special ability, Realm Guard. Would you like to enable display of member tiers in the Alliance? Without hesitation, Yi Tian tapped to select Yes, and then turned his attention to the Alliance Space's main interface. Alliance Space. Current structure. Alliance Hall, Alliance Baraque, Alliance Marketplace, Alliance Farmland. Unbuilt structures. Housing, camps, warehouse. Current resources wood, 50 million/10 million. Stone, 80 million/10 million. Cloth, 40 million/6 million. Food, 20,000/50,000. Current troops, 400 Tier 1 pikemen. 400 pikemen, is it? Yi Tian mumbled, eyeing the figures on the display. Muttering to himself, he made his way toward the Grand Hall. Standing at the entrance of the Alliance Hall, Yi Tian took in the vast, empty space before him. The first thing that caught his eye was a blank wall. Just as he was looking at this featureless surface, another translucent screen appeared at just the right moment. Would you like to select an Alliance banner? Without hesitation, Yi Tian chose Confirm. Suddenly, a multitude of banners appeared before him, waiting for his selection. He scrolled through them for quite some time before finally settling on a banner that truly matched his taste. Top Confirm. A flash of golden light swept by, and in the blink of an eye, a pattern materialized on the previously empty wall. The background was a blue field, upon which a fist had been delicately embroidered with golden thread. Yi looked at the pattern and couldn't help but smile, then whispered, "A fist means power." "That's exactly right." With that, Yi stepped around the wall and entered. Behind the wall stood 2 neat rows of armored soldiers, silver-clad and gripping their long spears. Between these armed formations stood an oval meeting table. At the head of the table stood a massive chair, seemingly carved from amethyst, occupying the main position. Flanking both sides of the meeting table were rows of chairs fashioned from a blue crystal-like material. Yi slowly walked to the main seat and sat down. Without realizing it, he closed his eyes, quietly savoring the emotions stirring within him at that moment. After a long pause, Yi slowly opened his eyes and cast his gaze around, taking in everything that surrounded him. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, "This seat really does feel extraordinary." As the words left his lips, Yi rose to his feet. After arranging the houses, warehouses, and camp facilities within his spatial domain, he was simply waiting for his builders to begin construction. With these preparations complete, Yi exited the Alliance space and returned to the world of pirates. He was planning to inform Garp before heading off to the world of the Undead King. Yet, just as Yi appeared in the ship's cabin, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, momentarily stunned. He had spotted a figure sitting on a nearby chair. Mr. Garp. Seeing Garp seated by the desk, Yi couldn't hide his surprise. At the sound of his name, Garp slowly raised his head, his eyes falling on the black portal behind Yi as it gradually faded. The sight only deepened Garp's suspicions. After a moment of silence, Garp fixed his gaze on Yi and asked directly, "Where did you just come from?" Without any intention to conceal the truth, Yi calmly picked up a glass of water from the desk, took a sip, and replied, "It's nothing. I just returned from the Alliance for a bit." "You went back to the Alliance, did you?" Garp repeated in a low voice. "That's right, what else could it be?" Yi shot Garp a sidelong glance, then suddenly seemed to remember something. Looking at Garp, he said, "Oh, by the way, I'll be gone for a while. I'm heading to a lower-level world to witness a war." The word war made Garp jerk his head up. He stared hard at Yi and turmoil swept through his mind. He was extremely sensitive to talk of war, which was why he reacted so strongly. But only for a moment. Soon, Garp's expression smoothed out, and he spoke in a steadier tone. "Destruction of the world? No, nothing like that. It's just a newly appointed world guardian trying to unify his world," Yi said as he set down the glass, then looked at Garp and added, "Why don't you sit for a while? I'm heading over now." Just as he was about to raise his hand to leave, Garp quickly spoke up, "Wait a moment." Yi instantly froze, looking at Garp in confusion. Seeing Yi puzzled look, Garp cleared his throat and, a bit awkwardly, said, "Well, I've never been to another world before. Would you mind taking me along, just this once? You want to come along?" Yi raised an eyebrow at that request. "Yes, if you don't mind. Satisfy my curiosity, just this one time." Garp replied eagerly. Yi slowly lowered the arm he had lifted, his eyes fixed intently on Garp as he quietly assessed Garp's level. Name, Monkey D. Garp. Gender, male. Position, Vice Admiral, Navy Headquarters. Strength, Tier 2, Intermediate. Abilities, Armament Hockey, Observation Hockey. Seeing this, Yi opened the chat group again to check the current strength of its members. Nonsense, Tier 2, Advanced. Red A, Tier 1, Intermediate. Dragon Slayer, Meng Tian, Tier 1, Novice. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming, Unranked, Tier 1, Intermediate. The Goo boiled into soup, Unranked, Tier 3, Intermediate. Slime, Tier 1, Novice, Unknown. Yi Tier 1, Advanced. After reading the displayed rankings, Yi turned his gaze to Garp again. He scrutinized Garp for a while, then slowly said, "It's doable, but once you're there, no matter what happens, you can't start a fight. Even if there's something you can't stand, you must hold back for my sake. Otherwise, I won't be able to save you." Upon hearing this, Garp nodded hastily. "All right, I promise. No matter what I see or what happens, I won't make a move." "Good. In that case, let me notify them," said Yi nodding helplessly. He then opened the chat group. Exécution Alliance Leader, @nonsense. I'll be bringing someone over in a bit. Make sure to give him a good scare for me. Nonsense. No problem. Just tell me how to do it. I'll follow your lead. Yi Alliance Leader, show off all your power for me. Go big right from the start. Nonsense. Roger that. Red at Yi by the way, I just noticed my profile shows a new power tier, Tier 1, Intermediate. What does that mean? The Goo boiled into soup. I want to know too. Dragon Slayer, Meng Tian, +1. Slime, +1. Nonsense, +1. Yi Alliance Leader, that's the power level the Alliance group system detected for each of you. Yi Tian, Alliance Leader. Also, I'll be bringing along someone who's at Tier 2 Advanced. Look sharp, everyone. Nonsense. Received. With that, Yi Tian simply exited the chat group. He glanced at Garp and said, "Aren't you going to get ready?" Garp paused, then quickly rushed out. A short while later, he came running back in, straightening his clothes along the way. Seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile. He then slowly raised his hand, a bronze card appearing in his palm. Under Garp's amazed gaze, Yi Tian suddenly crushed the card. It burst into a shower of starlight, sparkling in the air. Suddenly, a black portal opened right in front of Yi Tian. Staring at the portal, Yi Tian spoke calmly, "Take us to the Overlord world." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a powerful force sucked both Yi Tian and Garp inside. Inside the portal, Garp's eyes widened in shock as he took in everything around him. They were traveling inside a black tunnel, walking toward a distant glimmer of light ahead. Staring at the scene before him, Garp couldn't help but swallow nervously. He glanced toward the vague shape ahead and asked, "Yi Tian, where are we?" Yi Tian didn't turn around. His voice was calm as he replied, "The world passage." With that, he strode directly into the light, and both of them stepped out of the darkness. Following behind Yi Tian, Garp suddenly felt himself engulfed by a blinding white brilliance. His vision was entirely consumed. Even before he could open his eyes, a commanding voice echoed over to him. "Brother Yi Tian, you've finally arrived." "Yes." "Has the war begun?" Yi Tian's flat, steady voice sounded close by Garp's ear. At this, Garp slowly opened his eyes and instantly froze, struck speechless by the sight before him. For he found himself standing in an awe-inspiring grand hall. Majestic statues lined both sides of the hall, each flanked by banners of every description. Directly ahead, atop a towering throne, sat a skeleton. Below the throne, two orderly rows of figures, humanoid but exuding an overwhelming, almost suffocating aura, stood in silent formation. And flanking these imposing figures were dozens of towering skeleton soldiers, each clad in dark armor, gripping shield and sword. As Garp was still reeling, Yi Tian's voice broke the silence. "They haven't arrived yet?" "Not yet," answered Ain's Gown, looking over at Yi Tian. "A monster just appeared in Dagu's world. Once he deals with it, he'll be here. Meng Tian's busy reorganizing his troops. He should be here any moment. As for Wang Xiaoming, oh no, Emperor Rider, he'll be along soon too. There he is now." Hearing this, Yi Tian slowly turned his attention in that direction. Garp also quickly turned around, staring at the black hole that had just ripped open nearby. From its swirling darkness stepped a figure clad in crimson and ebony armor. After surveying the massive hall with a casual glance, the armored man nodded a greeting toward Yi Tian and Ain's Gown. "Yo, you beat me here, Yi Tian." Ain's Gown, "Tiske, I still can't get over it. If only you'd listened to Yi Tian back then, you wouldn't be left with nothing but bones now." Ain's Gown only shook his head with a sigh. "You say that now, but I only had that last day. There was no way I could have changed anything." Just then, another black portal shimmered open next to Garp. Out walked Meng Tian in gleaming violet armor, shield and spear in hand. He gave the gathering a respectful nod. Sorry, I'm late." Dagu hurried in, the insignia of the victory team bright on his uniform, his expression apologetic but urgent. "I'm not late, am I?" came a cheerful voice. A small slime, perched atop the back of a wolf, slid out from yet another portal and joined the group. "Hey there, everyone." Draped in a crimson trench coat, his head full of white hair, Red A greeted the group with casual cheer. Standing just behind Yi Tian, Garp wore a look of awkwardness, though his expression remained stern as he sized up those around him. Glancing at the members who had already arrived, Ain's Gown casually waved his hand, opening a gateway in space. Looking toward Yi Tian and the others, he said, "Let's head outside for a bit. I've already set up a banquet for us." Hearing this, everyone nodded, and under Ain's Gown's guidance, they all stepped into the portal. At the mountaintop, a vast platform had already been carved out of the rocky expanse. Right at the center of the platform stood a long table, covered with fresh fruits, fish, and meats, a feast laid out in abundance. At that moment, Ain's Gown strolled forward, gently taking Yi Tian by the arm as they walked. He said, "Brother, now that you're the alliance leader, the seat of honor belongs to you. The rest of us can choose our seats as we like." The comment didn't seem to stir much in the group, but the guardians standing behind Ain's Gown couldn't help but frown. They simply couldn't fathom why a youngster like this should sit at the head, with the Supreme One personally escorting him there. Still, they kept their doubts to themselves for the time being. Yi Tian, led by the arm, gave a slight smile, then paused to look at Ain's Gown. "In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. but I do think the chair could use an upgrade. Ain's old gown blinked in surprise, curiosity lighting up his gaze. All right, brother, what kind of chair do you have in mind? With a mysterious grin, Yi Tian turned to address the crowd. You might already know that the Alliance space is under construction. In the Alliance Hall, everyone will have their own chair, but to truly own it, you'll have to claim it yourselves. Once you do, you can summon a replica or projection of your unique seat in any world, whenever you wish. With that, Yi Tian strolled to the head of the table, picked up the chair that had been placed there, and set it aside. Under everyone's gaze, he sat down in its place. As soon as Yi Tian settled in, a dazzling light flared beneath him. A massive throne, sculpted from amethyst crystal, lifted him high above. On the backrest of his seat was engraved a fist-shaped emblem. Bathed in sunlight, the seat shimmered with a brilliant violet glow, rendering everyone momentarily speechless with amazement. Moments later, several voices broke out, "I want one too!" With no further hesitation, they dove into the black vortex. Before long, each re-emerged, all wearing expressions of utter contentment. Then, to the astonishment of Carp, Demiurge, and the others, Yi Tian pulled away the simple wooden chairs placed on either side of the table and replaced them with a seat that was clearly meant for himself alone. Glancing at the group already seated, Yi Tian smiled gently before slowly extending his hand and tapping lightly on the wooden tabletop before him. Instantly, the unremarkable table at the center of the gathering underwent a remarkable change, transforming into a magnificent and dazzling conference table fit for an alliance. At the very center of this table stood a banner, its material unknown, planted upright and commanding attention. The banner itself was blue, with a fist embroidered in shimmering golden thread at its center, proudly displayed against the vibrant background. Just as everyone was still staring in stunned silence at the sudden transformation of the table, a black vortex, large enough to fit 5 people, opened slowly behind Yi Tian. From within emerged squads of soldiers clad in silver armor and bearing long spears, each carrying a flag of the Alliance as they quietly took positions at either side of those present. Seeing this, no one showed the slightest confusion. They had become acquainted with these soldiers the moment they entered the Alliance space. They were also informed of some basic rules. One of them was that whenever the conference table and seats were summoned from other worlds, these soldiers would emerge through special passages to stand guard over the entire assembly. Upon witnessing all this, Yi Tian offered another gentle smile and, looking around at the assembled company, began to speak steadily. "This is our first time meeting formally. It's an opportunity for us to get to know one another. Please, feel free to eat and drink. We can talk as we dine." No sooner had Yi Tian finished speaking than a soft white glow flashed across the tabletop, and the food that had been placed on the wooden table a moment before instantly reappeared, now arranged atop this splendid banquet setting. At the far end of the conference table, Carp found himself gazing at everyone in a state of utter shock. He was at a loss for words. Since following Yi Tian to this place, he had witnessed one astonishing event after another. But what shocked him most was Yi Tian and these others being able to summon black holes at will. Not to mention the sudden materialization of seats and a conference table. Everything unfolding before his eyes defied everything he knew. At this moment, Carp's mind could process no more. He was completely dazed. However, when he saw the soldiers stepping out from the black vortex, not that it was anything out of the ordinary by now, he could still sense, from the power radiating from within them, a rough measure of their strength. Judging by their aura, these soldiers were easily the equal of Navy rear admirals. How many rear admirals did the Navy headquarters have, after all? And yet, here there were over 100 soldiers, and Carp had no doubt they were only a fraction of what this place could summon. At that moment, Red A, who was seated off to the side, casually picked up a piece of grilled meat. Smiling as he looked around at everyone's faces, he said, "So, it turns out I was only ever a guardian, an assassin, not someone whose name was etched in the Throne of Heroes. But ever since I became an overseer of the realms, I've managed to break free. Now I don't have to carry out missions anymore, and the counterforce no longer binds me at all. Honestly, these are things I never even dared to imagine before. Oh, congratulations. That means, for you, the future no longer has a predetermined shape. From here on out, you're the one crafting your own destiny," Yi Tian said slowly after taking a sip of wine. Hearing this, Red A eagerly nodded his head. Sitting next to Yi Tian, Ain's old gown glanced at Yi Tian and then at Meng Tian. "To be honest, I really envy you, brother Meng Tian." Caught off guard by Ain's bringing him up, Meng Tian stared at him in confusion and asked, "Envy me? There's nothing you lack. What's there in me to be jealous of?" At Meng Tian's question, Ains couldn't help but purse his lips and then turn back to Yi Tian. "You don't know, brother, when skins first became available, I took a glance and wow, every single option could have given me a complete body. but the cost was just astronomical. And then there's Meng Tian. He just went right ahead and bought one without blinking. I have to admit, when it comes to wealth, I'm still no match for brother Meng Tian. With that, Yi Tian and Meng Tian exchanged a glance and burst out laughing. Yi Tian gave Ain's old gown a knowing look, half smiling, half teasing. Are you sure you should be envying him? Brother Meng Tian, do you want to explain things to our deathless friend here? Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Meng Tian slowly put down his food and looked at Ain's old gown with a slightly helpless expression. You really haven't noticed, have you? The requirements for redeeming these skins are completely different for everyone. Ain's old gown froze in place, staring blankly at them all. Different requirements to redeem skins? What do you mean? Let me put it this way, Yi Tian said, rolling his eyes as Ain still didn't seem to get it. Skins do come with various power boosts for us, but regular skins only cost a bit of gold. Simple as that. But for you, it's another story. You're undead by nature. If you want a skin that gives you a complete body without changing your original setting, the price shoots way up. You have to spend a huge amount of alliance points. Isn't that right? At that, Ain's old gown nodded in reluctant agreement. Seeing this, Yi Tian continued. There's something you need to understand. That is, things that are hard to obtain for yourself will be hard to obtain anywhere. Take Brother Meng Tian, for instance, who's one of the human race. After he bought a dragon hunter skin, all he gained was a slight edge against dragons, and the rest amounted to nothing more than a minor change in what he wore. Just as Yi Tian finished speaking, Meng Tian nodded in agreement. Witnessing this, Ain's old gown immediately sank into a gloom. A long moment passed before he finally spoke. Then what are we supposed to do? How are we supposed to get alliance exchange points? I have absolutely no idea. Hearing this, Yi Tian cleared his throat, glanced at him, and addressed everyone. That's exactly what I wanted to talk about. As soon as he said this, all those present pricked up their ears. Even Carp, who'd been sitting at the end of the table gorging on meat, paused mid-bite. After all, he was intent on learning as much as possible about Yi Tian and his companions, which was precisely why he'd shamelessly tagged along. Seeing everyone stop what they were doing, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile faintly, then continued. Ever since the Alliance base acquired its own forces, I received a message, or rather, a mission that's neither too big nor too small. At these words, everyone's eyes lit up at once, gazing at Yi Tian in eager anticipation of what would come next. As you all know, we are the Alliance against multiversal aberrations. Now, in one particular world, due to the reckless actions of humankind, a virus was engineered that brought about the apocalypse. Humanity was pushed to the edge of extinction, and that world has no guardian posted. So, at this point, everyone understood this was clearly a mission. Red A was the first to speak. So, what do you want us to do? The others quickly chimed in. That's right, Yi Tian, just tell us what to do. Seeing their expressions brimming with excitement, Yi Tian decided not to keep them in suspense any longer and answered, Purge the world. Establish a guardian. Put the true culprits on trial. Restore that twisted world to its original form. Doing this will earn us a wealth of exchange points. The crowd erupted in excitement, eagerly urging Yi Tian to continue. Seeing their enthusiasm, Yi Tian let out a soft laugh and said, No need to get so worked up. Clearing a world is considered a war, so we'll need to open the war channel. But right now, our alliance's forces are a bit lacking, so we need to wait a few days. Hearing Yi Tian say this, everyone fell silent for a moment. Yet Ain's old gown, sitting nearby, couldn't help but ask, Are you saying the forces of my great tomb aren't up to the task? Hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but shake his head. Then he looked at him and said, It's not that we can't do it. The Alliance simply doesn't have enough troops yet. We don't meet the necessary requirements to open the gateway. All right then, Ain's old gown replied with a helpless nod. Sitting to one side, Daegu slowly raised his hand and asked, How can the Alliance quickly increase its forces? Yi Tian shook his head slowly upon hearing this and replied, I'm not sure either. For now, we can only let our numbers grow on their own. Hearing Yi Tian's answer, Daegu, too, could only nod with resignation. Then, once we have enough troops, Meng Tian spoke up. Will I be able to use the war channel and lead my men to fight in that other world? Exactly, Yi Tian replied, his curiosity piqued. So, how many soldiers are you planning to bring? Meng Tian could summon thousands of Meng clan warriors directly with his template, but Yi Tian was curious if Meng Tian himself possessed such power. Meng Tian rubbed his beard thoughtfully and murmured, Let's see. I have 300,000 men, but I need to keep at least 200,000 at the border of Xianyang. So, I suppose I'll take 100,000 with me. Meanwhile, Ain's old gown, sitting beside Yi Tian, slowly turned to Demiurge. After a brief, quiet discussion, he announced, On my end, I'll dispatch 3 million troops. If that's still not enough, I can always convert more at any time. Everyone was momentarily stunned by his words, then turned to stare at him in shock. Yi, already familiar with the concept of the undead, wasn't particularly surprised. But for the others, this was something truly astonishing, especially for Garp. The thought that a single person could muster 3 million troops was an unsettling revelation for him. At that moment, Rimuru, seated at the table, spoke up as well. I can only bring a handful of goblins and fangwolves. Seeing this, Yi nodded in understanding, then addressed everyone. All right, there's no need to dwell on these matters for now. Eat, drink, and enjoy yourselves. When the time comes, I'll let you know to gather your forces. Understood, everyone responded, nodding in agreement. This banquet left Garp, who was already restless, feeling even more agitated. He couldn't help but sense that, if these people wished it, the world government of his own world wouldn't even be able to put up a fight. Yi paid him no mind. Instead, he turned with a hint of playful teasing at the corners of his mouth towards Tsukasa Kadoya and asked, So, how does it feel to step into a new world, be singled out, and always be called the World Destroyer? Upon hearing this, Tsukasa couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Then, with indignation all over his face, he said, Just talking about this gets me worked up. I was enjoying my journey, and, yet of all things, I had to run into a mess like this. Hearing Tsukasa's complaint, Yi burst out laughing. He then looked at Tsukasa and said, Don't worry, you'll understand everything in time. Right now, your powers haven't reached their peak yet. When you regain your memories, that's when you'll truly rise. I can't wait to see your ancestral mode. At these words, Tsukasa simply pursed his lips in silent protest. Meanwhile, upon catching Yi words, Garp suddenly paused mid-action, his gaze fixed on Tsukasa in surprise. With his insight, all he could see was an ordinary person standing before him. Everything else was a complete mystery. Yet, what Yi had just said aroused his curiosity. How could an ordinary man ever become the world's destroyer? Unless it had something to do with his armor. With that thought, Garp became increasingly convinced that Yi words referred to the power Tsukasa could wield once he donned his armor. A sense of unease crept into Garp's heart. A somewhat reckless idea began to blossom in his mind. Glancing around, Garp's eyes landed on a man with an honest, earnest look about him. Taking advantage of the other's distraction, Garp quietly slid his small wooden stool over to the man's side. Sitting down beside him, Garp checked to make sure no one was watching, then nudged the man gently with his elbow. In response to the man's curious glance, Garp lowered his voice and whispered, Hello, I'm Garp, here with Yi. May I ask your name? The man, Daigu, immediately understood. Shooting a sidelong glance at Yi, who was busy eating, he turned his head and said calmly to Garp, My name is Daigu Shinka. What do you need? Garp was delighted to get a response. Scanning his surroundings once more to be certain no one was paying attention, he leaned in and whispered like a conspirator, So, I have a rather premature idea. I'd like your opinion on it. Daigu was caught off guard and gave a little amused chuckle. Go ahead, he said. Well, I was wondering, does your alliance recruit new members? How exactly do you join? And, what do I have to do to sign up? Garp shot out 3 questions in a row, leaving Daigu momentarily baffled. After pondering a moment, Daigu gave Garp a peculiar look. You want to join us? The moment Daigu pinned down his intention, Garp nodded enthusiastically. Catching on, Daigu prepared to call out to Yi, but Garp hurriedly grabbed his arm, urging in a low voice, Wait, don't say anything yet. It's just an idea I'm toying with. I wanted to ask if you thought it was even possible. Daigu, who had just interrupted, looked at Garp with a helpless expression and asked, So, what's your real reason for wanting to join us? Garp was momentarily taken aback by the question. His eyes swept around, seeking inspiration, and suddenly brightened. He hastily replied, You guys have so much good food here. I want to join. Enough, Daigu cut him off, rolling his eyes at Garp. Be honest. Garp cleared his throat, embarrassment coloring his face. Well, I want to become, what do you call it, the envoy between worlds. He paused, searching his memory for the right term, then looked at Daigu with longing. Daigu nodded thoughtfully. He understood. That was a title tempting enough to draw anyone in. Then, meeting Garp's eager gaze, Daigu explained slowly, But why? You have to realize, there's already an envoy from your world. Even if you wish to be one, you can't represent your own world unless Brother Yi is willing to give up his spot voluntarily. Hearing this, Garp's eyes darted anxiously in their sockets. He finally admitted, Well, I mainly want a chance to see what powerful people from the outside world are really like. Daigu nodded, contemplating this earnest answer. At last, he met Garp's eyes and said, First, you have to understand, this isn't my decision. If you're set on this, you'll have to talk to Yi yourself. I don't know anything more. Garp's expression fell with disappointment, but he wasn't ready to give up. He asked if, Then do you at least know how one applies to join your alliance? Dagu could only look at Carp with another roll of his eyes. No idea. I got in directly. Carp nodded, as if some secret had been revealed to him. Ah, special recruitment, he declared, not waiting for Dagu's response. Then, picking up his little bench, Carp scampered over to sit beside Meng Tian. Meng Tian blinked in surprise at Carp's rather stealthy approach. He glanced around and noticed Dagu shaking his head with resignation. As Meng Tian was about to ask what was going on, Carp leaned in and whispered, "Sir, I have a somewhat immature idea. Would you be willing to give me some advice?" Meng Tian couldn't help but smile at the earnestness in Carp's face. "All right, let's hear it. Does your alliance still recruit new members? How would I go about applying? Could you point me in the right direction?" Carp asked, his tone cautious and hopeful. Meng Tian couldn't hold back a chuckle upon hearing this. With genuine interest, he replied, "So, you want to join the alliance, but you can't figure out how. And you'd rather not go directly to Brother Yi Tian with it." Carp nodded urgently and spoke with sincerity. "Exactly, sir. That's just what I mean. Please, help me if you can." "Huh." Meng Tian burst out laughing, paying no mind to how Carp seemed as sneaky as a thief at that very moment. Meng Tian's hearty laughter instantly drew the attention of everyone who had been busy eating and drinking. Yi Tian noticed this and couldn't help but look at Meng Tian and ask, "What's so funny? Why are you in such high spirits?" Hearing Yi Tian's question, Meng Tian gradually reined his laughter, then looked at Yi Tian and said, "Old brother Yi Tian, did you really not know that the fellow you brought with you wants to join the alliance?" At this, a faint smile tugged at Yi Tian's lips. He turned to Carp and asked, "Mr. Carp, are you hoping to join the alliance?" Now that all eyes were fixed on him, Carp's face flushed with embarrassment as he gave a small, awkward nod. Seeing this, Yi Tian chuckled and replied, "Unfortunately, the alliance currently has no room for new members, so I'm afraid you'll have to give up on that idea. But perhaps you could tell me, why do you want to join the alliance?" Carp, his face growing slightly red, cleared his throat and answered, "Because the ideals of your alliance resonate deeply with my sense of justice." Yi Tian couldn't help but laugh at this, then shook his head with a hint of helplessness and said, "It puts me in a tough spot, you know. Joining the alliance isn't solely about justice. Where there's light, there's also shadow. I suggest you give this some serious thought. If you're truly determined, maybe I can find a way to help." Carp was taken aback for a moment at these words. Then, lost in contemplation, he slowly nodded and quietly sat back down. Seated in his chair, Carp appeared to fall completely into deep thought, making it impossible to guess what was running through his mind. After this episode with Carp passed, everyone returned to their eating and drinking once more. A good while later, Yi Tian gently set down his chopsticks, picked up a napkin from beside him, and gracefully wiped the corners of his mouth. Scanning the room, he saw most people had nearly finished as well. He then slowly turned to Ain's old gown by his side and asked, "So, when is this war you mentioned set to begin?" Ain's old gown paused in surprise, then turned to Demiurge standing behind him for confirmation. Only then did he look back at Yi Tian and reply, "It won't be long now." Yi Tian nodded slowly at this, his gaze flicking toward Albedo, standing behind Ain's, a faint, knowing smile appearing on his lips. With a half-smile, he looked back at Ain's old gown and said, "Old Bones, there's something I think you should really consider carefully." At that moment, Demiurge and Albedo, who had been standing behind Ain's old gown, also turned to watch, noticing Yi Tian was addressing their supreme Overlord. "Do you still remember that time, when the servers were about to shut down, and you changed the settings on a certain NPC?" Yi Tian's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he looked at Albedo. Seeing Yi Tian's half-smile and playful gaze, Ain's old gown was momentarily taken aback. He slowly turned his head to look at Albedo, standing beside him, and suddenly, a hint of realization dawned in his heart. With a trace of embarrassment, he glanced at Yi Tian and muttered, "Ahem, well, you see, you have to take responsibility for what you've done." Yi Tian teased with a raised eyebrow. Now each and every one of them has become a real, living person standing right in front of you. What did you expect would happen? Everyone who just put down their chopsticks turned to look at Ain's old gown and called out to him, "Hey, old Bones, is something up?" Ain's old gown hurriedly waved his hands in protest. "Don't listen to Yi Tian's wild stories. There's nothing, really, nothing at all." At that, Yi Tian cleared his throat, feigning seriousness as he fixed Ain's with a sage look. "Old Bones, seriously. Not to nag, but she's made her feelings perfectly clear. Shouldn't you at least give her some sort of response?" Standing behind Ain's old gown, Demiurge adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. He leaned closer to Albedo and whispered, "Your lucky day is coming." Albedo was taken aback. She had only seen the group questioning the Supreme One. If the situation weren't so inappropriate, she'd have spoken up herself. "What lucky day?" Albedo eyed Demiurge in confusion. Demiurge looked at her with a helpless expression. Didn't you catch what the Supreme One's friends were just discussing? No, Albedo replied softly. I just saw them grilling the Supreme One. The one sitting at the head of the table, the human named Yitan, he was talking about you. He was hinting that the Supreme One should marry you, Demiurge said, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. At his words, Albedo's cheeks flushed bright red. Overcome with emotion, she gazed longingly at Ain's old gown, unable to hear another single sound in that moment. Seeing the look on everyone's faces, Ain's old gown grew even more flustered, trying to defend himself in a hurry. But just as he opened his mouth to speak, a shimmering green light suddenly appeared above his head, extinguishing his excitement in an instant. Sitting next to him, Yition burst out laughing as he watched Ain's old gown freeze, unable to utter a word. The others, seeing what had happened, immediately caught on and joined in Yition's peal of laughter. Watching everyone around him doubled over in laughter, Ain's old gown could only spread his hands in resignation and say, "Now you understand, don't you?" Hearing this, Yition gradually reined in his laughter. With a deep sigh, he lifted his hand to pat Ain's shoulder and replied, "I get it, but it's nothing you can't solve. Just have a look around the skin marketplace. There's bound to be something that suits you." Ain's old gown could only nod helplessly upon hearing Yition's advice, signaling his acknowledgement. Just as he was about to say something, Yition spoke ahead of him. "You should also change your name back. There's really no need anymore. Now that you've become the Realm Guardian, hardly anyone can cross over here." Ain's old gown paused in surprise at these words, then turned slowly to look at the two people behind him. And as he turned, he saw Albedo blushing deeply as she gazed at him, and Demiurge offering him a slight, respectful bow. He then looked at Yition and, after a moment's deliberation, asked, "All right then, my friend, what do you think I should be called? Shall I use Mamanga? Or should I go with Suzuki Satoru?" Yition was taken aback by this question and lapsed into thought. After a while, he looked up at Ain's and said, "Suzuki Satoru was your name in the world you left behind. Now that you're here, it's time to let go of that. Live your new life under the name Mamanga." Listening to Yition's words, Ain's old gown gradually fell into silence. It was quite a while before he spoke again. "All right then, from now on, I'll go by the name Mamanga. Besides, I'm no longer alone." With that, Mamanga raised his head and looked around at his companions. Hearing his decision, everyone nodded in agreement. At that moment, Mamanga was completely unaware of the uncontainable excitement flickering in Albedo's expression as she stood behind him. In her heart, the name Ain's old gown meant nothing at all. From start to finish, her loyalty belonged solely to Mamanga. Well then, let's take a look at that battlefield the old bones mentioned. With these words, Yition rose slowly from his seat. As soon as he stood up, the amethyst crystal chair shimmered and vanished beneath him. Hearing his suggestion, everyone nodded in unison, getting to their feet and turning toward Mamanga. At this, Mamanga summoned a spell with a flick of his hand, and a portal appeared silently a short distance before them. When everything was ready, Mamanga turned and addressed Yition and the others. "Pass through this portal, and you'll arrive at the encampment on the battlefield. I guess the opposing side has nearly finished arranging their troops by now." Yition nodded calmly, then, following Mamanga's lead, stepped through the portal with the others. At the border between the kingdom and the empire, the kingdom's grand army was already lined up in formation, and the empire's troops, too, stood ready at the front of their camp. Yet not a single soldier on either side made a move, for they all knew that one crucial figure in this war had not yet arrived. That person was Flymouse. As if following some unspoken agreement, both armies stood quietly in place, all waiting for Flymouse to appear. At that very moment, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, a shimmering portal began to open just outside the Imperial camp. A figure emerged, one whose presence was all too familiar, and whose very appearance filled them with dread. As everyone watched this figure step out of the portal, their hearts pounded faster and faster, while a silent alarm echoed in each of their minds. "He's here, he's here." But then, as Flymouse stepped out with two followers, they noticed something unusual. The portal remained open. Suddenly, a small child walked through the gateway, drawing everyone's gaze. Following the child, banners were soon thrust through the portal, unfurling one after another. Next emerged a group of soldiers, their armor gleaming silver, each gripping a long spear and a banner, an air of icy determination about them. The soldiers advanced in silence, taking position behind Yition, looking defiantly at all present, not uttering a single word. Once all the soldiers had taken their places, several more people, each dressed distinctly, stepped through the portal as well. Only then did the portal slowly close. Facing the vast kingdom army across from him, Yition spoke in a slow, measured tone. Old bones. Are those the ones? At his words, Flymouse nodded gravely and replied, That's right, those are the ones. Yetion nodded in turn, then looked to Flymouse and added, That's to be expected. The kingdom's system is outdated. It could never foster a truly powerful fighting force. Most of the time, their lords just fight their own separate battles. Those gathered turned toward Yetion, and many within the group nodded in agreement. They all knew how the kingdom was run. They understood full well the flaws and shortcomings of its system. Yet among those standing behind them, one imperial general looked on in confusion, but he, too, began to realize what Yetion's words implied. At that moment, a man decked out in lavish armor hurried out from the camp. He had originally been waiting inside, anticipating Flymouse's arrival, but had just received a report from a soldier. Flymouse was now at the front of the camp, and he had brought with him some people no one had ever seen before. So, without hesitation, he brought his men out of the camp to see for himself what was happening. At that moment, he also spotted Yetion standing side by side with the flying squirrel. There was a crowd flanking them on both sides, and the two subordinates of the flying squirrel, whom he had once seen at the great tomb of Nazareth, now stood quietly behind this group. For a brief moment, he found himself thrown into confusion. He couldn't quite understand why these people seemed to share an equal footing with the king of the undead. However, when his eyes fell on the soldiers stationed around them and the banners held in their hands, he froze again in surprise. He'd never seen that banner before. The emblem was altogether unfamiliar, not something he had ever encountered in this world. Still, now was not the time for idle speculation. He strode directly to the rear of the group, his expression ingratiating and tinged with humility as he said, You've arrived, mighty king of the undead, supreme overlord. At these words, the flying squirrel turned his head slowly, nodding in an offhand manner before looking at Yetion. Little brother, I imagine you know this man as well. Yetion couldn't help but smile at the teasing tone in the flying squirrel's voice. He spoke up at once. Of course, he's a subordinate to the Blood Emperor, one of the Empire's 4 knights, Arnok, the Gale. The flying squirrel nodded in acknowledgement, then paid no further mind to Arnok, instead turning his attention to those beside him. So what do you think? I told you it'd be quite a show, did I lie? On hearing this, Meng Tian was quick to reply, Ha, old bones, not bad at all. Next time there's a good show like this, count me in. Maybe we could research some troop formations together. The flying squirrel shot him a sideways glance and replied, Forget it. My wars don't need fancy formations. I just charge headlong, and that's that. His words drew laughter from everyone present. Meng Tian, a bit sheepish, gave his head a few awkward pats. Right, I almost forgot. You're an undead. Yetion also burst out laughing at Meng Tian's comment. Arnok watched as the others all but ignored his presence. Irritation simmered within him, but remembering the reason for his mission as observer, he managed to settle his emotions. After a long pause, Yetion finally spoke. So, how do you plan to start this war? Maybe chase them down with a spell or two. The flying squirrel had just begun to raise his hand, but hesitated upon hearing this, looking helplessly at Yetion. Can't you let me build up a bit of suspense? I haven't even shown anything yet, and you're already spoiling it? All right, I'll let you have a moment. I won't say another word. With that, Yetion fell silent, remaining where he stood. The rest quietly widened their eyes, all focused intently on the flying squirrel. Seeing this, Flymouse slowly raised his hand, and in that instant, a tangible magic circle burst forth from him as its center. He was just about to begin chanting his spell when suddenly, a streak of light shot toward the magic circle like a bolt. With a brittle crack, the magic circle shattered instantly. The people who had just begun to relax all tensed up once more, their expressions turning serious. Yetion stepped forward without hesitation, fixing his gaze on Flymouse and saying, Old bones, fall back. Something has changed in this world. At his words, Flymouse immediately took a step back to stand beside Yetion, his face grave as he stared at the opposing kingdom's army, searching for the one who had destroyed his magic circle. Is it a player? Flymouse asked, a note of uncertainty in his voice. But Yetion didn't answer. Instead, he sank into silence, his attention locked on the chat group. A new message had appeared on his Alliance Leader interface, a mission notification. Beep. Detection. A traveler who should not be in this world's original trajectory has appeared. Mission issued immediately. Mission description. This world already has an official enforcer and should not have any travelers. With the sudden emergence of a traveler, the worlds will has entrusted the Alliance to identify and punish the invader and confiscate the system they possess. Mission reward. Each member participating in this mission will receive 2,000 exchange points, 1 chance at a random draw, and a single invitation letter. Mission failure. If the traveler conquers the world will be reset in 200 years. Its official enforcer will be revoked, and all Alliance members with their subordinates will be forcibly returned. Etion paused for a moment as he read the sudden task. After a brief, wry smile, he shared the mission with the group, posting in the chat for everyone to see. He then exited the chat and strode forward 2 paces, his chest badge flaring with a soft radiance. To the amazement of the soldiers and high command from both the kingdom and the empire, Yi Tian was enveloped in that radiance. His attire instantly transformed. Now, Yi Tian wore robes of pure white, embroidered across the sleeves and hem in threads of unknown origin depicting the sun, moon, and stars. His once neatly cropped hair grew out in a breath, black and lustrous, flowing freely in the wind. Behind him, visions of the sun, moon, and stars revolved, a brilliant sun wheel manifesting behind his head. Just as striking, the members at his back also displayed their badges, their attire mirroring Yi Tian's splendid robes. Slowly, Yi Tian opened his eyes. Scanning his surroundings with a cool, penetrating gaze, he fixed his attention on the kingdom's formation. He spoke, his voice calm, but carrying authority. I am the Alliance Master of the Anti-Anomaly League of the Myriad Realms. A legal traveler on the other side, you have 2 choices. First, surrender at once. Hand over the system you are unlawfully holding. Submit to the rules set forth by the world's will and our alliance, and accept either forcible removal or a lifetime beneath the gaze of the world's will. Second, if you still resist, we will impose sanctions and judgment upon you. Forcibly reclaim the system you are illegally in possession of, and the consequences will be your soul's utter annihilation. Yi Tian's voice echoed across the entire sky, imbued with the majesty of the world's will, pressing heavily upon all who were present. Standing behind them, Anak and Cap were drenched in sweat, half kneeling on the ground, while the others had already collapsed, prostrate before the overwhelming force. This was merely a glimpse of the world's will descending. They had absolutely no capacity to resist. So, this is what it means to be a guardian of realms. I think I'm beginning to understand, Cap murmured, gazing at those standing in the sky. At that very moment, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, a young man, accompanied by 1,000-strong guard, strode slowly from amidst the people and advanced to the front. His eyes locked unflinchingly on Yi Tian and the others who stood aloft. With a harsh tone, he spoke, Illegal traverser? You're quick to assign guilt. Then tell me, what about that undead from your side? Isn't he a traverser too? Double standards, is it? Hearing this, Yi Tian replied with an impassive expression, just as you see. Yes, but that was with the world's willful consent, and the future course of this world was always meant to be so. He is blameless. You, however, crossed over illegally and possess a system unlawfully. A grievous crime. Fei Shu, who had been standing by Yi Tian's side, hesitated at the young man's words, but upon hearing Yi Tian's answer, his heart was set at ease. What nonsense! We both crossed over, so why are you coming after me and accusing me alone? Who invented such rules? I refuse to acknowledge them. I'll never admit guilt, nor will I surrender. If you want to fight, then a fight you shall have. Do you think I fear you? The young man shouted at Yi Tian and his companions, his anger flaring. As he confronted Yi Tian, he was simultaneously communicating with his system. System, what's going on? Why has all this happened? Who exactly are they? He asked directly. Ding. Host, they're the Alliance against multiversal aberrations. They're only a fledgling coalition. Their true strength is not so formidable. Defeat them, and this world is yours. They'll never gain entry again, nor can they stop you. Good. In that case, the young man slowly raised his head, a wicked smile spreading across his face. I will offer up the souls of all the kingdom's soldiers, those lying helpless behind me, as a sacrifice. Ding. Due to the interference of the world's will and the Alliance against multiversal aberrations, the system can only absorb their souls if you slay them personally, host. Understood. The young man gave a slow nod, then looked back at his 1,000-strong guards and gave the command, kill all the kingdom's soldiers. Hunt their souls. Here. As soon as the word was spoken, the 1,000-strong guard instantly scattered, turning to cut down the fallen soldiers of the kingdom. Meanwhile, the young man began to exchange the souls he collected through the system for various skills and more troops. On the other side, Yi Tian, witnessing their actions, shouted anxiously, Stop! Just as he was about to intervene, a notification flashed before his eyes. Ding! Illegal traverser detected, currently absorbing the souls of defenseless individuals. Please exit Envoy State immediately. Seeing this, Yi Tian hurriedly called out to those beside him, Everyone, exit your Envoy State, then stop him. He's harvesting those people's souls. Upon hearing this, The group quickly nodded, all of them withdrawing from their envoy forms. Without hesitation, they charged toward the traverser. Yi Tian landed softly on the ground, turning to the newly risen carp and said, "Didn't you want to join us? Here's your chance. Fight alongside us to defeat the illegal traverser and make a great contribution to the alliance. I'll let you join." Carp's eyes lit up the instant he heard Yi Tian's words, and he nodded enthusiastically. "Deal, no take-backs." "No takebacks," Jetian replied firmly. "Huh, the honor will be mine." With that, Carp sprang forward in a flash, using his moonwalk technique to race towards the traverser. Off to the side, Anak hesitated for a moment. Then, looking urgently at Yi Tian, he asked, can I join too? If I take him down, does that mean I can join you as well?" Yi Tian turned his head slowly, giving Anak a casual sidelong glance before replying, "You can, but remember, know your limits." With that, he paid him no further heed. With each step forward, a new piece of armor materialized on Yi Tian's body. When the armor fully encased him, a shield and spear appeared in his hands, as if summoned. Yi Tian set them down on the ground, and in the next moment, a banner shimmered into existence in his hand. He drove it forcefully into the earth. Then, tipping his head back, he cried out to the sky, "The Meng clan army, fall in." As the last word echoed, a mist of blood unfurled from the banner, and behind Yi Tian appeared 1,000 black-armored soldiers. A thunderous cry rose, "Charge! To the kill!" Releasing the banner, Yi Tian swiftly grabbed the shield and spear, a deadly resolve flashing in his eyes as he roared at the battling traverser. "Attack! To victory! To victory! To victory!" echoed his troops. They advanced in cadence behind Yi Tian, step by unwavering step. The banner, once planted in the soil, was now seized by a black-armored officer, lifted high and unfurled, fluttering boldly in the wind. The time traveler, who was caught up in the excitement of the crowd, couldn't help but let out a wild laugh when he saw this. "Ah, you think that lifting your suppression means I can't keep absorbing souls? Do you take me, Muron Kwong, for a fool who just sits around doing nothing?" With that, he sent a charging slime flying with a single punch. In a flash, he drew his long sword from his waist, parrying the twin blades swung at him by Red A, then followed up with a swift kick that sent Red A hurtling away. But just then, Meng Tian suddenly thrust forward with his spear. Seeing the tip of the spear thrusting toward him at such close range, Muron Kwong's eyes narrowed in alarm. He twisted his body at the last second, but couldn't avoid the blow entirely. The spear struck his shoulder. Blood instantly streamed from the wound, and the pain shot through Muron Kwong, causing him to cry out. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the spear embedded in his shoulder and, with brute force, yanked it out. Meng Tian was momentarily stunned to see Muron Kwong rip out his spear, but then quickly prepared to press the attack. However, to his surprise, Muron Kwong abruptly retreated, bellowing up at the sky, "Hurry up and kill them. We're just a step away." "Yes, sir." The 1,000-strong guard squad behind him responded as one, quickening their pace. The kingdom's soldiers, on the other hand, could only struggle to hold the line. One after another fell to the invaders' assault. Each soul of the fallen was instantly harvested by Muron Kwong's system. At his command, the others were briefly taken aback, then surged forward once again to attack him. With his arm wounded, Muron Kwong could only barely fend off their onslaught, fresh wounds appearing across his body with every exchange. After managing to stave off Meng Tian's strike, he was immediately met with a devastating blow from Carp, who sent him flying with a punch. Muron Kwong tumbled across the ground, coming to a stop only after rolling several times. Just as the group was about to let out a sigh of relief, Muron Kwong braced himself on his sword and rose slowly to his feet, facing them with a sneer. "You sanctimonious pretenders." He wavered as he stood, his whole body unsteady, but just as he began to regain his balance, the system's voice echoed in his mind at just the right moment. Ding! Host preset item price met. Initiating purchase. Purchase successful. Loading. Loading complete. Hearing the voice in his mind, a crazed smile slowly spread across Muron Kwong's blood-streaked face as he looked at the group closing in on him. Bathed in blood, his almost demonic grin sent a chilling shock through everyone present. In that moment, he looked every bit the devil incarnate. "You can't kill me. You can't send me back, and you certainly can't punish me." Witness now the power granted by the gods themselves. Red A, who had been poised to deliver the finishing blow, frowned and instantly leapt back, her eyes locked onto the golden aura rising from Muron Kwong's body. Seeing this, Yi Tian, who had just arrived, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He knew that anything related to the gods was bound to be a mess. What's more, he had no idea what kind of system Muron Kwong possessed or what it could do, so he guessed it might be something that would let him kill. With that in mind, Yi Tian sent the Meng family's troops to stop Murong Quang's guard. He himself stood aside, watching closely, trying to guess what ultimate move Murong Quang was about to unleash. All my enemies tremble before me. All evildoers fear the might of my power. Hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes instantly turned cold. He looked at those around him, who had hesitated, and shouted, "Move! Don't let him finish his spell, or he'll be even harder to deal with." Murong Quang was stunned for a split second, and then became all the more anxious, rushing through the words of his incantation. Everyone who heard Yi Tian's command sprang into action without hesitation. Daegu, standing on the outer edge of the crowd, raised his blazing victory hypergun and aimed it at Murong Quang, pulling the trigger without delay. A beam of searing light shot straight for Murong Quang's face. Standing next to Yi Tian, Tsukasa Kadoya slid his card into the belt at his waist. Masked Rider Kuga. Yi Tian, catching the sound the belt made, allowed himself a small smile and nodded, saying, "Go on. I'll handle him with armament hockey." Garp let out a hearty laugh, raising his fist and smashing it down on Murong Quang. In the chaos that followed, the scene exploded into a riot of color and sound. A deafening roar filled the air. Murong Quang, barely dodging Daegu's laser, wasn't so lucky with Garp's fist and was sent flying. But even as he crashed to the ground, the remaining words of Murong Quang's incantation slipped out between ragged breaths. "The mighty mark I raise is the ferocious camel's seal." In that instant, Murong Quang managed to stop himself from skidding across the ground, and the golden radiance around him blazed even brighter. Seeing this, Yi Tian let out a low remark, "So it's the camel word seal of the God's layers." But just as he finished speaking, Yi Tian's lips curled into a faint smile, and he added, "Fine, so you've obtained it. But then what? Never mind Decade. Even Garp alone is enough to beat you. You can't withstand any of the others' ultimate attacks, either." As if on cue, Red A began softly chanting the incantation to summon his reality marble from a spot not far from Murong Quang. Meng Tian was concentrating his energy, body sinking into a low stance as he raised his spear, the tip aimed right at Murong Quang. From a distance, Fei Shu chanted his spell, while Demiurge and Albedo shifted into battle forms, launching themselves to attack Murong Quang in unison. Karp watched as Murong Quang, who had already stood up, instantly darted forward, closing the distance in a heartbeat, and once again raised his fist to launch an attack. Boom! Another boom, and yet another. Every strike landed on a single point, erupting into a fierce cloud of dust and smoke. However, Murong Quang managed to leap back, retreating more than 10 meters before the smoke even settled, his face twisted with a grimace as he glared at the group charging at him. His dust-covered hand tightened its grip on the longsword, and in the next instant, he lunged toward Karp with an attack. Clang! The blade collided with Karp's fist, which was shrouded in the hardened aura of armament hockey. Murong Quang's eyes narrowed sharply at the sight, and he immediately sprang backward. He could hardly believe it. His sword strike hadn't even managed to break through the defense. Inwardly, he cursed, "Damn it! What kind of monster is this?" Dodging a punch from Karp, he quickly turned, preparing to attack Di Chi, who stood at the side. Clang! 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 As he heard the sound of his blade scraping uselessly across Di Chi's armor, Murong Quang froze for an instant, his shock palpable before he hurriedly retreated, staring at Di Chi in disbelief. Just as he was about to say something, Red A's reality marble unfurled with a sudden surge, the arena swallowed up by the boundary, pulling everyone present into this independent space. Murong Quang's heart pounded as he looked upon the ground, now pierced by countless long swords of all shapes and styles, an overwhelming forest of blades. "Assemble!" With Red A's command, Murong Quang watched as the long swords trembled, then rose into the air in unison, shivering with power. "Go!" The word from Red A had barely fallen before the floating swords shot forth like meteors, surging toward Murong Quang in dazzling streaks of light. Faced with this, Murong Quang couldn't help but blurt out a curse. "What the hell?" He immediately called out to his system in a panic. "System, didn't you say they were just a fledgling alliance? Not powerful? What is all this? I can't even break their defenses. How am I supposed to fight this?" Ding. System is automatically unbinding. Host, perhaps fate will let us meet again. This system will always remember the soul you have contributed. May the hills remain verdant. May the rivers keep flowing. Until we meet again, farewell. Hearing this message echo in his mind, Murong Quang was momentarily stunned, then suddenly threw back his head and burst into wild laughter. At last, he understood what his system really was. All along, he believed it was merely a tool without will of its own. But in truth, it had only been using him. No wonder people accuse him of owning an illegal system. And when he considered the way he earned system points by trading away bits of his soul, it should have been obvious all along. Using a soul as currency, how could that not be illegal? Just as Murong Kwang was dazed by the realization, Karp's fist struck him square on the head, sending him stumbling back several steps. High above, a storm of radiant longswords streaked through the air, all converging on the spot where Murong Kwang stood. In just a split second, the long swords shot out straight from Murong Kwang's body and embedded themselves in the ground. At that moment, Murong Kwang managed a wry, sorrowful smile. Then, with a look of utter desolation, he gazed at everyone before him and said, "I was wrong. I accept the crimes you accused me of. But that illegal system has already left me. Please, you must catch him. Avenge me." His voice faded away, and Murong Kwang collapsed onto the ground behind him. Seeing this, Yi Tian stepped forward slowly. He looked quietly at Murong Kwang, who now lay motionless, and then, in an even voice, murmured, "Even if you hadn't asked, I would have done so. Not a single illegal system shall escape me." Just then, a translucent screen materialized before Yi Tian's eyes. Detected. Strongest exchange system. Capture. Capture. Yi Tian said in a low, steady voice. Capturing. Capture complete. Analysis. Strongest exchange system. Origin. Demon world. Demon lord. Seeks to resurrect through powerful souls. All products are exchanged through the balance law, trading souls to obtain them. System nature. Evil. System handling options. Submit to the Alliance. The Alliance will extract the balance law for updating the Alliance Mall's offerings. Destroy it. Submit the fragments to the Alliance for eradication. Looking at the options before him, Yi Tian was a little taken aback. Then, a faint smile played at the corner of his lips as he chose the first option without hesitation. The Alliance Mall is currently being updated. Please wait. Glancing at the message on the screen, Yi Tian casually dismissed it, then turned to Hong A at his side. All right, the barrier can be lifted now. At his words, Hong A nodded slowly and began to dissolve the barrier. As their vision blurred for a second, everyone found themselves back on the battlefield. Yi Tian swept his eyes across the field, sighing softly before declaring, "The criminal has met justice, and this world's order shall be restored." Murong Kwang, though used by others, found repentance in the end. After serving his punishment, he may re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. At these words, all eyes turned to Yi Tian. Fei Shu, standing nearby, looked at Yi Tian with a puzzled expression. Does saying that actually matter? Do we really have the power to decide someone's reincarnation? Others nodded, echoing Fei Shu's curiosity. Yi Tian took in their bewildered faces and shook his head, then said, "Have you all forgotten already? The duties of a realm warden I mentioned at the beginning." He stopped there, letting his words hang in the air. As his companions recalled his earlier explanation, their faces showed dawning understanding. But before they could respond, darkness suddenly swept across the sky. And then, in the midst of that darkness, an enormous eye appeared overhead. Within those immense eyes, countless muffled thunders rumbled, proclaiming his extraordinary nature. Seeing this, Yi Tian slowly stepped forward, then lifted his gaze to meet the eyes in the sky, saying nothing. The crowd around him, though confused, instinctively gathered behind Yi Tian, turning their eyes to the same gaze suspended above. At last, after a long and heavy silence, a cold and indifferent voice echoed from the heavens. "Granted." That gaze then fell upon Yi Tian once more, the voice ringing out, "Today, an unexpected anomaly has occurred. The path of the world has shifted. Those belonging to the Alliance and its affiliates shall retain their memories. All others will have theirs erased and return to the course of the world." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian nodded slowly, his eyes following the glittering motes of light that began to sift down from the sky. As the lights touched the earth, everyone suddenly felt their vision blur, only to find themselves once again standing at the gates of the Imperial encampment, as if nothing had happened. The battlefield that had borne the scars of combat was now inexplicably restored, as if the battle had never taken place. It was then that Anak strode slowly from the camp to stand behind the group, his expression servile and faintly humbled as he spoke. "You have arrived, mighty king of the undead, exalted supreme one." Standing beside him, Karp could only stare around in disbelief, unable to accept what he had just witnessed. After a long pause, he finally let out a low sigh and muttered, "So, this is the authority of a realm warden?" Hearing Anak's voice, Fei Shu turned instinctively to Yi Tian, searching for his reaction. He was still utterly bewildered by the situation, unsure what was expected of him or how to respond. Noticing this, Yi Tian offered him a gentle smile, then leaned over and spoke in a low voice. Just do as you always do. Remember to perform the offering ritual for the Black Goat Mother in a little while. Follow your instincts, whatever feels right. At these words, Feishu nodded in understanding. Since becoming one of the undead, his outlook had changed. So long as it didn't involve the players, he remained indifferent to most things, sometimes even feeling pity for the good souls who met untimely ends. Only within the Alliance could he express his emotions freely, so his feelings for Yi Tian and the others were genuine. However, toward the humans of this other world, he no longer felt any such attachment. Because of this, he harbored no resistance to Yi Tian's instructions. Feishu took a few steps forward, raising his hand once more to cast his spell. Circles of magic rose from beneath his feet, climbing towards the sky above. But unlike scenes from the story, this time he simply waited, quietly watching as the casting process unfolded. Yi Tian, seeing this, said nothing. Instead, he smiled and chatted casually with the others around him. Yi Tian, just now. Carp swallowed hard, the lingering shock evident on his face as he looked to Yi Tian for answers. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile slightly. He looked at him and said, "This is the agreement the Alliance has made with the World Will. We hold the authority to patrol, protect, enforce, and judge. As long as everything is done according to the rules, we all reap the benefits, and our memories will remain intact." With that, Yi Tian slowly turned his head to address the members of the chat group, his voice carrying to each of them. "The mission has been completed. I've already submitted the report, and the rewards will be issued any moment now. Please keep an eye out for them." Everyone nodded in response, immediately checking their notifications. Standing just behind Yi Tian was Carp. His lips parted, and a flurry of thoughts flashed through his mind. At last, seeing that Yi Tian wasn't about to mention his situation, Carp couldn't hold back any longer and opened his mouth to speak. "Well," but before Carp could finish, Yi Tian interrupted him decisively. A flicker of light passed over Yi Tian's hand, and he looked at Carp, calling his name. Carp. The name took Carp by surprise, and he looked at the envelope that had appeared in Yi Tian's hand. Slowly, a warm smile spread across his face. He quickly straightened up with a sense of ceremony. "Yes, sir. For your indelible contribution in eliminating illegal travelers and reclaiming rogue systems, I hereby present you with this invitation." As Yi Tian spoke, he prepared to hand the invitation to Carp. Carp reached out with both hands, a look of solemn anticipation on his face. But just as Yi Tian placed the invitation in Carp's palms, he paused. Then, suddenly, he looked up with piercing eyes and said, "There's something you must know." Carp began to look anxious, immediately nodding as he asked, "Please tell me. I will abide by whatever rules you set. You must not divulge any detailed information about the Alliance to outsiders," Yi Tian said solemnly, enunciating every word. "You cannot reveal the identities of other members. All decisions are to follow the command of the Alliance leader. That's me. And most importantly, although you are joining the Alliance, for now, you will not serve as a world envoy." Yi Tian met Carp's eyes, every word carrying weight. Carp nodded earnestly in return. "I understand." "Good," Yi Tian said with a smile. "In that case, welcome to the Alliance. Here, you'll come to see a much broader world and gain strength far greater than you ever imagined. In time, you'll realize that the world government is just another organization." With that, Yi Tian passed the invitation to Carp, who received it with all due seriousness. "Thank you," Carp said, his tone solemn. However, as he looked down at the invitation in his hands, Carp froze for a moment. He glanced back at Yi Tian, his face blank with confusion. How do I use this?" Seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes at him, then said, "Just open it and take out what's inside. That's all you need to do." "Oh, right. Sure. Got it." Hearing this, Carp hurriedly tore open the invitation and took out a card emblazoned with the Alliance's flag. He held the card in his hand, glancing left and right with excitement practically shining from his face. Witnessing all this, Yi Tian simply shook his head, then spoke directly. "Just place the card on your forehead, and that will do." At Yi Tian's words, Carp looked a little embarrassed. He nodded and slowly pressed the card to his forehead. The moment Carp placed the card on his forehead, a voice immediately echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, distinguished guest, on receiving an invitation to the Myriad Realms Anti-Anomaly Alliance chat group. Since you have entered the Alliance by invitation, you will have a 1-month probationary period. During this time, you are free to speak in a group, but you will not have access to the Alliance's space, marketplace, nor be eligible for the emissary emblem. After completing your probation, please submit a written application to the Alliance leader. Once approved, you will become a full member. Full members are granted access to the Alliance marketplace, the Alliance space, world traversal, and emissary duties. Among these, world traversal requires you to notify the alliance leader and the resident of the target world. With their consent, you may traverse. As for the emissary position, you may apply after your probation period. The alliance leader will assign you a world, provide guidance, and you will reside there long-term. So long as you do not engage in rampant slaughter or gravely disturb the world's balance, your actions will be considered lawful within that world. Even after reading the message displayed on the screen, Karp's beaming smile never wavered. He was genuinely happy. His decision felt absolutely right, even if he was only a probationary member for now. But just then, Flymouse finished chanting his spell. With a subtle whisper, like a breeze passing by, the kingdom's soldiers closest to the bone king collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Standing behind Flymouse, Arnok was completely stunned by the sight. His jaw dropped, and he stared wide-eyed, unable to tear his gaze from the soldiers who lay scattered on the ground. The Imperial soldiers lining both sides of the camp were equally frozen in shock at the scene before them. By now, about half the kingdom's army lay sprawled on the ground. Whether dead or alive, none could tell. Well, what do you think? Flymouse's voice was utterly devoid of emotion as he looked at Arnok and posed the question. Hearing him speak, Arnok snapped back to his senses and with a stammer replied, Your magic is unbelievably powerful. Magic, you say? Flymouse replied in a tone tinged with displeasure. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? After hearing Flying Squirrel's words, Arnok began trembling violently. No, you didn't say anything wrong, but your phrase is in a wrong place. You see, this spell isn't over yet. The offerings to the mother of the black goat will be rewarded, and the mother of the black goat will grant the caster her gifts. They're a very adorable batch of treasures, you know. Flying Squirrel continued, paying no attention to Arnok's expression, speaking only to himself. It's not over. At those words, Arnok looked puzzled. Slowly, he lifted his head to take a look. In an instant, terror swept over him and he collapsed to the ground. The people standing nearby widened their eyes in shock. Cap looked over at Etion, a glimmer of concern in his eyes. Isn't this a bit too cruel? Etion turned his head slowly to Cap and replied, It is perhaps, but this is the way this world works. There's no such thing as cruel or kind. All you need to understand is this is the path this world follows. Hearing Etion's explanation, Cap could only nod without saying anything more. Although he didn't fully grasp what Etion meant by the path of the world, as long as Flying Squirrel's actions did not cause the world's will to intervene, then it meant Flying Squirrel was doing nothing wrong. Besides, he was a new member of the group. This was not his place to raise objections. And so, he simply stood silently, watching everything unfold on the field. Seeing Cap's quiet acceptance, Etion nodded subtly and left him be. Meanwhile, on the kingdom's battlefield, 5 black goats had appeared. They rampaged fearlessly, tearing through the ranks of the kingdom's army. Everywhere they passed, mournful cries filled the air. Watching the scene before him, Flying Squirrel's heart didn't waver in the slightest. But when, by chance, his gaze landed on a figure amid the chaos, his eyes lit up. He turned to Etion and said, Brother Etion, I need to go over there. There's someone I must meet. But before he could finish, Etion spoke up with a faint smile. Let's go together. I'd like to meet the man you admire so much. Flying Squirrel looked startled for a moment, then nodded. All right, let's go. Trust me, he won't disappoint you. With that, he directed one of the black goats toward their destination. Red A and Meng Tian, standing beside Etion, overheard the exchange and immediately called out, Wait, what? Old Bones has his eye on a man? Wow, that's some unusual taste. The others nearby, including Dagu and his companions, caught wind of Red A and Meng Tian's lively chatter and all turned their heads toward Flying Squirrel, eyes alight with curiosity. Old Bones, let's have an introduction. We have to see what sort of man could possibly catch your eye. After finishing, he didn't forget to give him a meaningful look, as if to say, I get it. Seeing this, Flying Squirrel spun around suddenly, thrust out a finger toward Red A and Meng Tian, and loudly announced to everyone, Don't gossip about me. I don't like men, I like women. I really don't like men. At these words, Red A's face turned stern, and he looked at Flying Squirrel, declaring seriously, Don't try to fool me. You don't even pay attention to that beauty right behind you. Are you sure you like women? Standing right behind Flying Squirrel, Albedo turned bright red at that. She immediately buried herself behind Flying Squirrel and spoke up in a sweet, bashful voice, Lord Flying Squirrel. Flying Squirrel froze at the sight. He slowly turned, almost mechanically, to look at Albedo pressed up against him. A realization seemed to dawn in his mind, and he cast a forlorn, silently accusing look at Red A and the others. He could no longer be bothered with the teasing crowd. Instead, He gently moved Albedo aside and said to her, I'm just a skeleton, you know? What's the point of clinging to me? Wait until I've got a real body, then we can talk. Strangely enough, those words actually worked wonders on Albedo. However, Red A and the rest, standing off to the side, just broke into wicked grins and started teasing. Wait till you have a body, huh? TSK, TSK. Old Bones, what exactly are you planning to say to her when that day comes? Flying Squirrel was left speechless by that, visibly shaken, and his voice trembled as he replied. He looked at Yetion, pleading, Brother Yetion, my friend, alliance leader, can't you rein in your people a little? I'm the supreme overlord, the ruler of the great tomb of Nazareth. I still care about my dignity, you know? Yetion, who had been watching the spectacle, was caught completely off guard by Flying Squirrel's plaintive appeal. His face fell serious as he turned to the rowdy Red A and company, solemnly saying, Ahem, let's set this matter aside for now. After all, Old Bones is out and about. He deserves some respect. Everyone nodded in agreement at that. After all, nobody really meant to embarrass Flying Squirrel too much. It was just that seeing him so flustered, they got carried away in the moment and forgot themselves. But just as Flying Squirrel thought things were settled, Yetion's voice caught him short again. Yetion stroked his chin thoughtfully, looked back and forth between him and Albedo, and tentatively suggested, How about you get engaged to Albedo first? The instant those words left his mouth, Albedo was overcome with joy. She just stared absently at Flying Squirrel's back, completely captivated. Flying Squirrel, meanwhile, was so startled he could barely speak. He stared at Yetion, his voice quivering, and stammered, You're joking, right? Me a skeleton. Seeing this, Yetion shot him an annoyed sideways glance, then said, You do realize, don't you, how rare it is to have a beautiful woman like you? Are you really going to waste this chance? Ahem, let me change my appearance first. Let me change my appearance before we talk about this. Hearing what Yetion said, Flying Squirrel hurriedly dodged the topic. Realizing this, Yetion also decided to hold his tongue. He turned his head and looked at the approaching black goat. Your little treasure has arrived. Come on, let's go see this person you admire so much. The topic shift made Flying Squirrel sigh in relief. He had really worried Yetion would keep pressing the matter. In the next moment, he manipulated a few of Black Goat's tentacles to lift everyone on board. Standing atop the Black Goat's head, Yetion couldn't help but stamp his feet thoughtfully. He slowly turned to those behind him and said, Hey, can you guys figure out what this Black Goat's head is made of? I can hardly feel anything under my feet. The group paused to consider, and after a moment, Hong was the first to speak. Well, since it's a magical construct, maybe it's not actually made of any material. Rimuru then gently hopped off Geru's head and started examining the substance below his feet. After a while, he looked up at Yetion and said, It seems like it's made of dark matter. Upon hearing this, Yetion nodded thoughtfully. He murmured, It really does feel like there's nothing there, and yet it holds us perfectly steady. Fascinating. What do you think, Old Bones? Flying Squirrel looked at Yetion, clearly annoyed. How should I know? All right then. With Flying Squirrel's reply, Yetion could only give up on his nagging curiosity. Just then, Flying Squirrel spoke up. We're here. That's him, Gazef, the kingdom's warrior captain. At his words, Yetion and the others turned their attention, nodding as they looked on. Yetion thought for a moment, then asked in a gentle tone, So you want to recruit him? Flying Squirrel nodded quietly. I doubt it. Yetion replied, eyeing Gazef intently. That man is loyal to the bone. I don't think you'll sway him. Hearing this, Flying Squirrel nodded in agreement, although he wasn't quite ready to abandon the idea. He glanced at those standing behind him and said, I'll give it a try. If we just give up now, I can't help but feel uneasy about it. Everyone nodded in agreement, and, after Flying Squirrel left, stayed on top of the Black Goat's head chatting among themselves. Yetion, my friend, what exactly did Moron Kwang use earlier? Meng Tian approached and asked in a low voice. After he recited that incantation, his power soared 100-fold, and even his injuries didn't seem to affect him. The others pricked up their ears at this, attentive even as Carp kept watch on their surroundings, eager to hear Yetion's answer. Seeing this, Yetion couldn't help but let out a wry smile. He looked at Meng Tian and said, All right then, I'll give you all a proper explanation. With that, Yetion simply sat down cross-legged. The others followed suit, settling down to listen intently to his words. What Moron Kwang used at the end is called authority or word of power. You could call it magic, but at the same time, it's not quite magic as you know it. To acquire authority, one needs to slay a disobedient god. But after a mortal defeats such a god, they're left barely clinging to life themselves. That's when Pandora uses the ritual of reincarnation, transferring the defeated god's authority, as well as a body capable of withstanding such power, to the victor, turning them into a devil king, a god slayer. Yi Tian had barely finished when Dagu raised his hand and asked, puzzled, if that's the case, how could someone capable of defeating a god possibly? Yet before he could finish, Yi Tian interrupted him directly. It's obvious, Morong Kwang hasn't been in this world for long. His system is a kind of exchange system. He can trade human souls for all kinds of skills and items. Even if he didn't kill a god who wouldn't submit, he can still use souls within his system to exchange for an authority. Didn't any of you notice? After he used the authority, his power increased 100-fold, but he still couldn't withstand your attacks at all. In the end, he only gained the ability, not the physical constitution, to match it. His strength increased, but his body simply couldn't handle it. Hearing this, everyone nodded, showing they understood. Seeing them deep in thought, Yi Tian left them alone and quietly opened his backpack. From inside, he found a lottery ticket. He took out the lottery ticket and inspected it closely. In an instant, a spinning wheel materialized before his eyes. He looked at a small slot on the wheel. Without hesitation, Yi Tian slid the lottery ticket into it. The moment the ticket was inserted, the wheel abruptly changed its appearance. Now, there were 6 options on the wheel: technology, abilities, bloodline, techniques, summoning, and unknown. As soon as the 6 choices appeared, a start button materialized in the center of the wheel. Yi Tian pressed the button without a second thought. With Yi Tian's touch, the wheel began to spin wildly and unpredictably. His eyes remained locked on the wheel's pointer, unwavering. At last, the wheel slowed and came to a stop, the pointer landing quietly on a single option. Focusing his gaze, Yi Tian saw that it had stopped on abilities. Seeing this, Yi Tian was filled with confusion. Abilities? What abilities? That description was far too vague. But just as Yi Tian was puzzling over this, the text on the spinning wheel shifted once more. Noticing this, Yi Tian quickly looked over, and now the wheel was divided into countless world names. Upon seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but marvel. I have to say, this is much more straightforward. At the very least, you can see exactly where the ability is coming from, right? But this time, Yi Tian didn't even need to spin the wheel himself. It began to spin on its own. After a long wait, the pointer finally landed on one particular world. Yi Tian leaned forward, curiosity written all over his face. However, the images whizzed by far too quickly, and the text was so tiny that he couldn't make out what it said. Just as Yi Tian was left baffled and bewildered, a notification sound rang out in the chat group. Congratulations! Yi Tian, guild leader, has won the divine authority of the god of victory Velislana from the world of Campione, in the form of its 10 incarnations. Let us offer him our congratulations. Yi Tian, guild leader, I was just giving a try. How was I supposed to know it'd announce it to everyone like that? Yi Tian, guild leader, I was just giving a try. How was I supposed to know it'd announce it to everyone like that? Red A. Are you kidding me? How can this guy be so blatant? Dragon Slayer. Meng Tian. This is just outrageous. Slime. I can't stand it. The goo boiling soup. Exactly, I've never seen someone show off this much before. Congratulations. The goo boiling soup has won the perfect version of the Goro Goro Nami from the world of One Piece. Let's congratulate him. Bragging Wong, Xiaoming. Red A. Dragon Slayer. Meng Tian. Wait, how did this kid? Slime, right? Why did I only get a pack of gum? This has got to be rigged. Yi Tian, guild leader. Congratulations. Dragon Slayer. Meng Tian has received the template of the hero, Dragon Slayer. Meng Tian from the Game Honor of Kings. Let's congratulate him. Red. So, I'm just here singing my own praises now. Dragon Slayer. Meng Tian. Ahem. Well, I have to say this lottery wheel is actually pretty great. Double boiling soup. Yeah, yagre. I don't really know what a devil fruit is, but since it announced the name, I guess it must be something amazing. Carp. Of course it is a devil fruit. And a perfect version, no less. I have no idea what the perfect version means, but the Goro Goro Nomi is powerful for sure. Yi Tian, guild leader. Congratulations, the goo. Now you can control lightning and become the god of thunder. The goo boiled into soup. Whoa, seriously? That powerful? Carp. Yes, it really is that powerful. Dragon Slayer, Meng Tian. I have this feeling the things I pull for draws always seem a bit. Yi Tian, guild leader. You're really lucky. You drew something that's truly yours. But if you hadn't joined this group, maybe you would never have gotten it. Dragon Slayer, Meng Tian. Hold on, Yi Tian, that sounds a bit off. What do you mean? I'd never get it. Just now you said it was mine to begin with. Yi Tian, guild leader. Take a closer look. See anything different about it? Think carefully, savor the details. Do you really think it's the same? Dragon Slayer, Meng Tian. Wait a second. Did I just get turned into a game character? Did I really just get handed a game template? Yetion, guild leader. Otherwise, what do you think the Meng family army I summoned came from? Dragon Slayer. Meng Tian. Don't tell me the power I gave you somehow turned into a game template when it got to you? Unbelievable. Yetion, guild leader. Exactly, what did you expect? Congratulations, Red A. You won the Marine 6 powers from the One Piece world in the Lucky Draw Roulette. Let's all give our congratulations. Red A. Marine 6 powers? So now I'm supposed to become a warrior? Yetion, guild leader. Maybe the roulette saw you were a bit fragile, so it decided to boost your defenses? Carp, Slime rigged. The whole thing's rigged. I want to file a complaint. This is definitely a setup. Yetion, guild leader. Hey, everyone just wants to be happy in life. Don't sweat the small stuff. Slime. Geez, easy for you to say. Red A. So what's the deal with a pack of chewing gum? And seriously, does Slime even need to clean his mouth? Does he even have teeth? Dragon Slayer. Meng Tian. No idea, really. The goo boiled in his soup. Come on, don't pick on Rimuru. After all, traveling to another world and being able to get something from home, even if it's just a little memento, isn't that a good thing? Slime. Dagu, thanks so much, man. Red A. Yetion, guild leader. Alright, that's enough teasing for now. Let's not push our luck. Otherwise, Rimuru is going to get really riled up. Slime. Too late, I'm already upset. Angry face, JPG. Slime. But hey, it's not so bad. At least Tsukasa didn't get anything great either. That makes me feel a bit better. Congratulations, arrogant King Xiao Ming. You've won the time stop ability from the Zio world in the Lucky Draw Roulette. Let's give him a round of applause. Red A. Maybe Rimuru used up all his luck while crossing worlds. Traded it all for good looks? Yetion, guild leader. Well, ahem. Slime. I give up. Sobs uncontrollably. The goo boiled into soup. I can control lightning now. Not bad at all. Red A. Impressive. Yetion, guild leader. You'll even be able to turn into lightning someday. So make sure to keep training your abilities. It'll be a huge advantage for you down the road. Carp. Absolutely. Even I want this power. Slime. At Red A at Dragon Hunter Meng Tian. You two cut it out. Stop squishing me right now. Yetion, guild leader. What's going on here? After sending his message, Yetion quickly exited the chat group and looked over toward Rimuru's side. There, he found 2 grown men atop the black goat's head. One was carelessly kneading Rimuru's body, while the other scrutinized every inch of him, mumbling, "How can we not tell the gender? I say you two, this is just too much," Rimuru stammered, managing to get the words out with great difficulty. At this, Yetion couldn't hold back a snicker. Seriously, can't tell the gender. But as his laugh escaped, Rimuru turned his gaze toward Yetion and immediately cried out, "Why, Yetion? Save me." Watching Rimuru still being handled mercilessly by the two, Yetion could only rub his forehead, then turned to Red A and said, "All right, Amiya bro, let him go." Hearing this, Red A gave Rimuru 2 more vigorous squishes before slowly releasing his grip. Feeling those tormenting hands finally let go, Rimuru broke free from Red A's clutches, leaping straight into Yetion's arms. No sooner had Rimuru landed in Yetion's embrace than he began to weep like a wronged bride, launching a heart-wrenching complaint against Red A and Meng Tian. For a moment, the air was thick with sorrow. Rimuru's wails were so deep they could have toppled the Great Wall itself, and the tears flowed like the mighty river, soaking Yetion's clothes through. All Yetion could do was glance at Rimuru with growing amusement, then cradle him in his hands and start teasing him mercilessly. It was just then that Red A hurried over and said to Yetion, "Honestly, this slime, he's got the most incredible texture." As 2 pairs of mischievous hands continued to torment his small, childlike body, Rimuru struggled and began to plead desperately. But Yetion paid no mind, intent on keeping up the fun, all the while muttering, "Cry all you want. Serve you right for soaking my only change of clothes. I was wrong." Rimuru, twisted and contorted in Yetion's grasp, cried out in a voice full of misery and despair. While Yetion and his companions were roughhousing, Fly Mouse had already taken a position, standing in direct opposition to Gazef. "So, have you made your decision?" Fly Mouse asked, his voice deep and solemn. "Yes, I have decided. I will be loyal to the king for the rest of my life and never betray him," Gazef replied, lifting his sword with one hand and giving Fly Mouse a gentle, resolute smile. "Do you understand that if I choose to act, you will absolutely—" Before Fly Mouse could finish, Gazef interrupted him. "Archmage, I know what it means. I understand I am no match for you, but I still wish to try." At those words, Fly Mouse fell silent. He slowly lowered his gaze to the sword in Gazef's hand, then spoke. "That's an impressive weapon. Would you consider giving it to me when this is over? Upon hearing this, Gazef let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Then, looking seriously at Fly Mouse, he replied, "Please, Archmage, spare me. This sword was lent to me by the king. I cannot give it away." Seeing this, Fly Mouse showed no sign of anger. Instead, he nodded slightly, idly examining the weapon in Gazef's hand before saying, "This weapon is quite rare. To think it could actually harm someone like me." Stunned, Gazef could only stare at Fly Mouse, unsure of what to make of his words. Fly Mouse let out a soft laugh at Gazef's confusion. He then produced a dagger from his pack and showed it to Gazef, saying, "This dagger shares the same properties as your sword, though it is slightly superior. Watch closely." With that, he drew the blade across his own skull-like face, leaving a shallow cut that healed almost instantly without a trace. Seeing this, Gazef only became more convinced that he could never relinquish his sword to Fly Mouse. A weapon capable of wounding a being of such overwhelming strength, it was truly priceless. Just as Fly Mouse was about to say something to the now pensive Gazef, Yi Tian's voice rang out from behind him. "Hey, old bones, hurry up, it's time to go." Fly Mouse turned slowly at the sound, looking at Yi Tian, and responded, "Just a moment." He then turned back to Gazef and said, "We can begin now." Gazef said nothing. He glanced at Yi Tian and his group, who stood atop the black goat in the distance, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. Then he looked back at Fly Mouse and asked, "Are they human?" In response to Gazef's question, Fly Mouse simply nodded. "Yes, they are. How fortunate to have become friends with someone like you," Gazef said, casting a biting, sarcastic look at Yi Tian and his companions. Upon hearing this, Fly Mouse slowly shook his head, then looked at him and said, "Becoming friends with them is my good fortune. Thanks to them, I have witnessed sights I never could have imagined." Sights you never could have imagined? I truly can't understand it. Someone like you, an immortal, becoming friends with humans? Gazef probed with a calm tone, trying to glean whatever information he could from these limited words. Hearing Gazef's words, which bordered on mockery, Fly Mouse wasn't offended. He replied calmly, "You're mistaken. Even before I became what I am, while I was still human, they were already my friends. All right, let's begin." With that, Fly Mouse stepped back quietly, retreating 2 paces and standing still, his gaze fixed on Gazef. "Yes, it's time." Gazef tightened his grip on his long sword, readying himself. "The two over there, would you mind giving us a signal to start?" Fly Mouse turned his attention casually to Climb and Brain, who were standing to the side. At this, the two of them froze, lowering their heads in silence. Noticing their hesitation, Gazef gave a faint smile before turning to Climb. "Climb, I'll leave it to you." After some encouragement, Climb finally produced a small bell, preparing to signal the start of the duel. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared swiftly behind Fly Mouse. "Supreme One, allow your servant to take your place. He is unworthy to face you," Demiurge said respectfully, standing at Fly Mouse's back. The moment they appeared, Gazef's pupils constricted in shock. He could not help but mutter under his breath, "2 more extraordinary powerhouses." Meanwhile, Brain and Climb stood rooted to the spot, staring wide-eyed at the 2 newcomers behind Fly Mouse, not uttering a word. They shared the same thoughts as Gazef in their hearts. While the 3 of them were still in shock, Fly Mouse spoke clearly, "Leave it to me." "Yes, sir." Demiurge and Albedo obediently stepped back 2 paces and stood silently, awaiting further orders. Just as the combatants were preparing to fight. In another world, the Tiga universe. Inside the Victory Team's command center, the command room doors eased open, and Rina, clad in her Victory Team uniform, hurried inside. Catching sight of her captain, Megumi, she called out anxiously, "Captain, I've searched the entire battlefield, but there's no sign of Daigo anywhere." At her words, Megumi leapt up from her seat. She turned to Yayoi, who was stationed at the computer, and said, "Yayoi, search for Daigo's PDA signal. Let's see if we can locate him." Receiving the captain's command, Yayoi promptly responded and began tapping rapidly on the keyboard, searching diligently. Yet the more he searched, the greater his anxiety became. After some time, drenched in sweat, Yayoi turned to face Megumi and Rina, his voice urgent. "Captain, there's no trace of Daigo's signal anywhere." Upon hearing what Yasuko said, Captain Ju Jianhui slammed her fist down onto the table with a sudden, forceful thud. Meanwhile, Munakata and the others sitting nearby were left frozen in their seats, stunned by Yasuko's announcement. No signal from Daigo was found. That meant he'd either been captured by the monster or... Just then, Ju Jianhui, her expression clouded with worry, turned to Yasuko and said, "Yasuko, can you check the monitors and see if you can spot Daigo right before he vanished?" "I'll try," Yasuko replied quickly, nodding her head. After a long moment, Yasuko suddenly lifted her head, meeting Ju Jianhui's gaze. "See, Captain." At those words, Rina whipped her head around to look at Yasuko, anxiousness playing on her face. "Well, did you find him?" Seeing how tense Rina was, Yasuko hesitated, nodding slowly, then answered with uncertainty. It looked like Daegu walked right into a black hole. "I'll project the footage onto the main screen now." Hardly had she finished speaking when the main screen's image shifted in an instant, and within a radiance of light, Daigu's voice also came through. As Ju Jianhui watched Daegu stepping out from the shimmering light, her face froze in shock. She murmured under her breath, "Light? Is it Tiga? Daegu, you've been hiding this pretty well, haven't you?" On the screen, Daegu returned something to his coat, then stood lost in thought for a brief moment. Suddenly, a flash of white light flickered in his hand. There was now a card in Daigu's palm. He took a cursory glance at the card, and then, with a forceful motion, crushed it to pieces. At the very instant he crushed the card, a black hole materialized right in front of him. After nervously extending one leg into the black void to test it, Daegu plunged in headlong, without looking back. And that was the end of the video recording. Inside the command center, silence fell over everyone. The atmosphere grew heavy with disbelief and uncertainty. Overlord World. Aang stood before the camp, facing the others. "Not staying to have some fun?" Yi Tian gave a gentle smile and replied, "No, there are still things unresolved in that world. I can't stay away for long." Hearing Yi Tian's decision, the others nodded in agreement. "All right then, we'll just have to meet again next time," Aang said, a note of regret in his voice. "It's all right. We'll have plenty of chances in the future. Let's go," Yi Tian said. With that, he opened a black hole to the side, waved farewell to everyone, and, together with Karp, stepped through. One by one, the others also bid Ain's farewell and left the world of Overlord. Tiga World. Inside the Victory Team's command center. A moment ago, quiet despair had blanketed the team, but now, a sudden cry from Yasuko tore everyone from their daze. "Captain, we've picked up a signal from Dagu's PDA." At these words, everyone immediately turned their heads to look. Noi's hands flew over the keyboard, and the large screen instantly shifted to a new image. There, Dagu stood in a remote corner. Behind him, a shadowy black hole was rapidly fading away. Upon seeing this, Captain Hui was about to contact Dagu, but before she could, arcs of electricity crackled over his body, and in an instant, he vanished from where he stood, only to reappear several meters away. Everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment. None of them could have imagined that Dagu could move at such incredible speed. Meanwhile, Dagu was completely unaware that somewhere nearby, a surveillance camera had captured everything and was transmitting his actions straight to the Victory Team command center. "Noi, erase this footage. Don't let anyone else see it." Captain Huey's instruction was low and firm after a brief pause. "Yes, ma'am." Noi responded promptly and set to work, fingers moving rapidly over the keyboard. Captain Hui ignored him for the moment, slowly turning her gaze to the assembled members. Then she spoke. "Let's keep this matter confidential, all of us. If too many people learn about Dagu's true identity, it could bring trouble." "Yes, ma'am." Everyone nodded enthusiastically, fully cooperating. Their relationship with Dagu was a good one, and they understood that the captain only had Dagu's best interests at heart, so they readily agreed. Pirate World. Inside a ship's cabin, a black hole slowly opened, and Yi Tian stepped out with an air of indifference, followed by Garp, whose face glowed with excitement. Yi Tian calmly shrugged off his coat and collapsed onto the bed, glancing wearily at Garp. "Garp, go take care of your business. I need to rest for a while." Hearing this, Garp made no objection. With a nod, he turned and left the room. As he strolled through the corridor toward the deck, his mind raced with thoughts. This trip had been immensely rewarding. Not only had he witnessed many unbelievable events, but he'd also joined Yi Tian's organization. He couldn't reveal too much, of course, but he did want to give some people a discreet warning. He had long disliked the celestial dragons, and this time, perhaps, he'd finally found a rare opportunity. Having witnessed those people's true abilities, Garp was certain. If Yi Tian ever decided to deal with the celestial dragons, absolutely nothing could stand in his way. Still, there were many arrangements to be made before that, and there was no need to rush. With such swirling thoughts, time seemed to pass in a blur. That day, a Navy warship gradually docked at the harbor. Seeing this, Garp slowly turned to the sunbathing Yi Tian, who was stretched out on a deck chair, and called out, "Yi Tian, we've arrived at Navy headquarters." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian slowly opened his drowsy eyes and gazed at the building before him. He then sat up from the beach chair, moving sluggishly, and looked at Garp, saying, "Oh, we're here already?" "Yes." Garp replied with a slow nod, then looked at Etion with a curious glint in his eye. So, how do you want to spend your time here? If you'd like, I can arrange a quiet job for you. Etion shot Garp an odd look at these words and said, Actually, I'm planning to have some fun at the Naval Academy. When Garp heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes at Etion. Just yesterday, he had copied his own abilities and passed them on to Etion, securing his grandson's future in return. Now, Etion's strength far surpassed his own, yet he still wanted to go to the Naval Academy. Catching the doubt in Garp's expression, Etion merely gave a cheeky chuckle and said, I want to see what it's like, witness the legendary Admiral Zephyr, the one known for taking lives without killing. Garp paused in surprise at those words, then let out a sigh tinged with melancholy. Seeing this, Etion let out a gentle laugh and said, Zephyr, the admiral who never kills, devoted his whole life to upholding justice. But in these treacherous, unforgiving seas, mercy is all but useless. One misstep, and it's sure to bring disaster. Garp nodded in agreement at this, then added, True enough. The trouble is, that man's just too stubborn. There's no persuading him. Etion, hearing Garp's words, seemed unusually serious as he spoke. Even in a world where the law is well established and everyone honors rules and order, showing mercy might not win you much goodwill. But in this world, refusing to kill is inviting calamity on yourself. Right. Garp nodded again, his face dark with contemplation. After a moment, as if something had crossed his mind, he turned to Etion and asked in a low voice, What do you think justice is in this world? Etion looked at him in surprise and said, But aren't you the Vice Admiral? Why are you asking me? I want to hear your thoughts, Garp answered quietly. Seeing the sincere expression on Garp's face, Etion decided not to dodge the question. He replied directly, Justice is a tricky word. It's hard to define. People interpret it in all sorts of ways, so I can't give you a straightforward answer. And the Navy, is it justice? Garp's eyes searched Etion's face, full of hope. Etion scratched his head, then looked back at him and replied, At best, it's only half and half. I don't need to spell it out. You understand as well as I do. At this, Garp fell silent, lost in thought. But Etion urged, Let's get settled first. I still want to go see Zephyr later. At his words, Garp shook off his brooding, nodded slowly, and led the way down from the warship, taking Belmir and the others along as they headed toward his villa. Once everything was settled, Garp looked at Etion and said, Let's go see Zephyr. By the way, we'll take these 2 kids along with us. All right. Etion nodded, indicating he didn't mind either way. With that, he led Kuna and Zoro to follow behind Garp as they headed toward the Elite Cadet Training Camp. Navy Elite Cadet Training Camp. Standing at the camp gate, Zephyr had already been waiting there. He had just received a call from Garp's Denmashi, saying he was bringing 2 promising recruits for him. Zephyr was genuinely pleased about his old friend's visit. Over all these years, his friendship with Garp had never changed. While Zephyr was lost in his memories, he suddenly heard hearty laughter ring out not far ahead. Haha, Zephyr, I'm here. Garp, haha, it's been ages. Hearing Garp's roaring laughter, Zephyr couldn't help but laugh as well, striding forward to greet him. After exchanging pleasantries, Zephyr turned his attention to the 3 people at Garp's side. Gazing at Etion and the others, Zephyr's eyes lit up with interest. Then he looked back at Garp and asked, Garp, are all 3 of these? At this, Garp shook his head and replied, Not Etion, old friend, but Kana and Zoro here. They're both brilliantly talented. Zephyr, who had been quite excited, was momentarily taken aback by Garp's reply. Then a sly smile crept across his face. Etion, your little brother? Since when did you get yourself such a young brother? He teased. With that, Zephyr reached out to ruffle Etion's hair. But Etion simply tilted his head, nimbly avoiding the gesture. Zephyr didn't get annoyed. Instead, he looked at Garp with a serious expression and said, This little brother of yours is quite the prospect. Are you sure you don't want him to join? Garp let out a wry chuckle. You're still trying to rope him in? Zephyr replied earnestly, Of course. It'd be a waste to leave a talent like this undeveloped. Garp sighed, looking almost mournful. No need. I can't even beat him myself. If anyone should train further, it's me, not him. At these words, everyone present was stunned into silence. Even Kuina and Zoro, standing beside Etion, turned to look at him in shock. Over the past few days, they'd come to understand just how powerful Garp was, yet never in their wildest dreams had they imagined that Etion was even stronger. A sense of unreality washed over them. Zephyr, meanwhile, gave an awkward smile before saying, Garp, old friend, is this really the time to crack jokes with me? Come on, let's head inside and talk. We should also discuss your little brother's future. Upon hearing this, Garp couldn't help but shake his head, then turned to Etion and said, What's your take on this? Hearing himself addressed, Yi slowly lifted his head, a faint smile playing at his lips as he glanced toward Zephyr and replied, I've seen how the Admiral earned his name for mercy, but I wonder just how powerful you really are? At that moment, the hand that had been reaching out toward Garp paused in midair before easing back into its pocket. Zephyr's lips curled into a knowing smile as he responded, Interesting. Yi, is it? If you know who I am, you should also know what I'm capable of. Are you sure you want this? Yi laughed softly at Zephyr's words, tilting his head ever so slightly as he looked him in the eyes. How do you compare to Garp? Oh, don't tell me you're really stronger than Garp. Now you've got me curious. I'd like to find out for myself whether you're all talk or the real deal, Zephyr said. His interest piqued as he regarded Yi. Yi chuckled at this, casting a quick glance around the area before looking back at Zephyr and saying, You don't mean we're going to spar here, do you? I tend to cause a bit of destruction when I fight. At Yi words, a gleam of sharp intelligence flashed through Zephyr's eyes. He was certain now that Yi truly had real strength. Even if he wasn't Garp's equal, the gap surely wasn't wide. What struck him as even more astonishing was that Yi was still just a child. For a boy to already possess such power rivaling Garp's, he didn't know whether the world had gone mad, or if it was about to. This thought only strengthened Zephyr's resolve to test Yi skills. He turned to Yi and said, Come on, I know, just the place for a proper match. With that, he turned and strode purposefully toward the interior of the camp. On the way, Zephyr called his adjutant over and instructed him to gather the current trainees from the elite class to come along and watch his match against Yi. But Yi had no time for Zephyr's preparations. At that moment, he was being pulled in different directions by Kuina and Zoro, both eager to challenge him. In the arena, on a raised platform stood Sengoku, positioned beside Tsuru and two admirals, the yellow monkey and the blue pheasant. Below the platform were several tiers of seating, encircling the stage. From a distance, the place resembled a gladiatorial arena. Standing atop the platform, Sengoku looked over at Garp, who was not far from Yi, and remarked, Oh, Tsuru, you managed to track Garp down. Now I really must ask him what is going on here. Just then, Zephyr slowly descended from one side of the stands, accompanied by a group of elite trainees in their training uniforms. Zephyr walked steadily to the center of the arena and took his place opposite Yi, his gaze calm, watching him in utter silence. Yi, catching Zifa's eye, nodded ever so slightly, and then, under the gaze of everyone present, slowly raised a hand. Garp, who was about to go look for Sengoku, saw this and opened his mouth to shout, Begin. Zifa looked at the hand Yi raised and said, Yi, my young friend, is there something on your mind? But Yi merely shot him a glance and shook his head. Then, clear and sonorous, his voice echoed out, I'm the strongest, the one who holds all victory in my hands. Be it man or devil, before me, the malice of any enemy shall falter. I will crush anyone who dares stand in my way. O mighty bull, whose golden horns shine, lend me your strength now. Zifa watched Yi with genuine interest, noting the faint glow that surrounded him. With a gentle smile, he remarked, That's quite an intriguing power you have. But tell me, are you sure you'll have enough time to use it? No sooner had he finished speaking than Zifa vanished from where he stood, reappearing in an instant right before Yi. His right hand, wreathed in haki, bristled with overwhelming power as he delivered a punch straight for Yi chest. Yet, just as Zifa's fist was about to make contact, Yi hand, already clad in haki, shot up. Palm out, he blocked Zifa's strike head-on. At that moment, as flesh and wool collided, a violent shockwave erupted around them. Yi twisted his body, unleashing a punch aimed squarely at Zifa's waist. Zifa, however, reacted just as swiftly, raising his hand to block the blow. In the span of a heartbeat, the two exchanged moves in rapid succession, neither one yielding an inch. Then, suddenly, Yi sprang into the air and perched himself atop Zifa's arm, pivoted lightly, and landed on Zifa's shoulder. Without missing a beat, he readied himself to lock Zifa's neck in a scissor hold. But Zifa was quicker still. He lunged with both hands, clamped down hard on Yi legs, spun him in a tight arc, and flung him away. What Zifa failed to anticipate, however, was that even as Yi flew through the air, his voice rang out once more. You have broken the covenant and brought evil into this world. Thus speaks the Lord. Every sinner must be judged. Shatter his spine, tear out his sinews, his hair, his marrow. Grind his blood and bones into the dirt. If I am the sword too sharp to touch, I shall wield the Lord's hammer and bring ruin upon all who defy the covenant. You have broken the covenant and brought evil into this world. Thus speaks the Lord. Every sinner must be judged. Shatter his spine, tear out his sinews, his hair, his marrow. grind his blood and bones into the dirt. If I am the sword too sharp to touch, I shall wield the Lord's hammer and bring ruin upon all who defy the covenant. As soon as the voice rang out, Zephyr's expression changed sharply. His observation haki surged forth, instantly enveloping the entire arena. Clenching both fists tight, he covered his arms and every vital point with armament haki, his gaze fixed on the spot where Yi Tian had crashed to the ground, sending plumes of dust swirling through the air. But just as Zephyr finished bracing himself for defense, Yi Tian's voice rang out a second time. O bearer of the sharp fangs, strike down your foe in a single blow, crush and annihilate. With a thunderous crash, a wild boar shrouded in blue flames burst straight out from the thick curtains of dust. Seeing this, Zephyr's brows knitted even tighter, his entire body tensing in an instant. Watching the boar charging straight at him, Zephyr knew this was an attack that must not connect. If it did, even he wouldn't walk away unscathed. Meanwhile, as the fight raged on, atop the grand platform overlooking the arena, Sengoku observed the tense standoff below, his brows furrowed in deep concern. Then, turning toward Garp with suspicion playing on his face, he asked, Garp, are you sure this boy's background is all above board? At this, Garp's eyelids twitched involuntarily. He coughed awkwardly before responding. Ahem. Well, about that. His origins are, just a little unusual maybe, but cough, it's nothing too serious, really. Not all. With that, he looked away, a touch embarrassed, avoiding Sengoku's piercing gaze. Sengoku, however, instantly developed a throbbing vein on his forehead. He slapped his palm onto Garp's shoulder and roared. Unusual, and you still dare to bring him back? Huh. Vice Admiral Garp, would you care to enlighten me as to what you were thinking? Nearby, Vice Admiral Tsuru kept her sharp gaze locked on Garp. Seeing that Sengoku was already fuming, she spoke in a calm but forceful tone. Garp, just tell us everything you know. Don't hide it. Otherwise, Sengoku will definitely have that kid arrested. At those words, Garp's expression turned serious. He looked solemnly at Sengoku and Tsuru and said, You two listen carefully, don't push him too far. If he really wanted to, destroying this world would be the easiest thing for him. But just as Garp finished speaking, Kizaru piped up from the side, a sly and lazy grin on his face. Kids these days, how terrifying. Vice Admiral Garp, this isn't something you should joke about. You'd best tell the truth to Vice Admiral Tsuru. From his seat nearby, Akiji spoke up, his demeanor as languid as ever. Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged a glance, then turned their eyes first to Yi Tian down in the arena, then back to Garp. Garp, this is no laughing matter. Level with us. Who is he, really? At that, Garp sighed and glanced at the four around him. After a long, heavy silence, he finally spoke. You remember where I went a while back, don't you? Where? Sengoku fixed Garp with a probing stare, his brow deeply furrowed. In another world, I watched them, every inch of their being radiated with awe-inspiring might as they stood in judgment of evil. I knew, too, that before long, they would wage war, but not in this world. The four of them listened to Garp's words, momentarily stunned. Sengoku shot him a stern glare, his voice booming with authority. Garp, this is no time for jokes. Take this seriously. Seeing Sengoku's frowning face, Garp couldn't help but shake his head. He slowly turned to watch Yi Tian in the midst of battle. We all know the claim that the celestial dragons are the descendants of gods is nothing but self-glorification. But he stands for this very world. If he says you're guilty, then there's no place for you in the entire world. This isn't a government bounty. It's the entire heavens and earth hunting you down. As he recalled how Yi Tian and his companions had faced Muron Kwang just a few days ago, Garp's expression grew heavy. Garp, Sengoku clenched his teeth at Garp's words. He simply couldn't believe any of it. Gods in this world? The claim that someone could declare guilt with a word. If that were true, then what was the point of being Fleet Admiral at all? Taking in Sengoku's disbelief, Garp shook his head again and looked at him solemnly. There's something you must remember. If you go after him, you'll find yourself facing the armies of more than 5 worlds, perhaps even more. Total forces could number in the tens of millions. The seriousness in Garp's eyes made all 4 of them involuntarily knit their brows in concern. Meanwhile, Akiji, who was sitting off to the side, narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Yi Tian, locked in a fierce back and forth with Zephyr. In a low, barely audible voice, he muttered, Are you really, just as the elders spoke of? The room fell into a heavy silence. Each of the 4 was lost in thought, unsure what was truly on the others' minds. After a long pause, Tsuru finally spoke in a slow, measured tone. Garp, is everything you said true? Hearing her question, Garp nodded with deep conviction. Could a kid really wield such power? It's almost beyond the realm of imagination. Sengoku took a deep breath as he spoke. His influence? He's the leader of that organization, the one that runs everything in this world. Garp's voice was grave, hoping Sengoku would realize that issuing a wanted order for Yi Tian might be easy, but the consequences would be unbearable. How come we've never heard anything before? Someone like him shouldn't be completely off the radar. Tsuru mused aloud after a thoughtful pause. This organization is, Garp began, but before he could finish, a sudden jolt of electricity shot through his body, enveloping him completely in crackling light. Seeing this scene, the others quickly called out, Garp. Vice Admiral Garp, what's wrong with you? After a long silence, Garp slumped heavily into the seat behind him. He remained quiet for a while before slowly speaking, his voice low. I can't tell you anything more. What exactly happened just now? Sengoku pressed anxiously, his eyes fixed on silent Garp. I've already joined them. After the 1-month probation ends, I'll apply as well. Garp's words trailed off abruptly, and he fell silent again. After exchanging a look, Tsuru and Sengoku saw the shock reflected in each other's eyes. They already knew what Garp was about to say next. To govern a world. Such a feat is something only gods could ever hope to do. Yet Garp spoke as if it was merely another task. Didn't that mean Yi Tian and those backing him were all akin to gods? Sengoku and Tsuru weren't the only ones shaken. Even Kizuru, usually unfazed and irreverent, now had a serious glint in his eyes. He stared at Yi Tian, lost in his own thoughts no one else could guess. Akiji, seated nearby, was no different. His fists were clenched tight, his breath quickened, and his gaze was unwavering, fixed intently on Yi Tian in the center of the arena. Akiji, too, sat tense, his hands tightened into fists, his breathing unsteady, his eyes locked on Yi Tian in the Colosseum. Meanwhile, inside the arena itself, Yi Tian, sword in hand, smiled calmly as he regarded Zephyr, who was battered and wounded. Speaking gently, he said, Mr. Zephyr, let's call it here for today. At his words, Zephyr, his back slightly hunched, slowly straightened up, a faint crackling of bones audible as he moved. Looking at Yi Tian, whose clothes bore only the lightest dust, Zephyr released a wry chuckle. So be it. Still, I never expected this. The new waves on the Yangtze always overtake the old. And here I am, an old wave, so stifled by one of the new generation. Hearing Zephyr's remark, Yi Tian couldn't help but let out a short, amused laugh. My techniques may be a jumble, but as long as they make me stronger, any method is a good one. Zephyr nodded in agreement. There's sense in that. Let's go. Sengoku's probably getting impatient waiting for us. With that, he reached out, intending to guide Yi Tian up to the podium. But as his hand stretched out, he paused, then broke into hearty laughter. I almost forgot. Your strength isn't below mine at all. Well then, let's go together. He finished speaking and stepped lightly into the air, walking with moonwalk toward the raised platform where Sengoku and the others were waiting. Watching Zephyr go on ahead alone, Yi Tian shook his head with a rueful smile, then followed suit, using the same moonwalk technique to reach the platform. Up on the platform, everyone looked at Yi Tian, following behind Zephyr, with expressions full of intrigue and wariness. Seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but frown slightly. Then, after glancing at Garp, who was standing off to the side, he reached up and rubbed his forehead, because he noticed that Garp was nodding at him, with a somewhat awkward look on his face. Realizing this, Yi Tian felt a heaviness settle in his heart. There was only one thing that could make Garp look so awkward in front of him. That must be that, while Yi Tian was busy sparring with Zephyr, Garp took the opportunity to inform Sengoku and the others about the alliance. Otherwise, they and Garp wouldn't be wearing such expressions. Yi Tian shot Garp an exasperated glance, and then said slowly, Well, just give me any kind of idle title. Before Sengoku could respond, Zephyr immediately interjected. Young Yi Tian, that's not acceptable. With strength like yours, how could you just drift aimlessly? You ought to bring order to the seas. With that, a single drop of cold sweat trickled down Yi Tian's forehead. He looked over at Garp, signaling him with his eyes. This one's beyond me. You handle it. Garp instantly caught Yi Tian's meaning. With the smooth subtlety that only old friends share, he nodded back, then shot him a reassuring look in return. Leave it to me. Watch and learn. After exchanging glances, Garp cleared his throat and tactfully interrupted Zephyr's speech. He spoke up slowly. Well, Yi Tian is still young. It's not right for him to head out so soon. Let him grow a bit more first. At his age, he should be playing and enjoying childhood. It's best not to have him go off to sea too early. As soon as he finished, Tsuru nudged Sengoku with her elbow, signaling with her eyes that it was his turn to speak. Well, Garp's right, Sengoku said, grasping the cue. These are years for play. not sailing off to sea. Let's do this. I've just discussed with Suru and the others. We'll grant Yi Tian the rank of Rear Admiral and let him stay at headquarters for a few years. When he's older, we'll revisit the matter. Sengoku stepped in quickly, smoothing things over. Zephyr glanced around at Tsuru, Kizuru, and Akiji. As Zephyr's gaze swept over them, Kizuru gave a slow, emphatic nod as well. Seeing this, Zephyr stopped insisting. He realized he'd been a bit hasty just now, but on second thought, it made sense. Yi Tian was still young, and sending him off to sea too soon might do more harm than good. Very well, let's do as you say. You're all right. Everyone felt an unspoken sigh of relief as Zephyr relented. Sengoku gave Yi Tian a gentle smile and said, Yi Tian, if you ever need anything, come straight to me. I'll take care of it for you. Yi Tian nodded, answering simply, all right, thank you. I'll have someone make your uniform as soon as possible, Sengoku said in a gentle tone. You're new here and still living at Garp's place, aren't you? Let me arrange a place for you. With so many people, it can't be easy to all live together. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian nodded quickly. You're right. Garp's villa is too small, and crowding everyone in does get a bit uncomfortable. As the saying goes, flowers bloom on different branches, each displaying its own beauty. Meanwhile, in another world, the Tiga universe. Victory Team Command Center. Daigu dashed up to the command room door, breathing heavily. He drew a deep breath, made minor adjustments, and gradually slowed his hurried breathing until he calmed himself. Then he walked into the command center. Inside, Nobu quietly addressed the others. Everyone heads up. Daigu is right outside. At his words, the team, who had all been huddled together, quickly scattered to their own seats and busied themselves with their work. Just then, Daigu stepped into the command room. Taking in the sight of everyone focused on their respective tasks, he walked straight over to Captain Rina's side. He snapped to attention and announced in a ringing voice, reporting, Captain, I'm back. Without even looking at him, Captain Rina gave a curt nod and replied, Hichem, you're back. Get to work. Yes, ma'am. Daigu answered crisply, heading toward his seat. As she watched Daigu walk away, a faint smile gently curved on Captain Rina's lips. Meanwhile, in the chat group, Soup Royal Daigu. Man, I was scared out of my wits just now. Tall Tales, what happened? Soup Royal Daigu. I just got back to the command room. I thought I was in trouble for sure, but the captain just told me to get to my seat and didn't ask a thing. Tall Tales, look at you so uptight. Take it easy. So you skipped work? A little truancy never hurt anyone. What are you so afraid of? Slime, that's right. It's just skipping work, so what? You're not the same person you used to be, you know. Tall Tales, it's Slime, but he's not a world traveler like us. Slime, oh really? Well, still, skipping work is nothing. Back in my day, I'd skip whenever I pleased. Soup Royal Daigu. Please stop. I don't have the guts for that. Just look at you. And here you are, an Ultraman, a hero, but scared to skip work. Slime. Exactly, Daigu. Take notes. We're speaking from experience here. You gotta be bold. It's just a couple days' pay, right? Let go. Soup Royal Daigu. I think I'll pass on that. Red A. What are you two geeks up to? Leading the kid astray? Soup Royal Daigu. K-Kid? Me? Slime, what? No way. Will we ever do something like that? Nonsense. Even if I teach him a thing or two from my own experience, I tell him to be more open-minded. Red, hey, Tisuke, I can't believe you guys. Yi Tian, guild leader. You two troublemakers. Do you even get that's a regular job? That's literally a job where you risk your life. How could you compare that to what you two used to do? Add to goo boiling soup. Just relax. After pouring in so much effort, what's wrong with skipping work once in a while, right? Dagu boiling soupy. Ooh. Yi Tian, guild leader. By the way, do you have a place to stay there? It's been ages since I experienced modern society. Kinda miss it. Dagu boiling soup. But, are you sure you want to come over? Yi Tian, guild leader. Yep, I'm sure. Tsukasa's world just isn't fun. He gets confused by it, so if I went, I'd probably be even more out of my depth. I honestly think your world would be a lot more interesting. Nonsense. I miss it too. Slime. Me too. Yi Tian, guild leader. Want to go together? Slime. Good idea. Nonsense. If I went, though, don't you think the way I look might be a little weird? Yi Tian, guild leader. Can't you change? Use some magic or something. Yi Tian, guild leader. Actually, I was thinking, should I try becoming an Ultraman too? Slime. Ultraman? Likadage. Impressive. Nonsense. You're dreaming. How would you do that? Have the good duplicate his powers for you. Yi Tian, guild leader. That'd be boring. If I'm going to do it, I want to be one of a kind. Nonsense. So how would you do it? Yi Tian, guild leader. Well, I do know a way. Slime, what way? Yi Tian, guild leader. Go to the land of light, receive the baptism of light, and maybe a genetic mutation would do the trick. Slime. Red A. Genetic mutation? Really? Dragon Slayer, Meng Tian. Genetic mutation. Navy Garb. Genetic mutation? Tian, Guild Leader. Alright, I'm just joking. Even if I wanted to go, I can't. It's not even in the same universe. Ding, Alliance chat group activity has reached the limit. The system is upgrading to version 2.1 online. Ding, the system has now collected items from all member worlds. The Alliance marketplace is being updated. Ding, new members are being invited. Congratulations, Omazio has joined the chat group. Congratulations, Black Boiled Egg has joined the chat group. Congratulations, Don't Shake Billy has joined the chat group. Igrikitian, Zildleder, Omazio, Boiled Egg, Don't Shake Billy. Nonsense. Newcomers? What are those names? Slime. Judging by those names, I can tell probably not good people. Red A. Demon King, perhaps? Garp. Welcome, welcome. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. Welcome. The Goose too. Welcome, everyone. Omaza, where are we? This place feels so magical. Black Soy Egg. Who exactly are all of you? Not Swaying Green Lotus. Wait, could this be the legendary cheat system for novels? Am I finally about to soar to greatness? Tian, Guild Leader. Asterisk rolls his eyes, asterisk. Slime, that not swaying Green Lotus guy really looks like your typical couch potato. Tall Tales, makes sense. Tian, Guild Leader. You guys handle greeting the newcomers. I'm off to check them all for anything good. Tall Tales, I'm coming too. Excited emoji. Red, hey, count me in. Dragon Hunter, +1. Tian ignored the lively chatter of the newcomers and went straight to open up the Alliance Mall. In an instant, a list of items popped up before his eyes. Tian scrolled through the list, unable to help himself as his mouth began to water. Pirate World Armament Hockey, Beginner, 200 Alliance points. Pirate World Conquerors Hockey, Beginner, 200 Alliance points. Pirate World Observation Hockey, Beginner, 200 Alliance points. Pirate World Logia Type Glittering Fruit, Perfect 5,000 Alliance points. Tiga World Complete Gene of Light, 10,000 Alliance points. Fate World Gilgamesh Template, 20,000 Alliance points. Fate World Artoria Pendragon Template, 20,000 Alliance points. Decade World Full Decade Set, Perfect 50,000 Alliance points. Decade World Agito Belt, Perfect 20,000 Alliance points. Zio World Zio Suite, 0,000 Alliance Poinetese. Zio World Complete Guai's Belt Set, Perfect, includes all watchheads 40,000 Alliance points. Damn. Tian stared at the products with shining eyes, all but sparkling with desire. He gazed until, in the end, he let out a long sigh. Closing the Alliance Mall, Tian sat lost in thought inside his villa, torn about what to do next. Meanwhile, the chat group had descended into chaos. Omazo, this is incredible. Slime, alright, I've finished all the introductions. Got now, everyone. Not Swaying Green Lotus. Got it. Boss, I totally get it now. This really is a cheat system. I'm so damn lucky. Black Soy Egg, got it. Slime, exactly. As for becoming a world envoy, just wait for Tian to come by and arrange things for you. Tall Tales, I'm just going to crawl back into my shell. Red, me too. Dragonser, Meng Tian. It's excellent, but the price is just too steep. After all this time, I've only managed to get 2,000 exchange points. Tall Tales sigh. At times like these, we really need to call on at Tian. Tian, Alliance Leader. What's going on? Tall Tales. Any ideas on how to get more exchange points? Red, I have the same question. Dragon Slayer, Meng Tian, +1. Tian, Alliance Leader. I'd love to know how to earn more exchange points myself. Tian, Alliance Leader. But there's one way I know for sure to get them. Tall Tales, what is it? Tell us quickly. Tian, Alliance Leader. Find new worlds, specifically, worlds outside of our current members. When you find one, let me know. After I sign an agreement with the will of that world, exchange points will be awarded. Tall Tales, well, that's out of my reach. Slime, same here. Red, alas. Arrogant King Xiaoming. I feel like I'm about to strike it rich. Laughing. Tall Tales, you? Are you kidding? Slime, exactly. Arrogant King Xiaoming. Didn't I mention before? I'm actually traveling across parallel worlds right now. Tall Tales, whoa, are you serious? Slime, that's intense. Red, so jealous. Arrogant King Xiaoming. At Tian, I'm in the Kuga world right now. Tian, Alliance Leader. Got it. I'll be over soon. Arrogant King Xiaoming. Alright, I'll wait. Totales, unbelievable. Slime, people like us can only watch the big shots rack up exchange points. Is there really no other way for us? Yetion, Alliance Leader. For now, there isn't. Slime. All right then. Blue Lotus, Unwavering. At Yetion, Boss. Yetion, Alliance Leader. What's up? Blue Lotus, Unwavering. Ahems. What exactly is a realm envoy? Yetion, Alliance Leader. Got it. Blue Lotus, Unwavering. As expected, the boss always knows everything. Yetion, Alliance Leader. You know your responsibilities and the rules, right? Blue Lotus, Unwavering. Of course. Slime just explained everything to me. Yetion, Alliance Leader. Good. I'll arrange it shortly. Black Preserved Egg. Hello, Alliance Leader. Oncoming Time King. Greetings, Alliance Leader. I am Tokiwesogo. Yetion, Alliance Leader. Yes, I know. Congratulations to Alliance Chat member Blue Lotus, Unwavering, for becoming a Realm Envoy. Congratulations to Alliance Chat member Black Preserved Egg for becoming a Realm Envoy. Congratulations to Alliance Chat member Oncoming Time King for becoming a Realm Envoy. Yetion, Leader, there's one thing you all need to keep in mind. You can't casually reveal your identity as a Realm Envoy. When the time comes and you need to show your status, I'll inform you myself, or it will be made clear through the tasks assigned. We are obedient, understood, boss. Hey, Ludan? Got it. From our Time King. Understood. Yetion, Leader. Good. But remember, you must take on all the responsibilities that come with being a Realm Envoy. You can't slack off. Buyao Bai Lien. Of course, I'll handle everything seriously and do my best. Hey, Ludan, understood. From our Time King. Understood. Yetion, Leader. One last thing. If you want to get stronger, you'd better build good relationships with other members in the group. Maybe some of them will even share their power with you. We are obedient, understood. Money-hungry expression. JPG. Hey, Ludan, understood. From our Time King. Understood. Yetion, Leader. All right, now then, at Arrogant Wang Xiaoming, are you ready? I'm on my way. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming, always ready. Yetion, Leader. Here I come. With that, Yetion promptly closed the chat group, purchased a traversal card from the marketplace, crushed it in his hand, and stepped through. Decade World. Tsukasa Kadoya sat inside the photo studio, leisurely sipping coffee from his cup. Nearby, Natsumi Hikari was idly flipping through the photos Tsukasa had taken. Eijiro Hikari was also busy in the kitchen. At that moment, Tsukasa slowly put down his coffee, stood up, and a slight smile played at his lips. He's here, he said. His voice wasn't loud, but Natsumi still caught what he said. Who's here? Natsumi looked around the room curiously, trying to see who Tsukasa meant. Just then, a swirling portal of darkness abruptly opened in the middle of the living room. Yetion stepped out from the shadowy void. Seeing Yetion, Tsukasa couldn't help but smile. There you are. Sit down for a while. I brewed some coffee for you, he said warmly. Yetion shared a small, polite smile in return, then moved over to take the seat beside Tsukasa. Just then, Natsumi suddenly jumped to her feet, eyes lighting up as she looked at Yetion. What an adorable little guy you are. Hearing this, Yetion's lips twitched. He was generally satisfied with most things, but his childish appearance was a minor annoyance. The reason was simple. He was simply too young to do much of anything. Sure, he was popular, but what good was popularity anyway? Still, Yetion maintained his etiquette, giving Natsumi a polite smile and saying, Hello, I'm Yetion. It's very nice to meet you. Hello, Xiao Yetion. Aren't you adorable? Come here, come to your big sister. Guang Xiaohai said, reaching out as if about to scoop Yetion into her arms. At her words, Yetion quickly turned to Min Yasi, shooting him a pleading look, silently asking for his help. Catching on, Min Yasi gave a slight cough, then looked at Guang Xiaohai and said, Ahem, Xiaomi-kan, Yetion is my friend. Stop teasing him. Guang Xiaohai paused in surprise, looking up at Min Yasi with a puzzled expression. Oh, really? Has your memory come back, Sure Cohen? Not exactly. Out of everyone, I only remember Yetion, Min Yasi replied, caught off guard by her question, hurrying to explain. All right then. With that, Guang Xiaohai turned and walked back to her seat. Seeing this, Yetion couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Min Yasi and said, That was some smooth luck you had there. Min Yasi answered smugly, Of course. Who do you think I am? Watching Min Yasi show off, Yetion rolled his eyes, then settled into his chair. He took a sip of coffee, then slouched back comfortably. With a contented murmur, he said, this is the life. Min Yasi chuckled. If you're this comfortable, why not stay here a few more days? We could travel together. That doesn't sound half bad, Yetion replied after a moment's thought, nodding in agreement. Yetion took another sip of coffee, then seemed to remember something. Slowly, he asked, By the way, have you finished your business in this world? Min Yasi's face broke into a smile. Yeah, I've wrapped everything up. I'm just planning to take a break. Honestly, the timing couldn't be better. Any later, and I probably would have missed the chance. All right then, let's sit a while longer. I've still got some things to take care of in a bit, Yi Tian said, sinking comfortably into his chair. Some time passed before Yi Tian set down his now empty coffee cup, then turned to Min Yasi and said, "Let's go. Time to head out." Min Yasi, excited, nodded enthusiastically and sprang to his feet, hurrying to follow Yi Tian. Seeing the two about to leave, Guang Xiaohai quickly called out, "Where are you two off to?" Without turning, Min Yasi answered slowly, "Got a few things to deal with. We'll be back soon." Feeling left out, Guang Xiaohai pouted with frustration at being excluded. But Min Yasi, undeterred, turned to Yi Tian and said, "Let's go." "Yeah," Yi Tian responded, taking the lead as he walked out. The two made their way slowly into the deep forested mountains. Yi Tian glanced around at their surroundings, then said quietly, "Here should be fine." And with that, he released the distinctive outfit of his world-traveling identity. Seeing that Yi Tian had already changed into the attire of a boundary envoy, Tsukasa Kadoya immediately activated his own boundary envoy emblem as well. Yi Tian slowly lifted his head and gazed at the sky, speaking softly, "I'm the leader of the Multiverse Anti-Anomaly Alliance. I request an audience with the will of this world." In an instant, what had been a clear sky turned dark as heavy clouds gathered, and thunder rolled in the distance. Under the gentle glow of a faint light, Yi Tian and Tsukasa Kadoya vanished from where they stood. They found themselves in an unknown space. Yi Tian and Tsukasa Kadoya stood together, surrounded by a dense, swirling mist. It was impossible to make out what else might be around them. "Where are we?" Tsukasa asked, puzzled, turning to Yi Tian. Hearing the question, Yi Tian gave him a glance before answering in a steady voice, "An unknown space. Even I'm not sure about the details. Let's just wait." Tsukasa nodded slowly in response, then fell silent, standing patiently in place. Before long, a beam of light burst forth, illuminating the entire area. Yi Tian stared at the sphere of light that materialized before him, clearly full of questions he couldn't voice. But just as Yi Tian's heart filled with doubt, a subtle, invisible pulse emanated from within the sphere of light. Enveloped by this wave, Yi Tian seemed to gain some understanding. He smiled gently at the sphere and said, "Yes, we're boundary envoys. We hope you'll agree to form an accord with us. From now on, this world will have designated boundary envoys to protect it. We won't let any threat go unchallenged." No sooner had Yi Tian finished speaking than the light sphere shimmered slightly, sending out another wave. Following the cue, Yi Tian closed his eyes, and in his mind, swiftly deciphered the meaning within that wave. He then unfastened the emblem from his chest and placed it in front of the sphere. The sphere floated closer, enveloping the emblem in its glow. Soon its radiance intensified, shining even more brilliantly. As the light gradually faded, Yi Tian retrieved the emblem and pinned it back on his chest. He nodded toward the sphere and said, "Thank you. Now, if you would, please send us back." The words had barely left his lips when the scene flickered, and, in the next instant, the two of them reappeared in the midst of the mountain forest. With Tsukasa still looking bewildered, Yi Tian said, "Let's go. Back to the cafe. Our conversation can continue there." "That's it? It's done already?" Tsukasa asked uncertainly. Yi Tian turned his head slowly, glanced at him, and replied, "It's finished. Just like that. Your points should be credited soon." With that, the pair headed back to the photo studio. Yi Tian sat at the table and quickly immersed himself in the chat group. He submitted the newly signed accord to the group, and the group's notifications appeared before his eyes. Ding! Yi Tian, Alliance Leader, has signed a contract with a world, earning 100,000 Alliance exchange points. The reward has been distributed. Please check your account. Looking at the system reward, Yi Tian couldn't help but let out a low chuckle. But soon a headache set in. 100,000 points. How should he split them? How many points should he give to Min Yasi? If he gave too few, he might dampen their enthusiasm. If he gave too many, his own earnings would suffer. After mulling it over, Yi Tian decided he shouldn't act against his conscience. So, he made up his mind. To reward Min Yasi for his contribution, he would grant him 20,000 exchange points. With that, Yi Tian exercised his rights as the Alliance Leader and posted an announcement on the message board. Thanks to the group chat covering up the specifics, no one would question him for handling things discreetly. He always believed in acting on his decisions right away, and this time was no different. Yi Tian set to work immediately. Alliance group member Arrogant King Xiao Ming has successfully discovered and signed a contract. The chat group rewards him with 20,000 Alliance exchange points. After sending out this announcement, it suddenly occurred to Yi Tian that Min Yasi had seen him sign the contract himself. Unease crept in. He worried that, in the future, if someone noticed the point distribution during another contract signing, they might discover he was quietly pocketing 90,000 points for himself. But just as this worry flashed through his mind, a light screen popped up at the perfect moment. Contract signing rule. The first contract with a world must be signed personally by the alliance leader. After the signing, the reward distribution will set the standard for exchange points awarded to members in the future. Later, if a member signs a contract themselves, the same standard applies. Of the 100,000 points earned, 80,000 go to the alliance leader and 20,000 to the member. Reading these words, Yi Tian felt his heart pounding in his chest, the rush of blood almost making him dizzy. Fortunately, he managed to suppress his excitement and calmed himself down. At that moment, Minyasi, seated beside him, also received the notification from the chat group. His whole demeanor brightened with excitement. It was his first time receiving such a huge sum of exchange points, 20,000, a full 20,000. Yes, he needed to plan carefully how to use them. Just then, Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes and, a bit embarrassed, took a sip of coffee from the table, acting as if nothing had happened. He looked at Minyasi and asked, "So what do you think? Any plans for how to use them?" Hearing the question, Minyasi lowered his head and thought for a moment before answering. "I'd like to buy something to strengthen myself." When Yi Tian heard this, he nodded slowly. Then, without saying more, he quietly opened the Alliance marketplace and, with delight, began picking out the things he wanted. However, just at that moment, Yi Tian suddenly noticed that Agu had tagged him. He quickly suppressed the surge in his chest, opened the chat group, and looked over. Dagu stews in his soup. At Yi Tian leader. Yi Tian, something's happened. Yi Tian leader. What's going on? Don't get worked up. Take your time and tell me. Dagu sitex into soup. I've transmigrated. Yi Tian leader. Transmigrated. What do you mean? Dagu stews into soup. I woke up to find myself lying in a room I don't recognize, and a whole bunch of unfamiliar memories have appeared in my mind. Dagu stews into soup. Then, after searching the room for a long while, I finally found my ID. Dagu stews into soup. Picture JPG. Dagu stews into soup. Picture JPG. Dagu stews into soup. Picture JPG. Dagu stews into soup. What should I do? Will I ever get back? Yi Tian clicked open each of Dagu's pictures to take a closer look. Read, in no way seriously. Tall tales. You actually transmigrated? Slime. So jealous. Yi Tian leader. I think I know where you are now. But let me think about it first. Just then, in Yi Tian's admin panel, a new task popped up. Incident. The truth behind Dagu's transmigration. Task. Defeat the summoned monster and uncover the truth. Reward. For 1,000 Alliance exchange points. Penalty. If you fail, Dagu will never be able to return to his original world. Staring at the task before him, Yi Tian couldn't help but fall into deep thought. There was something he just couldn't figure out. Why would Dagu end up in a parallel world that had nothing to do with their own? Nevertheless, Yi Tian wasted no time and promptly issued the task. Everyone in the chat group received the mission at once. Dagu stews in his soup. No way, if I fail, I'll never get back home. Read A. Honestly, this is a low-risk mission. Worst case, only Dagu can't go back. Quite a humane setup. Tall tales. Yes, it's actually very considerate. Dagu stews in his soup. You people have such cold hearts. Yi Tian leader. All right, just follow your life's path as usual in that world for now. I'll come over soon. Dagu stews in his soup. Okay, that's all I can do. Yi Tian leader. Everyone for this mission. Who's in? Red. Count me in. Navy Garb. I'm game. Toltales. Masuno. Slime. +1. Dragon Hunter. Mengtan. I'll sit this one out. There's trouble among the Blood Clan on my end. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. I'm in. Twilight Hour Wang. Me too. I've never been to another world before, and I don't want to miss this. Black Brine Egg. I'd like to go take a look as well. Unshaken Billion. It would be awkward if I didn't join a group outing like this. Yitian Lider. Audit. In a bit, you can purchase a passage card yourselves and head over. Unshaken Billion. I don't have any exchange points and no gold either. Super 8 World. Dagu was walking down the street in a sharp black suit, briefcase in hand, making his way toward the tourism division. But just then, his steps slowed for a moment, and he subtly turned to glance in a certain direction. Silently, he thought to himself, is someone following me? The power of the thunder fruit he'd just obtained was still raw, but even at this level, it was already sufficient for his needs. Dagu turned his head back, resuming his calm pace toward the office he worked at. Behind him, in a shadowy corner, a figure draped in a black cloak spoke quietly. What's going on? How did he notice me? Without giving any sign that he noticed the pursuer, Dagu walked on, unconcerned, toward the tourism division. Moving through the streets, he eyed a bend in the road a short distance ahead, and without hesitation, turned into it. Silently, the cloaked figure followed. After waiting a while, without seeing Dagu emerge from the corner, the cloaked person grew suspicious and stepped inside as well. Finding the corner empty, the cloaked figure paused in surprise, then strode toward a wall taller than a person, preparing to leap up for a look. But just as he was about to jump, a voice called out from behind him. "Who are you? And why have you been following me?" The cloaked one froze, then slowly turned around. Removing his hood, he revealed a strikingly handsome face. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Dagu Jianjiao, Ultraman Tiga," the young man said with a smile tugging at his lips. Dagu's expression hardened, eyes sharp and wary. "Who are you, really?" "Who, me? I'm afraid I can't answer that. Nor do you need to know. In this world, there are no Ultramen and there are no monsters. I am the one who summoned you here," the young man explained calmly. "Dagu froned deeply. What exactly do you want? Purpose? No. I don't really have a purpose. Or perhaps, because my arrival has made the crisis in this world even worse. So in order to live a better life here, I need Ultraman to save this world." The young man spoke, sounding somewhat troubled. Hearing this, Dagu couldn't help but pause for a moment before hesitantly asking, "Are you the Transmigrator?" At this question, the young man stopped short, then stared at Dagu in surprise, saying, "How did you know? Wait, are you a Transmigrator, too? And you crossed over into Dagu? That's not important for now. Please, tell me everything you know." Daigu's expression grew solemn as he regarded the young man. "Well," the young man scratched his head, looking a bit frustrated. "It's not really a big deal, so I guess it's fine to tell you." He continued, "After coming here, I bonded with a fear index system. I need to summon monsters into this world, and then I can earn system points to exchange for all kinds of things. But it was only yesterday that I found out this system has its own consciousness. Ever since I arrived, it's been pulling the strings in the world's trajectory, and now, countless monsters are about to descend." As he spoke, Daegu fell silent, then looked at him thoughtfully. "So, you're planning to summon Ultraman to deal with these monsters?" "That's right. Though getting the system was an exciting surprise, I can't accept it if that comes at the cost of countless lives." The young man's voice was slow and steady. After hearing this, Daegu finally smiled, then looked at him and said, "I'll trust you for now, but from here on out, we'll take over. Also, your system, from this moment on, I'll reclaim by force. I think you'll feel relieved, won't you?" The young man was taken aback by Daigu's words. Unconsciously, he took 2 steps back, his expression tinged with unease. "Wait, you can forcefully take my system?" "Correct. Since you don't really like this system anyway, I'll take responsibility for reclaiming it. In return, you'll no longer be living under the watchful gaze of this world's will. Instead, you'll become a true part of this world. How about it?" Daegu wore a slight, reassuring smile as he spoke. "To live without the worlds will always watching me. Are you saying I've been under its constant scrutiny all this time?" The young man looked at Daegu in disbelief. "Well, it's nothing too serious. Coming here as a transmigrator isn't a big deal by itself. But you just happened to bring along an illegal system, didn't you?" Daegu explained gently. At that moment, however, the young man before him suddenly changed. His face drained of color, his eyes went blank and pupilless, and streaks of bloody crimson began to spread across his cheeks, transforming his expression into something utterly grotesque. Seeing this, Daegu instinctively took 2 steps back, his eyes fixed intently on the young man. "Damn you! You've ruined my plans. From now on, you'll never see the light of day again." The young man's voice was harsh and rasping, grinding out from deep within his throat. Slowly, he lifted his head, a mocking smile curling on his lips as he looked at Daegu. "You're quite impressive, kid. How about becoming my servant? Tell me your wishes, whatever they may be. I can grant them all." Daegu took in the young man's transformed face and drew a long, sharp breath before he shouted, "Who are you, really?" "I am the Demon King," the figure announced with a dark pride. "This kid happened to stumble upon one of my treasures, so I gave him a little something, and he was overjoyed. Now, he dares to meddle in my affairs? He truly has no sense of fear." At these words, Daegu could not help but retreat a step further, his eyes never leaving the figure before him. He remained silent, watching warily. Amused by Dagu's caution, the Demon King smirked. "Let me guess. You're waiting for someone to save you, aren't you? There's no need. This place is a world crafted from my own demonic power, a sealed, private domain. No one can enter." Hearing this, Dagu ground his teeth. What exactly do you want?" Unfazed by Dagu's defiance, the Demon King replied coolly, "Isn't it obvious? I will use endless demonic energy and malice to reshape my body. So, now you have 2 choices, live or die. You're that confident? You think you can keep me here? Are you forgetting who I am? I am Ultraman." Dagu's eyes were dark and serious. Of course I know. That kid told me all about you, in fact. The Demon King's smirk deepened. I should thank him for teaching me so much. Now what will you choose? With these words, Dagu's expression grew even graver. He realized that his movements in this space were painfully slow, barely functional. He could move, but there was little he could do. Yet, after a brief moment, Dagu steadied himself, and even a faint smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, the Demon King grew suspicious. He studied Dagu and asked, "What's so funny?" But Dagu simply shook his head, saying nothing, falling into silence. "So, you would rather die than yield. Fine, allow me to send you on your way." With that, the Demon King strode forward, reaching out to twist Dagu's neck. However, just as his arm brushed against Dagu's neck, a sudden burst of light erupted from Dagu's chest. The radiance blazed like fire, searing into his arm. "Ah, what is this?" The Demon King jerked his hand back at once, eyes wide with shock as he demanded an explanation from Dagu. Yet Dagu didn't answer. Instead, he looked at him with casual indifference and said, "You ought to know what I told him earlier. Ever since you arrived in this world, you've been living under the watchful gaze of the world's will. My appearance here only draws even more of its attention. When it sees you attacking me, as long as it has even a shred of intellect, it will undoubtedly step in to help me. That's impossible. This world shouldn't have a world's will. How could there be one? How could it be?" The Demon King was left dumbfounded, muttering to himself with a distant gaze. "Do you really believe something doesn't exist just because you can't see it? And aren't you at all curious why my mere presence here makes the worlds will pay all the more attention?" Dagu looked at him with a faint, mocking smile. "Why?" the Demon King asked, his eyes filled with doubt. "Because," Dagu began, but before he could finish, a swirling black portal appeared behind him. A voice echoed calmly from within one of the black holes. "Because we are the envoys of the realms." Yi Tian stepped out slowly, a gentle smile on his face as he looked at the Demon King, who stood there in stunned silence. "Yi Tian, you've come." Dagu's excitement was unmistakable as he watched Yi Tian and his companion arrive. "Yes, I'm here." As he spoke, Yi Tian activated the badge on his chest, using its energy to resist the spatial rules that govern this realm. He strode forward, fixing his gaze on the Demon King, and said, "If you had a true physical body, perhaps I'd be wary of you. But of all your mistakes, the gravest was seizing his body for yourself." The Demon King sneered, "So what? I paid a tremendous price to create this body for him in the first place." Yi Tian let out a soft, derisive laugh at this, then replied, "Had he simply lived out his days here, there would have been no problem. He'd already been recognized by the will of this world. But the moment you suppressed his soul, your crimes became irredeemable." "King, I am the Demon King. Do you really think the laws of mankind can bind me?" The Demon King laughed derisively at the accusation. "The laws of mankind? I'm afraid you misunderstood. I never said I'd try to bring you to justice by human law," Yi Tian answered, an apologetic tone in his voice. "Take my advice and go. Otherwise, even if it costs me dearly, I will do whatever it takes to wipe you all out." The Demon King's eyes darkened, his threat directed straight at Yi Tian and those who stood behind him. Seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but shake his head. He looked at the man and said, "Even now, you remain stubbornly unrepentant? Since that's the case." With those words, Yi Tian stepped forward, his hand materializing a flickering blue glow, and suddenly a sharp longsword appeared in his grasp. "What now? Are you really going to force my hand?" "Boy, even though I now exist only as a spirit, that doesn't mean I can't kill you," the Demon King snarled. As he spoke, swirls of black flame erupted all over his body, wrapping him in a swirling shroud of darkness. Even faced with such intimidation, Yi Tian merely gave a faint smile. Then, with a playful glint in his eyes, he teased, "So, Lord Demon King, tell me, have you ever heard of a Taoist, or perhaps talismans?" Hearing this, the Demon King faltered for a moment. A look of suspicion flickered in his eyes as he barked out, "Who are you? You're certainly no man of Neon. Are you from Cathay?" Under the Demon King's fierce interrogation, Yi Tian felt his suspicions confirmed. With a hint of mischief, he reached behind his back and brought out a talisman, holding it up before his eyes. Gazing thoughtfully at the paper, he murmured to himself, "I wonder if this exorcism talisman will have any effect." "An exorcism talisman? You! How dare you treat me like some petty wandering ghost? I'll kill you for this." The Demon King was livid, roaring at Yi Tian in fury. At this outburst, Yi Tian suddenly understood. "So this does nothing to you, does it? Let me think, what about the golden light mantra from the Celestial Master's Hall? Or thunder spells, perhaps?" As he spoke, a golden radiance began to shimmer around him, soon enveloping him entirely in a luminous aura. Within his palms, brilliant arcs of lightning started to gather and crackle. Still smiling, Yi Tian looked at the Demon King. Well then, let's see if your dark arts can truly stand against us. With those words, Yi Tian vanished from his spot and reappeared right before the Demon King, driving a thunderous punch straight at him. Instantly, the whole space flickered with flashes of lightning. At that moment, Yi Tian's voice rang out, "Old Zhang, give me a hand." "On my way." Zhang Chulan, who had been watching with amusement from the sidelines, quickly responded. He began chanting under his breath, a glow of golden light flickering over him as he dashed toward Yi Tian's side. For a time, Yi Tian and the Demon King exchanged blows in a fierce back and forth, while Zhang Chulan, with an air of ease, launched the occasional sneak attack from the side. Every time the Demon King failed to avoid Yi Tian's punch, the black mist swirling around him seemed to fade a little more. The three of them fought in this pocket space, lost in the heat of battle. Finally, when the three separated, the Demon King was the first to speak. "Today, you may have claimed victory, but you'd best hope we never cross paths again." With that, he promptly dissolved the space and prepared to leave. But, just at that moment, a person in a bright crimson suit of armor stepped in front of him, looking at him quietly and saying, "You're not going anywhere." At almost the same time, Red A approached at a leisurely pace, a hint of a smile on his face as he said, "Honestly, you're something else. At the very least, that kid you've been suppressing sensed something was wrong. Looks like even he's sharper than you. Yeah, did you really think you could get away with all of us surrounding you?" Rimuru's youthful voice chimed in from the side. Seeing himself completely surrounded, the Demon King could not help but let out a low growl. "Curse you!" Leaf Tian, unfazed, stuck a finger in his ear and then looked at him, saying, "There's really no need to run. You have nowhere to go. If you're really capable, why not just abandon this body and escape on your own?" Hearing this, the Demon King was briefly stunned, but then a sly smile gradually formed on his lips. He looked at Leaf Tian and said, "Ah, thank you so much for the reminder." With that, he prepared to break free. None of Leaf Tian's companions stopped him. They just stood there quietly, all smiling as they watched. Finally, all the features vanished from the young man's face. With a sudden release, he collapsed to the ground, completely limp. Leaf Tian gazed at the young man, lying on the ground. The corners of his mouth lifted in a faint smile, and then he shot a meaningful glance at Zhang Chulan beside him. Understanding, Zhang Chulan gave a subtle nod, and a soft golden glow began to shimmer around him. Seeing this, Leaf Tian turned away as if nothing had happened, looking at the others. "Let's go." Although the group didn't fully understand, they all nodded and got ready to leave. Just then, Leaf Tian abruptly stepped back. In an instant, a golden aura flared around him. With one swift punch, he struck into the empty air at his side. A blood-curdling wail rang out, the chilling shriek like a bitter wind sweeping through. "You dare confront me? I'll fight you with everything I have." Leaf Tian didn't hesitate. Instead, faint arcs of electricity crackled over his palm as he raised his hand again, smashing down on the Demon King's ghostly shadow. With each blow, Leaf Tian could clearly see the Demon King's soul grow dimmer and fainter. At last, the ghostly wails faded to a whisper, and the Demon King's form became almost transparent. "Please, please, spare me," the ghostly king begged in a shrill, desperate voice as he watched Leaf Tian's fist rise once more. Leaf Tian just curled his lip in disdain and said coldly, "Spare you? Not a chance." With that, his suspended fist crashed down mercilessly. A thunderous impact blasted through the air, raw power tearing into the surrounding buildings, as the Demon King's soul flickered, growing ever weaker and darker. At last, as Yi Tian's final punch landed, the Demon King's pitiful cry echoed, and his figure gradually faded away right where he stood. Only then did Yi Tian slowly lower his raised fist. He glanced at the young man lying on the ground and said, "Dagu, I'll leave this person to your care." With that, he slowly walked out of the alley. Watching Yi Tian leave, the others hurried to follow behind him, streaming out one after another. Dagu was left alone at the spot. As everyone else exited, Dagu let out a faint sigh, then looked helplessly at the young man sprawled on the ground. He walked forward and, with some effort, hoisted the young man up, half carrying him out of the corner. By the coast, Dagu set the young man down, then looked at Yi Tian and the others and said, "Yi Tian, everyone, I'll go check in at the science patrol for a bit. I'll be back soon." Hearing this, Yi Tian looked at him and sighed, his tone both exasperated and disappointed. "It's just a minor thing. Can't you even skip a shift?" Whatever, off you go." Glancing at Yi Tian's expression, Dagu couldn't help but roll his eyes. He waved briefly to the others in farewell and then left. By the shore, Yi Tian and the group sat on the surrounding beach chairs, quietly watching the vast sea in silence for a long while. At last, Zhang Chuan broke the silence. Is this really all there is to it? This mission feels more like a vacation. I've never even been abroad before. At this, Yi Tian slowly turned his head to look at him. You think I enjoy just sitting around? If we're not staying here, where else are we supposed to go? We don't even know our way around here. The others, hearing this, all nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Zhang Chuan's face darkened. He silently turned away, deciding that if he kept talking to them, he might just end up a total fool. Right then, the young man who had been lying on the sand slowly came to his senses. But as soon as he opened his eyes and glanced around, he was startled out of his wits. He found himself surrounded by a circle of people. Frightened, he instinctively tried to back away, but after only a few steps, he bumped straight into Zhang Chuan's back. As the young man slowly looked up, he found himself staring into Zhang Chuan's indifferent, lifeless eyes. Now, genuinely frightened, the young man's voice quivered as he pleaded, "Please, heroes, spare me. I like girls. Really, please have mercy." Yi Tian stared in surprise at the young man's words, then, without warning, landed a heavy punch on him. The others, upon witnessing this, quickly joined in. How could they let this slide? Who did he take them for? This was simply unforgivable. "Spare me," the young man, his face swollen, choked out a plea, his expression full of misery. Seeing this, Yi Tian slowly stood up, stretched lazily, and glanced at the crowd that was now also on their feet. He then said, "Let's introduce ourselves, shall we?" Hearing this, the young man dared not show the slightest resistance. With his voice trembling, he replied, "My name is Lan Chung. I'm from Mercury. When I woke up, I found myself in this world." Yi Tian nodded slowly and looked at him, asking, "Go ahead, tell me. What did you do, and what did he make you do?" At this, a shadow passed over Lan Cheng's face, and he spoke with some frustration. "He told me to throw a machine into the sea. That's all I know." "Throw a machine into the sea?" Yi Tian echoed, a trace of surprise flickering across his face as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Is there anything else?" After a moment's consideration, Yi Tian continued, "Speak up. Other than that, was there anything else?" Lan Chung hesitated, then fell into deep thought as he stood rooted to the spot. When he raised his head again, he managed a bitter smile and said, "I really can't think of anything else. In fact, I suspect that every time I fall asleep, he comes out, takes control of me, and makes me do things." Yi Tian nodded, giving him a sidelong glance before saying, "You have two choices, stay in this world, or be sent back to your own world." Lan Chung was momentarily stunned, but then looked at Yi Tian in wild delight. "Please, I beg you, send me back. This world is far too terrifying." Hearing his plea, Yi Tian nodded and rose to his feet once more. He looked at Lan Chung, then placed a deportation card into his hand. As Lan Chung took the card, Yi Tian slowly explained, "This is your ticket home. Crush it, and you'll return to your own world. The decision is yours." With that, Yi Tian sat down again on a nearby chair, no longer concerned with Lan Cheng's choice, instead turning his attention to the distant shoreline. At last, Lan Cheng stood up, bowed slightly to Yi Tian and the others, and looked at them with deep gratitude. "Thank you, all of you." No sooner had he finished speaking than he crushed the card in his hand, instinctively stepping back a couple of paces. In an instant, a six-pointed star reminiscent of a magical seal appeared under his feet, pulsing with an air of deep mystery. Lan Chung gazed down at the star, then slowly looked around at Yi Tian and the others beside him, as if trying to memorize their faces. Just then, a brilliant golden light erupted from the six-pointed star, and in a flash, it whisked him away, leaving the spot empty where he once stood. However, just as Lan Chung vanished, Rimuru, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but shout, "His system hasn't been reclaimed yet. How could you let him go just like that?" With a sigh, Red A stood by with vacant eyes and looked at Yi Tian. "So, you just sent him away? Are we just going to sit here like this? There's nothing fun happening at all." Yi Tian was momentarily stunned by these words. Then his lips twitched slightly as he glanced at Red A and said, "Ahem, bro, don't tell me your tastes have changed." As he spoke, Yi Tian subtly scooted over to put a little more distance between himself and Red A. The others sitting near Red A also couldn't help but twitch their lips and, without a word, discreetly shuffled a bit away. Seeing this, a vein bulged on Red A's forehead, and his entire expression turned dark, his head slowly lowering, his face instantly becoming cold and aloof. He then stood up, walked over to Yi Tian, and gave him a chilling little smile. "Come on, let's go have some fun." "Whoa, you stay away from me," Yi Tian shouted, suddenly leaping up from his lounge chair. With a somewhat frightened look, he backed up several steps. But Red A had no intention of letting him off so easily. He took a step forward after Yi Tian and said, "Didn't you just say so yourself? Don't run." At this, Yi Tian immediately panicked and, in a flash, vanished from where he stood, reappearing at the edge of the shore. He fixed Red A with a heavy gaze and warned, "Don't come any closer. If you take another step, I'll jump. I'm telling you, what you're doing is a crime, you know? I would rather die than let you succeed." Everyone else, who had seemed bored just moments earlier, now watched the antics between Yi Tian and Red A with amused smiles, settling in to enjoy the spectacle. Red A, however, clearly wasn't buying any of Yi Tian's bluff. In a flash, he appeared right by Yi Tian's side. He immediately reached out, ready to catch Yi Tian, when suddenly a cloud of water vapor erupted above the sea surface, and Yi Tian disappeared, reappearing on the other side. Now facing Red A with a cocky grin plastered across his face, Yi Tian couldn't help but call out, "Can't catch me, can you?" Ah. Red A spotted Yi Tian standing there, hands on hips and laughing triumphantly, and the corners of his own mouth twitched in amusement. In the next instant, he disappeared from view. When he appeared again, he had already seized Yi Tian by the collar. Now dangling by his collar in Red A's grip, Yi Tian's face went blank with exasperation, his hands flailing helplessly in the air. While the group was making a scene on shore, a team wielding cameras and filming equipment boarded a yacht and sped towards the center of the sea. At that moment, Yi Tian's attention was also drawn to something strange happening in the sky above. Above the sky, amidst a wasteland of ruins, a towering giant stood silently, his figure and face obscured, utterly motionless. Witnessing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but glance at Lena, who was narrating from the yacht. The corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted into a subtle smile. Lena, standing on the yacht, also spotted Yi Tian gazing at her. When she saw his expression, she returned his look with a warm smile of her own. Seeing Lena flash him that gentle smile, Yi Tian suddenly felt a pang of annoyance. Did she really think of him as a child? But as soon as this thought surfaced, Yi Tian dismissed it. Wasn't he still just a child after all? At this realization, Yi Tian's mood turned restless, and he slumped back into his seat in frustration. No sooner had he sat down than Cocoyasi, seated nearby, looked up at the mirage in the sky with a puzzled frown and asked, "Chief, why would there be a mirage like that in the sky?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tian slowly turned to look at him, replying, "I wish I knew myself." Hearing Yi Tian's answer, Cocoyasi nodded with a sigh of resignation and muttered, "All right then." Just at that moment, on the bridge, Daegu was busily introducing the surrounding scenery to a group of foreign tourists. However, Daegu suddenly experienced a brief moment of dizziness, and when he came to, he found himself standing alone on an empty street. As he glanced around, trying to get his bearings, a monstrous roar thundered across the sky. Sensing danger, Daegu reached for his spark lens, ready to transform. Suddenly, a red sphere shot down from the sky, slamming hard into the creature. With an earth-shaking blast, the tremendous force sent the monster sprawling to the ground. As the beast crashed down, a thick cloud of dust swirled up on the scene. Seeing this, Daegu instinctively covered his nose and mouth. In the blink of an eye, his vision blurred, and he was back where he had started. Behind him, the group of tourists bustled with questions, voices overlapping in a cacophony of curiosity. Checking the area and finding nothing amiss, Daegu turned back to face the group, feeling his head ache at the barrage of questions. Just then, he caught sight of a figure waving to him in the distance. Focusing his gaze, his eyes sparkled with recognition, and he murmured under his breath, "Lena." He quickly found an excuse to dismiss the tour group, encouraging them to explore on their own, and hurried to meet Lena. On the bridge, Daegu and Lena stood side by side, making small talk without much direction. But in a flash, he realized Lena had mysteriously vanished, and not far ahead another monster appeared before his eyes. As he prepared to transform, a flash of fiery red, Mebius, arrived on the scene just in time. Seeing this, Daegu had no choice but to put away the spark lens he had already taken out. He remained where he was, watching Ultraman and the monster locked in battle. But it didn't take long for him to notice that the Ultraman he didn't recognize was, unbelievably, losing to the monster before him. He was constantly on the receiving end, taking hits again and again. Witnessing this, Daegu couldn't help but press his hand to his forehead. Yet after observing for a while, he finally spotted a fatal weakness in the monster. It was this. The creature seemed unable to see objects or people who remained motionless. With this realization, Daegu quickly strode forward, stopping not far from Mebius, and shouted, "That monster can't see anything that stays still." That's right, the monster was none other than Silbigan. If Yi Tian were here to witness this, he'd surely find it baffling. According to the story, it should have been King Pandun appearing at this point, not Silbigan. Upon hearing Daigu's timely reminder, Mebius nodded and then, with a few swift moves, finished the monster off. Watching as Mebius destroyed the monster, Daigu couldn't help but break into a knowing smile. Instantly, the illusion before him vanished. Lena's voice echoed close to his ear. Daigu! 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 Startled by her call, Daigu snapped back to himself and hastily replied, "Ah, sorry, I was just lost in thought for a moment." Yet just as he finished speaking, as though something had tugged sharply at his nerves, he spun around abruptly and looked over. At once, his eyes filled with confusion. But Hibino Mirai approached with a gentle smile. Coming to Daigu's side, he looked at him and said, "Thank you for reminding me. Are you the one from just now?" Daigu looked at him hesitantly, unsure and full of doubt. Hibino Mirai nodded slowly and replied, "Yes, that was me." Seeing this, Daigu also smiled, reaching out his hand as he introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Daigu. It's a pleasure to meet you." "I'm Hibino Mirai," he replied quickly upon hearing Daigu introduce himself. Just then, Lena, who had been standing nearby, looked at Daigu with utter bewilderment and muttered in a low voice, "Daigu, this guy's a total over-the-top otaku. Why are you?" Daigu merely chuckled softly and then turned to Lena, saying gently, "He's not what you think." Then he gradually turned his gaze back to Hibino Mirai. "Come on, let's find somewhere to chat. There are some things I've been meaning to ask you." "All right," Hibino Mirai responded eagerly, just as full of curiosity and uncertainty himself, looking for someone to confide in. Seeing Hibino Mirai so willing to join him, Daigu's lips curled into another smile. Then he turned once more to Lena and said, "Lena, I have a few things to attend to." Hearing this, Lena couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. But when she caught sight of Yumi Hibino standing quietly behind Daigu, she could only sigh in resignation and nod her head. With that, she prepared to leave. However, she had scarcely taken 2 steps when Daigu's voice called out to her. "Hello, let's introduce ourselves properly. I'm Daigu Shinjo, also known as Ultraman Tiga." With a pleasant smile, Daigu turned to Yumi Hibino. "So, you're an Ultraman too? It's great to meet you. I'm Yumi Hibino, from the Land of Light, Ultraman Mebius. Were you summoned here as well?" Yumi asked excitedly. Daigu nodded, then shook his head, looking at Yumi with a hint of complexity in his gaze. "My situation is a bit complicated. I'm something of an exception." "What do you mean?" Yumi gazed at Daigu, puzzled. "I think my presence here is an accident. Someone summoned me, and somehow, I merged with the Daigu of this world. Most likely, once I leave, the Daigu from this dimension will return." Daigu's tone was tinged with uncertainty. Yumi, taking in Daigu's words, became thoughtful and nodded. "Parallel worlds, then?" "Yes, I'm Daigu from a parallel universe," Daigu said, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Not far away, Lena suddenly shuddered, then slowly turned her head to look at Daigu and Yumi, who were deep in conversation. Brilliant tears shimmered in her bright eyes, tinging them faintly red. "Since you arrived here before me, have you found any leads?" Yumi asked Daigu, curiosity shining in his voice. "I don't know a few things. This world didn't originally have Ultramen or monsters. Someone brought all of them here. And for some reason, the number of monsters appearing this time is far greater than normal." Daigu's voice grew slightly heavy as he spoke. Hearing this, Yumi nodded slowly, then looked seriously at Daigu. "When I arrived, a little girl told me there are 7 warriors in this world, and I should search for them." "7, huh? That means with me included, there are 6 left. Come on, let's go ask around. Maybe someone can tell us more." With those words, Daigu led Yumi towards the sea. From a distance, Lena followed discreetly behind them. She wanted to know more. Down by the shore, the group sprawled across beach chairs, worn out. At that moment, Rimuru couldn't suppress a groan. "Ugh, I feel like I'm about to dry out. This is so boring." Hearing this, the others all nodded in agreement. Ition looked at them, let out a sigh of his own, and said slowly, "Let's try to hang in there. Who knows where Daigu's run off to this time?" Just as Ition finished speaking, Dagu appeared, leading Mirai by his side. Seeing the group sprawled out on the beach chairs, Dagu couldn't help but show a strange look on his face. "What are you all doing?" As soon as he heard that, Limulu was the first one who couldn't hold back. He jumped straight onto Dagu's shoulder and, with a hint of mockery, said, "Dagu, you're too heartless. You knew this was our first time here. We don't know a thing about this place, and yet you didn't even leave us any money. What, do you want us to starve?" Dagu scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Sorry, I've been so busy that I forgot." At that moment, Yition glanced at Mirai, who was standing next to Dagu. A sly smile appeared at the corner of his lips, and he spoke slowly. "That's Mebius, isn't it? Well then, Dagu, what's going on? Do you need something?" Dagu carefully picked Limulu off his shoulder and held in his arms, then moved over to Yi Tian's side. Well, here's the thing. He proceeded to give Yi Tian a summary of everything he and Mirai knew so far. After listening, Yi Tian nodded slowly, then turned to Dagu and said, I think I've got a good idea of what you're talking about. As for the other Ultraman hosts, I know about them. Actually, they're right by your side. Think about it carefully. Suddenly, Yi Tian's expression changed dramatically. He leapt onto the beach chair, glared at Dagu, and shouted sternly, Dagu, Diga Ultraman, are you seriously planning to let us starve? Hand over your bank card now. I need to eat. Faced with this, Dagu's mouth twitched ever so slightly. Then he noticed that everyone's eyes, which had been calm a moment ago, seemed to sharpen as they stared at him, as though he were public enemy number one. Hastily, he pulled his bank card and some cash out of his bag and handed them to Yi Tian. Really, I'm sorry. Yi Tian toyed with the card and cash in his hand for a moment, then spoke up. All right, let me make things absolutely clear so you don't have to keep running around in circles. Your two childhood friends are actually the human hosts for Dinah and Gaia. And as for your fiancée and comrade Lena, her father as well. Just take Mirai to find these people. I won't point out the obvious, but you really should have figured this out by now. Dagu froze for a moment, looking at Yi Tian in surprise, completely at a loss for words. After a long pause, he asked, a bit sheepishly, wait. In my world, Lena's father isn't Ultraman too, is he? Yi Tian rolled his eyes at Dagu's question and replied, of course not. Lena's father from your victory team is just an ordinary person. Besides, in the two different worlds, Lena doesn't even have the same father. Dagu couldn't help but stare in confusion. Seeing Dagu looking like he still had more questions, Yi Tian waved his hand casually and said, go ahead and look for them. We're all about to starve. If you need to talk to me, just tag me directly. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Dagu gave an awkward little smile. He then tugged the still confused Mirai along, and the two of them walked off together. Yet, as he watched them leave, Yi Tian didn't follow right away. Instead, he slowly turned his gaze toward a certain spot not far away. With a hint of amusement curling his lips, he called out, hey, team member Lena, how long are you planning to keep hiding? Dagu and the others are already gone, you know. Every word of Yi Tian's remark drifted clearly to Lena, who was crouched behind a car. Instantly, her expression shifted. With measured steps, Lena emerged from behind a car. When she caught sight of Yi Tian in front of her, a boy who looked no more than 6 years old, she froze on the spot in surprise. Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction. Without another word, he stretched out and lounged comfortably on a beach chair. Red A, who had been lying beside him, blinked and tilted his head curiously toward Yi Tian. Hey, little Yi Tian, who's that? Do you know her? Why did she come over? Yi Tian nodded slowly in response, turning to address Red A. That's Lena. She grew up with Dagu in this world. They're childhood friends. Oh, I see. Well, no problem then. By the way, now that we got the bank card, how about buying some food already? Red A urged impatiently. Lena, watching the two of them chatting so casually, couldn't help but feel a bit taken aback. Her eyes wandered over the group sprawled on their beach chairs, all apparently relaxed and chatting together. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, Lena spoke up. Can any of you tell me what's going on? What happened with Dagu? And my father, what about him? Yi Tian paused at her question, then turned to look at Lena. After a moment, he nodded and said, we don't mind telling you, but we're all starving right now. Could you buy us something to eat? Or maybe take us to a restaurant? At that, several others immediately nodded in agreement, chiming in, yeah, that's right, we're really starving here. Dagu's not the most reliable for this sort of thing. Looking around at everyone, Lena hesitated for a moment, but then nodded and turned to Yi Tian. All right, come with me. I'll take you all to a restaurant. The moment he heard that, Yi Tian leapt off his beach chair and waved to the group. Let's go, everyone. It's time for a feast. Let's go. Everyone echoed in chorus. Inside a private room at the restaurant, Yi Tian sat at the head of the table, while the others took their seats around him. But barely had he sat down before a troubled look crossed Yi Tian's face. He stared blankly at the bank card in his hand. Noticing this, Meng Tian looked over at him with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? She asked. Everyone turned their heads to look over when they heard this. Seeing their reaction, Yi Tian couldn't help but say a little helplessly, I really don't know how much money is in this bank card. If I order too many dishes by accident, we might end up staying here washing dishes all night. At this, everyone looked a little surprised, and their eyes shifted to the bank card in Yi Tian's hand. Just then, Feishu spoke slowly. If you ask me, you should probably go check at a bank first. Hearing Feishu's suggestion, Yi Tian was caught off guard, then rolled his eyes and replied, but I don't even know where the banks are around here. How would I even ask? Sitting right next to Yi Tian, Lena had caught sight of the bank card in his hand. She stared at it and hesitantly asked, Is that Dagu's bank card you're holding? Yeah, it is. What's up? Yi Tian answered, meeting her gaze. Well, I actually think you don't have to worry. There should be more than enough money on that card to cover dinner here. Even if you order whatever you like, Lena said, though she sounded a little unsure herself. Yi nodded slowly at this and went ahead to call over a waiter. Looking at the waiters standing nearby, Yi said, "We'll have one of every dish on the menu, please. And bring a big bowl of rice. These folks have a healthy appetite." Lena, sitting to one side, was momentarily stunned by Yi words. She stared blankly at the people gathered around the table, a little dazed. She'd never seen anyone order rice by the bowlful before. Soon enough, the dishes started arriving at the table one after another. Yi began urging everyone to dig in, then turned to Lena and said, "So what is it you want to ask?" "Well, I'd like to know what's going on with Daegu. And my dad. What happened to him?" Lena asked hurriedly. Yi nodded in response. Looking at Lena, he said, "As for Daegu, that depends on you. If you want to remember, you will. You're capable of recalling it. And about your father, to be honest, there's no need to hide it from you. In another world, your father is actually the human vessel for an Ultraman. Nothing too extraordinary, really. You'll understand soon enough." With that, Yi went back to eating. Lena, sitting beside him, was caught off guard, then muttered softly under her breath, "That's just saying nothing at all." But when she looked at Yi again, she realized he was solely focused on his food and didn't seem to have heard her at all. Seeing this, Lena felt a surge of frustration. She looked around the table and then noticed that there were two people who hadn't touched their chopsticks or eaten anything at all. Puzzled, Lena turned to Yi and asked, "Excuse me, why aren't those two eating? Is the food not to their liking?" Hearing this, Yi was momentarily stunned, then slowly lifted his head to look at Fly Mouse and Rimuru, who were sitting on their chairs. He gently shook his head and said, "Don't worry about them. They're not able to eat." Meanwhile, Fly Mouse and Rimuru sat quietly, gazing enviously at everyone else enjoying their meal, yet neither of them made the slightest move with their chopsticks. But when they overheard Lena inquiring about Yi condition, both turned their heads toward her and each offered her a friendly smile. Just then, something happened. The ground suddenly shook and trembled, so much so that even their private dining room began to quiver noticeably. Feeling the trembling beneath her feet, Lena froze for a moment. Then her face immediately paled in shock. She looked at Yi and exclaimed, "It's an earthquake. We need to take cover right now." Yi was caught off guard by Lena's words, but then he simply glanced at the others who were still eating and said, "Well, looks like it's our turn to watch the fun. Everyone, let's go watch Ultraman fight the little monster." With that, he finished the last mouthful from his bowl, stood up, and headed for the door. Hearing his words, the rest of the group paused in confusion, then promptly put down their utensils and followed him out. First out the door, Yi settled the bill at the front desk, then waited for everyone at the restaurant's entrance. When everyone had gathered, Yi spoke up again. "All right, let's find a seat. We're going to the rooftop of that building over there to get a good view." As he spoke, Yi pointed toward a building not far away. At this, Lena was left speechless. Hearing such a bizarre suggestion, she turned to Yi and asked, "We're not hiding? Why are we going up to the rooftop just to watch the action?" Yi shot her a look, then turned to Fly Mouse. "Brother Fly Mouse, could you open portal?" "Got it," Fly Mouse replied, gently stretching out his hand and conjuring a shimmering portal in front of them. Without hesitation, he stepped through first. One by one, the others followed him through the portal. Standing next to Yi Lena found herself even more stunned, gawking in disbelief at the sight of everyone walking into the portal. Yi looked at her and gently reminded, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come inside." With those words, he stepped in first. Seeing everyone go in, Lena wavered just for a second. Then her eyes took on a look of determination as she strode into the portal. And as soon as she emerged from the space beyond, she realized Yi and the rest of the group were already sitting along the edge of the rooftop. On the rooftop, Yi stood near the edge, pointing to a giant red figure in the distance. He introduced, "There, do you see that tall red giant? That's Mebius, a warrior from the Land of Light. Yup, sometimes he's really amusing to watch." "The Land of Light? Little Yi do you mean everyone there's that tall?" asked Mang who was standing nearby. "Now this is what you'd call a real giant. The so-called giants back where I'm from, they can't hold a candle to him. How can you call yourself giants if you don't even reach his height?" Carp gazed at Mebius in awe, his tone tinged with admiration. "Yeah, he's really tall," Tokawaza chimed in, unable to resist agreeing. But Tsukasa had a different perspective. He glanced over at Yi and asked, "I wonder, between him and me, who would win?" Hearing this, Yi was momentarily at a loss. He pondered for a moment, then looked seriously at Tsukasa and replied, "Maybe if you activate your ancestral mode?" Tsukasa froze, then gave Yi a bewildered look. "What are you talking about? Ancestral mode? So if I activate it, I can beat him. Well, possibly. I really don't know. You two aren't even the same kind of hero, are you? Honestly, no one's ever seen an Ultraman go one-on-one with a Kamen Rider, Yi Tian answered, sounding a little exasperated. Kamen Rider? Wait. So, Tsukasa, you're a Kamen Rider too? At this, Tokawazu, who was sitting nearby, looked over in curiosity and asked, Yeah, I'm a Kamen Rider. You? Are you one too? Tsukasa turned his attention to Tokawazu, surprise evident in his voice. That's right. I just got my belt not long ago, Tokawazu replied, grinning shyly. Good. Then let's have a match later. Tsukasa nodded, his tone calm and matter-of-fact. Huh? A match? Is that really necessary? Tokawazu's shoulders slumped as anxiety crept onto his face. It's fine. I just want to see how strong you are. With that, Tsukasa turned his head back to the battlefield, continuing to watch Ultraman fight the monsters. At that moment, Rina arrived and saw everyone engaged in their own conversations. She paused, slightly taken aback, then looked up in shock at the battle not too far away. What in the world is going on here? However, just then, Tsukasa stood up with a sigh and shot a glance at Rina, who was standing nearby. Excuse me, could you move aside for a moment? After speaking, he looked back at Tokawazu. Kid, come on, let me see what you're made of. Tokawazu couldn't help but look miserably at Yi Tian, uncertainty all over his face. Yi Tian chuckled and nodded. Go on, just give it a try. I'm curious to see how strong you really are, too. So it's a strength test? All right then. Tokawazu, taking Yi Tian's words to heart, straightened his posture and nodded resolutely. He stood up and strode to the center of the rooftop. Rina, caught in between, was momentarily stunned by their actions but quickly called out in a fluster as realization dawned. Hey, you guys. Seeing this, Tsukasa Kadoya couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. He glanced at her and said, Well, could you move aside? Don't block the way. Realizing her attempts at persuasion were futile, Lena turned to look at Yi Tian, then hurried over to stand by his side. Aren't you going to stop them? You seem to hold a pretty high position among these people. How can you just let them fight like this? Fight? Just wait and see, Yi Tian replied, casting her a sideways glance. Then, raising his voice to the crowd, he announced, Ahem. Well then, place your bets, everyone, my money's on the decade. But before Yi Tian could finish, Tsukasa turned his head with a resigned expression and called out, Yi Tian, you really do enjoy stirring things up, don't you? Yi Tian cleared his throat, adopting a serious expression as he leaned forward and said, Ahem, fine, you two fight. I'll just watch and keep my mouth shut. The rest of the onlookers also turned their heads, all eyes fixed with great interest on the two who were about to clash. Lena was momentarily thrown off. She had hoped Yi Tian would mediate, never expecting things to escalate this way. With that thought, Lena prepared to step forward and put a stop to it. But before she could take even a single step, her eyes widened in shock, staring in disbelief at the two on the field. Right there at the center, standing opposite Tsukasa, another figure faced him. That person reached behind his back, took out a driver, and positioned it at his waist. In an instant, an ethereal clock materialized behind him, its hands spinning rapidly before landing precisely at 12. A mechanical voice rang from the Zio driver. Henshin, Sugo Tokiwa shouted in a commanding voice. Rider time. Come in, Reader Zio. With that proclamation, dazzling armor wrapped itself tightly around Sugo Tokiwa. Tsukasa watched this transformation with a slight smile, then called out, Nice special effects. All right, my turn now. With those words, he too retrieved a driver from behind his back, fastening at his waist, then pulled a card from the holder at his belt. Henshin, Kamen Rider, Decade. Countless phantasmal images swirled before Tsukasa, converging and settling upon his body. As they transformed into blocks before his face, they shot straight toward his head. The moment the blocks landed, the formerly dull armor was instantly emblazoned with vivid color, the iconic red and black of Decade. Facing Sugo Tokiwa, now fully transformed, Tsukasa spoke calmly. Come on, show me what you're capable of. All right, came the reply. Without hesitation, Sugo Tokiwa, now Zio, lunged forward, throwing a punch at Tsukasa, now transformed as Decade. Decade calmly raised his arm and effortlessly caught the incoming punch. In a flash, Decade's other hand balled into a fist, driving straight into Zio's abdomen. Feeling the sudden surge of immense power, Zio instinctively staggered back a few steps, clutching his stomach with both hands. That hurts so much, he groaned. Seeing this, Decade couldn't help but shake his head. Is this all the strength you have? Ohama Zio, with this little power, how can you even hope to call yourself king? Hearing these words, Zio slowly lowered his hands from his abdomen, then stood upright. I will become king. No matter what. I will. With that, he raised his fist again and swung it at Decade. Decade tilted his head with a faint look of amusement, then deftly dodged the punch with an effortless sidestep. Even though his memories were gone now, his power and reflexes, ingrained deep within his instincts, remained. So, facing Zio, who had only just begun to understand his own strength, posed no real challenge. Realizing this, Zio withdrew his fist and took a deep breath. He positioned his hands in front of him, then clenched them tight, summoning a sword into his grip. Transmigrated, the sword of time. Gripping the weapon more firmly, Zio strode forward, slashing toward Decade with determined force. As the long blade came speeding toward him, Decade hesitated for a fraction of a second, but in the next instant, his movements were lightning fast as he pulled a case from his waist. With a swift transformation, the case became a sword, which he held crosswise to block the incoming strike. A metallic clang rang out as the two swords collided, sending a shower of sparks into the air. Watching Decade and Zio engaged in heated battle, Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle softly. The scene called up memories of when he used to watch Zio on television. Back then, the battles between Decade and Zio always seemed just as effortless for Decade. Only this time, he was witnessing it all in person. Meanwhile, Lena, standing beside him, watched the two fighters with furrowed brows. She asked, "Why are they fighting anyway?" Yi Tian paused in surprise at her question, then glanced at her. "Why are they fighting?" "Yeah, why? Weren't they good friends a moment ago?" Lena looked at Yi Tian with confusion. Maybe they're just itching for a fight. I suppose. Yi Tian mused, slowly rubbing his chin. Itching for a fight? Lena echoed, lines of exasperation appearing on her face. But her curiosity wasn't so easily quelled, and after a moment's thought, she asked another question weighing on her mind. "Who exactly are you guys?" "I can't tell you that." Yi Tian shot her a sidelong glance, refusing without hesitation. "Then, why do they become like this?" Lena's eyes darted around, searching for answers. "Oh, that I can explain. They're Kamen Riders. One is Decade, destroyer of worlds. The other, Omazio. That's all there is to it." Yi Tian replied with a teasing grin. "The world destroyer? Decade?" Lena stared in shock at the figure in pink armor, murmuring softly. "Omazio. That name. Omazio. Yes. In the future, he'll become the one who destroys and then recreates an entire timeline. People call him the supreme and most benevolent king," Yi Tian replied. Alina at the side was completely bewildered. She'd only spoken from instinct, after all, but as she absorbed Yi Tian's words, she found herself frozen in surprise. The most supreme and benevolent king? That hardly fits with the word demon. Yi Tian couldn't help but purse his lips as he watched the baffled expression on Lena's face, then returned his gaze to the ongoing battle between Decade and Zio. But at that moment, the ground trembled violently, and a chorus of ferocious roars echoed throughout the area. Hearing the sudden commotion, Yi Tian snapped his head around to look at the battlefield where Mebius was fighting. There, 5 monsters were closing in on Mebius, and Yi Tian found himself momentarily at a loss. He muttered to himself, how could 5 monsters appear at once? Did that demon king do something unimaginable? They come here mostly for a leisurely trip, but now, faced with so many monsters, not only were their chances slim, but against some of the tougher ones, they couldn't even break through their defenses. Among all of them, if anyone could actually fight these creatures, it would be Decade and Zio at their peak. But as for people who could fight the monsters right now, Yi Tian shifted his gaze to Flying Squirrel, Rimuru, and Garp. No doubt about it, the power levels in the pirate world are incredible. There are people who could shatter islands with a single punch. And Garp stood at the very pinnacle of that world. Maybe they could let him loose and have him throw a few punches. Or Flying Squirrel. His supreme magic was no joke either. Or maybe Rimuru. Surely it wasn't too much to ask to have him eat up a monster or two. He devoured dragons before. Another monster shouldn't be a problem. The 3 of them were watching the fight between Decade and Zio, when a chill suddenly ran down their spines, and they shuddered. Without them noticing, Yi Tian had already made his plans. Clearing his throat, Yi Tian called out, Tsukasa Sugo, you two can stop now. We've got some work to do. As he spoke, everyone turned to look at him. Tsukasa Kadoya and Sugo Tokiwa both halted their movements, deactivated their armored forms, and looked toward Yi Tian. I'm sure you've noticed those 5 monsters behind me. So, who'd like to give it a try? Yi Tian asked, a faint smile playing on his lips. Hearing this, Nick Fury, who had been standing quietly beside Yi Tian, instinctively and silently stepped back a few paces, as if wanting to put some distance between himself and Yi Tian. Seeing this, Yi Tian rolled his eyes at him and said, rather impatiently, what are you stepping back for? I never intended for you to go up there in the first place. If you did, you'd just be throwing your life away. With that, Yi Tian turned to Garp, a friendly smile spreading across his face. "So, Vice Admiral Garp, what do you think?" At those words, Garp's mouth twitched as he stepped forward, looking at Yi with a wry smile. "I can give it a shot. I've never punched something that big before." Yi nodded in satisfaction at Garp's reply, then assured him, "Don't worry if you can't beat it. Just come back when you need to." He then turned his gaze to Ains, his face adorned with the same genial smile. "So Ains? Supreme Overlord? Master of the Great Tomb of Nazarick? Why are you backing up?" At Yi words, Ains couldn't help but shuffle 2 steps backward. Surrounded by everyone's expectant eyes, he said awkwardly, I'm a mage, for crying out loud." Well then, how about you stand right here and unleash a super tier spell? See what kind of damage it does." Yi probit. By this point, Ains knew he'd been cornered by Yi arrangements and could only nod helplessly in agreement. Having settled matters with Ains, Yi put on his harmless, innocent smile once again and scanned the crowd. Then he fixed his gaze on Rimuru. "Rimuru? Demon Lord? His Majesty, the future king of the Federation? Want to get a try? See if you can just swallow a whole." At this, Rimuru, now in human form, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth fiercely. He looked at Yi and replied miserably, I'm just a slime. Why on earth would you leave such a monumental task to me?" Yi rolled his eyes at Rimuru, then addressed the others. "Have you ever seen a slime swallow a dragon? No? Well, now's your chance. See, there he is, a slime who swallowed a dragon whole." The people standing beside Rimuru involuntarily edged away, their eyes now filled with even greater shock as they looked at him. A man who could gobble down a dragon in one bite, definitely not someone you'd want to provoke. Standing at the back of the crowd, Lena found herself momentarily dazed upon hearing Yi words. Who exactly are these people? Each one more extraordinary than the last. The master of the Great Tomb? How could any of this be normal? And someone who actually devoured a dragon? This bunch is honestly a bit terrifying. Yi for now, had no time to deal with Lena's shock. He turned once more to Rimuru and suggested, "How about letting your great sage analyze things for us first?" After speaking, Yi turned once more to face the crowd. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying across the group. Let's clear a space and welcome our 3 heroes to the stage." At his words, everyone nearby stepped back several paces, naturally leaving the 3 of them standing alone at the center. Garp glanced around and found the area beside him had suddenly become empty, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I thought I had joined a mighty organization, but now look at this." Standing next to Garp, Yi seemed to intuitively sense his feelings and glanced over without thinking. Noticing this, Garp's expression instantly grew serious. Then, conviction settling into his features, he shouted, "For justice!" Yi couldn't help but smile at Garp's fervor. He then turned to the 2 standing beside Garp, saying, "Look at that. Vice Admiral Garp's spirit is truly admirable. His willpower is unbreakable. We should all learn from his example." Hearing Yi words, both Flying Squirrel and Rimuru shot Garp a slightly aggrieved look. Under their gaze, Garp looked around aimlessly, as if pretending none of it concerned him. Seeing this, Flying Squirrel and Rimuru exchanged a look of mutual resignation, then offered each other a small, comforting glance. A moment later, Yi announced, "All right, that's settled. Brave warriors, your journey begins now. Let your strength shine in this new world and spread the light of your heroism." "Yes," the 3 responded, but their voices were lacking in enthusiasm. At that, Yi and his group took a few steps back, yielding the space to the 3 warriors. Garp began warming up right where he was standing. Flying Squirrel dispelled his disguise spell, quietly preparing a powerful super tier spell behind the scenes. As for Rimuru, he was now proudly sitting atop Geru, swaggering right into the heart of the battlefield. On the battlefield, Daigu, watching the monsters suddenly surround and viciously assault Mebius, found it hard to bear. Without hesitation, he transformed and leaped in to save Mebius from the fray. Now 2 Ultramen stood face to face with 5 menacing monsters. Neither side made the first move. Just then, a furious roar erupted from the top of a distant building. The sound instantly drew the attention of both Ultramen. They turned to see Garp dashing toward them, using Moonwalk to stride through the air. The sight left the 2 heroes momentarily stunned. Daigu, unable to believe his eyes, murmured, "Mr. Garp." Overhead, Garp strode through the air, and seeing the Ultramen frozen in place, raised an eyebrow and grumbled, "What are you staring at? Never seen a man fly before." With that, he lunged straight toward the monsters. The 5 monsters, it seemed, hadn't noticed Garp's arrival at all. Instead, seeing that the 2 Ultramen had turned away and were no longer focused on them, the monsters immediately launched their attack. At that moment, a thunderous boom erupted from beneath the foot of one of the monsters. Thrown off balance, it toppled heavily to the ground. As it turned out, Carp had delivered a fierce punch straight to the monster's leg. Feeling the force surging up its limb, the monster staggered for an instant before collapsing sideways onto the earth. Watching the monster crash toward him at a dangerous angle, Carp's face changed dramatically. Instinctively, he blurted out, "Oh, hell." In a flash, he vanished from where he stood, using Shave to desperately dash aside. A colossal crash followed as the monster hit the ground, sending a huge cloud of dust billowing up. Hearing the booming impact behind him, Carp finally stopped and slowly turned to look back over his shoulder. Just then, a massive palm came sweeping straight down toward his head. With swift precision, Carp gathered armament hockey, shielding his head with both arms and bracing himself to block the blow. The cement beneath his feet fractured in all directions, radiating from his stance. His feet, meanwhile, were driven deep into the ground. Looking at the massive hand he'd successfully blocked, Carp took a deep breath, calming the surging blood and energy within his body. Then, with a sudden movement, he hurled a powerful punch upward. He knocked aside the monster's enormous palm and hurriedly pulled his legs free from the cement where he'd been trapped. As the monster slowly began to rise, Carp held his ground, catching his breath rather than rushing in. After a long moment, Carp gradually lifted his hand, letting his armament hockey swiftly cover it once more. He then charged straight for the monster's incoming kick, ready to strike back. But let's leave this scene for now. Elsewhere, Rimuru had already arrived atop a rooftop not far from the monsters. Watching Carp battle against the monster, Rimuru was momentarily transfixed. After a pause, determination steeled his eyes. With a quiet motion, he leapt down from atop Geru. In that instant, his body transformed into a slime, surging toward a solitary monster. As he drew close, his entire form suddenly swelled, engulfing the monster. Then, little by little, he began to shrink in place. On the top floor of a tall building, Fei Shu, fully prepared, maintained his magic with one hand while glancing up at Dagu and the others engaged in battle. He suddenly shouted, "Dagu, Carp, Rimuru, get out of the way!" Startled by his warning, all three froze in place, then swiftly dove aside with a roll. But when Fei Shu noticed Rimuru still shrinking nearby, he shook his head with a sigh. After adjusting his aim just slightly, he unleashed a spell, Super Tier Magic, Heavenfall. A ring of blue light plummeted from the sky, slamming down upon a monster. A thunderous explosion echoed across the battlefield. Under the immense pressure of energy, the monster was instantly crushed to the ground. Within the circle of light, energy erupted in a flash, shooting straight into the sky. The explosion illuminated half the heavens. On the ground, one monster lay at the very center, and everything within 100 meters had completely caved in. As for the monster, its whole body was split open as it lay battered in the pit, unmoving for some time. Seeing this, Dagu glanced around, realizing the others had already taken care of 3 monsters for him. Without hesitation, he turned sharply, exchanged a look with Mebius, and quickly charged forward. He joined the battle against the 2 remaining monsters. Atop the building's highest floor, after releasing an ultra-tier spell, the flying squirrel couldn't help but stumble back a couple of steps. He quickly found a place to sit down. He gazed into the distance at the massive crater he'd just blasted into existence with his magic. Murmuring to himself, he said, "First time blasting a monster with an ultra-tier spell. What a feeling. Absolutely fantastic." Just then, Leaf Sky appeared at his side. No one knew when he got there, and glanced at him saying, "Feels pretty good, huh? Want to try it again?" The flying squirrel was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly shook his head. No, that's enough for now. Luck was on my side this time. I didn't even use any items, and my MP is running low. Let me rest a bit." Hearing this, Leaf Sky could only shake his head in disbelief. Rest a bit? Like I haven't seen enough anime to know better. It's just one ultra-tier spell. Was all that really necessary? Nonetheless, staring at the hole in the ground, Leaf Sky stroked his chin thoughtfully and muttered, "Not bad. This spell really packs a punch against monsters. Looks like it's going to be quite useful." From where he rested, the flying squirrel lifted his head proudly and replied, "But of course. Do you know who I am? The Supreme Overlord, obviously." Leaf Sky rolled his eyes at the flying squirrel's boastful tone, then turned his attention back to the battlefield. On the battlefield, Carp was still engaged with a monster. The fight between the 2 of them, or rather, between one man and one monster, was locked in a fierce stalemate. There was a kind of strange camaraderie in their struggle, hard to grasp or put into words. Watching the monster crouch first on its left leg, then its right, Leaf Sky found the scene oddly comical, and a laugh bubbled up from his chest. At this moment, Limuru, having finished off his own monster, arrived nearby while riding Garo. He noticed Carp's tattered cape and ripped clothing and called out, "Uncle Carp, I'm here." Carp, still locked in battle, immediately turned with a stern face and declared, "No need. Leave this monster to me. I, Carp, will defeat the monster." Hearing Carp's words, Rimuru was momentarily surprised, then quickly told Garo to stop and move to a safe spot to watch. Silently watching Carp as he fought the monster, Rimuru couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Is he really this determined? Wouldn't it be faster if I helped out?" Nevertheless, he respected Carp's choice. Since Carp had decided to take on a monster alone, surely he wouldn't lose, would he? Before Rimuru could gather his thoughts, a figure suddenly shot past him in a flash. Just as he was about to turn his head for a better look, another figure streaked by, rushing straight for the monster. Then, with a thundering blow, the attack crashed into the beast. With a deafening boom, the monster was sent sprawling onto the ground by a single punch from Carp. Carp didn't waste this opening. His fists flew, raining down on the monster like a relentless downpour. Meanwhile, not far away, Mebius and Digga had already dealt with two other monsters, and on their way, they finished off the one flying squirrel had left alive. The commotion caught their attention, and they moved to join the fight. As Mebius prepared to jump in, Digga stopped him, saying, "A senior of mine is fighting that monster. Let's wait a bit." Hearing this, Mebius paused, turning his gaze toward the monster's belly. Sure enough, he saw a middle-aged man pummeling the beast with punches and kicks. What's more, fresh wounds appeared on the monster's body, exactly where the man struck. Though the injuries weren't massive, they certainly weren't small, either, and Mebius was left dumbfounded. Was this really a human being? Or could this monster fighter be an alien in disguise? He glanced over at Digga for reassurance, and his suspicions eased. After all, any senior of Digga's had to be trustworthy. Suddenly, just as Mebius relaxed, a powerful impact crashed into his chest. He staggered back 2 steps, nearly losing his footing. Luckily, Digga was quick to react, catching his arm before he could hit the ground. Catching his breath, Mebius looked down at his chest. There was Carp, standing there with a bewildered expression on his face. Then, with a big, carefree grin, Carp greeted him before nonchalantly kicking him in the chest and launching himself back at the monster in a blur. Mebius wobbled from the unexpected kick, but, thankfully, with Digga's steady hand, he managed to stay upright. Mebius stared at Digga in bewilderment, his voice low as he said, "Senior Daigu, this person?" Hearing this, Digga scratched his head a little awkwardly, then gave a light-hearted laugh. "Ah, he's one of my seniors, a man who devoted his entire life to justice." "Oh, I see." Hearing Digga's words, Mebius couldn't help but be filled with admiration and respect. But it wasn't long before a figure once again came crashing down against Mebius's chest. Watching Carp tumble through the air and land before them, Digga seemed a little helpless and said, Senior Carp, maybe you should take a short break and let us younger folks handle it for a bit." At his words, Carp, who had just been bracing himself to charge forward once more, paused for an instant, but then, with renewed energy, dashed forward again, declaring, "Let me give it another try." Watching Carp rush at the monster yet again, Digga couldn't help but feel a surge of respect. Secretly, he thought, truly worthy of being a legendary hero of the Navy. Such tenacity, such perseverance, such relentless pursuit of justice. I can only stand in awe. But at that very moment, furious roars erupted and clouds of dust swept over the land, rising high into the air. Carp, today I'll defeat you, you little monster. Otherwise, how can I show my face again?" With each word, Carp's punches grew heavier, hammering the monster again and again. Finally, with a thunderous blow, Carp's fist crashed down on the monster's head, sending it sprawling to the ground and shattering the earth all around. Standing over the fallen, heavily breathing monster, Carp paused, then stepped onto the air and launched himself to the rooftop nearby. Landing atop the roof, sweating and a bit out of breath, Carp glanced at Digga and Mebius. With a swipe at his brow, he spoke in a deliberate, weary tone. "All right, you two go finish it off. After a fight like that, my back and waist are killing me." At this, Digga and Mebius couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. Sharing a look, they nodded to each other, then rushed toward the monster lying helpless on the ground. Meanwhile, the defeated creature could only lie there, watching the two Ultramen approach, unable to do anything at all. Its energy had almost completely drained away after Carp's assault. Now it could do nothing but lie there on the ground, waiting for the final blow. All the while, Rimuru, who had been observing the whole battle, finally made his way to Carp's side. In a gentle tone, he said, "Wouldn't things have gone easier if you'd just let me help sooner? Maybe you wouldn't be this exhausted." That earned a slightly sheepish grin from Carp, who looked at Rimuru and replied, "Well, I guess I just had an itch to fight, you know? Ha! With that, Carp slowly stuck out a finger and began picking his nose. By this time, Digga had already reached the monster's side. With help from Mebius, they heaved the defeated beast and began dragging it up into the sky. Suspended in midair, Tiga and Mebius exchanged a glance before suddenly hurling the monster far into the distance. Then, each unleashed a powerful beam attack upon it. Watching the spectacle overhead, Carp was momentarily stunned. Then, with a faint, rueful smile, he muttered to himself, "It seems I really did overestimate myself just now. Yes, I'm genuinely pleased that you now recognize the gap between you and them," Rimuru said, looking up at him with a satisfied expression. Upon hearing this, Rimuru nodded approvingly. At last, he had guided someone back from their misguided ways, a wandering uncle, now set back on the right path. At this moment, Tiga and Mebius descended from the sky, coming to land beside Carp. One of them spoke in a gentle tone. "Senior Carp, you truly are incredible. To stand your ground against such a formidable monster is no small feat." Carp's smile faded instantly at these words. He eyed Tiga with a look of irritation and said, "What? You think we're not up to it? Are there any more monsters out there? Today I, Carp, am going to take down every single one." Just then, the entire city was plunged into darkness. The souls of the monsters they had just defeated began to swirl through the urban landscape, darting between buildings. Gradually, they converged in the sky, coalescing into a thundercloud alive with flashing lightning. Within that storm, the defeated creatures were fused together, forming a single, colossal monstrosity looming over the city. No sooner had this new monster appeared than countless spheres of energy shot straight towards Daigu and Mebius. Carp and Rimuru, seeing the volley of energy blasts racing toward them, instinctively leaped back to evade the assault. But Tiga and Mebius stood firm, bracing themselves as the barrage struck them head-on. The immense surge of energy caused the indicators on their chests to flicker with a warning red light. Elsewhere in the city, Asuka and my dream watched tensely as Tiga and Mebius came under attack, a sense of urgency welling up inside them. Suddenly, memories of parallel worlds flashed vividly through their minds. They exchanged a smile, then turned sharply and called out to Tiga, "Daigu, wait for us. Dinah, Gaia." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dan and Hayata's group had also gathered. Radiant streams of light encircled them as each brandished their own transformation device. "Daigu, we're here too. 7. Ace. Jack. Ultraman." Atop a building, seeing the sudden appearance of all 6 Ultramen, a smile unwittingly bloomed on his lips. The message had come through. The mission was complete. He slowly turned around and faced the group behind him, saying, "All right, everyone, our task is complete. The course of this world has returned to its original point, and we can head back now. As for the rewards, I imagine they'll be given out after that monster has been defeated." Upon hearing this, the others nodded one after another in agreement. After he finished speaking, Yi Tian looked at the group once more and said, "Well then, I'll head back first. If you want to wait until they finish off the monster, that's fine too. See you." With that, he opened a swirling black portal before him, preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, just then, Lena strode forward and blocked Yi Tian's path, her eyes fixed intently on him. "Wait, what about Daigu?" Hearing this, Yi Tian paused in surprise, then slowly turned his head to look at Daigu, who was still locked in battle. A faint smile appeared on his face as he gazed at Daigu and replied, "As for Daigu, once this fight is over, he'll disappear from this world together with Mebius. But don't worry, Daigu, who originally belongs to this world, will return again. Well then, farewell. I hope we'll have another chance to meet someday." With a gentle laugh, Yi Tian stepped into the black portal and vanished from sight. The others began leaving one by one as well. Soon, only Carp, Rimuru, and Ains remained atop the rooftop, along with Lena. The 4 of them simply stood there in silence, watching Daigu and the others continue their battle, unable to help but let out murmurs of admiration. After a long while, Carp gave a heartfelt sigh. "It seems I'm still not strong enough." "Haha, don't worry, Uncle Carp. It takes time," Rimuru replied with a cheerful chuckle. Carp nodded silently, then opened a black portal behind him. With a wave and a brief farewell to the others, he departed as well. With the battle drawing to a close, Ains turned to Rimuru. "Well, Rimuru, give Daigu a message for me, will you? I'll be going ahead." "All right, I'll be leaving soon too," Rimuru replied with a calm nod. Once Lena saw that only she and Rimuru were left, she hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. Looking at Rimuru, she finally found the courage to ask, Can you tell me, who are you people, really?" Lena's question pulled Rimuru's attention away from the ongoing fight. Meeting Lena's puzzled gaze, Rimuru paused, then said, "We're guardians of the world, or at least, I think so." Lena was taken aback by Rimuru's answer. Glancing back at the Ultraman fighting below, she finally asked, "So, you're just like Ultraman? How could it be the same? I oversee this world, but I exist outside of it. As for Ultraman, while they are similar, they are never acknowledged by the world itself." Hearing this, Lena couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise. She stared at Rimuru in astonishment, unable to say a word for a long moment. "There's no need to be so surprised. It's just that your world never had a world guardian before, which is why certain evil beings could invade at will. Now that we're here, we'll be establishing official positions in this world to prevent such anomalies." A gentle smile appeared on Rimuru's face as he looked at Lena and continued. "Setting up positions? What good will that do? Does that mean those monsters and such will stop appearing just because you did?" Lena asked, curiosity shining in her eyes. Rimuru scratched his head, looking a bit troubled. "Well, I'm afraid I can't tell you that. Besides, this is between us and this world. Sharing too much with you would be against the rules." Even so, Lena couldn't stop herself from wanting to know more. Just as she was about to open her mouth, a streak of golden light suddenly erupted across the sky, bathing everything in a brilliant glow. At the same moment, Daigu and Mebius's team appeared at the top of the building, manifesting as beams of radiant energy. Daigu, now returned to human form, glanced around and saw that only Rimuru and Lena were left atop the building. He paused, a note of surprise in his voice as he looked at Rimuru and asked, "Have Tion and the others already gone back?" Rimuru nodded slowly, then said to him, "Yes, they've returned." "Oh, and as for this world agreement, don't worry, I won't compete with you for it. You've worked hard enough after all." With that, and under the astonished gazes of Mirai, Captain Toru, and the others, Rimuru opened a swirling black portal. He waved goodbye to Daigu, then walked straight through. With the closing of the portal, Rimuru vanished from this world. Upon hearing these words, a broad smile spread across Daigu's face. He gazed at the spot where Rimuru disappeared and gave a deep, grateful bow. "Arigato," he whispered. Slowly straightening, Daigu turned to Lena with a warm smile and said, "I imagine you've already figured it out." "Daigu kid, what's going on? Who was that just now?" Captain Toru asked, confusion on his face. Nearby, Asuka and Musashi crowded closer, eager for answers as well. In response, Daigu merely smiled gently at them, then turned to Lena and extended his hand. She reached out too, their hands meeting in a quiet moment. The others watched, convinced that Daigu and Lena had finally found happiness together. But just then Daigu spoke up. "Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Daigu Madoka of the Victory Team, also known as Ultraman Tiga. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lena." Upon hearing these words, everyone standing nearby was instantly taken aback. They stared at Daigu in a daze, not quite sure what he meant. Just then, Asuka suddenly froze as well. He stumbled forward a couple of steps, pointed at Daigu, and stammered with a trembling voice, "Are you the true human host of Ultraman Tiga?" Hearing Asuka's question, Daigu slowly turned his head. He gave Asuka a gentle smile and replied, "Yes. It's a pleasure to meet you, my junior." When he heard Daigu's confirmation, Asuka hurriedly gave him a deep bow, his expression brimming with excitement. "It's an honor to meet a senior here." Daigu smiled softly at those words, helping Asuka straighten up. He then looked at everyone and said, "Thank you all for taking care of me, at least the me of this world. Well then, if fate allows, I hope we meet again." But before Daigu could finish, Rina called out to stop him. Rina looked at Daigu and spoke, "There's something I'd like to ask you." Daigu paused for a moment, then turned to her. "What is it?" "I'll tell you whatever I can." "In my memory," Rina said, "I don't think I've ever had a friend like you. So, can you tell me what kind of agreement your friend mentioned just now? Does it mean?" She gazed anxiously at Daigu, worried that their world was once again being targeted by sinister forces. She couldn't be sure whether Tion and his companions were truly benevolent, nor did she understand what this so-called pact really entailed. However, one thing was clear. The agreement they spoke of was connected to this world. That's why she wanted an explanation from Daigu. Daigu smiled with a touch of bitterness, then looked at Rina and said, "You really haven't changed, Rina. You're just as perceptive as ever. Well, I suppose there's no harm in letting you in on some things, at least the parts that aren't considered secrets." At this, everyone leaned in closer, their ears perked up, afraid to miss even a single word. From Rina's earlier question, they sensed that Daigu and his mysterious friends might be planning something for this world. If they didn't get clear answers, the unease in their hearts would never rest. Seeing their eager expressions, Daigu couldn't help but smile. He turned to Rina and the others and began to explain. "As you know, there are parallel worlds beyond our own. Besides these parallels, there are also countless dimensional worlds. Ultraman is merely a figure who plays the role of a guardian, a sort of interdimensional police, existing between the world we know and the Ultraman universe. However, this role isn't necessarily recognized by the entire world, let alone the whole universe. And when I say the entire world or the universe, I'm not only referring to beings and creatures living inside them. It is, in fact, the will of the world itself. Every parallel world has its own world will, and we are the ones entrusted with supervision, patrol, protection, and enforcement. Any unauthorized intrusion, any act against the world, anything that causes anomalies or upheaval in the world, these all fall under our jurisdiction. This responsibility grants us a unique position within this world. We are known as world envoys. If a world's anomalies become so severe that even we cannot stop them, the world will's reaction is to reset the universe within a certain period, returning everything to primordial chaos and erasing whatever threatens the world. In such times, it is only then that we world envoys withdraw. In other words, when we leave a world, it means that world is facing destruction. If a world has no world envoy, then it's as if the world's gates are wide open, left unguarded. Anyone with the means and desire could step right in. Hearing Daegu's words, everyone was momentarily stunned, staring at him in silence for a long while, unable to find their voices. Is that so? Tuan was the first to speak. He looked at Daegu, his face puzzled. Then why is it that Ultraman, who strives to protect the universe, isn't acknowledged by the world itself? Aren't we also devoted to upholding justice? At this, Daegu smiled gently. That's actually a very simple matter. Ultraman belongs to this world. Everything you do is already part of the world's established course. Following that path alone cannot earn you special recognition from the world. If you truly wish to gain the world approval, the first step is to join our alliance. From there, we world envoys would communicate with the slumbering world will and sign an agreement. Without joining, you would never be able to speak to the world will directly. After the agreement is signed, an envoy would be stationed here permanently. Could this be what the Celestial Empire refers to as the agents of heavenly law? Hokuto questioned Daegu in confusion. In a sense, you could put it that way. Daegu nodded slowly, smiling as he answered. Then, is it possible for us to know who will become the representative, the world envoy, for this world in the future? Asked Hokuto Seiji, who stood nearby. Caught off guard by the question, Daegu let out a rueful laugh. That I truly don't know. At this moment, the Alliance has some worlds waiting for an envoy, but there hasn't been a confirmed selection yet. We'll have to wait some time to find out. Is there any way for us to join the Alliance? Hayata Jean spoke up, a note of worry in his voice. I'm not entirely comfortable with outsiders coming into this world if their intentions are. He trailed off, uncertainty in his tone. Seeing this, Daegu couldn't help but smile wryly, then looked at him and said, that really depends on fate, or you have to make an outstanding contribution to the Alliance. That Mr. Karp, for example, earned his place by making a remarkable contribution during one particular incident. That's how he became a trainee, although he still hasn't completed his probation. As for you all, I'm truly sorry. I honestly don't know any way for you to become a realm envoy. At these words, everyone fell into a heavy silence. After a long moment, Tuan finally let out a deep sigh. What a shame, he said. Hearing this, Daegu gave a slight smile, then looked at him and said, but don't worry. I think the Alliance's vetting process is actually very reliable. Anyone qualified to be a realm envoy is someone we can all trust. If someone's temperament weren't right for it, our Alliance leader would likely take care of the matter. Reassured by Dagu's words, the others relaxed and nodded. Just then, Hayata Jean suddenly raised his head and fixed his eyes on Daegu. Do you know, does the world of M78, the land of light, have a realm envoy? Taken aback by the question, Daegu paused, then began to consider the identity of each member of their group. Eventually, he shook his head slowly and looked at Jean. Not yet. Besides, we haven't signed an agreement with that world, so for now, we can't go there. Hearing Dagu's answer, Hayata Jean nodded slowly and didn't say anything further. With no one speaking anymore, Daegu slowly raised his right hand to his chest, where a badge instantly appeared. He took the badge and held it in front of him, then turned his back to the group. His voice rang out, clear and resonant. I, Makoto Daegu, Realm Envoy of the Alliance Against Anomalies of the Myriad Worlds, hereby sign the treaty in this realm. At his words, the people behind him stared in stunned amazement, for Dagu's appearance had changed dramatically. He now stood in a flowing sky-blue robe, a halo shining behind his head, the very picture of sanctity. As they gazed at Dagu's transformed attire, a thunderous voice suddenly boomed in their minds. Granted, in an instant, the world before their eyes changed, and they found themselves adrift in a void. Standing before them was a young girl in a white gauze dress. Seeing her, Dagu smiled gently and said, "Greetings, supreme will of this world. On behalf of Leaf Tian, Alliance Leader of the Myriad Worlds, I pay my respects and designate the Realm Envoy for this domain." The little girl beamed sweetly at him, then said, "I've already learned what happened. Who would have thought a rat from another world would slip in and disrupt the order so completely? Fortunately, you arrived in time. Thank you for your approval. Now, please sign the contract that belongs to you." Dagu smiled gently. "All right." The young girl nodded slightly. With a graceful wave of her hand, a scroll, resembling parchment, appeared in her grasp. She handed it over to Dagu. Dagu took the scroll, pressed his badge upon it, and in an instant, the mark of the badge appeared on the paper. Seeing this, Dagu slowly raised the scroll with both hands above his head, then declared in a loud, clear voice, "The contract is set. Submitting to the Alliance for review." No sooner had Dagu finished speaking than a beam of light appeared above his head, whisking away the contract from his hands. After a considerable pause, the light faded and a distant, emotionless voice echoed throughout the entire space. "The agreement has passed review. The Alliance's envoy will take office within a month. Will of the world, please wait in anticipation." Hearing this, the young girl nodded quietly, then turned to Dagu and said, "In that case, I'll be relying on you from here on." Upon hearing her words, Dagu smiled softly and replied, "Thank you for your trust. If you would, please send us out." The young girl nodded again, and with a simple wave of her slender hand, she sent Dagu and his companions away. The group reappeared atop the skyscraper, still wearing expressions of awe and amazement. Witnessing this, Dagu couldn't help but smile and said to them, "My business here is finished. Farewell, everyone." As he spoke, a golden light began to rise from Dagu's body. Standing beside him, Mirai Hibino was also enveloped in the same golden radiance, and she vanished from view before anyone else. Only then did Lena and the others snap back to their senses, turning to Dagu with eyes filled with reluctant affection. Seeing their expressions, Dagu gave another gentle smile and waved at them in farewell. The golden light around him blazed forth, and in a flash, his spirit departed this world. But the Dagu of this world collapsed straight to the ground. Dagu. Elsewhere, deep within the universe, in a land of light, beneath the Plasma Spark Tower, the Ultraman brothers each fell into silence. They had just received messages from their human hosts. Through these, they learned of an organization that stood above the entire universe, perhaps even all of space and time. Though they sensed no hostility from this organization, their hearts brimmed with questions, longing for answers. But the moment had passed in a blur, and through Shin Hayata's words, they discovered that their own space-time had no resident envoy. So now, whatever questions they had would have to wait for another time, when opportunity allowed. Two flowers bloom, each on a separate branch. Pirate World. Yition stood in front of the villa's entrance, glancing at Minyasi, who had followed him all the way. "Why did you tag along?" he asked. "I want to check out your villa." "TSK, I have to admit, it's really something," Minyasi replied with an excited grin. At this, Yition couldn't help but give a small, dismissive shrug. "Come on, let's grab something to eat in the cafeteria. We've been in that world for a while now. Although the food was decent, it's nothing to write home about." Hearing this, Minyasi nodded slowly and followed Yition toward the cafeteria. Inside one of the cafeteria's private rooms, Yition casually picked up a piece of roast meat from the table and popped it into his mouth, nodding with approval. "Not bad at all." Seeing this, Minyasi reached for a small piece of meat, tasted it, and nodded in agreement as well. After eating for a while, Minyasi glanced at Yition, casually yet deliberately asking, "Right now, there's so few people in our group. What about those worlds that have signed the agreement but don't have a world guardian assigned to them?" Yition paused for a moment upon hearing this, then looked over at Minyasi with a knowing smile. "So that's what you're after." Realizing Yition had seen through his intention so quickly, Minyasi had no choice but to nod in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Yition set down the piece of meat in his hand and looked at him, saying, "There's nothing I can do about that for now. I don't get to decide who gets invited. Even if I could, I don't have any invitations. You can't even buy them in the marketplace. So, all we can do is wait and hope. Once the group levels up, I suspect it won't be long before we get another chance." Yition wore a helpless expression as he spoke. Hearing this, Minyasi nodded, somewhat disappointed. Taking in Minyasi's dejected look, Yition chuckled softly. "So, have your eye on someone? Want them to join?" At this, Minyasi drew in a slow breath and looked back at him. "Kusuki. Kazuma Onodera." Yition closed his eyes and thought, silent for a long moment before finally opening them again. "It's not impossible. Let's wait and see. I'll try to help when there's an opportunity. A faint smile appeared on Min-Yasi's face upon hearing this promise. With that topic finished, Min-Yasi fell quiet, and the two men focused on their meal in companionable silence. After a while, Min-Yasi seemed to recall something and turned to Yi-Tian. By the way, I remember you mentioned last time there was a world that needed to be cleared out. When can we go? Hearing what Tsukasa said, Yi-Tian fell silent, thinking for a while before he finally spoke in a low voice. Actually, it's possible now, but I haven't decided whether I should go or not. Why? Tsukasa looked at Yi-Tian with a puzzled expression. Do you know what it really means to cleanse? Yi-Tian stared at Tsukasa impassively. What? Isn't it just clearing out the mutations in that world? Tsukasa replied uncertainly, looking at Yi-Tian. At these words, Yi-Tian nodded slowly, then continued. That's part of it, yes. But there's more. What needs to be cleansed in that world isn't just the anomalies. There are also the humans whose humanity has been utterly lost. He paused for a moment, then leaned back against his chair, gradually closing his eyes. His voice turned grave. In that world, almost everyone has lost touch with their humanity. So you see what that means. Tsukasa froze, then abruptly stood up in shock. So it's like wiping out the whole world? Yes, exactly. A total annihilation. After we, the domain envoys, take over, the world will fall into chaos. Then, with the League support, we'll rebuild civilization as quickly as possible. If that's the case, isn't it just a massacre? Yi-Tian fixed Tsukasa with a solemn gaze. A massacre? Tsukasa sat back down, his expression heavy as he fell in a silent contemplation. Yes, that's why I still haven't decided. If we go, we'll need an enormous, overwhelming force. If we don't, everything ends here. That world will quietly wait for its destruction, with the world's consciousness leading it into oblivion, Yi-Tian said softly. Tsukasa felt as if a great mountain had suddenly settled onto his shoulders, making it hard for him to breathe. After a long pause, Tsukasa slowly raised his head and looked at Yi-Tian. Why don't we tell the others about this? Let everyone vote on whether we should proceed. This way, the burden won't fall entirely on you. Hearing this, Yi-Tian gave a resigned nod and looked at him. That's the only way. So, should I tell them, or will you? Tsukasa asked earnestly, meeting Yi-Tian's gaze. You do it. I still have to eat. With that, Yi-Tian sat quietly by himself and began to eat his meal. Tsukasa set his fork down gently, opened the group chat, and began to tell everyone about the situation. For a while, the only sound in the private room was Yi-Tian eating in silence. Time passed. At last, Yi-Tian finished the last piece of meat on the table. Tsukasa also quietly left the group chat. Looking at Yi-Tian, he said, after an intense discussion, the vote was unanimous. Everyone supports going to that world. Is that so? Yi-Tian couldn't help but let out a quiet, almost amused smile. Yes, since it's destined to be destroyed anyway. And for what you've mentioned, there are no good people left in that world. Why not let us push things forward and bring it to its end a little quicker? Monyasha replied slowly. Very well, in that case, let's all start gathering our troops during this period. Since we've reached a decision, we might as well head over sooner rather than later, Yi-Tian said calmly, his expression even. Hearing this, Monyasha nodded thoughtfully and then turned to Yi-Tian. Roughly how many troops do you think we'll need? How many soldiers? At least 10 million, to speed things up. 1 million just wouldn't be enough, Yi-Tian answered steadily. All right, Monyasha nodded again, his manner slow and deliberate. This isn't urgent. Let's wait and see what happens after the group upgrades next time, Yi-Tian said in a measured tone. Understood, Monyasha replied with a nod. He knew full well that this wasn't something that could be rushed. Besides, he was also aware that amassing such a large force wouldn't happen overnight. Just then, however, the door to the private room eased open, and a man in a Grand Admiral's uniform stepped inside. Well, so this young man must be Major General Yi-Tian, I presume. At those words, Yi-Tian, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them and glanced over. He spoke with a hint of surprise. Admiral Akiji, what brings you here? Is something the matter? Hearing Yi-Tian say this, Akiji let out a relaxed laugh and replied, No particular business, really. It's just that someone downstairs mentioned that Major General Yi-Tian was here in this private room, so I thought I'd drop by for a look. After speaking, Akiji turned his head toward the doorway and instructed the soldier who had followed him in, have the kitchen send up some desserts or something. Then, with a casual gesture, he closed the door behind him, walked over at an unhurried pace, and took a seat. But just as he settled in, he noticed Monyasha sitting across from Yi-Tian. A curious smile played at the corner of his lips. And this gentleman is... Oh, him? He's a friend of mine. Monyasha, Yi offered by way of introduction. Hearing this, Monya stood up with a friendly smile, extended his hand toward Akiji, and said, Monya, pleased to meet you, Admiral Akiji. Though he didn't actually know Akiji, he just heard Yi address him as such, so he simply repeated the title. Akiji responded with a slight smile, reaching out to shake Monya's hand in return. Akiji, nice to meet you as well. After this brief introduction, the two took their seats. A stillness settled over the room. Sensing the subtle tension in the air, Monya gradually stood. Well then, Yi, I'll take my leave. My journey still awaits, he said, preparing to go on his way. All right, go ahead. I'll come visit you when I have time, Yi said as he slowly stood up, his gaze fixed on Gate Shur. Understood. With that, Gate Shur calmly opened a dark portal beside him and stepped inside. The portal vanished, taking him away from the world of pirates. Akiji watched as Gate Shur disappeared into the void, a sudden shock rippling through his heart. He had guessed it. Gate Shur before him was undoubtedly the same kind of person as Yi, someone from another world altogether. Seeing Akiji sit quietly, lost in thought, saying nothing, Yi made no attempt to rush him. Instead, he sat calmly in his chair, letting his eyes wander over the decor of the private room. He couldn't believe for a second that Akiji had come to see him without a purpose. Before long, a group of waiters entered, clearing the table. After delivering a selection of desserts Akiji had ordered, they quietly withdrew. Akiji picked up a piece of cake. Only after tasting it did he finally break the silence. Vice Admiral Yi, you should try some too. The cake here is quite good. At his words, Yi casually took a piece and began to eat as well. At last, after a long silence, Akiji finally spoke, his voice measured. I want to know, what must I do to join your organization or serve under your command? Yi couldn't help but be taken aback by his request. Then he gave a soft chuckle and replied, Garp told you, didn't he? Well, thinking about it, I suppose it's impossible to keep what I'm doing a secret. Have you discussed this with Garp already? Akiji shook his head slowly. No, I haven't mentioned it to anyone. Why do you want to serve under me? Yi asked with keen interest, his eyes on Akiji. Akiji fell silent for a moment before answering. The future of the Navy. The future of the Navy? Interesting. Tell me your thoughts, said Yi, taking a slow sip of juice. I hope to borrow your strength to change this world. As he spoke, Akiji's fist clenched so tightly that his knuckles showed white. Let me guess, it's about the celestial dragons and the world government, right? Ha, no surprise. A race that never sees others as people, lording it over everyone else. If I were you, I'd want to resist too. Yi took another sip of juice, his tone calm. So please, let me join you. Lend me your strength. Akiji said this, then stood abruptly and bowed deeply to Yi. At this, Yi let out a quiet laugh and replied, All right, I'm not unwilling to accept your request. I know your character well, the gentle faction within the Navy. I've always admired that. Hearing this, a gleam of joy appeared on Akiji's face as he hurriedly asked. Then, looking at Akiji's face, radiant with hope, Yi slowly raised a hand to stop him and said, First of all, if you wish to join us, you must make an outstanding contribution to the Alliance, or you'll have to wait for the right opportunity to choose you. And another thing, if I help you now, it would change the entire course of this world. In return, I'd have to pay a steep price. So what you should focus on right now isn't coming to me. You need to claim the title of Admiral for yourself and bring the Navy under your command. Yi gaze remained steady as he spoke. The path of the world mustn't be altered by me, but by you. In the final moment, I may step in to help, but that moment is not now. Yi eyes bore into him as he uttered this last sentence. Hearing this, Akiji fell silent, then gave a resolute nod. Understand. Then let me be the one to do it. Hearing Akiji's reply, Yi couldn't help but smile. He looked at Akiji and said, It won't be easy for you. Go talk to Garp and the others. Ask for their advice. Just say I sent you. Garp will help. At these words, Akiji's head shot up, his face brightening as he looked at Yi. He replied with heartfelt thanks. Arigato. Good. Go on then, Yi replied breezily. With that, he picked up a dessert from the table and ate it contentedly. As he watched Akiji's figure fade into the distance, Yi set his dessert aside and muttered softly to himself, How fascinating. Now that Akiji is set to claim the position of Admiral, it means the story of this world is about to be rewritten. I can't wait to see what happens. Meanwhile, inside the Admiral's office, Garp sat by the window on a cushioned chair, munching on a donut. Beside him, Tsuru and Sengoku sat quietly, their eyes fixed on him. Hey, if you two keep staring at me like this, don't your eyes get sore? Garp said with a helpless sigh. You just came back from another world, didn't you? And with all those injuries, Ran into a tough opponent, did you? Saru asked in a low voice. At Saru's words, Garp turned his head to the side, silent and unwilling to answer. I'll bet you lost, didn't you? Otherwise you wouldn't look like this. Sengoku chimed in with a teasing laugh. Even so, the two never took their eyes off Garp. After a long pause, Garp finally turned to face them, resignation in his voice. All right, what is it you want to know? What exactly happened just now? You barely said a word and just sat there in silence. Saru pushed up her glasses as she fixed her gaze on Garp. Hearing this, Garp was momentarily taken aback before stubbornly turning his back to them, refusing to respond. Seeing Garp's stubbornness, Sengoku cleared his throat and added, Come on, tell us. Maybe we can help you, you know. Hearing this, Garp's eyes flickered, darting back and forth, and then he looked as if he was about to turn around to talk to them. But just as he was about to speak, he paused for a moment, then slowly shook his head and said, There's nothing you can do to help. Hearing Garp say this, Saru became even more convinced that something major was going on. She looked straight at Garp and pressed. How can you know we can't help if you won't tell us what it is? Well, here's what happened. So, Garp recounted everything that had just happened in the group chat to the two of them. My heavens. Cleansing the world. Saru shot to her feet from the couch, her eyes wide in shock as she looked at Garp. That's right, that's exactly it. Garp nodded, a hint of resignation in his voice. So, if I'm understanding you correctly, Leet is preparing to summon 10 million soldiers to that world? Sengoku quickly asked. Yes, just as you guessed. At this, Garp nodded once again. If that's the case, do you think you could ask if he'd let the Navy help? What if I mobilize the fleet? Sengoku said, his expression grave. The Navy. Garp was taken aback by the suggestion, then shook his head and looked at Sengoku. Are you sure you can actually move that many troops? Aren't you afraid of angering the world government or the celestial dragons? At that, Sengoku found himself at a loss for words. He looked at Garp, then let out a long sigh. Always the same story. Just then, Saru calmly adjusted her glasses and turned to Garp. Since Leet can mobilize so many people wielding that kind of authority, is there any way you could persuade him? Garp was momentarily stunned. Then his face lit up with sudden realization. With a knowing smile, he looked at Saru. Are you thinking of asking for Leet's men to help us? Yes, Saru replied without the slightest hesitation. But at that moment, Kazan strode in, pushing open the office door and looking at the three of them. I've just returned from speaking to him. Saru and Sengoku both turned to him at once, anxious for news. And what did he say? He said he can't make the first move, the trajectory of the worlds, and all that. If he takes action too soon, the consequences will be serious. So he wants us to handle things ourselves, and he'll only step in if it comes down to the very end. Kazan explained calmly. When she heard this, Saru's eyes lit up. Then she turned to Sengoku. So, that means Leet doesn't have a high opinion of those people. He doesn't mind intervening, but we just can't let him be the first to act. Hearing this, Sengoku nodded in agreement and spoke up. Since that's the case, let's gather our top fighters as soon as possible. If we're to take the lead, we might as well set a good example. Garp was taken aback by Sengoku's words. He looked at him and asked, But what about the thing you've been worried about? You mean matters at sea? Sengoku replied in a measured tone. Let's keep the New World aside for now. Dispatch a few vice admirals to guard the major ports of the four seas, then sweep through the Grand Line. As long as nothing major happens in the short term, that's enough. Let's focus on settling this issue quickly. His gaze stern, Sengoku addressed everyone present. Just then, Garp broke into a grin and turned to Akiji. By the way, Yi-Tian just told me he wants me to back you as Fleet Admiral. He says we should help you clear out the dissent within the Navy first, then go all out against the Celestial Dragons and the world government. At these words, both Saru and Sengoku were taken aback. They immediately turned to look at Akiji. So, Saru said slowly, Young Yi-Tian has chosen Akiji then? Garp nodded thoughtfully. Yes, Yi-Tian says Akiji is a decent man. He's a great fit for the job. Besides, it'll be useful to him in the future. Garp spoke plainly, not caring about the possible consequences. What use? Sengoku pressed, his tone anxious. Garp, do you know? Ido. Garp took a bite of his donut, then looked Sengoku in the eye. He wants to gather all the warriors under heaven, conquer every nation, and rid the world of evildoers, unifying everything under a single empire. Everyone in the room sat heavily, stunned. They had speculated about Yi-Tian's ambitions, but none of them had realized just how far-reaching his plans were. After Akiji left, Yi-Tian returned alone to his villa and drifted into a lazy repose. Yet it seemed as if peace and leisure were fated never to linger long with Yi-Tian. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Yi-Tian's villa, young Nami gazed up at Peach Rabbit with curiosity and asked, Sister Peach Rabbit, is this really where Big Brother Yi-Tian lives? Peach Rabbit couldn't help but smile knowingly and replied, "If I'm not mistaken, this villa belongs to that child prodigy, the young Rear Admiral." The very mention of Yi Tian brought a hint of distaste to Peach Rabbit's heart. She simply couldn't understand why Fleet Admiral Sengoku would appoint a mere child as a Rear Admiral. What's more, since his promotion, Yi Tian had not been assigned a single mission. He'd been resting here the whole time. This was not just her own question, of course. It was a doubt shared by most of the Navy's high-ranking officers. Back when Yi Tian first arrived at Navy headquarters and fought Zephyr, only a handful of senior officers knew what had occurred. So it was perfectly reasonable for Peach Rabbit to feel this way. Setting aside all other distractions, Peach Rabbit stepped up and knocked firmly on the door. She could have simply sent someone to bring Nami over to find Yi Tian, but she herself was also quite curious about this Rear Admiral Yi Tian. What kind of person was he, that he could attain such a high rank and privilege at such a tender age? Staring at the tightly closed door before her, Momosaji furrowed her brows involuntarily. Then, she lifted her hand and knocked on the door again. Knock, knock, knock. Yet, there was still no response. Seeing this, Momosaji glanced over at Nami and said, "Little Nami, it seems your brother Yi Tian isn't in." At her words, Nami frowned, then gave the door before her a swift kick. With a loud voice, she shouted, "Hey, you brat! Open up! You brought me here, and now you're just ignoring me? Open the door, you brat!" Her childish voice rang through the villa, rousing Yi Tian, who had been sprawled out inside, from his stupor. Yi Tian abruptly lifted his head, eyes filled with confusion as he peered around. Listening intently for a moment and hearing nothing more, he lay back down on his bed, mumbling to himself, "Sigh. Why am I hearing that little troublemaker's voice out of nowhere? It must be my imagination. Yes, a trick of the mind. Time to sleep." With that, Yi Tian prepared to slip back into his dreams. But just then, another round of loud banging shook the door, and Yi Tian's eyes flew open. Fury etched on his face. He leapt from the bed and strode toward the front door. He was determined to see just who dared kick at his villa. Whoever it was, he would not let them off easily. The nerve! Once at the door, Yi Tian readied himself to fling it open and, already seething, was about to unleash a torrent of angry words as soon as a crack appeared. But at that very moment, a small foot landed squarely on his thigh. His anger blazed hotter, and he resolved to give this person a good lesson. Yet when Yi Tian looked closely, he was surprised to find Nami standing right at his doorstep. Unconsciously, he shrank his neck back. Quickly, he swung the door fully open and, forcing a smile onto his face, said, "Oh, Nami, it's you? What brings you here?" Like a sycophant hoping to please, Yi Tian hurried up to Nami, grinning and trying to ingratiate himself. Seeing him like this, Nami's excitement faded a little. She let out a cold snort and strode confidently into the villa. Watching her walk in, Yi Tian could only usher her to the living room and offer her a seat. He brought out 3 glasses of milk, handing one to each person, then sat down beside Nami and looked at her. "So, Nami, what brings you here today?" Hearing this, the excitement that had just lit up Nami's face vanished in an instant. Her eyes fixed on him, burning with anger, and she demanded, "Tell me, after bringing us all the way here, how could you just run off to live by yourself? If I hadn't come to find you, were you just going to forget about us?" Yi Tian. As she spoke, Nami's small hand shot up and grabbed Yi Tian's ear, giving it a sharp twist. A jolt of pain shot through his ear, and Yi Tian's expression abruptly changed. He quickly forced a smile and tried to placate her. "I just didn't want to disturb you. That's all. Oomph. Because of you, Belmir keeps asking me where you are every day. How am I supposed to know where you are? You brought us all to this strange place, and then you just disappeared." At this point, Nami's grip loosened, her hand falling away. She hugged her knees to her chest and began to sob softly, the words trailing off into quiet weeping. Seeing this, Yi Tian was instantly flustered and began to comfort her in a panicked hurry. He knew in his heart that bringing them to such an unfamiliar environment had been irresponsible of him. Still, he couldn't bring himself to admit it out loud, especially since life had been rather wonderful for him these past few days. But now that Nami had come all the way here, it was clear that this was something he needed to face seriously. He couldn't keep pushing them aside any longer, otherwise that would truly be ungrateful of him. After a long while, once Yi Tian had managed to calm Nami down, he hurried off to his room and came back with an armful of snacks, which he offered to her, as if presenting a treasure. He handed them over with a flourish. Nami pouted as she looked at the snacks laid out before her. Deep down, she was still a little upset with Yi Tian. Why did he have to move out on his own? Didn't he realize how worried she, her sister, and Belmir had been about him? He hadn't sent a word for so long. It really had her worried sick. As the two of them continued chatting, not far from Nami, Peach Rabbit sat quietly, carefully observing Yi Tian with unblinking eyes. It was the first time she had ever met Yi Tian, and she simply couldn't understand why the fleet admiral would let such a young child become a major general. Could it be that he had some hidden connections? She had asked Nami before, but hadn't found any clue about Yi Tian's background. So what was it, exactly, that allowed Yi Tian to act so fearlessly at Marine headquarters, seemingly above all rules and responsibilities? Just then, Yi Tian looked up and caught sight of Peach Rabbit staring at him. He quickly lowered his head and turned to Nami, whispering, "Nami, who is that?" Startled by his question, Nami suddenly remembered that she'd been so focused on talking to Yi Tian, she had entirely forgotten about Peach Rabbit following behind her. Suddenly hearing Yi Tian bring it up, Nami became a little flustered and hurriedly said, "She's Sister Momosaji. She's very kind to me." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian finally looked up at Momosaji in surprise. He hadn't expected that it was Momosaji who had brought Nami here. Momosaji, who had been quietly sitting by the side and sizing Yi Tian up, suddenly noticed Yi Tian looking directly at her, his gaze unwavering as he met her eyes without the slightest hint of hesitation. She was momentarily taken aback, but then her lips curled into a subtle smile as she said, "You must be the newly appointed Rear Admiral, right? The one Fleet Admiral Sengoku mentioned, the child Rear Admiral." Hearing this, Yi Tian paused for a moment, then glanced at Momosaji and asked, "Did Sengoku really say that? Then I'm just a child." Momosaji was briefly surprised and then gave Yi Tian a slightly mocking smile, replying, "What else could you be if not a child? I truly wonder what it is about you that caught Admiral Sengoku's eye." Hearing Momosaji's words, Yi Tian's expression darkened noticeably. He fixed her with a cold look and asked, "Is it that you don't like me?" "Me? Oh no, not at all. Why would I dislike you?" Momosaji replied with breezy indifference. "Still, little one, I do think I should remind you, the Navy could be a very dangerous place." "Oh, dangerous, is it? Funny, I haven't noticed," Yi Tian replied, his face unfazed as he stared back at her. "Think about it. If someone so young as you can become a Rear Admiral, don't you think other seasoned officers will start to question your place? At that point, a single misstep and you'll find someone barring your way," Momosaji said, letting out a sigh as she looked at him. Yi Tian couldn't help but give a short, dry laugh at that, and turned away from her entirely, simply lying back on the sofa. Momosaji frowned at Yi Tian's childish display, then spoke again with unusual seriousness. "Honestly, you're still very young. I have no idea how you managed to make the Fleet Admiral promote you to Rear Admiral so quickly. But if you have time to sulk, wouldn't it be better spent training to improve your strength? When the time comes for you to head out on real missions, there'll be no room for regrets." At Momosaji's earnest expression, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile softly, then turned to Nami and said in a gentle voice, "Nami, why don't I show you upstairs? You haven't seen it yet, have you?" Hearing this, Nami dropped her initial urge to speak up for Yi Tian and quickly agreed. She promptly followed Yi Tian up the stairs. Watching Yi Tian so completely ignore her, a blaze of anger instantly flared up in Momosaji's heart, and her eyes grew icy cold. He then stood up straight, looking at Yi Tian, and said in an icy tone, "Don't you think it's disgraceful for a kid with zero strength to become a Navy Rear Admiral? You're nothing more than an insult to every Navy officer and soldier." Yi Tian had just set foot on the stairs when he heard this. His eyes immediately turned cold. He looked at Gion and replied, "Don't make me lose all the favor I have for Tsuru because of you. And don't push your luck with me. Otherwise, you may well meet your doom." As these words left his lips, Yi Tian vanished from the staircase, instantly reappearing at Gion's side. "In that moment, no one will be able to save you. Not even the entire Navy could withstand my wrath. Your ignorance will not be an excuse to spare your life." With that, Yi Tian's figure disappeared from her side again, materializing back on the stairs. He was still holding Nami's small hand, and the coldness on his face faded away in an instant. Now, he simply continued walking upstairs, hand in hand with Nami, paying no further mind to what had just happened. Meanwhile, Gion stood frozen in the living room, staring blankly at Yi Tian's receding figure. She hadn't heard the telltale sonic boom of moonwalk just now. So how, she wondered, had Yi Tian managed to appear at her side in an instant, and then leave just as silently? His words lingered in her mind, her alluring lips caught between her teeth in frustration. A flash of anger showed on her face as she glared at Yi Tian. "I was trying to give you some friendly advice. What's that supposed to mean? You think moving fast lets you do whatever you want? There are plenty in Navy headquarters far quicker than you." At this, Yi Tian slowly turned his head, looked at her with an impassive face, and replied, "Oh? Then why don't you go and bring in Kizaru to deal with me? I don't think he'd dare lay a finger on me." "You, what's with the way you talk?" Guion snapped, glaring at Yi Tian in outrage. What about it? You brought Nami here, and I thank you for that. But don't force me to let that slight gratitude vanish without a trace. If you want to know about me, asked Saru. Just don't make me angry. Without a flicker of emotion, Yi Tian shot her a glance, then led Nami on toward the upper floor. Asked Saru? Guion echoed, her expression showing a hint of hesitation. She had only recently heard people talking about Yi Tian, a boy of about 6, already a Navy Rear Admiral. At that time, she'd felt just as much disbelief. She'd worked hard since childhood to gain her formidable strength and become a candidate for Admiral. How could she possibly accept a child being promoted to Rear Admiral? Wasn't that an insult to everyone who strove for the position? She had also heard that the boy had fought a match with Zephyr, and had even won. That she simply couldn't believe. Who was Zephyr, after all? How could he possibly lose to a mere child? That was, until recently, when she happened to see Nami with Saru. After a few conversations with Nami, she learned that Nami was Yi Tian's older sister, which led to her bringing Nami along to see Yi Tian today. She wanted to witness for herself what kind of person this young major really was. Yet, under her careful scrutiny, she hadn't found anything remarkable about Yi Tian's abilities. For someone with not even a trace of power to become a major in the Navy headquarters, there had to be some unspeakable secret behind it all. And so, any urge she had to challenge Yi Tian simply faded away. But as she continued to interact with him, Peach Rabbit discovered that Yi Tian actually had a knack for boasting and threatening others. He was quite the talker. Still, after witnessing that astonishing speed of Yi Tian's, she couldn't help but freeze in shock, though he himself seemed to pay it no mind, as if it were only a bit of quickness. But how could that alone be enough to defeat Zephyr? Peach Rabbit gave Yi Tian a complicated look, biting her lip, and felt both the stirrings of anger and a flicker of curiosity rising within her. She then fixed her gaze on Yi Tian, standing on the stairs, and spoke in a low, serious voice. Major Yi Tian, I challenge you to a duel. At her words, Yi Tian was momentarily startled, then let out a sardonic chuckle. Slowly turning to face her, he said, You want to duel me? Yes, I want to duel you, Peach Rabbit replied, her voice betraying neither joy nor anger. And why should I agree to that? The corners of Yi Tian's mouth curled into a faint, teasing smile. For the sake of justice in the Navy, I want to see whether your strength matches the rank you hold. Peach Rabbit's voice was somber. My rank? Is that what bothers you? Then forget it. I don't do things that don't benefit me. With that, Yi Tian prepared to turn away. But from her seat in the living room, Peach Rabbit couldn't help but ask, What do you want then? Yi Tian's lips curled into a sly smile as he looked at her, stroking his chin thoughtfully. As it happens, I'm not keen on exerting myself. If you lose, how about being my attendant for a month? At these words, Peach Rabbit's expression hardened. Her tone grew heavy as she replied, Fine, but if I win, you give up your rank and serve as an ordinary Navy soldier. Deal. Yi Tian agreed instantly, completely unfazed. He cocked his head and looked at her. So, where shall we have our contest? Outside, Peach Rabbit answered coldly. All right, let's go. With that, Yi Tian turned to Nami and said, Nami, wait here for me, okay? I'll be right back. Hearing this, Nami couldn't help but nod slightly. She watched as Yi Tian turned and started down the stairs, and softly called out, Be careful. Just as Yi Tian was descending the stairs, Nami's voice suddenly reached him, and a bright smile broke across his face. He glanced back at Nami and reassured her, Don't worry, I'll be fine. With that, he strode straight for the door. As he passed by Peach Rabbit, Yi Tian cast her a casual glance and said offhandedly, Let's go. At his words, Peach Rabbit let out a cold snort and followed right after him. Outside, in a relatively open area, Yi Tian faced Peach Rabbit, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. He spoke slowly, Don't say I bullied you. I'll let you make the first move. Peach Rabbit's face flushed with anger at his words. Her jaw clenched tight, and her bright eyes glared at Yi Tian, as if she could cut him down with her gaze alone. But she had no intention of holding back. She drew the long sword from her waist in one smooth motion, her figure flashing as she disappeared from view. Seeing this, Yi Tian smiled lightly, and in the blink of an eye, his form vanished as well. The spot where Yi Tian had stood was suddenly slashed by a bright arc of steel, slicing down from above and striking nothing but air. In that same instant, Peach Rabbit reappeared, her expression fierce. Yet, inside, waves of shock and disbelief surged up within her. She always prided herself on her speed, but compared to Yi Tian's, she couldn't even come close, not even enough to brush the hem of his clothes. While Peach Rabbit was still dazed with surprise, Yi Tian was already making his move. Behind her, a long blade had swiftly appeared in Yi Tian's hand, and without hesitation, he hurled it toward the spot where Peach Rabbit stood. As the hiss of the blade, cutting through the air, drew closer and closer, Peach Rabbit snapped back to her senses. Her own sword flicked ever so slightly, intercepting the flying blade with precision. A sharp, metallic clash rang out. Peach Rabbit staggered back a step, staring at the blade quivering in the ground beside her. Her expression stiffened, and she thought to herself, such incredible strength. With that thought, Peach Rabbit vanished again, launching a fresh assault on Yetion. Yetion simply smiled, shifting half a step lightly to the left. The moment he regained his balance, a blade sliced straight for his left shoulder. But Yetion didn't linger. Instead, he immediately withdrew 2 steps backward. In an instant, Peach Rabbit's sword whirled, the blade passing no more than an inch from his chest. Peach Rabbit, seeing Yetion dodge her attacks again and again, grew ever more frustrated, but there was nothing she could do. She could only keep striking again and again. Yetion strolled along as if he were simply out for a walk, his steps relaxed and casual, showing no trace of order or strategy. At last, Peach Rabbit, who had been watching Yetion evade her attacks again and again, couldn't hold back any longer. She shouted, "Is all you know how to do just dodging?" Hearing this, Yetion stopped in his tracks, looked at her with a thoughtful expression, and replied, "Why not? I'm just cautious of your skills. Or do you really want me to fight back? So you're looking down on me?" Peach Rabbit fumed, her voice trembling with anger. Yetion rubbed his head, clearly troubled. He said, "I don't fight girls." That only made Peach Rabbit angrier. Fixing Yetion with a fiery glare, she barked, "If you look down on me that much, then just keep dodging forever." With those words, her attacks became even more wild and ferocious. Seeing the red in Peach Rabbit's eyes, Yetion let out a sigh. "Since you want to see me fight, then watch closely," he said. In a flash, Yetion sprang backward, then came to a halt, closing his eyes for a brief moment. When he spoke, his voice carried a touch of majesty. "Root of all things, profound laws of heaven and earth." As he uttered the incantation, a golden aura enveloped him. His eyes reflected a glimmer of gold. With a subtle motion, he abruptly vanished from sight. "In countless kulpas cultivated, let my divine power be revealed." Peach Rabbit narrowed her eyes in concentration, her long saber angled downward in her hand. In that very instant, she caught a glimpse of Yetion's figure and prepared to strike down with her blade. There was a sudden, heavy blow. Her abdomen caught a solid punch. Yetion now stood right where she'd been moments before. Before Peach Rabbit could recover, his figure dissolved into thin air again, his voice echoing around her. In all realms, only the way remained supreme. Struggling back to her feet, Peach Rabbit saw golden light swirling all around her, frustration flashing across her face. Once again, she raised her saber and swung it down. But just as her blade descended, she felt something halt its path. Peach Rabbit looked closely and saw his hand, cloaked in both haki and shimmering golden light, firmly gripping her blade. Another thundering blow landed before she could respond. Yetion's fist sent Peach Rabbit flying more than 10 meters. She crashed down, sending dust scattering everywhere, a trickle of blood forming at the corner of her lips. Seeing this, Yetion dismissed the golden aura, letting his haki fade. He stood there, hands in his pockets, the picture of ease. He looked over at her calmly and said, "Let's leave it at that. Come seek me again when you can take on Garp." With that, Yetion whistled as he ambled toward his own villa. Out front, Nami watched him with deep concern in her eyes. As soon as she saw the fighting between the two had stopped, she couldn't hold back any longer and dashed straight toward Yetion. Yetion, whose face had been calm and cheerful, couldn't help but smile when he saw Nami running toward him. With gentle warmth, he called out, "Slow down. Be careful, or you'll trip." But his words seemed to only make Nami pick up her pace. Without hesitation, she hurled herself into Yetion's arms. Just as Yetion was about to comfort Nami with a few kind words, he suddenly felt her small hand twist his ear. She burst out, "Be careful? What, do you think your big sister is some toddler learning to walk? Is that it? Is that what you think?" With each accusation, the grip on his ear tightened a little more. Seeing this, Yetion hurriedly begged for mercy. "No, of course not. Definitely not. Please, my ancestor, let go, it really hurts. Ow, ow." Hearing his frantic denial, Nami huffed, then finally released his ear. She grabbed his hand and led him into the villa. At the staircase, Nami's expression clouded as she turned to Yetion and quietly said, "Little brother, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have let her bring me here. It's my fault. If not for me, you wouldn't have ended up fighting at all." Yetion couldn't help but chuckle. Taking Nami's hand gently, he said, "It's nothing. She can't really hurt me. And besides, she'd have found me sooner or later. You just happened to be there, that's all. Come on." With that, Yi-Tian led Nami up the stairs at a brisk pace. By the roadside, Gion, the peach rabbit, stood motionless, streaked with dust and blood trickling from the corner of her lips. She stared at Yi-Tian's villa in silence, lost in thought. Did you go see Yi-Tian? In the tactician's office, Crane held the din-din mushi in her hand. For once, her usually serene face betrayed a hint of emotion. Yes, I fought him. And I lost, came Peach Rabbit's low, subdued voice from the other end. You actually fought him? Crane's brows drew together in a frown. Yes, Peach Rabbit replied slowly. All right, go to Sengoku's office. I'll be there shortly, Crane said. She hung up, took up the Vice Admiral's cloak by her side, draped it over her shoulders, and strode purposefully out. Not far from Yi-Tian's villa, Peach Rabbit glanced back one last time at the villa before slipping the din-din mushi in her pocket and making her way toward the Fleet Admiral's office. As Peach Rabbit made her way through the streets, her mind was a tangled storm of confusion, her thoughts circling around Yi-Tian's true identity. Impossible things, things that should never happen, somehow kept happening around him. She had never dared imagine that someone as young as Yi-Tian could actually possess armament hockey, let alone wield it with such mastery. And then there were the incantations he chanted. She couldn't understand their meaning, but the golden aura that shrouded Yi-Tian was clearly no ordinary power. The more Gion thought about it, the more she found Yi-Tian to be a complete enigma. The more she mulled it over, the harder it became to wrap her head around how extraordinary he really was. Before long, Gion arrived at the Admiral's office. She gave the door a few casual knocks. But rather than wait for a reply from inside, she simply pushed the door open and strode right in. Yet as soon as she glimpsed the people waiting inside, Gion froze in her tracks, taken aback. Inside the office, seeing Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru there didn't surprise her. But with two of the three admirals present as well, that was a whole different story. Well now, little Gion is full of surprises. You even paid Yi-Tian a visit. And you two had a little sparring match, didn't you? Kizaru quipped, his tone light and teasing. Enough, Kizaru. Not another word. Tsuru shot him a disapproving glance, her tone exasperated. At her words, Kizaru could only shrug, then settled quietly back into his seat. Looking up at Gion as she entered, Tsuru offered her a gentle smile. Close the door behind you, then come sit by my side. Okay, Gion replied softly, closing the door before taking a slow seat next to Tsuru. Once she'd settled in, Garp couldn't help but grin. So how did it go? Got thrashed by Yi-Tian, didn't you? Upon hearing this, Gion gave a small, silent nod, her mood as heavy as a rain cloud. Seeing her expression, Garp shook his head with a sigh. Honestly, of all the people you could pick a fight with, you had to choose him? All right, Garp. That's enough out of you two. Tsuru cast an irritated glance his way. Then she turned to Gion, seated by her side. Gion, go ahead. Tell everyone here what happened. With a nod, Gion recounted the events as they had transpired, laying out every detail for the room to hear. But as she finished, lifting her gaze to survey the others, she was surprised to find every face marked by some inner turmoil. Confusion furrowed her brow against her will. Vice Admiral Tsuru, your little sister sure knows how to stir things up, Kizaru commented, pulling a wry face at Gion. Yet Tsuru offered no retort, instead lapsing into quiet contemplation. Sitting beside Tsuru, Gion couldn't help but sense the weighty matter hanging in the air. A growing sense of unease took root in her chest. Just as she was about to speak, Tsuru's voice cut in, measured and calm. Garp, you were the first to meet Yi-Tian. What's your take? Garp, in the midst of chewing on a donut, paused mid-bite. Glancing over at Gon, he finally responded, well, it's nothing, right? She lost the duel, so she can just be his attendant for a month. No big deal. Is it really that simple? Gion said some pretty harsh things in the beginning, you know, Tsuru pressed, her frustration evident. What do you think? Since brother Yi-Tian didn't mention any other conditions before their match, it shows he didn't care much about the details. For all you know, Jiun might even end up with something extra. As Karp finished speaking, he couldn't help but wink playfully at Tsuru. Something extra, Tsuru murmured softly, then nodded slowly. She turned her gaze to Momosaji, sitting beside her, and said, Jin, whether you gain something special from him will depend on your own ability. Perhaps this might turn out to be a good thing, who knows? Sengoku, seated at the head of the table, finally broke his silence. Yes, let's hope that's the case. Tsuru nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Momosaji, seated next to Tsuru, stared at everyone with a confused expression written across her face. She really couldn't understand why it seemed like she was suddenly at fault for something she didn't do. She was just about to protest when she saw Tsuru gently shake her head, signaling her to let it go. Recognizing the meaning behind that gesture, Momosaji let her doubts rest for now. She knew that Tsuru would explain everything after they got back. All right, that settles the matter with Jiun. Now that we're all gathered, let's turn our attention to the issue of the world government. Tsuru laced her fingers on the table, her tone steady as she addressed everyone present. Yetion, you're okay, right? I heard that woman, just now, is not only a candidate for admiral, but also happens to be Vice Admiral Tsuru's sister. Nami looked at Yetion, anxiety drawing her brows together. Yetion couldn't help but smile at her concern. He picked up the coffee on the table and took a gentle sip before answering, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Almost as if suddenly recalling something, Yetion looked at Nami and said, "Oh, by the way, how have you all been at Carp's villa? If you'd like, you can move in here with me." At his offer, Nami's face instantly brightened. She looked at Yetion, excitement twinkling in her eyes. "Really? Of course. I've been feeling a bit lonely in this place by myself." Yetion replied with an easy laugh, his smile warm and sincere. "That's wonderful. I'll let Belmare know as soon as I get back," Nami exclaimed, enthusiasm lighting up her voice. Seeing how happy she was, Yetion couldn't help but sigh to himself. These past few days, he realized he'd nearly forgotten all about Belmare, and that simply wasn't fair. Back when he first arrived in this world, Belmare had taken such good care of him. The thought tugged at his heart, filling him with a pang of guilt. With these emotions swirling inside, Yetion slowly rose, looking at Nami as he said, "No need to wait until you go back. Let's go find Belmare together right now." Hearing this, Nami jumped to her feet, grabbing Yetion's hand. "That's wonderful. From now on, I'll get to live with my brother all the time." Hearing Nami's words, Yetion couldn't help but feel a sting in his nose, his emotions welling up. He took her hand, and together they started heading downstairs. At the door, just as Yetion closed the villa's main entrance and was about to make his way toward Garp's villa, he caught sight of Momosaji, now dressed in a crisp, new navy uniform, walking slowly toward him. Seeing this, Yetion smiled faintly and, meeting her gaze, spoke gently. "Well, Lieutenant General candidate, have you come to fulfill your promise?" Momosaji faltered at his words, a hint of surprise crossing her delicate face before she lowered her head ever so slightly and nodded in response. She spoke no further, simply standing quietly by his side, waiting for Yetion's instructions. Noticing this, Yetion paused for a moment, surprised by her behavior, but soon turned his attention away, taking Nami by the hand as they resumed walking toward Garp's villa. Meanwhile, inside the office of the Marine Fleet Admiral, the relatively small office was now packed to the brim with high-ranking naval officers. Sitting to one side was Akainu, one of the three admirals, his face impassive as he regarded Sengoku, seated at the head of the room. "Fleet Admiral," Akainu spoke in a measured tone, "may I ask what urgent matter required us to gather here?" His words caused everyone present to turn towards Sengoku, waiting expectantly for an explanation. They hoped Sengoku would shed some light on the situation. With that, Sengoku's expression grew even more stern as he swept his gaze across the room. Only then did he speak, his words weighty. "Gentlemen, do you truly understand why the Navy exists?" At this, the faces in the room changed instantly. They all knew Sengoku wasn't one to pose such a question without reason. Yet, at this moment, no one could grasp what he was getting at. Why would he ask such a thing? For a moment, the officers exchanged uncertain glances, none quite sure how to respond. It was then that Tsuru, seated beside Sengoku, spoke up, her voice calm and measured. "The Navy is one of many organizations under the world government, carrying out its work across the seas in the name of absolute justice and global order." At her words, the others nodded in agreement, signaling their endorsement of her statement. At the head of the table, Sengoku's expression remained grave as he nodded. Then, with sudden force, brought his fist down hard on the conference table. He looked around at his colleagues and declared, "That's right. But even so, after all these years since the Navy's founding, haven't any of you had your own doubts?" Those words caused the color to drain from the faces in the room. They stared at Sengoku in stunned silence. They couldn't begin to guess what prompted Sengoku to bring this up, but the implication in his words was undeniably dangerous. As a result, no one dared to respond to Sengoku's challenge. Sengoku observed the heavy silence that followed. Without another word, he remained seated, quietly waiting for someone to break it. In an instant, the room fell into silence. Inside the eerie office, everyone present kept their mouths shut, each unwilling to invite unnecessary trouble onto themselves because of this matter. At that moment, Akiji, who had been sitting quietly with his eyes closed as if napping, slowly opened his eyes. He sat up straight and turned to Sengoku, saying, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, you're absolutely right." Akiji's words immediately drew everyone's attention. No one could fathom why Akiji had chosen this moment to speak up, nor why he would support Sengoku's statement. Unperturbed by the stares, Akiji continued firmly, "As an admiral, I cannot accept that we provide shelter for the celestial dragons. They are a cancer upon this world. We are the Navy, executors of justice on the sea, yet we find ourselves protecting a pack of parasites and obeying their commands. Does our so-called justice even deserve to exist under these circumstances?" His words sent a ripple of shock through the room. Akainu, who was seated beside Akiji, immediately turned and fixed him with an intense gaze, his voice stern. "Admiral Akiji, you are one of the 3 admirals. Do you realize the consequences of saying such things?" But Akiji remained unbothered, silently seated in his chair. Beside him, Kizaru couldn't help but let a sly smirk cross his face. Under the startled stares of those around him, he spoke up. "Admiral, regarding what Akiji just said, I agree." Akainu spun around, eyes wide with disbelief, glaring at Kizaru. Kizaru gave a wry smile and replied, "What's the matter, Admiral Akainu? Isn't it strange that we, wearing the mantle of justice, must take orders from the real blight on the world?" Akainu was momentarily taken aback, then glared at everyone in the room, his tone hardening. "Do you realize what you're saying? Where is this leading? Are you planning to follow in Dragon's footsteps? Have you considered the consequences?" At that, Sengoku kept his expression neutral. He rapped his knuckles on the table and cast a casual glance at Akainu before speaking in a calm, slow voice. "Enough, settle down. Admiral Akainu, please don't be agitated. Take your seat." Akainu looked as though he wanted to protest, but eventually clenched his jaw and lowered himself into his seat with a disgruntled huff. Seeing this, Sengoku said nothing further. He scanned the room, his gaze steady. "Akiji and Kizaru have made their positions perfectly clear. Then let's proceed with the vote. Should the Navy withdraw from the world government and, in pursuit of true justice, declare war on them? Raise your hand if you agree." After speaking, he calmly raised his hand and then stood in silence, quietly observing everyone present. The moment those words left his lips, the expressions on everyone's faces changed dramatically. They stared at Sengoku in utter shock. But Akainu couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed his palm down on the table, fixing Sengoku with an angry glare. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, do you even realize what you're saying? Are you declaring war on the world government? Do you understand what that means?" "Ido. But even so, I intend to go through with it. I believe we've lost our way, and only by doing this can we truly resolve the issue at its root," Sengoku replied, his face expressionless. "To resolve the issue at its root, you say?" For a moment, Akainu let out a bitter laugh, half in anger, half in disbelief. It was then that Vice Admiral Doberman, sitting to one side, looked at Sengoku and spoke in a deliberate tone. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, do you know what your words truly signify?" "Ido. That's precisely why I know I must do this," Sengoku replied slowly. "Does Fleet Admiral Sengoku really believe that our Navy alone can stand against the world government and the whole world under the rule of the Celestial Dragons? Isn't that just a bit too ridiculous?" Another Vice Admiral voiced his own doubts. At these words, Sengoku instinctively pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, then nodded slowly and said, "No, we're nothing more than a catalyst. The real question is whether the Navy can stand for true justice, whether we can take that step out into the world. The world, it truly is vast. Until now, we stubbornly believed the celestial dragons were the direct descendants of the gods. But now I realize, in the eyes of certain people, the celestial dragons aren't even worth the dirt beneath their feet." The crowd listened intently to Sengoku's words, their faces shifting as his meaning sunk in. For Sengoku's words revealed much. Who were these certain people who could change his entire outlook? Who had the authority to give such unrestrained orders at the highest level of the Navy? And what exactly had these people promised Sengoku to give him the courage to challenge the world government and the celestial dragons on his own? Glancing at the silent crowd, Akainu slowly turned his gaze back to Sengoku and spoke. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I don't know what brought about these thoughts, but you should know, the Navy is not your private property. Choices like this will drag the entire Navy into an abyss from which we can never return." Sengoku cast Akainu a sidelong glance, then slowly turned to address the others. "Everyone, I think I understand what you're all thinking. But you must realize, the celestial dragons have never cared if you're Navy or not. As long as they want something, they will do whatever it takes to get it. And you're not even allowed to lift a hand against them. Instead, we, the Navy, are forced to send our top admirals to protect them. How utterly powerless and humiliated we are at this moment. Where then is the justice of our Navy? And what are the conviction we hold in our hearts to protect that justice?" Perhaps some of you are wondering, Why such a sudden decision? There's something you all must know. The tides have already shifted. The world government is not truly invincible. Rather, it is those people who are. Those people? Fleet Admiral Sengoku. You mentioned these people several times. Who exactly are they? Could you enlighten us? Vice Admiral Enigmo spoke up slowly. Hearing this, Sengoku nodded gravely, then looked around at everyone as he said, "This question, I can explain to you in simple terms. All of you are familiar with how the world works, but from those people, I gained a different perspective, a view of worlds, parallel worlds, multidimensional realms, and so on. Among this multitude of worlds, there exist countless universes, home to innumerable human beings. Those people are the ones who maintain order across these worlds. In other words, they are known as the envoys. The envoys possess powers akin to gods. In the worlds they station themselves, they enjoy a host of rights, to safeguard, to patrol, to judge, and to punish. Once they set foot in a world, they become like a guardian barrier to that world. However, whatever the cause, if they leave this world for a set period, that world will inevitably begin to collapse, transform, or even be destroyed by invaders for all sorts of reasons." These words left everyone present momentarily stunned. They stared blankly at Sengoku, listening as he spoke of things that sounded almost like legends. At the same time, Akainu clenched his teeth and glared at Sengoku, saying, "Then Fleet Admiral, opposing the world government and the celestial dragons. Is that their will? I'll go and bring them in." At that, Sengoku slammed his palm onto the table, glaring at Akainu and bellowing, "Admiral Akainu, do you even realize what you're saying? You'd push our entire world into an abyss of utter ruin. You would have us face the wrath of hands reaching out from many worlds. Do you know what that means? It means that if the combined forces of the world government and the Navy amount to 6 million, they would send 10, 20, or even more times that number to occupy and purge our world. Can you bear that responsibility? Arrest them? Do you truly have the power to do so? Do you even know what they've been up to lately? They're bringing about an apocalypse. Do you understand what that means?" Akainu could only gape at Sengoku, shock creeping onto his face with every word Sengoku uttered. He truly couldn't understand why Sengoku had been so resolute. Only now did he realize the reason behind it. He never would have imagined that such a formidable group stood behind Sengoku. If that's the case, could the world government really withstand their assault? It seemed likely that resistance would be futile. Powers akin to gods, strength 10 or 20 times greater. No ordinary force could stand against that. At this thought, Akainu's expression grew even darker. However, he didn't say a word. He simply sank back into his chair, closed his eyes, and fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Sengoku cast a sidelong glance at Akainu before turning to address the others. "I've said all that needs to be said. Now let us begin the vote." With that, he raised his hand once more, waiting quietly for the response from everyone present. This time, unlike before when no one dared to move, most hands shot up almost instantly as soon as Sengoku's words faded. They all knew the overwhelming influence of the celestial dragons. In one way or another, directly or indirectly, almost all of them had encountered the celestial dragons before. Among them, there were certainly those who'd had close friends who'd seen their families destroyed by the very whim and cruelty of the celestial dragons. To say there was no hatred would be impossible, yet to act on it, they had never had the strength, nor the means, to avenge themselves or their friends. But this time, everything was different. With Fleet Admiral Sengoku leading the charge, backed by that mysterious and formidable force, the flames long extinguished in their hearts suddenly flared up anew. The celestial dragons, who in their memories had always seemed so lofty and untouchable, now appeared to tumble from their pedestal in the blink of an eye. Descendants of gods. In the eyes of those who could truly be called divine, what did that really count for? Such thoughts flickered through their minds. Sengoku surveyed the room as the votes crossed the halfway mark. His sharp gaze quickly took it all in. Those who withheld their vote were only those truly loyal to Akainu. And Akainu himself, he hadn't agreed to this proposal, either. Noting this, a fleeting glint of severity flashed in Sengoku's eyes, but almost immediately his expression returned to calm. Looking at all those assembled, Sengoku managed a faint smile. "Since things have come to this, I'll begin making arrangements. All 4 Cs, intensify security measures, stamp out all pirates and other factions operating within. Support will be provided by Smoker and Strawberry." "Yes, sir." The two immediately stood and responded crisply to Sengoku's command. Grand Line, increase patrols, with Fire Mountain and Gamer assisting. As for the New World, Akainu, that's your domain. As for the rest of you, rally your forces and gather in front of headquarters 2 days from now for further orders. "Yes, sir." The chorus of replies rang out among the ranks. Meeting adjourned. With those words, Sengoku stood up, walked to the side, poured himself a glass of water, and began to drink. Yes, sir. Responding in unison, the rest of the group quickly dispersed, but a few still remained seated at the conference table. Those who lingered were Garp, Tsuru, Akiji, Kizuru, and Akainu. Akainu glanced around at those present. A strange gleam flickered in his otherwise unreadable eyes. After a long silence, he finally spoke, his voice deliberate. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, aren't you afraid that by doing this, you might betray the very essence of justice? Betray justice itself? No, Akainu, you're mistaken. The essence of justice is in the peace and happiness of the people. Look around you. What has the world become? Justice? And what is it that you call justice? Sengoku regarded Akainu and sighed, speaking slowly and thoughtfully. The essence of justice lies in the people's happiness. Does it? Akainu murmured to himself, turning his gaze to the window. Outside the window, the generals who had just attended the meeting walked away together. For the first time, genuine smiles appeared on their faces. Perhaps this was the hope that had always lain hidden in their hearts. Akainu, look at their smiles. You've always enforced absolute justice, but is there really such a thing as absolute justice? That's just extremism. If we refuse to change, I fear you'll lose yourself to the abyss. Sengoku watched the smiles of the officers outside and spoke earnestly to Akainu. Could it be that my sense of justice is truly mistaken? For a moment, Akainu appeared lost, an uncertain, struggling expression spreading across his face. Seeing this, Sengoku sighed again, gently patting Akainu on the shoulder. Take your time and think it over. Ask yourself, what is the premise upon which you insist on justice? Why do we hunt pirates? What is our ultimate goal? Once you figure all that out, you'll understand. With that, Sengoku returned to his seat. He had already arranged for every detail of today's meeting to be sealed away. No word of it would ever leak out. Yet there are no absolutes, and he could not guarantee that there weren't government spies in this very office. But with things as they were, he could no longer turn back. The celestial dragons, the world government. Even thinking of those mighty behemoths, Sengoku felt a migraine take hold. Now, more than ever, he felt the truth in Yi Tian's words. To topple kingdoms around the world, root out every bandit and outlaw, and build a supreme empire where all live under a single rule. Such a vision, Sengoku believed, would greatly assist the Navy in upholding justice, and furthermore, the unbearable heavenly tribute squeezing the world's people would vanish. A world without the oppression of tribute and the tyranny of the nobles. What a beautiful place that would be. Dwelling on these thoughts, Sengoku gradually drew himself back together, turning his mind to the plans for 2 days hence. Time slipped quietly through his fingers. On this day, Sengoku stood upon a high platform at Marine headquarters. Behind him, the 3 admirals stood in silent formation. His eyes were keen and resolute as he gazed at the transponder snail before him. Drawing in a deep breath, he spoke, I am Sengoku the Buddha, Fleet Admiral of the Navy. Since taking command of the Navy, a single question has always lingered in my mind. What is true justice? What does justice truly mean? Why do we fight to eliminate pirates? What are we really trying to protect? These are questions I have pondered endlessly, and at last, not long ago, I found my answer. And so, I convened a meeting of all high-ranking officers in the Navy. With nearly unanimous support, we passed a new proposal. Today, I bring this proposal forth for the world to hear, so that our vision of justice may ring ever truer. One day, I encountered God. He told me that this world is tainted, that it was never meant for immortality, and that it has strayed from its rightful course. He said the celestial dragons are like parasites feeding on the world. The world government, he called a filthy heap of garbage. He told us, the Navy must raise its banner and lead the charge. He proclaimed, the gods will descend, and a new peace will come. Therefore, I, Sengoku the Buddha, Fleet Admiral of the Navy, speak for all Marines when I declare war upon the worms of the world, the celestial dragons. Therefore, I, Sengoku the Buddha, Fleet Admiral of the Navy, speak for all Marines when I declare war upon the refuse of the world, the world government. This proposal takes effect today. The final battle will begin with the arrival of the God's army. The moment this message was broadcast, the entire sea fell into a sudden silence. That silence shattered, and the world erupted into an uproar that would not be quelled. No one had ever imagined that the Navy, one of the world government's 3 great pillars, would ever declare war against the world government and the celestial dragons. It was a development beyond anyone's deepest imaginings. People everywhere fixated on the shocking news of the Navy's declaration of war against the world government. Yet, among those paying closer attention, some found their thoughts lingering on something else. Sengoku's words, both at the beginning and the end. The descent of the gods, and the army of the gods. For most, the notion of gods in this world was laughable. Nobody would waste a prayer on them. They simply didn't believe that deities truly existed. Yet these words had come from Sengoku himself, and this alone was enough to give everyone pause. Could there truly be gods? Does an army of gods really exist? No one could say for sure. But the one thing that moved the hearts of the entire world was singular. The Navy's declaration of war upon the world government and the celestial dragons. In the Holy Land, Mary Geos. Within a grand palace, the 5 elders gathered around a table. Suddenly, the bald elder in white robes and glasses slammed his palm onto the table, glaring furiously at the screen before him. Sengoku is goading us. Well, since war has already been declared, isn't provocation to be expected at this point? Given the circumstances, we can't afford to keep the Navy around any longer, can we? I agree. No one could have imagined what was happening inside the Holy Land of Mary Geos. Meanwhile, Garp had arrived at Yi Tian's villa. He watched as Belmir and Nami were busily going about their tasks. Garp couldn't help but glance at Yi Tian, who was sitting calmly to the side, sipping his coffee, and said, Yi Tian, the Navy has already taken action. What do you think, should we? At Garp's words, Yi Tian gave a slight smile, then looked at him and replied, I know what you mean. Don't worry, I've already summoned them. Have Sengoku seal off this entire area where I'm staying. Hearing this, Garp's face lit up with delight, and he quickly pulled out his Den Mushi, dialing Sengoku to relay Yi Tian's request. Soon after, Garp closed the Den Mushi and, hesitating a little, turned to Yi Tian. By the way, Yi Tian, Sengoku wishes to meet your guests in person. He asked me to check if that would be all right with you. Yi Tian was momentarily surprised, then seemed to realize something and nodded. Sure, let him do as he pleases. But just as Yi Tian finished speaking, a sudden black vortex appeared not far from where he sat. From within it emerged a troop of skeletons clad in golden armor, proudly raising their banners as they marched forth. Trailing in their wake were Flying Squirrel and his group of guardians. The strange sight immediately drew the attention of Belmir and Nami, who were both tending to chores nearby. Stunned, they froze as they watched these unexpected visitors step out of the vortex. At that moment, Belmir, still somewhat in shock, glanced at Yi Tian, who remained motionless on the sofa, and hurriedly called out, Yi Tian. Snapped out of his thoughts, Yi Tian gave a sheepish pat to his forehead. Ah, I completely forgot to warn Belmir. With a gentle smile, he looked over at her and said, Belmir, come here. I'd like to introduce you to a friend. With that, Yi Tian and Garp both rose to their feet. Turning to Flying Squirrel, who was emerging from the portal, Yi Tian called out, Flying Squirrel, you've arrived at last. Flying Squirrel offered a cheerful grin, his tone laced with playful humor. The Alliance leader summons, and how could I not rush over with my men? Am I late? By then, every villa within a 4-mile radius of Yi Tian's estate had been cleared out and vacated. Outside the villa district, Sengoku had already stationed large numbers of Navy personnel to guard the perimeter, letting no one in, ensuring nothing could disturb the important guests inside. Meanwhile, the Marines had already dispatched a large number of chefs, all standing by and ready to prepare food at a moment's notice. At this moment, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was on his way, accompanied by the 3 admirals and Tsuru, hurrying toward this very place. Inside Yi Tian's villa, Yi Tian glanced at the honor guard that had now filled the entire room, and couldn't help but purse his lips in mild annoyance. He then turned to Flying Squirrel and said, Old Bones, have your honor guard stand watch outside. The villa's too small. There really isn't enough space. Flying Squirrel scratched his head a little sheepishly when he heard this, then looked to Demiurge by his side. Demi, go handle that, will you? At his command, Demiurge gave a slight bow and led the honor guard out of the villa. Outside the villa, Peach Rabbit stood at the gate, looking rather aggrieved. Yi Tian had assigned her this post as an honorable duty, standing watch at the entrance. His intent was simple, to avoid any disruptions from her or anyone else with a mind like hers, and preserve his own peace. That's why he purposely stationed her right at the main gate. At that moment, as she stared vacantly back toward the villa, Peach Rabbit's face suddenly changed dramatically. She caught sight of a procession of bizarre figures emerging from Yi Tian's villa. Just imagine the sight of a marching line of skeletons, clad in gleaming golden armor and carrying banners, filing neatly out of a room. Who could believe such a thing if it were told to them? If someone else had described the scene to her, Peach Rabbit would never in her life have believed it. And yet now, Here it was, happening right before her own eyes. Seeing this, Peach Rabbit made as if to step forward, but as she lifted her foot, she suddenly remembered what Tsuru had told her once. Gion, from now on, you'll stay by Yi Tion's side. No matter who else appears, don't be surprised, and don't meddle. Just do your work and ask fewer questions, understood? Perhaps Tsuru's words had left their mark. Peach Rabbit pretended not to see anything unusual, remained where she was, though her gaze stayed locked tightly on the unfolding scene. Just then, Demiurge, leading the squad, arrived at her post. He calmly adjusted his glasses, then offered Peach Rabbit a polite smile. Hello, may I ask, are you a subordinate of the Supreme Overlord, Leader Yi Tion? Supreme Overlord, Leader Yi Tion's subordinate. Peach Rabbit was dumbstruck, lost for words. Tsuru had never mentioned anything about Yi Tion being a Supreme Overlord, let alone a leader. She shook her head dazedly. Seeing her reaction, Demiurge's expression cooled slightly, and his tone grew a little distant as he regarded her. So, you're just an ordinary human. In that case, you may take your leave. Hearing this abrupt shift to a cold tone, Peach Rabbit felt a twinge of frustration. She hadn't done anything to offend this man, so why had he suddenly turned so unfriendly? However, she quickly spoke up, asking, why? It was Yi Tion who told me to guard the door here. What? He wants me here, so I have to come, and now he wants me to leave, so I have to go. How does that make any sense? At these words, an icy glint flashed in Demiurge's eyes. Then, as though recalling something, he unconsciously adjusted the glasses perched on his nose. Human, the guests who are about to arrive here are beings of the highest honor, friends of our supreme ruler, Lord Ains, and the esteemed leader Yi Tion. And you, someone utterly unconnected to Lord Yi Tion. What right do you have to be present here? Demiurge spoke in a voice void of all emotion, his eyes cold and unyielding. Who, human? You, Peach Rabbit stammered, taken aback by Demiurge's words. In response, Demiurge let out a cold, dismissive chuckle before gazing at her and speaking slowly and deliberately. I am Demiurge, guardian under Lord Ains of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. We're now taking over all security measures here. Human, it's time for you to leave. With that, he paid her no further heed and turned his attention to his soldiers, beginning to arrange their positions around the villa for defense. Watching Demiurge ignore her completely, Peach Rabbit felt the fire of indignation flare within her. But just as she was about to explode with anger, the doors of the villa slowly opened. A troop of warriors clad in silver armor, each carrying a long spear, marched out from within. Behind them, a banner was held aloft, its base a rich blue, and at the very center, a golden embroidered fist shone with authority. The captain at the head caught sight of Demiurge and gave him a respectful nod, then strode straight to the villa's entrance. Without hesitation, he planted the banner firmly into the earth. As it stood upright, the armored warriors formed into two orderly lines behind him. They stood silently, entirely motionless, like sentinels. Seeing this, Demiurge allowed himself a slight smile and casually summoned a skeletal warrior to his side, handing over the banner in his hand. He then walked to the Alliance's banner, stepped slightly back, and planted the flag of Nazarick's great tomb firmly into the ground beside it. With a simple wave, those golden-armored skeletons gathered around the villa, assuming their posts like solemn statues. Demiurge nodded to the captain in silver armor, then entered the villa without another word. Peach Rabbit, having witnessed all this, was left momentarily stunned, her gaze fixed on the two flags now fluttering by the grand doors. Although she didn't know exactly what these banners represented, she understood one thing. A flag, at the very least, stand for a faction. And now, with two flags flying here, it could only mean one thing. There were at least two great powers converging within this villa. At this moment, Sengoku led his group to the front gate of the villa. Gazing at the two flags standing tall behind the gate, he took a deep, measured breath, fully aware that the people they were expecting had arrived. His eyes then moved to the silver-armored guard station just inside the gate, protecting the banners. Sengoku's eyes narrowed. His seasoned judgment could already gauge the strength of these men. From appearances alone, even the weakest among them likely held the rank of brigadier general. Behind Sengoku, his three admiral companions exchanged glances, each weighing the situation. Tsuru, what do you make of these silver-armored warriors? Sengoku asked, turning to the woman standing at his side. I suspect these are just ordinary guards, Tsuru replied, quietly after a moment of contemplation. Hearing this, Sengoku nodded thoughtfully and began to approach the villa. Just then, the villa's grand doors swung open. Another squad marched out, this time clad in black armor, each bearing a spear, a shield, and a banner emblazoned with a fierce tiger. Before all watching, the black armored soldiers planted their tiger flag just behind the banner of the Alliance, placing it side by side with Nazarek's. They offered a respectful salute to the silver-armored captain standing in the center, then swiftly dispatched patrols to circulate within the grounds. Witnessing this, Sengoku slowly raised his head and murmured under his breath, 3 banners now. Does this mean the gathering of forces from 3 worlds? While Sengoku was lost in thought, Tsuru began to speak, her tone measured. Sengoku, send 2 vice admirals and 100 elite soldiers. Let them raise the banner of our navy as well. At this, those present turned to look at her, puzzled by her intentions. Tsuru shook her head and explained patiently. We now serve under Yi Tian's command, and Garp is here, representing our navy. If our banner is missing, wouldn't that put us at a disadvantage? Or are we saying the navy's strength is lacking? Once her point was clear, Sengoku nodded slowly, then looked toward Kizuru, behind him. Kizuru, I'm leaving it to you. We'll wait here. All right, leave it to the old man, replied Kizuru with a playful grin. I'm rather looking forward to meeting these people from other worlds. With that, he transformed into a beam of light and vanished. At this very moment, Sengoku caught sight of Momosaji standing in a shadowy corner of the villa, and couldn't help but feel a bit perplexed. He turned to Tsuru and asked, Tsuru, is that not Gion over there? Tsuru quickly followed his gaze, freezing for an instant before calling out in Momosaji's direction. Gion. Hearing her name, Momosaji started in surprise, then spun around to look. Without hesitation, she hurried over to Tsuru's side. As she drew near, Tsuru spoke before Momosaji could utter a word. Gion, why are you outside? Didn't Yi Tian let you in? She had just been worried that the Navy's influence among them was not strong enough, fearing they would be looked down upon. And to her surprise, that was exactly what happened. Yet, it played out differently than Tsuru had anticipated. Momosaji spoke up slowly. Yi Tian asked me to stand outside to fend off those reckless troublemakers with nothing better to do, but suddenly, so many people showed up. One of them claimed I wasn't part of the Supreme Alliance under Lord Yi Tian, and told me I had no place standing here. Oh, and can you believe it? He actually called me human, and his voice was cold as ice. Hearing this, a sharp glint flickered in Tsuru's eyes. The implications behind those 2 words were unmistakable. To call Momosaji human meant they themselves were likely not human, or perhaps they harbored a deep aversion to humans. Tsuru gazed at the nearby villa, a feeling of looming dread swelling within her, as if something truly terrifying were waiting inside. While she was still lost in thought, the villa's grand doors slowly swung open. Out stepped a young man dressed in a dark green long robe, a black scarf wrapped around his neck. In one hand he held a flag, in the other a book, and he walked forward at an unhurried pace. Taking in the scene before him, Waz's eyes blazed with sudden realization. From the very beginning, he'd wondered why His Majesty the Demon Lord had asked him to craft a flag that belonged only to him. Now, everything was clear. This gathering, this was its true purpose. It was a gathering for the Demon Lord. To Waz, everyone present felt both formidable and frightening. Looking at the 3 flags planted in the ground, and the soldiers standing guard and patrolling the area, Waz took a deep breath. Then, with a solemn and respectful expression, he strode over to the place where the flag stood. With measured hands, he planted his own flag alongside the Alliance's banner, setting it shoulder to shoulder with the other 2. He gazed at the flags for a moment, then turned to meet the eyes of the silver-armored captain standing vigil beside them. The 2 exchanged a knowing smile and a polite nod of respect. Then Waz turned once more and headed into the villa. Not far from the villa's entrance, Sengoku watched as yet another flag joined the cluster and spoke quietly. Another banner joins the ranks. Those behind him nodded in grave agreement. They all understood what this symbolized. It meant another world had made its entrance. Sengoku fixed his gaze on the latest flag to appear. Its background was pure white, and upon it, a clock was embroidered in gleaming golden thread. Before he could gather his thoughts, the villa doors creaked open again. A squad of goblins clad in armor, wielding long swords and bows, mounted on dire wolves, emerged in disciplined formation. At the head, the goblin leader carried the flag of their demon kingdom, his demeanor grave and solemn as he planted it firmly into the earth. Without a word, he led his subordinates to take up guard posts throughout the villa grounds. Another banner unfurled. Not long after, Natasha, dressed in her uniform and leading a squad of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, emerged as well. They planted the S.H.I.E.L.D. flag firmly into the ground and quickly concealed themselves around various spots in the villa. Natasha herself, however, stood in the courtyard, quietly observing the soldiers gathered there. The longer she watched, the more unsettled she felt. She couldn't imagine how her director had managed to become acquainted with such people, but the aura emanating from them sent chills down her spine. She dared not approach them any closer. while Natasha and the others, Jean Guo among them, continued their wary scrutiny. The villa's front door slowly opened. Tsukasa Kadoya stepped out, followed by Yusuke Onodera, and behind them trailed Hikari Natsumi, who looked anxious and cautious as she emerged. Tsukasa and Yusuke each carried a flag bearing their individual emblems, leading the way. At this moment, Yusuke Onodera couldn't help but swallow hard and say, "Tsukasa, what is this place? Why are there so many ancient warriors? They all look incredibly powerful." Tsukasa chuckled at his words, glanced at Yusuke, and replied, "This is the world where the Alliance leader resides. Do you see those warriors in silver armor? Those are his personal guards. If you were any weaker, you'd probably have a hard time even fighting one of them." Yusuke's face twisted into a wry, helpless grimace. At this point, Hikari Natsumi spoke up as well. "Then what about those skeletons clad in golden armor?" Hearing her question, Tsukasa turned his head slightly to look at her. After a moment's thought, he explained in a soft voice, "Those are the soldiers under Ain's command." "And the ones with green skin?" Natsumi pressed on. "Those are goblin soldiers from the Monster Federation Kingdom, founded by slime." Tsukasa replied calmly, "Isn't this place just crawling with monsters?" "Tsukasa, this is way too dangerous." Yusuke swallowed again, unable to hide his unease. "Monsters gathering place? Far from it. This place is incredibly sacred. Besides, as long as you don't provoke them, what's there to fear?" With that, Tsukasa nonchalantly planted his flag into the ground. Yusuke, following Tsukasa's example, staked his own flag into the earth to claim his place. No sooner had Tsukasa turned around than the villa's front door slowly opened again. This time, Daigu appeared, leading a group outside. Spotting Daigu's arrival, Tsukasa smiled faintly and greeted him. "Hey Daigu, you made it." Daigu's face twitched with reluctance at the greeting. He managed a feeble nod and replied, "Yeah, I'm here." As he spoke, he couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at his own captain's expression. Seeing this, Rina flung an unimpressed glance at Daigu. Seeing Megumi Fujiwara glance at him, Daigu couldn't help but feel even more helpless inside. He had just come to ask her for a long leave of absence. But before he knew it, Megumi had deftly drawn out the real reason he wanted the time off. Looking at Daigu's awkward expression, Tsukasa couldn't help but pause, curiosity twinkling in his eyes as he looked over and asked, "What's wrong? You look so down. Did something happen? Do you need my help?" At these words, Daigu hurriedly shook his head, turning to Tsukasa and saying, No, it's nothing. I don't need any help. I'll be fine in a little while." Hearing Daigu's refusal, Tsukasa didn't press the matter. He glanced at the people standing behind Daigu, as if something had dawned on him. Then he stepped forward, patted Daigu on the shoulder, and said, "Hang in there, all right?" With that, he led Yusuke and Natsumi into the villa. Watching Tsukasa disappear inside, Daigu let out a quiet sigh of relief. But just then, Megumi, who was still standing by his side, spoke up slowly. "Daigu, is this the party you were talking about? This is your idea of a party? Are you sure you really know what a party is supposed to be?" Well, for a moment, Daigu was caught flat-footed, unsure how to answer. "Come on, Daigu, tell us, where exactly is this place? And who are all these strange folks here? There's even a guy who looks like a skeleton." Tatsuya chimed in excitedly from the side. Outside the villa, Sengoku watched as Kizuru and his men arrived. Exchanging a quick glance with those nearby, Sengoku straightened his uniform and led his group toward the villa. Meanwhile, in the garden, Daigu and the others noticed Sengoku's party approaching. Seeing this, Megumi leaned toward Daigu and asked in a low voice, "Daigu, who are these people?" After pondering for a moment, Daigu finally said, "I imagine these are the so-called Navy of this world that the Alliance leader mentioned." "The Navy? You mean they're this world's military?" Everyone echoed in surprise. "You could put it that way," Daigu replied. "According to what Uncle Garp told me, the Navy are the forces who uphold justice on the seas in this world. But their justice isn't so simple. It's shaped by the will of the world government. And the reason we're holding this gathering is because the Navy has declared war on the world government. That's why we've all assembled here." From what Uncle Garp said, the Navy has grown fed up with the celestial dragons, those so-called descendants of the gods who put themselves above everyone else. And the filthy world government. This world has long lived under their shadow. For the sake of true justice, Admiral Sengoku, just a few days ago, officially declared war on the trash of the world, the celestial dragons. To declare war against the corrupt world government, and after victory, they will be taken under the protection of the Alliance leader, receiving help to build an empire in this world, so that everyone can live in peace and stability. Upon hearing this, Megumi could not help but have her eyes light up. Standing next to Daigu, Rina's gaze was also filled with reverence as she looked at Sengoku and the others, whispering, how magnificent. Just then, Sengoku and his group arrived at the villa entrance. However, they were stopped by the captain clad in silver armor. Halt! This is the gathering ground of the Alliance. Unauthorized persons must leave. At these words, Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, but then offered a gentle smile and said, "Hello. Please inform them that Admiral Sengoku of the Navy, along with the 3 Navy admirals, has come to attend the gathering." Hearing Sengoku's request, the silver armor captain nodded slightly and looked at Sengoku, saying, "Very well, please wait a moment." Sengoku nodded slowly in response. He and his companions then stood quietly where they were. Seeing this, Rina, standing beside Daigu, was a bit puzzled. She looked at Daigu and asked, "Daigu, why aren't they letting them in?" With a smile, Daigu explained to Rina, "This is the Alliance's gathering. Unrelated parties are naturally asked to wait. They may eventually serve under the Alliance leader, but at this moment, they don't yet. That's why, to enter, they'll need Uncle Garp to bring them in." On hearing this explanation, the others around them nodded in understanding. Daigu then turned to the young Shinju, who was holding the flag of the victory team, and said, "Member Shinju, hand me the flag. I'll go and set it up." With that, Daigu took the flag from Shinju and walked forward, planting it firmly in the ground. As Daigu turned around, the booming laughter of Garp could be heard from the entrance of the villa. "Ha! Sengoku, you finally arrived. Just about everyone is here. Only you were missing." After speaking, to the shock of Rina and the others, Garp vanished on the spot. And in the blink of an eye, he appeared at the villa entrance. Seeing Garp disappear so suddenly, Rina and the others all looked at Daigu in disbelief, silently pleading for an explanation. Daigu could only rub his forehead helplessly and then explained, "That's the Uncle Garp I mentioned. He's a vice admiral of this world, a hero of the Navy. In the Navy, he enjoys unparalleled honor, status, and renown." At that, everyone's faces lit up with excitement as they nodded in acknowledgement. After a long silence, Megumi Jurai finally let out a slow sigh and said, "What a magical place, a wondrous world, filled with extraordinary people." Meanwhile, the captain of the Silver Armor Squad, who had been blocking Sengoku's way, took 2 steps back upon seeing Garp's arrival. He gave Garp a slight bow and stepped aside, making way for them. Seeing this, Sengoku nodded with a hint of satisfaction. He had initially thought Garp's status within the Alliance wasn't all that high, but it seemed they had misjudged things. Noticing Sengoku's reaction, Garp chuckled and explained, "Don't be mistaken. Technically speaking, members like us are considered their superiors. We're allowed to give them orders, but Yi Tian's commands take priority over ours. As long as our instructions don't conflict with Yi Tian's orders, they'll follow what we say." At these words, Sengoku nodded slowly, then turned to have someone plant the Navy flag in the ground. However, before he could act, Kizuru stepped forward and addressed Sengoku, "Admiral, please let me handle the honor of planting our flag." With that, he took the flag from a nearby marine and strode forward to plant it firmly into the earth. Seeing this, Sengoku nodded slowly again, then turned to Tsuru and said, "Tsuru, organize the soldiers. The rest, come inside with me." With those words, he followed Garp into the villa. Standing along the roadside, Megumi Jurai and the others quickly moved aside to clear a path. As Sengoku and the 3 admirals passed by, the victory team could feel the intense presence radiating from them, so overwhelming it nearly took their breath away. Once Sengoku and the others had entered the villa, Rina finally found the courage to whisper to the group, "Their commanding aura is incredible, so much stronger than Director Zay's. I couldn't even look at them directly." Hearing this, Daigu let out a small, knowing smile and said, "That's for sure. Uncle Garp once told me that the technology in their world is completely different from ours. It's a world where everything depends on individual power." His explanation left the others stunned. They turned to Daigu, eyes wide in astonishment. Individual power? That's right, purely individual strength. For example, Uncle Garp said he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. And yet, Uncle Garp is only a vice admiral in the Navy. He told me he chose not to be promoted to admiral because he refuses to protect the celestial dragons. But the 3 admirals and Marshal Sengoku, the Navy's highest combat power, are even more formidable. I also heard Uncle Garp say that his favorite admiral is someone codenamed Akiji. This Admiral Akiji is so powerful, he can freeze an entire ocean at will. The others listened intently to Daigu's explanation, and waves of shock and awe surged in their hearts. They could completely imagine the might of the 3 admirals that Daigu had mentioned. It was simply overwhelming. They didn't stand a chance against such power. After a long silence, Jianhui finally spoke up, her voice somewhat dry. Daigu, if their strength is really that overwhelming, what are we even doing here? It feels like there's nothing we can do to help." Upon hearing this, Dagu couldn't help but smile faintly. He then said with a trace of pride, "But I'm Digga, remember? It's fine. When the time comes, you all can just stay back and watch how the battle unfolds. For the sake of the people of this world, I'm more than willing to give my all." "Captain, just look at Dagu. How smug he is right now. I kinda want to give him a good beating. Do you think that's allowed?" Xinqing said, half grumbling, not quite able to hide his annoyance. Zhu Jianhui glanced around before slowly shaking her head. "I don't think so. Didn't you notice? The moment you said you wanted to hit Dagu, all the soldiers around us gripped their weapons a little tighter." Hearing this, Xinqing shuffled back a couple of steps, turning an awkward grin toward the armored soldiers nearby. Then, in a hushed tone, he said to Dagu, "Seriously? Dagu, are these soldiers really that sharp-eared?" Dagu nodded and looked back at him. "Absolutely. Look at those royal guards in silver armor. They've all reached at least mid-level tier 1 power. The rest of the soldiers aren't much weaker either." Hearing this, Xinqing shrank his neck, looking embarrassed as he replied, "Fine, you win. You're the boss here. I'll save it for when we're back home." After some light-hearted conversation outside, Dagu led everyone into the villa. Inside the villa, the living room had been cleared out, leaving a spacious area in the center. Everyone stood around the open space, as if waiting for something to begin. At that moment, Yi Tan, who had been standing to the side, slowly turned to face the visibly nervous Belmir and Nojiko. With a gentle smile, he said, "I'm heading over. Don't worry, they're all quite easy to get along with." And Mitchum. Though Belmir's eyes still brimmed with disbelief, she nodded in response to Etion. As Etion's back faded from view, Belmir's heart churned with surging emotion. She could hardly comprehend that Etion had come this far. Etion walked forward at a steady pace, swept his gaze over everyone present, and then spoke with calm authority. "The Alliance meeting is now officially in session." After speaking, he moved just slightly and sat down as if on thin air. As everyone was puzzling over how Etion could possibly sit in midair, a flash of violet light swept through the room. Suddenly, a chair, sparkling like amethyst, materialized beneath him. The patterns carved into the seat seemed to emanate an overwhelming sense of awe, making it hard for the onlookers to catch their breath, even for a moment. At that instant, Yi Tian stirred. He raised his hand gently, as if resting it upon nothing. Then, ever so lightly, he tapped his hand in the air, and the resulting sound echoed through the hall like smart knocks upon a stone table. Just then, another streak of blue light flashed, and before everyone's astonished eyes, an enormous conference table made entirely of crystal appeared. The crowd stared wide-eyed at the spectacle before them, faces lit with shock and disbelief. In every heart, a single thought took root: to create something from nothing. This is the work of gods. But before the silence could settle, Feishu stepped forward from the crowd, approaching the side of the table where Yi Tian was seated. He too crouched slightly, just as Yi Tian had, and took a seat. In that instant, accompanied by a glimmer of blue light, a seat of blue crystal, unique to Feishu, formed beneath him. His chair was adorned with patterns representing his own identity. Meanwhile, Rede strode forward as well, calmly taking a seat next to Feishu. Standing in the midst of the crowd, Dagu looked quietly at Demiurge, who was stationed in front of him, and spoke in a low voice, "Excuse me, please let me by." Demiurge, momentarily taken aback, turned his head to glance at Dagu standing behind him, puzzlement flickering across his mind. Again, Dagu spoke, "Excuse me, I need to go through." At this, Demiurge responded with a small bow and quickly moved aside, creating a path. At that moment, Rina, right behind Dagu, called out to him in a hushed tone, "Dagu." He smiled gently at her, then answered, "It's all right. No need to worry. Just stand behind me in a moment, and everything will be fine." With that, Dagu made his way to Red A's side in the midst of Victory Team's nervous gazes, and just as before, sat down as a chair unique to him appeared beneath him. "Step, step, step!" With the sound of armor clinking together, the people gathered around parted to form an aisle. Meng Tian walked out down the path. He went directly to the opposite side of Yi Tian and took his seat. Soon after, Min Yasi, accompanied by Xiangsuk and Guang Xiahai, also appeared. They made their way to the seat next to Meng Tian and sat down. "Make room," a childish voice piped up from the back of the room. Immediately, a path cleared through the crowd. Bouncing down the aisle came a little creature, blue from head to toe, a lively, skipping slime. Then, as he approached the conference table, a flash of white light cut through the air. A human-shaped figure materialized right where he had stood moments before. This person then took a seat beside Tsukasa Kadoya. "Make way, please. My Lord Demon King needs to pass," Waza's voice called out from the side. With little ceremony, the group followed along behind Sugo Tokuwa as he walked ahead. "Move over, don't crowd so much." Garp muscled his way through the gathering, finding a seat next to Daigu. "Excuse us." Nick Fury entered with Natasha, sitting down to Sugo Tokiwa's left. Excuse me, could you make a little room?" Zhang Chuan also made his way forward, taking the seat beside Nick Fury. At this point, every member of the alliance was finally present. Right then, their subordinates also filed in, each standing quietly behind their respective leaders. Surveying the orderly scene, Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction. He then looked around the table at those assembled and said, "Good. Now that everyone's in place, let's begin the meeting." This session's main topic is the world government and the celestial dragons, as well as those pirates and various forces who threaten the world and its people. We know that almost every power in this world thrives on exploitation, enslavement, and senseless slaughter of civilians. Only one group stands apart: the Revolutionary Army, founded by Garp's own son. After sharing what he knew, Yi Tian leaned back slowly in his chair. When Yi Tian finished his analysis, the room fell silent. A thoughtful hush descended as everyone took a moment to reflect. After a while, Smoker was the first to speak up. "If that's how it is, then our best move is to defeat the world government first. Step by step, we can reclaim and reunify this world. With our combined strength, dealing with the world government shouldn't pose too much of a problem." Yi Tian nodded slowly at these words, then turned to the others. "Does anyone else have an opinion?" "I think we should strike the world government first, catch them off guard before any other factions even have a chance to react, and wipe out all their forces in one blow," Meng Tian suggested, rubbing his chin in thought. Yi Tian gave a measured nod at this suggestion. He understood. Though he'd already explained the world's power structure, their understanding was still only surface level. None of them had truly experienced the real might at play here. With that in mind, Yi Tian sat up straighter and addressed the group. "We need the Navy to draw up a plan before we take any action." "Understood," Garp replied with a slow nod. But just then, a tremendous blast echoed from the distance. With the crash still reverberating, a thunderous shout tore across the sky. "Sengoku, show yourself now." Warring States, who had originally been standing behind Garp, couldn't help but show a change in expression. He turned to Garp and said, "Garp, that voice just now, wasn't it Commander-in-Chief Kong?" At his words, Garp's face grew noticeably darker. He nodded slowly. Yes, it does sound like him. Everyone present heard what Garp said, and immediately, they all turned to look at him. Seeing this, Garp was momentarily taken aback. Then he gave a sheepish laugh and addressed the crowd. "If I had to guess, that voice must belong to Kong, Supreme Commander of the world government's military. His strength is certainly nothing to scoff at." Yi Tian nodded slowly as he spoke. "I never expected the world government would come straight to our doorstep." Flying Squirrel couldn't keep the frustration from his voice as he brought his fist down on the conference table. In response, Yi Tian rose from his seat and looked around at everyone. "All right, since we already know someone from the world government has arrived, there's no point just sitting here. Let's go out and have a look." With that, he left the conference table and headed straight for the exit of the villa. The others seated on both sides of the table quickly followed after him. The villa's main doors swung slowly open. Yi Tian was the first to step outside, leading the group behind him. They all made their way toward the direction from which the voice had come. At the entrance, the captain of the Silver Armor Guard, who stood watch, saw the group following Yi Tian out of the villa and couldn't help but shout, "Raise the banners!" His order was quickly answered as the Silver Armor soldiers who had been on guard walked forward, respectfully pulled the banners from the ground before them, hoisted them onto their shoulders, and fell in a step behind Yi Tian and the others. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Out in front of the plaza, numerous vice admirals stood before the main headquarters building, each accompanied by their own elite troops, quietly facing off against Kong. Neither side made a move, not a single twitch. Or rather, on the Navy's side, no one dared to act rashly, for the man they faced was unimaginably powerful. Of all those present, the highest rank was that of Vice Admiral. The three admirals at this moment remained behind warring states. With the Navy's top combatants absent, Kong completely dismissed them as a threat. Indeed, Kong paid no mind to any of those present, focusing his gaze on the headquarters building instead. He had come today, firstly, carrying out the world government's orders. But there was another reason. He wanted to see for himself what cards the Navy still held up its sleeve, since they now dared to challenge the world government's authority. He had long admired warring states' abilities, but this was not the past. Orders from the world government were absolute, not to be disobeyed, not even by him. A long moment passed before the main doors of Marine headquarters slowly swung open. At the front, warring states led Yi Tian and the others out onto the plaza. Sengoku appeared anxious, but within his eyes lingered a trace of reluctance, a hint of disappointment as if grappling with expectations unmet, and perhaps even a shade of cold indifference. After a long silence, Sengoku finally let out a slow sigh and spoke. Commander-in-Chief. You still remember I'm the Commander-in-Chief, do you, Sengoku? And yet you dare challenge the world government? What is it? Have you grown tired of living? Or do you simply wish to throw the world into greater chaos? Kong snapped, his voice erupting in anger at Sengoku's words. At this, Sengoku only shook his head slowly, then looked intently at Kong. Commander-in-Chief, all these years you two must know what the world government truly is. I'm sure you're well aware of the many reasons the Navy has been unable to fully eradicate the pirates. Kong was momentarily stunned by Sengoku's retort, then sighed with disappointment and shook his head. Staring back at Sengoku, he said, Sengoku, you should know, the Navy is one of the world government's institutions. How dare you? And why not? How has the world government treated us? Sengoku's voice grew intense. Are you still going to pretend not to see, even as Commander-in-Chief? How many times have they taken the wives of our Navy? And just because it's the celestial dragons, we have to punish our own instead. Is this what passes for justice in the Navy? Are we to believe the celestial dragons really are descendants of gods, entitled to such privileges? Forgive me, but I refuse to serve as the admiral of such an impotent Navy. Back then, I didn't have the power to change anything, so I had no choice but to endure. Now we have the strength to resist, we have the power to rise up. So why should I keep bearing it? Commander-in-Chief, I could never repay the kindness you showed me all those years ago. But now that I'm Fleet Admiral, and we finally have the means to fight back, why shouldn't I see it through? If you've only come this day to plead for the world government, then it's best you turn back. If you've come to fight, I'm afraid you won't be leaving here alive. As Sengoku spoke these words, a flicker of regret flashed in his eyes, swiftly concealed. He knew exactly what he was doing, what he must do, and what was possible for him to accomplish. Yet, even as Sengoku spoke, Kong let out a laugh tinged with disdain. He looked at Sengoku and said, You have no idea how terrifying the world government truly is. But, Sengoku, if you're willing to admit your mistakes, hand over those who have corrupted you. Perhaps you could still remain the Navy's. Before Kong could finish, Yi Tian stepped up, gently moving Sengoku's shoulder aside and casually cleaned his ear, as if utterly unconcerned. Then, with an indifferent wave of his hand, suddenly, the skies were shrouded in a thick, black mist. Phantoms, spectral and ghostly, began to appear above, drifting as if spirits of the dead. You mortals of this world, count yourselves fortunate. Pray, tremble with awe, fall to your knees, wait and endure for the torment yet to come. We, who possess infinite will, endless strength, and boundless influence, have descended. Supreme Overlord Yi Tian. Suddenly, a standard descended from the heavens, plunging into the ground not far before Yi Tian. Instantly, yet another banner fell from above, embedding itself firmly into the earth before Yi Tian. A cloud of dust surged skyward in a heartbeat, shrouding the scene in a hazy veil. As the haze began to dissipate, silvery rays gradually appeared in the sky, descending in a flash to strike the ground. Warriors of the Alliance, clad in armor, dropped to one knee. Each gripped a silver lance, standing tall on either side of the Alliance's banner. Upon witnessing this, Steelbone Kong's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He thought to himself, These people, I can't quite see through them, but even so, I can roughly gauge their strength. He realized that the mastermind behind the bewitched warring states had finally revealed themselves. At that moment, Steelbone Kong stepped forward slowly, just as he was about to speak. Another chilling voice echoed through the sky, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it. Mortals of this world, you have been granted a singular honor. Pray, tremble, bow, wait, and endure. Under Supreme Overlord Yi Tian's command, the Lord of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, first among the 42 supreme beings, the King of the Undead, Ains Ulgaun, now descends. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice, laced with a hint of static, rang out in the ears of Yi Tian and all those present. Scanning. Scan complete. War mode initiated. Acquiring Alliance Leaderess Autorisation. Authorization acquired. World Gateway opening. War channel activated. Comrades, let us begin a holy war to change the world. The Myriad Realms Anti-Variation Alliance has been successfully authorized. This battle shall be witnessed jointly by Alliance leader Yi Tian and the will of this world. May valor bless you all in this war. Suddenly, a massive wormhole materialized at the edge of the battlefield. Squad after squad of golden-armored skeletal warriors, bearing banners, emerged in formation. From the depths of the wormhole, voices resounded loudly. Cheer! Celebrate! The arrival of the Supreme Overlord is upon us. Watching the seemingly endless procession of soldiers file out from the wormhole, Steelbone Kong's pupils contracted, he stood utterly frozen in shock. He could feel, with chilling clarity, the numbing cold creeping into his limbs. At that moment, several streaks of silver light once again pierced the sky and crashed fiercely onto the ground. With a resounding boom, two silver-armored warriors planted the flag of Ain's Ulgaun before the banner of the Alliance. The guardians who had stood behind Ain's, Albedo, and the others, took to the skies, soaring toward the advancing army, with only Demiurge remaining at Ain's side. Mortals of this world, you have been granted a singular honor. Pray, tremble, bow, wait, and endure. Under the supreme Overlord Yi Tian from the world of kings, General Meng Tian of the Xianyong Empire has arrived. Hearing this, Meng Tian, who was standing behind Yi Tian, couldn't help but smile slightly. Then, casting a glance at Demiurge, he turned and said to Ain's, "Old Bones, I have to admit, your subordinate's entrance really is impressive." Ain's couldn't help but chuckle at Meng Tian's words, casually waving his hand. "It's nothing, really. Just a simple bit of magic. If you want to learn it, I can teach you." Meng Tian nodded. "We'll talk about that later. Let's focus on the matter at hand first." As the two spoke, a portal suddenly burst open. From within, the army of the Meng family, numbering in the hundreds of thousands and clad in dark iron armor, stepped out in formation, bringing with them a chilling, murderous aura. Everyone present was momentarily stunned. It was clear to all that this army was entirely different from Ain's force. This was a human army, their killing intent piercing the heavens. Just then, two warriors in silver armor descended from the sky, guarding Meng Tian's banner. They set the banner down beside Ain's with solemn ceremony, planting the two side by side. O mortals of this world, you are fortunate enough to witness this. Pray revere, kneel, wait, and endure. Under the command of the supreme Overlord Yi Tian, the demon king of time, who wields the power to destroy space and time, now descends. At those words, Sugo Tokua, who had been standing quietly behind Yi Tian, could not help but shudder. His eyes darted around anxiously. Just then, a dark portal gently opened at his side, and Waz strode out briskly. He was carrying a tray in both hands, a deep red cloth draped over it, and upon this cloth rested a golden watch face gleaming quietly. Waz knelt on one knee before Sugo Tokua and proclaimed with deep reverence, "Your Majesty the Demon King, this is the watch face created when the future Demon King sealed away a fragment of his own power. Please accept it." Hearing this, Sugo Tokua took a deep breath, nodded solemnly, and carefully took the watch face in hand. Then, with measured steps, he moved forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. On the other side, Kong of Steel could not help but reveal a look of utter confusion, whispering under his breath, "A mere human?" Sugo Tokua walked, unhurried, to a spot not far in front of the banners, his gaze fixed upon Kong of Steel, standing opposite him. Slowly, he drew a belt from behind his back. With a swift motion, he fastened the belt around his waist, then took out the Time King watch face and slotted it into place. In an instant, a flash of light burst from the belt. Space-time driver. Zeal. Henshin. Transformation. The words had barely been spoken before the virtual clock behind Sugo Tokiwa began to spin. Kamen Rider time, Kamen Rider Tsuyo. Armor, resplendent and brilliant, assembled itself onto his body in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Sugo Tokiwa slowly took out the Omazio ride watch. After fixing his gaze intensely on the ride watch, he immediately inserted it into the driver in one swift motion. It feels like this might actually work. In an instant, the area around Sugo transformed. Beneath his feet, a tangible golden clock formed, its brilliance radiating outward. At the edge of this clock, surging magma swept past, evoking a vision of apocalyptic finality. As the hands of the clock began to turn, the sound of each ticking second resounded through heaven and earth, clear and commanding. Then, a solemn voice echoed across the world. "Blessed moment, the most benevolent, supreme, and mighty king. Omazio." In that moment, the clock beneath his feet, pulsing with rivers of magma, shattered. Omazio's true form was revealed to the world of pirates. At that very instant, Sengoku was overwhelmed by a sense of suffocation. His pupils contracted, and his entire body was seized by a paralyzing sense of helplessness. A king who is benevolent, supreme, and invincible. It seems the world government might truly face defeat. An enemy of such overwhelming power. It's almost unbearable to even gaze upon him from afar. My whole body is trembling. Sengoku murmured helplessly, his voice barely audible. The entire arena fell silent. All eyes stared in stunned awe at that figure radiant with unmatched presence. Before anyone could recover, an even more terrifying voice rang out again. "Mortals of this world, you are graced with an unparalleled honor. Pray, revere, kneel, wait, and tremble in anticipation. Before the supreme sovereign Yitian, under the grand will of the multiverse, outside the mark of the heroic spirit throne, behold the protector of humanity's truth, the guardian himself. Amiya has arrived. In a flash, Red Archer vanished from his spot, reappearing immediately beside Omazeo. There was no dramatic flourish. He simply stood quietly, his eyes fixed on Sengoku, exuding silent, unwavering resolve. The banner representing the heroic spirit throne was planted amid the cluster of flags, a silent proclamation of his allegiance. Before the supreme sovereign Yitian, the world's destroyer, Kamen Rider Decade, arrives. Tsukasa Kadoya stepped forward at an unhurried pace. As he walked, he reached behind him to retrieve a belt, which he fastened around his waist, then drew a card from his side storage case. Kamen Rider Decade. Sliding the Decade card into the driver, Tsukasa continued his leisurely stride toward the front, his movements radiating effortless confidence. Before the supreme sovereign Yitian, from another world, comes the sovereign of the monster nation, the Jura Tempest Federation, His Majesty Rimuru Tempest. As the words fell, a black vortex opened instantly, from which emerged 1,000 armored monster soldiers and knights, marching forth in formation. Before the supreme sovereign Yitian, on Blue Star, in the name of light to enlighten humankind, in hope's radiance to guide all beings, Daigo, Ultraman Tiga, has arrived. Standing at the center of the victory team, Daigo, buoyed by the encouraging gazes of his teammates, strode forward with calm determination. Before the supreme sovereign Yitian, on Blue Star, comes Zhang Chulan from the Outcast. Under the supreme Lord Yitian, monitoring the world and protecting all living beings, the shield led by Nick Fury. Under the supreme Lord Yitian, here stands the Navy, defender of justice in this world, ready to fight side by side. With the rise of these voices, one figure after another slowly stepped out from the gathered crowd. Above the sky, silver-armored warriors descended to the ground, each bearing their own banner. At this moment, Steelbone Kong gazed up at the fluttering flags in the sky, and his face grew increasingly pale. From the voice that had just echoed across the heavens, Steelbone Kong could already guess. These people were, in all likelihood, outsiders from another world. The thought alone of the world government now facing such a predicament made Steelbone Kong let out a bitter, helpless laugh, just as he was about to say something to Sengoku and the others. The voice in the sky resounded once again. Mortals of this world, you bear witness to an extraordinary fate. Pray, tremble, kneel, wait, endure. This world now welcomes the envoy of the boundary, charged with patrol, protection, guardianship, cleansing, judgment, sanction, and coexistence among many other duties and powers. We are the alliance that stands watch over myriad realms. Behold, Yitian, our supreme lord, ultimate sovereign, bearer of countless titles, descends with the members of our league. By the authority of Lord Yitian and the will of this world, witnessed here and now, let the holy war commence. The enemies, world government, and the celestial dragons. With the approval of the world's will, the following shall be diminished: national fortune, luck, combat prowess, resolve, and even vitality. The war is officially underway. Allies of the alliance, may fortune favor your arms. This declaration seemed to overlap with the necromantic incantation of Demiurge, yet it was distinctly different from his tone. As these words fell, it was as if starlight began to sprinkle down from the heavens, adorning the earth below. Steelbone Kong could clearly feel his vitality drain away in an instant. His already aged body turned all the more frail and decayed. But Yitian paid no mind to Steelbone Kong's suffering. With his hands tucked casually in his pockets, he strode forward, his eyes fixed on the fluttering banners above, before coming to a slow halt. His voice rang clear and powerful. I, Yitian, the Alliance Master, hereby declare that this war will proceed under the joint supervision of myself and the world's will. With that, he swept his gaze over the assembly and spoke, his tone chilling and resolute. I now proclaim, the holy war begins. The target: to purge this world of all its filth and corruption. For anyone shackled by karmic debt, we shall strike with no exceptions. The once youthful and innocent face of Yitian was now shrouded in an eerie, terrifying aura. Receive the order! Receive the order! And so, the Great War was officially set in motion. Witnessing this, Steelbone Kong, standing rooted to the spot, felt as though he had been completely locked in place, unable to move even a single step. At that very moment, a chilling gleam, filled with shadowy black light, burst forth from behind Steelbone Kong. It slashed straight down from above his head like a bolt of icy lightning. Sensing the bone-deep cold behind him, Steelbone Kong, whose body had seemed locked in place, sprang into action in an instant. A jet-black aura of armament haki surged across his body, encasing him like armor. A metallic clash rang out as the massive battle axe struck his haki shield, causing the ground beneath them to shatter inch by inch. Countless fragments of sand and stone exploded outward, smashing into the nearby soldiers of the world government and sending them flying. The moment of the end has come. Everyone stand back, Tokawazu called out sharply, his voice booming as he launched himself into the air. Hearing this, the group charging towards Steelbone Kong halted their steps at once, then quickly retreated to safety. Finishing blow. In that moment, Omazio radiated a foreboding aura, like an apocalyptic beast. A smoke-like light unfurled from his entire being. With a single, decisive kick, he launched himself at Steelbone Kong. A resounding crash echoed forth. Instantly, Marine Ford, headquarters of the Navy, began to tremble and sway. The instant Omazio's kick landed, the earth began to split apart, fracturing into thousands of pieces. Endless seawater surged in all at once. When the smoke finally cleared, Omazio was left standing atop a patch of land just large enough for one person. All around him, everything else had been swallowed by the sea. Upon the ocean's surface, the 20-plus warships belonging to the world government had vanished without a trace, not even a splinter remaining. Standing further back, Sengoku and the other spectators fell silent, overtaken by shock. They had already suspected that Omazio's power might be immense, but they hadn't imagined it would be quite so terrifying. He had wiped out every single enemy in the vicinity. If it had been up to them, even half a day likely wouldn't have been enough to finish the job. In the rear, Fleet Admiral Mamanga, who had merely been watching the events unfold, was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. Blinking in disbelief, he turned to Yition and asked in a low voice, "Yition, is Tokawazu really that powerful in combat?" At these words, Yition nodded, then sighed. "This is only a fraction of Tokawazu's strength from the future. At first, I thought he could only transform into Zio." But just as Yition finished his sentence, a sudden thought seemed to dawn on him. He walked over to Mamanga, fixing him with an inquiring gaze. "Tell me, how did you all come up with the idea for this entire performance? And how did Tokawazu suddenly gain the power of Omazio?" At Yition's questioning, Mamanga chuckled sheepishly, glanced around to make sure they weren't overheard, and whispered in Yition's ear, "We finally managed to organize such a grand battle in earnest. How could we let it pass without adding a bit of style, right?" Huh. Upon hearing this, Yition couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh, feeling lines of frustration spreading across his forehead. He wondered to himself, isn't the flying squirrel supposed to be set up differently? Could something be wrong with his cheat ability? Or was he actually just this repressed all along? TSK, that's quite a puzzle. With that thought in mind, Yition slowly turned around, scrutinizing Flying Squirrel with a sharp gaze. In that moment, all he could see was a face full of awkward, exposed bone, an image that gave Flying Squirrel an almost comically sleazy look. Yition gave his head a small shake, as if tossing away those unhelpful notions from his mind. Taking a breath, he said evenly, "The fighting here is over. So, let's head straight to Mariewa and take care of the world government and those celestial dragons all at once." Standing nearby, Flying Squirrel and the others nodded slowly, signaling their complete agreement with Yition's proposal. Then, Yition turned his attention to Garp, who remained standing off to the side in a daze, and called out, "Garp, make the arrangements and get us to Mariewa. The sooner we handle this, the less trouble we'll have in the future." Hearing Yition's words, Garp finally snapped out of his shocked stupor. With a confused look, Garp stared at Tokiwasugo, who stood alone at Sea Center, and muttered, "Is this really that boy's power? This strength, it's totally over the top." Sengoku and several others nearby also stared in disbelief, nodding as they echoed, "Absolutely. Such overwhelming might, and he controls it so well, it's simply unimaginable." "What an incredible young man," Kazura remarked, putting aside his usual lazy demeanor, his voice full of genuine admiration. Yeah, Akiji and Akainu, standing close by, kept nodding in agreement. Let's not even talk about Sengoku and the others. Just look at Tokiwasugo. At that very moment, Tokiwasugo was gazing in a stupor at the sole patch of land beneath his feet. He looked around, bewildered, at the sea that now covered everything else, and whispered under his breath, "So this is the power of Omazio? Even a fragment of it is this overwhelming." Daigu, did you see? That guy in armor just now, with one kick. Can you believe it? Just one kick. That's incredible. Kuzai Masaru was practically bouncing with excitement, still pushing at Daigu, who was frozen in place, clutching the spark stick. Jolted back to reality by Masaru, Daigu could only stare at Tokiwa Sugo as well, quietly repeating, "It's true." Nico Fury stared blankly at Tokiwa Sugo's back. So this is what these people are capable of? It's terrifying, Natasha murmured softly to herself. Meanwhile, as everyone stood stunned by the sheer force of Oma's step, Yition calmly made his way to Garp's side. Watching Garp still lost in thought, Yition spoke slowly. "Garp, let's prep a battleship and head straight to Mariewa. The sooner we settle things there, the better." "Huh? Oh. All right. I'll make the arrangements right away." Upon hearing Yition's words, Garp hurriedly nodded and replied. He immediately pulled Sengoku and the others along to start making preparations for what was to come. Meanwhile, after a brief moment of confusion, Sugo Tokiwa and the others began to gather around Yition's location. Although most of them were still in a daze, at this point, none of them dared to underestimate Sugo Tokiwa anymore. Even Decade, who used to clamor about honing Sugo's combat skills, was silent now. Now he didn't dare to utter a word, afraid that if he let his guard down for even a moment, he'd get kicked by Sugo Tokiwa in his Demon King form. Watching everyone trying to stay as cautious as possible, Yition couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Then he turned to Sugo Tokiwa and asked, "Sugo, from now on, can you always use the power of Omazo?" At these words, Sugo was momentarily taken aback. He glanced back at Waz behind him. Waz immediately caught on to Sugo's thoughts. With a slight bow to Yition, he explained, "The Demon King of the future didn't infuse much power into the Oma Ride Watch. His Majesty once said this device can be used 3 times in total, after which it will break." Hearing this, Yition nodded thoughtfully, his expression unchanged as he swept a quick glance over everyone present. He looked back at Sugo and added, "All right, make sure to use it sparingly. After all, there are only 2 uses left." "Understand, leader," Sugo replied, nodding with a solemn look. Hearing Waz's explanation, everyone around them couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. "All right, everyone, get ready. For now, recall your armies into the Alliance space, and once we're through, you can bring them out again," Yition instructed, looking around at the group. These words left Zhang Chulan a bit stunned. He looked at Yition with a questioning gaze. "Wouldn't it be easier if we just go together? And besides, how exactly do we store them in the Alliance space? Go together? You really can't be serious. Did you even count how many armies they brought?" Yition shot him a helpless look. He turned to Ains and the others. "Here's what we'll do. I'll open a portal, and you can have them go through." With that, Yition reached out to connect with the Alliance space. Soon, a portal appeared on the open ground ahead. Seeing this, Ains and the others started organizing everyone to go through. Meanwhile, Garp finished arranging the warship, loaded Yition and the group on board, and set a course for the world government. On the warship's deck, Yition lay stretched out on a deck chair, taking a long, deep breath of the ocean air before finally muttering, "Now this is the life for me." "Oh, stop pretending. Just admit you're born to slack off." Zhang Chulan couldn't help but tease him from the side. "Don't you like it?" Yition glanced at him and spoke slowly. Of course I enjoy the laid-back life of an idler." With that, Zhang Chulan followed suit, stretching out on the beach chair. Just then, bursts of cheers drifted into their ears. "Well done. Shijun, that sidekick was fantastic." "Careful, Your Majesty the Demon King." Hearing this, Yition turned his head to look over. He saw that, at some point, Tsukasa Kadoya had started sparring with Sugo Tokiwa again. Apparently, Sugo Tokiwa was still on the losing side. After exchanging moves for a while, they heard Tsukasa slowly speak. Yusuke want to join us." Yusuke, who was watching the match from the sidelines, paused in surprise, then looked at Tsukasa in confusion. "Shijun, what did you say?" "I'm asking if you'd like to join in and have some fun," Tsukasa repeated. At his words, Yusuke gave a wry smile and asked, still a bit puzzled, "How does that work?" "The 2 of us fighting you together." Tsukasa cocked his head and replied, "A free-for-all, of course. Free-for-alls are the most fun." "A free-for-all? All right then, let's do it." With that, Yusuke summoned his belt in a flash, transformed into Kuga, and leapt into the fray. In an instant, the 3 of them were embroiled in battle. Watching the lively fight, Meng Tian, sitting to the side, couldn't help but burst out laughing. He flexed his fingers restlessly and said with a hint of frustration, "Tisk, just watching makes me itch to join." Hearing this, Yition turned toward Meng Tian, eyebrows raised. "Would you like me to arrange a sparring partner for you?" At Yition's suggestion, Meng Tian's eyes lit up at first, but then he shook his head and declined. "Better not. I'm afraid I might wreck the ship." "Not at all. I happen to know someone you can spar with. No need to worry about the ship." Yi Tian said mysteriously, a knowing smile on his lips. Ooh. Hearing this, Meng Tian's eyes sparkled again as he quickly pressed for details. In response, Yi Tian turned his gaze to Red A, who was lounging on a beach chair nearby, just as relaxed. With a subtle gesture in Red A's direction, he hinted at his meaning to Meng Tian. Upon realizing, Meng Tian slapped his forehead with a laugh. Ah, how could I forget about him? With him, I really wouldn't have to worry about damaging the ship. Grinning, Meng Tian strode over to Red A, certainty in his steps. Arriving at Red A's side, Meng Tian gave a hearty, mischievous chuckle, then leaned in to share his idea. But just as he finished speaking, Archer Red sprang up from his seat, staring at him in utter disbelief. Did I hear you wrong? Or did you really say that? Have you no shame? I'm an assassin, an assassin. Do you even know what that means? Hearing Archer Red's protest, Meng Tian couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. He scratched his head awkwardly and muttered, well, I just got a bit restless. Archer Red rolled his eyes theatrically and shot him a look of exasperation. Restless? Even so, you shouldn't be bothering me, a bona fide assassin. Look over there. Just look. At this, Archer Red pointed towards the bow of the ship, where Garp sat happily munching on donuts. See Garp over there? Why not spar with him? You're both warriors, after all. Isn't that fairer than picking on me? Following Archer Red's gesture, Meng Tian paused for a moment, then slowly nodded. But if we really started fighting, wouldn't that spell the end for this ship? Archer Red was taken aback, and then narrowed his eyes at Meng Tian. I know what you mean, but actually, there's a workaround. My reality marble is fit for a fight, sure, but again, I'm an assassin. So, my advice is you find Garp, but if you two really start trading blows, the ship might not survive the aftermath. That's a real concern. Given all that, I've got someone else in mind for you. A solution that spares the ship and still lets you let off steam. Meng Tian blinked in surprise, uncertainty clouding his face. He honestly had no idea whom Archer Red might be referring to, so he just stood there stumped. Seeing this, Archer Red rolled his eyes again and discreetly signaled in Yi Tian's direction with a meaningful glance. Noticing Archer Red's repeated glances toward Yi Tian, clarity suddenly dawned on Meng Tian's face and a wide grin broke out. He strode forward without hesitation. Without warning, he reached down and pulled Yi Tian up. Yi Tian, who'd been quietly basking in the sunlight, was suddenly yanked out of his peaceful reverie by Meng Tian's booming voice, utterly bewildered. With a weariness that weighed down his words, Yi Tian shot Meng Tian a look and spoke slowly. Meng Tian, I've got a rare condition. If I don't live like a slacker, I'll die. Hearing this, a vein twitched on Meng Tian's forehead, but he simply fixed his gaze on Yi Tian in silence. Sighing in resignation, Yi Tian finally relented, though his voice was still weary. But your hand are really that itchy? You just have to spar, don't you? To this, Meng Tian nodded eagerly. Resigned, Yi Tian quietly put on his shoes and moved to stand opposite Meng Tian, taking his place for the duel. He began chanting the incantation for his reality marble. In an instant, both of them were pulled into the boundary of that conjured world. Watching Yi Tian instantly distance himself, Meng Tian grinned, pounding his fists together in anticipation. At last, he called out with a warning, his tone both playful and sincere. Yi Tian, be on your guard. In the blink of an eye, a suit of armor enveloped Meng Tian's body, and within his eyes appeared the image of a long spear and an immense shield. Seeing this, Yi Tian was not to be outdone. Armor likewise appeared around him in an instant, and in his hands materialized a long spear and a sturdy shield, just like Meng Tian. Looking at Yi Tian in this form, a realization suddenly flashed through Meng Tian's mind. He remembered Yi Tian's unique ability. He couldn't help but slap his forehead and say, I completely forgot. You have this power too. As he finished, he shook his head and let out a sigh. In that case, let's have a contest and see whose formation can reach the next level. As soon as he finished speaking, a great banner appeared in Meng Tian's hand. He raised it high and shouted, Meng Clan Army, assemble! Meng Clan Army, assemble! Echoed all around. In a heartbeat, 1,000 soldiers of the Meng Clan Army materialized before the two of them. Upon witnessing this, Yi Tian was the first to raise his spear high and shouted at the top of his lungs, Charge! Across from him, Meng Tian couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter upon hearing Yi Tian's voice, before issuing his own order. Défensive formation. Immediately, Yi Tian led his forces forward, moving as one, like a single unified spear, surging forth like a bolt of lightning, launching a fierce attack toward Meng Tian. A thunderous crash rang out as the two sides collided. Just then, Yi Tian shouted in a powerful voice, Defensive formation, shield strike. Hiya! the Meng clan soldiers roared as one. Shields and spears struck against each other in a clash of force and iron. A deep thud, and the ringing of metal resounded. Seeing this, Meng Tian immediately shouted, "Wild Goose Formation! Wild Goose Formation!" Yi Tian echoed, voice rising to match. Once again, both armies hurled themselves into the fray. Taking in the scene, Yi Tian slowly lowered his spear and shield. Instantly, his fist recovered in a layer of armament hockey. He vanished from view, reappearing behind Meng Tian. His fist drew back, gathering strength, and then drove straight at Meng Tian. Sensing the sharp rush of wind at his back, Meng Tian spun around to see Tian already behind him, his fist poised and brimming with power. Without hesitation, he brought his shield up, just in time to block Yi Tian's punch. Yi Tian's fist crashed into the shield with a muffled boom, forcing Meng Tian to retreat a couple of steps under the impact. Raising his head, Meng Tian rested his spear upon his shield and lunged at Yi Tian with renewed force. Seeing this sudden assault, Yi Tian swiftly used Soru, and at the same time, armament hockey surged over his entire arm, covering it in an obsidian sheen. The moment Yi Tian's voice announced his return to the spot, Meng Tian's spear was already darting his way. The spear tip met Yi Tian's palm, emitting the sound of finely tempered iron clashing with power. Haha, that was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. With those words, Meng Tian's energy surged again. In a flash, he charged forward, sprinting straight at Yi Tian once more. The two clashed again, locked in fierce combat within the boundaries of the reality marble, fighting with wild abandon. Waves of dust from their battle swept across the entire confined space. All the soldiers they had summoned had vanished too. Now, the battlefield held only the two of them, locked in an endless cycle of attack and defense. At last, they collided one final time, their movements coming to a halt. Yi Tian slowly lowered his hands, letting the armament hockey and the armor on his body dissipate. He gazed quietly at Meng Tian and said, "Let's leave it at that. Your shield is tougher than I expected." With that, he deactivated the reality marble. In an instant, their surroundings changed, and they found themselves back on the ship. Returning to the deck, Yi Tian stretched out once more on his lounge chair. Meng Tian, meanwhile, strolled over and settled down on the lounge chair next to Red A. He let out a long, lingering sigh. Seeing this, Red A couldn't help but smile and glanced at Meng Tian. "What's wrong? Didn't win?" Meng Tian nodded slowly, replying casually, "Yeah. Haha. That's perfectly normal. Don't worry about it. Yi Tian's already got both our powers and Garp's as well. He's holding back a lot, or else you'd have lost much sooner. Relax, there's no competing with someone who cheats like that." Red A chuckled, offering Meng Tian a few words of comfort. Hearing this, Meng Tian nodded in agreement. He knew in his heart that he couldn't beat Yi Tian, not when Yi Tian had absorbed the strengths of three people. I think the hockey and the physical techniques Yi Tian just used were quite impressive. He must have gotten those from Garp, right? Meng Tian turned his head to look at Red A, voicing his curiosity. "That's right. Those are from Garp. Both hockey and those martial skills are unique to this world. If you're interested, you can exchange for them in the Alliance store and train on your own, or spend points to learn them," Red A replied, after a moment's consideration. With this answer, Meng Tian quickly immersed himself in browsing through the Alliance store. On the other side, Yi Tian slowly stood up from his lounge chair. Smacking his lips, he looked toward Garp, who was sitting at the prow of the ship, and called out loudly, "Garp, let's have a feast. I am starving." Garp turned around at the sound of his name, fixing his gaze on Yi Tian, who was just getting up from the lounge chair. He replied in a calm voice, "All right, that works. I could use a bite myself." As he spoke, Garp hopped nimbly down from the ship's prow and landed on the deck. He strode toward the cabin. After giving a few orders in the kitchen, he led some crew to clear an open space on the deck. Soon enough, plate after plate of delicious food was brought out. Just as everyone was getting ready to take their seats, a cannon blast suddenly rang out, followed by a violent explosion along the side of the ship. In an instant, the expressions of all those gathered on the deck turned grave. They hadn't even touched the food yet, and already someone had launched an attack. How outrageous was that? In a flash, Yi Tian's anger flared up like a spark catching dry tinder. At that moment, laughter echoed from the distance, rich and brazen. "Haha, Garp, do you like the little present I prepared for you?" Everyone turned their heads toward the source of the laughter, gazing up into the sky. For a moment, they were caught off guard. In the sky above, a host of islands, big and small, floated quietly, having appeared who knows when. Before anyone could speak, a new voice drifted down from overhead. "I've heard all about your Navy's little escapades. I must say you handled it brilliantly." Ha ha ha. As though he just suffered a terrible insult, Yi Tian shot to his feet, a long sword materializing in his hand as he readied himself to hurl it skyward. But at that critical moment, Garp also sprang up, shouting, "Golden Lion, you must have a death wish." "Huh, maybe I do. But can you reach me up here? Just stand there and watch as your precious ship gets smashed to pieces bit by bit." "Ha ha ha." Golden Lion's mocking voice echoed again. Hearing this, Yi Tian stepped forward, glancing sideways at his companions. "Everyone, how about a little exercise before the meal? Good for the digestion, don't you think?" At his words, the people nearby broke into wry grins. Slowly, Fly Mouse extended his hand, conjuring an image before him, a shimmering portal opening up within it. He then turned to look at Demiurge and Albedo, giving his command. "Let's go. We're moving out. Yes, anyone who dares to disrupt the Supreme One's banquet deserves nothing less than death." With that, the two of them transformed their attire in a flash and strode straight into the dimensional gateway that Fly Mouse had created. Seeing this, Yi Tian spoke calmly. "Let's go take a look for ourselves. I want to see just how bold this Golden Lion really is, daring to interrupt our meal." With those words, he was the first to step through the portal. One after another, the rest followed in his wake. Witnessing this, Garp sighed quietly, thinking to himself, "Old friend, I fear today marks your downfall for good. Perhaps, in another life, we'll meet again." With that, he too entered the spatial gate. Inside the palace on Golden Lion's Island. Standing outside, Golden Lion peered down at the Navy's warship, unable to restrain his laughter. But in that instant, he sensed a disturbance behind him. In a heartbeat, he whirled around to see what, or who, was approaching. In an instant, a flash from an axe swept before his eyes. The Golden Lion recoiled abruptly, leaping back several steps and narrowly evading Albedo's attack. Regaining his footing, the Golden Lion drew a deep breath and fixed Albedo and Demiurge with an icy glare. "Who are you? How'd you get up here? Despicable human. You dare disrupt the Supreme One's banquet? That crime is punishable by death." Albedo paid no attention to the Golden Lion's question. She darted forward like a shadow, her massive axe dancing fluidly in her hands with nimble, lethal grace. Standing quietly behind Albedo, Demiurge spoke in a slow, deliberate tone. "You who would defile the Supreme One's banquet, kneel." As his words fell, an oppressive, invisible force descended on the Golden Lion. To his shock, his knees began to buckle involuntarily. Gritting his teeth, the Golden Lion shot them a look of alarm and demanded, "Who are you people? And when did I ever disrupt your so-called Supreme One's banquet?" Only then did he notice the presence of an utterly black void behind the two. From the darkness, a child stepped out, prompting the Golden Lion to freeze, his eyes wide in disbelief. One after another, more figures emerged from that black portal. As the Golden Lion stared in bewilderment at the growing crowd, Yi Tian, barely containing his fury, fixed the Golden Lion with a steely gaze and asked coldly, "So it was you who dropped that bomb just now? Wasn't it, Golden Lion? Are you courting death? In that case, let us help you on your way." With that, Yi Tian's hand slowly rose. Pitch-black armament hockey cloaked his body, and in a flash, he vanished from sight, reappearing only to smash a mighty fist down onto the Golden Lion's head. A thunderous boom shattered the air. The Golden Lion crashed straight through the gigantic floating island beneath his feet, ending up sprawled on the ground below. Pushing himself upright, the Golden Lion wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared up at the group standing overhead, eyes ablaze with fury. Just as he was about to fight back, he spotted Garp amidst the crowd. Suddenly, he froze where he stood. He had just been wondering if, perhaps, he'd angered someone called the Supreme One earlier. But now, he realized these were the same people he'd seen on Garp's ship not long ago. He hadn't taken much notice at that time, but now he saw their true power, silent infiltration of his island, unmatched strength even in the smallest child, and an armament hockey as formidable as Garp's. "Yi Tian, is this him? The one who disturbed our banquet?" Flying Squirrel, standing beside Yi Tian, asked in a steady tone. "That's right, it's him. The Golden Lion," Yi Tian said, the corner of his mouth curling into an icy smile. "Originally, I was planning to deal with him after we'd taken care of the world government. Didn't expect to run into him so soon, fresh out of the East Blue. Looks like fate is lending us a hand. We might as well finish him off right here." The group nodded in agreement as they heard Yi Tian's words, then immediately launched their attack on the Golden Lion. At that moment, Red A charged ahead, vanishing instantly from his original spot. When he reappeared, both blades in his hands were blocked by the Golden Lion's own swords. Unperturbed, Red A smirked and spoke softly. "So this is observation hockey? Not bad at all." With that, he disappeared again in a blur of motion. Watching Red A vanish without a trace, the Golden Lion narrowed his brows, tightening his grip on his long swords. He closed his eyes, focusing on sensing Red A's rapid movements. In a split second, the Golden Lion's eyes snapped open, and he shouted sharply, "I've got you!" The clash of their weapons rang out again and again, sparks flying with every strike. As the Golden Lion's swordplay grew more fluid, several beams of light suddenly shot straight towards his back. Reacting instantly, the Golden Lion rolled forward, narrowly evading the blasts. His eyes flashed with anger as he glared into Gu in the other's direction. He was just about to charge at them, intent on dealing out a bloody revenge, when a jet-black arc from an axe came hurtling straight at his face. The Golden Lion's pupils constricted to pinpoints. He rolled swiftly across the ground, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. But before he could stand up, dozens of weapons were already flying toward him from all directions. Forced to keep rolling, the Golden Lion narrowly avoided each weapon that threatened to strike him down. Getting to his feet at last, he shot Dagu and his companions a venomous look, then gripped his swords tightly and swung fiercely at the oncoming twin blades. "Golden Lion, prepare to die," Carp shouted, raising his fist high and charging straight at the Golden Lion. As more and more attackers closed in around him, the Golden Lion cursed under his breath, then called out frantically, all right, I get it. I apologize. Is that enough? Can I just apologize?" Etion paused for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. "Apologize? And you think that's all it'll take? I'm afraid it won't be that easy." Hearing this, the Golden Lion faltered, then said in a deep, guarded voice, "Then what do you want?" "What we want? Yitian, repeat. Since you're not here for me, maybe we can make this easy for both sides. All you have to do is kill yourself. That way, we'll even let you keep your body intact." Etion looked at the Golden Lion with a cold, detached expression and spoke. "Suicide? Really? You want to make me laugh? There are Golden Lions who die gloriously in battle, but there have never been Golden Lions who take their own lives. Come, face me." At this moment, the Golden Lion stood with the same spirit he had in his youth, his gaze ablaze with unyielding defiance. Seeing this, Etion slowly shook his head. Then he turned to the people gathered around and said, "Go on, all of you. See him off on his last journey. If he refuses a whole corpse, then let him become something else entirely." As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd around them vanished in an instant. When Etion lowered his head and looked again at the Golden Lion, he saw that the Golden Lion was now covered in wounds from head to toe, struck time and again by those attacking him. Watching from afar, Tokiwa Sugo, Tsukasa Kadoya, and the Flying Squirrel stood apart from the battle. Etion glanced at them and spoke calmly. "Aren't you going to give it a try?" "No, thanks. There's no point. Honestly, Red A wouldn't stand a chance against him. But with Uncle Garp, a true master of hockey in this world, things are different." Tsukasa Kadoya shook his head with a faint smile. Hearing this, Etion couldn't help but smile as well. Then he glanced at the fighting crowd below and said, "Well, I suppose all that pent-up energy needed an outlet. None of them have had a good brawl in ages." Sugo and Tsukasa both chuckled. Then one of them remarked, "Let's just let them have their fun. We can always start the feast again later." Etion nodded quietly in agreement, then turned to look at the members of the victory team standing off to the side. He spoke up, "Aren't you worried about getting caught in the crossfire, just standing there?" Hearing Etion's voice, Hori turned around first and scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Leader, may I ask, why is this entire island floating in the air?" Etion paused for a second, slightly surprised, then looked at Hori and replied, "This is due to the power of the devil fruits. Each one gives a unique ability to its user, and the Golden Lion here ate the float fruit. It lets him make anything he's touched float in the air." After Etion's explanation, Hori was left rooted to the spot, stunned. As he looked back at the Golden Lion, his eyes shone only with envy. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you, leader. I am Rina Yujan. I've heard for Daigu for a long time how remarkable you are," Rina Jujin said, approaching Etion at a measured pace. Etion smiled gently at her words, then turned his gaze to those still caught in battle with the Golden Lion. "There's nothing remarkable about me, really. It's just that I happen to know the course your world is destined to follow." "The course of the world? Then, may I ask, what role do all of you play in this world?" Rina Jujian asked with a gentle smile, her voice calm and clear. Hearing what Hui Jujian said, Etion was momentarily taken aback. Then he burst out laughing, gazing at her as he replied, "That's quite a bold question you just asked. To put it simply, we're just the guardians at the gate. Except for disasters that are necessary for the world, all other calamities, we're the ones who will stand in their way." At his words, Hui Jujian nodded slowly. Glancing at Hui Jujian's nod, Etion continued, "Of course, with this responsibility, we also gain considerable privileges. I'm sure by now you know a fair bit about them. As long as we don't wantonly destroy the world or take innocent lives, nothing will happen to us. So, Did Agu join you all very early on? Hui Jujian asked her long-held question in a soft voice. Certainly not. He joined us before he became Diga. We don't accept people who are completely powerless. Although, truth be told, we can grant tremendous abilities in a very short time. At this point, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile. Before Hui Jujian could ask another question, Yi Tian rose to his feet, looked down at the ongoing battle below, and said, "Come on, let's go back downstairs and continue the feast." With those words, he walked straight toward the portal behind him. On the deck, Yi Tian looked over at Nick Fury, who was leaning on the railing, gazing out at the sea. "So what do you think? Compared to your world, things are a lot more exciting here, aren't they?" At that, Nick Fury nodded slightly and answered, "Of course, this world is full of wonders, but it's also incredibly dangerous. It's like a living image of the law of darkness." After listening to Nick Fury's words, Yi Tian nodded as well, letting out a long sigh before turning his gaze to the distant horizon. After a long pause, he finally said, "That's right. The strong prey on the weak. It's a rule no world can escape. It's just in worlds where laws are fully enforced, this rule gets suppressed a little." Nick Fury nodded again and fell silent. Seeing this, Yi Tian shrugged and made his way to the dining table. As he walked, he rubbed his stomach and grumbled quietly, "I'm starving. Damn that lion for interrupting my meal." When he reached the table, Yi Tian didn't wait for anyone else and started eating right away. Everything else faded from his mind. Fighting? What's the point? Food definitely comes first. Missing a meal only makes you hungrier. No matter how important, nothing outweighs the need to eat. Just then, a voice sounded from behind Yi Tian, accompanied by the footsteps of someone entering. "Hey, Chief, you started eating already? Why didn't you call me?" Zhang Chulan called out in an urgent tone. Hearing this, Yi Tian slowly turned his head and looked at Zhang Chulan, who was now sitting by his side. He was momentarily surprised, then asked with a hint of confusion, "Weren't you playing with them?" At Yi Tian's words, Zhang Chulan nodded, then picked up a piece of roasted meat and said, "Yeah, I did join them for a bit, but that guy with the golden fur was so pitiful. Honestly, I couldn't even bring myself to keep going." Let it be. It's his own fault for crashing our banquet. We were already starving, and with his troublemaking, he basically lit the fuse. No wonder everyone got riled up. With that, Yi Tian immediately sped up, sweeping through the spread of delicacies on the table. As time passed, the others slowly made their way back as well. Seeing that Yi Tian had already devoured more than half the food on the table, the newcomers stared in astonishment. Then, without hesitation, they jumped into the fray at top speed, joining Yi Tian in the feast. At the side of the table, Carp stared in a daze at the empty plates, clearly taken aback. Soon enough, though, he spotted a plate with a single piece of meat left. He pounced immediately, but just then, a hand darted out and snatched the meat away. Looking up sharply, Carp found Red A already chewing on it with satisfaction. In that instant, Carp's whole demeanor slumped, utter disappointment settling over him. "Chef, bring out some more meat," Carp shouted, then slowly rose from his seat and strode toward the ship's brig. "Hey Carp, where are you off to?" Red A called out in the nick of time. "I'm going to check on the Golden Lion," Carp replied gloomily, heading toward the prison cells below deck. Before long, angry cursing from the Golden Lion echoed up from below the ship. Gradually, the curses grew weaker, while Carp came back up wearing a look of profound satisfaction. Seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but ask curiously, "Carp, you didn't wait, what?" The moment he said this, everyone sitting nearby quietly scooted a little farther away, as if nothing had happened. A nervous hint of fear appeared on their faces. Seeing everyone's response, Carp's expression darkened. He raised his voice in protest. "Don't get the wrong idea. I just want to rough up the Golden Line a bit, let off some steam." "I understand. We all do." Red A nodded solemnly at his side. Hearing this, Carp's face grew even more grim. Right then, a few chefs carried in freshly grilled meat. After tidying up the table a bit, they set the steaming dishes down and then slipped away. Once they'd eaten their fill, everyone lounged back on beach chairs out on the deck, basking in the gentle sea breeze with contented looks on their faces. "Hey, Garp, how much longer until we reach Mary Geos?" On the side, Flying Squirrel asked in a slow, measured voice. Hearing this, Garp pondered for a moment before replying, "Probably just half a day more." Flying Squirrel answered absently, and then fell silent. For a while, the deck grew quiet, and not a word was spoken. Time slipped by slowly. At last, just as they were about to reach the red line, thunderous rumblings echoed in the air. Then, a furious yet commanding voice carried over to them. "Marines, withdraw at once. Just this once, the world government will overlook your ignorant mistakes." The voice rang louder and louder, rousing everyone from their rest. Yi Tian, his eyes half open, glanced at Garp and said, "Garp, can you see who's talking up there? At that, Garp slowly sat up but didn't stand right away. Looking at Yi Tian, he answered, I reckon that's the world government's army ahead. Looks like they want to stop us here. Is that so? As he spoke, Yi Tian was already sitting fully upright. The others around them also stood up slowly, stretching and loosening their limbs. So we finally arrived? Huh? At last, time for a real fight. Yi Tian gazed at the fleet of warships ahead, and a smile crept onto his lips. He turned to Flying Squirrel beside him and said, Old Bones, how about you rain down a skyfall on them? Flying Squirrel nodded, his face lighting up in agreement. That's a great idea. With Flying Squirrel's approval, Yi Tian looked over at Garp and continued. You should have the Marines following behind us get ready. Old Bones will unleash a super tier spell on these world government troops. After that, whatever's left is yours to take care of. All right, I'll let them know now. Garp fished out the din mushi from his coat and informed Sengoku and the others, who were traveling behind them. On the deck, Flying Squirrel slowly raised his hand. A magical array flared to life beneath his feet, and a pillar of energy burst skyward in an instant. Inside the array, Flying Squirrel crushed a tiny hourglass, and the incantation completed immediately. Super tier magic Skyfall. At once, torrents of magical energy surged forth. A deafening blast shook the air. A vast wave of power swept over the ranks of the world government's troops, devastating their numbers. In the blink of an eye, more than half of their tightly packed army was wiped out. Seeing this, Yi Tian glanced at Garp and nodded to him. Taking the cue, Garp quickly spoke into the den mushi. It's done. The remaining stragglers are all yours. With that, he hung up. Their warship gradually slowed to a halt. And soon after, hundreds of marine warships. Hey, Garp, how much longer until we reach Mary Geos? The Flying Squirrel beside him asked in a drawn-out, casual tone. At the question, Garp pondered for a moment before replying slowly, I'd say we've got about half a day left. All right, Flying Squirrel answered indifferently and fell silent. A hush fell over the deck. Time drifted by at a snail's pace. Finally, just as they were about to reach the red line, a thunderous booming echoed through the sky. Then a furious yet commanding voice rang out across the air. Marines, turn back. The world government will ignore your ignorant blunder, just this once. The voice rolled over them, rousing the resting crew from their slumber. Yi Tian, his eyes half open, glanced toward Garp and asked, Garp, can you see who's making all that noise? Garp sat up but didn't get to his feet right away. He looked at Yi Tian and answered, That's probably the world government's army ahead. Looks like they're here to block our way. Is that so? Yi Tian, speaking as he sat upright, surveyed his surroundings. The others rose as well, stretching and shaking off the stiffness, muttering, So we've finally arrived. It's time at last for a real fight. Yi Tian gazed out at the looming fleet of warships with a faint smile, then turned to Flying Squirrel. Old Bones, how about dropping a skyfall on them? Flying Squirrel nodded in agreement, replying, Sounds like a solid idea. Seeing his endorsement, Yi Tian turned to Garp and said, Tell the Marines following behind us to get ready. In a moment, Old Bones will unleash some high-tier magic on the world government's troops. After that, the rest of the stragglers are theirs to mop up. All right, I'll let them know. With that, Garp produced a din mushi from his coat and began relaying instructions to Sengoku and the others trailing behind. On deck, Flying Squirrel slowly raised his hand. A sprawling magic array bloomed at his feet, and a beam of pure energy shot skyward. Within a magic circle, Flying Squirrel crushed a small hourglass, instantly clearing the spell's cast time. High-tier magic, Skyfall. In an instant, a torrent of magical power exploded forth. With a deafening roar, the tremendous energy swept across the world government's formation, wiping out more than half their packed regiments in a flash. Yi Tian glanced at Garp, sharing a knowing nod. Catching his signal, Garp quickly spoke into the den mushi. All done. The leftovers are yours. With that, he hung up. Their own warship eased to a halt. Moments later, hundreds of marine vessels surged past them, advancing into the fray. Countless shells thundered from the naval warships, their trajectory aimed straight at the world government's forces. Before long, the two sides had clashed in fierce combat. Seeing this, Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Garp and said, Let's head straight up to the red line. I want to see for myself what this so-called Holy Land, Mariehua, is really like. All right, set sail, Garp replied with a nod, immediately giving the order to continue onward. Just then, a brilliant flash of light suddenly dropped onto the deck. Borsellino, the admiral known as Kizaru, slowly materialized as the dazzling radiance faded. Watching Kizaru appear, Yi Tian couldn't help but express a trace of envy. That's one amazing technique for getting around quickly. Yes, it's truly impressive, Red A and the others nearby agreed, nodding one after another. Catching Etion's remark, Kizaru flashed a slight smile and said, "The fleet admiral and the others will be here soon. Please wait a moment." "Oh, very well," Etion replied, his tone unconcerned. To him, it made little difference, just a bit of time wasted, nothing more. Soon enough, Sengoku arrived, accompanied by Akiji and Akainu, walking steadily along the frozen path Akiji had laid out across the sea. With a swift motion, they leapt onto the deck where Etion stood. "Sorry for the delay," Sengoku offered apologetically. "It's fine, let's get going," Etion replied, shaking his head. Once Garp saw everyone had come aboard, he gave the order to aim the warship toward the red line. Beneath the towering red line, Etion and the others gazed up at the sheer escarpment piercing the clouds. For a moment, they were all struck dumb, then turned to Sengoku for guidance. Seeing their hesitation, Sengoku gave a wry smile. "Usually, we'd ride a bubble cable car to the top. But now, if we want to go up, we'll probably have to rely on the ability from the devil fruit you recently captured from Golden Lion." Hearing this, Etion smiled faintly, then turned to Flying Squirrel. "Old Bones, I'll leave this to you." "No problem," Flying Squirrel replied, nodding. At once, he conjured a magical mirror before them. Within its surface, the upper reaches of the red line came into view. With that, Flying Squirrel opened a shimmering gateway beside him. He nodded at Etion. "All right, we could just step through." As soon as Flying Squirrel finished, Garp was the first to stride through the portal. Watching Garp's retreating figure, Sengoku and the others quickly followed suit, vanishing one after another. "Let's move," Etion reminded the rest, and with that, he too stepped through the portal. At the summit of the red line, the threshold of the world government, a broad and imposing stone staircase stretched before them. But now, every inch of the steps was crowded with rows upon rows of armored guards clutching gleaming spears. These were the world government's elite guard, the sworn protectors of both the world government itself and the celestial dragons who resided in the Holy Land, Mariewa. At this moment, they had gathered together because they had received the highest command from the world government, an order jointly signed by the five elders, instructing them to resist the rebel navy that was about to arrive. Stepping through the portal, Etion immediately heard the voices of Sengoku and the others conversing outside. "Sengoku, why have you chosen to rebel against the world government? The government has never treated you or the navy unfairly." A CP0 member in a suit and mask demanded loudly. The world government, beneath its gleaming surface, has long since become corrupt to the core. We in the Navy, in such an environment, can only barely uphold so-called justice. But has anyone ever asked if your so-called justice is the justice that we, the Navy, truly care about? Sengoku's eyes flashed coldly as he replied to the CP0 operative. "Sengoku, don't be so stubborn," the CP0 snapped back, his voice sharp as a blade. "You," Sengoku began, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by a new voice from behind. "Sengoku, why waste so many words on a pack of lapdogs whose only skill is gnawing on the bones thrown by their masters?" The moment those words reached their ears, the faces of the world government representatives turned ashen. A child, CP0 stared, perplexed, at Etion emerging from the spatial gate. But the very next second, their expressions transformed into utter disbelief. In the blink of an eye, Etion gestured lightly, and a massive portal shimmered into existence before their eyes. Then, with a grand creak, an ornate set of doors swung slowly open. 3 warriors clad in gleaming silver armor and wielding long spears strode forth, taking their place near the foot of the stone steps. Close behind them followed 10 more armored figures, each bearing a different banner. With practiced precision, they planted their flags into the ground and took up silent positions in their shadow, becoming solemn sentinels. Almost instantly, the rumbling of a marching army filled the air. Step by step, the rhythm was steady and relentless. One banner after another extended through the spatial gate, and rows upon rows of golden armored skeletons emerged in disciplined formation. Upon witnessing this spectacle, a faint smile played across Etion's lips. He glanced at the followers who had just stepped through behind him, then nodded toward Feishu. "Old Bones, clear the way here." "Leave it to me," Feishu replied, gripping the staff of the guild. Under the vigilant protection of Demiurge and Albedo, he advanced toward the front. Feishu slowly raised his skeletal hands to embrace the sky, and then, in a clear and commanding voice, declared, "I'm the master of the great tomb of Nazarick, Ains Ulgaun, king of the undead. My warriors, it is time attack." A powerful roar erupted. The marching continued, boots thudding in unison. The skeleton warriors in golden armor advanced steadily toward the stone steps. In an instant, the sounds of battle and slaughter reverberated everywhere. The once immaculate white steppes began to soak up and darken with fresh blood. However, at the very center of the battlefield stood about a dozen CP0 members, relentlessly knocking down one golden-armored skeleton after another. Witnessing this, Sengoku let out a thunderous shout. "Stop! Akiji Akainu Kizaru! Come with me!" As soon as he spoke, he vanished from sight, using Soru. At his command, the three admirals immediately followed, charging toward the CP0 members to launch their assault. Meanwhile, the portal linking to the Alliance's territory continued to pour forth an unending stream of skeleton soldiers clad in golden armor. Under the onslaught of Sengoku and his trio, the CP0 members scattered in all directions, fleeing frantically. The line of battle pushed ever forward. Blood had already drenched the entire flight of stone steps, staining them a deep crimson. Yi Tian, leading the members of his group, ascended the steps at a measured pace. With each step, his feet landed upon blood-soaked stones. In this moment, Yi Tian's expression betrayed not a hint of emotion, as if his heart were untouched by any feeling at all. Behind them, the victory team lingered at the base of the stone stairs, unmoving, rooted to the spot for a long while. At this, Dagu quietly stepped forward, turned to Zhu Jianhui and the others, and said, "Captain, this is where you should stay. I'm going up." With those words, he prepared to follow in Yi Tian's footsteps. Zhu Jianhui looked at Dagu, her face torn with hesitation. "Dagu, why? Those people, they're massacring everyone up there. You're not like them. You are the light. You are Diga." Upon hearing this, Dagu could only smile softly. He looked back at Zhu Jianhui and replied, "I understand your concern, Captain, but I've always believed that what they do poses no harm to me. In fact, I want to do my best to keep up with them, to not let them down." With that, he turned away without a backward glance, stepping up onto the blood-soaked stone stairway. Watching Dagu walk away, Zhu Jianhui and the others only struggled more with their feelings. They were just ordinary people, unable to accept such wanton killing, and felt unqualified to try and persuade Yi Tian and his group otherwise. Just then, Nick Fury, accompanied by Natasha, approached from behind. As he passed Zhu Jianhui, he suddenly paused. In a deep, steady voice, he spoke. "Once I was just a director charged with keeping the world safe. No special power to speak of. But after joining them, I realized how dark the world could be. And yet, in these people, I saw a flicker of hope that the world could truly change. If I were you, I would never shut out that hope. No matter how much blood stains their hands, no matter how many lives they take, remember this. Never, ever let go of hope. In their order, they are the gatekeepers. As long as they protect a world, anything that happens there, apart from the inevitable disasters every world must face, will be handled by them. But if you refuse them, then your world will quickly fall into ruin, just like the worlds we plan to cleanse in the future. That would be humanity's end. Every last spark of life will be extinguished by our own hands. Think carefully. The world isn't as wonderful as you imagine. All you need to remember is, with them, you'll always stand for justice. Oppose them, and you will be marked as a sinner." With those words, Nick Fury slowly ascended the steps, walking forward alongside Dagu. To follow them is to be eternally righteous, and to oppose them is to be a criminal. Captain Hui Jujian gazed after Nick Fury's departing figure, falling into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Shinju couldn't hold back and spoke up. "Captain, why are you thinking so much about it? Didn't you hear what they said? The world government here has long since rotted. It's filthy. And these soldiers, helping the corrupt, deserve their fate." Hui Jujian ignored Shinju's words. Instead, she slowly turned to Lena by her side and asked, "Lena, what do you think?" "Me? Well, I don't think we can afford to oppose or antagonize them. Captain, at the very least, there's one thing that man, just now, was honest about. A point Daegu has often stressed to us in this world." Lena's face was grave as she looked at Hui Jujian. "You mean the gatekeepers?" Hui Jujian replied, brows drawn in a tight frown. "Yes, becoming a world's gatekeeper gives you certain privileges, and the leader among them holds even greater authority. I think you may have overlooked something. That kid called Yi Tian said something important to the old man they called Gangukon. He talked about stripping away national fortune, stripping away destiny, stripping away luck, and how, under the witness of both himself and this world's will, they'd launch a holy war. I don't know what the will of the world actually is, but even at face value, it's obvious this power touches upon the fate of the world itself. And the fact he's able to speak to the world's will as an equal, that alone should tell you how terrifying this alliance really is. In the words of the Celestial Empire back in our own world, with just one sentence, he could make the world reject you, make the world despise you, make the world hunt you down. Do you really think we're in any position to resist or oppose them? Lena spoke calmly, casting her serious gaze upon all the members of Team Victory as she shared her thoughts. At these words, Hui Jujian's expression darkened further, torn between worry and indecision. She could clearly see just how powerful and overbearing this alliance was, and yet this relentless slaughter. However, none of this was something she could actually stop. After a moment of inner conflict, the members of the Victory team slowly stepped onto the stone steps, now slick and stained with blood. The battle still raged on. The carnage had yet to end. Yi Tian and his companions had already reached the middle of the stone staircase. Countless streams of blood flowed down in front of them, tracing gruesome paths beneath their feet. Sengoku, along with his 3 generals, continued their pursuit of CP0 and other formidable agents of the world government. As Flying Squirrel walked, he continuously converted the fallen members of the world government's guard into new recruits, adding steadily to his army of the undead. At the top of the staircase, the assembled army soldiers stood in formation, each clad in armor and gripping their spears tightly, ready for anything. Yet, as they gazed down at the slaughter playing out below among the guard unit, an icy dread began to creep into their hearts. Just then, a general stepped forward, looking out over the battlefield, and called out with authority, "Bring up the cannons. We cannot, under any circumstances, let these demons ascend the stairs." "Yes, sir," came the unified response from the ranks behind him. Several cannons were wheeled into position, their barrels aimed directly at the blood-soaked stone steps below. But as the general looked down at the soldiers beneath him, a brief flicker of pity passed through his eyes, though it was quickly replaced by unyielding resolve. He bellowed, "Fire!" A thunderous explosion of cannon fire shook the air as volley after volley of shells arced toward the skeletal soldiers. Yet, when the shells struck, the armor the undead wore instantly blossomed with intricate magical patterns, repelling the cannonballs and sending them careening skyward. In an instant, the sky above was awash with bursts of light, cannonballs exploding like sudden, grim fireworks. But the guards were not so fortunate. The occasional stray shell struck amidst their numbers, scattering bodies and sending soldiers tumbling through the air. Seeing this, the army general's eyes flew wide open in shock, and he exclaimed, "What's going on? Why are the cannonballs bouncing off them?" Behind him, the army soldiers all shook their heads, perplexed and at a loss for answers. Meanwhile, on the staircase, Dago looked at Flying Squirrel with fascination. "Old bones, why did the cannonballs just bounce right off?" At this, Flying Squirrel chuckled, then answered slowly, "Do you really think that's just ordinary armor? Don't be ridiculous. It's enchanted gear, deflecting cannon fire, is nothing special." Hearing this, Dagu's eyes shone with undisguised admiration. Watching Dagu's eager expression, the Flying Squirrel couldn't help but ask, "Do you want one?" Upon hearing this, Dagu nodded enthusiastically. Seeing this, the Flying Squirrel waved his hand generously and said, "All right, I'll have them make a few for you when I get back. Just tell me whatever you want." Moved by the Flying Squirrel's generosity, Dagu spoke without hesitation, "Old bones, if you ever need anything in the future, just ask. As long as it's within my power, I'll get it done for you." The Flying Squirrel laughed heartily at these words, clearly pleased. "All right, thank you," he replied cheerfully. At this point, Red A and the others nearby all turned their heads, looking expectantly at the Flying Squirrel. Their intent was unmistakable. They wanted in as well. Seeing this, the Flying Squirrel boldly declared, "No problem. I'll take care of everyone. Whatever design you want, just give me a drawing later and I'll make it happen." Hearing his promise, everyone started expressing their thanks to the Flying Squirrel. However, the Flying Squirrel turned his gaze toward Yi Tian, who was walking ahead, then asked slowly, "Little Yi Tian, what kind would you like?" Yi Tian turned his head slowly at the question, meeting the Flying Squirrel's gaze. "Could the armor you make be put on and taken off at will?" Hearing this, the Flying Squirrel lowered his head thoughtfully, absent-mindedly stroking his skull with a bony finger. After a long pause, the Flying Squirrel finally replied, "In principle, it can be done, but the materials might be a bit tricky to acquire. I'll take a look once I get back." "All right. If you run into any problems, feel free to ask me." Yi Tian nodded, his voice calm. But before the conversation could move on, the Flying Squirrel spoke directly, "Actually, I do have something I'd like to ask right now." Yi Tian blinked in surprise, curiosity sparking in his eyes as he looked at the Flying Squirrel. "What is it?" "I've always had this feeling. My world isn't as simple as it seems, but I can't figure out exactly what's wrong. Do you know anything about it?" The Flying Squirrel watched Yi Tian expectantly, his hope unmistakable. By now, Yi Tian understood exactly what the flying squirrel was getting at. After all, he himself had only just come into contact with the kingdom, the empire, and a certain theocracy. He'd barely scratched the surface of the map. Of course, he'd think the world was anything but simple. After pondering for a moment, Yi Tian finally replied, "Once we're done here, I'll send you all the information I have about your world. And there's something else important I need to tell you." At the very summit of a grand and awe-inspiring building, 5 elderly men sat together, watching the images transmitted from the front lines. As they watched the skeleton army climbing halfway up the stone steps, each of them furrowed their brows in concern. At length, the elder dressed in a white Taoist robe felt a vein bulge on his forehead. Suddenly, he sprang from his seat, seized the demon blade leaning nearby, and strode purposefully toward the exit. Seeing this, the elderly man seated beside him in a deep crimson suit couldn't help but ask, "Where are you going?" Are we supposed to just sit here and watch them fight their way in before we act? Where would that leave the dignity of the world government?" The elder in the white robe barked sternly. At these words, the 5 elders in black suits flashed a glint of cold menace in their eyes. Fixing their gaze on the white-robed elder, one of them spoke. "There's no way we can let them break through and reach this place. We must stop them all at the stone steps. Not a single step back from here." With that, the elder transformed before their eyes and stood up, then looked towards Sengoku, who was fiercely battling members of the CP0 and other agencies under their command. His voice dropped, steady and grave. "Sengoku." At this moment, an overwhelming aura surged from his body, a murderous intent so intense that it swept through the entire room like a raging storm. Those CP organizations showing up now are useless," scoffed the white-robed elder. "So many of them, and yet they still can't hold off Sengoku and the others." "You shouldn't be so harsh," commented the old man in the crimson suit with a sigh. "Just look, do any of the soldiers in those images seem human to you? Honestly, I'm beginning to wonder if they're even from this world." "Enough, there's no point worrying about all that," the white-robed elder cut in. "I'll go and see just how strong they really are. The rest of you, gather every last force and soldier at the Holy Land, Mariehua. We absolutely cannot let them advance any further." "Understood." The remaining four nodded slowly. On the battlefield up ahead, Yi Tian and his group moved steadily up the stone steps. Watching the attacking armies, a faint smile played on his lips. He glanced back at his companions and said with a chuckle, "So, how come the 5 elders haven't shown themselves yet?" Hearing this, Garp couldn't suppress a sly laugh. He looked over at Yi Tian and replied, "Do you really think the 5 elders are that strong? If they truly had that much power, they'd have come out already. Truth be told, their strength is only about on par with a vice admiral at best." "Well, except for one who's pretty skilled with a blade," Garp added. Yi Tian nodded thoughtfully at Garp's words. "Yeah, that matches my guess too. Nothing too surprising." As everyone chatted while continuing their advance, a deafening shout suddenly ripped through the sky. "Sengoku, why are you attacking the world government? Do you realize what this means? Have you forgotten all that the world government has given you?" The voice belonged to Army Admiral Shuka, who now spoke in a tone heavy with accusation and warning. Hearing this, Sengoku, who had been fiercely pummeling the CP0 member, slowly halted his actions. Then he looked over and said, "Shuka, working for the world government is an act of necessity. As a Marine Admiral, do you still not see the filth that stains the world government?" At these words, Shuka hesitated for a moment, then looked back with a determined expression and replied, "The world government is the very core of the world's peace and stability. Do you realize what would happen to this world if the world government truly fell?" Sengoku couldn't help but smile faintly at Shuka's response. Looking at him, he answered, "I don't need to imagine what the world would become without the world government. What I do know is the outcome. This world will be united as one." Taken aback by Sengoku's unwavering conviction, Shuka let out a mocking laugh and retorted, "By what? Your navy? Or perhaps those skeletons? Don't be ridiculous, Sengoku." "Ridiculous? No, I'm not joking. You all have no idea where these soldiers really come from. But I know what stands behind them. And that power is beyond anything the world government can match," Sengoku declared with utter resolve. "Damn it. Looks like we have no choice but to fight, Sengoku." As he finished, Shuka suddenly vanished from sight, using Soru in an instant. In a heartbeat, he reappeared right beside Sengoku, swinging his fist with all his might ready to strike. But just as he threw his punch, a flash of light streaked past his eyes. At once, Shuka pulled his arm back, whipping his head quickly toward the direction the light had come from. "Kizaru!" Shuka barked sharply. Oh my, I can't just let you ambush Fleet Admiral Sengoku now, can I?" Kizaru drawled, speaking in his unmistakable, laid-back tone. shook his head, pounded with frustration. Who would have thought Sengoku's rebellion would sweep the entire navy onto a single side? Hearing Shuka's remark, Sengoku let out a derisive laugh and continued in a measured tone. Huh, you truly are naive. All you see is the facade of the world government. Shuka's frustration was apparent, his mood souring with Sengoku's words. Sengoku's response left Shuka momentarily stunned. Then Shuka spoke slowly. What becomes of the world government, I don't really care, but we cannot let it be destroyed now. Are you joking, Shuka? Take this. With those words, Sengoku lunged, launching himself into a fierce battle with Shuka. Meanwhile, the three admirals joined the skeleton soldiers, relentlessly attacking the world government's forces. With Shuka no longer in their way, the skeleton army surged forward, advancing at an even more terrifying pace. Seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but let out a faint smile. Then, turning to Fei Shu and the others beside him, he said, I imagine the 5 elders must be utterly shocked right now. After all, we've managed to make it here so quickly. Hearing these words, Carp didn't reply to Yi Tian, but simply kept nodding his head. Leader, let us join the fight as well. Red A and Meng Tian spoke up from the side. Not long ago, they had fought a battle, but since they were both members of the alliance, it didn't escalate into a fierce clash. Now, looking out at the battlefield before them, the two exchanged glances and then began to advance together toward the heart of the conflict. Meanwhile, the rest of the group seemed lost in a daze, yawning one after another. Almost dozed off. Those two sure are battle maniacs. Charging in like that. Who knows which of them will deal with more enemies? Nearby, others began discussing things calmly among themselves. At that moment, atop the stone steps, an elder dressed in white Taoist robes made his way slowly to the summit. He gazed at the people fighting below, a hint of worry appearing on his face. He couldn't shake the premonition that the warring states and their group might truly break through to where the world government resided. That thought brought a look of unwillingness to the white-robed man's face. It was then that Yi Tian slowly raised his head, meeting the gaze of the white-robed elder at the top of the stone steps. A smile gradually spread across Yi Tian's lips as he murmured softly, So this is one of the 5 elders. Never thought we'd meet so soon. At that moment, Carp, standing beside Yi Tian, nudged his shoulder and whispered, Yi Tian, that's one of the 5 elders. Yi Tian nodded slowly and glanced back at Carp. I know. Don't bother with him. If he really wants a fight, you go up and deal with him. They're not our goal. They're just puppets, nothing more. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Carp frowned, perplexed. The 5 elders are the supreme authority of the world government. How could they be puppets? Yi Tian shook his head slightly, looked at Carp, and replied, There are people even above the 5 elders. You'll see soon enough. Carp furrowed his brow even deeper. He'd been with the Navy for so many years, and yet he never knew there was someone above the 5 elders. With that thought, Carp turned to look at Yi Tian. Seeing this, Yi Tian could only shake his head again and say, That person dwells deep within the flowers. His name is Emu. Emu, Carp murmured, lost in thought. Watching Carp ponder, Yi Tian let him be, raised his foot, and once again stepped onto the stone stairs, moving upward. With the arrival of the 5 elders, there was a sudden surge in morale among the guards and army, and for a moment, they seemed on the verge of holding back the tide of Mouseman's skeletal soldiers. However, it didn't last long. Before anyone realized it, the skeletal soldiers quickly regained the upper hand, and in the blink of an eye, the guards and their allies suffered disastrous losses. The skeleton warriors steadily pressed forward, advancing row by row in tight formation. Meanwhile, the defenders could do nothing but fall back step by step, retreating before the relentless assault. By now, the guards and their companions were thoroughly terrified by these skeletal soldiers under Mouseman's command. None of their attacks seemed to work. Not even a scratch could be made on the soldiers' armor. At best, they managed to topple a few skeletons to the ground, only briefly slowing the undead advance. Finally, the nerve of the guards snapped. Except for a handful who managed to restrain themselves, most broke and tried to flee on the spot. But those who panicked and turned to flee met a swift end, their backs pierced through by spears thrust by the enemies behind them. They fell, well and truly dead, with no hope of survival. At the top of the stone steps, one of the 5 elders, dressed in white Taoist robes, gazed down with such gloom in his eyes, it was as if darkness itself might drip from his pupils. He could hardly believe that the guards could only delay the enemy for such a short while. He had watched the entire time as the invaders ascended. Their pace seemed hardly different from walking up the steps under normal circumstances. At last, he spoke, his voice cold and severe. Sengoku, Garp, is this how you repay the world government for nurturing you? Do you really desire to plunge the seas into chaos? Hearing these words, Sengoku involuntarily paused. The men fighting beside him also halted upon hearing the elder's accusation. Garp, who had been lost in his own thoughts, was startled back to reality by that voice. He slowly lifted his head, shot a glance at Yi beside him, then turned to look squarely at the elder atop the steps, and said, "You're all pitiable, really. Puppets controlled by those idiot celestial dragons. Just leave. Get out of our way." At Garp's words, Yi couldn't help but give him a perplexed look. As for Sengoku, standing amidst the battlefield, he was so taken aback by Garp's reply, he nearly lost his footing. He turned to Garp in utter disbelief, for the moment lost for words. The elder in white, upon hearing Garp's reply, could not conceal the change in his expression. His eyes quickly filled with a flicker of fear as he stared at Garp. "Garp, do you have any idea what you're saying?" "Oh yes, I know. Go on, leave. We got business to attend to in. What was it again?" As he spoke, Garp slowly turned to Yi beside him. Yi, caught in this exchange, could only force a bitter smile before replying helplessly, "The flower chamber." "Oh right, between flowers." Garp couldn't help but repeat the words before once again raising his head to look at the 5 elders in their white ceremonial robes at the top of the stone steps. "We need to go to between flowers. To find that whatever his name is something." The people standing nearby all brought their hands to their foreheads, embarrassed for him, and began to distance themselves a bit more from Garp. They were genuinely afraid his forgetfulness might be contagious. Yi, on the other hand, acted even more directly. Without warning, he tore off a section of his own sleeve and stuffed it decisively into Garp's mouth. His expression turning grave, he said, "Garp, I think you should pause a bit. If you can't remember, then don't say it out loud. It's embarrassing." Garp scratched his head awkwardly at that, bewildered, full of questions. Had he really said something wrong? It didn't seem so to him. At that moment, the 5 elders in white robes also seemed to notice the child standing next to Garp. Their eyes narrowed in thought, pondering something unspoken. Just then, battle erupted once more. Tempest Kick. The CP members, having caught their breath from the brief respite, summoned the last of their strength and launched their Tempest Kicks at the skeleton soldiers clad in golden armor. But the attacks faded instantly, like a wisp of wind vanishing in the vast air, as soon as they struck the soldiers' golden armor. As the CP members began to retreat, trying to gather their strength again, they were instead run through by a rain of spears, collapsing into pools of blood. Upon witnessing this, the 5 elders in white robes suddenly shouted, their voice thundering, "Enough! Face my blade!" With that, he bent low in a swordsman's stance, one hand gripping the scabbard and the other resting on the hilt. He gathered his strength for a fierce strike. With a pulse of sword energy, a massive arc of sword aura slashed forward from his blade. It hurtled straight toward the advancing skeleton soldiers. But in an instant, a towering blue figure leapt in front of the sword slash, blocking its path. The figure was unmistakably Cocytus, the floor guardian of the 5th level under the command of Fly Mouse. This insectoid warrior stood a full 2.5 meters tall, wielding 21 weapons. Among the 4 NPCs most skilled in melee combat in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, he possessed the strongest attack power, and his 4 arms handled weapons as naturally as breathing. At this moment, he gripped a pair of long swords in his hands. After blocking the 5 elders' deadly slash, he slowly lifted his head. He fixed the elder with a calm gaze and said, "Human, how about you fight me?" With those words, Cocytus lunged, springing straight at the 5 elder in the flowing white robe. In response, the 5 elder's expression darkened. He whipped his long blade in a bold arc, unleashing an even more powerful slash to meet this formidable foe. Boom! Cocytus took the blow head-on, yet appeared completely unfazed. He landed right in front of the elder in white robes, both blades in his hands held out, their tips hovering only inches from the old man's nose. Silence fell. The 5 elders' white-robed member instantly held his breath, his gaze locked intensely on Cocytus. Then, unable to help himself, he began to study the newcomer closely. How peculiar. How could such a being exist? He had never before set eyes on one of this species. Could it be there were lands the world government had yet to reach? Noting the suspicion, Cocytus slowly lifted the blade from the elder's nose and spoke in a deliberate, calm voice. "Human, to be able to unleash sword aura. Impressive. Now, permit me to introduce myself." The white-robed elder gave a slight nod, then said, "Go ahead. I am Cocytus, guardian of the 5th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, serving under the supreme Overlord Lord Ains. I am skilled in the use of a variety of weapons, and, of course, possess some minor proficiency in magic as well." Cocytus presented himself with unmistakable gravity, his gaze unwavering as he faced the elder. After listening to Cocytus's introduction, the elder gave a thoughtful nod before speaking. "World government. one of the highest authorities, the five elders. With that, the white-robed elder attacked in an instant. With a sharp metallic ring, his blade struck against Cocytus's armor. The clash of fine steel resounded through the sky. "What remarkably sturdy armor!" the white-robed elder exclaimed in genuine admiration. "If that's the case," Cocytus replied, "then allow me to make a move as well. Stay on your guard." As he finished speaking, Cocytus slowly raised his swords. In the blink of an eye, a flash of sword energy cut through the air, followed by a clear, ringing note from the blade. The elder swung up his long sword just in time, intercepting Cocytus's attack before it could land. But as Cocytus gradually increased the pressure, veins bulged across the elder's forehead with strain. The elder's sword began to dip, the weight of Cocytus's attack pushing it downward. He tried to twist his blade, hoping to throw Cocytus off. Yet, just as his blade dropped, Cocytus gave his weapon a quick, subtle turn, stabbing it straight for the elder's forehead through the narrow gap. The elder's expression shifted dramatically as he dropped swiftly into a squat, his blade sweeping in an arc that scraped against Cocytus's armored arm, striking sparks. But the attack left no mark on Cocytus's armor. Freeing himself from Cocytus's assault, the white-robed elder sprang backward several paces, seeking to open some distance between them. Cocytus, of course, had no intention of letting such an opportunity slip by. Without hesitation, he withdrew the long sword in his hand and produced a massive battle axe instead. He twirled it lightly in his grip, then slowly raised his head, fixing his gaze on the figure standing in place, whose face had darkened as he stared at Cocytus. He realized he had underestimated these people. But then again, if they were truly powerless, how could they have made it this far? How could they have turned this place into a river of blood? At this thought, the elder in the white robe grew even grimmer, before turning his eyes to Cocytus and speaking, "Does the world government have any enmity with you?" "We bear no grudge," Cocytus replied with a slight shake of his head. Hearing this, the white-robed elder pressed further. "Then why do you lend your strength to the rebel navy, abetting their crimes and opposing the world government?" "We serve only the Supreme Overlord. This battle is waged by his command. The Supreme Overlord leads us to take part in this war. Nothing more," Cocytus answered calmly. "Supreme Overlord? The Supreme One? Who is that? I don't recall ever offending anyone by that name." The white-robed elder mumbled softly, glancing around as if searching his memory. "There is no need to dwell on it. We are not of this world. We have come at the command of the Supreme Overlord. This conflict unfolds under the watchful eyes of both the Supreme Overlord and your world, under the very witness of this world's will. You have no power to defy what is ordained. Your only choices are surrender or death." Cocytus's words fell like iron. "Outsiders, then? And this world has a will of its own?" Upon hearing Cocytus's explanation, the white-robed elder fell silent, though he still could not quite grasp what this so-called world's will truly meant. "May I ask, what do you mean by the world's will?" the elder asked quietly. "You may think of it as the fundamental rules of your world, or as your world's god, or even as the unique consciousness of your world. It oversees the fate, paths, survival, and destruction of everything here." Cocytus offered this clarification. "So you're saying your arrival was sanctioned by our world's god? Even your assault on the world government has been witnessed and approved?" The elder continued, his tone slow and measured. "That's correct. You have no means of preventing this war. Once the Supreme Overlord issued the command, all fortune allotted to your world government was revoked. Your downfall is inevitable. From this very moment, the worlds will no longer offers you shelter," Cocytus intoned. The elder's pupils constricted at these words, but then he gave a short, scornful laugh. "Absurd. We've never heard of any so-called will of the world. If anything commands us, it is Lord Emu. A god? You humans have never truly understood the divine. The might and majesty of the gods are not something mere mortals can comprehend. Enough. I have already told you more than you deserve to know. Now, take the truth with you and fall into everlasting silence." With those words, Cocytus swung his massive axe in a sweeping motion, aiming straight at the elder in white robes. A clash of steel rang out, sharp and clear. A rapid, intense exchange as the two engaged in combat once more. Cocytus's blows grew heavier with each strike, forcing beads of sweat to gather on the elder's brow beneath the white hood. Bit by bit, the elder's strength was draining away as he fought desperately to defend himself. Damn it! Who are these people, and where do they come from? He strained to parry Cocytus's relentless assault, his mind racing for answers even amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Yi Tian, Ains, and the others paid little attention to the heated battle. Instead, they chatted idly among themselves. "Hey, old bones, your subordinate there is pretty impressive. Didn't expect to see someone with that kind of strength, Karp remarked, watching the duel with a mix of surprise and admiration. Ains turned and glanced toward the fight, then allowed himself a slight smile. Cocytus is an old friend of mine, created by the warrior Takamikazuchi at great cost. He's now the guardian of my 5th floor. Created, Karp echoed, thrown momentarily into confusion. A storm of questions brewed within him. Could someone who crafted such a being be a god themselves? How else could a creation possess true sentience? Noticing Karp's bewilderment, Ains smiled wryly and explained, "Yes, that's right. But after I was transported here, they all somehow gained their own wisdom. I don't actually know how it happened." "All right," Karp admitted, unable to hide a tinge of envy in his voice. Yetion grinned at Karp's expression. "Come on, Karp. No point getting jealous. This is Ains' unique stroke of fortune. No one can take it from him." Karp nodded in resignation, turning his eyes back to the ongoing duel. Meanwhile, the skeletal soldiers advanced with remarkable speed, nearly reaching the top of the stone steps. At the summit, Cocytus continued to press the elder in white ever backward, holding the upper hand. At this point, the white-robed elder had lost the will to fight and was now scanning for any chance to escape. Sensing this, Yetion strode forward, his companions fanning out beside him as they climbed steadily toward the summit. The white-robed elder noticed Yetion and his group approaching, and panic set in. If he didn't make his escape now, he'd be surrounded once they arrived, and when that happened, there would be no hope left, no matter how much he wanted to flee. At this moment, the Elder Star dressed in white robes seized the fleeting opportunity. With lightning speed, he raised his long blade and positioned it before his chest, intercepting Cocytus's oncoming weapon. Without hesitation, his whole body suddenly propelled backward, retreating rapidly toward the deeper reaches of Mary Geos. Seeing this, Cocytus paused in surprise, but a heartbeat later, uncontrollable rage erupted from him. He stowed away his massive battle axe and drew 2 long swords from the void, then surged forward in pursuit, chasing after the fleeing Elder Star. Atop the mountain of corpses, the skeletal soldiers had already swept away all the forces that belonged to the world government here. Now, they formed up in ranks ahead, quietly awaiting the arrival of Yetion and his companions. Ascending slowly up the final steps of bodies, Yetion gazed at the distant rows of majestic, opulent buildings. A faint, knowing smile played at the corners of his lips. He stepped forward, his voice ringing out powerfully. "This is the Holy Land, Mary Geos. Here reside the roots of all sin in this world. Soldiers, begin the slaughter. Execute everyone here, leave no one alive." With these words, Yetion turned to Flying Squirrel and Meng Tian and said, "Dispatch the bulk of our forces outward. Leave just a small contingent here. We'll head straight to the world government's headquarters." Upon hearing this, the two nodded to show their understanding and immediately set about issuing the necessary orders to their subordinates. Soon after, the group, led by Garp, headed toward the headquarters of the world government. The headquarters stood as a residence of unbridled splendor. Emblazoned upon its walls was the unmistakable mark of the world government. Before the looming main gate, thousands of armored soldiers had already gathered, each gripping their weapons. Behind them, a heavy iron door was shut tight. With a single glance, Yetion understood. These soldiers were nothing but pawns, entirely expendable. He paid them no heed, his curiosity instead piqued by thoughts of the Elder Stars. Had they already reached the innermost sanctum between the gardens, ready to summon Imu? And in truth, Yetion's guess was not far from the mark. Just as he imagined, after the white-robed Elder Star had retreated, he immediately contacted the other 4. He swiftly told them of his inability to hold off Yetion and his company. Barely had he managed this when Cocytus arrived. In this predicament, the white-robed Elder Star could only fall back, defending himself as best he could. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 Elder Stars issued orders for all world government soldiers within headquarters to rush outside and halt Yetion's advance, while the 4 themselves hurried deeper into the garden's heart. At this very moment, in that hidden depth between the gardens, a lofty throne loomed, and upon it, Imu sat quietly, lost in slumber. Then, a gentle knock echoed through the chamber. Imu's eyes snapped open, her gaze icy and sharp. In a voice clear and cold, she commanded, "Enter." The heavy doors creaked open. With brisk steps, the 4 Elder Stars strode into the room. He then bowed deeply before Im with the utmost respect. Witnessing this, Im gave a slight wave of her hand before speaking. "What is it?" "My lord, the Navy has rebelled. Right now, they've brought their forces and are attacking the very gates of the world government headquarters. We can't hold them back any longer." As he said this, Beads of sweat uncontrollably slid down the foreheads of the 5 elders, all dressed in black suits. At these words, nodded slowly, her gaze shifting to the 4 gathered below, and she finally spoke. How have you been managing things? Why would the Navy rebel? We have no idea ourselves. There were no signs whatsoever before the uprising. The Navy simply announced, without warning, that they were declaring war on the world government. By the time we learned of it, only Steelbone Kong was fighting 2 enemies alone. And yet, as of now, we've heard nothing from Steelbone Kong. We must assume he's been killed, another elder added gravely, his voice low and strained. At this, narrowed her eyes, sinking into deep thought. A heavy silence descended over the chamber. The 4 elders below trembled from head to toe, terrified that it might order their execution at any moment. Finally, after a long, heavy pause, seated on the empty throne, spoke at last, her voice steady and cold. Gather every pure-blooded celestial dragon. At her command, a visible tension melted from the faces of the 4 elders. Faces that had been tight with fear now lit up with excitement as they eagerly looked up to and answered in unison, "Yes, my lord." The 4 of them quietly left, shutting the great palace doors behind them. They began immediately to make arrangements for the celestial dragons. However, just as they were preparing to send out their orders, news arrived that nearly drove them to the brink of madness. It was this: just moments before, the rebel naval forces had dispatched soldiers who were now carrying out a ruthless massacre in the celestial dragon quarters. Upon hearing this report, the 4 men sprang to action, racing toward Mary Geos in a desperate rush. Their goal: to rescue around 10 pure-blood celestial dragons from the chaos, hoping to use them to awaken the King of Heaven. But when they finally reached the celestial dragon enclave, they found large swathes of the district devastated by the fires of war. Only those celestial dragons who had lived at the outer edges had escaped harm for the moment. Quickly, the 4 rushed in and managed to save a handful of unscathed celestial dragons, hurrying with them into the depths of the Hall of Flowers. Meanwhile, had arrived before the mouth of a cavern. Standing before the stone door, her eyes betrayed not a hint of emotion. She slowly reached out and pressed her hand gently against the stone. With a thunderous boom, the stone door swung violently open, revealing an utterly black, forbidding passageway beyond. Yinam did not step in right away. She lingered at the cave's entrance, waiting calmly for the 5 elders to deliver the rescued celestial dragons. At last, it didn't take too long before the 4 elders each dragged in 2 celestial dragons and arrived at the scene. When they reached the stone cave, the 4 of them tossed the celestial dragons onto the ground without a second thought. They ignored the curses and insults from the celestial dragons, and instead walked directly to Emu, respectfully reporting, "My lord, we have rescued these people." Upon hearing this, Emu gave a slow nod, then turned to cast a glance at the celestial dragons lying on the ground. For a long while, Emu was silent, before finally speaking in a cold, measured tone. "Take away 2 that still look presentable from among them. Keep them alive, do not let them go extinct." With that, Emu moved toward a group of the celestial dragons nearby. At the sight, the celestial dragons instinctively shrank back, retreating in fear. The oppressive atmosphere of this place was suffocating to them, making them feel deeply unsettled. And sure enough, their unease was justified. In the blink of an eye, Emu seized one of the celestial dragons and flung him into the darkness of the cave. "Oh, you filthy commoner! Release me! Let me go, do you hear me?" The celestial dragon shrieked, his voice echoing angrily. Just as Emu reached for another celestial dragon to throw into the cave, another loud scream rang out from a young celestial dragon, protest erupting in panic. Hearing this, Emu's eyes immediately chilled, 2 pupils reflecting nothing but an icy coldness. With a swift motion, Emu slapped the celestial dragon hard across the face. The slapped youth's complexion changed dramatically. Turning with outrage, he barked at the 4 now silent elders. "Well, why are you just standing there? Seize him for me. I want him torn to pieces." But before he could finish, yet another blow struck him, hurling him directly against the stone wall. A hush fell over the cave, the silence heavy and absolute. At that moment, Emu spoke slowly, voice deceptively calm. "Who could have imagined? This generation has utterly discarded the honor that was once their birthright." "My lord, how true your words are," agreed the elder clad in black, promptly echoing Emu's sentiment. "Explain it to them," Emu instructed, fixing the elder with a glance before taking the lead and stepping into the cave. "Yes, my lord." The elder in black responded at once, then turned to address the remaining celestial dragons. "Tell me, Do you know why the celestial dragons have always called themselves the descendants of gods? Watching Emu disappear into the shadows, the other celestial dragons gathered their courage, their fear gradually receding. Then, an older celestial dragon, disregarding the question entirely, boldly declared, "You, take us out of here. If you do, I guarantee your descendants will know wealth and glory beyond imagining." The elder in black was taken aback by this, the faint smile on his face fading into a mask of cold indifference. Seeing that he remained unmoved, the rest of the celestial dragons began clamoring as well. "Yes, get us out of here. We'll give you riches and power that will last a dozen lifetimes, the likes of which you've never dreamed. Hurry." The face of the elder in the black suit grew increasingly grim, and then he looked at them and said, "It seems you've never truly understood your place. I suppose it's all those years of peace and endless wealth that have led not just you, but your fathers and grandfathers as well, into decadence." "What are you talking about?" one of the celestial dragons retorted, pointing a trembling finger at the elder in the black suit. "We are supreme, the celestial dragons, holders of unrivaled power and riches in this world. You elders are here to serve us. How dare you defy our orders?" At these words, the elder in black merely shook his head softly, gazing at them with a somber look. "It seems, even now, you're still living inside your own fantasies." Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from deep within the cave. Immediately, panic swept over the previously composed celestial dragons. They turned their wide, fearful eyes toward the four elders. The elder in the black suit allowed himself a faint, knowing smile and explained, "Within this cave lies the ancient weapon, Celestial King. And the condition for activating it is the blood of pure-blooded celestial dragons. Aren't you envious of the statues standing tall in the plaza?" he continued. "Today, you are fortunate. Walk inside. Once you activate the Celestial King and destroy the rebels, your own statues will stand in glory upon the plaza." As the words sank in, pale fear crept across the faces of several celestial dragons present. After a long, heavy silence, one of them finally stammered out, No, I'm not envious at all. Please let us leave. I have no interest in becoming a statue in that plaza." Seeing this, the elder in black only shook his head slowly and replied, "There's no other way. Today you have only two choices. Walk in willingly or be thrown in by us." The celestial dragon's pupils constricted in terror, and they began to recoil, step by desperate step, seeking any possible distance from the four elders. But after only a few steps, they halted abruptly. The cold touch of the wall behind them left nowhere to run. Observing their predicament, the four elders exchanged a faint smile. The elder addressed them once more. "There's no point in thinking of escape. Behind us is the only exit. You cannot leave, so make your choice. Will you enter of your own accord for the honor of your family, or refuse to the bitter end, stain your bloodline's name with shame, and then be hurled inside by force?" The elder in the deep green suit posed the question with a placid smile, eyes fixed on them. At this moment, the smile on his face appeared demonic in the eyes of these celestial dragons, causing their hearts to involuntarily tighten with dread. At last, a young celestial dragon, expressionless, slowly rose to his feet. Under the watchful eyes of the four elders, he walked toward the mouth of the cave at a measured pace. Upon seeing this, the elder dressed in a black suit spoke in a calm, deliberate tone. "Remember, be joyful. This is for the future of your family line. It is a great and glorious deed." Hearing these words, the young celestial dragon, who had already reached the entrance of the cave, paused slightly. Forcing a strained smile onto his face, he lifted his foot and stepped inside. "That's right, just like that." The elder in the black suit encouraged, his voice persuasive. "You see, this is great, this is glorious. In the days to come, you shall be revered by countless people, hailed as heroes by your fellow celestial dragons." After his voice faded, no one else moved. Left with no alternative, the elders prepared to step forward themselves, intending to forcefully throw the rest into the cave. Just as they were about to move, another celestial dragon shakily stood up and, body trembling, made his way toward the cave. Upon seeing this, the black-suited elder did not rush him, but instead reminded him with a gentle smile, "Please, go in with a cheerful heart." "Oh, okay," the trembling celestial dragon answered, forcing a smile to his pale face. He kept replaying memories of happiness in his mind, trying to lift his spirits. Little by little, as the burden in his heart lightened, he quietly walked into the cave. "Look, now two of your peers have set an example for you. Step inside," urged another elder, dressed in a deep green suit, whose coaxing words never ceased. At that moment, yet another celestial dragon rose to his feet, then walked toward the mouth of the cave. Seeing this, the black-suited elder did not forget his mission, promptly reminding, Remember to keep a joyful heart. Hearing this, the celestial dragon who just reached the cave's entrance shuddered slightly. Taking a deep breath, he too managed a stiff smile as he walked inside. Watching as one after another of the celestial dragons stepped into the cave, the four elders felt their own anxiety ease at last. However, just as they were about to relax, the sudden sound of marching soldiers echoed nearby. The expressions of the four elders instantly changed. They exchanged glances, each thinking to themselves, "This is bad. Well, look at all of you gathered here." Yi Tian's voice drifted over calmly. Standing just behind him, Cocoyasi swung his arm forcefully, hurling a figure forward with a powerful motion. There was a tremendous crash. A shadowy figure crashed down before the four elders in an instant. Their movements halted involuntarily, and a sharp contraction flashed in all four pairs of eyes. Old fifth. I have to admit, Flying Squirrel said with a sigh. This person had quite the spirit of sacrifice. But in the end, their own subordinate got in the way, and even in death, they couldn't slow us down for a moment. One of the elders, dressed in a black suit, spoke up urgently. Who are you? Why target the world government? At this, Yi Tian shook his head, regret in his gaze, and replied, I needed a force at my disposal, but you all are standing in my way. Isn't that reason enough? A faint smile curled at the corner of Yi Tian's lips as he finished speaking. Upon hearing this, an elder in a deep green suit took a cautious step forward, meeting Yi Tian's eyes. The world government, we can submit to your rule. No need, Yi Tian answered slowly, shaking his head as disappointment flickered in the deep green elder's hopeful eyes. The world government, as an organization, isn't to my taste. Besides, I simply don't want so many people in the world trying to threaten me. Your forces are indeed formidable, the black-suited elder said in a grave tone, but the world government is far from completely powerless. Are you truly willing to force a fight to the bitter end? Yi Tian raised an eyebrow at those words, his lips twisting into a derisive smile. He regarded the four men and said, Are you planning to rely on the king? That figure who stands behind you? And him as well. How do you know about that? Stunned, the four elders recoiled a half-step, fear instinctively drawing them back. How do I know? Yi Tian's smile deepened with a trace of irony. Let's just say I know more than enough. Why don't you bring them out? I like to see for myself. What powers does I possess? And what about your so-called king? Yi Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully as he continued. Let me guess. There are three ancient weapons. The first is Pluto, whose ability is destruction, reputed to level an entire island with a single blow. The second is Poseidon, with the power to command the sea kings. The last one, the king, Uranus, what could his power be? Creation, rebellion, and patriarchal authority. If I follow this line of reasoning, I believe I'm fairly close to the truth. I'd wager that the king isn't a person at all, but a human-made technology. No, more likely a method to mass-produce countless powerful entities who obey your every command. With a contemplative look, Yi Tian slowly raised his head and peered into the forbidding darkness of the cave. Alone, he stepped forward, making his way steadily toward whatever awaited within. At that moment, a powerful aura of murderous intent erupted from within the cave, so intense it swept over everyone present. Yi Tian, who had just been about to walk toward the mouth of the cave, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Slowly, he raised his head, eyes fixed on the cave's entrance. Heavy, measured footsteps echoed as a procession of figures emerged from the darkness within. Seeing this, Yi Tian's eyes widened briefly, then shifted to the silhouette that now stood in the entrance. Imu, is that you? Murmured Yi Tian as his gaze fell on the foremost figure. At his words, Imu's face broke into a cold, enigmatic smile. She turned to Yi Tian and replied with a faint, almost playful tone. Was it you who caused the Navy's rebellion? Remarkable indeed. Imu let out a soft sigh as she spoke, her words crisp in the tense atmosphere. Yi Tian's expression took on something strange, lingering between amusement and surprise. He glanced at Imu and asked, So, those celestial dragons behind you, were they creations of the Celestial King? You guessed correctly. These people were indeed made by the Celestial King. Only the bodies and blood of the celestial dragons can be perfectly modified for this purpose. Imu answered candidly, her tone direct and unwavering. No wonder. That's why the celestial dragons claim to be descendants of gods. So this is the truth behind it, Yi Tian said, nodding slowly in realization. Exactly. It is for this very reason that they hold such exalted status, Imu replied, her voice emotionless and even. Then, why are you telling me all this? Asked Yi Tian, gazing at Imu with a curious, wary look. I believe our goals are not in conflict. are they? We both seek to command a force so powerful that nothing in this world can threaten it. I am willing to share it with you, Imu said, her words measured and deliberate. On hearing this, Yi couldn't help but hesitate for a heartbeat, and then let out a quiet laugh. And why would you do that? Imu seemed somewhat taken aback by Yi-Tion's reaction. Yi-Tion continued, why should I share this world with you? I have overcome every trial this world's powers could offer. Why should I share that with you? Just because you have a celestial king and those modified beings behind you. The celestial king's power is not something any single faction can withstand. He can grant unimaginable strength to an ordinary person in an instant, enough to rival even a Navy vice admiral or an admiral's candidate. Are you sure you could stand against that? Imu replied, her expression placid, as if recounting an unalterable fact. She spoke as if nothing and no one could ever challenge her claim. But instead, Yi-Tion burst into laughter, a deep, hearty laugh that he couldn't suppress. His laughter made Imu's brows knit in confusion and irritation. What are you laughing at? Imu asked, her tone tinged with puzzlement. Upon hearing this, Yi-Tion drew a deep breath, stifling the urge to continue laughing. He slowly straightened up and looked at him, saying, sorry, I really thought the Celestial King possessed strength like Pluto or Gunpowder Rock. But it seems I was right about one thing. Your android system is even more advanced than Germa's technology. Still, that's nowhere near enough to stop us. Yi-Tion let out a sigh as he regarded Imu with a hint of wonder. So, it looks like there's nothing more to discuss. Imu's expression remained unchanged, as if everything was unfolding according to his design. Ah, we really couldn't reach an agreement then. Now, behind you there are, let me count, 1, 2, 3, 6 of them. Since that's how it is. Yi-Tion counted the number of modified celestial dragons standing behind Imu. He then turned to Feishu at his side and said, Old Bones, I'll leave these 6 cyborgs to your guardians. What do you think? That won't be a problem. Feishu nodded slowly in response, giving a small nod to the guardians standing behind him. At that, Demiurge and the others who had been waiting behind Feishu stepped forward one after another. Seeing this, Imu couldn't help but be taken aback. Then a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and he asked in a hurried voice, They aren't human, are they? What rare and precious species? The moment those words were spoken, the faces of Feishu and the others darkened instantly, and they shot Imu a hostile glare. Taking in the scene, Yi-Tion looked at Imu with an odd expression, then eyed him suspiciously and asked, Are you some kind of pervert? At these words, Imu, who had been looking particularly excited, immediately froze, cleared his throat, and said, No, please don't misunderstand. Since you have such rare beings under your command, why not cooperate with me? Mere humans, and yet you dare to boast so shamelessly here. Looking for death, are you? Before the words had even faded, Albedo could no longer restrain herself. With a swift motion, her attire transformed into jet-black armor, a massive axe appearing in her hands as she prepared to strike out at Imu. At the sight, Yi-Tion couldn't help but slap his own forehead. He glanced at Feishu and said, This one's on you. He's of no use to me. I'll see if you can make anything out of him. Hearing this, Feishu was briefly taken aback before slowly turning his head to look at Demiurge standing before him. Right then, Demiurge happened to look back, hoping to catch a glimpse of his supreme Overlord's intentions. But instead he heard Yi-Tion's words, and, noticing that his own supreme Overlord was also watching him, he paused for a moment's thought, and then looked at Feishu with profound admiration. In a tone of sincere respect, he said, Utterly worthy of the title Supreme Overlord. I understand. Upon hearing these words, Yi-Tion, along with the flying squirrel and the others standing beside him, instantly froze in place. They stared blankly at Demiurge, completely baffled as to what he intended to do. Before anyone could react further, Demiurge hurriedly blocked Albedo, who was just about to make a move. He quickly turned to address her, who seemed to be on the verge of losing control, and said urgently, I have already grasped the Supreme One's intentions. With those words, he paid Albedo no more heed and calmly stepped forward, fixing his gaze on him. The Supreme One's will. Allow me to convey it on his behalf. Hearing this, even him found himself briefly stunned. Then, little by little, an eager smile crept onto his face, full of anticipation for Demiurge's next words. The Supreme One believes that, since you possess such a talent for research, you may as well assist me in raising sheep, Demiurge said slowly, revealing his conjecture. Then he turned back toward the flying squirrel, his expression reverent as he asked with adoration, Supreme One, is this not your will? Yes, exactly. The flying squirrel, clearly a little dazed himself, replied to Demiurge. But at that moment, Im's expression changed dramatically. anger flashing across his once impassive face. With a voice heavy and deep, he looked around at everyone and declared, Are you all mocking me like this? I will never forgive you. Just then, Demiurge turned around, and his brows twisted into a knot, a sharp glint of murderous intent passing through his eyes. So, you mean to refuse? Demiurge's voice grew cold as ice. What do you think? Im retorted, his tone equally frosty. With those words, he readied himself to attack Demiurge. Unexpectedly, Demiurge barked, How dare you? Kneel! In that instant, a word of power spell surged forth. Under Demiurge's intense gaze, Im's body suddenly stiffened. A powerful force pressed down upon him, trying to drive him to the ground. Struggling against the overwhelming pressure, Im's body was suddenly enveloped in a layer of armament hockey, allowing him to continue resisting the crushing force of the magical command. Seeing this, Demiurge was momentarily surprised, then curved his lips into a mysterious smile and said, What a formidable human you are. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his body flickered, and he kicked straight at Im's head. Aga! Watching Demiurge's leg whip toward his head, Im erupted in a furious roar. At the very moment Demiurge's kick was about to land, Im managed to break through the shackles of the word of power. With a tremendous impact, his hands, clad in armament hockey, shot upwards and blocked Demiurge's kick just in time. In an instant, a surge of raw power erupted between the two of them, violently upheaving every stone slab within 5 meters. Im roared, shoving Demiurge away with a forceful thrust. Without a pause, his figure became a blur as he darted after Demiurge, who was sent flying through the air. Just as Im's foot, cloaked in armament hockey, was about to land squarely on Demiurge, a jet-black arc, sharp as an axe blade, streaked through the air toward Im's back. Sensing this in the nick of time with his observation hockey, Im caught sight of Albedo hurtling toward him. In a flash, he produced a rapier from seemingly nowhere, holding it defensively before him. A sharp metallic clang rang out. Im parried Albedo's mighty axe strike, forced back several meters by the impact. With a swift motion, he extended his hand, and a shimmering sphere of water took shape right in his palm. Within seconds, the entire ground began to grow damp, a thin sheen of moisture creeping outward. In the blink of an eye, countless droplets coalesced, racing to encircle Yi Tian and his companions. Seeing this, Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. Then he glanced at Akainu and Akiji behind him. See if you two can put a stop to that water. His gaze then fixed upon once more. Among us, only a handful of Marines possess devil fruit powers, the rest don't. So if you think water's going to strip us of our abilities, I'm afraid it's wasted on us. Yi Tian looked at him, a hint of regret in his voice. Just as he finished, Im bellowed, Now. The 6 celestial dragons who had been stationed behind Im vanished from sight, streaking toward Yi Tian and the others in a sudden, ruthless assault. At that moment, Im turned to the 4 elders and said, You join in as well. Hold them off. I'm going in to release the Heavenly King. Yes, sir. The 4 elders responded in unison, immediately redirecting their focus, poised to launch an attack on Yi Tian's group. Seeing this, Yi Tian instantly snapped his head toward Tokiwa Sugo. Sugo, kick her. On it. Sugo replied, nodding urgently. From behind his back, he whipped out the space-time driver. He slotted the Zio watch in. Then, he produced the Oma Zio watch, locking it on the opposite side. Zio, Oma Zio. As that soul-stirring transformation echoed out, a colossal, apocalyptic clock face unfurled on the ground. Blessed moment, the most benevolent, supreme, and invincible king. The hands of the clock began their stately progress, each movement punctuated by a peal that echoed across the heavens and earth. At last, when the hands reached the end, the ground itself split asunder. Fiery molten rock surged to the surface, circling the great clock in a ring of lava. Omazio. As the Demon King appeared, Humu, who had just stepped into the cave, couldn't help but turn back for a glance. And at that very moment, he caught sight of a figure, striding forward as if emerging from the end of days. At this sight, Imu whipped his head back around and dashed deeper into the cave at full speed. The Demon King's finishing blow. In an instant, the Demon King soared into the air, dark flames coiling around his feet as he kicked fiercely toward the cavern. At that very moment, Imu, who had only just entered the cave, spun around in alarm. Then saw, mid-leap, those feet wreathed in dense crimson-black fire. Catching this, Imu immediately turned and, in the blink of an eye, seemed to vanish on the spot as he sped toward the depths of the cave. Yet the very instant he disappeared, the Demon King descended. A tremendous crash shook the earth. With the full force of the Demon King's attack, the entire cave collapsed, rubble and stone, pounded by overwhelming power, disintegrated into ash and drifted across the sky. Crouched among the ruins, the demon king slowly rose, scanning the now empty surroundings. With a slight nod, he readied himself to revert from his transformed state. But at that moment, a voice, brimming with wild excitement, madness, and the thrill of liberation, burst through the heart of this flower-filled domain. Simultaneously, panes of glass in the flower garden shattered with 1,000 sharp cracks. Where spring had once blossomed, all warmth and life were swept away. Finally, at last I am free. This world, once again I have awakened. At the sound of that voice, everyone instinctively covered their ears, their gazes snapping toward its source. There stood a giant, shrouded head to toe in pitch black, golden hair cascading wild around his shoulders. In his hand, he gripped a massive blade. Just then, Emu rose slowly from a pile of rubble, eyes fixed on the towering figure before him. King Uranus, by the ancient tribal pact, I have presented you 6 unbound souls. Please, fulfill your duty, destroy these foes for me. Afterward, I will order my subjects to let you roam unrestrained through this world for 3 years. During that time, whatever you do, neither I nor my followers shall interfere. Upon hearing these words, Uranus nodded in satisfaction, like a mountain come alive. He gazed at Emu. Very well, so these are your enemies. Yes, they are my enemies. I ask you, eradicate them all. Emu's posture was low, his tone respectfully submissive. Ha ha ha, excellent. Let me crush these pitiful insects. As he spoke, a surge of excitement hit Uranus, his mighty hand raised, slashing the colossal blade down toward Yetion and the others. Another thunderous crash shattered the air. Accompanied by Urano's wild laughter, a massive blade suddenly slammed into the spot where everyone had just been standing, embedding itself deep into the ground. The ground itself split cleanly in two, the cleft snaking forward, continuing to crack and shatter as it went. With a chorus of sharp, splintering sounds, everyone reacted instantly, leaping back and gathering behind the King of Time. Their eyes blazed with murderous intent as they turned to glare at Uranos. At that moment, Yetion calmly stepped forward. He fixed Uranos with a steady gaze and spoke. Are you the Heavenly King? Who are you, brat? Never mind. Doesn't matter who you are. Once I kill all of you, it'll be fine. Your soul and life force are so delicious. I'm going to devour you. Uranos sneered, his voice slow and menacing. Staring up at the giant, who stood over 10 meters tall, Yetion couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. A dread rose within him. Is this creature truly a man-eater? But then he recalled theories whispered in his past life. Among them, a claim that wielding the Heavenly King's power required a terrible toll on one's life force. To think he replenishes it by devouring humans. Still standing there. Don't you realize that means surrendering yourself? Uranos began, but before he could finish his threat, suddenly, wave after wave of dazzling flashes erupted. Build, Drive, 01, Ghost, Omega Drive, XA Direct Hit, Stunning, Flawless. In an instant, countless time warp portals swirled around Uranos. One after another, each Kamen Rider unleashed their signature finishing moves, their attacks raining down upon him. With every blow, there was the vicious sound of bones snapping and shattering. As each Kamen Rider's special attack struck home, Uranos' massive frame shuddered with the onslaught, and at last he began to collapse under the crushing force. Even as he fell, the barrage of attacks showed no sign of stopping. A tremendous explosion shook the ground, sending up clouds of choking dust as Uranos finally crashed down, the last strike bringing the battle to a close. Lying battered on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, Uranos stared in shock at the King of Time, who now stood before him. Who are you really? Uranos choked out, the words broken and faint, blood bubbling from his lips with every syllable. Meanwhile, on the other side, was frozen in astonishment as he watched the armored figure standing before Uranos. For a long moment, he was speechless. At last, swallowing hard, found his voice, rough with disbelief. How can we be this powerful? At that very moment, Waz stepped forward slowly amidst the bewilderment of the crowd, making his way to stand beside the Overlord of Time. He bowed to him with utmost respect, then his eyes shining with excitement, began to speak with fervor. Rejoice! Before you stands a masked rider Zo, the one who carries the combined might of all riders, who transcends time and space, who knows both the past and the future. At this moment, he wields power from the days yet to come. The power of the Overlord of Time has descended upon us from the future. Rejoice and give a cheer. As these dramatic words echoed, A faint sheen of sweat appeared on the Overlord's forehead. He subtly waved a hand at Waz and muttered in a hushed tone, Waz, that's enough, that's enough. Seeing this, Waz nodded slightly, then looked upon the Overlord with deep admiration in his gaze. Your Majesty, he said with deference, I understand, you wish to keep a low profile. With these words, Waz quietly took 2 steps back, positioning himself firmly behind the Overlord. In response, even more exasperation appeared across the Overlord's brow. Standing not far away, Yi Tian coughed lightly and called out, Sugo, come back over here. Hearing Yi Tian's voice, Sugo Tokua nodded eagerly, then leapt at once, bounding swiftly to Yi Tian's side. He landed steadily on both feet, dismissed his armor in an instant, and returned to his ordinary form, standing beside Yi Tian. Yi Tian, is that all right now? No problems, right? Sugo nodded slowly and looked at Uranos, who was lying motionless on the ground. He asked again, Are you sure there's nothing else to worry about? At his questioning tone, Yi Tian shot him a look and replied, There's nothing to worry about. He's got barely any strength left. After reassuring Sugo, Yi Tian took a step forward, his gaze settling on the 4-5 elders and Emu, huddled in the corner. A faint, knowing smile tugged at the corners of his lips. So, got any more tricks up your sleeve? Why not show us? Open my eyes a little. With a playful glint, Yi Tian spoke, his words light but laced with challenge. Hearing this, the already tense 5 became even more uneasy. A heavy silence fell, the group facing off across the space, as if the entire world was holding its breath. At last, the 5 elder clad in a dark green suit couldn't help but swallow and looked in terror at Yi Tian. His voice trembled as he said, This isn't even power from this world. But before he could say more, MHM, and what of it? Yi Tian admitted it just like that. Simply, directly, a confession that rang with unshakable honesty, utterly lacking pretense. You admit it just like that? The elder in green stared at Yi Tian in astonishment, caught completely off guard. Otherwise, isn't it obvious to anyone with half a brain? Skeletons? No, we should call them the undead. Though there are plenty of skeletons in this world, only Brook, who ate the Yomi Yomi no Mi, has his own consciousness and can walk around freely. There's no one else like him. Yi Tian gave a casual shrug and spoke slowly. Hearing this, the group exchanged glances, and each saw astonishment and shock mirrored in the other's eyes. So what will you do now? Are you going to resist until the bitter end? Or will you declare your surrender and dissolve the world government? Yi Tian tilted his head, a childlike smile, curving his lips as he looked at them. As Yi Tian's words hung in the air, the group silently looked at one another, then slowly turned as one to gaze at Imu, who stood silently to the side. Seeing this, Yi Tian paused in surprise, then watched the 5 with growing amusement before speaking again. Well, aren't you all loyal? Not bad at all. The 4 elders' mouths twitched, but they held their tongues. This wasn't something they could decide. After all, though the world believed they held the reins of power in the world government, those who truly knew the situation were well aware that Imu was the real sovereign. Now, with everyone's gaze fixed upon Imu, a heavy silence settled before Imu finally lifted their head, looking directly at Yi Tian. Who are you, really? Why attack the world government? What is your relationship with the Navy? At these questions, not just Yi Tian, but the 4 elders to the side, all looked pained, grimace lines deepening by the second. They looked as if their faces might collapse into a permanent frown. All they could think was, Your Majesty, the battle's lost, defeat is before us, surrender's the only thing left. Why are you still asking questions? With our lives hanging in the balance, what difference do the answers make now? But, to their surprise, Yi Tian actually gave an answer. Though it wasn't particularly satisfying, it was an answer nonetheless. If you must know, I wanted a faction of my own. But building one takes too long, and then I happened upon the Navy, so I took them in. Afterward, I learned of the world government, so I decided to claim it as well. How's that for an answer? Yi Tian said this with a teasing air, as though all of this was some kind of game. Imu nodded thoughtfully, then looked at Yi Tian with an unusually sober expression. Very well. Then, what will you do with us? The question caught Yi Tian off guard. He paused, deep in thought. It was a long moment before Yi Tian finally raised his head. And the instant he did, he could almost feel the tension radiating from the 4 elders around him, their hearts wound tight as bowstrings. It wouldn't be quite right to just let you go, but locking you up seems like a waste. Back and forth I go. Yi Tian gazed at the silent figures before him and spoke slowly. The 4-5 elders nodded with every word, wearing respectful masks that fit their stations perfectly. Yet, as Yi Tian's next words landed, a shadow instantly fell over them, draining all hope from their faces. Then Yi drew the words out, teasing the suspense. Yes, yes, the four nodded eagerly, their expressions brimming with hollow anticipation. Then A hint of mischief danced at the corner of Yi mouth as he studied their faces. Yes, yes. As Yi continued drawing out his words, the four of them couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration welling up inside. Yet, none of them dared to show it. At long last, Yi spoke his verdict. Feishu, kill them all. If you find anything useful, keep it. Consider it yours. With that, Yi gave a slow, dismissive wave and made his way toward the exit. Upon hearing this, Feishu nodded in silent acceptance. He glanced at Demiurge and said, Demi, Albedo, the rest is up to you. With those words, he turned and followed Yi Demiurge and the others froze for a moment at Feishu's words. Then, a flush of emotion softened their faces. In their hearts, they murmured, so this is how much Lord Ains cares for us. Truly, there is no one I admire more than Lord Ains. With these thoughts settling, cruel smiles traced their lips as they strode toward the five elders in him. Meanwhile, Yi made his way down the blood-slick steps. After a moment's silence, he turned to Sengoku. Gather the reporters in a bit. I have something to announce. Sengoku blinked in surprise, but then a bright smile broke across his face, and he nodded quickly. Of course, I can arrange it immediately. Shall we hold the conference here, or do you have another location in mind? Yi paused, sweeping his gaze around the surroundings, then glanced over his shoulder at the crumbling headquarters of the world government. We'll do it here. We'll just wait for a moment while you make the arrangements. Sengoku nodded quickly, extracted his den mushi from his pocket, and stepped to the side to place calls. Just then, Garp approached at a measured pace, looking at Yi with a hint of curiosity. Yi, what are your intentions for the Navy? Yi regarded Garp with a fleeting smile, then spoke with a touch of irony. No need to worry. I won't dissolve it. No matter what happens, this world needs the Navy. Relief washed over Garp's face, and he silently took his place at Yi side. Before long, Demiurge and the others emerged carrying the five unconscious figures. They approached Ains, and after exchanging a few quiet words near his ear, Ains opened a swirling portal of darkness, sending them back ahead of the group. Yet just then, Yi languid voice drifted through the air. Old bones, I'm starting to think conquering a world isn't all that hard after all, you know? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's lips twitched, black lines practically etched across their foreheads. Silently, they all thought, he really has no sense of shame left at all. Conquering a world is easy, is it? Did you even do anything meaningful? You basically sat on the sidelines the whole time and still managed to eat as much as everyone else. But there was actually one person who wholeheartedly agreed. Ains gave Yi a nod of approval, echoing, you're right. It was pretty easy, hardly had to lift a finger. Truly effortless. Hearing this, everyone glanced at Ains before immediately turning away, no longer able to stand the sight. Just unbearable. Now he's learning from Yi too? Sensing the sticky awkwardness in the air, Yi acted as if nothing was amiss, casually sweeping his gaze across the group, only for his face to darken instantly. What was going on? No one was playing along? Not at all. What a crew. As Yi eyes roved over the others, he realized that aside from Ains, who had shown support, the rest all wore looks of exasperation, their expressions screaming discomfort. In that moment, Yi felt his temper flare. He fixed his gaze on the group and demanded, What? Are you saying I'm wrong? Hearing this, Tsukasa raised an eyebrow, gave a faint, dismissive grunt, and refused to dignify Yi comment with any further attention. Red A shot Yi a sidelong glance and muttered under his breath, I wonder who it was who spent the whole time sitting on the sidelines, pretending to be impressive? Keep going like this, and there won't be any more room left to squeeze through. The rest, standing nearby, nodded in solemn agreement with Red A. Realizing the mood, Yi could only laugh awkwardly. Then he turned to the group and said, Look, you've got to admit, I'm still young, right? Isn't it only natural for the older ones to look after the younger? Isn't that how it should be? So, when it comes to the tough responsibility of showing off and taking credit, it really should fall to me. Honestly, I've hardly got any words left after this trip. Someone's got to bear that heavy burden, and it might as well be me since you've all worked so hard already. Surely it wouldn't be right for you to do all the hard work, would it? That's why I bravely stepped up and took on this seemingly easy but actually really demanding, thankless, exhausting task. At that moment, Yi puffed out his chest, putting on a look of utmost sincerity, eyes shining with honesty, as if he were stating nothing but the unvarnished truth. But as soon as the last word left his lips, it was like tossing a match in a dry hay. The crowd erupted in outrage. At last, Red A, who had been jumping up and down all this time, suddenly furrowed his brows. The next moment, he raised his hand, pointing right at Yi Tian's nose, and shouted loudly, "Enough! Damn it! I've never seen anyone so utterly shameless. Brothers, let's get him." As soon as Red A spoke, it was as if he'd triggered a nerve in everyone present. Almost all of them sprang into action. His pants! Get his pants off! Spank him! Spank him good! When kids are always troublesome, what do? Give him a good whacking. Where's my slipper? I'll smack him myself. This is too much. Hey! My pants! Don't take my pants! You guys are a bunch of ow. Garp, help me, get me out of here. Yi Tian, clutching his rear with both hands, sprawled face down on the ground, shouting desperately. Off to the side, Garp, who had been distractedly picking his nose and not joining in, heard Yi Tian's cries. Instantly, his expression changed. Rolling up his sleeves, he strode purposefully towards the crowd. But just as he was about to reach the throng, he suddenly called out, "Ow!" Who hit the old man? Even as he spoke, he was stealthily edging toward the group. A hand slipped through the gaps in the crowd. Through the opening, Garp caught sight of two pale, exposed buttocks. Slowly, he raised his hand, which had just been picking his nose and was still a bit rough, and brought it down in a swift slap. Smack! With that, Garp quickly drew back his arm, his face as nonchalant as if nothing had happened. After a while, amid Yi Tian's cries for mercy, the crowd finally calmed down and stopped their frolic. Yi Tian, meanwhile, was rubbing his sore backside and hurriedly straightening his disheveled clothes. His small face was flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. He glared at everyone and demanded, "All right, who was it just now? Who was picking their nose and then smacked my butt?" At his words, everyone was stunned. One by one, they glanced at each other, feigning innocence, and all shook their heads. Right then, Yi Tian carefully scanned the crowd, scrutinizing their expressions. Finally, "Garp, you old rascal. I'm not letting this go. You're disgusting." Yi Tian's face was bright red, his eyes practically shooting daggers at Garp, as if he wished he could kill him with a look. At this, Garp, who had resumed picking his nose, looked up in surprise and protested. "What are you talking about? I wasn't even over there. Don't go blaming an innocent man." "Innocent my ass, Garp. This isn't over." With these words, Yi Tian disappeared in a flash. Seeing this, Garp froze for a moment, but quickly snapped back to his senses and sped away with impressive agility. "Garp, damn you, you old bastard. You got the guts to do it, but none to admit it, huh? Calling yourself a vice admiral? Calling yourself a hero? Bah, don't you walk away. Today I'll drag you down with me. We'll both go up in flames together." Yi Tian's face flushed scarlet with rage, and he hammered his fists repeatedly at the spot where Garp had just stood. "Yi Tian, be reasonable. Why are you so sure it was me? Do you even have a shred of evidence? Just attacking people like this. That's against the law, you know." Garp tried to explain as he darted around with relentless speed, never staying in one place for a moment. "Don't be reasonable me." Yi Tian shot back, his glare deadly. "Look at everyone else. Who else has that gross habit of picking their nose? Only you, you shameless old geezer. Don't you run. Stand still. You hear me. Stand still." With Garp's words barely out, Yi Tian's murderous intent surged higher than ever. Crash. Boom. Bang. Everywhere the two of them tore through, debris and stones sprayed into the air, leaving the once decent ground riddled with craters and scars. Watching this wild chase unfold, Red A let out a sigh of awe, his face glowing with excitement. "How wonderful. Garp took the fall for us all. TSK. I'll have to thank him properly later." The crowd nearby, casting their eyes on Yi Tian, who looked ready to take on the world, felt themselves ease up a bit, some of the tension in the air dissipating. Quietly, each of them shot grateful looks in Garp's direction. "Ahem. So, anyone want a beer, some sunflower seeds, or mineral water? Got a few cold drinks left. Oh, and I'm renting out little stools as well. Standard price, 10 alliance points each." Zhang Chulan chimed in, coughing lightly as he made his pitch to the onlookers in a low voice. The whole crowd looked over at Zhang Chulan, unable to keep the exasperated looks off their faces. "Still, count me in. You can't watch a show like this without snacks. When's the next time we'll witness something like this? Maybe not for another century. I want some too. Can't miss this chance." And just like that, Zhang Chulan's stash quickly sold out, and he gazed gratefully at the drama still playing out in front of him. After all, if it weren't for these powerful leaders, how would he have come by such a windfall? Feeling pleased, he quietly slipped out his phone and, with a sneaky tap, hit save. Then, just as stealthily, he started recording video, capturing every second of the ongoing chase. Far out at sea, newspapers that could rock the world were spread across the globe by flocks of newsbirds. Shocking. The Navy set sail against Holy Land, Mariehua. Panic. The world government's secrets revealed. Why has the Navy launched a surprise attack? Astonishing. Is the world about to change? History about to repeat itself? Unspoken truths. The Navy and the world government's entangled secrets. A war that shakes the world. Who will emerge victorious? The world government or the Navy? Chapter 230/499. Thriller. Why are the Navy soldiers marching on the world government? What dark, untold secret lurks behind closed doors? Let's step into the world of science and probe the deepest mysteries together. All right, Yetion, someone's coming. You should stop now. Flying Squirrel covered his forehead with his hand, a little exasperated, as he called out to Yetion, who was still chasing after Garp. Yetion stopped abruptly at those words. He took a deep breath to steady himself, shot Garp a fierce glare, and then walked slowly toward Flying Squirrel. Meanwhile, Garp let out a huge sigh of relief. He plopped down on the ground, muttering as he watched Yetion's retreating figure. That kid really holds a grudge. I better not get on his bad side again. It seemed Yetion caught Garp's words as he was descending the stairs. He turned his head slightly, his eyes brimming with menace as he shot Garp a sharp look. Staring into those deadly eyes, Garp was momentarily taken aback. Then, pretending not to notice, he looked up toward the sky and tried to change the subject. Hey, look, what a beautiful moon tonight, huh? Yetion couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he heard that. He glanced up and almost believed Garp, but saw the midday sun blazing overhead instead. Still, Yetion chose not to argue with Garp anymore. He simply continued down the steps at a measured pace. At the foot of the stone steps, at the entrance to the World Government Headquarters, Holy Land, manhwareccap, Flying Squirrel set a portal some distance ahead. Figures began stepping out of it one by one. Each one wore the badge of their own news agency on their chest. But as they emerged, they were greeted by a shocking sight. The once grand and imposing headquarters of the world government, Holy Land manhwareccap, was now awash with blood. The grand, majestic gates were stained crimson, and the thick stench of blood in the air was enough to make anyone feel nauseous the moment they walked in. The sickening odor was overwhelming, causing these ordinary reporters to turn pale with horror. Just then, Yetion slowly stood up. He looked over the plaza, taking in the crowd of international reporters now filling the square. Seeing this, Yetion took a step forward. Then, casually, he turned to Sengoku and said, "Go find me a chair and set it up. I'll need it." With that, Yetion stood quietly where he was, watching as the reporters below descended into a restless uproar. His lips curled into a subtle smile. By now, the reporters had finally noticed what stood behind Yetion and his entourage. Not far away, rows upon rows of armored skeleton soldiers, each one gripping a long spear in formation. Wait, this is the Holy Land? No way. How could it be in ruins like this? The world government. Are we sure we're in the right place? At last, amid everyone's discussion, the table and chairs that Yetion requested were all moved in front of him by Sengoku and his men. Seeing this, Yetion slowly stepped forward and sat down heavily on the chair. Everyone, please quiet down. As soon as he spoke, the chatting reporters turned slightly at the sound of Yetion's voice and looked in his direction. Yetion nodded gently at the reporters now all focused on him. Then, with a slight smile on his lips, addressed them, "From today onward, the Navy is under my command." No sooner had he finished than a din mushi was set down in front of Yetion, and a reporter's voice rang out. "As far as I know, the Navy is an organization under the world government. May I ask, will the world government agree to your actions?" At these words, Yetion's brows arched slightly, and an easy smile appeared on his face as he looked at the reporter who had asked the question. "You don't have to worry about that at all. Since I invited you here, I certainly have something big to announce to you." With that, Yetion stood quietly for a moment, then slowly lifted his head to look at everyone around him, and declared, "Today, I announce that the world government is dissolved." The words dropped like a bomb, instantly igniting the crowd. In no time, a frenzy of anxious voices filled the air. Watching the reporters' uproar, Yetion couldn't help but smile faintly. He lifted his hand and gently pressed downward, signaling for quiet. Gradually, the noise among the reporters subsided. "There's one more thing to announce," Yetion said. 2 months from now, I will establish an empire. From then on, no other powers, including pirates, will be tolerated on these seas. And the capital shall be built right here, at the Holy Land of manhwareccap. I hope you will all return in 2 months' time." With that, Yetion shot a glance at Sengoku, then turned and walked unhurriedly toward where Manga and the others stood. As he drew close, "Congratulations. At last, you're about to found an empire of your own," Manga said to Yetion in a tone full of sincere respect. Yetion grinned, a hearty chuckle escaping him as he lifted his chin with pride. His whole bearing radiated confidence. Truly, he couldn't have looked more pleased. TCH, and you haven't even established it yet. Just look at you. When the empire is actually founded, I bet you'll be strutting around with your head in the clouds, Zhang Chuan remarked, his words tinged with envy. Oomph. Yi Tian turned away, refusing even a glance at him. At that moment, the others all came over too, gathered around to offer Yi Tian their congratulations. Just then, Momonga spoke up. So, how about it? Need any help setting up the capital? Yi Tian paused, then slowly nodded his agreement. They're still building the city, and who knows how long it'll take them to finish. Yi Tian pondered for a moment before he spoke. All right, I'll make the arrangements soon, Flying Squirrel replied with a casual nod. Wait, we're founding a nation just like that? Is it really this easy? Dagu and Sugo Tokiwa exchanged glances, their voices slow with disbelief. But Sugo Tokiwa's eyes sparkled as he turned to Waz and said, Waz, I've decided. I want to found a nation as well. My dear Demon King, I'll do everything in my power to help you, Waz replied, his smile growing ever brighter. It was clear that, after all that had happened, Sugo Tokiwa's ambitions were now closely aligned with his own plans. All in all, this was a fortunate turn of events. Absolutely, we can do it. I believe in us, Sugo Tokiwa said earnestly, his expression sincere. Meanwhile, Yi Tian stood at the center of the crowd and glanced around. With a sly grin and a glint of mischief, he turned to Flying Squirrel. So, Old Bones, would you mind giving this place a quick tidy-up first? Hearing this, Flying Squirrel paused in surprise. He glanced at the chaotic surroundings before letting out a wry chuckle. You really do like squeezing every last favor out of a person, don't you? Still, he didn't refuse. Soon enough, he ordered his skeleton soldiers to give the area a thorough cleaning. Afterward, Yi Tian led the group up toward the top of the stone stairs. At the summit, he surveyed the wreckage of the buildings ahead, structures their battles had already left in ruins. After a moment's thought, Yi Tian turned to Flying Squirrel and said, I think I should put the heart of this new nation right in the center. Let me sketch up a draft for you. Once I'm done, you can follow the blueprint to start building. Flying Squirrel rolled his eyes at Yi Tian and replied, not at all amused. So you really do see me as your foreman now? I am, after all, the supreme overlord, you know. Hearing his complaint, Yi Tian just chuckled and looked at Flying Squirrel. Hey, come on, Bone King. How could I possibly treat you like that? I'll still need plenty of help from you down the road. These words made Flying Squirrel feel quite pleased. Yi Tian certainly knew how to show respect. The way he put things was just right. With a grand sweep of his hand, Flying Squirrel responded, Fine, it's approved. Great. I'll be counting on you, Bone King, Yi Tian said, his gaze filled with sincerity. After a bit more flattery, Yi Tian made his way to Sengoku and the others, his tone turning serious. You heard what I just told those reporters. Our first priority is to wipe out all pirates and rival factions in the first half of the Grand Line. Sengoku nodded heavily to show his understanding, and without delay, he led the three admirals out at a brisk pace. Watching the four figures disappear into the distance, Yi Tian turned to Carp, who was standing nearby, and said, Carp, you should help too. Let's stabilize the world situation as quickly as possible. Hearing Yi Tian speaking about important matters, Carp's smile faded, replaced by a look of resolve. He nodded firmly and replied, Understood. With that, he vanished from Yi Tian's side in an instant, using his signature shave technique. With everything arranged, Yi Tian planned to find a quiet place to sketch out the capital city. But just as he was about to begin, he suddenly froze in place. A thought had unexpectedly struck him. If I recall, there are a few people among our members who also come from the modern world. Maybe. Following this train of thought, Yi Tian quickly opened the League Mall and started searching through its offerings. At last, he found what he was looking for in the miscellaneous section of the League's catalog. Blueprint of Babylon's Hanging Gardens, 50 League points. Blueprint of the Ancient Huaxia Forbidden City, 50 League points. Blueprint of an Ancient Roman Palace, 30 League points. Faced with these choices, Yi Tian didn't hesitate a moment before exchanging his points for the Forbidden City blueprint. With great solemnity, Yi Tian placed the blueprint in Feishu's hand, his expression earnest and grave as he said, Old Bones, this building embodies my faith. You must build it for me. I love this place dearly. I'm counting on you. Hearing this, Feishu was momentarily taken aback, then quickly unrolled the blueprint and gave it a closer look. When he saw the design, he paused again, raising his head to gaze at Yi Tian. With a hint of uncertainty in his voice, he asked, Wait, is this the blueprint for the Imperial Palace of the Ancient Celestial Empire? Yi Tian nodded solemnly, his expression resolute. Yes, it's the blueprint for the Imperial Palace of the Ancient Celestial Empire. This means the world to me, Old Bones. You have to build it for me, please. Feishu also nodded slowly, his gaze steady as he replied, "Very well. I'll build this palace for you, brother, so that you may ease your longing for home." With that, Feishu summoned Demiurge and handed over the blueprint, describing Yi Tian's wishes in detail. "Rest assured, Supreme One, I will complete this palace as soon as possible," Demiurge responded, bowing deferentially. Then, addressing Feishu, he ventured, "Lord Feishu, perhaps we should construct a similar capital city for you as well. I believe such grandeur would be more befitting of your status." After listening to Demiurge's suggestion, Ains pondered silently for a moment. Then, nodding, he said, "You're right. In fact, I've always been fond of the Celestial Empire since I was a child. Now that I have these blueprints, there's no harm in building one myself. But let's leave it for later and focus on finishing this project first." "Yes, I won't let you down, my lord." With that, Demiurge quickly took his leave. Watching Demiurge's departing figure, Ains couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, though a hint of embarrassment lingered in his heart. Why hadn't he thought of that himself just now? At that moment, Meng Tian approached at a measured pace. He looked at Ains and Yi Tian, saying, "My city of Xianyong isn't bad either. Little Yi Tian, would you like to take a look for inspiration?" "Xianyong City?" Yi Tian glanced at Meng Tian, puzzled. He'd never really paid attention to what Xianyong City looked like, so hearing Meng Tian mention it now made him rather curious. "Here's what I'll do. When I return, I'll see if I can find a blueprint. If so, I'll show it to everyone." Meng Tian forced a dry laugh as he spoke. "Sure, but I imagine Xianyong City is probably quite similar to mine, right?" As he spoke, he took the scroll of blueprints from Ain's hands and passed it to Meng Tian. Seeing Yi Tian hand him the plans, Meng Tian hurriedly unfolded them for a glance. After a moment, he looked up, curiosity plain in his voice. "They really do look alike, but it seems yours is far grander. Still, it feels like something's missing." Hearing this, Yi Tian frowned in thought, then, after a long pause, slowly lifted his head and looked at Meng Tian. "A formation, perhaps?" "A formation? That's it. There's no array drawn here." Meng Tian slapped his palm excitedly. "As for that," Yi Tian turned to Ains. "Brother, can you carve defensive arrays into the architecture?" Ains was briefly taken aback. After pondering, he answered tentatively, "Let me give it a try." "Great, we'll leave it to you then. Come on, let's get something to eat first. After that, have some of your people start putting together a few living quarters. Otherwise, I'm worried we'll be sleeping under the open sky, with the ground as our bed and the heavens as our blanket." At the end, Yi Tian could only give a wry smile. "Wait, why do we need to build new lodgings with so many buildings around?" Rimuru asked curiously from his side. "Brother, look at those ruins. Do you see any fit for living?" Zhang Chuan rolled his eyes at Rimuru. At that, Rimuru immediately sprang onto one of the buildings. Gazing upon the shattered remnants in the distance, his expression grew crestfallen. "Fair point, they're really unlivable. I was hoping to see how luxurious these celestial nobility's quarters would be. I'd like to take a look, too." Dagon nodded in agreement. "The celestial dragons. Oh right, I nearly forgot something." At the mention of the celestial dragons, Yi Tian was suddenly reminded of an important matter. He couldn't help but tap his forehead. "What is it? Can't be anything too serious. Otherwise, you wouldn't have forgotten it," Red Archer remarked with a careless tone. "Well, it's not exactly big, but it's not insignificant either." With that, Yi Tian led everyone onto a conveyor belt that ran down the middle of the road, then lowered his head and pointed beneath his feet. He glanced at the others and explained, "Beneath this conveyor belt lies a huge number of slaves. I just have no idea how we can get down there, so..." At this, Yi Tian shrugged helplessly. "Slaves? Still underground?" Daga stared at Yi Tian in shock. "Yes, right beneath us," Yi Tian replied slowly, confirming Daga's guess. The rest of the group couldn't hide their discomfort at this revelation. Slavery, something their own world abhorred, where human rights were cherished. It was small wonder their loathing for the celestial dragons and the world government grew even stronger. Noticing how unsettled everyone looked, Feishu clapped his hands together, drawing their attention back to him. "All right, let me try," he said, conjuring a mirror with a gesture. With a flicker of magic, he cast a detection spell, and the image beneath the ground shimmered into focus in the mirror's surface. All at once, they could see rows of thin, frail figures in prison garb, their postures worn down by suffering. Seeing this, Daegu at the side clenched his fists until his knuckles went white. Unable to hold back any longer, he turned to Feishu and asked, "Brother Feishu, do you have any way to rescue them?" Feishu nodded solemnly, then traced a circle onto the front of the mirror with his finger. In an instant, a portal appeared within the mirror, and, simultaneously, not far from where the group stood, a matching portal materialized into space. Feishu nodded again and faced his companions. It's open now. We can cross through and free them right away. No sooner had Feishu finished speaking than Daegu dashed through the portal, eager to reach those below. Once underground, Daegu looked upon the slaves, witnessing their exhausted toil. His jaw tensed in anger. He couldn't hold back. A furious shout ripped from his throat. "Everyone, head for the portal behind me. That's your way out." No sooner were the words out than, in a sudden burst, light returned to the slaves' once lifeless eyes, the spark of hope for survival. They threw aside their tasks, racing toward the portal. But as they barely left their posts, a sharp crash of chains rang out, echoing through the underground chamber. At that moment, Daegu finally noticed that every slave here had an iron chain fastened around their ankles, a precaution to prevent any from escaping. But just as he was about to say something, a harsh shout rang out, immediately followed by a piercing alarm wailing throughout the area. "Intruder! Someone get in here, quick, catch him!" As these words echoed, the sound of rushing footsteps could be heard closing in. Hearing this, Daegu couldn't help but freeze in surprise. He quickly drew the pistol at his side, readying himself to defend against an attack. But right then, the portal slowly expanded, and footsteps could be heard approaching from the other side. The sound brought a surge of joy to Daegu's face. He knew this had to be Feishu or Meng Tian mobilizing the troops. Sure enough, just as the soldiers guarding the slaves were about to reach Daegu, armored warriors clad in deep black armor began pouring out from the portal. By the general's command, eliminate every slave overseer and every guard here. Attack! With that, the armored soldiers swiftly took position at Daegu's side, blocking the oncoming guards from reaching him. As the ranks of Meng's army continued to enter, the already cramped space became even more crowded. Yet, it took little effort for them to defeat the soldiers guarding the slaves. Once the chains binding the slaves' ankles were severed, the soldiers led them out to freedom. Seeing there was no longer even a spot for him to stand, Daegu stepped out through the portal, back up to the surface. He watched as line after line of slaves, freed from their shackles, emerged from the glowing gateway, and a broad smile spread across his face. To him, the liberation of these slaves was a matter of great joy, a truly significant deed. Even if it happened in another world, it hardly mattered. Not far away, members of the victory team stood together, quietly watching the freed prisoners as they stepped out in their ragged uniforms. Gradually, smiles began to appear on their faces as well. Whatever reservations they'd held about Yi Tian and his companions began to fade. "Feeling pleased with yourself?" A gentle voice murmured in Daegu's ear. Startled, Daegu turned to look beside him. He had just turned his head when he saw Yi Tian standing there, smiling warmly. "Yes, I couldn't just stand by during something like this. It's my duty," Daegu replied with a steady smile, his voice sincere and resolute. Yi Tian chuckled. "Don't get too comfortable. Who knows, you might find hundreds of opportunities like this in the future. By the way, how is your training with the Rumble fruit coming along? You can't just rely on Tiga. You'll need your own strength too." Caught off guard by the question, Daegu gave an awkward grin. "Well, to be honest, I haven't made much progress yet." "No clues? How could that be? You live in modern times. Think more about the uses of electricity, then consider how it's made. Add a bit of imagination to that, and keep at it. Work hard to strengthen yourself." Yi Tian patted Daegu on the back, speaking with the air of an experienced elder. "Yes, understand. Thank you for the reminder, leader." Daegu smiled warmly at Yi Tian, who stood by his side. "Haha, this is nothing much. No need to make a big deal of it. Come on, someone else will handle delivering the slaves. Let's go find something to eat. Night is almost upon us." With that, Yi Tian led Daegu toward an open area nearby. Meanwhile, Feishu and the others had already begun preparing for a gathering. Large quantities of fresh ingredients had been transported from Feishu's world, now piled up together. As the group sat in a circle, Yi Tian spoke slowly. "Once I've settled everything in this world, we'll set out for the next, bring back countless resources to strengthen ourselves, earn more exchange points, and raise everyone's income." "All right," everyone called out in chorus. They had been meaning to ask Yi Tian about this anyway. After all, it had been postponed for quite some time, with no conclusion in sight. Yet Yi Tian had already made up his mind. Their anticipation for that day only grew, certain that the scene would be even more spectacular than this one. That night, everyone drank quite a lot. Everyone except Feishu, who crouched alone in a corner, sobbing. He wanted to drink, but whenever he tried, the liquid slipped right out of his mouth before he could swallow. Unable to help himself, Feishu covered his face and wept, cursing the heavens for their unfairness for what felt like ages. In the end, he could only watch the others eat and drink with envy, his gaze drifting up to the rising moon, surrounded by solitude. For a while, a vast emptiness enveloped him. After a long time, His loneliness finally became a sigh. Yi, in the midst of feasting, happened to glance over and suddenly froze. He noticed Feishu sitting by himself atop the ruins of a crumbling building, silent and alone. Finishing the last bite of meat, Yi made his way toward Feishu. "What's the matter, old friend?" Feeling down, Yi sat beside him, his voice gentle. "Don't mind me, just let me be," Feishu replied, his voice tinged with grief and frustration. "Tell me, what else do you need to exchange for that skin?" Yi grinned, turning to look at Feishu. At this, Feishu slowly turned his head to meet Yi gaze, then let out a long sigh. "Something with powerful vitality, but I don't even know what that is or how strong it needs to be. Brother, I feel so helpless." Yi was taken aback by this, and fell in a deep thought. After a long pause, he spoke at last. "All it says is, powerful vitality? There are no clear requirements or quantity specified." "Yes." The flying squirrel nodded with a hint of resignation. Hearing this, Yi couldn't help but nod as well. He patted the flying squirrel on the shoulder and said, "I understand. Don't worry, it's not that far off. It just requires you to wait a little longer." Comforted by Yi words, the flying squirrel slowly nodded and fell silent. Seeing this, Yi shook his head and sighed. "As long as someone from Fantasy World joins our group, your dream won't be far from coming true." "Fantasy World? What's that?" the flying squirrel asked, puzzled. Yi was taken aback, and then a headache crept in. He found it hard to explain. After thinking it over, he finally managed. "It's a world on a much higher level. You'll understand once you encounter it in the future." "All right," the flying squirrel replied, nodding. "Come on, let's get up and go sit with everyone and have a chat. What are you doing sitting here by yourself?" With that, Yi pulled the flying squirrel up and led him toward the crowd. Time slipped quietly by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. On this day, it was also Yi last day before the founding of the nation. During these 2 months, Sengoku unified all the Navy forces, completely wiped out all pirates and factions in the first half of the Grand Line and the 4 seas without exception. Of course, the kingdoms were not included in this purge. Meanwhile, Garp, along with Zephyr, Akainu, Akiji, and others, stationed themselves at the entrance to the New World, intercepting the 4 emperors to stop them from disrupting Sengoku's cleansing campaign. Somewhere in the New World, a dragon-shaped pirate ship was anchored at the shore. On the coast, the one-armed Shanks sat gloomily by a bonfire with his crew gathered around. Watching him, the first mate, Ben Beckman, couldn't help but sigh. Looking at Shanks, he said, "What's wrong? Are you still thinking about that?" "Yeah," Shanks replied with a sigh. "Now that mysterious kid has crushed the world government, brought the Navy under his command, and is now purging every pirate and faction in the first half of the Grand Line. I suppose the end of us New World pirates isn't far off, either. It can't be helped. For now, let's just enjoy the time we have left." Ben Beckman forced a wry smile. "You're right, aren't you?" "Haha," Shanks said, a smile gradually breaking onto his face. Yet, in his eyes, a trace of sorrow still lingered. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed across the shore. "Haha, red-haired kid, I'm here." The voice grew louder as it neared, and soon it came from the coastline itself. There, a small sailing boat had docked, rocking up and down with the waves. At the sound, Shanks slowly stood up, smiling as he looked at the visitor. "Old man Garp, it's been a long time." Hearing what the red-haired man said, Garp curled his lips, casually picked up a piece of roasted meat, took a bite, and slowly sat down on the ground. Then, looking at the red-haired man, he asked, "What's the reason for inviting an old man like me out here alone?" Shanks looked at Garp with a grave expression and replied, "I want to know how that man and the Navy plan to deal with the pirates and forces of the New World." Upon hearing this, Garp slowly put down the meat in his hand. He glanced at Shanks with growing interest and said, "It'll be just like how things were in the first half. Once the Empire is established, he intends to abolish all kings and nobles across the world, relocating them to live on the Sabaody archipelago." Hearing Garp's words, Shanks couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, his face filled with shock as he looked at Garp. "Old man, aren't you going to stop him from this mad course of action? Do you realize doing this will surely stir up unimaginable chaos across the seas?" Seeing the look of astonishment on Shanks' face, Garp merely curled his lips again, then said, "So what? What kind of chaos could possibly erupt? How do you think he managed to crush the world government in the first place? Even the Heavenly King was taken down without much effort, wasn't he? Besides, you think he doesn't know the consequences of such actions? That's why he's already mobilized huge forces, ready to forcibly dissolve those kingdoms and unify the world's laws as soon as the new nation is founded. From now on, there could be no more pirates in this world. The only groups allowed will be adventure parties. But to form an adventure party, you need to register with the Navy, and you mustn't cross any lines, or you'll face devastating consequences. The moment Shanks heard Garp mention adventure parties, his eyes lit up with excitement. He looked at Garp, his gaze almost sparkling. Adventure parties? What do you mean by that? Can you explain in detail? At that, Garp let out a sigh and began to speak slowly. All right, I'll tell you. Each adventure party has a maximum of 30 members. Their ships are forbidden to carry heavy weaponry like cannons. Furthermore, there's a limit to the number of firearms and blades on board. These are only for self-defense during your adventures. Also, when adventure parties land on an island, they must report to the local police station before freely moving about. Weapons can't be brought onto the island. As for funds, adventure parties can earn a legitimate living by escorting merchant ships or transporting goods. All sources of income must be above board. There are bounties, too. You can claim them by hunting down pirates at sea who masquerade as adventure parties. Once the Navy or police provide proof, you'll be rewarded with bounty money. The more Garp explained, the brighter Shanks's eyes became. This was exactly the kind of free spirit he had always dreamed of. Although there are quite a few restrictions, they are ultimately in place to protect civilians, and Shanks wholeheartedly agrees with that. Garp nodded slowly, then glanced at Shanks' missing arm, and, as if speaking offhandedly, continued, where you could choose to join the Imperial Army or one of its agencies. If your service merit is high enough, perhaps your lost arm could one day be restored. My arm, huh? Shanks looked a little embarrassed as he glanced at Garp. Garp paid no mind to Shanks's discomfort. He slowly stood up, gave Shanks a steady look, and said, I'm aware of your concerns. From now on, I won't oppose Luffy setting sail anymore. However, there's something you need to know. You must never, under any circumstances, harm any serving member of the Empire. Even if they act improperly, you're not permitted to use force. In the near future, when the Empire is established, a number of inspection teams will be dispatched. Their identities will be kept secret. These teams will continuously monitor the actions and achievements of serving officials. So if you ever encounter officials who are harming the people, all you need to do is report it to the nearest police station or use a din mushi to call the inspection hotline directly. The specifics will be formally announced on the Empire's founding day. With those words, Garp turned and walked away, pausing only to snatch up a piece of roast meat before leaving. Shanks watched Garp's departing figure, lost in thought for a long time. It wasn't until Ben Beckman gave him a nudge that Shanks finally came back to himself. His face lit up with excitement as he looked around at everyone and declared, This is the great sea I've always dreamed of. Everyone, we can finally set out on our own adventure, free and unrestrained. Ha ha ha. Holy land, Mary Geos. At this very moment, countless Navy soldiers stood in two solemn lines atop the stone steps. On either side of the stairs, the flags of allied nations were proudly displayed. In the very center of the road, a Grand Alliance flag fluttered in the wind, standing tall and unyielding. A dozen or so guards in silver armor surrounded the banner, unmoving and imposing like living statues. Further up the steps, two ranks of the Meng clan's army stood tall, clad in blood-red armor and gripping long spears. The martial ferocity they radiated was so intense, no bystander dared approach. Ascending further, the flanks of the path were lined with golden-armored skeletal soldiers standing quietly. As anyone walked past these silent sentinels, an involuntary chill would creep over them, a cold wind that set the heart galloping with fear. Passing through this corridor of warriors, one would behold a palace of such towering grandeur that at first sight, it stole the breath and filled the spirit with awe. Inside the palace, the main hall, the Hall of Leveling Heaven. Yi Tian sat atop a dragon-shaped seat, custom-made for him by Flying Squirrel, wearing a resplendent dragon robe. He turned to the assembled crowd at his side, and, with a quiet smile, asked, seriously, do you all have to be like this? You were the one who said you wanted to build an empire. Look, which emperor doesn't have a dragon robe? Sure, you look a little cute wearing it, but rest assured, we won't laugh at you. Archer was the first to speak. Hearing this, Yi Tian rolled his eyes at him, then mumbled under his breath, won't laugh, so why don't you just shut that mouth of yours that can hardly close from grinning? Ahem. All right, enough. Today's the day young Yi Tian founds his empire, so let's give our tongues a rest. Manga interjected, clearing his throat, shooting a glance at Archer who was clutching his stomach in silent laughter. All right, that's enough, you two. This is supposed to be a serious occasion, so try to behave accordingly. Yi Tian couldn't help but purse his lips. Just then, the grand doors were slowly pushed open. Garp strode in, his trademark boisterous laugh echoing through the hall. Well, it won't be long now. Are you ready? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian slowly lifted his head to look at him. Watching as Garp entered, Yi Tian rose from his seat and answered, Yes, everything's ready. Good. I'll have them open the gates now and let the kings in, said Garp with a steady nod. Go ahead, Yi Tian replied casually. As soon as Yi Tian finished speaking, Momonga turned at just the right moment, bending down to whisper a few words to Demiurge behind him. At once, answered Demiurge respectfully, as he strode out of the audience hall. Under the curious gazes of the others, Demiurge's booming voice rang out. The hour has come, open the gates. As his words fell, a majestic melody instantly filled the palace, wrapping the entire hall in a solemn grandeur. Outside, the palace doors slowly creaked open in time with the music. The visiting kings, who had arrived early, began their procession up the stone steps, their attendants in tow. As they caught sight of the Hmong family troops lining the path, they froze momentarily. An intense, tangible aura of lethal intent rolled off the soldiers, making the hair on the backs of the kings' necks stand straight up. Hearts pounding, they continued forward, trembling all the way. But when they neared the skeleton soldiers in golden armor under Momonga's command, a chill whipped over them, sweeping through their entire bodies. Their steps faltered, growing unsteady. The excitement that once filled their faces now evaporated, replaced by naked terror. Passing checkpoint after checkpoint, each soldier's presence radiated a pressure that couldn't be ignored. They realized, in that moment, that this empire, compared to the former world government, was likely even more formidable. When they finally reached the plaza and took in the full splendor of the palace, they stood rooted to the spot, rendered speechless. They had no words to describe what stood before their eyes. Compared to this palace, their own castle seemed utterly insignificant. They were worlds apart, as different as earth and sky, utterly beyond comparison. Standing at the entrance of the Hall of Peace, Demiurge also took notice of their arrival. In a measured voice, he announced, "The kings of the nations have arrived. Enter the hall and present your tributes." As soon as his words fell, several soldiers clad in silver armor stepped forward and led the king at the front of the procession into the grand hall. Stepping inside, Cobra saw that the person seated upon the chair was just a child. Gathered around this child were some individuals dressed in outlandish attire, or not even human at all. For a moment, Cobra was struck dumb with astonishment, standing rooted to the spot. He forgot the purpose of his visit and was at a loss for words. At that moment, one of his attendants gently nudged him. Cobra snapped back to his senses. Hastily, he offered a slight bow to Yi Tian and spoke. Cobra, king of Alabasta, has come to present tribute and to extend congratulations on behalf of the kingdom and its people. As his voice faded, those gathered around Yi Tian, like Swift Mouse and the others, took a step back, watching Cobra with evident interest. When no response came for a while, Cobra could not help but feel uneasy. He slowly lifted his gaze to look at Yi Tian. Just then, Yi Tian spoke. Very well. Someone, bring a seat. King Cobra, would you kindly wait a moment by the side? Thank you, Your Majesty Yi Tian. With those words, Cobra, accompanied by his attendants, moved to take a seat at the side of the hall. No sooner had Cobra sat down than another king entered the hall. Yi Tian likewise invited him to sit beside Cobra. As time passed, Yi Tian finally received all the tributes brought by the gathered kings. Looking at the many kings seated on either side of him, Yi Tian smiled faintly and said, I have an idea. May I ask whether you, the kings, would support it? Please speak, Your Majesty. We are eager to listen, replied the king of small nation, bowing respectfully to Yi Tian. Hearing this, Yi Tian smiled in satisfaction and swept his gaze across the circle of rulers before speaking slowly. You all surely know of my plans. As of now, I have purged all pirate and criminal forces threatening the people along the first half of the Grand Line. Our deepest thanks, Your Majesty Yi Tian. The assembled kings smiled and voiced their gratitude toward Yi Tian. In the past, the world government demanded exorbitant sums from every king in the form of heavenly tribute. That policy will have no place in my empire. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the gathered kings brightened all the more. They knew well what this signified. From this day forth, they would have far greater wealth, whether to spend as they wished or use for the benefit of their people. However, there is one matter that weighs heavily on my heart. For the sake of the people, for their peace and prosperity, I must ask, would you, the kings of various nations, be willing to heed the empire's guidance? With a gentle smile on his face, Yi Tian regarded the assembled monarchs as he spoke. At this moment, Cobra slowly rose to his feet, offered Yi Tian a slight bow, and said, Your Majesty Yi Tian, please speak your mind. As long as it is for the benefit of the common people, Alabasta will give you our unconditional support. Yes, we too are willing to follow your lead, Your Majesty, declared the other kings one by one, expressing their positions. Excellent, excellent. Yi Tian's smile grew even brighter. For many years, It was not only the celestial dragons and the world government who bled the people dry. Truth be told, the greater and more insidious exploitation has come from the nobility. Therefore, I intend to abolish all nobility across the world. At these words, Yi Tian paused briefly, sweeping his gaze across the stunned faces of the kings present. Seeing their shock, he continued, "From now on, all titles shall be granted solely by the empire, and nobles will possess only honor and limited tax privileges, no other power whatsoever. And of course, there's another matter besides the nobility. In my view, there are simply too many kings in this world. So, I have decided to dissolve every kingdom on earth." Unfazed by the king's reactions, Yi Tian pressed on. "Moving forward, each of you shall receive a unified rank of nobility, and henceforth you need not trouble yourselves with the burdens of rule. The people under your former realms will thrive evermore under the empire's guidance. So what say you?" At these words, a sly smile played across Yi Tian's lips as he eyed the congregation of kings with a hint of amusement. At last, after heated murmurs swept through the assembly, one king abruptly stood up and confronted Yi Tian on his throne, his voice thunderous. "Your Majesty Yi Tian, are you truly setting yourself against every nation in the world?" No, don't use words like setting yourself against. The truth is, your strength simply doesn't measure up," Yi Tian replied with a casual shrug, utterly unfazed. "You, Yi Tian, we crossed thousands of miles, braving hardship to bring you our homage, and this is how you treat your guests." Another king sprang to his feet, pointing accusingly as he shouted, "Oh, not even bothering with your majesty anymore." Yi Tian's demeanor remained unchanged, his smile unfaltering. "Well then, since you have no intention of negotiating, there's no need for me to discuss anything with you. I was willing to be cordial, but clearly, that's not what you want." "You, Yi Tian, do you truly mean to go this far?" a king asked, a hint of panic creeping into his voice as he looked at Yi Tian. Cobra, however, silently closed his eyes where he sat, choosing not to utter a single word. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the door. "King Neptune of the Fishman Island has come to present his tribute." At these words, the arguments and bickering among the kings gradually faded, each casting mocking glances towards the entrance. Neptune strode in, accompanied by Jinbi and several attendants. Spotting Yi Tian seated upon the throne, Neptune bowed slightly and announced, "As king of the Fishman Island, I come bearing gifts for the empire. This tribute is for His Majesty Yi Tian." "Thank you, King Neptune. Please take your seat." Yi Tian nodded graciously, then turned his slow, measured gaze back to the other assembled kings. "Now, then, shall we carry on where we left off? Do you agree, or do you not? Disagree? Are you threatening a war with all our kingdoms at once? Do you truly dare?" one king shouted at Yi Tian, his tone harsh and indignant. "Do you think I wouldn't dare?" Yi Tian replied, his smile unfaltering. "Not long ago, the 5 elders had the same attitude. Now they're all dead. Are any of you really stronger than the world government? Do you honestly believe I have anything to fear from the likes of you?" At his words, silence fell upon the hall. At that moment, Cobra, who had been quietly observing, sighed inwardly. He slowly rose from his seat and faced Yi Tian. "Your Majesty Yi Tian, if we renounce our thrones, what kind of treatment can the empire promise our people? And what about us?" Yi Tian's smile deepened, and he nodded to Cobra with satisfaction. "A good question. Let me make things clear. Once the kings are abolished, the empire will foster trade between all the islands. This will bring prosperity to the people. Each king here will be granted the title of count as compensation, but may keep no more than 50 to 100 attendants or guards at their side. You needn't worry about your livelihood. As counts, you'll receive taxes from a small village or town, enough to ensure a comfortable life. In the future, there will be a police office and a navy post established on every island. This will guarantee the safety of all residents." After Yi Tian's explanation, Cobra slowly lifted his head, surveying the others before shifting his gaze to those clustered near Yi Tian. A palpable pressure emanated from Yi Tian's followers, a force impossible to ignore. Among them, one figure stood out, a man who appeared as a living skeleton. Cold dread swept over Cobra, chilling him to the bone. Yet that terror brought clarity as well. He realized Yi Tian likely didn't even see them as worthy of consideration. Then Yi Tian spoke again, his voice calm but firm. "You have half an hour to decide what you will do. When the time is up, I expect your answer." With that, he walked away, his steps unhurried. As Yi Tian departed, Flying Squirrel and the others followed behind, filing out of the hall. As Yi Tian and his companions departed, the surrounding soldiers also began to file out, and as they stepped out of the Great Hall, they casually closed the grand doors behind them. All at once, the Great Hall was slowly swallowed in darkness. The assembled kings of the various nations, witnessing such a scene, could not help but feel a wave of silent frustration. Yet before long, they started murmuring among themselves. After this brief encounter with Yi Tian, even within that limited span of time, they had already begun to sense the edges of his character and intent. Gradually, the hall descended into a chorus of argument and strife. Half an hour later, the towering doors opened slowly once more, and Yi Tian returned, accompanied by the silent steps of Flying Squirrel. Taking his seat on the throne, Yi Tian gazed down at the assembled kings and spoke with measured calm. "Well then, have you come to a decision?" "We do not agree. You have no right to make us relinquish our thrones," one king shouted up at Yi Tian, his eyes defiant. Yi Tian showed no hint of anger at these words. Instead, he turned his head toward a soldier nearby and said quietly, "Go summon Sengoku and the others." "At once," replied the soldier, who rushed swiftly from the hall. It wasn't long before Sengoku strode in with confident steps. He spared a fleeting glance at the kings lined up on either side, then moved to stand at the center of the hall. After offering Yi Tian a respectful nod, he said, "Your Majesty, what is your command?" Yi Tian nodded slowly, then fixed his gaze on Sengoku. "Mobilize the navy. Abolish the kingdoms and nobility throughout the first half of the Grand Line. If any resist, eliminate them without mercy." Yi Tian's words had barely left his lips when, in unison, the kings sprang to their feet, faces stricken with shock, and cried, "Yi Tian, what are you doing?" At this, Yi Tian simply offered them a faint smile. "I'm helping you all make a choice. From now on, you are no longer needed. Your existence has only served to squeeze the life from your people, and I refuse to allow any power within my empire that can raise armies on its own." You're ruthless," one king cried out with bitter sorrow in his voice. "No, it is you who have been ruthless," Yi Tian replied without hesitation, before his eyes settled on Cobra. "Cobra, what is your decision?" Upon hearing Yi Tian's question, Cobra slowly raised his head. His expression was resolute as he said, "I will relinquish my throne. I accept your Majesty's decision. All I ask is for the safety of my family and peace for my people." "Very well, Earl Cobra. Go with Sengoku. That is the only way to prevent unnecessary bloodshed," Yi Tian said, smiling gently. "Thank you, your Majesty." With those words, Cobra prepared to take his leave. But just as he turned, Yi Tian's voice rang out again. "In due time, once the Empire has eradicated the pirates of the New World, you will all be summoned again, and arrangements will be made for your new homes." Upon hearing this, Cobra nodded expressionlessly. Then, with a respectful bow to Yi Tian, he turned and walked out of the Grand Hall. Watching Cobra's departing figure, Yi Tian's lips curled into a fleeting, enigmatic smile. He then turned to Sengoku and said, "That's all for now. Go ahead and make the necessary arrangements." "Yes, understood." After his reply, Sengoku bowed to Yi Tian and left the hall as well. However, just as Sengoku's foot crossed the threshold, the hall suddenly erupted in a clamor. "Your Majesty Yi Tian, we agree to abdicate. We agree to give up our thrones. Yes, we're willing to step down." Seeing the anxious faces of the assembled kings, a trace of amusement flashed across Yi Tian's features. He spoke slowly. "Are you certain?" "No regrets." "We're sure." "No regrets." The kings all nodded in affirmation. "Good," Yi Tian replied. "In that case, you may all leave with Sengoku." With that, he called out to Sengoku, who was just beyond the doorway. "Sengoku, I leave these people in your care." At his words, Sengoku turned his head, nodded to Yi Tian, and led the group of kings away. Left in a now empty hall, Yi Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. At his side, Red A and the others all gave him a thumbs up in admiration. "Yi Tian, that was brilliant," Red A spoke up first. "Yeah, you flatter me," Yi Tian replied, waving his hands modestly, unable to hide a grin. "I have to admit, Yi Tian's plan was truly clever," Nick Fury remarked with a thoughtful tone. Their countries were already weak, and a little pressure worked wonders. "Indeed," Zhang Chuan nodded in agreement. "Haha. Well then, in a few days, let's visit the New World and see what these so-called four emperors are really capable of," Yi Tian said with a smile to everyone. "I'm down for that. Four emperors really is an imposing title," Menyashi mused, rubbing his chin, "though I wonder how strong they really are." "Oh, by the way, Garp, do you want to have a chat with Whitebeard? After all, you two are old friends, aren't you?" Yi Tian looked over at Garp. "Chat with Whitebeard? About what?" Garp paused in surprise, then glanced at Yi Tian in confusion. Rolling his eyes, Yi Tian responded with mock exasperation. "See if he's willing to give up being a pirate and join the Adventurers Guild. Though honestly, I doubt he'll agree. He has far too many pirate crews under his command. That's why I want you to sound him out." At this, Garp nodded thoughtfully. He looked at Etion and said, "All right, I'll go see him in a bit. After some time, once everything is settled in this world, I'll launch a big recruitment campaign. Then I'll select some people, and we'll head to that world together," Etion said after pondering for a moment, looking at the group before him. That world. Everyone looked at him in confusion when they heard this. Etion rolled his eyes at them in mild annoyance, then explained, "The world I mentioned before, the one we're going to conquer. Did you all forget? It's a world crawling with the walking dead, and we're going there to clean it up." "All right, that sounds great." Rimuru quickly nodded in excitement after hearing Etion's explanation. "All right, it's settled. Come, let's take a stroll through my imperial gardens." Haha. With that, Etion was the first to step down from the throne, leading the group towards the gardens. Meanwhile, Sengoku boarded a large warship along with several kings. Inside Sengoku's office, Sengoku was busy reviewing documents when suddenly, the door was gently knocked. "Come in," Sengoku said without looking up. A solitary figure slowly entered the room. There was no greeting, and Sengoku immediately sensed something unusual. Snapping his head up sharply, he saw Cobra standing before him. Seeing this, Sengoku calmly placed his pen down and closed a folder on his desk. "Is there something you need, Count Cobra?" Sengoku asked casually. Cobra offered a wry smile, and after a pause, looked at Sengoku and gently shook his head. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, there are a few things I'd like to ask you." "What sort of things?" Sengoku inquired with a hint of curiosity. "It's about the Empire," Cobra said hesitantly. "The Empire, is it? Well, I'll tell you what I can. If there's anything classified, I hope you'll understand that I can't share it," Sengoku replied with a slow nod. "Don't worry, I wouldn't expect you to reveal any deep secrets," Cobra said quickly, waving his hands to reassure him. "Go ahead with your questions," Sengoku nodded. "Well, about Emperor Etion, why have I never heard of him before? And how can someone so young hold such a position? And what about those people always by his side? Of course, if that's classified, you don't need to answer," Cobra added hastily at the end. Sengoku smiled faintly and looked at him. "It's fine, these aren't exactly top secrets. I could tell you a thing or two." "I'm all ears," Cobra said with a slight smile, awaiting Sengoku's response. "Emperor Etion only recently appeared in this world. People used to say the celestial dragons were the descendants of gods, but for us, Emperor Etion is on par with a god. I'm not talking about his strength, but rather his status, his position, and certainly not just the title he shows to the world. As for those people around His Majesty Etion, you can think of them as God from other worlds. So let me give you this piece of advice. Submission and loyalty are not mistakes. They are honors and privileges." Sengoku watched Cobra with a faint, meaningful smile on his face. Are their backgrounds truly that incredible? Cobra stared at Sengoku, his expression filled with shock as he whispered, "Indeed. Otherwise, why do you think the world government was overthrown with so little resistance from our navy?" To them, it was almost as if they were just taking a stroll through the government halls. Sengoku affirmed with conviction, "Thank you, Marshal Sengoku, for clearing my doubts. I know what I must do now," Cobra said, unable to hide his excitement. "Good, it's best you made up your mind. Keep pace with His Majesty, and you won't regret it. But if you ever stand against him, there's no need for our navy to act, nor will His Majesty need to intervene. This very world will cast you aside. Take care." With that, Sengoku turned away from Cobra and resumed reviewing documents, leaving him to his thoughts. At the shipyards of Alabasta, over a dozen Navy warships slowly docked at the harbor. Elite sailors, one squad after another, assembled in perfect formation. On the main deck of the flagship, Sengoku glanced at Cobra, who was looking troubled and conflicted. Sengoku couldn't help but smile gently before he spoke. "You have made the right choice. The Empire does not forget those who serve well." Upon hearing this, Cobra nodded slowly, then took a deep breath and looked at Sengoku. "We've come this far, and now, no matter what I do, it all seems pointless. I just hope the Empire remembers not to discard those who have outlived their usefulness." Having spoken his mind, Cobra descended the gangway, accompanied by a guard of Navy officers, and made his way toward the gates of the royal city. At that moment, standing at the city gate with her long blue hair fluttering, was Princess Vivi, awaiting his arrival with eager anticipation. "Father, you're back." With a light and joyful step, Vivi dashed into Cobra's arms. Seeing this, Cobra couldn't help but smile warmly. Then he glanced at Sengoku and whispered, "Forgive me for the scene." "Haha, think nothing of it. The bond between father and daughter is a touching thing. Even I am moved by it," Sengoku replied, his face alight with laughter as he looked on. Princess Vivi, still nestled in Cobra's embrace, caught Sengoku's words and paused, a puzzled look spreading across her face. She turned to Cobra and asked, "Father?" Seeing the confusion in his daughter's eyes, Cobra let out a long sigh and gently ran his hand through her blue hair. "You'll understand very soon, my dear." With those words, he turned to Sengoku and said, "Marshal Sengoku, would you join me atop the city wall? I have an announcement to make." Saying this, he took Vivi by the hand and began to ascend toward the city wall. Seeing this, Sengoku nodded slowly and then, accompanied by a large contingent of naval soldiers, followed after him. Along the way, Cobra glanced at the guards beside him and said, "Go and gather all the citizens from within the capital. I have something important to announce." "Yes, Your Majesty," the guard answered and hurried off. Below the city tower, the citizens trickled in, gathering in small clusters. As they looked up at King Cobra, standing atop the tower, alongside a number of naval officers, they knew at once that something momentous was about to be declared. Sure enough, once everyone had assembled, Cobra slowly raised his head, lifted a small speaking shell to his lips, and spoke in a clear, somber voice. "My people, I, Cobra, have an important announcement to make." The crowd immediately raised their heads to look upon him. At that moment, the usually stoic Cobra drew a slow, deep breath. In those eyes weathered by time and hardship, a single tear began to slide down his cheek. Steadying himself after a brief pause, he went on, his voice slightly choked with emotion. "I hereby declare, the kingdom of Alabasta is dissolved. From this day on, the people of Alabasta will be governed directly by the Empire. All social welfare will henceforth be provided by the Empire." The crowd was stunned into silence, shock rippling across the gathering. Not a word was spoken. After a long moment, the captain of the royal guard, standing behind Cobra, called out in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, why? Is it the Empire that is forcing your hand?" As he spoke, the captain's eyes burned red with fury, and he gave Sengoku a fierce, accusing glare. He knew all too well that the Navy had long since taken the Empire's side, and their presence here today could mean nothing other than that they'd come as enforcers. Just as he was about to lash out at Sengoku with his accusation, Cobra cut in, his voice hoarse but resolute. "Enough, Ikarim. After much careful thought, this is the decision I have made." Hearing these words, Ikarim froze in place, stunned, staring wordlessly at Cobra. Meanwhile, Sengoku allowed himself a faint smile as he turned to Cobra and said, "Count Cobra, please see to the dissolution of your royal army. However, you and your people may remain in the palace for the time being. As for future arrangements, His Majesty the Emperor will decide. Congratulations, you have made the right choice." "You flatter me, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. In the days to come, we will surely need the Empire's guidance and support," Cobra replied, his tone easing a little. The decision made, there was no turning back. Even if he wavered, it would change nothing. The strength of a fleet admiral was not something to be trifled with. At the same time, Cobra issued orders to his subordinates to disband their respective forces. Watching Cobra in that moment, Sengoku shook his head gently, sighing with quiet resignation before saying, "Well then, Count Cobra, my work here is done. I take my leave." With that, Sengoku turned on his heel and strode toward the base of the city tower. Seeing this, Cobra didn't go to see them off. Instead, he stood there quietly, staring in a daze at Sengoku's departing figure for a long while, as if lost in thought. At that moment, Vivi, standing beside Cobra, looked at him with worry and said softly, "Father." At her words, Cobra gave a faint smile, then looked at her and replied, "It's all right, Vivi. It's over now. From here on out, our people will have better lives. There will be no more pirates preying on the innocent across the seas." "Really?" Vivi asked, a hint of hesitation in her voice. "Yes," Cobra answered gently. "In the future, the Empire will establish police stations in every island, every village and town, to protect the locals. However, unlike the world government, the Empire won't allow a patchwork of many nations. For the sake of the people, and to avoid further bloodshed, this is the best way forward." Cobra couldn't help but smile wryly as he finished. In truth, having announced his decision, he felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. At last, he could set down the heavy burden he'd carried for so long. He also hoped his people would be able to live better lives. He believed the Empire would help fulfill this wish. Looking down from the city walls at the citizens below, many of whom were weeping bitterly, unable to let go, Cobra heaved a quiet sigh. Then he turned to Igaram beside him and said in a gentle voice, "Close the palace gates, and let's wait for the Empire's summons." With those words, he took Vivi's small hand and led her down from the ramparts. Igaram, watching this, clenched his teeth and stood frozen for a long moment before responding listlessly, "Yes, Your Majesty." He knew, no matter how unwilling he was, there was no changing the outcome. The world government was never something he could contend with, and the empire, which had crushed the world government so completely, was even further beyond his reach. Outside the capital, Sengoku stood silently on a windswept dune not far from the city, surrounded by his marines. He couldn't be sure Cobra's loyalty was genuine, or that he'd truly disbanded the nation voluntarily. So he'd sent 2 marines to infiltrate the capital early on, ready to observe and act as needed. At last, 2 figures came dashing over. They halted before Sengoku, saluted crisply, and gave their report. Fleet Admiral, Count Cobra has disbanded Alabasta. The palace gates are closed, no visitors allowed, and they now await the Empire's summons in peace. Upon hearing this, Sengoku nodded slowly, then addressed the 2. All right, I understand. Let's return to the ship and head to the next country. Without further delay, Sengoku turned and led the Marines in the direction of the docks. During this period, Sengoku was leading the assembled kings of the first half of the Grand Line, stopping off one nation at a time. Any who tried to resist were dealt with decisively by the Navy, right then and there. Meanwhile, Yi Tian and his companions were advancing toward the New World under the command of Garp. Out on the seas of the New World, the waters were raging and wild. A massive pirate ship rose and fell with the swell of the waves. Upon the deck of this formidable vessel stood a man whose imposing figure and crescent-shaped white mustache made his identity unmistakable at a glance. He was Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. Hailed as one of the 4 emperors of the New World, he bore the fearsome title, the world's strongest man. At this very moment, aboard Whitebeard's ship, one figure drew every eye. Whitebeard, lips curled in a confident smile, let out a deep, rumbling laugh. So, Garp, you're here to declare war on us on behalf of the Empire? Garp shook his head, then slowly raised his gaze to meet Whitebeard's. Newgate, the world has changed. The age of pirates is all but over. The Empire has nearly eradicated them. Now, only the New World remains. Don't you see? Whitebeard blinked in surprise at Garp's words, but then he roared with laughter. Ha! I am the world's strongest man, remember? The Empire is just a new phase for the world government. If they think they're up to it, let them come. Do you think Whitebeard would be afraid? Garp paused, caught off guard for a moment. A shadow of recollection passed behind his eyes as he replied, his voice low. Whitebeard, you can't match them. They're invincible. They will not be defeated. To fight them is to stand against the world itself. Whitebeard bellowed with laughter. Garp, you've grown timid with age, haven't you? At those words, Garp fell silent. He slowly turned to face the pirates encircling him and spoke again. Newgate, this isn't the way. I know what you're thinking, but have you ever wondered how the world government was crushed by the Empire? The world government had no shortage of secrets. Their military might was second to none. Yet the Empire revealed all their hidden cards within mere hours, one by one. And in the end, the world government and their holy city, Mary Geos, were bathed in blood. The 5 elders, and even the shadowy figures behind them, none escaped. Not one. So, consider this carefully. I don't have much time or many words left for you. I'm only here as an old friend, offering one last warning. That's all I'll say. With that, Garp slowly rose and walked away, stepping over the open water toward the nearby Navy warship. As Garp's figure receded into the distance, Whitebeard stood in quiet astonishment. His eyes remained fixed firmly on Garp's departing back. Watching Garp leave, Whitebeard couldn't help but slowly turn his head, gazing thoughtfully at the Admiral's retreating figure. Then, shifting his gaze once more, Whitebeard looked around at the people gathered nearby. For a long while, he remained silent, before finally lifting his head to look out toward the vast sea at his side. He understood Garp's meaning, and he sympathized with him. Yet, even so, he was filled with helplessness. He could never just abandon his family, not so easily. No matter how terrible their reputations might be, they were still his family after all. He was well aware of the power of an empire that had the strength to utterly suppress the world government. If circumstances allowed, he would have never wanted to disband his pirate crew and rally under the banner of mere adventurers. But if he did not let go, it would mean declaring himself an enemy of the empire. Though he knew how formidable the empire truly was, he could not bear to dissolve the precious family he had fought so hard to build, just because of their might. If he were to bend so easily, how could he ever call himself the world's strongest man? Standing on a small Navy gunboat, Garp found himself quietly watching the pirate ship grow smaller in the distance, a trace of sadness flickering in his eyes. After a while, Garp finally murmured to himself, "Make your choices well. Their power isn't something you can withstand, Edward Newgate. Take care in the days ahead." With that, Garp slowly began to row his boat, heading back the way he came. He could easily imagine what Whitebeard was thinking. Even someone like him could see that there were plenty of ruthless pirates on Whitebeard's ship, people who could never be persuaded to change their ways. What's more, His deep attachment to his family meant he couldn't bring himself to make such a choice. That was simply the kind of man he was. On an island not far from these waters, Yi Tian and his companions sat circled around a roaring fire, quietly roasting slabs of meat over the flames. This world truly is amazing. Even the meat is so huge and delicious. Rimuru, now in human form, was munching eagerly on his chunk of meat. Hey, Rimuru, slow down. The rest of us haven't even started, and you're almost done already. Archer shot Rimuru a disapproving look. I can't help it. This meat is just so good. Even though it's only been casually roasted, the taste is fantastic. Saying this, Rimuru took another hearty bite, savoring the flavor. Watching this, Yi Tian was momentarily stunned, then suddenly lunged forward and snatched away the other chunk of meat Rimuru was holding. Hey, Yi Tian, you can't do that. That's mine. Rimuru leapt to his feet, tugging desperately at the piece of meat that Yi Tian had grabbed. No way. You've already eaten so much. Can't you leave me a little? Let go, I'm starving here. Yi Tian clung stubbornly to the meat, unwilling to let go. Hearing this, Rimuru paused in surprise, then sheepishly let go, scratching his head a bit awkwardly. Well, I guess I won't fight you for that piece. With that, Rimuru went ahead and finished off the piece of meat in his hand, his eyes shining as he stared eagerly at the meat still roasting on the grill. He didn't so much as blink. Seeing this, Red Archer couldn't help but press a hand to his forehead, sighing with exasperation. Honestly, you two showed up late, and none of us have even taken a bite yet. Especially you, Rimuru. But Rimuru paid him no mind, his gaze firmly locked onto the grilling meat. As the fat sizzled and popped over the flames, Rimuru shot out his hand, poised to snatch a piece the moment it was ready. But just as he reached for it, Tsukasa Kadoya quickly lifted Rimuru up with a swift motion. He took a piece of grilled meat for himself, then passed him around to everyone else, happily eating his own share. Once everyone had a little, the rest was left for Rimuru. Without hesitation, Rimuru grabbed the remaining meat, ready to finally dig in. However, just then, a face suddenly loomed large before Rimuru's eyes. In his dazed gaze, he saw Yi Tian take a big bite out of the meat. Rimuru froze in place, completely stunned. While Yi Tian and the others laughed and played, Garp arrived at the shore in a small warship. He took one look at the lively group enjoying their meal, his face darkening in annoyance. In one swift motion, he leaped off his ship and landed on shore. Save some for me. With that, Garp bounded over to Rimuru's side and, without a second thought, snatched the meat Rimuru was just about to eat, shoving it straight into his mouth. Rimuru stared at Garp in disbelief, dumbfounded as he watched Garp devour the meat, juices running down his chin. In an instant, Rimuru snapped, transforming into a slime and springing onto Garp's head, clinging tightly while shouting, "Garp, give me back my meat!" Unfazed by Rimuru's cries, Garp just calmly chewed away, ignoring the commotion entirely. After a round of boisterous antics, everyone eventually settled around the campfire, falling into conversation. Taking the opportunity, Yi Tian asked, "So, did Whitebeard agree?" Garp shook his head and looked at Yi Tian, letting out a slow sigh. "No, frankly, I don't think he ever will. Family means everything to the Whitebeard pirates. What's more, it'd be easy to convince the captains of the main fleet. But as for the others outside the core crew, that'll be a real challenge. Still, given a little time, I think Whitebeard will give it some serious thought." Hearing Garp's words, Yi Tian nodded slowly, then looked at him and said, "All right, let's deal with Kaido and Big Mom first, and then we'll head to Whitebeard's place." Everyone else nodded in agreement. With that said, Yi Tian's eyes fell upon Flying Squirrel, a faint look of amusement appearing on his face as he asked, "So, have you gathered enough exchange points yet?" Caught off guard by Yi Tian's question, Flying Squirrel's expression faltered a little before he replied dejectedly, "Not yet. I'm still short by tens of thousands of points. I'll only be able to take on human form and keep my current abilities once I make up the difference." "Well, keep at it. Once we get to that other world, you'll probably have what you need," Yi Tian encouraged him with a nod. All right, Flying Squirrel's words brimmed with anticipation. However, just as everyone was about to move on to the next topic, a voice suddenly echoed in their minds. Ding! New members being added. Animal Handler has joined the Alliance. Subaru the Powerless Fury has joined the Alliance. Asuna the Flash has joined the Alliance. As the voice faded, Yi Tian was the first to break into a smile, glancing around at the group and saying, "Looks like we've got newcomers. Yeah, let me take a look." With that, Rimuru was the first to enter the Alliance chat. "Slime, hey there, newbies." Subaru the Powerless Fury, Subaru the Powerless Fury. "Somebody please, help me, help Emilia." Asuna the Flash, "Huh? Where am I?" Animal Handler, "Could this be the legendary Golden Finger?" Yi Tian, leader, at Subaru the Powerless Fury. You're not Suki Subaru, right? Alright, I'll come help you. Subaru the Powerless Fury. Thank you so much. Tall Tale. Another world, huh? Brother Etion, I'll go along and have a look. I wonder how their world differs from mine. Slime, I'm going to, count me in. Etion leader. Go ahead, do as you like. I'll head over first. Zero world. Inside a slightly rundown tavern. Natsuki Subaru, who had been hiding off to the side, watched as Amelia and Elsa the Bowel Hunter clashed before him. After suddenly entering something that seemed to function much like a chat group, he began desperately seeking help. Now that someone had answered his plea and offered aid, he was immediately overwhelmed with relief and excitement. He strode forward boldly, glaring at Elsa the Bowel Hunter and shouting, "Are you sure you won't leave? You'll die if you stay." Hearing this, Elsa, who had been evading Amelia's attacks, paused for a moment. Then, with a devilish smirk curling at her lips, she replied, "Well, little man, trying to buy some time, are we?" With those words, she sprang towards Subaru in an instant. Seeing this, Subaru's heart was thrown into turmoil. Anxiously, he kept screaming in his mind, "Are they here yet? Are they here yet?" At last, just as Elsa was about to reach Subaru, a pitch-black portal suddenly appeared by his side. A rumbling voice boomed forth. "How dare such petty thieves block the path of my master?" In that instant, several armored warriors in gleaming silver, wielding long swords, charged out from the black portal. They forced Elsa back several steps. Elsa straightened herself, a hint of amusement sparking in her eyes as she regarded these unexpected soldiers. She cast a glance at Subaru and asked, "So, young man, are these your saviors?" At the sound of her words, Subaru's fearful expression was swept away by a surge of excitement. His gaze darted to the swirling portal, and he murmured, almost breathless, "They're here. Have they finally come? The leaders of the Alliance." But as everyone turned their attention to the mysterious black portal, no one immediately emerged. While confusion filled the air, several voices drifted out from within. Hey, Etion, slow down a bit, will you? Seriously, old bones, must you rush ahead? Those horns of yours are about to rip a hole through this passage. Montian, keep your mouth shut. Your Majesty the Demon King, don't get so worked up. You'll never beat them to it. Let's just queue up and enter in turn. Rimuru, can you not stand on my head? I swear, I'll turn to Tiga and blow the whole portal apart in seconds. Oh, quit your banter, Dagu. Let's get moving. Hearing such a string of odd voices coming from the portal, everyone in the tavern found themselves with dumbfounded expressions. Yet amidst the playful bickering, both Amelia and Elsa picked out a few curious names from a conversation. The Demon King, Montian Yetion, and Old Bones with Horns, Rimuru, Dagu Tiga. Naturally, the question arose, just who exactly were these people about to step out of the portal? Both women set their gazes upon Subaru. At this moment, Subaru had already hurried over to the edge of the portal, standing silently to one side, waiting in anticipation. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a child dressed in Imperial Dragon robes stepped out from the black portal. Yetion emerged, turning his head slowly to look at Subaru, standing nearby. He greeted him. Hey there, you must be Subaru, right? I've heard of you. Ome Yetion. At these words, Subaru's eyes widened in shock. Then he quickly bowed and saluted. Subaru pays his respects to the Alliance leader. Thank you for coming to my rescue. I'm deeply grateful. Yetion couldn't help but smile at him, then waved his hand dismissively, replying with casual warmth, "Think nothing of it." But just as he was about to say something else, a voice called out from behind him. Hey, Yetion, could you not block the doorway? We're all waiting inside, you know? Hearing this, Yetion couldn't help but curl his lip and retort. You're the one to talk. Have you even looked at those two horns of yours? You nearly couldn't fit through yourself. Despite his grumbling, Yetion took a few steps forward, sweeping his gaze over everyone present before finally resting his eyes on Elsa, the Gut Hunter. Seeing Yetion staring straight at her, Elsa licked her lips, a sharp glint flickering in her eyes. She was certain that this kid before her possessed formidable strength. The thought made her start to reconsider. She was already feeling the urge to back away. Noticing this, Yetion couldn't help but smile and said, Old Bones, tell me, would this lady here be of any use to you, undead? Undead? As this word slipped from Yetion's lips, everyone present frowned in unison. Just as they were still pondering the question, a figure slowly emerged from the black void, a skeleton dressed in robes, with its hood drawn low. TSK, my sheep pen is full already. She's no use to me. The flying rat responded carelessly. Sheep pen? Elsa's pupils shrank instantly. She whipped her head towards the source of the voice. The moment she caught sight of the flying rat, she froze on the spot. What was she seeing? A skeleton, one that could actually speak. A cold shiver ran straight through her, tiny beads of sweat budding on her skin. Now more than ever, she was determined to flee this place. This was hell. Yes, hell itself. She had no idea how Subaru Natsuki managed to summon these people, but just these two that had come out so far were enough to make her heart pound in terror. And who knew how many more lurked in the shadows? Well, look at all these people. As these words fell, Meng Tian strode out from the black void, clad in deep crimson armor. He glanced around and finally fixed his gaze on Subaru Natsuki, standing quietly by the darkness. With a hint of amusement, he said, "So, a regular human. Well, welcome to the Alliance. And congratulations in advance. Soon enough, you'll become an envoy of this world. I've got high hopes for you, kid." With that, Meng Tian reached out and patted Subaru Natsuki on the shoulder. But just then, a voice echoed from behind Meng Tian. "Come on, General Meng. Can you walk a little faster? Stop blocking the way, will you?" Even as the words were spoken, a hand reached out from the black void and gave Meng Tian a little push forward before the figure stepped out completely. Red A, his head full of silver hair, greeted Jukiyama Ango with a warm smile, then made his way over to Yi Tian's side. "Carp, you brute, stop wiping your nose on me. If you keep this up, I'll have Yi Tian strip you of your rank as Vice Admiral." A slightly youthful voice echoed out from within the black hole. "Go ahead, see if I care. I could use the time off to stay home with my grandson," came the unbothered reply. "You're so infuriating." Carp strode out of the black hole, dressed in a sharp suit with a Vice Admiral's cloak draped over his shoulders, Rimuru in his hand. "Your Majesty, slow down. We have no idea what might be waiting up ahead," was called out with concern. "Oh, come on, Waz. I'm dying to see what this other world is like. Hurry up." With a face full of excitement, Sugo Tokiwa dashed out of the black hole, leaving Waz trailing behind, his expression helpless as he tried to keep up. When Jukiyama Ango saw Sugo Tokiwa emerge, a genuine smile broke across his face. The clothing signaled the modern world. He was undoubtedly someone from his own era. Just as he was about to greet him, Sugo Tokiwa spoke first. "Hey there, are you a traveler from another world?" "Haha, welcome to the Alliance." "Hello," Jukiyama Ango hurriedly responded. At that moment, Shinisu Kamiya sauntered out of the black hole, casually fingering the camera hanging from his neck. "Hi there, young man," he called out. "Hello. Thank you all for coming to help me," Jukiyama Ango quickly said. "No problem, it's just a small favor. Also, let me congratulate you on becoming this world's emissary. From now on, you'll have free reign here. The world itself will open doors for you." With those words, Kamiya gave his shoulder an encouraging pat, then strolled toward where Yi Tian was standing. But as he took only a few steps, he stopped and turned back toward the black hole with mild exasperation. "Daigu, hurry up. I'm coming. My gun just slipped, I'll be right there." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Daigu, garbed in a victory team uniform, dashed out quickly. The moment he stepped out, the black hole began to shrink and close behind him. Yet right then, another black hole flickered open nearby. "Ah, made it just in time. Do you know how hard it was to sneak out of class for this?" With enthusiasm shining on his face, Zhang Chuan burst from the newly opened black hole. As more and more people appeared on the scene, Elsa's horror only deepened, her whole body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. She knew there was no escape for her this time. Among the crowd, her sharp eyes could easily distinguish between ordinary people and those whose strength was truly terrifying. But she dared not take a chance, dared not attack anyone recklessly in an attempt to threaten them. At that moment, Yi Tian stepped forward, approaching Elsa with measured steps. Just then, however, Emilia quickly called out from the side, "Hey, little one, be careful. He's very dangerous." Hearing this, Yi Tian slowly turned his head and looked over at Emilia. A gentle smile appeared on Yi Tian's face as he said, "You must be Emilia. I can see the rumors were right. You are quite beautiful. How did you know my name?" Emilia stared at Yi Tian in a panic. At that moment, with the soft sound of a landing, a gray cat appeared on Emilia's shoulder. Looking thoroughly tired, the cat glanced at Emilia and asked, "What's wrong?" But in an instant, its gaze shifted to Yi Tian and his companions. As the cat's eyes swept over Yi Tian and the others, its tone suddenly grew cautious and heavy. "They're strong. Each and every one of them is powerful," Puck whispered in Emilia's ear. Hearing this, Emilia's expression instantly tensed, and she looked at Yi Tian and the others with heightened alertness. Yi Tian, however, simply waved his hand indifferently and addressed her, "No need to worry. If we truly meant you harm, it would all be over for you in the blink of an eye." He paused a moment at this, and in the next instant, his figure vanished from where he stood. "Isn't that right, Miss Elsa?" Upon hearing this, Elsa, who had been watching Yi Tian warily, froze, then quickly turned and saw he had already appeared right behind her. She trembled slightly, nodded, and stammered, "Wait, stay right here. Don't try anything foolish. I'll deal with you in a moment," Yi Tian said, and just as suddenly as before, reappeared back in his original spot. "Yi Tian, is this what another world looks like?" "Somehow, it doesn't seem much like the one Old Bones is from at all," Carp said, puzzled. At that, Yi Tian shot him a glare and replied irritably, "Think about what you were doing in Old Bones' world. Did you do anything but watch a war unfold? That's the only place you ever went. What do you expect to see?" "True enough." "Ah," Carp replied, giving an awkward laugh. "Well, yeah, worlds like this aren't that different, really, just a few different species running around, that's all," Yi Tian said with a grunt. Ignoring Carp, Yi Tian gazed thoughtfully at Ains. "This world is interesting. Here, you can obtain power through blessings. Want to give it a try?" "A blessing, huh?" Ains fell silent, contemplating for a moment. Then he revealed the insignia of the interdimensional envoy pinned to his clothes. With a solemn tone, he declared, "I, Ains, envoy of another world, have arrived in this realm. I request the world's will to bestow upon me its blessing." In that instant, Ains began to feel something different stirring within him, and almost unconsciously, the name of the blessing slipped from his lips. World's fortune blessing, world power amplification, world defense enhancement, tongue of blessing, magic power doubled. A dozen or so different blessings, both great and small, were instantly bestowed upon Ains. Upon witnessing this, Puck, who had been watching with wary eyes, stared at Ains as if he'd just seen a ghost. Seeing this, the others became curious as well. One after another, following Ains' example, they summoned their society emblems from their chests and began applying blessings of their own. Yi Tian did the same. After some time, Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes. A faint smile curled up at the corner of his lips. Ains saw this and asked with a touch of curiosity, "So what did you get?" "Imperial blessing, golden commandments. Whatever I decree becomes reality, as long as the target isn't overwhelmingly stronger than me." Everyone nearby was filled with envy at these words. They all longed for such an ability themselves. "Let me try it first," Yi Tian said, turning his gaze solemnly toward Elsa. His expression turned grave as he spoke. "By royal decree, kneel before me." The moment the words left his lips, Elsa's face drained of color. She could feel a crushing force enveloping her on all sides, pushing relentlessly downward. With a muffled thud, Elsa dropped to her knees, her head pressed low by the immense pressure, unable to lift it no matter how she struggled. "Where's that clown?" Yi Tian asked quietly. Elsa froze for a moment, staring blankly at Yi Tian. When she still did not answer, Yi Tian's expression darkened, shadows gathering in his gaze. Seeing this, Elsa's voice trembled as she replied, I really don't know." At this, Yi Tian nodded slowly, then looked at her once more and said, "Very well. End your own life." No sooner had the words left him than Elsa's pupils contracted sharply. She cried out in panic, "No, please don't." But it was useless. She had lost command of her body. Her hand reached mechanically behind her, drew a dagger, and drove it straight into her own chest. She crumpled instantly, collapsing into a pool of blood. Emilia and the others clapped their hands over their mouths, staring at Yi Tian in shock and horror. She could not fathom how a child could utter such words, ordering a suicide, with such chilling calm. At that moment, Puck slowly floated over to Yi Tian. Yi Tian blinked in surprise, then looked at him with interest and asked, "What is it?" "That clown you mentioned. Who is he?" Puck asked, his expression solemn. "The clown? Isn't he the one you all know? The jester who wants to slay the dragon and harbors feelings for his own teacher." Yi Tian replied without hesitation. "Roswell? But why would he?" As soon as those words left his lips, Puck suddenly froze. He understood. Yet, just as he was about to ask more, he heard Yi Tian speak. "Everyone, since we've finally made it to this other world, why don't we go out and have a look around? Honestly, Old Bones, shall we send our forces to take this world? Conquer it?" Hearing this, Flying Squirrel couldn't help but pause, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes as he glanced at Yi Tian. "Just the two of us? It's doable, sure, but shouldn't we ask Subaru's opinion first? After all, he's supposed to be this world's envoy in the future." Yi Tian slowly turned his gaze and said, "True, but well, what a hassle. How about this? Let him follow the story for now, and we'll come back once he's met the witch." "The witch?" Everyone was briefly stunned by Yi Tian's words. Then one after another, their voices rang out in shock. "Yeah, did you think he came here just like that? He was summoned by the witch, and he's got the power to save and reload the game, too." No sooner had Yi Tian finished speaking than a dark aura slowly began to surface within his body. Yet, in a flash, the badge on his chest, the emissary's insignia, shone with dazzling light and dispelled the darkness. Sensing the change within himself, Yi Tian let out a short, scornful laugh, then said, "So, it can still hear me? I thought this only worked on Subaru." At this, everyone exchanged puzzled glances, clearly uncertain what Yi Tian's words meant. Just as they were about to question him, Yi Tian spoke again, cutting them off. "All right, let's leave it at that. Subaru, I'll keep the emissary post reserved for you for now. I'll hand it over later. Don't worry, you won't die from this. Use this chance to sharpen yourself." With that, Yi Tian slowly raised a hand, summoning a card into his palm and crushing it. Before everyone's eyes, a swirling black portal quietly appeared, and, under their gaze, Yi Tian simply stepped into the darkness. Seeing this, Flying Squirrel and the others shook their heads, a resigned look on their faces. "Really, what can you do? We'll leave it for next time then," he said, then turned to Subaru, speaking with deliberate care. "If you want to be the emissary, you'll need to train hard. We're looking forward to the day you fill that role." With those words, he walked straight toward the portal. Watching the backs of those departing, Subaru's expression gradually grew calm again. He knew exactly what kind of position the emissary was in. To become the emissary meant that in this world, it was almost impossible to die. All danger would give way before you. What they meant was clear. Subaru could become the emissary, but he would first need to train to be tempered and refined for a while. Thinking of this, Natsuki Subaru quickly turned around and looked at the black hole that was about to close, shouting, "I will make sure to train myself hard." As his voice faded, the black hole closed completely. At that moment, Park slowly floated to Subaru's side, gazing at him with interest. "Hey there, are you one of them too?" Subaru gave a slow nod and replied, "I just joined." "Just joined? Who are they exactly? Do you know?" Park asked in a gentle voice, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Hearing the question, Subaru couldn't help but smile slightly. He looked at Park and said, "I'm not really sure. All I know is that they are exceptionally powerful, possessing incredible strength. Just now, they crossed worlds to help me. They crossed the barriers between worlds? What an extraordinary group. So, what is this world guardian they mentioned?" Park sighed in awe, then continued to ask. At this, Subaru slowly shook his head. "Sorry, I can't say. It's something that brings trouble just by being heard. Animal Keeper, Naofumi Iwatani. Everyone in this group, may I ask, have you all become heroes by crossing over to another world?" "Slime, Rimuru heroes? What's that? Do you mean those people who are summoned to another world by human mages?" "Tall Tale, Ains, I've never heard the term hero in my world. Could it be what you call players who travel between worlds?" "Tall Tale, Ains, wait. Are you a player as well? Did you cross over from the modern world?" Red, Servant Amiya, at Tall Tale, at Slime, at Animal Keeper, at Powerless Furious Subaru. Are you all from the same hometown then? Tall Tale, Ains, it's possible. Yi Tian, Group Leader. You might say you're all from parallel worlds. Animal Keeper, Naofumi Iwatani, at Yi Tian, Group Leader. Are you really the leader of this group, sir? Not Shaking Lotus, Zhang Chulan. Who else could it be? Don't you see his name looks different from ours? Animal Keeper, Naofumi Iwatani. Sorry, my apologies. Animal Keeper, Naofumi Iwatani. After joining the group, I heard the others mention you, sir. They said you probably know everyone's information and even the future. Is that true? Yi Tian, Group Leader. Ahem. Who told you that? I'd rather keep a low profile. I just happen to know some things by chance. Animal Keeper, Naofumi Iwatani. Please, there's no need for modesty. I actually have something I'd like to ask you. Yi Tian, Group Leader. What is it? Go ahead and ask. I'll tell you whatever I know. Animal Keeper, Naofumi Iwatani. Is it true that everyone in the group is not from the same world as I am? Yi Tian, Guild Leader. Yes. Animal Caretaker, Naofumi Iwatani. I've run into a difficult problem. Guild Leader. Could you help me find a solution? Yi Tian, Guild Leader. All right, ass away. Animal Caretaker, Naofumi Iwatani. I've been set up. My slave betrayed me. Now, without any fighting strength, what should I do? Yi Tian, Guild Leader. I think I get the picture. You were framed by that silly spear hero's princess, right? Have you obtained the Shield of Wrath yet? Animal Caretaker, Naofumi Iwatani. The Shield of Wrath? No, I haven't. Yi Tian, Guild Leader. That's easily solved. Animal Caretaker, Naofumi Iwatani. Please enlighten me, Guild Leader. Yi Tian, Guild Leader. Let your anger out. Unleash it. There's no need to hold back anymore. That country isn't worth it. Animal Caretaker, Naofumi Iwatani. But Yi Tian, Guild Leader. But what? Aren't you furious? Betrayed, humiliated, slandered at every turn. Are you a man or not? And yet you still choose to endure. Red A. Amiya, at Yi Tian, guild leader, I have to say, the little brother here does sound a bit pitiful. Shining Asuna, yeah, I feel sorry for him just listening to this. Tall Tales, Ains bro, don't cry, stand up and fight back. Slime, Rimuru agreed with the old bone. Get back up, show some pride as a fellow traveler. Dega boiled into soup. +1. Arrogant King Xiao Ming, Tsukasa Kadoya Daegu. Aren't you supposed to be at work? Dega boiled into soup. Not today, it's Christmas. I'll head out for patrol tonight, hee hee. Useless rage Subaru not Suki, hang in there, man. As a fellow traveler between worlds, I understand you. Omazo, Sugo Tokoa. Yeah, even though I don't really get it, bro, don't cry, stand up and fight. Black Egg, Nick Fury. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian, +1. Yi Tian, guild leader. Why is everyone so active today? Meanwhile, in the world of the shield hero, Naofumi Iwatani knelt numbly on the ground, motionless. The spear hero was still ridiculing him without restraint. Suddenly, it was as if all the sounds around him faded away. Naofumi felt as though he were being enveloped, isolated from the world. Bit by bit, darkness closed in all around him. At that moment, the shield on his arm began to glow faintly, and the image of an angry face gradually appeared on its surface. Just then, his little maid approached him, her steps gentle as she made her way to his side. He immediately moved to help him up, ready to offer some words of comfort as well. But just then, Naofumi Iwatani slowly straightened up, his icy eyes sweeping coldly across the room. His voice was detached as he glanced at everyone present, those who still seemed to harbor some lingering expectations, and asked, "All of you, is this what you expect from someone who just holds a shield?" Before he could finish, the king waved his hand dismissively and interrupted. In that instant, Naofumi's expression shifted unexpectedly. He spoke up. "Is there still anyone willing to help me?" But once again, Naofumi was interrupted. This time as two soldiers suddenly marched forward. Seeing this, Naofumi couldn't help but question them. "What do you want?" "My apologies, shield hero. These are orders. There's nothing we can do." One of the soldiers spoke. "Forgive us for what we must do." With that, the two prepared to approach him. Watching them, Naofumi stepped back slowly, his expression grave as he looked at the two approaching soldiers. "In that case, I can't be blamed for what happens next." Just then, a swirl of darkness appeared before everyone's eyes. From the heart of this void, Yi Tian emerged, dressed in imperial robes, his pace calm and unhurried. He first cast a glance at Naofumi, who stood beside him looking bewildered, then fixed his gaze on the shield strapped to Naofumi's arm. Finally, after carefully looking Naofumi up and down, Yi Tian spoke slowly. "You must be the shield hero, Naofumi Iwatani." "I am Yi Tian." Naofumi's whole body jolted with shock. He addressed Yi Tian with urgency and reverence. "It's an honor, Leader Yi Tian. Please help me. Show me the way out of these troubles." Yi Tian nodded at Naofumi's request, then looked him over and asked evenly, "Do you hate them?" "Ido." Naofumi nodded fiercely, his answer resolute. "Do you want revenge against this kingdom's princess and king?" Yi Tian said, his gaze steady. "I do," Naofumi replied, his voice hard. "Well then, listen to this. In our alliance, there are over 5 million skeletal soldiers, 4,000 directly commanded silver-armored knights, 200,000 elite troops of the Meng clan under Meng Tian, and a naval force 1 million strong, all under your command. With such power, you could sweep across this world. What do you think?" Yi Tian looked at Naofumi, amusement flickering in his eyes. Naofumi was momentarily stunned, left speechless by the sheer numbers Yi Tian mentioned. He had never expected the alliance to wield such a massive force. "Oh, by the way," Yi Tian continued as if casually providing counsel, "of these armies, the navy is the most powerful. Their generals possess unrivaled strength. Next come the skeletal soldiers, overwhelming in their numbers. After that, the alliance's own elite guards, and finally the Meng clan's troops." Yi Tian broke down the army's strengths for Naofumi in a calm tone. But at that moment, not far away, the spear hero couldn't hold it anymore and doubled over with laughter. "Haha, I used to think only Naofumi Iwatani was a fool, but it seems another one has shown up. Look at this little brat. He's actually trying to put on a show. TCH, you really have to feel sorry for him." Bareli, Lanid, Ibit. The spear hero wasted no time in mocking both Naofumi Iwatani and Yi Tian. Hearing the words, a flash of killing intent flickered in Yi Tian's eyes. At that moment, countless nobles seated in the stands on either side erupted into laughter, echoing the spear hero's disdain. Yi Tian swept his gaze around carelessly, then smiled with utter contempt. Suddenly, a suit of battle armor appeared on his body, and in his hand materialized the banner of the alliance, seemingly out of nowhere. Now, clad in dark crimson armor, and holding the war banner high. Yi Tian surveyed the crowd with cold eyes and declared, "I am Yi Tian, leader of the Multiverse Anti-Abnormality Alliance. As of this moment, I officially notify the will of this world. I shall not be insulted. My words are not idle threats. From this moment forth, I, Yi Tian, as leader of the Multiverse Anti-Abnormality Alliance, issue a formal declaration of war. Under my command, the entire empire of the pirate world will launch a full-scale invasion of this world. Simultaneously, the sorcerer kingdom of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, ruled by the supreme Overlord, the king of the undead, Ainzul Gaon, will begin a comprehensive assault, leading their forces against this world at my command. Furthermore, the mighty armies of the monarch world, under the command of Meng Tian, the foremost general of the Xianyong Empire and the famed dragon hunter, shall join the attack on this world under my banner. In addition, the Demon Federation of another world, presided over by the Lord of the Jura Forest, the Demon Lord Rimuru, will mobilize all forces to invade this world as part of my coalition. And now, from the Zio world, the most benevolent, most supreme, and most powerful king, the Demon Lord with the ability to reshape the universe itself, shall lead his entire force to attack this world. This war shall be a battle to the death. No quarter given, no peace until one side falls. Any who insult me shall be slain. Any who spit upon me shall be slain. Any who bring calamity to this land shall be slain. Any who bears the mark of guilt shall be slain. This battle will be overseen and witnessed by myself, the leader of the Multiverse Anti-Abnormality Alliance, together with the will of this world. In this war, blood will flow across mountains and rivers, drenching the land for miles with carnage. After these hostilities, I will personally draft the New World Contract and oversee the rebirth of this world myself. This battle begins now. I hereby declare, the War of Worlds has begun. The instant his proclamation ended, a system notification resounded in the minds of both Yi Tian and Naofumi Iwatani, perfectly on cue. They understood. The war had now truly started. At that moment, Yi Tian planted the war banner firmly into the ground. Cracks instantly snaked across the earth, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Then, with a thunderous roar, a magnificent portal tore open 100 meters behind Yi Tian. From its luminous depths, a unit of 4,000 warriors in shining silver armor marched out in formation, assembling at Yi Tian's side as his vanguard. Meanwhile, back in the world of pirates, Mamanga and his men, who had originally been waiting for Yi Tian's return, all received notifications that the war was about to begin. They immediately rushed to contact their subordinates and began assembling their troops. Finally, the moment arrived. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. A horn blared, solemn and deep. All eyes in the area turned, riveted to the magnificent portal before them. When they had first seen the arrival of the 4,000 royal guards, a sense of panic had already started to spread among them. But the moment the war horns sounded, a sound that could only mean one thing, a chill ran down their spines, sweeping over them like an arctic blast. Right then, they saw battle standards emerge from the swirling depths of the portal. And as they watched in disbelief and terror, a squad of skeletal warriors clad in glittering golden armor marched forth, their every step measured and unyielding. But before anyone could react, another portal sprang open not far from the first. From within this new gateway, a battle standard emblazoned with a fierce tiger unfurled, and in its wake, squads of soldiers clad in dark crimson armor began pouring out in disciplined ranks. The forces of the Great Tomb of Nazarick wiped this place clean in blood. Yi Tian's icy voice resonated through the space, carrying the weight of utter conviction. I want this world to know that there are some people you may mock, but for others, the cost of mockery is death. Upon the high platform, the king's face had lost all color, ghostly pale and trembling uncontrollably, as if the life had drained from his body. As for the hero with the spear and the princess, still lost in the arena, they sat in a stupor on the ground, staring blankly at the torrent of soldiers surging from the two magnificent portals. Only now did they realize, with an almost cruel clarity, just how laughable they had been, to have provoked someone so powerful, commanding such a terrifying force. As the two of them sat frozen in shock, Yi Tian slowly turned his gaze towards them. Expression cold and detached, Yi Tian addressed them directly. I'm not certain that killing you here will actually end your lives, but rest assured, I remember your names. When my armies cross into your original world, I will slaughter your entire bloodline. If your country stands in my way, I'll annihilate your country. You must understand, a king may not be insulted, nor an emperor, and as for an overlord, even less so. I am an emperor. Insulting me is an act of war. Whoever protects you, I will destroy. Country? nation, even the world itself? If need be, I'll wipe them all out. I possess the power to reset worlds. This world, and every world, must bend to my will. And yaha. With that, Yi Tian turned his head, gazing toward the other portal that had appeared. From within, squad after squad of naval marines, dressed in their crisp uniforms, marched out one after another, their discipline and bearing unmistakable. Yi Tian gazed at the assembled navy and spoke slowly. Soldiers, this world is filthy. Lies permeate the land, and the scourge of slavery runs rampant. Now, the Empire, together with the kings from other worlds, is about to launch a united assault upon this world. I want the people of this world to understand. The dignity of the Emperor is sacred and inviolable. The Empire is not to be insulted. Let's cleanse this world, shatter those shameful chains of slavery, and destroy every last noble who upholds them. Let the common folk at last live peacefully in every corner of this world. Let them realize that from this day forward, there will be no more oppression, no more hateful slave system, no more ruthless exploitation by the aristocracy, just as it is in our empire. Yes, sir. In an instant, the morale of the entire navy soared to its peak. Then let the assault begin. Do not bring shame upon our world. Do not bring shame upon the empire. Let the rulers of other worlds see. Our navy, our empire, is formidable indeed. Yes, sir. Attack. Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction, before swinging his arm down in a commanding gesture, his voice thunderous. Deep within the royal palace, inside a secluded chamber, a masked woman knelt respectfully before a splendid noblewoman. The noblewoman's face was now etched with terror and despair, though underneath, resentment and regret burned even stronger. She was Mirelia Q. Melromark. She was the queen of Melromark, the true ruler of the nation. Known often as the Fox Queen of Melromark, she had always displayed the calm mastery of a woman in control of every thread of the game. But now, all her usual poise was gone. She had just received news so shocking it had shaken her deeply. The Queen of Melromark slowly rose to her feet, her eyes anxious as she addressed her subordinate below. Where are they now? I need to go there at once. Ahead, the kneeling member of the covert forces quickly stood, hesitating as he looked at the Queen and said, "You mustn't, Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, the Queen froze, her first step halted. Anger flashed across her face as she looked at her subordinate. Why can't I? Am I not even allowed to try and prevent this disaster? My Queen, that area has already fallen to enemy forces. If you were to go there now, then... The Queen paused at these words. She fell silent for a moment, still and contemplative, before she finally raised her head and looked at her subordinate. Take me there. Someone has to deal with this mess. Perhaps now, I am the only one who still can. If I do not step forward today, the kingdom will fall at their hands. When that happens, you and I, we all will be traitors to our country, condemned beyond redemption. After speaking, Melromark strode past the member of the secret force, heading straight for the exit. Seeing this, the agent couldn't help but shake his head and hurried after him. Meanwhile, back in the original dueling grounds, all the nobles who hadn't yet managed to flee were being herded in front of Yi Tian. Looking at the sea of nobles kneeling before him, Yi Tian couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. He then glanced at a Watani Naofumi beside him and said, "Just look at these people. Remember how arrogant they were just a moment ago? And now look at them. That's why, if you want to earn respect in this other world, you must first possess absolute power. If not, your only option is to stay far away from people like them." With that, Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively, not bothering to spare the nobles another glance. "Take them away," he said casually. At that moment, Ains and Meng Tian slowly emerged through the gate of space. "Yi Tian, my brother, what's going on? Why did a war suddenly break out?" Ains approached, followed by a group of his guardians. "Exactly. My head's still spinning from all this," Meng Tian agreed, nodding along. Hearing this, Yi Tian let out a gentle chuckle. Looking at them, he explained, "The nobles and king of this kingdom take every opportunity to bully others. And worse, they publicly insulted me. They can't be tolerated. I simply cannot let them be." Ains looked surprised by Yi Tian's words, and with a hint of inquiry in his voice asked, "So deep down, are you just upset they laughed at you?" "No, not at all," Yi Tian replied quickly, shaking his head in firm denial. Honestly, it's understandable. If it were me, I probably wouldn't stand for it either," Meng Tian said, regarding Yi Tian with understanding. Yi Tian grinned, reaching out to pat Meng Tian's armored shoulder, eyes twinkling in silent camaraderie. "So what do you plan to do? Wipe them all out?" Ains asked, a trace of doubt in his voice. "Of course not. My real goal is simply to bring an end to this kingdom. Afterward, I'll put a Watani Naofumi on the throne, to rule this land, Yi said, after a moment's thought, turning to Naofumi. Make him king? You know, that might actually work. It would greatly boost our alliance's strength. Ains mused, nodding in agreement. Iwatani Naofumi, however, could only stare in astonishment, stumbling over his words. Wait, me? Why me? Sensing his reluctance, Yi turned to him slowly and said, Why not? With your character, I believe the people will truly prosper under your rule. Just then, a voice called out from the side. Hey, are you the new member? You're really pretty. Miss, would you like to be friends? The moment those words left his mouth, Yi who had been busy giving Naofumi Iwatani a serious lecture, couldn't help but feel utterly exasperated. He whipped his head around and snapped at Zhang Chulan. For goodness sake, can you calm down? Does every pretty girl you see have to be someone you hit on? I'm in the middle of discussing something important here. Hearing Yi remark, Zhang Chulan, who was just about to make another move, halted awkwardly. With an embarrassed grin, he said, Sorry, I'll restrain myself. I promise. Yi rolled his eyes at Zhang Chulan, then turned back to Naofumi, continuing, So, have you made up your mind? Can you really bear to let the people of this world continue to suffer in such misery? Naofumi hesitated, momentarily stunned, and lapsed into silence. Seeing this, Yi decided not to press further. Instead, he slowly turned around to observe the others nearby. At this moment, a young woman stood among the group, wearing a suit of white soft armor and sporting flowing orange hair. She was slim and elegant, with a rapier at her side, looking somewhat awkward as she made scattered small talk with those around her. Nearby, Subaru Natsuki and Zhang Chulan crouched together, quietly discussing something mysterious in low voices. Taking in the scene, Yi slowly clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. As all eyes turned toward him, Yi finally spoke. Everyone, some of you have been with us for a while, and some are brand new. If any newcomers have questions, don't hesitate to ask the veterans here. All right, now let's talk about this world situation. Yi let his gaze sweep over the crowd before continuing. This world is on the brink of collapse. So, I've decided, we will overthrow every kingdom and noble house here, and rebuild a new government. That way, the people might finally have a chance at a better life. At the same time, we can quickly expand our alliance's strength and forces. Now, does anyone agree or object? I agree, Ain said in a calm, even voice, giving a nod. I agree as well, Rimuru echoed. But just then, a soldier dressed in shining silver armor hurried up to Yi. Bowing respectfully, he reported, Leader, the Queen of Melromark requests an audience. She's waiting outside. At that, Yi brows furrowed in annoyance. Let her go, he replied. The silver-armored soldier acknowledged the command and turned to leave. But as soon as he took a step back, Yi voice suddenly called out again. No, let her in. I'd like to hear what she has to say. A faint, mocking smile played at Yi lips as he spoke. Yes, the silver-armored soldier answered and swiftly carried out the order. Before long, the gates of the arena opened slowly. Surrounded by the protection of a squad of elite troops, the Queen of Melromark walked in with graceful, measured steps. As she caught sight of Itian and his companions, as well as the sea of soldiers densely filling every corner of the arena, not to mention those still emerging from the still-open portal of space, she stood in place, utterly stunned. At first, when rumors of war against the kingdom of Melromark reached her ears, she hadn't thought it would be anything of real consequence. But now, seeing the scale of the spectacle before her eyes, it was clear this was spiraling out of control. Disaster was looming, and there would soon be no turning back. Her gaze traveled, taking in the troops surrounding her. She could clearly sense the aura radiating from these soldiers, especially those clad in silver armor. Though they weren't many, every one of them was stronger than the so-called heroes. But it was the skeletal warriors in golden armor that truly made her blood run cold. At just a glance, fear crept up her entire body, sending chills down her spine. A wave of icy dread crawled over her skin. She turned then to study the naval soldiers in regulation uniforms and the commanding officers orchestrating their movements. For a moment, she was struck dumb all over again. Never before had she seen such formidable soldiers. At that moment, a silver-armored warrior strode up to her, face expressionless, and declared, Queen of Melromark, the Lord of the League has agreed to grant you an audience. Come with me. Without another word, he turned and led the way, paying no further heed to the queen. Instantly, the elite guards at her side frowned sharply, poised to take action. Yet just as one of them raised a hand in preparation, the Queen of Melromark caught her eye and gave the smallest shake of her head. Only then, though unwilling, did her subordinate lower her hand once more. The queen, meanwhile, was acutely aware of the minute reactions rippling through the soldiers when her guards made their move. She was certain that if her people had so much as twitched, the entire arena's troops would have launched a synchronized barrage, ruthlessly erasing her party without a shred of hesitation. The very moment she had restrained her guards, she noticed the silver-armored soldier in front give a subtle tilt of his head. A surge of shock coursed through her heart, as turbulent as a tidal wave. Even the most ordinary of these soldiers possessed keen awareness and sharp judgment, an ability that left her both uneasy and deeply intimidated. What kind of person was it that dared to declare war on them, commanding an army of such discipline and terrifying strength? Certainly, she never believed this was the foretold catastrophe arriving ahead of schedule. The time for that had not yet come. So, she still harbored a lingering wariness and fear toward these skeletal soldiers. Following behind the silver-armored warrior, she made her way deeper into the heart of the arena. At this moment, her gaze settled at the very center of the Colosseum, for she saw, standing in the arena's very core, a child robed in regal attire, quietly regarding her in silence. Surrounding this child were a motley array of figures. Some were skeletons in long robes, others generals clad in heavy armor. There were commanders draped in capes, as well as many young men, each of whom, without question, radiated tremendous power. As she was about to reach the place where Yition and the others stood, the silver-armored warrior leading the way suddenly stopped, offered Yition a formal salute, and announced in a clear voice, "Respectful greetings, Alliance Master. As ordered, I have brought the queen of this kingdom." Hearing this, Yition nodded slowly, then gave a casual wave of his hand, signaling that the warrior could leave. "Yes, sir." With that, the silver-armored warrior straightened up and stepped aside. As Queen Melromark approached, Yition couldn't help but let a faint smile play on his lips. He spoke, "The Queen of Melromark, the cunning foxwoman famed throughout the land." At his words, the queen gave a helpless, bitter laugh, then bowed slightly to Yition and said, "Greetings, honored Alliance Master." On hearing this, Yition let out a mocking chuckle, looking back at her. "Alliance Master? That is not a title for you to use. You may call me Emperor Yi. As a sovereign, I believe I deserve that title." Empire. The Queen of Melromark stood stunned, for in her mind, she had no concept of what an empire even was. Seeing her confusion, Yition smiled, then explained, "You may think of it as a force that has unified all the kingdoms." Ignoring the queen's shock, Yition's lips slowly curved once more into a smile as he continued calmly. "So, do you have anything to say for yourself? You allowed your husband to hurl insults at me? Am I allies?" "Allies." The Queen of Melromark slowly turned her gaze toward Naofumi Iwatani. As if suddenly understanding something, she quickly looked back at Yition and said, "My deepest apologies, Your Majesty Emperor Yi. I am willing to offer restitution." Yition let out a scornful laugh, fixing his eyes on her as he replied, "Restitution? I'm afraid you're too late. My armies have already arrived. What use is an apology now? You must realize at this moment, 10 worlds are declaring war on you. Tell me, what good is an apology?" Then, words. The Queen of Melromark was left utterly dumbstruck. She simply could not comprehend how her husband's insults alone could have brought such calamity upon the kingdom. 10 worlds at war. At this thought, the Queen of Melromark turned her gaze toward the 2 or 3 portals standing behind Yition. The portals had yet to close, and some soldiers remained at their edges, seemingly held back because there wasn't enough space for them to step out. With that in mind, the Queen of Melromark slowly fixed her eyes on Yition. Her expression grew sincere as she addressed him. "Your Majesty, the Emperor Yi, most exalted one, may I ask, what would it take for you to spare the kingdom of Melromark?" "To spare you? No, I think you misunderstand. When did I ever say I'd show mercy? I never said that, did I?" Yition let out a short, derisive laugh, then sharply turned his head. He looked to Ains, Mengtian, and Garp, and declared, "Mobilize the soldiers. Launch a full-scale assault. Kill every single noble and slave trader in the kingdom. Leave not a one alive. The common folk are not to be disturbed, not even slightly. Execute all the nobles." "Understood," the 3 replied in unison. Just as they were about to carry out their orders, Yition added, "Those nobles, I find them utterly repulsive." Standing to the side, the Queen of Melromark was momentarily stunned by these words. Then, as if jolted awake, she lifted her head to look at Yition and pleaded, "Your Majesty Emperor Yi, you can't." "I can't? And why not? Why do you have to raise your voice before me? Or do you really think those secret forces you command stand chance? Think again." With that, Yition gave a cold snort and would not spare her another glance. At that moment, Yition turned to Naofumi Iwatani and announced, "From this day forth, You shall be king of this nation. I look forward to seeing the glory you bring to our alliance in days to come." Naofumi blinked in surprise at Etion's words, then nodded dumbly, as if waking from a trance. The Queen of Melromark, too, was rooted to the spot, completely stunned by what she had heard. It had never occurred to her that, for the sake of plotting behind the scenes, she would bring such ruin upon herself. What shocked her most was that the disaster had been brought on not by enemies, but by her own husband, her daughter, and that foolish spear hero. While they shamelessly humiliated Naofumi, the queen had intended to wait and see. But this hesitation, this one moment of waiting, had cost her the entire kingdom. She simply couldn't comprehend how her nation had been snuffed out so abruptly and inexplicably, how such drama could unfold right before her eyes. Yetion did not spare the Queen of Melromark a single glance as he strode past her. Just then, the tolling of a bell echoed through everyone's ears. The queen, who had been standing motionless, was jolted back to awareness by the sound. Panic flooded her features as she looked desperately to Yetion and cried, "Teach the wave! The wave is coming! The wave!" Yetion, however, paid no mind to her terror and merely murmured softly to himself. Then he slowly lifted his head and gazed at the brilliant starry sky, speaking slowly. "I am Yetion, Grand Leader of the Alliance Against Anomalies Across the Worlds. From this day forth, I appoint Naofumi Iwatani as envoy to this world. He will have the authority to inspect, oversee, and judge as necessary. Anyone who invades this world shall be deemed an enemy of the Alliance, an enemy of the world itself. All who dare such defiance, I will summon millions to war. I will lay waste to your nations and your people. From this moment, this world stands apart from the tide, excluded from the sequence of its attacks. World Covenant, reveal yourself." With these words, an ancient, weathered parchment silently appeared in Yetion's hand. He raised it slowly, holding it aloft above his head. Just then, a pillar of light shot down from the heavens, illuminating the parchment with a celestial brilliance. As the radiance faded, a thunderous reverberation, almost imperceptible but powerful, echoed across the land. A voice that chilled every soul resounded in the minds of all who lived in that world. "The World Covenant has been formed. From this day onward, this realm is shielded by the Alliance. Naofumi Iwatani, the shield hero, becomes the appointed envoy to this world. For each day the envoy remains, this world is one day free from the tides." As this pronouncement faded into silence, Queen Melromark and the elite guard surrounding her turned to Yetion in utter shock. Never in their wildest imaginings had they believed that a catastrophe which haunted their world for so many years, the tides, could be resolved by a boy with only a handful of words. Then what, they wondered, had all their years of struggle been worth? Yetion noticed their turmoil and gave them a sidelong glance. His tone was composed as he said, "You may go now. From this day forward, all nobles and monarchs in this world will vanish. We will raise Naofumi Iwatani to become emperor of this world's empire." With that, Yetion waved his hand dismissively to the armored soldiers by his side, signaling them to see the guests out. Meanwhile, Naofumi Iwatani stared in dazed disbelief at the badge that had suddenly materialized in his hand, his mind adrift. He kept murmuring to himself, "Envoy, is this the badge of the envoy?" Yetion couldn't help but smile faintly at the sight. Looking at him, he said, "That's right. This is the badge of the envoy. From now on, you'll be spending much of your time guarding this world. I trust you will fulfill your duties faithfully." Hearing this, Naofumi Iwatani nodded solemnly and replied, "Thank you, Grand Leader, for your guidance. I will never betray your trust." Yetion gave a quiet, approving laugh, then patted Naofumi's shoulder in a relaxed manner before leading the others out of the arena. Just then, Asuna, who had been walking among the crowd, bit her lip ever so gently, as if she had resolved herself to a new path. He then quickly ran toward Yetion. Yetion, who had been observing the buildings nearby, heard footsteps behind him and slowly turned his head. Seeing that it was Asuna, Yetion paused in his tracks as well. "Asuna, is something the matter?" Yetion asked, a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips. At his words, Asuna bowed deeply before looking up at Yetion and saying, "Leader, there's something I'd like to consult you about." Hearing this, Yetion gave her a gentle smile and gazed at her. "It's about being trapped inside the game, isn't it? You really do know?" Asuna looked at Yetion, her eyes alight with excitement. Watching her animated expression, Yetion let out a soft chuckle, then looked at her and said, "Actually, it's quite simple. Once you return, just sign a contract with the World Will and become a Realm Guardian. If you do that, the predicament you're facing will be nothing more than a game to you." At this, Asuna covered her mouth in astonishment, staring at Yi Tian in disbelief. She had never imagined such a possibility even existed. Seeing her startled reaction, Yi Tian couldn't help but let out a light laugh. He looked at her and said, "Sounds incredible, doesn't it? But tell me, do you know what inspecting means for realm guardians?" Inspecting. Asuna, not yet a realm guardian herself, suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Just then, Naofumi Iwatani stepped forward, gave Asuna a gentle smile, and explained in a calm voice. Inspection means you are free to go anywhere within the world to observe or investigate, and none of the rules there will restrict you. So, you're saying that once I become a realm guardian, I can freely move around in the game as well. The game's rules will no longer bind me. Asuna asked, her voice trembling with excitement. Of course, Yi Tian replied. Not only that, you'll also be able to exercise your authority and directly access the management privileges of the game you're in. That's called auditing. But my suggestion is, just free yourself. As for the others, it's up to them. After all, that game is only part of their journey. Yi Tian explained everything to Asuna, his tone slow and measured. Yes, I understand, Asuna answered, her expression grave and resolute as she nodded. By now, Yi Tian and the others had left the Colosseum behind. Outside, rows of stone brick houses lined the streets, and a faint scent of blood still lingered in the air. Yi Tian chuckled softly and said, "Now, this is truly fresh, unpolluted air." Meanwhile, unnoticed by the group, Raphtalia, her simple linen clothes a stark contrast to her expression, stood in a corner wearing a look of quiet sorrow as she gazed at Naofumi Iwatani. At that moment, however, Naofumi Iwatani in the crowd seemed to act almost on instinct, turning his head right as his gaze met Raphtalia's eyes, her face filled with loneliness as she looked at him. Seeing this, Naofumi couldn't help but freeze, standing there in a daze, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Raphtalia stood silently in a corner, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, too shy to step forward. Yi Tian, who had been planning to continue strolling around, caught sight of Naofumi standing there awkwardly, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. He looked at him and said, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to go over? Or do you want to wait till you regret it?" "Regret, huh?" Naofumi muttered softly under his breath. But still, he made no move. Noticing this, Yi Tian glanced at Archer beside him, nodded slightly, then stepped back and watched quietly. Upon seeing this, Archer sighed, then strode over until he was right behind Naofumi, grabbed his shoulder, and unceremoniously hurled him toward Raphtalia. Flying through the air, Naofumi snapped out of his stupor and, watching Archer casually dust off his hands, felt an urge to curse that he barely managed to swallow. Raphtalia, seeing Naofumi suddenly tossed her way, was startled for a moment. Then her expression changed abruptly. Without hesitation, she leapt forward and caught the flailing Naofumi in her arms, holding him tightly. She shot a fierce glare at Archer, her eyes full of reproach for the one who had thrown Naofumi. Naofumi, now standing safely, gently patted her shoulder and said, "It's all right. I'm Fina. They were just teasing me." With that, he took Raphtalia by the hand and walked toward Archer and the others. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, Queen Morelia of Melromark walked with her retinue, her expression tinged with sorrow. Her gaze lingered silently on the surrounding buildings. She knew that she might never set foot here again. She wasn't sure whether Naofumi would eventually make this place his residence, but as for herself, she'd never have the chance to return. "Your Majesty," a member of the intelligence corps following behind the queen spoke softly, concern etched in his tone as he saw her sorrowful eyes. Hearing this, Queen Morelia slowly shook her head. "Enough. Come with me to the treasury. Each of you, take something for yourselves and then leave. From today onward, I am queen no longer." Hearing her words, the faces of the intelligence corps members behind her changed drastically. One after another, they dropped to one knee and bowed deeply to her. "Your Majesty, please don't. We have sworn to follow you to the very end." Seeing this, the Queen of Melromark let out a soft sigh and looked at them, saying, "You don't need to do this. We swear to follow you to the end, Your Majesty. Without you, we have nowhere to go. Please, let us remain by your side." Having spoken, everyone lowered their heads in solemn resolve. Upon hearing their words, the queen could only sigh again before slowly nodding. "Very well. You may continue to follow me from now on. Come, let's go. If we want to rebuild and grow, we'll be needing quite a bit of money." With that, she turned and strode directly toward the royal treasury. At that moment, the entire capital was under strict lockdown, every street guarded at intervals by the golden-armored skeletal troops conjured by manga. Citizens huddled inside their homes, trembling with fear. No one knew exactly what had happened in the kingdom, but they all sensed it was something momentous. After all, Not a single soldier of the royal guard could be seen anywhere. The streets were patrolled solely by skeletal soldiers and some knights clad in dark red armor. On those eerily quiet streets, a sudden scream pierced the silence. Those who had been peeking nervously from their windows were drawn to the commotion outside. They saw two soldiers in dark red armor, dragging away a nobleman in a particular direction. Behind them, more nobles were being hauled along, one after another, by the armored troopers. The soldiers ignored the curses and frantic protests of the nobles, their faces expressionless as they dragged them on. Watching all this, the common folk couldn't help but feel a sense of secret satisfaction. These very nobles had bullied them for years. Now, finally, someone was here to put them in their place. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out across the city, echoing through the sky. From this moment, the kingdom is no more. All nobles who bear guilt upon their hands, let every last one of them be put to the sword. As the proclamation faded, fresh waves of desperate screams rose up, echoing to the heavens. At the palace gates, Yi Tian entered alongside his companions, walking at a measured pace. Turning to Iwatani Naofumi, who had been following at his side, he said, "I'll leave 1,000 of the silver guard here for you. And I'll have a word with Mamanga. He'll get Demiurge to assist you for a while. Once things have settled down, they'll leave." "Thank you, Alliance Leader. You've helped me tremendously," Naofumi hurriedly replied. At that, Mamanga, standing off to one side, couldn't help but clap him on the shoulder and say, "Take it slow. There's no rush. I really do have faith in you." Naofumi slowly lifted his head, only to meet the hollow gaze of Mamanga's skeletal visage, at which point he instinctively stumbled backward in alarm. It was only after falling back some distance that he managed to compose himself again, scratching his head a little sheepishly. "Sorry about that." At this, Fly Mouse's face darkened. Meanwhile, Ming Tian and the others couldn't help but cover their mouths, bursting out in laughter. Yi Tian was the most straightforward of all. He gently patted Fly Mouse's leg bone and, shaking his head in amused exasperation, said, "Old Bones, look at yourself. You've gone and scared off the newcomers." Hearing this, Fly Mouse's expression grew even gloomier. Though with only a skull remaining, no one could really see any change. "All right, Yi Tian, that's enough. Let's just leave it at that, okay? I didn't exactly ask to end up like this, you know," Fly Mouse replied, sounding a touch weary. Seeing this, Yi Tian reined in his own laughter and turned to Watani Naofumi and the others, saying, "Enough, enough, let's stop laughing. Let's continue exploring the royal palace, shall we?" With that, Yi Tian led the group further into the palace at a leisurely pace. Taking in the surrounding pavilions and ornate towers, Yi Tian nodded his approval. Then, as if something had just crossed his mind, he glanced at Watani Naofumi and asked, "So, are you planning to settle down in this palace? Or do you want to build a new one?" "I think this one will do just fine. Building a new palace would be time-consuming, needlessly expensive, and honestly, a bit of a waste," Iwatani Naofumi answered after a brief thought. Hearing this, Yi Tian nodded as well, letting the matter drop. After the group had finished their tour of the palace, Yi Tian appeared ready to take his leave. He turned to everyone and said, "If any of you want to hang around and enjoy yourselves a bit longer, go ahead. I'll head back first. Still a few things I need to deal with." At his words, everyone looked up at Yi Tian, each starting to consider whether to stay or go. As for Fly Mouse, Rimuru, and a few others, they would be joining Yi Tian on his next adventure to the pirate world. The rest would remain behind, since they wouldn't be of much help over there anyway. Iwatani Naofumi, Tsukasa Kadoya, and the rest watched as Yi Tian and his companions disappeared into a swirling black portal, then prepared to leave themselves. Just then, however, a small black vortex quietly opened to the side. Demiurge stepped through at a measured pace. Sweeping his gaze over the group, Demiurge lightly pushed his glasses up his nose, eyes keenly observing each of them in turn. Finally, his gaze settled on Iwatani Naofumi. With a faint smile, Demiurge slowly approached, addressing Iwatani Naofumi. "Hello. You must be Iwatani Naofumi. I am Demiurge. Under the order of the Supreme Overlord Fly Mouse, I've come to assist you in establishing and securing your empire." Hearing this, Iwatani Naofumi, still a bit bewildered, quickly stepped forward, looking Demiurge in the eye. "I truly appreciate Brother Fly Mouse's support, and I'm grateful for your help as well. Thank you so much." Upon seeing this, Demiurge couldn't help but smile before saying, "As the strategist who stands ever at the side of the Supreme Ruler, I will certainly assist you in building and securing your empire." Although Yi Tian, Ains, and the others took much of the military forces with them when they left, a portion of the troops remained stationed within the capital. It was already the second day. In the morning, a gentle breeze drifted across the face of Naofumi Iwatani, rousing him from his slumber. The soft caress of the wind awakened Naofumi from his deep sleep. But just as Naofumi regained consciousness, he suddenly froze in place, lost for a moment. Scenes from the previous day replayed endlessly in his mind. At this moment, only a single thought echoed over and over inside his head. I have become emperor. Not long after, Raphtalia entered the room, carrying a basin and toiletries. Naofumi was taken aback at the sight, then abruptly leapt up from bed. But the instant he jumped up, he immediately ducked back under the covers. He had realized, the moment the blanket was lifted, that he was completely unclothed. Fortunately, Raphtalia, having just closed the door, hadn't noticed. She simply walked slowly toward the bedside. Ah, Raphtalia, could you step out for a moment? Naofumi mumbled, his voice muffled beneath the covers. Huh, Lord Naofumi. Raphtalia paused in surprise at his words. Still, in her gentle and obedient manner, she set her things aside and quietly stepped out of the room. Hearing the door close, Naofumi sprang from the plush bed and hurriedly dressed himself. Just then, the door opened again and Raphtalia, seeing Naofumi almost dressed, stood there stunned for a moment. Then, with a touch of exasperation, she said, Lord Naofumi, you're wearing the wrong clothes. With that, she rushed outside, soon returning cradling a set of splendid formal attire. Naofumi's eyes grew emotional at the sight of the clothes Raphtalia held in her arms and the crown resting atop them. He reached out and gently traced the intricate patterns on the garments, knowing the weight of what he was about to shoulder by donning these symbols of power. For a long moment he was silent, fingering the royal robes, before quietly saying, Help me dress. Yes, Raphtalia answered, her voice thick with her own excitement. When Naofumi at last placed the crown that Raphtalia held upon his head, he transformed, then and there, into something altogether new. Before he could fully savor the moment, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. At that instant, Demiurge had already arrived outside his room. Hearing the sound, Naofumi Watani quickly turned his head and saw Demiurge standing outside the door. He paused in surprise, then hurriedly walked over to greet him. Seeing this, Demiurge offered a slight smile, then said, The founding of the nation has been scheduled for 1 month from now. But at the moment, there's something that requires your attention. Naofumi was taken aback and looked at Demiurge in confusion, asking, May I ask what it is? It's regarding the slave traders, and specifically their warehouses, Demiurge replied with his usual smile. The slave traders and their warehouses. Naofumi murmured under his breath. Yes, if we are to completely abolish slavery, it will require your personal intervention, Demiurge said quietly. Naofumi nodded slowly, then followed Demiurge as they walked outside together. The warehouse of the slave traders. It was dim and damp here, the air thick with the mingled stench of blood and filth. Suddenly, the heavy door was yanked open with a startling slam. Light streamed into the previously gloomy warehouse in an instant. A rush of footsteps echoed as numerous soldiers poured in from outside, quickly surrounding the entire building. Inside the warehouse, slaves confined in iron cages stared lifelessly toward the direction from which the light now shone. But as the armored soldiers in gleaming silver approached and stood silently before them, something shifted. For the briefest moment, a glimmer sparked in their dulled eyes, only to fade again just as quickly. So this is the slave trader's warehouse. It's truly enormous. Naofumi's voice echoed through the vast room. His gaze swept slowly over the captives locked inside their iron cages. Taking in the scene, he drew in a deep breath, then addressed the slaves in a calm, clear tone. This country, he declared, will never again permit slavery. And you, all of you, will soon be free. With that, he motioned for the cages to be unlocked. Just then, a silver-armored soldier hurried over, carrying 2 trays. Stopping in front of Naofumi, the soldier announced dispassionately, I found these 2 items in a remote corner. Naofumi instinctively turned to look. As his eyes settled upon the eggs resting on the trays, he was struck motionless with astonishment. His eyes were fixed intently on one particular egg in the center, not blinking even once. At this moment, he seemed extremely nervous, an inner voice repeatedly urging him. This is the one, this is the one. With that, Naofumi Iwatani slowly reached out, picked up the egg, and, following his intuition, bit his finger and let a drop of his blood fall onto the eggshell. In an instant, the blood vanished without a trace, as if absorbed, and the once stained white shell returned to its pristine state. Naofumi then handed the egg to Raphtalia, who stood behind him, before following Demiurge out of the room. After they left, the silver-armored guards proceeded to unlock every cage in the warehouse, one after another. Standing atop the highest point in the city, Naofumi and Demiurge quietly gazed down at the streets, now bustling and vibrant once more. Sensing Naofumi's lingering confusion, Demiurge let out a soft chuckle and said, "What's wrong? Is there still something you don't quite understand?" "There is, actually," Naofumi replied, frowning a little. "I just can't figure it out. Skeleton soldiers are patrolling the streets and standing guard. Why would people dare to come out at a time like this?" "That's just the strange psychology of humans," Demiurge explained. "Once the first person steps out of their door, more and more follow suit. And after they see for themselves that the skeleton soldiers mean them no harm, their courage grows by the minute. Whereas before, the streets were almost deserted. Now the city is coming back to life, bustling as it once did." Naofumi didn't quite know what to say. "Well then," Demiurge adjusted his glasses, "we'd better head back to the palace. There are still matters that require our attention. Let's leave that scene for now and turn to another place." Back in the world of pirates, Yi Tian and the others were seated on the deck with Ains, making their way toward Kaido's territory. "By the way, shouldn't we wait for the Navy?" Garp asked, his expression stern as he looked over at Yi Tian. "There's no rush," Yi Tian replied with a slight smile, waving his hand. "I know what you're worried about. Like the old saying goes, enough ants can bring down an elephant. Don't worry, when we head for the next island, we'll wait for the Navy and then go to Kaido together." "All right." Garp relaxed a little at Yi Tian's reassurance. Otherwise, he genuinely feared what a group of ants could do to an elephant. On another island, a little distance from Kaido's stronghold, Yi Tian and his companions made landfall. They settled down wherever they pleased, while Garp directed his sailors to set up camp along the shore, patiently awaiting the arrival of the main Navy forces. Time slipped by, and at the break of dawn the next day, the first rays of sunlight crept into the sky. One after another, warships loaded with Marines set sail for the island where Yi Tian and the others waited. As the Navy fleet halted their warships, the sailors began to gather along the shore. Inside his tent, Yi Tian, who had been lying down, heard the commotion. Slowly, he opened his eyes and lifted a corner of the tent. Through the opening, he saw that most of the Navy's top officers, together with the 3 admiral generals, were already assembled on the shore. Seeing this, Yi Tian leisurely opened up the tent all the way, stepped out while stifling yawn. The naval commanders, already gathered together, quickly saluted as Yi Tian emerged from the tent. "Your Majesty." Yi Tian waved them off casually and replied, it's all right. Just give me a moment to wake up, and then we'll talk." With that, he made his way toward one of the warships anchored along the coast. After freshening up, the others gradually began to wake as well. Standing at the front of the assembled group, Yi Tian looked at them and said, "All right, looks like everyone's here. Okay then, let's set out for Kaido's island." With those words, he took the lead, boarding a warship with Flying Squirrel and the others. The rest of the group boarded their ships too, forming a steady long line behind Yi Tian's warship, flanking it on both sides. On the deck, Yi Tian gazed silently at the endless blue sea ahead. There was nothing in his heart but a deep, tranquil calm, none of the tension one might expect before battle. At that moment, Garp stepped forward, approaching Yi Tian where he stood admiring the ocean. He spoke softly, "Yi Tian, when the time comes, let us handle Kaido." Yi Tian was taken aback for a second, then turned to Garp in mild confusion. "What's wrong?" "Well, you're the emperor of the empire now. If you were to personally—" As he spoke, Garp's voice gradually faded away. But Yi Tian understood. He smiled and clasped his hand behind his back. "Don't worry. My strength is hardly lacking. You couldn't beat me yourself, so there's nothing to fear." Seeing that Yi Tian wasn't inclined to take his advice, Garp could only smile wryly. Truth be told, he'd suspected how things would go from the start. Now that Yi Tian had said it himself, there really wasn't much more to add. After all, Yi Tian wasn't wrong. The sun was slipping steadily westward, and dusk arrived. Suddenly, the once calm sea surged and roared with mighty waves. The hazy golden sky was abruptly split by streaks of lightning and peals of thunder. For a moment, a heavy silence settled over the fleet. At that instant, Yi Tian narrowed his eyes, scanning the darkness ahead. His brows drew together in a deep frown. Then, a flash of lightning burst across the sky, illuminating the sea in brilliant white. In that sudden glare, Yi Tian caught sight of something stirring in the shadows. Just as he was about to speak, a booming laughter thundered over the waters. "Haha, Navy, you can't hold back any longer, can you? Well, here I am. Come and get me if you dare." A colossal pirate ship glided closer, and right in its center, Kaido sat comfortably on his chair, his gaze ferocious and violent as he watched Yi Tian's direction. Seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but curl his lip, then turned to Garp behind him and said, "Garp, You all go ahead. With that, he simply turned and sat down on the deck, locking eyes with Kaido. Haha, boys attack. Crush these marines for me. From behind Kaido, King roared the order. He then leaped from the flagship to a nearby ship, leading his men straight into battle against the Navy. Queen, infamous as the plague, was not to be outdone. He too led his crew, charging at the marines just as fiercely as King. With two of the calamities already surging forward, Jack could no longer hold back. He rallied the remaining forces and launched a frontal assault on the flagship where Yi Tian was stationed. As Kaido unleashed the calamities and his formidable crew of ability users, Admiral-level officers from the Navy also stepped up, moving out to intercept them. In an instant, chaos erupted across the sea. Cries of agony echoed over the vast waters, each scream carrying a chilling sharpness through the air. Jack, you're not getting past me. No sooner had the words been spoken than a golden beam blazed in front of Jack, momentarily dazzling him and his men, plunging their vision into darkness. Taking full advantage of this opening, Sengoku thrust out his palm with a powerful shout. Buddha Shockwave. A thunderous force crashed into Jack's ship, sending it hurtling backwards into the main vessel. Yet Jack slowly lifted his arms, which had absorbed Sengoku's blow, the color of armament haki gathering thickly upon them. He stood firm, blocking the attack. Seeing this, Sengoku's mouth curled into a faint smile. In a flash, he sprang forward once again, launching a fresh assault on Jack. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ice Pheasant Beak. With a sharp flick, Aokiji hurled a chilling attack toward Queen's position. The sound of explosions thundered as Queen swatted aside his own men, then charged directly at Aokiji with all his might. At the same time, King swooped rapidly toward the battleships. But as he was about to reach them, in that very instant, a shadowy figure materialized on the deck. There, standing tall in a dark red suit with a rose pinned to his chest, was Akainu. Akainu calmly drew on his cigar, his face as cold as stone, staring impassively at King charging toward him. He then slowly raised a hand. Bit by bit, molten lava began to drip from Akainu's arm, hissing quietly as it touched the deck. As the droplets of molten lava landed on the ground, they burst apart, sending forth thick plumes of black smoke. Witnessing this, Jin's figure trembled ever so slightly, and a hardened, steel-like layer seemed to form over his skin. With a roar of fury, he charged straight at Akainu. While the three of them were fiercely locked in combat, a figure suddenly flashed down behind Yi Tian, descending in a streak of light. Noticing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but purse his lips in mild annoyance. Without turning, he addressed the newcomer behind him, his voice casual. Admiral Kizuru, aren't you supposed to be fighting? What are you doing here? Hearing Yi Tian's words, Kizuru gave an exaggerated pout, then shrugged and replied in his usual lazy tone. Oh my, Your Majesty the Emperor, just look, they've got things well in hand. If anything happens, I'm ready to jump in at a moment's notice. Yi Tian gave a short laugh at that, eyeing Kizaru with amusement. You sure know how to slack off. Fine, suit yourself. With that, he turned his attention back to the battlefield, paying Kizaru no further mind. On the frozen surface nearby, Aokiji and Queen had clashed. The surrounding sea had been transformed into a field of ice beneath Aokiji's power. Their battle had already shifted from ship decks to the expanse of ice between them. Queen, this time you aren't getting away, Aokiji commented lightly, sidestepping Queen's powerful punch. Don't flatter yourself, Aokiji. In my eyes, you Navy types aren't so impressive, Queen retorted, shooting Aokiji a dismissive glare as if the entire conflict were beneath him. Aokiji nodded thoughtfully, responding in a languid tone. I suppose that's true. With a mighty swing, Queen shattered Aokiji's icy attack, then nonchalantly flexed his fist as if it were nothing. So this is the strength of an admiral? Doesn't seem all that special to me. But at that moment, Aokiji realized something was off about this so-called calamity, renowned as the plague. He noticed that during their standoff, Queen's eyes kept flicking to either side, as if searching for a way out. This sparked an idea in Aokiji's mind. Since Queen was scheming, why not play along and drag out the match? After all, either way, Queen wouldn't be able to escape in the end. Sure enough, with a cry of twin pole spear, Aokiji conjured a long spear of dual ice blocks and hurled it toward Queen. Queen's shifty eyes darted again, and at the last moment he dodged out of the way. Aokiji chuckled at Queen's evasive maneuver. For one of the three calamities, is that all you've got? Looks like your reputation is a bit overrated. Queen gave a disdainful pout in response, but held his tongue. Seeing Queen's half-hearted attitude, Aokiji found it rather relaxing, and the two of them continued their exchange without much intensity, almost as if they were merely sparring. Meanwhile, the battle between Akainu and Jin raged on, spectacular and fierce. Akainu's hands never stopped, hurling searing magma outwards as his eyes blazed with fury. "King, don't you get tired flying around like that?" he growled. "Hey, Akainu, what's wrong? Do you regret not eating a devil fruit that lets you fly back then?" King's voice drifted mockingly from behind the armored visor that covered his face. Akainu's eyes flashed with a sudden burst of anger. With a furious shout, he bellowed, "Damn you! Meteor volcano!" With that, he kept swinging his fists, launching wave after wave of molten magma into the sky. Watching as Akainu persistently threw magma upwards, King continued to taunt without restraint. Is this the strength of an admiral? But even as King was mercilessly mocking Akainu, the admiral saw his opening. In a flash, Akainu vanished from where he stood. He reappeared, suddenly and without warning, directly behind King in midair. At that moment, King spun around sharply, catching sight of Akainu's arm already sheathed in haki. Instantly, King threw up his own arms, coating them in armament haki to block the attack. Yet, the hastily conjured haki was no match for Akainu's blow, already charged with power. Akainu's fist thundered towards King, who managed to cross his haki-clad arms just in time to block the strike. Still, the force sent him crashing into the nearest pirate ship. At last, King shed his playful attitude and engaged Akainu in earnest. In an instant, the place they fought seethed with erupting magma and blazes shooting through the sky. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Sengoku and Jack had squared off. As the fighting raged on, Sengoku was a bit winded, but Jack was covered in wounds from head to toe. Up on the deck, after surveying the three battlefields, Yi Tian spoke in a measured voice. "Kizaru, go help out in those three places and finish it quickly. As for Kaido, leave him to us." "That will do." Kizaru paused for a moment, then, looking utterly exhausted, nodded and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. As you command." With that, he transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Kizaru's arrival instantly lifted the Navy's morale. Elsewhere, not far from Yi Tian's flagship, Momosaji and Gion were locked in battle with 3 of the Tobi Rappo. The other Navy commanders were also being held up by Kaido's subordinates. Seeing all this, Kizaru, floating above the battlefield, couldn't help but smirk a little. He crossed his arms and aimed his palm straight at Kaido's underlings below. Yasakani no Magatama. Dodging nimbly through the air, Kizaru moved with jaunty, dazzling agility, making himself the brightest figure on the field. Naturally, this drew the attention of Kaido and his ilk. But for now, it was not his turn to enter the fray. At this moment, Emperor Yi Tian, who represented the world, who embodied the might of the Navy, remained perfectly still. As Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, how could he possibly make the first move? Yet, finally, as countless members of the Beast Pirates fought recklessly without restraint, Kizaru suddenly unleashed a blinding barrage that made it impossible for anyone to just sit still. With a thunderous crash, Kaido slammed his fist down onto the armrest of his seat. His eyes burned with rage as he fixed his glare on Yi Tian. "So it was you, little brat, who toppled the world government. You even united the Navy? Impressive, truly impressive." Yi Tian's eyes turned a shade colder at those words. He responded with a mocking smile, "You're not too bad yourself. Still need a kid like me to lead an army against you. Takes some real skill on your part as well, doesn't it? Haha, all these years, no one's dared talk to me like that. Kid, let's see if you can handle my wrath." With that, Kaido stood up from his seat and leaped straight toward the warship where Yi Tian was positioned. Seeing this, Yi Tian's expression darkened considerably. Just as he prepared to spring into action, Garp was the first to step forward and meet Kaido head-on. "As a king, how could I possibly let you confront him directly? First, you'll have to get through me, Kaido," Garp shouted, his voice brimming with fury. "Garp, get out of my way!" Kaido roared back. He smashed his fists together, sending a gust of force so powerful that the surrounding ships were blown apart, scattering in all directions. Witnessing this, Kizaru, who had been darting through the air moments before, also landed beside Garp, joining him in a standoff against Kaido. "So, this is all the Navy can manage? Come on then." With those words, Kaido dove back into battle with Garp. Meanwhile, Kizaru weaved in and out, attacking from the flanks, making Kaido increasingly agitated. "This place is too cramped for a proper fight, Garp. If you've got what it takes, follow me to that island over there," Kaido shouted. Then, as thunder rumbled through the sky, he suddenly transformed into an azure dragon and soared toward the distant island. Watching the blue dragon arch across the sky, Yi Tian furrowed his brow. He'd long since learned that Kaido's devil fruit transformed him into a dragon, but he hadn't expected it to be an azure dragon. As the 3 figures faded into the distance, Yi Tian turned slowly to look at Fly Mouse, Red A, and Rimuru. Let's join the fray as well. I want to see for myself just how undying this so-called immortal really is. Immortal? Don't tell me he's one of the Undying clan. Fly Mouse, surprised by Yi Tian's remark, stood frozen, staring blankly at Kaido as he flew away in dragon form. Seeing this, Yi Tian rolled his eyes and explained, "Don't overthink it. He just happens to have a devil fruit power, nothing to do with being some kind of Undying clan." Oh, that's good, that's good. I'm not jealous anymore, not at all. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Flying Squirrel immediately turned his head away, no longer watching Kaido as he faded into the distance. At this point, Yi Tian paid no more heed to Flying Squirrel. With a brisk motion, he rolled up his sleeves. In the blink of an eye, both his arms were enveloped in the black sheen of armament haki, and he appeared right beside the nearest pirate. A deafening crash echoed through the air. A scream pierced the chaos. Yi Tian was like a fighter switched into battle mode, mowing down pirates with a blow apiece, sweeping through the deck without the slightest restraint. Close on his heels was Red, moving like a wraith through every corner of the pirate ship, silently harvesting pirate after pirate. As for Flying Squirrel, he stood at the prow, slowly extending a skeletal finger and pointing at the pirates on a ship in the distance. His voice rang out, "Seventh layer, chain lightning." In a flash, Rimuru transformed from a slime into human shape. Without hesitation, he grabbed a katana and dove headfirst into the throng. The Marines who were struggling in the thick of battle saw Yi Tian and his companions join the fray, and their spirits soared. Soldiers who had been suppressed and beaten back suddenly felt a surge of limitless strength, turning the tables and cutting down their pirate foes. Yi Tian took it all in, and with a powerful leap, he landed atop a ship's mast, scanning the battlefield. Raising his voice, he roared, "Kill!" The response rang out in kind. "Charge! Kill!" In that instant, the Marines' morale reached a new peak. Meanwhile, Aokiji, who had been holding back until now, caught sight of the sudden shift. A flicker of apology passed across his face as he turned to Queen and said, "Sorry, but His Majesty has already entered the fight. I suppose I can't slack off anymore." With those words, Aokiji's figure vanished, only to reappear behind Queen in a flash. Time for an ice age. A brittle sound of ice crackling filled the air. A creeping frost began to spread across Queen's back, rapidly encasing his entire torso in solid ice. Bit by bit, arms, head, legs, until he stood completely frozen. Aokiji stared at the ice-encased Queen, stunned for a moment before musing thoughtfully, "Is this really the so-called calamity, the one said to stand on equal footing with admirals?" He glanced at his situation, then at where Akainu and Sengoku were engaged with their opponents, not finding his own task more difficult than theirs. Gazing at the thoroughly frozen Queen, Aokiji gave a small, amused smile. "It seems you're a rather special one among the calamities." Without another word, he somehow produced a pair of sea-stone handcuffs and snapped them onto the hands of the icebound Queen. Having stationed a few officers to keep watch, Aokiji turned and sauntered over to help where Akainu was fighting. Watching Akainu and Sengoku locked in close combat, Aokiji smacked his lips in brief appreciation and remarked, "Now this is more like the strength of a calamity." When he finished speaking, his entire body moved in an instant. The next time he appeared, a strand of ice crystal had already struck Jin's shoulder. Gazing at the frost on his shoulder, Jin glanced awkwardly at the enormous block of ice being hauled back to the warship by several Navy soldiers. He couldn't help but let out a low, guttural growl. "Damn it, Navy, I won't let any of you off." As soon as these words left his mouth, the force in Jin's hands grew even stronger. Like a wild beast, he charged straight toward Akainu and Aokiji. But just as Jin was about to take his first step, a voice rang out abruptly above him, sounding a touch immature. "You mangy bird, do you have a death wish?" With the words still echoing, an explosive crash erupted. Jin was sent flying as Tian's fist smashed him straight onto a pirate ship. A deafening series of impacts followed, tearing open hole after hole in the ship. Even after crashing through to the lowest deck, Tian's punch hadn't spent its force, driving Jin directly into the depths of the sea. At that moment, chaos erupted among the ranks of the beast pirates. The first thought that flashed through their minds was to recover Jin at all costs, for if they failed, any hope of escape would be lost. Watching Jin get hammered into the sea by Tian, both Akainu and Aokiji couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. They had always known Tian's strength, but even so, they hadn't expected him to possess such overwhelming armament haki. Casting a casual glance at the dumbstruck Aokiji and Akainu, Tian smirked slightly, then said, "Well, aren't you two going to help Sengoku deal with Jack?" "Yes, sir." Akainu and Aokiji snapped out of their daze and hurried off in the direction of Sengoku. Yi meanwhile, landed gently on the deck of his ship, stepping down on air as if walking on invisible stairs. With Yi back aboard, the fierce battle on the sea gradually subsided. After Sengoku, Akainu, and Akiji had shackled Jack with sea stone and locked him away, Yi took a slow look at the people who had gathered behind him. Only then did he finally speak. "Let's go. Gather everyone with strong fighting power. We're heading to that island for a look." As he spoke, Yi fixed his gaze on an island lying not far ahead. At that moment, flickers of lightning were flashing above the island. Alongside the rumbling thunder, the sound of fists colliding echoed, mingling with the explosive blasts of Kizaru's lasers. Everyone followed the direction of Yi gaze, then silently nodded their agreement. Yi and his companions boarded a small boat, slowly making their way toward the island. Meanwhile, on the island itself, "Ha ha, Garp, has your fist lost its strength?" Kaido roared with laughter. "Kaido, if you're going to act so arrogant, at least wipe the blood from the corner of your mouth before you speak. Today is your last day." Garp snorted coldly as he spoke. The next moment, their heated faces clashed together again. Meanwhile, Kizaru remained suspended in midair behind Garp, the light radiating from his body not dimming in the slightest, constantly dazzling Kaido with its brilliance. Yet his fingers never stopped moving. Every so often, he would point a finger at Kaido. Each time, a scorching beam of light would erupt violently against Kaido's body. "Ark, damn you, Kizaru, you yellow monkey!" Kaido couldn't help but cry out in pain. For a brief moment, Kizaru faltered at Kaido's words, then looked at him with mock fear, saying, "Ooh, how frightening, Emperor Kaido." As his words trailed off, Kizaru, who had appeared loose and carefree, slowly lifted his right leg. At his toes, an intense, searing light gathered. Light speed kick. With a tremendous boom, dust exploded across the battlefield, churning up so thick and high that even the silhouettes within were lost in the haze. "They sure are going at it," Yi remarked in awe, gazing at the island engulfed in swirling smoke and dust. "So this is the highest caliber of power in this world? This realm is on quite a different level. Are they really doing all this with just their bodies?" Red marveled aloud. Yi laughed softly at this, then looked at him and said, "Exactly. That's why you should consider learning some of the physical arts of this world. It could benefit you a great deal." Boom! Boom! Kaido! Yellow monkey! In the midst of their conversation, Yi and the others were suddenly startled by two furious shouts. They fell silent, then all turned toward the island. It was obvious to anyone listening. The one calling out Kaido's name had been Garp, and Kaido, in turn, was bellowing for the yellow monkey. This left everyone full of questions. What was really happening on the island? How had Kizaru managed to draw so much of Kaido's ire? Following Yi signal, the ship beneath them surged forward with renewed speed. Yi glanced at his companions and said calmly, "You'd all better recover your stamina as much as possible. When we face Kaido, it's going to be a real battle. Oh, and someone grab a useless devil fruit if you spot one." With that, he turned away, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the commotion on the island. But just then, Kizaru shot straight into the sky. With both hands, he launched a barrage of sparkling light orbs that rained down upon Kaido. With a furious roar, Kaido's wounds, those battered under the onslaught of light, began to heal at a rate so astonishing it almost defied belief. Seeing this, Garp, who had been standing to the side, finally let out a sigh of relief. After catching his breath for a moment where he stood, he couldn't help but remark, "This monster!" Looking at Kaido not far away, head thrown back in a furious roar filled with restless irritation, Garp had to admit, when it came to provoking enemies, Kizaru was truly second to none. Just then, Yi and the others arrived at the island shore. Noticing Garp, who was still slightly out of breath, they paused in surprise. But spotting Yi and Sengoku's group setting foot on the island, Garp seemed instantly revitalized. There was no doubt, this time, Kaido would be suppressed right here. The Navy had gathered all its top strength for this battle. If they couldn't bring down even one Kaido, that would be nothing short of a joke. Before Garp could speak, Yi went straight to the point. "What's the matter, Garp?" Out of breath after just a few punches. Hearing this, Garp rolled his eyes at Yi and retorted, annoyed, "Very funny. I was just thinking of a way to restrain Kaido's abilities, that's all, and letting Kizaru wear him down a bit while I'm at it." "All right, bring Kizaru back. Oh, by the way, we're going to finish Kaido." As he spoke, Yi slowly raised his head, glancing up at Kizaru in the sky. "All right then." Garp nodded and called up to Kizaru overhead, "Kizaru, that's enough." "Understood." "That was truly dangerous," Kizaru replied, his figure vanishing instantly from view. In a blink, he reappeared beside Yi The moment Kizaru arrived, Kaido trailed after, closing in on them. But Yi remained calm, coolly scanning those around him. Hold him off for now. Don't let him get away. Kizaru, you go fetch 2 useless devil fruits. I want to make Kaido eat them myself. I'm curious to see just what kind of physique he has. At these words, a shiver went through everyone present, and they stared at Yi in shock. They simply couldn't fathom how someone so young could come up with a plan like this. Still, it was clearly the most practical solution. After hearing Yi Tian's instructions, Kizaru's face twisted with displeasure, but meeting Yi Tian's gaze, he quickly nodded and promised, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. I'll be back as soon as possible." With that, he even gave Yi Tian an unusually formal salute. Watching Kizaru vanish in a flash of light, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile, the corners of his mouth curling up ever so slightly. He then murmured softly, "Seems this look is quite effective after all." At this moment, Yi Tian wore an expression hovering between amusement and severity. One glance would tell you this was someone you would not want to cross. With an earth-shaking roar from Kaido, Garp, Sengoku, and the others surged forward, charging into battle against him. However, at this moment, Kaido no longer wished to be entangled. He had just heard what Yi Tian said, and he understood well enough. This time, if he didn't escape now, he would be trapped here for sure, dead, with no hope of return. He had already consumed 1 devil fruit. If he ate another, there was no telling if he'd explode and die on the spot. With this in mind, Kaido's only thought was to get away from here as quickly as possible. Yet now that Yi Tian had already revealed his plan, there was no way he would let Kaido slip through his fingers. Otherwise, where would his pride go? Enraged, Kaido, still locked in a relentless struggle with Garp and the others, swung his massive arm, trying to sweep his attackers away. But all he got in return were even more ferocious assaults. "Damn you, Garp, Sengoku, Akainu Akiji, and that damned yellow monkey, and you brat, don't let me get out of here," Kaido roared in desperation. Watching Kaido falter under the fierce onslaught, his strength fading bit by bit, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile. He strode forward, taking a good look at Kaido, and then turned to Mouse, who stood to the side. "In a moment, I'll blast him with the devil fruit. You keep an eye out, see if there's anything left worth taking." Hearing this, Mouse was left speechless for a moment, then stared at Yi Tian in astonishment. "You're going to blow him up entirely. What could possibly be left?" "Hey, don't get ahead of yourself," Yi Tian replied with a mischievous grin. "Who knows? Maybe there'll be some bones left for a souvenir, right?" Mouse thoughtfully stroked his chin and finally agreed. "Well, that could work. Let's see what's left when it's over." With that settled, the two of them once again turned their gaze to the unfolding battle just ahead. By now, Kaido could feel his strength rapidly draining away. He could barely hold off the combined assault any longer. At last, with a furious roar, Kaido leapt into the air, aiming to hurl himself into the sea in a desperate bid for escape. Seeing this, Yi Tian turned to Mouse and said, "Old Bones, use Skyfall, smash him back down for me." Mouse nodded slowly, then raised his arm and summoned a magical circle. Crushing an hourglass, he unleashed the super tier magic, Skyfall. Instantly, the ascending Kaido was brought crashing straight back down to the ground. A thunderous impact followed, sending up a cloud of dust that blanketed the entire island. And just then, Sengoku landed a heavy palm across Kaido's back. The others seized the moment as well, launching a barrage of attacks at the fallen Kaido. At that instant, only one thought raced through Kaido's mind. Was it that damned brat who knocked me out of the sky? Hearing Kaido's muffled shout, Mouse scratched his skull, then chuckled with quiet satisfaction. Standing nearby, Yi Tian couldn't help but let a faint smile tug at the corners of his mouth as he watched, then turned to Feishu and said, "That was a fine bit of magic you just cast. The placement was perfect." At this, Feishu grinned with confidence and replied, "Of course. You should remember what level I am." Meanwhile, in the very center of the island, Kaido lay sprawled across the ground, his back throbbing with pain that seemed to intensify with every passing moment. Lifting his head toward the sky, he let out a furious, guttural roar. But just as he opened his mouth, he was met head-on by a fist from Garp, her fist crackling with armament hockey, smashing into him with unrelenting force. With a deafening boom, Garp barked, "What's all this pointless howling? You realize how loud you are?" Without missing a beat, she delivered another punch straight to the top of Kaido's head. At this moment, the attacks from everyone else rained down on Kaido's back like a relentless storm. In an instant, blood gushed everywhere, skin split, and flesh tore open. The molten magma mingled with Kaido's flesh, while icy shards fused with his blood. Very soon, the wounds on Kaido's back blended into a grotesque blur of raw muscle and exposed bone showing in some places. Taking it all in, Yi Tian strode forward, then turned to Garp, who was still hammering away at Kaido's skull, and said, "Garp, use the sea stone to restrain him for now. Once Kizaru brings the devil fruit, we'll make Kaido eat it. Let's see if he's really as unkillable as they say. See if even the clash of devil fruits can't bring him down." "All right," Garp replied, giving a slow nod. She then reached in her coat and pulled out a den mushi, transmitting a brief command before standing calmly atop Kaido's back, waiting for the sea stone chains to arrive. Not long after, a Navy warship glided toward the shore. A unit of Marines marched out, dragging heavy sea stone chains toward Kaido. As they passed by Yetion, each one paused to salute him. Yetion returned a slight nod, then signaled for them to hurry over to Garp. When the Marines finally brought the sea stone chains to Garp, she quickly bound both of Kaido's arms, then moved on to secure his legs. In no time, Kaido was tied up tight, completely restrained. By now, Kaido's strength was deserting him, the agony racking his body, gnawing at his mind. Though the sea stones stifled his devil fruit abilities, his physical power of regeneration had not been sealed away. Now, the wounds along Kaido's back were closing up at a rate more than 4 times faster than any ordinary human could hope for. However, because the sea stone chains pressed against his open wounds, every movement dragged metal over raw flesh, making the pain far worse. Yetion no longer focused his attention on Kaido, choosing instead to stand quietly and wait for Kizaru's arrival. But just then, the den mushi at Garp's side began to ring softly. Seeing this, Garp looked a bit surprised as he pulled the den mushi from his coat. When he saw the image of red hair appear on its shell, he couldn't help but stare in astonishment. With a hint of confusion, he connected the call and slowly asked, "Red-haired kid, what's the matter? I just received word that Big Mom is already heading towards Kaido. That is, your location. It looks like she's going to reinforce Kaido." Hearing Red Hair's voice, Garp was momentarily taken aback, then gave a slow nod. "All right, got it." With that, he was about to hang up, but just as he started to move, Red Hair's voice came over the line again at just the right moment. "I know you're dealing with Kaido right now, so let me help by intercepting Big Mom for you." And with that, Red Hair ended the call. Down below, Kaido overheard a bit of conversation coming from the den mushi. A surge of pent-up frustration suddenly broke in Kaido's mind. He threw back his head and burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, Big Mom is on her way, isn't she? Do you really think the Navy can fend off 2 emperors at once?" At those words, Garp paused for a moment, then looked at Kaido and shook his head slowly. "Kaido, do you know who just made that call?" Hearing this, Kaido stared blankly at Garp, an uneasy feeling growing in his chest. Garp's lips curled into a slight smile as he regarded Kaido. "It can't hurt to tell you. It was Red Hair, and he's already gone to intercept Big Mom's crew. So now, all we need to do is finish you off. For the moment, Red Hair is holding off the others for us. Once we deal with you, we'll head over and wipe out Big Mom's pirates too." At this, Kaido's expression froze, his face turning ashen as he looked at Garp. "Don't tell me. You actually plan to make me eat just 1 devil fruit?" Kaido's voice quivered with apprehension as he stared at Garp. At first, it was just 1, but just now, His Majesty Yetion decided we'll prepare a second one for you. If 1 isn't enough to finish you off, we'll add another. Don't worry, in terms of devil fruits, the Navy will fully satisfy you." Garp's eyes gleamed with genuine interest as he finished speaking, his curiosity intensifying. He had never seen anyone eat 2 devil fruits. Now, he finally had the chance to witness it. Huff, huff, huff. Bound tightly by sea stone chains, Kaido's voice was hoarse and ragged, like a broken bell. He looked at Garp and said, "With the world government's constraints gone, the Navy's power has reached an all-time high. Looks like your empire's emperor. Huff, huff. He's truly determined to sweep pirates from the world." Hearing this, Garp unconsciously scratched his nose, then looked at Kaido with a nonchalant expression and said, "You're not wrong. He wants an absolutely peaceful world, which coincides with the ideals of the Navy. Besides, he possesses immense strength and unwavering ambition. He's quite suited to become an emperor." "Huh, looks like that brat has and truly won you all over. Now I'm curious to see just how far he'll be able to go." As he spoke, Kaido's voice gradually sank into a tone tinged with loneliness. He knew that if he ate a devil fruit with his constitution, there was a chance he could survive. But if he were to eat a second one, there was absolutely no chance he could survive. He would surely die, without any hope of coming back. Not even his monstrous body could endure that. At this moment, he also saw things clearly. That youngster, he must have overwhelmed the world government with overwhelming strength, then forced the Navy into submission. Otherwise, the entire Navy wouldn't be following his orders so resolutely. Just then, Akainu slowly took out a cigarette from his coat, his hand gathering a soft glow of magma as he lit it. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled in satisfaction and said to Kaido, I'm looking forward to it as well. Under his rule, I'm curious what kind of world we'll see. How rare that everyone's actually in agreement, huh? Kaido let out a heavy sigh, then laughed, his voice hoarse. Pirates, maybe it was all a mistake from the very start. But me? I have no regrets. With that, Kaido threw back his head and roared toward the sky. Hearing his words, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Their eyes found Yi Tian, and silently they echoed within their hearts. Yes, no regrets. Just as they were caught in their reverie, a brilliant light suddenly appeared on the horizon, growing ever brighter and brighter still, as if bringing with it a sense of hope to all who beheld it. Watching the distant glow, Garp regarded the weary face of Kaido before him, and couldn't help but sigh quietly to himself. Kaido, your time is running out. I know that, you Navy dog. I don't need your reminder. Huh. Kaido replied, his voice rough as gravel as he glanced at Garp. Seeing this, Garp could only shake his head. How could he not know that for someone like Kaido, one of the four emperors, dying in such a way could almost be considered an honor? And yet, wasn't it also a kind of sorrow? Kaido, is there anything else you want to say? Garp asked, complicated emotions flickering in his eyes. Me? I'm not like Roger. Don't expect some grand last request or entrusted legacy. But if I had another chance, believe me, I wouldn't go down like this again. As he spoke his final words, Kaido's voice suddenly swelled, rising to a bellow that seemed to shake the air, his fury directed straight at Garp. Well. So Kaido has been subdued, just like that? What a frightening turn of events, everyone, Kizaru remarked as he slowly descended from the sky, a small chest in hand. He spoke as he walked over to Yi Tian's side, then gently opened the chest and placed it before Yi Tian. Seeing this, Yi Tian lowered his head to glance at the contents, then spoke. All right, feed it to him. With that, he turned to Kaido and said in a calm voice, to be honest, I'm rather disappointed. I'd originally hoped to bring you under my command. But I can't guarantee your loyalty, and right now, I simply don't have the time to keep you under constant watch. So this is the only way. May your next life be in a world that suits you better. With these words, he glanced at Kizaru at his side, a silent signal for him to proceed. Kizaru gave a helpless smile, then removed 2 devil fruits from the chest and walked slowly to where Kaido lay. As he heard Itian's words, Kaido's heart gave a sudden leap, as if he'd glimpsed a chance at survival, only for that hope to fade, replaced by a look of grim resolve. He would never bow his head to anyone, not even if it meant death. Watching as Kizaru arrived before him, Kaido managed a faint smile and then looked at Itian. I have to admit, kid, you're far more suited to rule than those old fools in the world government. At the very least, you're able to bring peace to these seas. With that, Kaido slowly opened his mouth, allowing Kizaru to toss both devil fruits inside. Kaido offered no resistance as he swallowed them down. His Adam's apple shifted, and in moments, both fruits were gone. Around him, Garp and the others quietly retreated, putting 100 paces between themselves and Kaido. In that moment, Kaido's face turned beet red, veins bulged across his forehead, and his entire head seemed to swell as if overfilled with blood. His body, too, began to expand like a balloon, swelling larger and larger. The sea-stone shackles binding him dug deeper and deeper into his flesh as his body ballooned. At last, when his body reached its limit, a thunderous explosion rent the air. Kaido burst apart like an overstuffed balloon. Blood sprayed across the sky like a crimson mist, painting everything nearby in ghastly red. At the sight, everyone present was struck dumb, falling into a heavy, stunned silence. But just then, Yi Tian's voice cut through the hush. Let's go. Get things in order. We have business with the Big Mom pirates. The chaos on these seas has lasted long enough. It's time for the curtain to fall. With that, Yi Tian slowly turned and, together with Flying Squirrel and several others, was first to board the warship. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Garp and the others lifted their heads. After exchanging glances, a new sense of resolve was kindled in their hearts, confirming the beliefs they had always held. With renewed determination, they fell in step behind Yi Tian, following closely. They understood what lay ahead. From this day forth, the 4 emperors would fall, pirates would disappear, and anything or anyone that threatened innocent lives would gradually fade from existence. In days to come, whatever lay in store, they would follow Yi Tian, marching toward far horizons. Though the destination remained unknown, it carried an irresistible longing. Yes, for that place was the realm of 10,000 worlds. To travel alongside Yi Tian, to witness sights of incomparable beauty. What mighty soul could resist such a dream? In a stroke of fortune, at that pivotal moment, they made the right choice. It was on that very day that they met Yi Tian. Today, their hearts were unwavering. At the edge of the New World, near the borders of the Big Mom Pirates' territory, the MOM Pirates, leading a vast flotilla of allied pirate crews, encountered red-haired Shanks. Big Mom's eyes blazed red as she fixed her gaze on Shanks and shouted harshly, "Shanks, do you really intend to block my way? Don't you know what will happen if you stop me here?" A faint smile slowly spread across Shanks' face as he replied, "I know. Anything you know, I know. And things you don't know, I know too. I know you want to rescue Kaido and join him in confronting the new Empire. But there's something you would never guess, just how powerful the Empire has become. On the day the Empire attacked the world government, I received a call from the 5 elders themselves. They wanted me to help suppress the Empire's rise. At first, for the sake of peace on the seas, I agreed. But a quarter of the way there, I caught a glimpse, an image that showed me the true strength of those standing behind the Empire. They are so strong that even the world government, with its celestial dragons and all its might, is utterly powerless before them. Enough of your nonsense, red hair. If the Empire is truly so powerful, why would they send you to stop me? Don't be ridiculous." Big Mom shouted furiously, glaring at Shanks. Just as Shanks began to respond, the Din Mushi in his pocket started to ring. He took it out, and the visage of Garp appeared on the screen. Answering the call, Shanks hadn't even spoken before Garp's voice came through. "Kaido is dead. We're heading your way now." "All right," Shanks replied calmly, then ended the call and slipped the Din Mushi back into his pocket. He looked calmly at Big Mom and said, "MOM, Kaido was just defeated by the Navy. Now, before they arrive, you still have a choice." "Huh, what a joke. You say he's dead, and I'm supposed to believe it? You're just stalling for time. Boys, hold red hair back. Don't let him buy time for the Navy and let their plan succeed." "Yes, ma'am." The pirates responded one after another, then charged toward the pirate ship where Red Hair was standing. Seeing this, Red Hair couldn't help but shake his head with a sigh. Why won't anyone listen to reason? Standing beside him, Ben Beckman spoke up, his tone calm and steady. "Boss, what should we do? Are we really going to fight?" At those words, Shanks turned his head, a touch of resignation in his eyes as he glanced at Ben Beckman, then replied, "Look at the situation. What else can we do if not fight?" Hearing Shanks' response, Ben Beckman slowly raised his head, gazing at the pirates charging toward them with ferocious expressions, and gave a resigned shake of his head. "Looks like we'll have to fight then." "Yeah, there's no other choice." Shanks nodded, regret coloring his voice. "This will be a tough battle, brothers. Let's fight well this time. Before the Empire completely unifies the world, we need to earn some bargaining chips to secure supplies for ourselves." Shanks turned to his crew and called out, "Oh, for the chance to adventure even more boldly in the new era," the crew shouted in unison. "Haha, let's do this," Shanks laughed, turning back to face the oncoming pirates. Yet as he turned, his gaze changed in an instant, now sharp and full of fighting spirit. Just as he was about to give the command to begin the fight, a blinding flash of sword light suddenly swept from Shanks' side, cutting straight toward the Amon pirates. At the sight, Shanks' cold eyes flickered briefly with a hint of amusement. At that moment, a calm voice reached Shanks' ears. "Shanks, what did you mean by those words at the start?" Hearing this, Shanks turned to look, a slight smile on his face, and replied slowly, "Mihawk, you finally made it?" "Yes, I'm here. What did you mean by what you said earlier?" Mihawk responded, then pressed him for an answer. "You know as well as I do. The world is changing. The tides of a new era are already upon us. This is the very moment for choices to be made, which is why I asked you here. I wanted you to have a chance to make your mark, to earn merit for yourself. It'll do you good." Shanks shrugged as he spoke. "Merit? What use do I have for something like that?" Mihawk replied, already beginning to turn away. Seeing this, Shanks couldn't help but shake his head and say, "Have you heard the rumor?" Hearing Shanks say that, Mihawk furrowed his brow, then looked at Shanks and asked, "What rumor?" When the Empire overthrew the world government, they actually mobilized forces from other worlds, filling the entire Red Line with their armies. Their overwhelming strength allowed them to crush the world government without question. Scarlet blood spilled from the summit of the Red Line, streaming down into the sea, dyeing wave after wave of ocean crimson. At this, Shanks' eyes narrowed slightly. He looked to Mihawk, his voice filled with both awe and excitement. "You know, I once had the fortune to catch a glimpse of our Emperor, just a fragment of a memory. And the few people who stood by the Emperor's side, their faces were each unique, their ages ranging from young to old, but every single one of them possessed immense power. I once heard a tale. At our Emperor's side, there stands a demon lord. Whenever that demon reveals his true form, it's as if all heaven and earth are celebrating his arrival. The most benevolent, the strongest, the supreme, king above all. With all of this, I can say without the slightest doubt, he possesses the power to traverse into another world, or rather, to communicate with other worlds. Do you know what that means? Boom! At that instant, a cannonball suddenly exploded right next to Shanks. But just before it could reach him, Mihawk swiftly drew the long sword strapped across his back. With a powerful swing, he struck the incoming shell. I see. If that's the case, then I'll gladly claim this honor for myself. I just hope your story is true. With that, Mihawk's figure appeared instantly at Shanks' side. He raised his black blade, knight, and slashed toward the nearest pirate ship. I'm in two. Brothers, this is our turn. Shanks called, a flash of excitement in his eyes. He drew the saber at his waist, and in a blink, vanished from the prow of the ship. The rest of the crew, seeing Shanks disappear in an instant, were stunned for a moment before bursting out. Boss, that's cheating. Even as they shouted, one by one, the crew charged at the pirates of the MOM pirates. Right then, a streak of golden light flashed through the sky. A cocky voice echoed in everyone's ears. Yo, already started fighting without me? Hearing that, everyone looked up toward where the voice came from. And as their eyes landed on the newcomer, a look of utter shock spread across their faces. Admiral Kizaru of the Navy. Hearing the loud shouts of the pirates, Shanks abruptly raised his head and glanced over. Without holding back, he shouted, Admiral Kizaru, are you not going to lend a hand? Coming. An old man like me is doomed to toil. As he spoke, Kizaru slowly lifted his foot. A dazzling burst of light gradually gathered around his foot. His toe was aimed precisely at the flagship of Big Mom. I can't let you escape, you know. Otherwise, how am I supposed to explain myself to His Majesty the Emperor? So, have you ever been struck by a kick at the speed of light? As his words faded, Kizaru's figure vanished in an instant. He became a beam of light, shooting directly at Big Mom. Mama! Cried Charlotte Katakuri from nearby, his voice frantic. He launched himself forward without hesitation, his arms quickly enveloped in a coating of armament hockey. There was a thunderous impact. Rushing to take Kizaru's kick head-on, Charlotte Katakuri was sent flying, crashing down toward the deck below. Seeing this, Big Mom's hand was immediately coated in armament hockey as she caught hold of Katakuri, spun him around once to redirect his momentum, and set him down gently on the deck. Her eyes filled with fury. She glared at Kizaru. You yellow-skinned monkey, I wasn't even looking for you Navy dogs, and yet you show up here first? At Big Mom's remark, Kizaru couldn't help but look at her with his characteristic irritating nonchalance. Terrifying, really, but, scary as you are, I still think it's worth trying to stop you, considering what's at stake in the future. With that, Kizaru suddenly flicked his finger upward, a golden ray of light shimmering at his fingertip. Laze! A high-energy blast erupted from his finger, searing, intense, and unstoppable as it streaked toward Big Mom. You want harm, Mama? Another figure jumped up desperately, trying to shield Big Mom before the laser could hit her. Big Mom paid no mind. Instead, she barked out, Napoleon! At your service, Mama. In an instant, Big Mom's hat, Napoleon, transformed into a gigantic sword. She seized the great blade with one hand, her whole arm instantly sheathed in an aura of armament hockey. With explosive force, she swung the sword at the incoming laser. There was a resounding crash. Sword and laser collided. A violent explosion shook the entire deck, sending shockwaves everywhere as energy surged out. Watching his laser being blocked by Big Mom's giant sword, Kizaru gave a lazy, almost playful smile. My, how frightening you are. Kizaru, you're courting death. Big Mom was truly furious now. Her eyes burning with rage as she stared down the Navy admiral who stood in her way. She thrust her hand forward and shouted, Zeus, bring the lightning. Here I am, Mama. With that response, a dark cloud drifted swiftly to Big Mom's side, its eyes glaring fiercely at Kizaru. Son, Prometheus. Big Mom called again. Right here, Mama, Prometheus replied promptly, taking his place by her other side. Glancing at Zeus and Prometheus flanking her, Big Mom suddenly lifted her head and fixed her gaze on Kizaru, giving her orders. You two, block him. Understood. The words had barely left her mouth before Zeus shot up into the sky. Overhead, the clouds quickly gathered, thick and ominous, soon rumbling with thunder. A massive bolt of lightning then crashed down from the sky with an explosive force. Its target was none other than Kizaru. Seeing this, Kizaru pursed his lips in mild annoyance. In the blink of an eye, his figure dissolved into a beam of light and vanished from the spot. The lightning strike missed its mark and shattered the earth where he'd stood just moments before. All around him now, thunder roared across the sky, forks of lightning striking dangerously close. From the other side, Prometheus hurled fireballs at him, relentless in his assault. Kizaru found himself beset on all sides, uncomfortable, to say the least. With an exasperated sigh, he muttered, what a headache this is. His eyes fell on the pirate ship. now slowly starting to move. He didn't hesitate. Raising a finger, he fired a laser beam straight at the side of the ship. Just before his laser could hit, a figure appeared in a flash. Boom! Cookie crumbs exploded and filled the air like a sudden, swirling storm. Oh, blocked it, huh? Kizaru called out in surprise, eyeing the figure at the ship's side. At that very moment, another lightning bolt, crackling with energy, shot down from the stormy sky and aimed straight for Kizaru again. While Kizaru was busy stalling Big Mom, not far away, Shanks, engaged in his own battle, suddenly received a call from Garp. He retrieved the din mushi from inside his coat, bringing it up to his face. Vice Admiral Garp, what's the matter? Garp's voice was low and urgent. We're still some distance away from your position. See if you have a visual transceiver, the kind that can broadcast the scene over here. If you set it up, we'll be able to get there right away. A visual transceiver, huh? I'm not sure. Let me ask around. Hold on a moment. Saying this, Shanks turned his head and called out to Ben Beckman, who was strolling through among the pirates not far away. Beckman, do we bring a visual transceiver on board? Shanks raised his voice. Hearing this, Ben Beckman paused, thinking on it while his hands kept moving busily. Let me think. I think, all right. I remember last time you guys bought one, and it's stored in the warehouse, he replied after a moment of reflection. Hearing this, Shanks spoke into the din mushi in his hand. Yeah. What do you want me to do? Should I just send you a video in a bit? Do you have a means to receive it over there? We do. Make it quick, Garp replied slowly. All right, Shanks answered, then casually hung up, tucking the din mushi back into his coat. He glanced around the battlefield, then suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, Everyone, back to the ship. There's something fun I want to try. Mihawk, you too. Come over here. Got it. The crew responded in unison, quickly breaking away from the fight and returning to the pirate ship. With everyone heading back, Shanks leapt onto his ship. Spotting a crewmate guarding the deck, he called out, Hey, someone go and find a transponder snail for videos in the storeroom. I've got something interesting in mind. All right, on it. A crewmate replied hurriedly, sheathing his sword and dashing off toward the cabin. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew regrouped aboard the ship, standing guard and not allowing a single enemy pirate to approach. Mihawk, along with Ben Beckman and the others, looked at Shanks in confusion. What are you up to this time? We're in the middle of a fight, and now you want to pull back? Can't this wait till after the battle? Ben Beckman asked with a frown, skepticism written all over his face. Shanks just looked at them with a mysterious expression, then lowered his voice and said, Garp just called me. He asked me to start a video feed and project what's happening here. Apparently, if we do that, they'll be able to get here in no time. You got to be kidding, Ben Beckman grumbled, furrowing his brow in disbelief. I'm not sure myself. That's why I want to try. Who knows? Maybe we'll get to see another one of the Empire's secrets, Shanks replied, the grin on his face widening with anticipation. Mihawk shot him a look of disdain. If you know what to do, why aren't you setting it up already? Sitting here just waste time, he said bluntly. Shanks rolled his eyes at Mihawk and replied, Ahem, I'm still waiting for it to be brought out, you know. Just at that moment, the crewmate sprinted back from the cabin, clutching the video transponder snail in both hands. He hurried to Shanks' side. Captain, I found the snail. Here you go. Taking the transponder snail, Shanks gave it a thorough look over, a puzzled look forming on his face as he stared intently at the creature, completely lost in thought. Seeing this, the onlookers all sighed in exasperation. Finally, Mihawk couldn't take it anymore. He slammed his black blade down beside him on the deck with a heavy thud. Shanks, what are you doing? Get moving already. Why are you just standing there? Startled by Mihawk's outburst, Shanks snapped back to reality. Sheepishly scratching his head, he looked at Mihawk and the others and said awkwardly, Well, how do I actually use this thing again? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation wash over them. At that moment, Ben Beckman held back his anger and said, Idiot, couldn't you just ask? Do you think I can't do it? Hearing this, Shanks slowly stood up, then smiled awkwardly and said, Sorry, it just slipped my mind. With that, he handed the video transponder snail over to Ben Beckman. After Ben Beckman fiddled with it for a bit, the video snail finally opened its eyes. Next, he connected the video snail with the regular transponder snail and called Garp. As soon as the call went through, Garp's voice came from the other end. I see you. Clear out an open space. Hearing Garp's voice, everyone quickly stepped aside. Just as the group moved away, to everyone's astonishment, a portal began to materialize before their eyes. Garp and Sengoku were the first to stride out from within. Following behind were Akainu and Akiji, and after them, the backbone of the Navy, the Vice Admirals. Once Garp, Sengoku, and the others had stepped out, Garp looked at Shanks and his companions and said, We accept this favor. Now, we'll take over from here. This area is under Navy control. With those words, Garp leapt nimbly toward the nearest pirate ship. Watching Garp so quickly spring into action, Sengoku and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips. Then, they too joined the fray. As Shanks watched one Navy commander after another emerge from the portal, he found himself frozen in place. He couldn't help but mutter with admiration. What a convenient ability. How I wish. Beside him, Ben Beckman looked at Shanks with a somber expression and said, Captain, I don't think this is the power of a devil fruit. Hearing this, Shanks rolled his eyes at Ben Beckman and replied, I know, right? Have you ever seen a devil fruit that lets you teleport anywhere just by glancing at the scene? And over such a long distance? If the world government had that kind of power from the start, would pirates even exist? Well, that's true. Yasop, nearby, nodded in full agreement. As more and more commanders stepped out of the portal and joined the battlefield, the red-haired pirates, who had been on guard, immediately felt the pressure lift from their shoulders. They gathered at both sides of the portal, gazing at it in amazement. Finally, Yi Tian, dressed in an imperial dragon robe, walked calmly out of the portal. When Shanks saw Yi Tian, he slowly bowed, his voice tinged with respect. Shanks and the entire adventure crew pay respects to your majesty, the Emperor. Hearing this, Yi Tian slowly came to a halt, smiling as he looked at Shanks and said, I won't forget that favor of yours. From here on, this place will be taken over by the Empire. You all can take a breather now. Whatever needs to be discussed, we'll talk after the battle is over. All right, Shanks replied, straightening up with a gentle smile on his face. At that moment, a voice rang out from the portal behind Yi Tian. Yi Tian, buddy, give us a break. How about you step outside first and catch up later? Do you really have to block the way for all of us? Feishu said helplessly. Yi Tian chuckled awkwardly at that, then stepped forward a couple of paces, clearing the way in front of the portal. Everyone watched as Feishu, clad in flowing robes, strolled out from the shimmering doorway. He paused upon seeing the crowd gathered on both sides of the portal, blinked in mild surprise, and then greeted them casually, Hey there, everyone. With that, he took a few more steps forward. Behind him followed Red A, dressed in a tight red robe, her hair a mess of short silver locks. She nodded politely at everyone and then walked over to Yi Tian's side. Wow, old bones, that portal magic of yours is pretty neat. Will you teach me how it works? Came a youthful voice from within the portal. Lemuru came bouncing out, hopping with excitement. Shanks stared in amazement at Lemuru, who looked like a chubby, shimmering blue orb. Then, turning to Mihawk with astonished eyes, he exclaimed, Mihawk, look at that. Have you ever seen such a remarkable creature? At that moment, Lemuru, having just jumped through, turned to the wide-eyed and excited Shanks, greeting cheerfully, Hello. With a powerful leap, Lemuru hopped right on a Red A's head. Seeing this, Red A couldn't help but purse his lips before commenting. Seriously, Lemuru, can't you just transform into your human form and stand on your own 2 feet? Why do you always have to perch on my head? Red A, it's because I like you, you know? Besides, it's not just your head. Yi Tian and Old Bones get the same treatment. Lemuru replied in a childish, playful tone. Red A shuddered from head to toe at this, then huffed, Get down, will you? I really don't need your affection, you know? Old man. Are you getting shy now? Haha. With that, Lemuru leaped down from Red A's head. His body twisted and shifted, and in the blink of an eye, a human silhouette appeared right beside Red A. By now, Yi Tian had already turned his attention to the battlefield around them. The pirates, who had once been so numerous, were now falling silent, overwhelmed by the fierce assault led by Garp and his comrades. Not far away, Big Mom, locked in a struggle with Kizuru, also noticed the change in the atmosphere over here. Suddenly, she couldn't help but shout, Garp, Sengoku. Well, the Navy really does move fast, doesn't it? At this point, Big Mom paused for a moment, then sharply raised her head and looked towards Shanks' pirate ship. My children, turn the ship around. We're going to face the Navy in a final battle. Yes, Mama, her crew replied loudly in unison. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Big Mom's pirate ship slowly began to turn, setting course directly towards Shanks' vessel. Seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his lips. He swept his gaze across the deck and then shouted, Everyone, our final showdown with the MOM pirates is upon us. Raise your weapons and deliver the ultimate judgment. Yes, sir. The countless Navy officers answered in chorus, launching their assault against the MOM pirates. Standing tall on the Shanks' deck, Yi Tian straightened his posture, lifted his right arm high, and with a solemn expression, cried out, For victory, come forth before me. O undying sun, grant me a radiant steed. Swift of hoof, O spirit horse, bring forth the shining wheel that marks your master. As Yi Tian's incantation rang out, the sky seemed to be set ablaze, like a glowing sun emerging overhead. A distant thunderous sound, like hooves pounding the earth at breakneck speed, echoed down from above. Everyone on deck, Shanks and his crew included, looked up, awestruck by the miraculous spectacle. This was a sight none of them had ever witnessed in their lives. From beyond the horizon, a spectral white stallion galloped through the sky, its entire form wreathed in fierce, blazing flames, charging straight for Big Mom. Big Mom, preoccupied with fending off Kizaru and the others, was startled by the sudden sound of hoofbeats. She jerked her head to the sky, then froze on the spot in utter astonishment. Never before had she seen a horse soaring through the air, much less one entirely cloaked in fire. But Garp had seen it before. He knew exactly what this white horse could do. Without hesitation, Garp bellowed, "Everyone fall back. Once the horse attacks, we strike again." Though most Navy officers had no idea why Garp gave such an order, the moment they saw Sengoku and the three admirals falling back immediately, they followed suit and readied themselves, retreating quickly. Big Mom, meanwhile, watched the white horse barrel toward her, brimming with disdain. With a snarl, she swung her massive sword, aiming a powerful blow straight at it. But she miscalculated. The moment the sword met the spectral steed, the horse erupted into a blazing inferno, engulfing the great sword in flame. The fire quickly crept along the blade, beginning to coil ominously up toward her own body. At this moment, Big Mom froze in disbelief, then suddenly plunged her massive sword into the water, trying desperately to douse the flames. But it was no use at all. Yet, right as she did this, the fire had already spread to her fingers. The intense burning pain made her scream uncontrollably, and she flung the giant sword from her hands. The instant she let go of the sword, it transformed into a pirate's hat. That hat twisted and writhed furiously across the deck, howling in agony, but it was all in vain. Before long, the hat's entire form gradually melted away, leaving behind nothing but a heap of scorched remains. Meanwhile, Big Mom stared helplessly at the fire on her fingers, unable to extinguish it no matter what she tried. Panic and frustration gripped her hard, even tighter. Unable to contain herself, she threw back her head and roared in fury. "Damn it! Who is it? Who could it be? Who released this cursed thing?" Yi-Tian, witnessing all of this, was also stunned. He looked at Big Mom in puzzlement and muttered, "How could this happen? Is it really supposed to be so weak? Something's not right. Could it be that this isn't a Godslayer's world, so its power is being suppressed?" While Yi-Tian was still wrestling with his doubts, Big Mom prepared to cut off her burning finger. But in that very instant, for reasons unknown, the single flickering flame suddenly surged, engulfing her entire arm in a blazing inferno. Instantly, the scent of roasted meat filled the air. A dark, smoky mist began to rise from Big Mom's body, and when the fire licking her arm touched this black vapor, the flames flared even higher. Her body, her head, torso, and legs, everything was consumed. In the blink of an eye, the raging blaze completely enveloped her. The people aboard the ship watched in shock and started shouting desperately. Buckets of water were thrown on Big Mom again and again, but it did no good at all. The fire never faltered. Seeing their mother in such agony, the members of the Big Mom pirates were driven mad with grief and rage. Hatred blazing in their eyes, they fixed their vengeful stares on the Navy soldiers blocking their escape. In that tense moment, Charlotte Katakuri, the second son of the Charlotte family, the strongest of Big Mom's sons, and one of the three sweet commanders, narrowed his eyes at Yi-Tian, standing not far away with his arm raised high. He was coming undone with fury. "It's you, isn't it? It's you. You used that trick, didn't you? I won't forgive you." With those words, Katakuri shot into the air, hurtling straight toward Yi-Tian. The Navy officers who had been watching the pirate ship with rapt attention were taken aback. Faces paling in alarm, they rushed toward Charlotte Katakuri to try and intercept him. They absolutely could not allow Charlotte Katakuri to break through their blockade and make his way toward Yi-Tian. Otherwise, how would they have the face to stand before Yi-Tian? Garp, unwilling to back down in the least, raised his fist, now shrouded in a pitch-black coating of armament hockey. With a mighty leap, he brought it crashing down on Charlotte Katakuri's face, sending him hurtling straight toward Big Mom. A thunderous crash echoed, shattering the air. Charlotte Katakuri, caught off guard, was sent flying by Garp's punch. Seeing this, a chorus of voices leapt up from the MOM pirate ship, all trying to intercept Charlotte Katakuri before he crashed into Big Mom. But just as they were about to grab hold of him, a sudden beam of laser light shot between them. They had no time to think. Each one prepared to dodge instinctively. And at that moment, Charlotte Katakuri flew past them, slamming directly into Big Mom. Right now, Big Mom herself was visibly wasting away, her whole form engulfed by flames, her original features lost. Eyes wide open, her pupils seemed to blaze with fire. Her mouth hung agape, but not a single word could escape. Another thunderous impact. Charlotte Katakuri crashed into her. Simultaneously, the flames engulfing Big Mom surged higher, swallowing Katakuri entirely. A heart-wrenching scream tore from Charlotte Katakuri's throat. Now wreathed in fire, he rolled desperately across the deck. The flames leapt from Big Mom and him, spreading rapidly to the rest of the pirate ship. Slowly but surely, the deck itself was set alight. Everyone on the deck was seized with terror, scrambling backward to escape the encroaching blaze. At this moment, Sengoku, standing beside Garp, asked in puzzlement, "Garp, do you know what kind of fire this is? Why can't even water put it out?" Hearing this, Garp couldn't help but grin smugly. With a chuckle, he explained, "This is one of the powers Yi Tian acquired, the White Horse. It used to be the divine authority of the god of victorious armies, but Yi Tian won it in a draw. This flame is useless against ordinary people, but for those steeped in great evil. Tisuke, the greater their crimes, the hotter it burns. After all, this is the flame of the sun, carried by that white horse." Sengoku frowned in confusion, then asked again, "If that's really the sun's fire, then why hasn't Big Mom been completely burned up by now?" Garp, hearing Sengoku's question, also fell silent, lost in thought. He too couldn't understand it. At this moment, Yi Tian had already opened the chat group and was carefully reading through the description of his abilities. Finally, at the very bottom of the abilities list, there was a line of small print. Note, this ability will operate at its full power in the Godslayer world. In other worlds, there may be subtle differences. Each world has its own rules. Nevertheless, by the authority of the leader, all paths ultimately lead to the same end. After reading this note, Yi Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Inwardly, he muttered, "If the result is the same in the end, why bother with all these delays? Why not just make it identical from the start?" But there was nothing he could do about it. "Garp, don't let them escape, and you'd all better stay away from that fire," Yi Tian said, glancing at Garp, who still seemed lost in thought. All right. Upon hearing Yi Tian's command, Garp dropped whatever he was considering and turned his attention to the remaining members of the Amoan pirates. "Damn it, Mama and Big Brother." At the back, Charlotte Oven stared in grief and fury at the two shadowy figures slowly turning to ash. "Brother, let's fight them to the end. Mama and Big Brother." As he spoke, Charlotte Daifuku sprang forward in an instant, launching himself at the nearest Navy officer. At this, Charlotte Oven paused in surprise for a moment, then yelled, "Third brother, damn it, I'll fight with you till the very end." With that, he too charged into the fray. At once, everyone on the ship, eyes red with rage, began a desperate assault against the surrounding Marines. They knew all too well. They were now completely surrounded, with no way out. The Marines wouldn't spare them, so, knowing it was certain death either way, they might as well go down fighting. Perhaps, in the chaos, they could even drag one or two enemies down with them. With more and more people embracing this mindset, the pirates' fierce onslaught left the Navy lieutenants momentarily unprepared. Yet, not far off, Yi Tian stood on the deck of Shanks's pirate ship, a faint, knowing smile curling at the corner of his lips. Noticing Yi Tian's expression, Flying Squirrel couldn't hold back his curiosity. "What is it, little Yi Tian? Back in your homeland, don't you have a saying, 'In Circle 3, leave one open'? It's supposed to prevent a desperate last stand. Are you sure this won't be a problem?" Yi Tian shook his head at these words, then calmly replied, "It doesn't matter much. Besides, what you said is somewhat similar, but the situation here is a little different." "Oh, go on then. I've always admired the military strategies of your homeland. I've always wanted to get my hands on one of those books, but never had the chance," Flying Squirrel said, his eyes bright with curiosity. Off to the side, both Red A and Rimuru turned to look at Yi Tian and chimed in, "Yes, exactly. We feel the same way. We've always heard that the Celestial Empire is a land shrouded in mystery, and we've been very curious about the military strategies from your land." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes at them, and then said, "The tactic of besieging on 3 sides, leaving one open, is one of the strategies used in large-scale sieges. Its main purpose is to guard against the so-called desperate troops. You see, back in those times, even if you managed to break through the city walls, a considerable number of enemy soldiers would still remain inside. You couldn't force them into a situation where they were ready to die with nothing to lose. Instead, you had to offer them hope, a way out, so that they wouldn't become desperate fighters with nothing to lose. That brings us to the nature of these desperate troops. So, do you understand?" Yi Tian asked, a bit exasperated. In response, the group nodded, more or less pretending to understand. But standing a little behind them, Shanks and his crew simply stared at Yi Tian in utter confusion. They didn't really understand much of what Yi Tian had just explained, but one word had caught their attention. That word was Celestial Empire. What exactly was the Celestial Empire? Why did it have Celestial in the name? Just hearing it sent a shiver of awe down their spines. At that moment, in their eyes, Yi Tian appeared even more imposing and enigmatic. Elsewhere, Garp had crossed his arms, silently observing the ongoing battle between the remaining Navy soldiers and the last stragglers of Big Mom's pirate crew. At this point, there were only a handful of figures left on the pirate ship. The rest had already been driven by the Navy into the Inferno. Now, the entire ship was starting to list dangerously, with only a small patch of deck still left above the flames. But now, even the Navy dared not press their attack any further. They were wary of the flames spreading to themselves. So, everyone stood there in silence, watching the few who still remained on board. On that condemned pirate ship, Charlotte Cracker, Big Mom's 10th son, his face streaked with tears, turned to his younger brothers and said, "There's nothing more we can do, brothers. There's no way out, and we can't send word to our siblings still on the island. Let's face this together with Mom." 10th brother, Charlotte Snack and Charlotte Moscato were both filled with grief and anger. Seeing this, Charlotte Cracker gave a pained, bitter smile, then leapt into the sea of flames. But just as he plunged into the inferno, the fire, which had been burning steadily, suddenly surged up, swelling with fierce intensity. In an instant, the flames engulfed the stunned Charlotte Snack and Charlotte Moscato as well. In that single, heart-stopping moment, the searing heat reached its peak, devouring all three brothers, leaving no trace behind. The onlookers couldn't help but sigh as they saw the pirate ship sink beneath the flames, then quietly made their way back to Shank's ship. Once so empty, the pirate ship was now packed to the brim. Shanks looked at everyone with an expression of utter panic. "Don't move. There are too many people. Be careful, or the slightest misstep and the ship will go under. We'd all be finished." At the very front of the deck, Yi Tian now had black lines creasing his forehead. He glanced at Garp, who had squeezed up beside him, and said irritably, "So, what are we supposed to do now?" Garp scratched his nose at the question and replied, "You're asking me what to do? I don't know either. Maybe just hold on. Tough it out." Hearing this, Yi Tian took a deep breath and shot back. "You're still moving around? Aren't you worried the ship might capsize?" Garp gave a dismissive snort and, with a look of smugness, declared, "I can swim." Yi Tian was instantly exasperated by Garp's response, and, unable to contain himself, gave Garp a swift kick in the leg, yelling, "I can't swim. How about taking a dip together? I could teach you." "Don't worry, it's nothing, just a gulp or two of seawater," Garp said proudly, patting his chest and grinning at Yi Tian's dismay. Oh, for heaven's sake! Yi Tian found he had nothing left to say to this stubborn old man. Meanwhile, stuck in the crush of the crowd, Shanks was jostled this way and that. With a bitter expression, he called out, my mistake. I should have handled Big Mom myself. Why did I let you all get involved? My poor ship." From a distance, Shank's ship was now overflowing with people. Everywhere you looked, the sails, the cabins, the roof, the deck. "Captain, it's not just vice admirals who come aboard. I'm seeing captains and commanders too. At this rate, we're running out of room," Ben Beckman said, his voice heavy with concern. "You're only noticing that now? Why didn't you stop them earlier?" Shanks cried out, his tone equal parts grief and frustration. "How could I? Didn't you see how fast those Navy guys were moving? Out of the ship, onto the deck, straight over, out again. I couldn't even keep count." Ben Beckman shrieked helplessly. "Oh my heavens," Shanks groaned. All Shanks wanted right now was a breath of fresh air, not to be wedged in the middle of a sweaty throng of burly men. And it wasn't just Shanks. At that moment, even Yi Tian could only sigh helplessly. At last, Yi Tian turned with resignation to Flying Squirrel, who was standing off to the side. "Old Bones, got any ideas? We can't just keep cramming people in like this. One rogue wave, and the whole boat might go under." Hearing this, Flying Squirrel nodded slowly, deep in thought. Then, looking up at Yi Tian, he asked, "Why don't you just buy a new ship from the marketplace?" "Buy a ship? Are you kidding? Spend my credits on a ship? Please, I'm not made of money. And what about you? Why don't you use your magic, open up a portal, and send everyone back to the Navy ships?" Yi Tian's eyes suddenly lit up as he said this. Seeing this, Brain could not help but hold his head and say, "Maintaining this sort of distance for so many people is going to drain a lot of mana. What's there to worry about? Don't tell me you don't have any mana recovery potions." At this, Yi Tian started to imitate Garp without thinking, picking at his nose absent-mindedly. Faced with this, Brain let out a deep sigh, then said, "All right then, you win." With that, Brain reached into his backpack and pulled out a magic mirror. He first checked the surroundings for any danger, then prepared to search for a warship. But just then, Brain's eyes suddenly brightened. He looked at Yi Tian and said, "There's an island not far ahead. How about I teleport them over to that island?" Hearing this, Yi Tian nodded slowly and replied, "That works. We could take a break and recover on that island." At his words, Brain nodded as well. He then opened a portal at his side and turned to Garp, saying, "Garp, organize everyone and lead them through." Garp nodded in agreement, and then turned to the crowd on the ship, calling out in a loud voice, "Everyone, follow me through the portal." With that, he took the lead and stepped inside. One after another, the Navy soldiers walked into the portal, and the space on the ship grew less and less crowded. Finally, after most of the Marines had been transported away, only the red-haired pirates, Yitan, Brain, Reda, Rimuru, Sengoku, and the three admirals remained on board. At that moment, Shanks felt a wave of relief. The cramped feeling from before had completely vanished. "Oh, much better." Shanks sighed and dropped himself down to the deck with a plop. Yitan also walked over at a leisurely pace, sat down beside Shanks, and gazed at him. "I don't like owing people favors. So, tell me, what do you want in exchange?" Shanks' eyes lit up instantly. He glanced around at the others and then looked back at Yitan, excitement in his voice. "After we're done with our adventures in this world, we'd like to join you and see what's beyond. Go somewhere even higher." Yitan was taken aback by Shanks' words. Curious, he looked at him and asked, "Somewhere higher? What do you think that place would be?" In response, Shanks let out a mischievous chuckle, then gave Yitan a knowing look. "Well, I've got a few guesses about the Empire, you know? So you get what I mean?" Yitan fell silent at that, pondering for a while before responding. But those beside me are either trusted members or loyal followers. So, in what capacity do you intend to follow me?" Hearing Yitan's counter-question, Shanks couldn't help but look a bit troubled as well. He turned to his crewmates for their thoughts. Seeing this, Yitan smiled faintly and said, "Let's put your condition on hold for now. If you wish, in the future you can approach Sengoku or Garp. At present, though, the Empire is in its growth phase. Joining sooner would be much more advantageous. Someday." Here, Yitan's words gradually faded as he closed his mouth, not continuing further. After all, anyone could easily guess what he was about to say next. But just then, Mihawk, who had been standing quietly to the side, stepped forward, his hawk-like eyes fixed intently on Yitan. "Your Majesty, I wish to join the Empire." Hearing this, Yitan slowly turned his head to meet Mihawk's gaze, a gentle smile spreading across his face before he spoke. "Very well. From now on, you will remain by my side as my Imperial Guard. I hope you'll grow even stronger, always able to stand with me." Mihawk's eyes lit up at Yitan's words. He knelt gracefully on one knee and paid his respects to Yitan. "Mihawk greets your Majesty." "Rise," Yitan replied warmly, reaching out to help Mihawk up. "I believe your future achievements will surpass even your present self. Do your best. I look forward to watching you grow." He then turned to Shanks and said, "As for you, I hope you'll make your decision soon as well." With that, Yitan turned toward the nearby Feishu and instructed, "Once the new world has been cleared, we'll forge our empire and turn a new page in this world's history. Then at last, our great plan can begin." "Understood. That shouldn't be a problem on my end. But, if I may, I imagine Demiurge would find that place rather intriguing." Feishu replied with a soft laugh. "All right, let's set sail. We'll wait for the main force on the island. Let's sweep Big Mom's territory clean first," Yitan said to Shanks after a brief pause. "Understood," Shanks replied, then looked over to Ben Beckman. "Set sail." "Aye, Captain," Ben Beckman answered, immediately passing along the command. Meanwhile, on another front, Garp led the Navy's officers through the teleportation gate and onto the island. After issuing his orders to them, he was about to return to his ship, but as he approached the portal, he suddenly realized it had already closed. He had no idea when it had happened. Surprised, Garp blinked in confusion and mumbled, "Weren't they supposed to settle me in? Looks like they settled me here along with everyone else." Recovering quickly, he simply shrugged, found a spot to sit, and pulled out a bag of rice crackers from his pocket to snack on, leaving all worries behind. Not long after, Shanks' pirate ship sailed into view. Yitan then led the group in disembarking slowly from the vessel. As Yitan stepped off the ship, the Navy officers immediately gathered around him, offering their salutes. Seeing this, Yitan smiled and told them to feel at ease, then followed Sengoku and the others to a spacious, open area where they all sat down together. With everyone sitting in a close circle, Yitan took the opportunity to speak. "Sengoku, after this sweeping operation against pirates and hostile forces across the world, you will be promoted to Grand Admiral of the Empire, commanding all Imperial forces." "Yes, sir." Sengoku nodded slowly at these words, showing no objection whatsoever to Yitan's arrangement. Still, doubt lingered in Sengoku's mind. He wondered who Yitan would select as the next Fleet Admiral of the Navy. But before he could dwell on the thought for long, his question was answered. "Kazan, you will be promoted to Fleet Admiral, in charge of maritime order, bounties, and arrests." "Yes, sir." At this, Kazan quickly stood and saluted Yi Tian with respect. Yi Tian just chuckled, waving his hand casually to indicate Kazan should sit down and speak freely. However, Akainu, sitting next to Kazan, became visibly anxious. Noticing this, Yi Tian turned to him with a gentle smile and said, Akainu, there's no need for you to worry. I have another position in mind for you as well. Yes, please command me, your majesty. Akainu responded at once, rising to his feet. Within the empire, the oversight of the islands requires its own authority. So, Akainu, you will step down from your Navy Admiral post and take up the role of Chief of the Imperial Police, overseeing every police department on the islands around the world. Your rank will be on par with that of an admiral. Akainu couldn't help but look puzzled, uncertain about the purpose behind Yi Tian's new appointment. Brimming with confusion, he turned to Yi Tian and asked, May I ask, your majesty, what are the responsibilities of the Chief of the Imperial Police? Isn't this position redundant with the Navy? Yi Tian paused for a moment at Akainu's question, suddenly remembering that in the world of pirates, the Navy not only managed the seas, but governed the islands as well. He then smiled and explained to Akainu and the others. Once the empire is formally established, the Navy will be responsible exclusively for maritime affairs. Their authority will no longer extend to matters on the islands. From then on, maintaining peace for the islanders will fall to the local police departments. The Imperial Police headquarters will be set on the Red Line, and the Navy headquarters will also be based there. Having listened to Yi Tian's plan, Sengoku nodded thoughtfully, pondering to himself, so, separate management, is it? In that case, power will be distributed and each side's workload will be lightened. Seeing that everyone was absorbed in contemplation, Yi Tian continued without pause. Admiral Kazu, you are to step down as Navy Admiral, found the Army, and be promoted to Army Marshal. Recruit 1 million troops and begin training immediately. Of course, it's not just the Army that will be recruiting. Every department will hold recruitment drives, giving us a chance to bring aboard outstanding talent from the civilian ranks. As for you all, this will make things a bit easier and allow you to step up to greater heights instead of being stuck here forever. At these words, a faint smile appeared on everyone's faces, quickly followed by undisguised joy and excitement. They understood what Yi Tian meant. He wanted them to lay a solid foundation, promote new talent, and once they handed off some of their current burdens, they could follow him to experience even greater horizons. Thank you, your majesty. Everyone stood up and bowed deeply to Yi Tian, their voices full of gratitude. In response, Yi Tian let out a soft laugh and gestured for them to sit down. Then he looked around at the group and said, But of course, that's for the next phase. For now, let's talk about the matter of organization. For the Army, we need soldiers skilled in martial techniques and close combat. In the future, we can create different battle formations, assault phalanxes, breakthrough formations, and so on, any kind of assault force fit for frontal engagements. Naturally, you're free to name these formations however you see fit. Take the assault phalanx, for example. They'll need to master techniques suited for rapid attacks, such as shave, moonstep, finger gun, and various sword techniques. Once you get back, Kizuru and Sengoku, discuss this between the two of you and give me a detailed proposal. As for the Navy, the setup will remain largely the same as before. However, the 3 admirals are still essential. During recruitment, Akiji, you'll have discretion, but be sure to provide me with your final choices, and of course, carry out thorough checks in every area. For the police force, divide responsibilities by village. 1 police station per village, each led by a chief with 4 officers. If, due to specific circumstances, there aren't enough people, you may adjust the allocation as needed. For police stations in the cities, you'll need many more people. You should evaluate the situation and decide how to distribute the personnel there. Under the police commissioner, we'll appoint 2 deputies, whose rank will be on par with the generals. As for the detailed hierarchy, we'll discuss and finalize that later. For now, this is just the general outline. I'm mentioning all this now so that you can start thinking about it. Once you return, you'll be able to get your proposals drafted as soon as possible. Yes, everyone answered in unison. Good. In the future, the Army will likely be moving on my orders quite frequently, so deployments will be often and the losses significant. In terms of benefits, the Army should receive a bit more than the Navy. For the Navy, unless there are exceptional circumstances, its main duty will be to safeguard peace throughout the world. Your 3 departments will each operate independently, without interfering in each other's affairs. Oh, that's right, Sengoku. Once you get back, establish a research institute and invite the world's top scientists to focus on technological development. As things stand, our world is lagging behind in terms of technology. Understood, Sengoku nodded in agreement. All right, that's all I wanted to say. You guys go ahead and discuss among yourselves. With those words, Yi Tian rose slowly, taking Flying Squirrel and the others to another open spot. Old Bones, you should also make some arrangements on your end and work towards unification as soon as possible, so we won't have to worry about future troubles. After a moment of thought, Yi turned to Flying Squirrel and spoke in a measured tone. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Once I'm back in my world, I'll get it done. Unify everything, Flying Squirrel replied with a casual nod. And Rimuru, you should also work on developing your territory as soon as possible. Later, when you return, have a look and see what you're short of. I'll send you whatever you need. I'm not asking you to unify your world, but you must make sure that once you deploy your army, no one dares to invade you. Otherwise, you'll be in serious trouble. Yi words to Rimuru carried earnest concern. I understand. I'll think it over when I get back, Rimuru replied with a look of genuine seriousness. Good. It's enough that you'll consider it. As for Red, there's really nothing I need to arrange for you. Still, if you're bored, you could put together a small squad. Gather a few trustworthy and loyal heroic spirits that don't have much to do. After exchanging a few words about their future plans, Yi stretched out casually on the ground, letting the wind play quietly around him. Just then, Yi suddenly paused, then opened the chat group on his communicator. Incompetent and furious Subaru, at Yi guild leader. Guild leader help. I'm being chased. Yi guild leader. Chasit. By whom? Incompetent and furious Subaru. Rem and Ram, the two maids. They're after me like I'm their prey. Won't stop chasing me. Yi guild leader. Why? What happened? Incompetent and furious Subaru. I have no idea. Plus, I can't open any doors in this crazy clown's mansion. Can't even get to Amelia to ask for help. Yi guild leader. Alright, just focus on running for now. I'll be there soon. Incompetent and furious Subaru. Roger that. Zero World. Natsuki Subaru hid himself away in a corner, watching anxiously as Rem and Ram approached, their eyes blazing red in the distance. His heart pounded violently in his chest. Over and over, he repeated himself, don't see me, please don't see me. But just as he silently pleaded, a faint breeze stirred the air, and in an instant, Rem, dressed in her trademark blue maid outfit, appeared before him. Hi. Faced with Rem's sudden appearance, Subaru forced an awkward smile and offered a nervous greeting. No sooner had he spoken than Rem's hand conjured a heavy iron flail, its surface gleaming ominously. Upon witnessing this, Subaru's heart tensed up in an instant. As he watched Rem gradually raise her hand, his foot slipped, and he hugged the wall, trying to slide out unnoticed. But just as he pressed himself against the wall, a delicate hand grabbed him firmly by the collar and, with a sudden force, flung him to the ground. A heavy thud echoed as Subaru crashed to the floor. Grimacing in pain, he rubbed his backside and then slowly edged backward until his entire back pressed hard against the wall. Looking up, Subaru saw Rem calmly raising her morning star. He couldn't help but force a bitter smile and, keeping his voice low, said, Rem, can you tell me, why do you want to kill me? Hearing Subaru's words, Rem paused for a moment, her hand still midair. Her reply was cold and detached. The scent of the witch lingers on you, and your actions are suspicious. At this, Subaru let out another wry smile and said, I see. I think I understand now. I will never let anyone from the witch's cult go, Rem declared, her voice hard as steel. Subaru started to speak, but faltered, a faint smile surfacing on his face. He glanced at Rem and continued. There's someone who can help you get revenge, but the condition is you'd have to serve as his maid. Would you accept that? Rem, her chain mace ready to strike down, froze in place upon hearing Subaru's words. She stared at him in a daze and blurted out, How do you know? Subaru shook his head slowly and looked at Remington. I don't know. But someone does. And he'll be here very soon. Who? You brought an accomplice? Are you planning to attack the Lord? Despicable, Rem said, ready to strike again. Well, Subaru, looks like you're in quite a predicament. A voice called out as a figure slowly stepped out from behind Rem. At that moment, Ram, who had been standing not far off, spotted Yi emerging from a portal. She shouted loudly, Rem, be careful. Startled by this sudden cry, Rem instinctively turned her head. But when she saw the figure standing behind her, her eyes widened in surprise. Slowly, she lowered her mace, only to hurriedly raise it once more, her expression sharp and full of caution as she stared at Yi. Seeing her reaction, Yi simply let out a soft chuckle as he stepped entirely out of the portal. As Yi whole figure emerged, one after another, silhouettes darted out from the portal behind him, quickly surrounding the entire area. At the sight, Rem and Ram's faces changed instantly. They glared at Yi and barked. Who are you people? What exactly do you want here? Instead of answering, Yi Tian casually scratched his ear and then waved his hand dismissively. In an instant, two Navy officers stepped forward and restrained the pair, pulling them off to the side. Yi Tian slowly advanced, stopping in front of Subaru. Helping him up, he spoke in a soft voice. "You've really hit rock bottom, haven't you? If I had to guess, out of everyone in our group, you're probably in the worst shape." Hearing this, Subaru couldn't help but dust himself off, then shrug and muttered, "What can I do? You know perfectly well what this world is like. Even that clown is a complete maniac. I'm just an ordinary guy. How am I supposed to deal with any of this?" At that, Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. He looked at Subaru and said, all right, you can count yourself lucky this time. We just happened to run into each other, and everyone here is a high-ranking Navy officer. They're all incredibly capable. You'll have no trouble at all from now on." As he finished, Yi Tian gave Subaru a playful slap on the chest, his face showing a trace of amusement. Just then, a new voice echoed through the corridor. "Well now, Your Majesty, is this what another world looks like? Fascinating, isn't it?" Kuzan strolled lazily out of the portal, curiosity playing across his otherwise languid features. "So, this is another world, huh? Where are we exactly? Huh? And why are those two girls being restrained? Looks like I've stumbled into something I wasn't supposed to see, huh?" Kizaru emerged behind him, his light-tinned suit and flowing cloak billowing with his every step. Rem and Ram, who were being held at the side, instinctively stiffened when they saw these newcomers. They could instantly sense the awe-inspiring presence radiating from both men. But this sense of intimidation was just the start. What truly left them speechless was what the two men had said. It was clear from their words that they and their companions were not from this world. This alone was enough to shake them to their core. Another world? Was that truly possible? One after another, formidable individuals emanating an air of unquestionable authority streamed out of the portal. At this point, Ram knew things had spiraled out of control. Even if the Count himself came to intervene, it wouldn't make a difference. By now, the entire corridor had fallen under the Navy officers' command. The officers lined up on both sides, each one stationed at a door, standing immobile and alert. Hints of black gleamed faintly on their fists, the mark of advanced armament hockey. They were ready to fend off any sudden attack at a moment's notice. After chatting idly with Subaru for a bit, Yi Tian made his way over to Ram. He gestured for his men to release them before turning to the sisters with a calm voice. "So, Ram, what did you think of the message I asked Subaru to convey to you both?" At those words, Rem froze for a moment, staring at Yi Tian in disbelief. Then she whispered, "You know us? You know me, and you even like me quite a lot, don't you? So, would you like to become my maid? I can help you seek justice, and I can even repair your sister's horn. How about it? Give it some careful thought." Yi Tian smiled warmly at Rem as he spoke. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Rem froze for a moment, then glanced at Ram beside her. At last, she made up her mind and said, "I'm willing. Please, I beg you, restore my sister's horn." Next to her, Ram was equally taken aback by Rem's reply. She stared at Rem in a daze, whispering softly, "Rem?" At her words, Yi Tian reached out and gently patted Ram on the head. "Very well, the deal is made. Now let's go. Take me to see that despicable clown." Rem shivered slightly at Yi Tian's request, then slowly nodded. All right. With that, she took the lead and started guiding the way. But just then, the large doors nearby suddenly flew open, and a childish voice sounded from within the room. "Why is it so noisy out here? I can't get any sleep." The voice trailed off abruptly, cutting off mid-sentence. She had caught sight of the corridor, now crowded with strangers, each one radiating a sense of extraordinary power. Standing in the doorway, Betty gazed in a daze at the hallway overflowing with unfamiliar faces. "Oh, Betty, is that you?" Yi Tian stepped forward, emerging slowly from the group. At the sound of his voice, Betty turned her head and looked over. She saw Yi Tian dressed in imperial robes, her brows furrowing as she demanded, "Who are you people? How do you know me? I don't recall ever meeting you." Yi Tian just smiled at her, replying, "You're the great spirit created by the Witch of Greed, Echidna. Your attribute is Een, so you're a master of all Een-based magic. 4 centuries ago, you made a contract with the Witch of Greed and have been waiting ever since for a certain someone to arrive." As Yi Tian continued his monologue, Betty's expression grew more and more grave. A glint of menace flickered in her eyes, and she fixed Yi Tian with a sharp look. "Human, who exactly are you people? Why have you come here? What is your purpose?" As she spoke, Betty silently began gathering magical energy in her hands. Noticing Betty's furtive actions, Yi Tian paid them no mind. Smiling serenely, he said in a calm, gentle voice, "Don't worry. I mean you no harm. You're not even the one I'm looking for. I'm after that despicable clown. Turning slowly, Yi Tian looked back at Lai Yuang, then spoke to Betty again. Oh, and by the way, the person you've been waiting for is probably him. Anyway, I still have matters to attend to. Please excuse me for now. At this moment, Yi Tian turned his head to Rem and said, Rem, please continue to lead the way. Yes, Rem replied softly, her head bowed, and she resumed leading them ahead once more. Seeing this, Betty couldn't help but knit her brows. She looked at Yi Tian and said, Betty will go with you. Sure, it doesn't matter to me, Yi Tian replied with a slight shrug of his shoulders. With Rem leading, they moved onward toward Roswell's chambers. Meanwhile, inside his room where he had been savoring red wine, Roswell's eyes instantly grew sharp. He quickly grabbed a nearby robe and slipped it on, then stepped over to open the door. Just as he prepared to peek out quietly, a hand suddenly pushed the door wide open. Startled, Roswell leapt back, his entire demeanor now on high alert as he watched the newcomers. But before he could utter a word, a group of people in suits and cloaks stepped briskly inside, surrounding him. Oddly enough, these strangers made no aggressive move, which over time allowed Roswell's guard to slightly lower. But then, without warning, those who had been standing casually now straightened up and with a resounding voice paid formal respects toward the entrance. We salute your majesty. Your majesty? Roswell was momentarily stunned by the title. He began to wonder just which kingdom's monarch had arrived here. But his expression changed in a flash. For stepping into the room were none other than his own two maids, Rem and Ram. Rem? Zam? You. Roswell's composure faltered, but before he managed another word, a new figure entered, dressed in the regal garb of a dragon emperor. When he saw who it was, Roswell found himself transfixed by the sight, his gaze drawn to Yi Tian's magnificent robes. Yi Tian paid him no mind and calmly approached, stopping in front of Roswell. With an indifferent voice, he asked, How about you hand over your two maids to me? Roswell was taken aback, glancing at Yi Tian before he asked, Your Majesty, is this some kind of joke? Forgive me, but I find it hardly amusing. Yi Tian's eyes narrowed, his tone cooling. You think I'm joking? Then let me make myself clear. You have only two choices, yes or no. And if I say yes, if I say no, Roswell replied in a low, restrained voice, his eyes narrowing. Yi Tian let out a derisive laugh, choosing not to respond further, instead standing quietly in place. As Roswell stood there, caught between confusion and suspicion, a voice slowly drifted in from outside the door. Your Majesty, are all the houses in this other world this spacious? Maybe it's time to improve our Navy's standards of living. Kizaru strolled in with his hands in his pockets, looking completely at ease. The moment Roswell caught sight of Kizaru entering, his eyes narrowed ever so slightly, a trace of suspicion quietly rising in his heart. He was certain this newcomer possessed immense strength and held a position of considerable authority. Yet before Roswell could gather his thoughts, even more people entered the room. Watching as one person after another filed in, Roswell's expression visibly changed. Now he was truly out of his depth. How was he supposed to negotiate like this? The difference in power was overwhelming. He barely had time to process it all before yet another group came through the door. When his eyes landed on the final newcomer, Roswell found himself rooted to the spot in astonishment. Right then, his mind flooded with panic, thoughts racing chaotically. How could this be? Why would a skeleton show up here? And such a powerful one at that. The moment I laid eyes on him, my whole body started to tremble. Indeed, what he saw was none other than Ain's old gown, the Overlord. At that moment, Ain seemed to take no notice of him, walking straight to Yi Tian's side before speaking up. Is this the jester you spoke of? Yeah, that's him. As Yi Tian answered, a thought seemed to strike him, and he turned to Ain's. Oh, right, where's Subaru? Where did that guy wander off to? At this, Ain's let out a hearty chuckle, then glanced at Yi Tian. That guy? Looks like he dashed off to find his little sweetheart. You should have seen how excited he was. Hearing that, Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. He still hasn't changed, after all. Though, I suppose I can't really blame him. Oh, by the way, I suddenly had an idea. What if I put together a team of dragons? What do you think, interested? A team of dragons? Not bad. But does this world even have dragons? Ains asked, looking at Yi Tian with curiosity. Oh, they exist, but we'll have to go looking. And your world has dragons too, doesn't it? Here's a thought. First, we round up all the dragons in this world, then head to your world and nab all those dragons as well. Perfect for an aerial force. Yi Tian's eyes gleamed with anticipation. You want to use dragons as an air force? Leave it to you to come up with something like that. Ains wiped an imaginary bead of sweat from his brow in mock exasperation. Yep, what do you think? Oh, and if I remember right, there are dragons in the world of pirates too. When we get back, we can catch them as well. That way we'll have land, sea, and air forces completely covered. Yetion mused, thoughtfully stroking his chin. As for Roswell, who stood opposite Yetion and overheard their exchange, he was left utterly stunned by the casual conversation. He'd been making long and meticulous plans just to slay a single dragon. Yet to these people, finding a whole flock seemed like child's play. It left him feeling more than a little frustrated. However, Yetion paid him no mind. Instead, he slowly turned his head to Roswell and said, "So, have you made up your mind?" At these words, Roswell couldn't help but smile faintly. Then, with a graceful gesture, he bowed to Yetion and replied, "It is an honor that your majesty has taken interest in my two maids. If that is the case, there's no harm in presenting them to you." When Yetion heard Roswell's response, he gave a satisfied nod. He then looked at him with a knowing smile and said, "You've done well. Don't worry, I understand what it is you desire. Before long, I'll have Lai Yuan deliver something to you. Thank you for your generosity, your majesty." Upon hearing Yetion's words, Roswell was overjoyed. He bowed deeply to show his gratitude. "Good, that's settled. Oh, and by the way, may I use your kitchen?" Yetion looked at Roswell as he spoke. "By all means, your majesty," Roswell replied, his face alight with a courteous smile. Yetion nodded slowly, then glanced over to Rim and Ram. "I'll be counting on you to make a bit more food. After all, we're all still quite hungry. I'll send someone to help you shortly." At this, Rim's eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly nodded, accepting the request. Seeing her reaction, Yetion couldn't help but smile gently. He added, "It doesn't have to be fancy. Just something to fill our stomachs will do." "Yes," Rim replied, nodding earnestly. Then Yetion turned to everyone and announced, "Let's go, everyone. It's a little cramped here. Why don't we find somewhere outside to sit?" At that moment, Roswell quickly stepped forward and offered, "Please, your majesty, allow me to lead the way." With that, he moved ahead of Yetion to guide the group. Meanwhile, Yetion slowly opened up the chat group interface. "Yetion, leader, time to eat, everyone. Bring some cooks along if you can. And if anyone wants to drop by for a meal, you're welcome. I'll be waiting for you in Lai Yuang's world." Animal Keeper, message received, on my way. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming, got it, I'll be there soon. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian, message received. The goo boiled in his soup, message received. Shining Asuna, received. It's been so long since I've had a proper meal. Unwavering Lotus, heard you loud and clear. I'm coming for the free food. Almost got it on my way. All right, I want to bring. Almost got it on my way. Oh, right, I want to bring 2 other people. Yetion, leader. 2 people? Who? Almost just was Tsukuyami and Guais. Yetion, leader. Tail Spinner, that's 3 people, you know. Almost 3, right, 3 people. Yetion, leader. All right then. Come on. Hurry up. You're the last ones we're waiting for. Demon King Zio said, I'll be there in a moment. Longina Slayer, Meng Tian chimed in. By the way, should I bring the army cooks along? Yetion, Alliance leader, replied, I think that's a great idea. Having some extra help in the kitchen would be nice. Longina Slayer, Meng Tian responded, okay, got it. After notifying everyone, Yetion closed the chat group, then sat back in a seat and looked at Fly Mouse. All right, now we've got plenty of cooks. Once we finish eating, we'll be on our way. Let's take care of the myriad kingdoms first and fully clear out this new world. Sure, sound good. I'll follow your lead, Fly Mouse said, giving a slow nod. Just then, Roswell used magic to levitate numerous tables and chairs into the air, flying them over to the courtyard. After setting them in the center of the garden, he walked up to Yetion and said, Your Majesty, would you kindly allow your followers to take a seat as well? At this, Yetion nodded slowly. Then, turning to Sengoku, he said, Sengoku, please handle the arrangements. Also, push 4 tables together so we can all sit together in a bit. Yes, understood, Sengoku replied before moving aside to make the preparations. Once everyone had settled into their seats, not far from Yetion, a gaping black portal suddenly appeared. Through it, a company of armored warriors wielding spears marched out in orderly ranks. Behind them strode Iwatani Naofumi, resplendently dressed. Catching sight of Yetion nearby, Iwatani Naofumi called out, Alliance leader, haha, you have to come to my founding ceremony in half a month. Following close behind him, Tsukasa Kadoya strolled out with his hands in his pockets. He gave Yetion and the others a slight wave in greeting before making his way over. Standing beside Yetion, Iwatani Naofumi glanced back at the black portal and said, I brought all the palace chefs with me. They're quite skilled, you know. No sooner had he finished speaking than a group of chefs in spotless white robes emerged from behind Tsukasa Kadoya. Seeing this, Yetion turned to Roswell. Earl, Would you mind arranging for them to assist in the kitchen? As you command. Roswell, unfazed, just smiled and led the chefs off to help in the kitchen. Watching Roswell shepherd the cooks away, Yi Tian let out a soft chuckle, then turned to Iwatani Naofumi. Come, have a seat. He patted the spot next to him. With a gentle smile, Iwatani Naofumi sat down by Yi Tian's side, and Tsukasa Kadoya joined them as well. Just then, the previously closed black portal opened once more. Asuna, clad in red and white leather armor with a slender sword at her hip, stepped out gracefully. With a bright smile, she waved to Yi Tian. Alliance leader, I'm here. You're here. Come, have a seat. Let's wait a bit. Some of them haven't arrived yet. After dinner, let's visit my world for a while. It's a good way to unwind. Yi Tian glanced at Asuna and couldn't help but let out a gentle laugh as he spoke. Sure, I wanted to see the Lord's world for so long. I'm really curious. What kind of world could it be? Asuna looked at Yi Tian, her face filled with curiosity. Haha, if you're curious, then eat up. We'll head over together soon, and you'll get to witness quite a show. Yi Tian watched Asuna's eager expression, a smile spreading across his face. Asuna, visibly agitated, s'était herself beside Yi Tian. She had spoken the truth just now. She'd always been deeply curious about what kind of world Yi Tian's would turn out to be. Hey, Yi Tian, I'm here, Zhang Chuan announced with a chuckle. Ugh, school cafeteria food is truly awful. Today, I can finally enjoy a real feast. Is that so? Well, you'd better eat your fill. Who knows when you'll have such a lavish meal again. Hum. Zhang Chuan replied enthusiastically, taking a seat nearby. We're here. Tokiwa Sugo entered, leading a wide-eyed Guaiz and Tsukuyami out from the swirling black portal. Was followed them, looking resigned. Wow, is this the other world Sugo mentioned? So many people. Is this a group dinner? Tsukuyami muttered in amazement as she glanced nervously around. Standing beside her, Guaiz, alert and on guard, whispered, Be careful. These are all friends of the little Overlord. This place might be dangerous. Okay, Tsukuyami replied, her own nerves rising as she saw how tense Guaiz was. Behind them, Was gave a soft chuckle. Is all this really necessary? By the way, let me give you some advice. Best mind your manners here, or you just might never make it back. With that, he followed slowly after Tokiwa Sugo, heading toward Yi Tian and the others at their dining table. Let's go, Tsukuyami said, tugging on the grumpy Guai's sleeve as she followed after the group. Footsteps echoed on the floor as a squad of warriors clad in deep crimson armor marched quietly out from the dark portal and then stood off to the side. Meng Tian strode out, laughing heartily, before turning to Yi Tian. Ha ha, this time, we're finally having a proper feast. I even brought the cooks from my army's camp. Meng Tian, less talk and more action. Go and send some over, have your cooks help out in the kitchen, and then come join us at the table. Let's catch up. Red Archer beckoned, waving him over. All right, I'm coming. Meng Tian answered with a sheepish laugh before making his way over. Glancing at the people around him, Yi Tian couldn't help but do a head count, then looked at the group with a touch of puzzlement. What's going on with Nick Fury and Dagu? Why haven't they shown up yet? But just as Yi Tian started speaking, Nick Fury strode briskly out of the black portal, his clothes dust-streaked. Seeing this, Yi Tian eyed him with mounting curiosity. What happened to you? You look like you've just walked through a sandstorm. At that, Nick Fury let out a weary sigh, then met Yi Tian's gaze and explained, a bunch of traitors cropped up in the squad. I had to play dead for a while and hide out with you. Hearing this, a subtle realization flickered in Yi Tian's mind. He instantly guessed which timeline Nick Fury was currently from. Still, he didn't press further, instead motioning for him to take a seat nearby. Sorry, ran into a situation back at the team, got held up. I'm not late, am I? Dagu rushed out of the black portal, a little breathless. Yi Tian grinned, waving off his concern. You're not late at all. We haven't even started eating. Grab a seat and join the conversation. The food will be ready soon. Glad to hear it. With that, Dagu quickly found a place and sat down. Now that everyone had gathered, Yi Tian smiled softly and looked around. Our team is truly growing, from just a handful in the beginning to well over a dozen now. Of course, Zhang Chuan chimed in, unable to resist the chance for some banter. As he spoke, he kept winking exaggeratedly at Yi Tian. Yi Tian, catching the act, rolled his eyes and shot back. What's wrong with you? Got something in your eye? Stunned by the retort, Zhang Chuan froze mid-sentence, staring back at Yi Tian wordlessly. Their conversation drifted on, light and informal, until finally the dishes were brought to the table. After a good meal, Yi Tian was ready to leave, with his newly recruited young maid in tow. Just then, the grand gate to the manor creaked open. Emilia, in a flowing gown, stepped out, gently rubbing sleep from her eyes as she walked. Yet, as soon as she swung the gate wide, she stopped dead in her tracks. The entire courtyard was filled with people, all in matching uniforms. Before she could process the scene or say a word, there was a faint pop, and Parker landed lightly on her shoulder. Parker greeted Amelia with his usual bright enthusiasm. "Morning." "Good morning, Parker," Amelia replied, still uncertain. Her gaze, however, remained fixed on the crowd in the courtyard. Noticing this, Parker glanced over too, momentarily puzzled. But then, just as quickly, he spotted a familiar figure. With a note of uncertainty, he murmured under his breath, "What are they all doing here?" "They? Parker, do you know them?" Amelia looked at Parker with a hint of confusion. "Amelia, you know them too. They're Lord Subaru's friends from the other day. I just don't understand. How did they end up here?" "It's odd," replied Parker, also puzzled. Just then, a swirling black portal slowly opened in the center of the courtyard, and the Navy admirals strolled through it at a measured pace. Meanwhile, Yi Tian, who had been chatting with the others, sensed someone's gaze. He slowly turned his head and looked in that direction. He soon spotted Amelia standing at the doorway. Smiling gently, he raised his hand in greeting. Then, he turned back to his companions and picked up the conversation where they'd left off. At that moment, Roswell, who had been standing nearby, strode forward toward Itan and said, "Your Majesty, the Emperor, I wonder if I might be granted the honor of seeing your country for myself?" At those words, Yi Tian paused, a playful glint appearing in his eyes as he replied, "Sorry, but you have not pledged your loyalty to me, nor do you owe me any allegiance. So you can't go. I won't take you there." Roswell froze for a second, then forced an awkward smile and let the matter drop. Seeing this, Yi Tian let out a soft chuckle, then led Ains and the others as they stepped into the swirling black portal. But just as he was about to disappear into the darkness, he turned his head and called out to Roswell, "If you need to reach me, speak with Subaru. He knows how to get in touch." With that, he entered the portal without another glance back. Roswell nodded slowly at Yi Tian's words, then turned his gaze to Subaru. "Well then, Subaru, I'll be counting on you from now on." Hearing this, Subaru merely pouted and nodded slowly, replying, "Yeah, let's just look after each other." With that, he turned and walked back toward Amelia. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Tian and his companions emerged calmly from the black portal, returning to the world of pirates. Seeing that the main force had arrived, Yi Tian directed everyone to board the warships, and then they set sail toward Whole Cake Island. On deck, the sea breeze caressed everyone's faces, carrying a light salty tang that brought a sense of peace to all. Lying on the deck and gazing at the endless ocean, Asuna looked over at Yi Tian and said, "Leader, your world is amazing." "Amazing? No, not at all. You're just seeing the surface. What you need to know is before I built this empire, these seas were crawling with countless pirates. They pillage, burn, and murder, committing every imaginable crime. Yet the world government, in the name of so-called world peace, has never truly tried to eliminate these pirates. That's why, in this world, life is exhausting for everyone." Yi Tian sighed as he spoke. "So, you can't just take things at face value. You have to see what's inside, see through to the heart of things." Asuna nodded thoughtfully at Yi Tian's words and fell silent, lost in contemplation. Watching her, Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle softly, then said, "You came at just the right time. Soon, there's a grand spectacle for you to witness." "A spectacle? What sort of spectacle?" Asuna looked at Yi Tian curiously, her brows knit in confusion. "You'll find out soon enough," Yi Tian replied with a mysterious smile. Just then, a voice spoke from behind Yi Tian. "Master, do you need us to do anything?" Rem asked quietly. Yi Tian looked momentarily surprised, then turned to her and said, "There's no need to do anything right now. And really, you don't have to call me Master. Just call me Yi Tian, or Your Majesty if you prefer." As he spoke, Yi Tian reached out and gently patted Rem on the head. Then, Rem's eyes were filled with confusion and uncertainty. Seeing this, Yi Tian smiled warmly, then glanced at Rem and Ram, saying, "Staying with that clown isn't the wisest choice. From now on, you can rest easy and stay by my side." At his words, Rem suddenly tensed, looking at Yi Tian with deep concern. "But what about my sister's horn?" Yi Tian offered her a reassuring smile and answered, "Don't worry, I'll help Ram tonight. For now, my two little maids, go and enjoy yourselves." At that moment, a Navy soldier hurried up to Yi Tian, saluted respectfully, and reported, "Your Majesty, we have now entered Tato land, the territory of Big Mom's pirate crew." Yi Tian instantly straightened up, looking out toward the sea ahead. "Pass down my orders, reclaim every single island. In this so-called Tato land, I want not a single pirate left." "Yes, sir," the Navy soldier responded and quickly departed. The fleet pressed on, sailing ever forward, while another ship, fully laden with soldiers and led by a Navy officer, quietly peeled off toward an island not far away. With each new island they encountered, one more warship would quietly detach from the fleet. Yetion's main flagship and the 3 surrounding battalions of warships, however, were fixed on a singular goal: the main island, the stronghold of the Big Mom pirates. As the journey continued, the massed armada of Navy warships gradually dwindled. Before long, only a dozen or so ships remained. At long last, after sailing for quite some time, Yetion and his companions arrived at Tato Land, the territory of all nations. Upon arrival, Yetion slowly turned his gaze towards Sengoku and the others, his voice cold and commanding. "Today, we wipe out all pirates. Leave none of the remnants of the MOM pirates alive. A single one must not escape." "Yes, sir." The crowd responded in unison, their voices resounding with resolve. Inside a magnificent palace constructed entirely from sweets. "Big brother, what should we do? We've already received word that Mama has been defeated. The younger brothers and sisters were burned to death in the flames, and the Navy is attacking many of our islands at once." Charlotte Zicket's face was full of worry as he looked toward his elder brother, Charlotte Perispero. Hearing this, Perispero's brow furrowed deeply, but he quickly replied, "There's no choice now, 11th brother. Have everyone fortify the shorelines. We must not let the Navy set foot on the island." "Understood, big brother." Zicket nodded solemnly, his expression hardening. Just then, the transponder snail Perispero kept with him began to ring. A look of gravity etched across his face. Perispero drew the device from his coat and connected the call. "What is it?" "My lord, the Navy is about to land. What should we do?" On the other end, the voice trembled with panic. Seeing the desperation in the situation, Perispero paused to consider before answering in a steely tone. "Sound the alarm. Gather everyone and send them to the coast to block the Navy's advance. They must not set foot on the island. If they do, it's over for all of us." "Yes, sir," came the hurried reply. Moments later, the sharp, urgent blare of alarm bells rang out, echoing over the whole of Tato Land. After shutting off the transponder snail and tucking it away, Perispero turned to Zicket. "Come, 11th brother. Let's head to the coast together. We have to stop the Navy from landing." "Right." Zicket gave a firm nod, determination unwavering in his eyes. At the shoreline, the Navy's warships drew quietly up to the coast. But just then, on the shore, hundreds of cannons were rolled into position, all their dark muzzles aimed squarely at the ships. Seeing this, Yetion's expression grew cold and resolute. "Desperate last stand. Garp, take your men and force a landing. Today, the MOM pirates must be erased from existence." "Yes, sir." At Yetion's command, Garp gave a crisp salute, then led his squad, leaping into the air with moonwalk, charging headlong toward the line of cannons. On the other side, the MOM pirates, seeing the Navy storming their way, panicked instantly and shouted in haste, "Hurry! Fire now! Open fire!" A sudden, resounding blast split the air. "Sorry, but you won't be firing any cannons today." Up above, Admiral Kazuru extended a single finger, aiming from afar. With a gleam, a beam of searing light shot forth from his fingertip, streaming toward the ground below. "It's Admiral Kizuru of the Navy." Brothers fall back, but just as the pirate finished shouting, a flash of cold steel swept out from the shadows behind him. The pirate collapsed instantly in a pool of blood. "Oomph. If anyone dares talk about retreating again, I'll kill him myself," Charlotte Dorsmarch barked harshly. He was Big Mom's 14th son, one of the 34 ministers, Minister of Tea. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Charlotte Dorsmarch's gaze snapped to the approaching Navy soldiers. But what he saw left him frozen on the spot. The 3 admirals of the Navy, Vice Admiral Garp, Sengoku, they were all here. He couldn't help but stand there, mouth agape, utterly speechless. Never before had he witnessed such a formidable naval lineup. What were the Marines planning? Before he could process it any further, a blinding beam of light shot toward him with dizzying speed. Seeing this, Charlotte Dorsmarch snapped back to his senses and leapt several meters backward, warily fixing his eyes on Kizuru, keeping silent for a long moment. He could tell his mother had lost. The Navy had struck straight at their gates. Judging from their actions, it was clear they intended to rid the seas of pirates entirely. Yet what puzzled him most was that the word had been the Navy was besieging Kaido, so why had they shown up here instead? As the pirates along the coast were swept away by the Marines, the crews on the warships began disembarking one after another. On the shoreline, Yetion walked slowly across the soft sand, surveying the brutal battlefield before him. He then glanced at Ram by his side and said, "Don't go too far ahead. You might get caught up in the fighting." With that, Yi Tian moved steadily onward. By now, more and more members of the MOM pirates had arrived on the coast. Many of them were also Big Mom's children, their eyes red with rage, glaring at the Marines, wishing they could tear them to pieces. But they knew full well it was impossible. All the top brass of the Navy had gathered in Tato land. What hope did they have of revenge? Even if they sacrificed their lives, it wouldn't make a difference. To the Marines, they were nothing but prey. When they'd be hunted down was entirely up to the Marines. It had nothing to do with them. But the more they thought, the more bitterly aggrieved they felt. After a long, heavy silence, Charlotte Perospero finally stepped forward. He looked grimly at the advancing Navy and called out in a loud voice. "How about we make a deal, Navy? If we abandon resistance, could you at least spare my innocent younger siblings?" Hearing this, Garp, who was leading the group, paused and scratched his head, glancing back at those behind him. Witnessing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle softly. He then looked at Garp and said, "Garp, if you don't pull up the roots, the grass will grow back when the spring wind blows." After saying this, Yi Tian casually waved his hand, signaling Garp to take action. Hearing this, Garp was momentarily stunned, but soon regained his composure. He then nodded slowly, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from where he stood, his feet executing Soru. When he reappeared, he was already standing before Charlotte Perospero. Looking at Charlotte Perospero, Garp spoke with a hint of regret. It's a pity. If Mom had spoken for herself back then, maybe the Navy really would have let this go. At these words, Charlotte Perospero managed a bitter smile. Looking up at Garp, he replied, "Is that so? Then I suppose we have no choice but to fight. Come, let's see what you've got." As soon as he finished speaking, Charlotte Perospero's figure vanished, surging forward to attack Garp. Seeing this, Garp shook his head and without hesitation, raised his fist and smashed it forward. A powerful boom erupted through the air. Hearing the sounds of battle ahead, Yi Tian gradually came to a stop. Turning to those beside him, he said, "All right, let Garp and the others pave the way. We'll just follow behind. No need to go too deep." Upon hearing this, Asuna and the other rookies hurriedly nodded. They knew even without Yi Tian's warning, charging ahead would be nothing short of certain death. Listening to the thunderous crashes from the front, Asuna instinctively covered her mouth in shock. Is this really something humans can do? Standing several hundred meters from the battlefield, she could already feel the tremors reverberating underfoot. She simply couldn't understand how a fist alone could send such shockwaves. This was even more monstrous than any creature she'd ever faced in a game. Beside her, Rem stared at her sister with wide-eyed amazement. "Sister, they're incredible, truly incredible." Hearing this, Ram nodded in agreement, just as astonished. "Let's move," Yi Tian said as he strode ahead deeper into the island. The others quickly fell in step beside him. Watching the chaos around him, Yi Tian felt an unusual calm in his heart, utterly undisturbed by the surrounding battle. "Hey, you must be the Emperor, huh? You little brat. To have the Navy at your back. If I can haul you away, I won't lose out, will I?" As Yi Tian and his companions slowly made their way onto the island, a new voice rang out close to their ears. Frowning slightly, Yi Tian turned his head toward the sound. He saw, off to the side of the road, a group of pirates brandishing their long blades, pointing them at him from afar. Seeing this, Yi Tian could only give a helpless smile. Turning to the flying squirrel at his side, he remarked, "Really, do kids have such deeply hidden talents these days? Does everyone feel the need to come and test their luck?" Upon hearing this, Mouse couldn't help but burst out laughing. He turned to Yi Tian and said, "You know, with that soft skin and delicate look of yours, who would believe you're really that strong?" Yi Tian chuckled at Mouse's words, then scratched his head with a touch of frustration. "TSK, you have a point. Oh well, forget it." As he spoke, Yi Tian's hand clenched gently, and a mysterious blue glow emerged in his palm. In the next moment, a long sword materialized in his grasp. A faint, roguish smile played on Yi Tian's lips. His body shifted ever so slightly before he moved, swift as a wild gale, kicking up a storm of dust in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Yi Tian vanished from where he stood. The very next moment, he appeared beside the group of pirates, his sword flickering just enough to trace a crimson arc through the air. Droplets of blood floated briefly before splattering onto the ground below. Is it really that any child who looks harmless is safe? Or do I simply not look like I have any strength at all? Yi Tian weaved among the pirates, each swing of his sword drawing out fresh scarlet beads of blood. Finally, Yi Tian's pace began to slow, and he casually tossed his sword aside. The blades scattered into fragments, vanishing without a trace. Behind him, the pirates collapsed to the ground one by one like scarecrows, the crimson pooling around them, making the scene eerily surreal. Turning his head slowly, Yi Tian took in the sight of the fallen pirates and curled his lip in disdain. TSK, these pirates really are fools. In this world, the only things that can make the Navy submit are power and influence. Trying to drag me down with them? They must be dreaming. Red A strolled up to Yi Tian, giving him a playful wink. Ha ha ha. Yi Tian, with a face like yours, I have to say you're pretty irresistible. Oh, give me a break. I'm not too fond of this appearance myself. Who knows why I turn out like this after crossing over? It's not like I could choose. Yi Tian waved his hand, exasperated. With that, he strolled deeper into the island. The others followed along behind at a slower pace. However, one figure stayed rooted in place, unable to move, trembling as she stared at the path the others had just walked. Asuna? Is something wrong? Rem asked, her voice full of concern. Asuna stared at the vivid blood ahead and hesitated, clearly troubled. Noticing this, Yi Tian, who had been walking ahead, turned around in confusion. He looked back to see Asuna hesitating at the rear. He walked over to her, speaking softly as he approached. What's the matter? Are you afraid of blood, or afraid of killing? Hearing Yi Tian's words, Asuna couldn't help but hesitate, her gaze falling on him as she stammered. I don't know either. Yi Tian offered a gentle smile in response, meeting her eyes as he said, It's your first time seeing someone killed, isn't it? In the game, it was just a sensation, a distant feeling. But in reality, you've never witnessed it, nor lifted a hand yourself. Asuna nodded, trembling slightly. Yes, it's all right. Yi Tian reassured her, his tone calm. These people were truly wicked, and if you really want to be a part of our world, these experiences are inevitable. Our hands are far from clean. Blood has stained us more times than we can count. But through it all, we survived. If you wish to become stronger, you must adapt. The heart must harden. That way, in the world to come, you won't fall prey to someone else's knife while you're unguarded. Only the powerful can command their fate. Only power brings all things under your sway. Everything starts to revolve around you, yielding to your will and your gaze. So, if you're to walk this path with us, don't let weakness or fear take root in your heart. What you must do is strengthen yourself, forge your will. Only then can you face the world unafraid. With those words, Yi Tian let out a soft chuckle, then glanced at her. Take your time to think about it, then catch up when you're ready. He walked forward at a leisurely pace, not sparing another glance for Asuna, who still stood, stunned and silent. Rem and Ram exchanged a glance, then quietly followed after Yi Tian, leaving Asuna by the shore. Watching the others move off, Asuna, still rooted to the spot, swallowed hard, then took a deep breath. Gathering her courage, she hurried past the fallen pirates' bodies. She quickened her pace, catching up to the group, but the moment she did, her resolve gave out. She dropped down to the ground, quietly and wordlessly sitting. Seeing this, Yi Tian gave another quiet laugh, then turned to Rem and Ram. Take care of her for a moment. We'll wait for you up ahead. All right, the two sisters replied in unison, nodding at his instructions. Yi Tian offered the three of them a smile, before continuing onward. Once Yi Tian had gone, Asuna finally looked up at Remington. Hey, do you think? Am I really that pathetic? Rem smiled softly at her, her expression gentle. No, Asuna. You've simply never faced anything like this before. In time, you'll get used to it. Get used to it, Asuna echoed, a note of disbelief in her voice. But how could anyone ever get used to something like this? At that, she buried her face in her hands and wept quietly. Seeing this, Rem couldn't help but sigh softly and then said, It's easy to tell that. Miss Asuna, you come from a very safe world. So, it's only natural that you wouldn't have encountered things like this before. But now that you're standing alongside Lord Yi Tian, if you keep holding on to your previous mindset, you'll find it impossible to keep up with them in the days ahead. I don't know exactly what kind of alliance Lord Yi Tian has built, but there's one thing I'm sure of. A powerful alliance like this cannot have any weak links. In harsher worlds, the weak don't even have the right to survive. That's why, Miss Asuna, I think it's time to gradually let go of some of your kindness. Rem slowly crouched down beside Asuna and whispered softly, Let go of my kindness. Asuna murmured, almost to herself. P.S. Many readers have asked me, isn't Asuna's real name Yuki Asuna? Why hasn't that been changed here? To explain, at this point in the story, Asuna is still inside the game, so she's referred to by her in-game name. Come, Miss Asuna, the others have already gone far ahead, Rem said as she gently helped Asuna to her feet. Hearing this, Asuna nodded slowly and prepared to move forward. But as soon as she lifted her foot, her legs felt weak, and she glanced at Rem with a hint of embarrassment. Could we rest for a bit longer? Rem gave Asuna a quick look and instantly understood, then smiled warmly. Of course. Rem and Ram helped Asuna over to the side of the road, where they all took a moment to rest. Just then, A naval officer leading a squad of sailors marched briskly past the three of them. He turned and shouted sharply to his men, "Hurry up! By His Majesty's order, eliminate every last remnant of the MOM pirates from the entire Tato land, and let the people here finally be free." "Yes, for justice," the sailors all bellowed in unison, quickening their pace as they dashed forward. Sitting by the roadside, Asuna watched the Navy soldiers march right in front of her, unable to stop her mind from wandering. "For justice," she whispered under her breath. Then, turning her head, she looked at the bodies of the pirates scattered around, and, in a quiet voice, asked Rem, "Those were pirates? Why are there so many here?" "I heard from Lord Yetion's followers that this whole stretch of sea is the base of the Emoan pirates. They call it Tato Land. Supposedly, it's a place where anyone, regardless of race, can live together in peace," Rem replied thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Asuna couldn't help but furrow her brows, then asked in puzzlement, "Isn't that a good thing? Why would Yetion bring people here and end up killing them all?" "Well, from what I've heard, although everything seemed harmonious here and shelter was offered to many, the tax they collected was actually the very lifespan of these people." Rem spoke softly, her brows knitted with worry. "Their lifespan?" In a flash, Asuna sat upright, her face filled with shock as she stared at Rem. "Yes, that's right, lifespan. That's one reason. And the other reason is that the empire Lord Yetion founded cannot allow a single pirate or hostile faction to exist anywhere in this world." Rem spoke slowly and deliberately. "Unifying the world, huh? Lord Leader truly has grand ambitions." At these words, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Asuna's lips. Then she turned to Rem and said, "Let's go. If we don't catch up now, we'll lose sight of them. Let's be on our way." Rem nodded gently. Together with Asuna and Ram, she set off in the direction ahead. Meanwhile, Yetion led his companions to the very heart of the island. As he gazed at the crowd of people who had now gathered, his voice echoed softly, "Everyone, at this moment, the Emon pirate crew has been completely wiped out. You will never again suffer under their oppression. Very soon, the Empire will send personnel to restore order, offer you a stable life, and protect your safety. From now on, the seas will be peaceful under the Empire's rule. You'll be free to set sail, to wander and explore without dreading those endless troubles caused by pirates. You are liberated." "Liberated? Is it true? Does this mean we'll never have to give up our lifespan just to survive here?" "This is wonderful. Oh, thank goodness. Finally, we're free." As cries of relief and joy rippled through the gathering, Yetion felt an unexpected wave of sorrow well up within his heart. He understood all too well the hardships these townsfolk had endured, the bitterness of their existence. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a soldier and instructed him to oversee things here. Then Yetion strolled off to the side. Casting his gaze over the nearby houses, Yetion flashed a mysterious smile before turning to Fei Shu and the others. "I've heard that every building here in Tato Land is edible. Want to give it a try?" "Edible? Are you kidding? Are you just looking to crack our teeth?" Red Archer shot Yetion a look of disbelief. "Why would I make that up? These houses, these structures, they're all made of sweets. So what do you think? Tempted to take a bite or not?" A deep glint of mischief sparkled in Yetion's eyes as he looked at his companions. "No way, seriously? You're telling me people can actually live in a building made of desserts?" Zhang Chuan exclaimed, turning to Yetion with astonishment. "Why don't you give it a try?" Yetion replied, stretching out his hand and casually prying a brick from the wall beside him. He then popped it into his mouth, chewed thoughtfully for a moment, and finally spoke, "Tastes like chocolate." With that, Yetion broke off another piece and took another delighted bite. Watching Yetion eat with such sheer enjoyment, everyone else felt a surge of curiosity and couldn't resist stepping forward to pick at the wall themselves. Not bad at all. This is delicious." Remura bit off a corner of the wall, savoring it. "Yeah, you're right. This is really good," Zhang Chuan agreed, breaking off a piece too. As everyone feasted with growing enthusiasm, not a soul noticed that they had already nibbled a gaping hole into the house, and the entire building was starting to lean precariously their way. Oblivious, the group kept eating more and faster, paying no mind to what the house was becoming. Standing off to the side, Ains gripped his forehead, exuding an air of endless exasperation. From a distance, Asuna and her companions approached, only to find the group gathered under a house teetering on the edge of collapse. They couldn't help but let out cries of shock. Rem and Ram, beside her, hurried forward, urgently trying to pull Yetion out of harm's way. But just as they almost reached him, the house gave way with a thunderous crash, burying everyone beneath the remains. Rem and Ram could only stare dumbfounded at the scene before them, before Rem muttered in a daze, "It's over." They've all been buried. What do we do now, sister? I, I honestly have no idea, Ram replied, a troubled expression on her face as she gazed at the ruined house. Asuna rushed up behind them, her face full of worry as she took in the wreckage. Amid their anxious confusion, a skeletal hand suddenly burst from the rubble and slowly pried away a slab of brick overhead. A skull emerged. From beneath the ruins, Ain's voice rang out in exasperation. Honestly, look at you all. Couldn't you watch what you were eating? You brought the whole house down. Was this on purpose, trying to spite me just because I can't eat? No sooner had he finished than, with the girls still processing what had happened, another head poked out. Casually grabbing a chunk of tile, Zhang Chulan took another bite. Hey, no big deal. Carry on. I'm not done. This flavor really is excellent. Sweet, but not too much. Perfection. With that, he crouched down again and resumed munching. Ains just shook his head helplessly and dusted himself off as he climbed free from the pile. Once he reached Asuna, Rem, and Ram, he finally turned to them and asked, Aren't you going to try some? Judging by their reactions, it really is pretty good. Huh? Is this actually edible? Hearing this, Asuna couldn't help but twitch her lips, then turned her gaze toward the rubble before her. Of course you can eat it. Just look at them. Don't they look like they're enjoying it? If I could handle it, I might have joined in myself, Flying Squirrel replied, shaking his head with a bemused sigh before stepping aside. Watching as Flying Squirrel slowly wandered away, Asuna and her two companions exchanged glances, then, as if struck by a similar thought, each picked up a piece of the stone brick from the ground and cautiously put it in their mouths. They nibbled it, testing the texture. Instantly, a light of surprise flickered in all three pairs of eyes. Delighted, they enthusiastically grabbed another piece to eat. Just then, from inside the ruins, Yi Tian suddenly leapt up, lightly patted his stomach, and declared, I'm full. You all go ahead. I'll pass on any more. With that, Yi Tian strolled toward where Flying Squirrel was standing. At the same time, an arm stretched out from the crowd and flashed an OK sign toward Yi Tian. A short while later, everyone emerged from the few remaining ruins, rubbing their bellies as they walked. Flying Squirrel looked at Yi Tian and asked in a low voice, So, what now? How shall we proceed? Where to next? Yi Tian paused to think for a moment, then turned to Flying Squirrel and said, Let's get this over with as soon as possible. Keeping you all here is just delaying your own plans. Oh, it won't inconvenience us at all, Meng Tian interjected with a casual wave of his hand. Hearing this, Yi Tian chuckled softly and shook his head. Still, let's finish things up. We'll head straight for Whitebeard and take down the last of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews. All right, but what about your soldiers? Don't they need a break? Meng Tian asked, looking at Yi Tian. No worries. It'll take quite a bit of time to get from here to Whitebeard's location. They can rest on the ship. Plus, there's plenty of food aboard. Yi Tian replied calmly. Hearing this, everyone nodded and turned to him. All right, we'll leave it up to you. Good. Then let Carp and the others know. After a short rest, we'll set sail for Whitebeard's crew. We've given them enough time to recover. With that, Yi Tian led the group toward the shore. However, just after they'd walked a few steps, Yi Tian suddenly halted, standing frozen in his tracks. In that instant, a notification popped up in Yi Tian's mind. A world on the brink of destruction. Mission. In the world of Ultraman Tiga, monsters are running rampant because Daegu, the group member, is not present in his own world. The Kyrialoid are about to open the gate of paradise. As the Alliance leader, please intervene and put a stop to this as soon as possible. Mission reward. 10,000 Alliance exchange points. 1 random reward draw. Mission failure. Unknown. Seeing the task appear before his eyes, Yi Tian couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, murmuring inwardly, This is my fault. He quickly sent out the task without further hesitation. Then, turning to the people before him, he said, Let's go. Let's tidy up the Goo's mess in his world. On hearing this, everyone nodded one after another and agreed. Let's go. Meanwhile, Daegu, who had just seen the task, couldn't hide the anxiety growing in his heart. Noticing this, Yi Tian addressed the Marines standing guard around him. Go tell Sengoku and the others that I have something to deal with. You all stay here and rest for now. Before the Navy soldier could respond, Yi Tian simply opened a passage through worlds and stepped right in. Everyone else quickly followed behind, disappearing after Yi Tian. At that moment, in the world of Diga, people already filled the streets, craning their necks to watch the angel suspended in the sky and the heavenly gates that glowed behind her. They waited, yearning for the angel to emerge and lead them into paradise. At the edge of the crowd, Zhu Jianhui glanced anxiously at Rina beside her. What should we do? Without Diga, there's no way to stop this. It's just so typical. At a moment like this, Daegu is nowhere to be found, and there's no way to contact him, Rina grumbled. Zhu Jianhui could only shake her head. He must have gone to another world. What now? The Fiend is useless here. A slow groan echoed through the sky as the gates of paradise began to part, opening just a crack. Golden light spilled from within, making the victory team's anxiety mount by the second. The heavenly gates continued to open, the gap widening steadily. Their anxious hearts thudded harder and harder. At last, Zhu Jianhui abruptly grabbed her PDA communicator from her waist and issued a command. Deploy ground equipment. Attack that so-called gate to paradise. Under no circumstances can we let it open. Yes, ma'am, came the chorus of determined replies. Bombardments of concentrated light lanced toward the heavenly gate, but it accomplished nothing. Every blast merely fizzled out against the shining barrier. Zhu Jianhui's heart tightened as she watched, worry growing more intense. Just then, two figures emerged near the heavenly gates. Each stood to one side, preparing to force the doors fully open. With a wrenching squeal and a sudden crash, the heavenly gates burst wide. Ribbons of dazzling light surged out, filling the world. Seeing this, Zhu Jianhui collapsed in her chair, staring blankly at the now gaping heavenly gate. In the end, we still couldn't stop it? Without Digga, are humans powerless to stop anything? She whispered, her voice heavy with despair. But just at that moment, a black vortex appeared beside her. At that moment, a voice slowly drifted into Megumi's ears. Am I late? Hearing this voice, Megumi's eyes immediately sharpened, and then she couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement. She quickly turned her head to look. You finally made it? Seeing the person before her, Megumi let out a sigh of relief. With those words, Yi Tian smiled faintly and looked at her, saying, Things have gotten a bit troublesome. As Yi Tian spoke, the others quietly stepped out from the darkness behind them. Yi Tian paid them no mind. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the enormous gate of heaven that stood wide open overhead, losing himself for a brief moment in thought. His mind spun, working through possible solutions. Yi Tian also opened the system's marketplace, hoping to find some kind of tool to resolve their current predicament. While he was searching, a figure slowly emerged from the gate of heaven, suspended in midair, and then descended to the ground. It was a Kyrioloid. At this moment, he was laughing madly, mocking humanity's foolishness, and mocking Digga in particular. But Yi Tian had no time to bother with him. While everyone else was growing more anxious by the second, Yi Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. A smile blossomed on his lips as he bought an item from the system marketplace. Designated invitation, issued by the Anti-Anomaly Alliance of the Myriad Worlds, allows the Alliance leader to specifically invite anyone who has visited another world into the group chat. Exchange price, 5,000 Alliance points. Under the watchful, anxious eyes of the others, Yi Tian redeemed the invitation and then quietly said, Invite, Ultra 7 from the Super 8 world. Ding, target has been specified. Ultra 7 from the Super 8 world. Ding, invitation is being sent. Ding, invitation successful. 7. This place, could it be? Yi Tian, Alliance Leader. Hello, Ultra 7. 7. Greetings, Alliance Leader. Is this the Anti-Anomaly Alliance of the Myriad Worlds that Daegu mentioned? Yi Tian, Alliance Leader. Yes, welcome to the team. 7. It's an honor to meet you, Alliance Leader. I'm glad to finally see all of you. On behalf of the Land of Light, thank you for everything you've done for Earth. We've always wanted to meet again, but unfortunately, fate hadn't allowed it. Yi Tian, Alliance Leader. Well, there's something I'd like your help with. We're not particularly skilled at this kind of thing. 7. Please go ahead. As long as it doesn't go against the laws of the Land of Light, I'll help however I can. Yi Tian, Alliance Leader. No, it's just, there's a world under attack by a massive wave of monsters. Right now, Daegu is our only Ultra, and while a few of us can grow to a giant size, it's still not enough. Saiwen said, I knew it. Our leader must be maintaining the balance of all the universes. Don't worry, I'll report this right away. But I'm not sure. How should I get over there? Yi Tian, Leader. You handle the report first. Once it's done, let me know and I'll teach you. Saiwen replied, All right, got it. I'll get right on it. Yi Tian closed the chat group and turned to the others around him, saying, All right, reinforcements will arrive soon. When it comes to fighting monsters, that's really Ultraman's specialty. We're not the professionals here. At these words, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Then, Hong A spoke up. It's true, when it comes to fighting monsters, Dagu's really the best among us. Hearing this, Dagu let out an embarrassed laugh and scratched his head. Before Dagu could respond, Yi Tian continued. That wraps up this part for now. Next, we need to find a way to hold out for a while. Minshur, give me a copy of your power, then go to the shop and trade for a Kamen Rider J card. We'll head in with the Dagu together, Yi Tian said, looking at Minshur. Minshur nodded slowly. Then, He sent over his power along with his driver and card case to Yetion. After that, he went to the shop to redeem a Kamen Rider J card for himself. Seeing this, Yetion reached out his hand and manifested the items Minshur had just sent him. He then looked at the others and said, "Figure things out for yourselves. If you can help, pitch in. If you can't, find somewhere safe to take cover." With that, he turned to Gu and Minshur. "Get ready." The pair nodded, their faces serious as they watched monsters leaping out of thin air, one after another. The Gu drew the spark lance from inside his shirt, spun it in front of him, and shouted, "Digga!" At the same time, Yetion and Minshur placed their drivers around their waists. A silver belt instantly wrapped around each of their waists. Then, they drew cards from their cases at their sides. They slid them into the drivers and called out, "Transform." A dazzling light flashed. Kamen Ride. Decade. Within a swirl of illusions, the two transformed into Kamen Rider Decade. But at that moment, Minshur turned his head and looked at Yetion. "I've sent you everything, so you don't have to buy it separately, right?" Yetion nodded slightly and smiled at him. "Thanks. No problem. Minor thing. It was just a bit over 1,000. Once we finish this mission, we can go home." Minshur replied with a chuckle, quickly materializing the Kamen Rider J ride card. Seeing this, Yetion slowly extended his hand as well. A wisp of deep blue light glimmered at his fingertips, and in a blink, a card appeared in his palm. The two exchanged a glance, then casually slid their cards into the drivers. Cameron rolled Dutch. In an instant, before the stunned eyes of everyone present, the two of them grew in size, standing tall beside Daegu, who had transformed into Ultraman Tiga. Yetion and Tsukasa Kadoya's sudden arrival instantly drew all the attention of the Kyrielroid people onto them. Initially, the Kyrielroids had only intended to send one warrior to take care of Tiga and finish the job. Unexpectedly, two armored warriors had appeared out of nowhere. At this point, one Kyrielroid fixed his gaze on Yetion and Tsukasa, asking, "Are you here to thwart the coming of the great Kyrielroid god as well?" At these words, Yetion couldn't help but let out a soft, derisive laugh. He looked at the Kyrielroid and said, "I'm not sure what you're thinking, but let me make this clear. You have trespassed against the very order of this world. Leave now, or face swift and absolute judgment." As Yetion spoke, many of the Kyrielroids around burst into hearty laughter, as if they'd just heard the world's best joke. Hearing their mocking laughter, Yetion simply shook his head and said, "Very well. Allow me to show you what it means to wield divine power." With that, under the curious gaze of everyone present, Yetion slowly lifted his hand, pointing with cold precision at that Kyrielroid. Then, a voice rang out, clear and commanding, echoing across the city with unwavering authority. "The Lord declares, let judgment befall the guilty. Shatter their spines and bones. Pluck their hair, gouge out their marrow. Trample upon the blood-stained earth, you swift and elusive one. You who have broken your covenant, now face the hammer of reckoning." In a heartbeat, a shadow appeared above Yetion, growing larger by the second. Yetion then raised his hands high, supporting the great boar by its legs, and with a mighty swing, hurled it straight at the Kyrielroid. The Kyrielroid stared in confusion at the hurtling animal. "Is that an earth creature? A wild boar? How can it be so enormous?" He sneered with contempt and looked back at Yetion. "Do you think summoning some beast will be enough to defeat me? Don't be ridiculous. Let me show you the might of the Kyrielroids." As soon as he finished speaking, the Kyrielroid slowly extended a hand. A blazing fireball surged forth and shot directly at the charging boar. The next moment, an explosion shook the air, dirt and dust billowing upward. But then, through the swirling smoke, a brown blur burst forth in an instant. With a thunderous impact, the boar slammed the Kyrielroid warrior directly out of its path. The Kyrielroid, who had been sent flying, crashed to the ground. Just as he was about to get back up, the wild boar's hooves landed squarely on his chest, trampling over him without mercy. It was as if an overwhelming force had struck him. The Kyrielroid couldn't help but let out a muffled gasp. Once the wild boar had trampled past, it vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the fallen Kyrielroid was quickly supported by his nearby companions. Clutching the spot on his chest where the boar had just stomped, he gasped for breath. "Damn it! How dare you humiliate a Kyrielroid in this way?" One of the Kyrielroids roared at Yetion, his anger flaring. Yetion chuckled at his outburst, then looked him square in the eye. "And what if I did humiliate you? Prepare to feel the wrath of the Kyrielroids." As he spoke, the 7 Kyrielroids surrounding them all raised their hands, hurling fireballs toward Yetion and his 2 companions. At the sight, Yetion immediately shouted, "Dodge." Hardly had the words left his lips when the 3 of them rolled away in different directions. The 7 fireballs exploded simultaneously at the very spot where they had just been standing. Tisk TSK. So this is how Kyrialoids act? The moment things don't go their way, they start getting physical. Interesting, Yi said, shaking his head slowly. One of the Kyrialoids scoffed at this, his tone cold. Your death is inevitable. The gate to this place is already open. All you're struggling is just prolonging the inevitable. Surrender now, and perhaps the god of the Kyrialoids will forgive your sins. On hearing this, Yi shook his head in mock regret. You know, we may not be professional monster slayers, but we can always call for someone who is. Oh, you mean Tiga? Huh. In the eyes of us Kyrialoids, Tiga is only a minor inconvenience. Do you really expect Tiga to save this world? Now that's just laughable. One of the Kyrialoids jeered, pointing mockingly at Tiga. Yi cocked his head, eyeing the Kyrialoid. Since all you Kyrialoids have shown up together today, it's only fair if we do the same. What do you think? Should the Ultramen team up to pay a visit to your so-called god? Team up? Don't be ridiculous. After all these years, most of the old Ultramen are either dead or gone for good. Who's left to come back now? The Kyrialoid retorted scornfully, meeting Yi gaze. Just as Yi was about to reply, Tiga walked over, his steps measured and calm. Leaning in close, he whispered in Yi ear, Chief, are we starting now? My time is running out. Hearing this, Yi couldn't help but look Dijia up and down, then after a moment's thought said, 3 minutes, a real man? That's it? You're already done? That can't be right. I've only stalled them for a little while. Hasn't Seven replied yet? You're logging off already. Well, I really only have 3 minutes. Dagu scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. All right then. How about this? You log off first, and I'll chat with them for a bit. Stall them for a little longer. Yi looked at Dijia, testing the waters with his suggestion. All right, you two be careful. With that, Dagu faded away in a flash of light, vanishing from the spot. Seeing Dijia disappear, the Kyrialoid across from them couldn't help but sneer. What now? Dijia's out of the picture? You two think you can stand against us Kyrialoids? Hey, Dijia says you guys are too weak. It only takes the two of us. Yi waved his hand, making it sound casual and dismissive. Wretched, the Kyrialoid spat, rage flaring, and charged straight at Yi and Tsukasa. The other Kyrialoids surrounded them as well, attacking as a group. Seeing this, Tsukasa shot Yi a look and quipped, Yi, you've stirred up a hornet's nest. How are we supposed to fight now? This is a full-on beatdown. Yi simply grinned in response and said, Don't worry, it's nothing we can't handle. Hold on just a bit longer, we'll be fine. As he spoke, Yi crouched down and, in one swift motion, landed a punch right into the stomach of an oncoming Kyrialoid. The creature staggered back several steps. Tsukasa did the same. Back to back, the two stood their ground, warily eyeing the circle of Kyrialoids closing in on them. Leader, I just realized, you're seriously a troublemaker. Tsukasa couldn't help but complain. Hey now, don't say that. Just hang in there. With that, the pair charged into the fray. They engaged the Kyrialoids in battle. As Yi and Tsukasa fought, Dijia, who had just disappeared, suddenly reappeared. He landed a solid kick to a Kyrialoid's back, sending the foe flying. Looking at Yi Dijia said, Leader, I have to say it. You really are a troublemaker. If I'd known we were throwing down, I wouldn't have turned back. Well, you can't really blame me. How was I supposed to know they'd lose their temper so fast? They started fighting at the drop of a hat. I was hoping for a bit more banter. Honestly, Yi explained with an awkward chuckle. Hearing this, the three of them shared an exasperated look before joining forces against the Kyrialoids. But good fortune didn't last long. Encircled and attacked from all sides, Dijia soon found himself overwhelmed. Only Yi and Tsukasa managed to keep holding out, defending as best they could against the relentless attacks. While fending them off, Yi slipped into the chat group and tagged Seven, calling for help. Yi leader. Seven, are you ready yet? Seven, all set, all set. The security squad is assembled. Just tell me how to get there, leader. Yi leader, at nonsense old bones, tell him. Nonsense, got it. Nonsense. I'll send you some exchange points. Buy a group teleportation card in the marketplace. Then select Traverse to the Digga world. A black hole will appear in front of you. Just walk into it, and you'll arrive. 7. Understood. I've got it. Ding. Nonsense has sent 500 exchange points to group member 7. 7. Received. Outside. Yi looked at Menyashur and asked, Did you see that? I did. Menyashur let out a sigh of relief. Good. In that case, let's rescue Dagu first. Watching him get beaten up isn't exactly fun. Yi gave a helpless smile. True enough. With that, the two of them instantly drew the cases from their waists and transformed them into swords. After driving back the surrounding Kyrialoid, they moved toward Digga. With a sword each, The two of them forced back several Kyrialoids who were ganging up on Digga, then quickly helped Digga back to his feet. Digga looked at the two at his side and said, "Leader, you guys are too late. I've been getting pummeled here forever." Etion couldn't help but laugh quietly, then said, "Weren't you just trying to buy time anyway? Did you see the messages in the group?" "Yeah, I saw them." Digga nodded. "Good. Hold out just a bit longer, and we'll be able to counterattack." As Etion spoke, he once again raised his long sword and swung it at the Kyrialoids charging at them. The blade crashed down on a Kyrialoid, and sparks burst from the impact, sending the creature stumbling back several steps. The wounded Kyrialoid clutched its chest where Etion's sword had just struck, then erupted in fury and rushed at Etion. Around them, even more Kyrialoids gathered, closing in on Etion and his group, preparing to swarm them. Just then, an enormous black hole appeared behind the three. The Kyrialoids, just as they were about to charge at Etion, caught sight of the black hole opening behind him. They hesitated, coming to a tentative stop, uneasily watching as the black hole behind Etion and his companions grew larger and larger. Seeing their confusion, Etion couldn't help but chuckle, then said, "What's wrong? Are they here now?" Turning around slowly, he looked behind him. As all three turned, sure enough, they saw the black hole swirling open right behind them. Etion let out a soft chuckle, his gaze turning to the group of Kyrialordians ahead. "Are you puzzled about where this black hole leads? Is that why you hesitate, held back by uncertainty?" As he spoke, Etion slowly sheathed his sword and slid it back at his waist. Then he stepped aside and continued, "I told you before, since you've invaded this world as a group, I would respond in kind, enlisting specialists to deal with you together." "What do you mean by that? Do you think you can't handle us, the mighty Kyrialordians, so you went out searching for backup?" "It's useless, though. The gates of heaven have swung wide. The bells of paradise have tolled. No matter how many you call to your aid, faced with our divine Kyrialordian power, it will amount to nothing." One of the Kyrialordians stepped forward, locked eyes with Etion, and declared with unwavering resolve, "Is that so? Then let's see for ourselves. Allow me to show you the reinforcements I've brought." Etion replied, turning his head and looking to his side, where the black hole had expanded to almost half his height. Ripples twisted and shimmered eerily on the surface of the black hole. Suddenly, a voice strikingly reminiscent of an Ultraman echoed across the city's skies. A moment later, a figure entirely cloaked in red, an ice axe mounted on his head, surged from the black hole. Seven darted straight up into the sky. It wasn't long after Seven shot forth that yet another figure soared out. Then, to the utter astonishment of the Kyrialordians on the far side, one towering hero after another emerged before their eyes. Meanwhile, standing safely at a distance on the ground, members of the victory team, like Jijima Megumi, couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Never before had they witnessed so many Ultra Warriors gathered together. Witnessing this, Etion gave a faint, knowing laugh, then slowly raised his hand and drew the card case from his waist again, transforming it into the shape of a sword. With the tip of his sword pointed squarely at the Kyrialordians before him, he met their gaze and pronounced, "You have broken the laws of this world and stubbornly resisted until the end. By decree of justice, you will suffer judgment without mercy." With that, Etion turned his head and called to Minyashi standing nearby, "Tsukasa, are you ready?" Tsukasa replied with a firm nod. "Ready," he said, meeting Etion's eyes. Then Tsukasa, too, produced his card case and transformed it into sword mode. With a blade in each warrior's hand, they charged together at the Kyrialordians. Seeing this, Seven flourished his hand toward the Kyrialordians, prompting members of the defense force to take flight, rushing to engage the monsters in battle. Seven then strolled over to Daigu's side. After imparting some energy to him, he glanced at the two Kamen riders and paused, momentarily caught off guard. He immediately found himself awkwardly standing in place. Seeing this, Etion couldn't help but chuckle softly. He then stepped forward at a measured pace, looking at the slightly dazed Saiwan in front of him, and said, "Hello, I am Etion, also the leader of the Alliance." Upon hearing this, Saiwan hurriedly took a step forward, extending his hand to shake Etion's. "It's an honor to meet you, Alliance leader. On behalf of the Land of Light, I greet you." "You're too kind," Etion replied with a gentle smile. "We've all simply done what little we can to help keep the world in balance." Saiwan felt a growing sense of admiration toward Etion after hearing these words. Etion then shifted the conversation toward the Heaven's Gate that hung in midair. He gazed quietly at the portal overhead and spoke slowly. "The Kyrialoids have already opened the gateway. We need to find a way to close it. If possible, I'd like to charge in there and leave them with a lesson they'll never forget." At first, Saiwan nodded in agreement with Etion's plan, but when he heard the last part of Etion's statement, he hesitated. He genuinely hadn't expected Yetion to propose such a bold idea, but he didn't say anything more, neither agreeing nor objecting. Noticing this, Yetion offered him a gentle, knowing smile, and asked, "Do you know why, despite all the good deeds the Land of Light has done and its reputation echoing through the universe, you still can't keep the wrongdoers at bay?" Saiwan was momentarily confused by the question, but he played along and asked, "Why is that?" "It's because while the Land of Light has earned great renown, it lacks true authority. It cannot intimidate those who do evil. So when these criminals see a warrior from the Land of Light, their first instinct isn't to run. Instead, they want to provoke or test you. So, if you want to truly stop the evildoers in the universe, perhaps you should try another world's laws." Yetion glanced meaningfully at Saiwan as he spoke. "Another world's laws? Do you mean the Land of Light in a parallel universe?" Saiwan looked at Yetion, puzzled. Yetion slowly shook his head, replying, "No, I mean a world far more fascinating, a world I'm not sure I'll ever see myself, but I do know a great deal about it." Yetion's words piqued Saiwan's curiosity even more, and he looked at Yetion with great interest. "Could you tell me about it?" "Certainly. That place is called the Ultra God World. There, everything centers around technology. Gods are made through science, and technology recasts the very order of reality itself. In that world, too, there was a nation much like the Land of Light. However, their policies were distinct. They followed the rule of the God's King, the sacred Keisha, and her righteous order. Under her governance, all evil chose to remain hidden. No one dared provoke her in the slightest. Of course, when she fell, chaos erupted once more. There are virtues to a righteous order, as well as its flaws. We can discuss this in detail when we have the chance." Yetion looked at Seven and spoke in a gentle voice. Hearing Yetion's words, Seven's curiosity only grew stronger. However, he understood clearly that now was not the time to ask more questions. There were more pressing matters at hand. He turned his gaze to the others around him, each one locked in fierce combat. At this moment, the city was overrun with Ultramen and Kyrialoid. The ordinary citizens, thanks to the efforts of Digga, Yetion, and the others, had already been evacuated. Now, there was no hope left that the city would survive this war unscathed. All anyone could wish for was that the Ultramen would defeat the monsters and drive them away. If they could just be driven off this planet, the people would consider that enough. By now, the city had already become a ruin. Though the members of the Ultra Guard had done their best to avoid damaging the buildings, the Kyrialoids had no such concern. Once they encountered more Ultramen, in order to buy time and allow more of their comrades to emerge from the Gate of Heaven, they had no choice but to defend themselves and lash out in reckless destruction. Despite the growing numbers of Ultramen, the Kyrialoids kept leaping out from the Gate of Heaven one after another. It was as if they had no intention of ever stopping. Seeing this, Yetion turned to Seven and said calmly, "I think we'd better close that so-called Gate of Heaven as soon as we can. Otherwise, the Kyrialoids will keep pouring out, and soon enough, they'll wear us down completely." Upon hearing this, Seven nodded solemnly, his eyes fixed on the Gate of Heaven hanging in the sky. "You're right. Now I'll take a few people and go shut down that Gate of Heaven." With these words, Seven sprang into the air and hovered mid-sky, calling, "Two of you, come with me. Let's close that portal above." "Yes, sir." As the words fell, two figures shot up to join Seven's side without hesitation. Seeing this, Seven nodded slowly, then led the two Ultramen straight toward the Gate of Heaven in the sky. Up above, on either side of the Gate of Heaven, two Kyrialoids saw Seven and his team flying toward them and let out a furious roar, then charged at Seven. Seeing this, the two Ultramen standing behind Seven immediately quickened their pace and moved to stand in front of him, blocking the two charging Kyrialoid warriors. Seven nodded to the two of them, then accelerated, dashing straight toward the Gate of Heaven. Just as Seven was about to reach the gate, a silhouette of another Kyrialoid warrior slowly emerged from within. At this sight, Seven swiftly raised both hands, gripping his ice axe overhead, and hurled it at the enemy with all his might. In a flash, the gleaming ice axe sliced through the Kyrialoid's body, erupting into a bright explosion in front of the Gate of Heaven. Seven caught the returning axe and raised it over his head once more as he rushed to the massive doors. Grabbing the gates with both hands, he heaved with every ounce of his strength, trying to close them shut. But just as Seven was about to succeed, a pair of strong arms suddenly shot out from inside the gate, forcing the doors back open despite his efforts. Startled, Seven paused for a split second, then in a flash, raised his leg and kicked forcefully toward the figure inside. With a powerful thud, he caught the Kyrialoid off guard and sent him flying backward. Seizing this brief window, Seven quickly turned around and called down to those below, "Send a few more people. Help me shut this gate. Yes, sir, came the immediate response. Several Ultramen in the city below intensified their attacks, determined to eliminate the monsters before them as quickly as possible. However, to their surprise, the Kyrialoids suddenly surged with fresh energy, blocking the Ultramen and preventing them from advancing. Seeing this, Yi Tian and Tsukasa Kadoya, standing to the side, raised their swords and launched fierce attacks on the Kyrialoid warriors. Yi Tian glanced at the Ultramen and said, "Go help Seven. Leave these guys to us." With those words, he swung his sword again, striking a precise blow that caused a burst of sparks as it met the Kyrialoid's body. The two Ultramen nodded urgently and immediately shot up into the sky, racing towards Seven's position. Watching from above, Seven noticed two more Ultramen approaching. Without hesitation, he let go of the gate, spun, and launched another powerful kick at the new enemies emerging from inside, attempting to drive them back. But just as his foot connected with one of the shadows, he sensed something was wrong and tried to pull back. He hadn't even managed to draw his leg in when his balance shifted all at once, and he was yanked straight into the gate of heaven. The two Ultramen who had just arrived at the gate were momentarily stunned by the sight, but quickly rushed forward, trying to catch hold of Seven before he disappeared. However, in the end, it was still a step too late. He could only watch helplessly as Seven was pulled inside. The two exchanged a glance when they saw this, and each could see a resolute determination reflected in the other's eyes. Without hesitation, they nodded to each other, then charged straight into the gate of heaven. On the other side, planet Kyrialoid. Seven, who had been dragged inside, was violently thrown to the ground by a Kyrialoid. A muffled groan escaped him. In an instant, he composed himself, sprang to his feet, and sized up his surroundings. Now, everywhere he looked stood Kyrialoids, and at the very back, a Kyrialoid wearing a crown and clad in armor fixed him with a cold, piercing gaze. Seeing this, Seven froze for a moment. Then, quickly, he struck a battle-ready stance, his eyes locking firmly onto the Kyrialoid king seated upon the distant throne. "So you are the god of the Kyrialoids? Are you the one who launched this invasion of Earth?" Seven asked him calmly. "Ultraman? Not Tiga. Then where exactly did you come from? As far as I know, there are no other Ultramen left on Earth." "So," the Kyrialoid king looked intently at Seven. Leaning his head against his hand, the Kyrialoid king gazed coolly at Seven, waiting for him to respond. At this, Seven was momentarily taken aback. From the king's grandiose words, he gleaned many things. Namely, that in this world's Earth, Ultramen did once exist, but for some reason, they had all disappeared. Only Tiga remained. As Seven pondered this, two more Ultramen came charging in through the gate of heaven behind him. "Captain Seven," they called, catching sight of him standing not far away, surrounded by the monsters. Hearing this snapped Seven from his contemplation. He spun around to look behind him. When he saw the two Ultramen, a sigh rose in his heart. "You two fall back first. I'll cover your retreat," he said. However, the moment the words left his mouth, the Kyrialoid king on the throne slowly spoke up. "There's no going back. That gate can only be traversed by Kyrialoids." "Well then, mysterious Ultraman, can you tell me, where did you truly come from? I am very curious about that." The Kyrialoid king stared at Seven. "I am Seven, captain of the space garrison from the Land of Light." "Ultraman Seven," Seven replied, his voice unwavering as he met the king's eyes. "The Land of Light, is it? Could that be the nation of the Ultramen? How interesting. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating." The Kyrialoid king slapped the armrest of his throne, laughing heartily. Seeing this, Seven couldn't help but take a cautious step back, then signaled to the two Ultramen behind him to be on alert. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Yi Tian had just dealt with a Kyrialoid right in front of him. As he finished, he lifted his head and glanced toward the gate of heaven high in the sky. But as his eyes rose to the heavens, he realized that the figure of Ultraman Seven was nowhere to be seen near the gate. Noticing this, Yi Tian scanned the battlefield, but no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find any sign of Seven. Without delay, he opened the group chat. "Yi Tian leader. At Seven, where are you?" "Seven. I've been pulled inside." Group member Seven has uploaded a photo. Yi Tian tapped on the image and was caught off guard. He stared blankly at the photo, momentarily stunned. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "Yi Tian leader, you've invaded their home, haven't you?" "Seven. I can't get out now. This Heaven's Gate only lets people in, not out." "Yi Tian leader, don't panic, we're on our way." With that, Yi Tian promptly closed the group chat and turned to Kadoya Tsukasa at his side. "Tsukasa, let's pick up the pace. We're going through the gate." "Right." Tsukasa nodded in agreement. It was clear he had also seen the messages in the chat. Yi Tian nodded back, then looked at the other Ultramen fighting nearby. "Listen up, everyone. Seven's been dragged inside the gate of heaven. Finish up with your monsters quickly. We're going in to support him together. Yes, the members of the Ultra Defense Force answered in unison, voices echoing with resolve. Yition and Tsukasa exchanged a glance, then once again raised their swords, joining the fight to help clear out the Kyrialoid from around their fellow Ultramen. Meanwhile, down below, Garp looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but spit on the ground in frustration. I've had it. I'm going in. I can't keep holding back. With that, he started to move forward. But before he could take a step, Bats quickly stopped him. As Garp looked at Bats in confusion, he heard him say, "Go round up all those in the Navy who are as strong as you. The more people we have, the better our chances." Upon hearing this, Garp was momentarily surprised, then nodded quickly. He pulled out a shuttle card from the shop, and without hesitation, he departed. Watching Garp leave, Bats turned his gaze to Rimuru. "Rimuru, go devour a Kyrialoid, then assist the others." Rimuru nodded in agreement, instantly shape-shifting into human form and sprinting toward the front lines. As Rimuru dashed out onto the battlefield, Bats looked to Sugo Tokiwa. "And what about you? I wonder, can you borrow the power of the future one more time?" Hearing Flying Squirrel's words, Sugo Tokiwa slowly lifted his head to look at the battlefield, then glanced at the images shared in the group chat. His expression grew firm as he nodded and said, "I'll go right now." Watching as Sugo Tokiwa stepped into the black portal, Flying Squirrel turned to the others and said, "You'd better find somewhere safe. I'm afraid you won't be able to take part in this battle." With those words, Flying Squirrel straightened up and soared into the sky, heading straight for the battlefield. Meanwhile, Yition and Tsukasa Kadoya helped the Ultramen wipe out the remaining Giliarodians on Earth. With their victory secured, the group gathered together, looking up at Heaven's Gate shining above them in the sky. "My friends, let's head in together and see for ourselves what this so-called Giliarodian god is all about." With a calm resolve, Yition drew the Kamen Rider J card and leaped onto the shoulder of one of the Ultramen. Seeing this, Tsukasa Kadoya also produced the Kamen Rider J card and climbed onto another Ultraman's shoulder. "Let's go," Yition said in a deep voice. "Let's go," echoed the others, and over a dozen Ultramen shot up into the sky, charging toward Heaven's Gate. Passing through the gate, they were greeted by the sight of an army made up entirely of Giliarodians. And there, facing off against this army, stood Ultraman 7. 7, standing at the front, heard the sounds behind him and couldn't help but turn around, momentarily stunned by what he saw. He stared in disbelief at the group of Ultramen behind him and finally found his voice. "You. How did you all get in here?" Before Yition could answer, one Ultraman stepped forward and smiled at 7. "With our captain here, how can we not come? If we stay behind, we'd miss out on a battle like this, and that would be a real shame." "You." 7 was at a loss for words, falling silent. At that moment, Yition and Tsukasa hopped down from their perches on the Ultraman's shoulders. Once again channeling the power of Kamen Rider J, they appeared before everyone as towering giants. Seeing this, 7 gave a nod. "You're here as well." Yition answered with a gentle laugh. "With my teammates here, how could I not come? Isn't that right, Tsukasa?" On hearing Yition's words, Tsukasa looked at him, then nodded with a slight smile. "That's right. We're comrades. How could we let you deal with all of this alone?" Their words left 7 feeling a surge of emotion, his nose stinging as his sense of belonging to the Alliance grew even stronger. Seeing that he remained silent, Yition gave a gentle laugh. Then, he slowly stepped forward, stopping right in front of 7, and said, "Go back and see if you can bring in some reinforcements. I suspect that with just a few of us here, we probably won't be able to stir up much trouble." Hearing this, 7 couldn't help but cast a worried look at Yition and the rest of the Ultra Guard. He nodded slowly and replied, "All right, I'll go right away." At that, Yition transferred 500 points to him, and then said to 7, "Claim the points. Since you've just arrived and don't have any on hand, you'll need quite a bit to travel back and forth. If you run short, just let the group know." 7 nodded in acknowledgement, then immediately exchanged the points for a shuttle card from the marketplace. Lifting his foot, he stepped directly through the portal. The King Gidron watched as 7 disappeared into the swirling darkness, momentarily surprised, but he did not move to stop him. Instead, he turned his gaze to Yition and said, "Strange Armored One, are you an alien race? Why do you wish to stand against us Jadronians?" Yition let out a quiet laugh, met his eyes, and replied, "Stand against you?" Shaking his head slowly, he continued, "No, it's not that I oppose you. It's that you have made yourself the enemy of us all, an enemy of this world." "Oh, an enemy of the world? Earth? What right do they have to stand against me?" King Gidron scoffed, his disdain clear. Yition nodded, to surprisingly agreeing. "True enough. The Earth of this world is indeed in no position to challenge you. But the moment you invaded Earth, you became our enemy. King Gidron laughed, his interest clearly piqued. Ridiculous. Just you people think you can stand in my way? It's laughable. Get past my armies first. And if you're wise enough to surrender, perhaps I'll consider sparing your lives. His eyes lingered on Yi Tian and his companions, as if savoring the idea. Yi Tian slowly shook his head once more and replied, "What's the point? You know you can't convince us. Besides, your understanding of Ultramen is limited to what exists in this world. Today, you'll have a rare opportunity to witness the land of light for yourself." How fascinating. Truly fascinating. After all these years, it's been a long time since I've heard anything that excited me. King Gidron's lips curled in an amused smile as he looked at Yi Tian. So, that Ultraman who just left, 7, was it? Did he go to the land of light? Yi Tian merely smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Why don't you guess? King Gidron laughed again, clearly delighted. You're amusing, very amusing. Why don't you serve under me instead? I'll give you a position second only to my own. Hearing his words, Yi Tian couldn't help but shake his head and replied, Forget it. I'm really not used to working under someone else. What a shame, King Kirierdor replied. At this, Yi Tian slowly drew the card case from his belt, transforming it into sword mode. Then he firmly planted the blade into the ground, rested both hands on the hilt, and looked at King Kirierdor with a playful curiosity. So what now? Are we just going to keep chatting forever? Upon hearing Yi Tian, King Kirierdor couldn't suppress a soft chuckle. You are quite an intriguing person. It's almost a pity to start a fight like this. So there's something else I wish to ask. But before he could finish his sentence, another group burst through the gate of heaven. At their head was Garp, followed closely by Sengoku, the 3 Navy admirals, Mihawk, Shanks, and several others. Garp was the first to speak. Your Majesty, he said, striding quickly to stand before Yi Tian. Those following Garp were left utterly stunned, frozen in place as they beheld Yi Tian, already transformed as the Emperor Rider, surrounded by Ultraman warriors and an opposing legion of monsters. King Kirierdor, too, heard what Garp had just called Yi Tian, and a look of realization grew on his face. He nodded thoughtfully. I see now. You're a king as well. That explains it. It was presumptuous of me. Yi Tian slowly nodded in response, then turned his gaze back to King Kirierdor. If that's the case, then. Yet before Yi Tian could finish, a figure hurtled into the scene. Alliance Leader. Fei Shu drifted gently in the air, looking toward the Kirierdor camp. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, he couldn't help but tense up inwardly. Seeing this, Yi Tian gave a faint nod and prepared to draw his sword. But just then, another voice resonated through the air. Alliance Leader, I'm here too. Rimuru dashed energetically toward Yi Tian. At this, King Kirierdor smiled serenely. King of humanity, this is the moment when the fate of Earth will be decided. As a gesture of respect for a fellow king, I will wait for your reinforcements to fully arrive before we do battle. If I win this duel, you can no longer prevent my people from claiming Earth. If I lose, I guarantee the Kirierdor clan will end our invasions. And furthermore, we will become Earth's allies. Anyone who breaks this pledge will face my blade. Do you accept? Yi Tian tilted his head, considering for a moment, and then looked him in the eye. Very well. I accept your terms. And with that, the 2 men fell silent, patiently awaiting the next moment. Just then, 2 Victory Swallow fighter jets soared in, hovering steadily at Yi Tian's side. Inside Victory Swallow 1, Dagu looked over at Yi Tian, an expression of deep bitterness on his face. Sensing someone watching him, Yi Tian slowly turned his head in that direction. He nodded at Dagu, then fixed his gaze once more on King Jiriolordo. He needed to keep a close eye on them to guard against any sneak attack from the Jiriolordans. Aliens, after all, were not known for their trustworthiness. Your Majesty, the Demon King, we have arrived, echoed Wozi's voice in everyone's ears. Wozi, take me over there, Tokawazu Sogo said solemnly, surveying the scene before him. At once, Wozi replied immediately. With a sweep of his scarf, he gently whisked Tokawazu Sogo to stand at Yi Tian's feet. Oh my, this is terrifying. With so many monsters gathered here, just looking at them is enough to send shivers down your spine, drawled Kizuru, standing beside Tokawazu Sogo and eyeing the endless army of Jiriolordans stretched before them. Nearby, Akiji and Akainu stared ahead with grave expressions, their thoughts unreadable. Mihawk, meanwhile, silently drew his black blade, Yuru, from his back. He pulled out a pristine white handkerchief and calmly wiped the blade. Shanks and his companions could only look on in absolute shock, so stunned by the sight before them that they were speechless for some time. Yet the bitterness etched on their faces was unmistakable. Beckman, would you say that we've been a bit reckless? Shanks turned to Ben Beckman, his voice low. At these words, Ben Beckman managed to smile and responded, Captain, How can you say that? If you ask me, coming here is hardly a loss. Fighting side by side with these allies, facing those monsters together, it's meaningful. Shanks was taken aback by Beckman's reply. Turning to see the others, he found them brimming with excitement, each nodding in agreement. With that, Shanks couldn't help but smile helplessly. He swung his western sword with a flourish, then declared, "Very well. In that case, I'm ready too." Truly, adventuring in our own world can't compare to venturing into new worlds with His Majesty, Shanks said with a chuckle. Just then, a massive black hole slowly opened up beside Yi Tian and his companions. Out strode Seven, quick and purposeful. But as he took in the scene before him, he paused in astonishment, then stared at Yi Tian in confusion. "Leader? What's all this?" Yi Tian nodded gently, meeting his eyes. "Yes, King Juriolordo has shown great wisdom and honor. He's agreed to hold off the battle until our reinforcements arrive. For this, we've even made a wager. If we lose, we cannot stop them from ruling Earth. But if we win, they will never again invade, and instead become our allies." Hearing this, Seven slowly nodded his head. He didn't see any reason to question this wager. After all, since they had lost, they lacked the power to prevent the Kyrioloids from taking over Earth. In a sense, they really hadn't lost anything. Yi Tian turned to look at him and asked, "So, how much backup have you brought?" At his question, Seven answered in a measured tone, "My father has already called back the other members of the defense team. My brothers from the Land of Light's defense squad have come as well. They're just behind me now." As he spoke, Seven slowly turned his head to look over his shoulder. Seeing this, Yi Tian also couldn't help but look in the same direction. His eyes shifted slightly, and he nodded, thinking to himself, "Ace the original Taro Jack." Watching these Ultramen emerge from the swirling black vortex, Yi Tian stepped forward a few paces. Just as he was about to say something, he heard the original Ultraman step forward and greet him first. "You must be the leader Seven spoke of? It's an honor to meet you." Yi Tian chuckled softly and replied, "Hello, original Ultraman. Thank you all for coming to our aid." "There's no need to thank us." The original quickly shook his head. "Maintaining order in the universe is our duty. In a time like this, how could we possibly stand by?" At this, Yi Tian nodded and glanced behind them at the Ultramen still emerging from the black vortex. A faint smile touched his lips. He then strode to the front of the group, his eyes fixed on the king of the Kyrioloids, holding the gaze for a long, silent moment. The original and the others slowly came to stand at Yi Tian's side, looking toward the king of the Kyrioloids. "So, that's the one behind the invasion of Earth, the king of the Kyrioloids. He looks incredibly powerful," the original murmured, a trace of worry creeping into his voice. Yi Tian nodded deliberately and asked, "So, is it just you few from the Land of Light who've come?" At that, the original shook his head and looked at Yi Tian. "No, the father of Ultra is already gathering more forces. It shouldn't be long before they arrive." Yi Tian pondered for a moment, then looked once again at the immense army of the Kyrioloids ahead. After a long silence, Yi Tian let out a sigh. "I'm afraid unless even stronger Ultra warriors arrive, it's going to be difficult to resist the Kyrioloid army." Hearing this, the original nodded and turned to Seven at his side. "Seven, see if you can ask Father of Ultra to request the king's aid, otherwise." At this point, the first Ultraman fell silent. He wanted to use this opportunity to build a good relationship with Yi Tian, but if only the Ultra warriors were to take part in this battle, he didn't even need to think about the casualties. They would be devastating. Everyone knows that war is nothing but a meat grinder, and he couldn't bear to see so many fine young warriors lost here. If things came to that, even if they managed to win this war, the strength of the Land of Light would be severely diminished. Hearing the first Ultra's words, Seven was taken aback. He glanced at the warriors of the Ultra Guard who were gathered. After a long silence, he finally nodded deeply and said, "All right, I'll go back and consult with them." "Go ahead," the first Ultra replied, his voice heavy with concern. As soon as Seven heard the first words, he slowly turned to look at Yi Tian. Yi Tian nodded and acknowledged. Then he transferred another 500 exchange points to Seven and said, "When you get back, let us know in the group. I'll have them send the rest to you, because I've given you all I have." Hearing this, Seven scratched his head sheepishly. Then he exchanged for a portal card in the shop and stepped through it. Meanwhile, in another world, in the Land of Light, under the towering plasma spark. Inside the grand hall beneath the plasma spark tower, Father of Ultra looked at the hundreds of Ultra Guard members gathered before him, his heart torn with doubt. He truly did not know whether he should send these warriors. Seven had already explained that this was a war, but if only a few hundred Ultra warriors would take part, the losses would be staggering. Yet, if he mobilized more of their forces, many critical strongholds would be left unguarded. If that happened, should any evil aliens make a move, he wouldn't have time to counter them. That would spell disaster. And just as Father of Ultra was deep in thought, a rift, black as a void, opened beside him. Seeing the sudden appearance of this dark portal, the assembled Ultra warriors immediately tensed, each falling into a battle stance. But when they saw Seven emerge from the portal, there was a moment of surprise, followed by visible relief as they lowered their guards and stood quietly, waiting for Father of Ultra's command. Seeing Seven step out, Father of Ultra looked at him with curious uncertainty. Seven, you're back. Yes, there's something I want to ask your opinion on. Seven hesitated, gazing earnestly at Father of Ultra. Father of Ultra looked puzzled. Has something happened? Hearing those words, Seven nodded, but then hurriedly shook his head, unsure of how to explain. He continued, here's the situation. The battlefield over there has already been laid out, but the enemy has just too many troops. My older brother asked me to return and discuss things with you, to see if we might invite the king to come out of seclusion. The king. The Father of Ultra's expression grew solemn in an instant, surprise flashing across his face as he looked at Seven. Yes, the king. Only the king has the power to resolve this crisis. If we really engage the enemy as things stand, I'm afraid our warriors will suffer grievous losses, Seven said gravely, meeting the Father of Ultra's gaze. Understand. Come with me. Let's go request an audience with the king. The Father of Ultra nodded in silence. He understood Seven's intentions, and could also see what the original was planning. They were aiming to build a solid alliance with the leader of that other union, willing to go so far as to ask the king for help. And he knew full well the importance of this matter. If they could help the alliance weather this crisis, they in turn would gain powerful support. For Seven, this would be a tremendous opportunity as well. With that thought, the Father of Ultra slowly turned to face the 100-odd Ultra warriors assembled before him and said, Wait here for now. Seven and I are going to request the king's aid. Yes, sir. The Ultra warriors all nodded in unison. Seeing this, the Father of Ultra acknowledged them, then led Seven out of the Grand Hall. Once outside, the Father of Ultra slowly raised his hand toward the sky, signaling with an Ultra gesture, and then he and Seven stood waiting. No sooner had their signal faded from the sky than a radiant beam of light swept across, and a brand new Ultra sign appeared above their heads. Father of Ultra and Seven both looked up at once. After a closer look, they exchanged glances, each reading a spark of delight in the other's eyes. The message conveyed in the Ultra sign above was simple and clear. I understand the situation. I'll be there at once. Seeing this, Seven immediately turned and went back into the hall. Facing the assembled Ultra warriors, he announced, Everyone outside, prepare to welcome the arrival of the king. Yes, sir. The warriors' voices surged with excitement on hearing Seven's words. Their exhilaration was plain for all to see. After all, it was the king himself. To witness the king's awe-inspiring presence was a tremendous honor. Following Seven's lead, the warriors filed out of the hall in eager anticipation. Seven, too, could not help but nod with satisfaction, then strode briskly outside, preparing to greet the king's arrival. Outside the hall, some time later, a beam of golden light flashed through the sky as the Ultra King descended slowly from above, with two Ultramen following close behind him, Leo and Astra. Below, Father of Ultra and Ultra 7, upon witnessing the arrival of King Ultra, both stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and greeted him. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty, echoed all the Ultra warriors in unison. King Ultra, hearing this, slowly nodded his approval. With a gentle wave of his hand, he motioned for everyone to dispense with the formalities. With every gesture, the aura of a true king radiated effortlessly from him. I am already aware of the situation, King Ultra began, his voice calm but commanding. The alliance which Ultra 7 has joined is most intriguing. It holds great promise for the future of the Land of Light. Now that the alliance faces such tremendous difficulty, as king, no matter the circumstances, we must present ourselves before the righteous of other worlds. We shall demonstrate the passion of our Ultra Star and our unwavering stance against evil. Having spoken, King Ultra turned his gaze to Ultra 7 and continued, Ultra 7, what are your thoughts on this alliance? Ultra 7 immediately stepped forward. Your Majesty, I fully understand the responsibility of the alliance. As members, we become envoys of our respective worlds, tasked with patrolling and safeguarding them, as well as overseeing their governance. King Ultra listened carefully, then smiled, gazing at him. Good. In that case, let us move on. It would not do to delay any longer. Yes, Your Majesty. With that, Ultra 7 quickly opened up the chat group. Ultra 7, I have persuaded my king to make an appearance, but I'm out of exchange points. Yi Tian, Alliance Leader, Flying Squirrel, send him some points. Nonsense on it. Ding. You have received an exclusive red envelope from Nonsense. Ding. You've claimed it and received 1,000 exchange points. Ultra 7. Thank you. With that, Ultra 7 immediately exchanged for a group teleportation card in the marketplace. He held the card in his hand and was about to crush it when King Ultra's voice called out to him. Wait, may I take a look at that card? Startled, Ultra 7 paused a moment, then handed the card over to King Ultra. King Ultra took the teleportation card from Ultra 7 and examined it closely. After a while, as he prepared to probe its power with a touch of his own energy, suddenly, darkness fell across the skies above the land of light. In the next instant, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared up in the heavens. King Ultra, seeing this, immediately looked up. Just as he was about to speak, a crushing force, immense beyond compare, bore straight down upon him. He was instantly pinned to the ground. Then a voice, icy cold and devoid of emotion, echoed in his mind. You shall not pry into the power of the world will. To violate this decree is to be erased. As the voice faded away, a miracle occurred. The sky became thick with swirling black clouds. Within the storm, thunder began to roar with a vengeance. Witnessing this, King Ultra's eyes filled at once with terror. He could tell that if this bolt of lightning were to strike down, he might very well die for real. At the same time, Seven was deeply anxious, eager to help the King of Ultra stand up, but no matter what he tried, there was simply no way to get even a step closer to him. Seeing this, the father of Ultra hurriedly turned to Seven and said, Quick, go ask your leader what should be done in this situation. Remember, this is only happening because the King of Ultra was too curious. Upon hearing this, Seven nodded quickly and immediately opened up the chat group. 7. At Yetion, leader, my king was curious about the construction of the shuttle card, so he released a bit of his power to inspect it. And then, at that moment, Yetion, who was chatting idly with Tsukasa Kadoya and the others, saw Seven's message appear and could not help but feel a wave of exasperation. After pondering for a moment, he began to explain in the chat group. Yetion, leader, there's only one way to save him. You'll have to voluntarily relinquish your membership, then transfer your Envoy of World status to the King of Ultra. There's no other solution. 7. I agree. What exactly should I do? Yetion, leader, I'll come over myself. 7. All right, please hurry. Yetion immediately closed the chat group, then looked to those beside him and gave them a nod. Turning to Tsukasa Kadoya, he said, Transfer me some exchange points. I'll pay you back after this mission is done. Hearing that, Tsukasa just chuckled and sent the points over without hesitation. No problem at all. Go handle it. Thanks. With that, Yetion used the exchange points to redeem a shuttle card, then stepped into it without delay. Super 8 World. Yetion strolled out of the dark dimensional tunnel, and at once caught sight of the King of Ultra pressed flat to the ground by the world's will. He looked up, gaze falling upon the blood-red, eye glowering in the sky. Standing nearby, 7, upon seeing Yetion arrive, hurried forward. Leader, what should I do? Yetion gave a slow, reassuring nod. Don't worry. He then reached out, hand moving with purpose to Seven's chest, and in a sudden swift motion, tugged out an incomplete emblem latent just beneath the skin. Finished, Yetion carefully gathered the emblem in his palm, then raised his head to stare straight at the crimson eye hovering overhead. He spoke with solemn weight. I am Yetion, leader of the Alliance Against Aberrations across all worlds. According to the Treaty of the Multiverse and the laws of the Alliance, any being not registered with the Alliance, who dares to probe the powers of worlds at will, is to be erased. However, in this case, as circumstances are exceptional, I have need of the King of Ultra's power. Therefore, I respectfully ask for the world's will to grant us clemency. You, as the leader of the Alliance of Myriad Worlds, should understand the gravity of this matter. Though we are in need of a world guardian, this person is not a member of the Alliance, and one who recklessly seeks to pry into the power of the world is beyond forgiveness. At this moment, the voice of the world will thundered across heaven and earth, resonating so clearly that every inhabitant of the Land of Light could hear it. Upon hearing this, Yetion couldn't help but smile and say, Alliance Member 7 voluntarily relinquishes his member status and the position of World Guardian, transferring it to King Ultra, pick. When Yetion's words fell, a rare silence enveloped the world will. A long pause ensued before it finally spoke again. Let bygones be bygones in this matter, but consequences are still necessary. He may follow you this time to resolve the issue, but afterward, he must remain to guard this world. Unless something of great importance arises, he is not to leave. What do you think? At this, Yetion shook his head and replied, I don't think that a good idea. How could the Alliance's World Guardian be confined to a single world? For their future growth, as well as that of the Alliance. I cannot agree to this. You may be the Alliance leader, but right now, you lack the ability to negotiate terms with me. When your strength is sufficient, return, and we can speak of this again. Yi Tian took a deep breath to steady his anger, then composed his expression into a smile and asked, "In that case, World Will, could you at least release your suppression on Pick?" Agreed. No sooner had the words been spoken than Pick suddenly felt the crushing pressure on his body vanish. The blood-red eyes that had materialized in the sky disappeared, and the stormy clouds dispersed without a trace. King Ultra slowly stood up, then looked at Yi Tian with an awkward smile and said, hello, I'm Pick, King of the Ultras." Just then, he was utterly embarrassed. His curiosity had nearly landed him in severe trouble. At the same time, he felt storms raging within his heart, and his understanding of the anti-transformation alliance of the myriad worlds shifted dramatically. His perception of everything in this world was now completely changed. As for Yi Tian, Pick dared not show the slightest disrespect. After all, he still hoped Yi Tian would grant him a position and secure his safety. Having witnessed the world will that Seven spoke of, both he and Seven now felt a trace of doubt about this so-called power of the world discussed by the two. Seeing King Ultra's obvious embarrassment, Yi Tian let out a light laugh, then looked at him sternly and said, "I believe you could hear all of that just now, couldn't you?" King Ultra hurriedly nodded and replied, "Yes, I heard everything. I will remain here in the land of light and guard this world." Hearing this, Yi Tian chuckled and said, "Actually, it's not as severe as you think. When the world will said the world, it meant this universe. You can't leave this universe, but within it, you're free to go where you please. Once you become an official member, the restrictions on you will also be eased. There's no harm in stepping away occasionally. No one will object to it." Hearing this, King Ultra nodded slowly, making sure to remember everything Yi Tian had said. Seeing this, Yi Tian smiled gently, then slowly extended his hand and produced the emblem he had just withdrawn from Seven's chest. Without warning, he brought his palm down firmly on King Ultra's chest, and in an instant, a badge materialized right there. He then looked at King Ultra and said, "Come, repeat after me." "All right," King Ultra replied, nodding at Yi Tian's words. "I pick the King of Ultras today as a member of the Multiversal Alliance Against Aberration, formally enter into an agreement with the will of this world, becoming its official envoy." As Yi Tian spoke, King Ultra repeated the words softly after him. As King Ultra's voice faded, the badge on his chest suddenly burst forth with a brilliant light, and in the same moment, his appearance was transformed. A crown appeared atop his head, the beard on his chin vanished without a trace, and a blue cloak unfurled elegantly behind him, fluttering in the wind. A radiant halo emerged behind his head, and the sheer majesty he now exuded caused every Ultraman present to drop to their knees, unable to move a muscle. Witnessing this, King Ultra immediately dismissed his majestic form and returned to his ordinary appearance. Yi Tian, seeing the newly transformed King Ultra, nodded approvingly before turning to him and saying, "Good, that's settled. This matter is now concluded. Come, let's go fulfill your duties together." With those words, Yi Tian opened a black portal at his side, and without hesitation, stepped through. King Ultra followed close behind, not hesitating for a moment. No sooner had he become an envoy than he understood his responsibilities, along with many things he'd never known before. Now, his anticipation for the alliance grew ever deeper. Meanwhile, in the chat group, ding, group member 7 has voluntarily relinquished their membership and withdrawn from the alliance sequence. Ding, envoy position reclaimed. Ding, world protection withdrawn. Ding, chat group access revoked. Ding, King Ultra has joined the chat group. Nonsense. Wow, 7's gone. And here comes King Ultra. That's impressive. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. I don't know who he is, but anyone who bears the title of king must be formidable. Slime, MHM agreed. Daigu's broth. King Ultra, huh? Yi Tian led King Ultra and the others out from the interdimensional tunnel, arriving at planet Kiri Ellard. Facing the king of Kiri Ellard ahead, he spoke slowly. "King of Kiri Ellard, the people I promised to bring are here." Upon hearing these words, King Jiri Elrod, who had only been pretending to doze, slowly opened his eyes and looked toward Yi Tian. He spoke, "O King of Humanity, since the flames of the challenge have been kindled, let the wager begin. If you win, my people, the Jiri Elrods, will sign a pact with humanity. But if you lose..." At this, the Jiri Elrod king paused, holding Yi Tian in a silent gaze. Hearing this, Yi Tian finished the thought for him, his voice calm. "I know. If I lose, I will turn my back on Earth. You and your people may take over. Very well. I trust you as a king. A king's word is always worth its weight in gold, the king replied slowly. With those words, the Overlord king swept his gaze across Yi Tian's companions. Then, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he stared fixedly at the king of the Ultras, silent for a long time. Yi Tian, noticing this, let out a quiet chuckle. Then he looked over and said, "Well, if you'd rather not fight, we can skip it. Let's just seal the pact right now." At Yi Tian's offer, the Overlord king took a deep breath and shook his head. "No, I'm not the kind to retreat before the battle's even begun." With that, the king raised his hand in a measured motion. At his side, a Overlord guard shouted, "Prepare yourselves." The king's hand fell in a sharp gesture. Instantly, the same guard roared, "Attack!" A mighty roar filled the battlefield as the Overlord army surged forward like a tidal wave, sweeping toward Yi Tian and his allies. Seeing this, Yi Tian tightened his grip on the cardbox sword and shouted, voice ringing with resolve, "For the Alliance, for the order of the world, charge! Charge!" Their response thundered out as everyone raced against the advancing Overlord troops, meeting them head-on. Thud slash clash. Yi Tian's sword danced across enemy armor, sending sparks flying with each strike. Kamen Drive, Decade Emperor, Night Kick, Finisher. A series of shimmering, holographic card-shaped barriers materialized beside Yi Tian. Elsewhere, Tsukasa Kadoya charged through the cards, unleashing a flurry of kicks at the approaching Overlord warriors. Jata no Kagami. With a brilliant flash of light, Kizaru's form shot skyward, raining relentless beams down on the enemy below. Meteor Volcano. Sakazuki, standing at the flank, hurled chunks of molten magma skyward with both hands, turning the skies into a fiery barrage. Fist of Love. Garp raised his formidable fist, wreathed in the black armor of Haki, and slammed it down on the nearest Overlord soldier with crushing power. Royal Flash. A shout followed as the Ultra King raised his arms in parallel, launching a dazzling beam at the enemies ahead. Wherever the Royal Flash swept, every Overlord it struck erupted in explosions, clearing the way in bursts of blinding light. Behind him, members of the Ultra Guard surged forward, engaging in fierce combat with the army of the Kyrialoids. The Ultra Brothers and the Father of Ultra likewise charged toward the enemy lines, confronting the Kyrialoids head-on. In an instant, dust and chaos erupted across the battlefield, as Yi Tian and his allies unleashed a barrage of powerful abilities. Card Box Blaster. Attack Rider, Critical Strike. Yi Tian slid the Attack Rider card into his driver, then raised his Card Box Blaster and fired at the Kyrialoids ahead of him. With a sudden fusillade, several beams struck the Kyrialoids squarely, forcing them to stumble back and retreat. Sensing his moment, Yi Tian swiftly transformed the blaster into the Card Box blade and rushed forward once more, closing in for hand-to-hand combat. As he swung his blade at a nearby Kyrialoid, a streak of silver light suddenly flashed past his side. Yi Tian paused in surprise, but when he realized it was Seven, he grinned briefly, then pressed his attack against the enemy. Seven expertly guided his flying axe overhead, sending it spinning and darting through the ranks of the Kyrialoid army with startling agility. Wherever it passed, the air rang out with thunderous explosions. Close by, Ace gripped his Ultra Spear and hurled it with unwavering aim. The spear pierced through one Kyrialoid after another, carving a path straight through the opposing soldiers. With each detonation, a clear channel was blasted open in the enemy formation. When the Ultra Spear reached the far end of the Kyrialoid formation, it spun around with uncanny precision and sped back, impaling more foes along its path. Not to be outdone, the original Ultraman charged into the fray, engaging the Kyrialoids in fierce close combat. Elsewhere, Rimuru wasted no time in devouring a Kyrialoid. After a brief struggle, the Kyrialoid fell silent, completely absorbed by Rimuru. After a while, once Rimuru had fully analyzed his opponent, he let out a sigh of relief, then transformed his own shape to imitate a Kyrialoid and charged forward to continue the assault. By now, the battlefield of Kyrialoid Star had descended into utter chaos. After dispatching another Kyrialoid, Yi Tian glanced up at the carnage before him, a chill creeping down his spine. He turned to the nearby Ultra King and called out, "Pick, if you want to catch the bandits, best catch the leader first. You go after the Kyrialoid King." Pick nodded slowly in reply, then vanished from sight in an instant. When he appeared again, he stood before the throne of the Kyrialoid King. Ultra King calmly lifted his gaze to the Kyrialoid King. "Allow me to see just what you're capable of." Hearing this, King Giliorode slowly lifted his head, then turned to look at King Ao. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke in a deep, measured tone. "And who might you be?" "Me? I'm nothing more than an old man. Now, Since the Alliance leader has given his word, how could I not obey? At this, King Ao let out a soft chuckle. Is this all humanity's leader amounts to? I have shown him the respect he deserves, and in return, he sends an old man to fob me off. With that, King Overlord rose slowly from his throne, his gaze fixed steadfastly on Yi Tiandao. But Yi Tian, still locked in battle, paid no mind to his words. Standing in his place before him, King Ao merely broke into a slight smile, then said, gazing at Overlord, if that's what you think, then you're missing the point. After all, I too am called king, am I not? At King Ao's words, Overlord faltered for a moment, then watched him with something like interest. It seems you're one of the main figures among those ultra warriors, aren't you? King Ao gave a slightly puzzled nod at this, then met his eyes. Ultraman King, pick. So, your majesty, will you consider halting this war? These words seemed to catch Overlord off guard. He stood where he was, stretching languidly, then replied as he fixed his gaze on King Ao, I've said it before, unless we fight, there's no way I can just stop the war. King Ao let out a sigh at this, shaking his head before suddenly retreating several steps, his movements swift and fluid. Now, standing tall, he faced Overlord squarely. The cape behind him caught the gentle breeze and fluttered with a hint of quiet grandeur. A subtle aura of authority radiated from within him. Seeing this, Overlord let out a soft chuckle, then looked to King Ao and said, how interesting. Well then, are you ready? No sooner had he spoken than Overlord's figure vanished from where he stood. But it was nothing more than speed. Compared to King Ao's instantaneous movement, it simply wasn't enough. As a result, Overlord was forced on the defensive the whole time, subject to King Ao's well-timed kicks and punches. For King Ao, it all seemed little more than a game. He remained completely at ease throughout, every move deliberate, almost as if following an invisible rhythm. Finally, after a flurry of attacks, Overlord came to a gradual stop and locked his gaze on King Ao. Is dodging all you know? Overlord's voice rang out, deep and stern. At this, King Ao spoke in a voice drowsy with indifference, as if he'd just awakened from a nap. Chem, is that all you've got? Isn't it my turn now? Hearing this, Overlord was momentarily stunned, his pupils constricting at once. He had seen the Supreme King vanish in an instant, yet, curiously, the air remained silent. There wasn't even the faintest whoosh that would usually signal such movement. Seeing this, King Overlord instinctively crouched, his sharp gaze scanning his surroundings, not daring to relax for even a heartbeat. Hey, aren't you wound up a bit too tight? There's no need to be so on edge, you know. Just relax. The voice drifted lazily from behind Overlord, and a hand immediately clamped down on his shoulder. In that moment, Overlord was rooted to the spot in shock. His whole body tensed, fists clenched at his sides, but at last he couldn't hold himself back. He spun around and lashed out, hurling a punch toward the Supreme King. Just as his fist was about to connect, the Supreme King seemed to melt away, vanishing from sight once more. Frustration erupted within Overlord. He stomped furiously on the ground, trying to vent his boiling anger. In an instant, the earth for 1,000 meters around him started to crack and split, a thick cloud of dust rising into the air. Losing your temper already? That's not very becoming of a king, you know. Whatever happened to royal composure? As Overlord slowly straightened, once again bracing himself to guard against the Supreme King's tricks. The Supreme King's voice echoed right beside his ear. Instinctively, Overlord whirled and struck out with his fist at where the voice had come from. Yet when he turned, not a soul was there. At that exact moment, a jolt of pain shot through his back. He was kicked off his feet and sent sprawling. Overlord slammed a fist into the ground in frustration and bellowed, "Damn it!" He sprang upright instantly, scanning the empty landscape around him. How have I never heard of someone as skilled as you in the universe? In answer, the Supreme King materialized behind Overlord, folding his arms, the picture of serenity. He spoke in a slow, unhurried tone. I never said we were from this universe, did I? I never said we were from this universe, did I? The Supreme King repeated, arms still crossed and a playful calm in his manner. You want to invade Earth, but you chose the wrong time. I don't blame you for that. It's just bad luck, really. If we weren't here, you might actually have succeeded. Hearing this, Overlord was taken aback. Then, with a wry smile, he replied, Is that so? Luck, huh? Perhaps you're right. With all of you protecting Earth now, I don't stand a chance at conquering it. After speaking, he slowly turned his head toward the battlefield ahead, then spoke in a deep voice. 30 million years ago, we did not dare to attack Earth because there were too many Ultramen there. So we devoted ourselves to development for all these years, and finally, we have gathered countless warriors and advanced technology that leads the universe. All of this was for this very moment, to attack Earth and bring it under the rule of our Kyrielodians. But, seeing this, the Ultra King stood where he was, quietly listening to his words. At that moment, the king of the Kyrielodians suddenly spun around and fixed his gaze on Ultra King. Why? We have no intention of causing large-scale harm to humanity. We only want some resources to sustain our development. Is that truly so wrong? Why is it that all of you Ultramen, self-proclaimed champions of justice, insist on standing in our way again and again? The king's voice rang out, sharp and intense. Hearing this, the Ultra King slowly shook his head, then looked at him and said, "It's not wrong to want to develop and strengthen yourselves, but your methods are misguided. There are gentler ways. Invading is not one of them. Humans are greedy. This is something I realized long ago. So, instead of leaving it to chance, I might as well bring them fully under my rule. As long as their survival is guaranteed, that's good enough." The Kyrielodian's tone was calm, emotion muted. Upon hearing this, the Ultra King shook his head again, then looked out over the battlefield, murmuring softly, almost as if to himself, "Greed dwells in every being, in every race. But if you can learn to restrain that greed, you'll win the friendship of many. But if you seek to grow stronger by invading and seizing resources, you'll make enemies of many races. In the end, that path will always lead to defeat." The king of Kyrielodians was momentarily stunned by these words, then gave a bitter shake of his head. "Is there truly any race capable of restraining itself?" he said, his voice tinged with sorrow. Hearing him, the Ultra King fell silent, lost in thought for a moment before replying, "I don't know the answer either. But there's one thing I do know. If it's lawful acquisition, that changes everything." Lawful acquisition? At this, the king of Kyrielodians stared in disbelief, utterly baffled as he looked at Ultra King. His eyes narrowed, scrutinizing the Ultra King, as if he wanted to split open his skull and see what he was truly thinking. "Curious, aren't you?" The Ultra King gave him a subtle, almost mischievous smile. The king, still bewildered, nodded almost unconsciously. Seeing this, the Ultra King only smiled more, then glanced at him before turning his gaze toward Yi Tian and the others. Following his gaze, the king of Kyrielodians couldn't help but look over as well. Then, curiosity getting the better of him, he asked, "What is it?" However, the king of Ultra did not answer him, but simply gazed quietly at Yi Tian and the others. After a long silence, King Kyrielod looked startled, then finally asked, "You can't mean that they are those kind of people, do you?" At these words, the king of Ultra slowly nodded, then added, "Do you realize that if they wish to invade your world, it would be absolutely risk-free for them? In fact, many would line up to aid them." Upon hearing this, King Kyrielod stared at him in astonishment, his eyes blank, then stammered, "Do you mean to say that even the Ultras, people like you, would help them?" "In the past, never," the king of Ultra replied. But he fell silent before he could say more, his lips shutting tight. "Why?" King Kyrielod exclaimed, struggling to comprehend. "Aren't you Ultras always declaring yourselves beacons of justice? Why would you ever help outsiders in invading others?" "There are several reasons. First, you are monsters. You once tried to invade Earth. Second, those people, they are recognized. I hate to admit it, but everything they do in this world is permitted. And lastly, I am one of them now." The king of Ultra's voice was calm as he looked out at the battlefield ahead. "On what grounds?" King Kyrielod's voice grew wild with frustration. "What gives them the right to do whatever they please in this world? Recognized by whom? Who could possibly give such privilege, such immunity?" As King Kyrielod's questions echoed, the king of Ultra could not help but chuckle softly, his tone tinged with a wistful sigh. "To be honest, I didn't understand at first either, back when I wasn't one of them yet. But now, having joined them, I understand. They are acknowledged by the world itself. They are a company recognized by the very world they walk. Now that includes me." "Recognized by the world? Which world?" Kyrielod stared at him, truly shocked. "In this universe, what power could possibly give people such special standing?" "The world I speak of isn't the one you know," the king of Ultra explained quietly. "I mean the universe itself, not just some particular faction or race. The universe that gave birth to all things, even to you." Upon hearing this, King Kyrielod's confusion only deepened. The universe? How can the universe recognize anyone? Could it truly have consciousness? Impossible, he thought, instantly dismissing the idea. But when he turned again to the king of Ultra, he found himself frozen with surprise. At that moment, the king of Ultra had seated himself on the steps to the side, gazing at him calmly. "You can have your men stand down," he said. "You cannot win." Hearing these words, King Kilirod let out a deep sigh and stood motionless for a long time before he finally nodded slowly and said, "I understand." With that, King Kilirod turned around, his gaze settling on the battlefield. He took a deep breath, steadied his spirit just a bit, and then lifted his eyes again to the chaos before him. "Enough. Cease fighting. We have lost." His voice was not loud, yet it resounded in the hearts of every Kilirod. Despite their disbelief, none dared disobey the king's command. Gradually, the fighting ceased, and all that remained were blank, bewildered faces turned to those around them. Seeing their foes lay down their arms, Yition and his companions also stopped, each standing still in place, eyes on King Kilirod. King Ao, sitting on the steps, looked at the now dejected Kilirod king and let out a gentle laugh. They're still in their early days, still learning. Perhaps you could choose to stand with them as their warrior. Who knows? When they rise, they may not forget you. As their warrior? Isn't that just making us their weapons? Absolutely not. Never. I, and the people of Kilirod, King Kilirod protested, unable to hold back. In response, King Ao simply shook his head. It's a rare chance. It's yours to grasp. If you go with them, perhaps you may see a much wider world. With those words, King Ao slowly rose and walked toward Yition's group. Watching King Ao's retreating figure, King Kilirod couldn't help but be momentarily dazed. But as King Ao made his way onto the battlefield, trying to reach Yition, he found his path blocked by a crowd of Kilirod warriors. They had only just stepped in his way when the king's voice sounded again. "Let him pass. We've been defeated." At that command, a reluctant gap was cleared for King Ao. All their careful preparations, only to end in defeat. Who could have imagined it? When King Ao finally came to stand quietly by Yition's side, he said nothing. Seeing this, Yition gave him a small smile and said, "You've worked hard." "It's nothing," King Ao replied in a measured tone. "Just a bit of exercise for these old bones." "Huh, it was a good warm-up. He's strong, but hasn't yet crossed the final threshold." Yition gave a slow nod, then looked at King Kilirod, who still stood by the throne. "A bet is a bet, wouldn't you say?" These words, cast boldly across the space between them, caught King Kilirod off guard. After a brief pause, he slowly nodded and replied, "It counts." Hearing what he said, Yition slowly nodded, then turned to look at the ancient road behind him where Fian stood. "Dagu, I'll leave his wager in your hands. I'm taking them back to Earth first. Look at them, each one about to burst from holding their breath. I doubt they can last much longer." With that, Yition slowly turned his gaze to Carp and the others. By now, Carp and his companions had faces flushed red. The lack of oxygen was proving unbearable. Seeing this, Dagu quickly nodded and said, "All right, Chief. You all head back to Earth first." Yition nodded gently at Dagu's response, then cradled the Navy group with one arm and turned to the King of Kiriolode. "Take us back to Earth, will you?" The King of Kiriolode nodded slowly in reply. With a sweep of his hand, a surge of energy shot forth, vanishing directly into the gate of heaven. At this, Yition stepped straight through the gate. Nearby, Minyasi and others, watching Yition walk into the gate of heaven, exchanged brief farewells with Dagu, then followed him through, returning to Earth. Having watched Yition and his group cross the threshold, King Ultra turned and shared a glance with the King of Kiriolode. Without another word, he led the gathered Ultra warriors and followed them into the gate of heaven. Outside the gate, Megumi Kajikin stood amidst the ruins, her head lifted, eyes fixed unwaveringly on the great open gate of heaven overhead. She never once lowered her gaze. She had no idea what lay within, but she did know that what awaited them inside was surely no easy place. In fact, perhaps a countless horde of monsters lurked within, lying in wait. At last, as Megumi kept her eyes on the gate, her expression brightened, a flicker of joy as she saw familiar figures emerging from within. And soon, one after another, more and more silhouettes stepped out of the gate. Finally, they all stood together on solid ground, gazing silently at the city, now reduced to sheer rubble. Yition slowly spread his hands, setting Carp and the others gently down. Instantly, Carp and his companions began gulping in air, unable to contain their relief. At the same time, King Ultra and the Ultra warriors also stepped out from the gate of heaven. By now, the crowd gathered below had grown larger and larger, a sea of people drawn together, their eyes falling upon the many Ultra warriors and Yition amid the city's remains. Amidst waves of gratitude, a distinctly different voice began to rise above the rest. "What exactly did you protect? You turned the entire city into your battleground." "Useless." The voices of reproach grew louder by the moment. Hearing the rising chorus of accusations, King Ultra began to walk forward, wanting to restore the ruined city. But seeing this, Yi Tian stepped calmly in to stop him. Looking down at the crowd below, he spoke slowly. Do you treat Ultraman as a tool to summon and order around at your whim? Do you truly see me as someone it's easy to reason with? Look, the giant is talking. He's threatening us. As expected, giants are an unstable force. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Hearing these remarks, Yi Tian couldn't help but take a deep breath. His expression gradually grew colder. Without warning, he snatched the storage box from his waist. In a swift motion, he transformed it into the cardbox sword, then swept his arm, slicing instantly through a nearby high-rise building that had yet to collapse. Staring down at the crowd, he declared, I was willing to overlook your words, yet it seems you have no sense of your own insignificance. How dare you interrogate me? Meanwhile, Hideki Jujin below looked unsettled when she heard people blaming and cursing both Ultraman and Yi Tian. She knew full well that Yi Tian was far from a benevolent figure. His duty was only to safeguard world peace, but what kind of peace, that was for him to decide. Which meant that, if he wished, he could ignite a war in this world, conquer it completely, and rule over all under his firm control. That too could be called peace, and the world would have nothing to say against it. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, her face changed dramatically. She couldn't help but cry out, this is bad. Immediately, she pulled out her PDA and sent an urgent communication request to Zijing. What is it, Captain Jujin? Zijing looked at her with some confusion. Without hesitation, she responded, Director, please dispatch people to take away those who have been cursing at the giant to help calm him. Otherwise, it will be too late. What's happening, Captain Jujin? Zijing was still completely in the dark. But just as Jujin was about to explain, Yi Tian's voice rang out. Humans, always greedy, never satisfied. But you are even worse. Captain Jujin? Captain Jujin, what's going on? Zijing saw her frozen expression and hurriedly pressed her. Jujin managed a bitter smile and replied, Director, it's already too late. I fear they've provoked something far more terrifying than the bug-eyed alien. Even Tiga won't be able to help us this time. Or perhaps, Tiga will even stand with them. This statement made Zijing's face change abruptly. He stared at Jujin in shock. Captain Jujin, what are you saying? Who exactly have they provoked? What sort of being? Isn't Tiga supposed to protect humanity? Director Sawai, it's true that Tiga was like that before. But what do you suppose would happen if Tiga became one of their members? Besides, under his rule, the people of that world are living quite well. That's why Tiga wouldn't stop him from leading a great army to descend upon us. Zhu Jianhui gazed bitterly at her PDA, speaking slowly. At this moment, her heart was already filled with hatred toward those who kept stirring up trouble and could never be satisfied. Look, this giant actually wants to attack and kill us. As expected, they're all aliens. Now even they can't hold back. Hearing these voices from the humans below, Yi Tian couldn't help but feel deeply irritated, as if their words grated against his nerves. Without hesitation, he shifted the K-sword in his hand into its gun form. The barrel was leveled at them from afar. Just as Yi Tian was about to pull the trigger, the Ultraman warriors standing behind him moved, preparing to stop him. But they were halted by the Ultra King. With puzzled looks, the other Ultramen watched as the Ultra King slowly shook his head. Seeing this, the warriors could only relent, stepping to the side, averting their gazes from Yi Tian. The moment Yi Tian's finger tightened on the trigger, a figure emerged from within the crowd. She spread her arms wide, standing protectively before the people behind her. Seeing this, Yi Tian slowly raised his arm, lowering his weapon and stopping himself from firing. Only then did Zhu Jianhui breathe a sigh of relief, and she looked at Yi Tian, calling out loudly, Alliance leader, isn't your duty to protect the peace of the world? Are you really going to turn your hand against humanity? Upon hearing her words, with a faint whir of servos, Yi Tian relinquished his giant form and, as the Emperor Kiva, came to stand before Zhu Jianhui. The other members also quickly came to stand behind Yi Tian, while the Ultra King and the Ultraman warriors assumed their human forms and gathered at his side. Seeing this, Zhu Jianhui took a deep breath, her expression solemn as she looked at Yi Tian, waiting for his reply. Do you know what it means that an emperor must not be insulted? Yi Tian said, his voice low and resolute. Just then, the people behind Zhu Jianhui, who'd been watching anxiously, gathered close, voices rising in condemnation and scorn against Yi Tian and his companions. Faced with this, Yi Tian let out a calm, almost indifferent laugh. See, this is their own choice and cannot be changed. Becoming my enemies, they have no idea about the consequences. They've never truly tasted what happens when one hurls insults at an emperor. Hearing these words, Zhu Jianhui's expression changed instantly. With urgency, she called out, No, absolutely not. Your Majesty, I beg you, please don't concern yourself with them. Isn't your heart as vast as the sea? Yi Tian laughed dismissively at her plea, glancing at the crowd behind Zhu Jianhui, his smile carrying layers of meaning. Yet he said nothing more. At that moment, seeing that Yi Tian and his companions didn't talk back, those people became even more brazen. They ignored Megumi, walked straight up to Yi Tian, pointed at his nose, and said, "Do you see this? Because of you, our home has turned into this mess. If it weren't for you, these monsters would never have existed. We don't need you here. Get out. Get out of here. Get off this planet." In that instant, it wasn't just Yi Tian who felt a chill in his heart. Even the ultra warriors standing behind him were struck by a wave of cold disappointment. Just then, Fei Shu slowly stepped out from behind Yi Tian and came right to his side. With a single motion, he seized the man who had been cursing at Yi Tian. "Humans really are detestable, aren't they?" Fei Shu remarked. A wisp of black mist suddenly curled around his hand, enveloping the man and transforming him into an undead knight. When the bystanders saw Fei Shu suddenly appear, terror took hold of them, and they screamed, "Monster! It's a monster! Run, run!" In a heartbeat, the crowd scattered and fled in every direction. Only Megumi remained rooted in place, her expression desolate as she gazed at Yi Tian and his comrades. Seeing this, Yi Tian let out a quiet chuckle. He looked at her and said, "So? Still won't persuade me? People are ignorant. Toward anyone who tries to draw close, they instinctively put themselves above them. But that sense of superiority ends up being their undoing. Because what they don't understand is, when their arrogance is aimed at the wrong ones, the price they pay might be unimaginable." Hearing Yi Tian's words, Megumi shook her head in pain. At this moment, a car drove up from the distance and halted behind Megumi. Sazai hurriedly got out and was deeply unsettled by the sight of Megumi, grief-stricken and with tears streaming down her face. He slowly lifted his gaze to look at Yi Tian and the others. The moment he saw Fei Shu, his face instantly turned pale. Who are you people, really?" Sazai asked in shock, looking at Fei Shu. Yi Tian answered him with a calm smile, then turned to Megumi and said, "You can ask your Captain Megumi here. I believe she knows us quite well." "Captain Megumi?" Sazai immediately turned toward her. Responding, Megumi slowly turned around and looked at Sazai. "Director Sazai, they're the giants from earlier. And this one, the leader Yi Tian, is the one who safeguards peace, not just of this world, but of the universe and every parallel world as well." With these words, Sazai's eyes lit up immediately, and he moved forward, ready to shake Yi Tian's hand. But unexpectedly, Megumi reached out and stopped him. Under Sawai's uncertain gaze, Megumi Jumi drew in a slow, deep breath before speaking. Alliance leader Yi Tian is not merely an alliance leader, but a sovereign, a ruler, whose dignity is not to be tarnished. Besides, among them, Yi Tian is not the only one of such stature. So, at this point, Megumi Jumi gradually lowered her head and fell silent, unwilling to say more. Hearing her words, and recalling what Megumi Jumi had just said to him, Sawai's expression shifted, concern etching itself across his features. He looked at Yi Tian in disbelief and stammered, "You mean just because of this, does it have to be like this?" Yi Tian smiled faintly, then looked him in the eye and asked, "What's wrong? Isn't that reason enough?" As he spoke, Yi Tian stepped forward, fixing Sawai with a calm gaze. "Perhaps there's something you all have fundamentally misunderstood. The giants chose to help you because they are human themselves, or perhaps, in you, they see reflections of who they once were. But you began to take all that they did for granted. When we help you, it's because we feel a duty in our hearts. When we don't, it simply isn't our responsibility. You've developed this sense of superiority, believing that the giants should implore you, and that their assistance is owed to you by default. Yet the moment we fall short, you are quick to hurl blame and reproach. Would you believe that, any moment now, those who just ran away will come back when they see we didn't give chase? They'll return, with all manner of weapons in hand, to drive us out." With that, Yi Tian smiled at Sawai, his tone gentle but his meaning unmistakable. Sawai's lips quivered. He turned to Megumi Jumi, searching for reassurance. She only shook her head slowly, pain clouding her face as she looked at Sawai and whispered, "I don't know either." With that, she closed her eyes, surrendering to sorrow. Seeing this, Sawai bowed his head, speechless and dejected. At that very moment, voices started echoing from behind them, accompanied by the shrill wails of police sirens drawing nearer. Hearing these sounds, Zfa involuntarily closed his eyes, murmuring, I. By this point, several police cars had already stopped behind Sawai. The officers quickly piled out, each gripping their weapons tightly. They advanced step by step, their dart gun barrels steadily fixed on Yi Tian and his companions. Despite being surrounded, Yi Tian's gentle smile remained unfazed as he watched them come closer. Then, an officer hurried forward, attempting to pull Sawai and Megumi Jumi away. While tugging at them, the officer said urgently, "Director Sawai, Captain Jumi, please get away from here at once. These are highly dangerous extraterrestrials." As he spoke, the gun in his hand clicked as the safety was carefully switched off. Every officer stood ready to fire at the slightest threatening move from Yi Tian and those with him. Seeing this, Yi Tian spoke slowly. "Director Zijing, tell me, aren't humans incredibly foolish?" Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Zijing's eyes filled with tears, and with a face full of grief, he nodded his head. Witnessing this, Keiken Megumi at the side could no longer hold back her tears, sobbing uncontrollably. At that moment, Keiki and the others hurried over, gathering beside Keiken Megumi. As they watched the surrounding officers raising their guns at Yi Tian and his companions, their faces underwent a drastic change, and they immediately prepared to intervene. But unexpectedly, the officers blocked their path, firmly telling them that these aliens before them were extremely dangerous. Faced with this scene, Yi Tian couldn't help but let out a faint smile before speaking. "Although we bear the immense responsibility of guarding the myriad worlds and parallel universes, under the witness of the great Tao and the will of the worlds, all those who choose to stand against us will be dealt with by our own hand, until peace is restored." As he said this, Yi Tian slowly turned his gaze to Zijing. "So, shall I take this as a declaration of war against us from more than a dozen worlds and alliances? Prepare whatever missiles, nuclear warheads, and all the weapons you can muster, for we will unite this world by force, to restore peace to it." With those words, Yi Tian made to turn and leave. "Don't move." As a command rang out, a bullet blazed past, striking the ground right at Yi Tian's feet. Yi Tian's once smiling face darkened, the cheer fading from his eyes. He looked over at Zijing again. "Are you determined to start a war now? Very well. I'll grant your wish." A sneer gradually appeared on Yi Tian's face, and in an instant, a dark red radiance surged over him. An ornate set of dark crimson armor materialized around his body. Extending a hand with a flourish, a flag appeared in his grasp. With a light chuckle, Yi Tian planted the flag firmly in the ground, then turned to face those present. "I, the overseer of this world, hereby declare, mankind of this era bears all 7 deadly sins: envy, sloth, greed, pride, wrath, gluttony, lust. In the name of Yi Tian, Lord of the Alliance against Aberrants, I proclaim, from this moment, all technology, all nuclear weaponry, and all firearms are forbidden in this world. All are sealed, and shall remain so until your world is brought under our alliance. Only then may they be restored." With his proclamation complete, Yi Tian raised his hands in a formal salute to the sky and waited in silent anticipation. After a long, tense silence, the sky erupted with thunder, peals echoing through the heavens as dark clouds swallowed the sun. A crimson, bloodshot eye appeared in the sky, glaring down upon them. "You are Yi Tian, Lord of the Alliance against Aberrants?" This voice rolled across the land like thunder rumbling through the firmament. All around them, Zijing and the others turned pale in an instant. Meanwhile, Keiken Megumi desperately wanted to rush forward and urge Yi Tian not to go any further. But she was stopped immediately by Zhang Chulan, whose face was grave and unyielding as he barred her way. Seeing Zhu Jianhui's face filled with anxiety, Zhang Chulan also lost his usual smile and spoke in a deep, serious tone. "If I hadn't seen that you're Daega's captain, I would have already acted against you. Leave this place, or stay with Daegu. You'll be safe that way. As for them, you cannot protect them." "Indeed, I am Yi Tian," Yi Tian declared, his expression grave and resolute. "What will you do?" "I will correct this world and bring it into the Alliance's path of development. Rest assured, will of the world. In the future, their lives will only improve, and they will learn more gratitude. Are you aware of the laws governing all realms? I understand. As long as the world is not destroyed, within these bounds, the Alliance's people may act as they see fit. Do you realize there's something you've left unsaid? The process must not be changed, is that it?" Yi Tian spoke openly. "When this world grows stronger and thrives, doesn't your opportunity for advancement become even greater? Enough. Handle it as you see fit, immediately." "Thank you," Yi Tian said, bowing ever so slightly to the will of the world. As Yi Tian straightened, a sound like a thunderclap boomed across the sky. "For now, this Earth's realm shall be sealed. Its science shall be sealed, its nuclear weapons sealed, all modern weapons sealed. Do not let me be disappointed." Hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but nod, letting out a faint chuckle. Then he turned his gaze to the officers before him and said, "Well then, are you all ready to go to war with me? Because if so, I will summon my forces and begin the assault. With that, Yi Tian slowly looked to his side at Fly Mouse. Fly Mouse. Responding to the call, Fly Mouse strode forward, and facing the ignorant humans before him, announced in a cold voice, I am the Sorcerer King from another world, the Supreme Ruler, Lord of the Great Tomb of Nazareth. At this moment, I declare war upon this world. Today, I shall lead my legions, 1,000,000 undead, to attack. Rimuru. I am the Demon Lord of the Magic Federation. Responding to your call to battle, today, I too, shall lead my monsters to strike at this world. Our war is declared, until everything is unified. Hearing these speeches, Yi Tian stepped forward, addressing the crowd. Rest assured, as long as anyone stays inside and does not intervene during our assault, no unnecessary blood will be shed. In addition, I stand here as the Emperor of the Pirate World's empire. I accept your declaration of war. Today, the entire might of my empire will join this invasion. At that moment, the Fian jet emerged slowly from the gates of heaven, descending to land on an open field nearby. Daegu swiftly disembarked and hurried to Yi Tian's side. With a grave expression, Daegu asked everyone, "What's going on?" Without changing his expression, Yi Tian replied, "No insult can be tolerated by an emperor. Also, in this world, there are those who have declared war on us, over a dozen worlds together." So, upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Daegu froze in place, then turned to look at Sawai and Captain Zhu Jianwei, both standing opposite Yi Tian. At this moment, his face was a mixture of shock and disbelief. Daegu quickly stepped forward, looking at Captain Zhu Jianwei, and said, "Captain, why didn't you stop him? Do you know what this means? Declaring war on the Alliance? Are you planning to go against the Land of Light and its tens of millions of soldiers? Is this a death wish, or something else?" By the end, Daegu couldn't help but stare at her. Meanwhile, those surrounding them, gripping various weapons, had their faces turn ashen. They had thought these people, like Digga, wouldn't harm them. But to their horror, a moment of thoughtless speech had brought disaster upon their heads. Now, they looked at Yi Tian and his companions, stunned and shaken. Among the police encircling Yi Tian, one suddenly stepped forward and shouted at him, "Damn it, you aliens, go to hell." With that, he raised his weapon, aiming to fire at Yi Tian and the others. Watching this, Yi Tian merely smiled, glanced at him, and said, "Go ahead, then." As he spoke, he slowly opened his arms, a silent invitation to shoot as he pleased. Seeing Yi Tian acting so calmly, the police officer exploded with rage and squeezed the trigger, firing at Yi Tian. Yet in that very instant, as he pulled the trigger, the officer froze. His eyes went blank, staring at the weapon in his hands. No matter how hard he pulled the trigger, not a single bullet would fire from the gun. Seeing this, Sawai, standing behind the policeman, watched the weapon in astonishment before turning to Zhu Jianwei. Zhu Jianwei gave a small nod and said, "Director, it's no use. Their weapons are blocked. And this time, Ultraman will not be on our side." Upon hearing this, Sawai's mind reeled. She stared vacantly at the crowd around her, overwhelmed by thoughts she could barely express. A surge of frustration welled up within her, threatening to burst forth. Looking over the people before him, Yi Tian smiled faintly, then turned to Sawai and Zhu Jianwei, saying, "The people of your world don't have very good manners, and there are far too many nations. It's best if we take over. Don't worry, life under our rule will be better for you all." With that, Yi Tian slowly raised his hand. An ethereal blue light shimmered at his fingertips, and then a magnificent door gradually formed behind him. From it, a squad of soldiers clad in silver armor, carrying the banner of the Alliance, marched out in formation. They strode directly to Yi Tian's side, forming a protective barrier around him and his companions. Their spears were aimed straight at the officers who still held their weapons against them. Seeing this, Yi Tian looked at them and spoke slowly, "You have half an hour. Go back to your homes, all of you. If I see anyone on the streets half an hour from now, I will treat it as an act of defiance against us. When we have fully tamed this world, you may act as you please. Then, the new laws will be announced to you." As soon as Yi Tian finished speaking, he made a casual gesture with his hand, and then turned his gaze aside. At this, Zijing seemed as if he wanted to say something, but he was promptly pulled away by Zhu Jianhui and the others. They knew well that Yi Tian's temperament and his decisions were unchangeable. Besides, they were also aware that the people from that other world truly lived well. Most importantly, they realized they no longer had a shred of strength to resist. When the crowd around saw that even Zijing had been taken away, they dared not linger any longer and hurried back to their own homes as if fleeing. Watching this, Yi Tian let out a quiet laugh. He then turned to Daegu and said, "From now on, You'll be in charge of this world. I believe you can teach these people what it truly means to be grateful. Hearing this, Dagu looked at Yi Tian with a complex expression and did not speak for a long moment. Seeing him that way, Yi Tian gave a soft, easy laugh, walked over, and patted him on the shoulder. He then leaned in and said quietly by his ear, "This is their own choice." In their pride, they convinced themselves that the giants should help them without feeling or emotion. That is why they see the giants as nothing more than useless beings. That is why they feel justified in carelessly cursing the very ones who save them. Don't you find such people chilling? This time, I want them to understand that sometimes there are things better left unsaid. No matter how much you hold it in, some words simply can't be spoken. If they are, the consequences are more than they can bear. Where does all this pride come from? On what grounds? It's baffling. As Tian spoke, he couldn't help but give a nearby street lamp a kick. At this, Dagu slowly nodded and then, after a deep breath, looked at Yi Tian and said, "I understand." Yi Tian gave a gentle laugh and looked at him. "Don't worry, I won't go killing innocents. As I just said, I will not allow anyone to attack people in their homes, but during this period, anyone who steps out their door, I will see as an enemy." After saying this, Yi Tian turned his gaze to King Ultra and said, "King Ultra, why don't you take them back first? And thank you for your help just now." Hearing this, King Ultra nodded slowly and looked at him. "All right, I understand. Still, I hope you treat the people of this world kindly." Hearing the King Ao say this, Yi Tian couldn't help but let out a quiet chuckle before replying, "I know what to do, don't worry. By the way, do you know how to get back? If you don't, let Siwen explain it to you." Oh, King Yao nodded suavely. Seeing this, Yi Tian turned his head to the crowd and said, "Well, you've received your rewards, haven't you?" At his words, everyone nodded one after another and turned to Yi Tian, saying, "We've already got them." Taking this in, Yi Tian opened up the chat group, glanced at the 10,000 exchange points that had just arrived, and then looked at a lottery ticket he'd received. Without hesitation, he entered the lottery interface and slowly tapped to start the draw. In an instant, the wheel before him began to spin in constant motion. Watching the spinning wheel, Yi Tian closed his eyes, took a steady breath, and then suddenly opened them, commanding stop. Hardly had the word left his lips, his finger pressed down on the stop button. The wheel gradually slowed, the pointer's momentum fading as it rounded the last segment. Special class. Profession. Sword Soul. A chiming prompt resounded. Congratulations to group member and alliance leader Yi Tian for successfully drawing the Sword Soul profession with potential for growth. Let's give him our applause. At that moment, Yi Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement, a wave of satisfaction rippling through his heart. This was exactly what he needed. Up until now, he'd lacked a truly powerful attack skill. With this new profession, he finally patched up that weakness. Yet, just as Yi Tian prepared to integrate this profession, an unexpected notification flashed before his eyes. System alert. A flaw has been detected in the profession, which may cause physical harm to the alliance leader. Would you like to spend exchange points to remove it? Yi Tian fell into deep thought, recalling the original lore of the Sword Soul profession. Without further hesitation, he opted to erase the flaw. Would you like to spend 4,000 exchange points to remove the flaw and have the system reforge the profession? Confirm. Instantly, Yi Tian's exchange points dropped by 4,000. At that very moment, a shaft of white light enveloped him. His body was gradually transformed, while an enormous trove of Sword Soul profession knowledge flooded into his mind. System alert. Host is proficient in swordsmanship and physically compatible. Profession level raised to 30. As this notification faded away, Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes, feeling a slight pressure inside his head. He knew, however, this was nothing harmful. It was simply the result of receiving so much new information all at once, more than his brain could smoothly process in an instant. When Yi Tian finally looked up, he found everyone around him staring at him in awe and amazement. Feeling all eyes upon him, Yi Tian couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Why are you all looking at me like that? Seeing the astonished faces all around him, Yi Tian couldn't help but scratch his head in confusion. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Flying Squirrel gave a long sigh and said, "Are you always this lucky?" At that, Yi Tian chuckled, a hint of smug pride creeping into his expression. He was just short of declaring, "I'm always extraordinarily lucky. Go ahead and worship me, you unlucky mortals." Looking at Yi Tian's brazenly triumphant face, Flying Squirrel couldn't help but feel the urge to smack him on the head. But instead of saying anything more, Flying Squirrel chose to quietly open the lottery page. As the dial started to spin, Flying Squirrel found his breath quickening with anticipation. Then, suddenly he froze. Because, ding, congratulations to group member No Nonsense for drawing the human mage skin. Let's all give him a round of applause. This message immediately appeared in the group chat. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Flying Squirrel, elated, promptly equipped the new skin. A radiant light enveloped him entirely. Within the glow, Flying Squirrel's skeletal figure began to fill out with flesh and blood, gradually becoming whole. In the blink of an eye, his dark purple robe had turned into a sky-blue mage's cloak, and his hair began to sprout and lengthen. He was instantly transformed into a human mage. However, his class remained unchanged, though now he gained access to magic that only human mages could wield. Those standing by his side, watching as Flying Squirrel became human, all offered their heartfelt congratulations. They knew well that Flying Squirrel had been hoping to turn human for a long time. It was just that he never had enough points to redeem the skin before. As the glow faded, Flying Squirrel slowly waved his arms and tenderly touched his face. Emotions surged within him, flooding him with excitement. At that moment, Flying Squirrel received a notification from his personal system as well. Restrictions had been lifted. He was no longer barred from using non-mage weapons, nor was he subject to the forced calmness that plagued the undead. This meant he could finally express his emotions freely. No more having to put up with Yi Tian's usual jests. No more forced composure or undead with a glowing green head. The lottery draws by Yi Tian and Flying Squirrel instantly revitalized the group's spirits. One after another, everyone eagerly entered the lottery interface to try their luck. Ding! Congratulations to group member Meng Tian for drawing King's Army, Ultimate Noble Phantasm. Let's all give him a round of applause. Ding! Congratulations to group member Slime for drawing a skin fragment. Let's all give him a round of applause. Ding! Congratulations to group member Red A for successfully drawing an Undead Knight squad. Let's join together and congratulate him. Ding! Congratulations to group member Dega Brood into Soup for obtaining Serpent Heart swordsmanship. Let's give our applause. Ding! Congratulations to group member Arrogant King Xiaoming for drawing the Crimson Emperor Rider Driver. Let's offer our congratulations. Ding! Congratulations to group member Shining Asuna for acquiring a set of Master Swordsman level swordsmanship skills. Let's celebrate together. Ding! Congratulations to group member No Shame for receiving the Shining Fruit Perfect version. Join us in congratulating him. Ding! Congratulations to group member Furious Subaru for drawing the skill Quick Learning. Let's give our warmest congratulations. Ding! Congratulations to member Animal Keeper for drawing the Infinite Swordworks Innate Talent. Let's congratulate him together. Ding! Congratulations to King of the Demon Hour for drawing an entire squad of Undead Guardians. Let's celebrate this achievement. Ding! Congratulations to group member Carp for drawing the Profession Blue Fist upgradable. Let's all congratulate him. Ding! Congratulations to group member Black Marinated Egg for drawing the Profession Ice Mage. Let's celebrate together. Ding! Congratulations to group member King AO for acquiring the superpower Ice Manipulation. Let's join in congratulating him. With this, every member had received their own prize. As the various beams of light merged and faded, everyone had finished integrating their rewards. Leaf Tian stared at the notifications flooding the group chat, momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected that. Out of everyone, not a single member had drawn a dud. Amazingly, each had pulled something more or less fitting for themselves. Involuntarily, he felt a burst of exasperation. How was he supposed to show off his extraordinary luck now, when no one had bad luck at all? But Leaf Tian didn't remain annoyed for long. After all, the stronger his group members became, the more capable they'd be of helping him, and the stronger the alliance would become as a whole. This thought brought genuine happiness. At the very least, now everyone had gained some measure of strength. There were no more ordinary people among them. However, just then, a thunderous crash shattered his train of thought. Jolted out of his musings, Leaf Tian snapped his head toward the source of the noise. The next instant, all he could do was sigh in resignation. He saw Carp, his fist wreathed in a ghostly blue light, pounding the ground with a triumphant smash. Carp's aged face was beaming with joy, blooming like a chrysanthemum in full sun. He looked as delighted as anyone could possibly be. The other members, though, still sat with eyes tightly shut. Clearly they were still receiving and integrating their prizes. Leaf Tian decided not to disturb them, and simply stood in place to wait patiently. Taking advantage of this free moment, he browsed through the marketplace, on the hunt for a sword that would truly suit him. However, since there was no one from Adra among the members, the lightsaber was no longer an option. At this moment, he had only 3 choices: a blunt weapon, a greatsword, or a katana. As his eyes passed over the displayed weapons, Yi Tian's gaze instantly settled on one in particular. a Western-style sword with a red hilt called Griffin. He had thought highly of that sword from the start, but it hadn't been right to just snatch it from the red-haired man. So Yi Tian went ahead and spent 500 exchange points to claim the sword for himself, then hung it at his waist. It looked a bit mismatched against his outfit, but that did nothing to hide just how fond he was of his new sword. After receiving his own reward, the Gu followed Yi Tian's example in exchange for a katana from the shop, which he also secured at his side. As the others gradually opened their eyes, Yi Tian slowly turned his head to look at Fei Shu, standing nearby. He spoke calmly. "All right, gather the soldiers. We're taking over this world." Understood. Fei Shu and Meng Tian both nodded in agreement. Immediately, they each purchased a shuttle card and returned to their own worlds. Once they had left, Yi Tian turned to Kizaru and said, "Kizaru, let me send you back as well. Assemble the navy, bring everyone here. I'll open a passageway for you in a moment." At Yi Tian's words, Kizaru gave a slow nod and then stepped into the dark portal Yi Tian created. Watching the three depart, Yi Tian addressed the rest. "There's nothing much left to help with here. All of you should go back, take some time to get familiar with your new powers, and prepare for the next world. It won't be long. I'll open the way soon." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. After exchanging brief farewells, they each left the scene. Now, only Nick Fury, Zhang Chulan, and Dagu remained. Yi Tian looked up at the sky, now growing dim, and shook his head slightly. "Dagu, I'm entrusting the peace of this world to you from now on. If anything happens, let us know directly. If there's anything you don't understand, you can always ask us as well." Hearing Yi Tian's words, Dagu nodded slowly. Then he looked at Yi Tian and replied, "All right, I understand. I'll make sure the people of this world will live better than ever before." Yi Tian laughed. "Confidence is a good thing, just don't worry too much. This time, I simply wanted to show them that in the presence of the strong, the weak ought to act accordingly, instead of facing the powerful with nothing but pride and accusations. Otherwise, they may not even know what killed them. It's me this time, but what about the next? People need to understand their limits." A flicker of reminiscence appeared on Yi Tian's face, as if he'd recalled his own experiences from the past. While Yi Tian and the others stood around, gazing listlessly at their surroundings out of sheer boredom. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the victory team's command room, Zhu Jianhui sat in her chair, her elbows resting on the table, her face buried in her hands, deep in troubled thought. Beside her, Zijing wore a blank expression as she looked at everyone in the room. After a long, heavy silence, she finally let out a deep sigh and said, "How could this happen? How? Weren't they supposed to protect us?" Hearing this, Zhu Jianhui gave a bleak, almost bitter smile, then turned to Zijing and said, "Director, I think you might have misunderstood a few things." "How? Am I wrong?" Zijing furrowed her brow and stared intently at Zhu Jianhui, clearly unconvinced. At Zijing's words, Zhu Jianhui shook her head slowly. She looked at Zijing and replied, "First of all, the alliance led by Yi Tian, they do take on the responsibility of protecting the world, even the peace of the universe. But above all else, they are powerful beings. And then, they are emperors who rule entire worlds. Once someone carries that title, it's a completely different matter. In their own words, a king must not be insulted. An emperor demands even greater respect, and for the most powerful sovereign, this is especially true. Under their reign, people may lead good lives, that's undeniable. However, one thing is certain, never hurl insults at an emperor, especially when that emperor is also a mighty force. In a world where strength decides everything, the weak must know their place. For someone weak to insult the strong, this is punishable by death, let alone if the target is an emperor." Zhu Jianhui's words made Zijing's brow furrow even deeper. Her expression grew agitated as she pressed further. "But isn't this just the law of the jungle? Survival of the fittest taken to the extreme?" "Yes, that's exactly what it is. But everything they do is perfectly legal and acknowledged by the world itself. Those who anger them almost never meet a good end," Zhu Jianhui said, letting out a slow, measured breath. "Then what about Diga? Won't he try to stop them?" In her heart, Zijing still clung to a faint hope. But Zhu Jianhui shook her head gently again before answering, "No, he won't. Diga is also one of the members of their alliance. Besides, after what the people have said about all of them, their hearts have grown cold. The Ultra Warriors will no longer concern themselves with anything that happens in this world. They know this world will not be destroyed. It will only get better, just under a different leader. That's all." Zhu Jianhui shook her head once more, her tone tinged with resignation. At her words, Zijing suddenly felt all her strength leave her body. She slumped back in her chair, limp and exhausted. Listlessly, she gazed up at the ceiling above. In a faint, trembling voice, she whispered, "So what now? Do we have any power left to stop them?" Upon hearing this, everyone present shook their heads in unison. They all understood that ever since Etion had prohibited technology, nuclear weapons, and firearms in this world, the weapons in their hands had become as useless as sticks for stoking a fire. In other words, at this moment, they were left with nothing, no means to fight back, no weapons they could use. Furthermore, even if Etion's army allowed them to use their firearms, there was still no chance they could win. Now, stripped of their weapons, they had not the slightest hope of victory. "We should just wait quietly," Zhu Jianhui finally said softly after a moment of silence. Perhaps, letting them rule this world might not be so bad after all. Sakurai could not help but nod in agreement upon hearing this. Since resistance was impossible, and since these newcomers weren't truly evil people, all they could do was wait. At this moment, however, Lena hesitated and then spoke up, her voice gentle and uncertain. "Captain, do you think in the future, maybe Daigou will be the one to lead this world?" At her words, a glimmer of surprise lit up Zhu Jianhui's previously downcast face. She turned to Lena, her eyes brightening. "Yes, that's right. How could I not have thought of that? Even if they unify this place, someone will have to govern it. And when it comes to the most suitable person to rule this world, it has to be Daigou. Maybe." Her words trailed off, because deep down, she knew such a hope could never be realized. Etion would never allow it. And if they pushed too far, he might cleanse this world, just as he had purged the celestial dragons from his own. There would be rivers of blood, and the world would be thrown into chaos. The thought brought Zhu Jianhui abruptly back to reality. Disheartened, she slumped onto her chair, her earlier daydreams gone. At that, Sakurai seemed genuinely confused. He turned to Lena, asking, "But why would it be Daigou?" Lena glanced at Zhu Jianhui before lowering her voice to explain to Sakurai. "Because Daigou is one of them. He is, in fact, Ultraman Tiga." "I see. No wonder, no wonder." Sakurai slowly closed his eyes, letting out a weary sigh. He had no more thoughts left to offer. In his heart now, there was only one wish, that all of this could end soon, and that peace might return to their world. Meanwhile, throughout the city, squads of skeletal warriors clad in golden armor began patrolling the streets at a deliberate pace. Bloodstains marked the roads everywhere. The armies that had rushed to repel them never imagined that they would not even be a match for these soldiers. One city after another was cleansed. Every last resistor was hunted down, the entire military annihilated, and the flames of rebellion doused in an overwhelming and chilling silence. However, as long as you don't step a single foot outside your house, there's absolutely no danger at all. Time slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Etion and his companions had now spent half a month in this world. Etion made use of the dimensional veil to send his soldiers off to one country after another. At last, on this very day after half a month had passed, he succeeded in bringing all the nations under his rule. And today would also be the day they finally prepared to leave. But even so, Etion still had Flymouse leave behind tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers for Daigou. He wanted Daigou to have them on hand, to quell any unrest, and help lay the foundations of a new nation. The sun hung high overhead, seemingly determined to warm every corner of the vast ocean below. On the deck, Etion rested one hand on his sword hilt and the other on the railing, quietly gazing out at a stretch of endless blue sea. Standing there, he watched the shadows flicker just beneath the surface of the water, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He couldn't help but murmur softly to himself, "Perfect timing. Days like these are the most interesting." "Huh, Etion, what's this? Have you started to fall in love with the sea?" Garp's booming laughter came from behind as he strode over. Hearing this, Etion cocked his head slightly, glancing at Garp with a sidelong look. "Haven't you ever heard that old saying?" Garp was momentarily taken aback, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "What saying?" "Once you've achieved fame and fortune, you can cast everything aside. All you wish for is a quiet, hidden retreat from the world," Etion replied, chuckling softly. "Who came up with that?" "I suppose there's some truth to it," Garp grumbled, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Etion grinned mischievously and shot back. "I did, obviously." "Ha!" Garp rolled his eyes at him, replying in mock annoyance. "Dream of retirement already? Isn't it just a little too soon for that?" "Well, you're probably right. There's still so much I haven't done yet," Etion admitted, scratching his head as he spoke. Just as Garp beside him was about to say something else, a voice called out from behind them. "Hey, His Majesty Etion, Vice Admiral Garp. The feast's about to start." Shanks, perched atop a barrel, hollered their way. At his words, the two of them turned their heads, spotting the dining tables already set up. They exchanged a smile, then began walking toward the banquet. Not far from that scene, A whole fleet of Navy warships followed closely in the pirate ship's wake, not losing ground for an instant. On a row of beach chairs lined up on deck, the three admirals were sprawled out at their leisure, making small talk as they enjoyed the sea breeze. Just then, Akainu, who'd been lounging in his chair, suddenly spoke. "So what do you two think?" "What do we think about what?" Akiji, looking utterly relaxed, pulled up his sleeping mask and, with bleary eyes, shot a question right back at Akainu. "It's these past few days' experiences," Akainu said after pondering for a moment. Like a dream, hazy and surreal, as if heard from afar. Kazan spoke again after a silent pause. "In the past, none of us believed that gods existed in this world. But now, after seeing His Majesty Yi Tian and the others, I am convinced. If they're not gods, then how could they move so freely between worlds?" After taking a casual sip of juice, Kizaru spoke in a slow, measured tone. "That makes sense." Akainu nodded thoughtfully in response. "I once heard His Majesty and his companions mention a world that needs to be cleansed, but they have not gone because of a lack of forces. It would delay their plans if they did so." Kazan considered, then continued, voice low and deliberate. "Lacking manpower? So His Majesty is in such a hurry to wipe out all the pirates in this world, then recruit new forces worldwide? Maybe then we can journey with him to see that world in need of cleansing," Akainu said, a note of anticipation in his voice. "Oh, Akainu, have you given up on your old ambitions?" Kizaru teased, his tone light and playful. "Kizaru, all my dreams have been realized by His Majesty. My only goal now is to stand by his side and witness the marvels of the boundless worlds he leads us to." As he spoke, Akainu slowly turned his gaze to the pirate ship sailing ahead of them. "Not bad at all. I feel the same way, actually. At this, Kazan couldn't help but let out a genuine laugh. As the three of them chatted, a Navy officer approached briskly from behind, then respectfully reported, "Sirs, your meal is ready." Hearing this, Kizaru rose to his feet and looked at the other two. "All right then, time to eat." "Let's go eat," Kazan agreed, standing up from his lounge chair and strolling lazily towards the cabin. Akainu, seeing this, couldn't help but shake his head before he too stood up. Time slipped quietly by. After another day and night at sea, Yi Tian and his group finally came face to face with Whitebeard. Now, both sides were arrayed in formation, Whitebeard and his pirates glaring at the Marines, murderous intent filling the air. Meanwhile, Yi Tian and his companions appeared the picture of nonchalance, utterly unfazed by Whitebeard and his men. On board the Whitebeard pirates' ship, the Division 1 captain, Marco, could not quell his growing irritation as he observed Yi Tian and the others' relaxed demeanor. Unable to contain himself, he shouted in anger, "Have you Marines really gotten this brazen? The Whitebeard pirates are not pushovers like Kaido and Big Mom. Damn it, are you looking down on us?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tian, who had just been lazily lounging about, couldn't help but let out a laugh. Then he turned to Carp at his side and said, "Hey Carp, did you hear that? They're acting like Kaido and his crew don't even matter to them. I'm really curious. What makes them so confident?" Carp was momentarily taken aback by Yi Tian's words. He glanced over at Marco, whose face was twisted in anger, then let out a low chuckle. "Well, I suppose it's Whitebeard who's given them all this courage and confidence. After all, he's known as the strongest man in the world." TCH, the strongest in the world? Maybe that was true at his peak, but Whitebeard's getting old now. Besides, in the whole Whitebeard pirates, the only one who's worth my attention is Whitebeard himself. Yi Tian gave Marco a dismissive glance at Carp's words, then turned back to Carp. Carp nodded slightly, then slowly removed the totem slung across his back, placing it before him. Grasping the handle with both hands, he thoughtfully surveyed the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Yi Tian paused, intrigued by Carp's action. "What's this about?" he asked curiously. "A totem. It's part of my class requirements," Carp replied with a solemn nod. "I remember you drew the Blue Fist class, right? Oh, that makes sense. After the class advancement for a sacred role, the weapon becomes a totem." Yi Tian mused aloud after a moment's thought. Carp stared at Yi Tian, dumbfounded. "Leader, is there anything you don't know? How do you even know where my class comes from?" Yi Tian patted Carp's totem lightly and replied, "Well, I suppose there isn't much out there I don't know." Across from them, Marco and his crew noticed that Yi Tian was completely ignoring their presence, and their faces darkened instantly, anger flaring. Just as Marco was about to teach them a lesson, Whitebeard's voice called him back. "Marco." With that, Whitebeard slowly stood up from his seat, his eyes fixed intently on Yi Tian. Marco was caught off guard by Whitebeard's words, quickly turning his head in surprise. But seeing Whitebeard rise to his feet, Marco seemed to remember something. He quietly stepped back to Whitebeard's side. Seeing this, Whitebeard nodded slightly, then looked straight at Yetion and called out with a booming laugh, "Gururara! Yetion, you've got some guts, don't you?" With that, Yetion stopped his banter with Carp and looked at Whitebeard with a relaxed expression. "Oh, so even someone like me has caught your old eyes?" As he spoke, a slow, knowing smile curled across Yetion's lips. Seeing this, Whitebeard remained unfazed. He looked directly at Yetion and said, "So, have you Marines already dealt with Mom and Kaido? That would mean, in the new world, we're the only Yonko left." Hearing this, Yetion nodded without giving a direct answer and replied, "That's right, Whitebeard. I've always admired you to some extent. So, I'm willing to give you a choice. Disband your pirate crew immediately and never consider yourself pirates again. Furthermore, from now on, anyone who violates the laws of the Empire will be dealt with without mercy. As for your bounties, we can have them revoked for you. You can then live your lives however you wish. If, in the future, you still want to sail the seas, you can simply file with the local police or the Marine outpost. We won't stop anyone from setting sail for adventure. But if any lawless plundering or harm comes to the Empire's people, you can be sure we will show no mercy. Take this chance to think it over. You have 1 hour." With that, Yetion turned away from Whitebeard, found a lounge chair on the beach, and sat down leisurely, quietly waiting for Whitebeard's decision. So that's how it is? In this way, the sea will no longer be plagued by the threat of pirates. What's left will only be those who sail freely in pursuit of their dreams. As Whitebeard took in Yetion's words, he gradually sank into deep thought. Behind him, his division commanders were also reflecting on what Yetion had just said. Truthfully, a part of them found themselves looking forward to such a life. In the past, fear held them back, and they couldn't bear to leave Whitebeard. But now, given that pirates can no longer exist on these seas, at that moment, as if by silent agreement, all their eyes turned to Whitebeard, ready to follow whatever decision he would make. After a brief silence, Whitebeard murmured softly, "So, the age of great pirates has finally come to an end." At those words, Garp chuckled and nodded. Whitebeard, with His Majesty Yetion at the helm, and under Imperial rule, there will never again be room in this world for pirate scum. Pirates are scum, are they? Whitebeard repeated in a low voice. After a long pause, he slowly raised his head and looked at Garp. "And what about you Marines, Garp? Don't you have your own share of scum among your ranks? If there were no oppression from a navy, who would ever have chosen to become a pirate?" Garp's expression tightened, his brows drawn together, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles whitened. Then suddenly he declared, "From now on, within the Empire, the 3 main powers will monitor each other, and there will be an independent oversight body as well. Corruption will no longer have a place here, and the Empire will lead the world's people to lives of wealth and fulfillment." Meeting Garp's earnest gaze, Whitebeard nodded slowly. Then, he turned back to face his crew. He slowly raised his head, gazing at the pirate flag billowing atop the pirate ship. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a steady, solemn voice. "I, Edward Newgate, hereby declare, as the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, that the Whitebeard Pirates are now disbanded." After saying this, it was as if a weight had lifted from his shoulders, and he dropped heavily into his chair. Marco, along with the other division commanders, couldn't help but let out a sigh. Their eyes lingered with reluctance as they looked at the pirate flag, still fluttering in the sky. A single tear of unwillingness slid down Marco's cheek. At that moment, Marco glanced tentatively at Whitebeard and murmured, "Dad, are we really?" But before Marco could finish his words, Whitebeard cut him off, saying, "Marco, I know you're reluctant. I feel the same. But times have changed. We must move forward with the times. And look." As he spoke, Whitebeard slowly turned his head to glance over at Yetion and the others. Following Whitebeard's gaze, Marco and the others looked over as well. "The entire Navy is gathered here. If I were to dig in my heels at this moment, it wouldn't matter if I fell in battle. But what about the rest of you? Besides, all these years, we kept hoping for someone who could truly lead the world to peace, and now that person has finally appeared. There's no need for us to cling to the past." With those words, Whitebeard slowly settled back against his chair and gradually closed his eyes. Seeing this, Marco took a deep, steadying breath, then slowly lifted his head and looked once more at the pirate flag waving in the sky. Then his eyes gently closed as well, and one glistening tear after another spilled silently from the corners of his eyes. After a long while, he finally spoke, his voice soft, "Go and take down the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates." Upon hearing this, the division commanders all let out sighs of sorrow, their eyes filled with longing as they gazed at the flag that had been with them for so many years. The crew on board, watched by these sorrowful eyes, slowly lowered the flag, then folded it with solemn reverence and carefully stowed it away. Meanwhile, many unaffiliated pirate crews behind Whitebeard's main ship seeing the Whitebeard pirate's flag taken down, couldn't help but sigh as well and, resigned, lowered their own pirate flags. For they all understood. If even Whitebeard could not resist the might of the Empire, what could they hope to achieve, even together? Witnessing all of this, Yi Tian slowly nodded, then rose sharply from his deck chair, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Whitebeard and said, "Whitebeard, congratulations on making the right choice. The Empire is always in need of strong and capable people. Give it some thought. If any of you are interested, you can go directly to your local police station. Have them report up, and arrangements will be made accordingly." Next, the Empire will enter a period of rapid development. In half a month, the Grand Hall of Nation Building will officially open on the Red Soil continent, and I look forward to seeing you all as honored guests, Yi Tian said. With that, he slowly turned his head, paying them no further heed. Gazing at Garp and the others who stood behind him, Yi Tian spoke again, his tone measured and solemn. "My friends, the Empire has completed its war against the world's parasites, the world government. The blood-sucking celestial dragons who leached off the people have been vanquished, and the cancerous pirates that polluted the seas have been wiped out. Today, I, Yi Tian, declare before you all that a new chapter begins for our world. A nation is about to be born, one synonymous with freedom, strength, prosperity, and greatness. Here and now, I bestow upon our nation its name, Zhizhen, meaning ultimate perfection. Zhizhen, Zhizhen, Zhizhen." The crowd chanted in unison, their smiles growing ever brighter. In answer to Yi Tian's leadership, they truly believed this world could achieve the pinnacle of perfection. Days slipped by, and in what seemed like the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Now, Yi Tian stood tall in his imperial robes, his expression grave as he looked upon Garp, who wore the uniform of a Navy vice admiral. Then, his voice calm and steady, he asked, "Garp, is everything ready?" At these words, Garp's face broke into a wide grin, and he nodded repeatedly. "Everything is prepared." They can barely contain their excitement. "As soon as your majesty gives the order, the founding ceremony can begin." "Good. Then let's go together." With that, Yi Tian led the way out of the Grand Hall, and Garp followed quickly behind. With a casual sweep of his hand, Garp closed the heavy doors behind them. Before the gates of the Forbidden City, for grand divisions, Navy, Army, Police, and the Guard were already standing in perfect formation, while projection snails had been set up all around, though not yet activated. At that moment, Yi Tian and Garp emerged from the palace gates, walking steadily until they stood before the gathered crowd. Yi Tian turned slowly to face the Forbidden City, standing silent and motionless. Meanwhile, in a clearing nearby, a swirling void slowly formed. From it, a squad of skeleton soldiers, resplendent in golden armor and carrying the banner of the flying squirrel, marched out and lined up to one side. Elsewhere, another portal opened, and a battalion clad in modern camouflage emerged, proudly hoisting the flag of the Federation. Behind them followed Dagu, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, who walked out at a measured pace. From another gap, the Meng family army, encased in dark crimson armor, strode forth in powerful steps. The Monster Federation shielded the Imperial Federation founded by Naofumi Iwatani, the Land of Light. All had gathered now. As the members assembled, Garp, standing behind Yi Tian, slowly raised his hand and brought it down with decisive force. Instantly, grand and majestic music thundered through the air, and all the projection din mushy lit up at once, illuminating the moment across the land. The reporters hurriedly began their broadcast. "Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited moment has finally arrived. The empire that will lead us into a new era, the Supreme Empire, is now officially founded." Let's tune into the scene as it unfolds. Even as the journalists relayed their reports, a thunderous shout suddenly resounded across the entire venue. "Open the palace gates." The moment the order rang out, the soldiers in silver armor, who had been lined up to one side, immediately marched forward in unison. Bearing the dragon banners of the Supreme Empire, they strode purposefully toward the palace doors. At that instant, the Grand Hall was gripped by a tense silence. Only the measured footsteps of the silver-armored guard echoed across the plaza with each stride. Accompanied by the slow creaking of the palace gates as they swung open, the honor guard formed two orderly lines on either side, their processions stretching all the way from the palace entrance to the great hall beyond. Ceremonial escort. Suddenly, a contingent of warriors dressed in glittering gold armor emerged from one side. Bearing battle axes, ceremonial canopies, and the imperial carriage, they made their way to stand before Yi Tian. Witnessing this, Yi Tian accepted the respectful support of an armored attendant and ascended the imperial carriage with solemn grace. "Troops, form ranks." A thunderous roar erupted, punctuated by the synchronized sound of soldiers stamping the ground as they fell into formation. With every unified shout and measured step, the tension in the crowd mounted to a silent, overwhelming climax. "Welcome the Emperor." At this command, the assembled armies advanced in perfect step into the heart of the palace. Once inside, they took their places respectfully on either side of the central path, bowing in solemn salute. "Hail, your majesty!" Enter the palace. Immediately, the ceremonial procession advanced, leading the way deeper into the palace halls. Seated at the center of the imperial carriage, Yi Tian stared ahead with unwavering composure, his expression unreadable. Officials enter the palace. At this, the officials who had been arrayed to the side followed, led by Zhang Guo and Cap. Their faces set and grave, they filed into the palace with deliberate, dignified steps. Before the celestial altar at the Forbidden City, Yi Tian descended slowly from the imperial carriage, ascending deliberately toward the altar itself. After Yi Tian had disembarked, the ceremonial escort stood vigil to either side. While the attending officials positioned themselves along the central path, each gaze solemnly fixed upon Yi Tian, now standing atop the celestial dais. They had barely settled into reverent silence before Yi Tian's voice rang out clearly. "Today I found this nation, blessed by the heavens above and dedicated in service to all beneath. By this proclamation, let be known to all realms. I, Yi Tian, establish here the supreme empire. May the heavens watch over us. May the people prosper. I now declare, the supreme empire is officially founded. Sire, your marshal of all armies, Generalissimo Zhangba, together with Imperial Lieutenant Cap and the assembled officials, pay tribute to your majesty." A collective breath filled the air. "Supreme." Voices echoed in unison. "Boundless." Again, the unified response came. "Boundless." Under the leadership of Zhang Guo and Cap, everyone present dropped to one knee, their voices rising in a chorus of acclamation. "Present the offerings." At this signal, the officials rose to their feet and, under the direction of Zhang Guo and Cap, took up their positions flanking both sides of the ceremonial path. From another world, the sorceress kingdom of Ain's Ulgaon, His Majesty the Supreme Undead, Manga, sends his envoys bearing gifts to congratulate His Majesty Yi Tian on the perfection of his nation's founding. From another world, the Monster Federation, His Majesty Rimuru Tempest sends his envoys bearing gifts to congratulate His Majesty Yi Tian on the perfection of his nation's founding. From another world, the Federal Empire, His Majesty Naofumi Antoni sends his envoys bearing gifts to congratulate His Majesty Yi Tian on the perfection of his nation's founding. From another world, the Silver Blossom Empire, His Majesty Daigo Makadu sends his envoys bearing gifts to congratulate His Majesty Yi Tian on the perfection of his nation's founding. From another world, the Shield, Nicole Fury extends her congratulations to His Majesty Yi Tian on the perfection of his nation's founding. As the triumphant voices rang out one after another, attendants clad in the uniforms of various empires entered in procession, carrying lavish tributes in their arms. This grand spectacle was captured and broadcast all over the world by projection insects, so that every citizen in the world of pirates could witness it firsthand. In the blink of an eye, the entire land was engulfed in astonishment. What had they just heard? Other worlds? One by one, emissaries from empires beyond their world had arrived before His Majesty, bringing gifts and congratulations upon the founding of his nation. Such a thing none had ever imagined, let alone seen with their own eyes. Somewhere in a bustling city, within the depths of his trench coat and with tattoos etched across his face, Dragon slowly raised his head to watch the ceremony unfold across the screen. There, before a host of imperial dignitaries, Garp stood beaming with a broad grin, and Dragon couldn't help but let a faint smile curl his lips. But when he heard mention of the delegations bearing gifts, his expression suddenly shifted. His pupils narrowed ever so slightly as realization dawned. At last, he understood why the world government had fallen so swiftly. So this was it. This emperor had allied himself with so many empires from other worlds, utterly overwhelming the world government. Until now, he had intended to observe, to see whether this new empire could truly bring happiness to the people. If not, he had planned to continue his revolutionary cause. But hearing the words of these envoys, he let go of that thought. Mere revolution would no longer suffice. The only way forward now was to infiltrate the enemy from within. Only then could he see the outcome with his own eyes. He reaffirmed this conviction deep within himself, and, as a faint smile slowly reappeared at the corners of his mouth, his entire figure vanished into thin air. Atop the Temple of Heaven in the Forbidden City, Yi Tian stood resplendent in the imperial robe, crowned with majesty, his expression solemn as he gazed upon the assembled members below him. In a deep, commanding voice, he declared, "What a rare fortune it is for me to meet all of you. I sincerely hope that in the days to come, we may govern the countless worlds together, shielding them from disaster and ensuring peace and happiness for all peoples across the realm." On the third day after the formal founding of the nation, an imperial proclamation was issued, the World Conscription Order. In an instant, the whole country was set ablaze with excitement. Countless young men and women, full of ambition, flocked to recruitment centers all over the land. After more than 4 months of intensive training, they would officially be assigned to various departments. Windmill Village. Garp finally found some time to relax. Allowing himself a rare holiday, he realized it had been far too long since he last saw his grandchildren. Reflecting on the current state of the world, he no longer felt any sense of regret in his heart. Deep within the forest, 3 youngsters sat together, their eyes fixed on the newspaper before them. After a long silence, each of them threw back their heads and let out a mighty roar of frustration, trying to vent the dissatisfaction that churned inside them. For a while, none of them spoke. Then, little Luffy glanced hesitantly at Ace and asked, "Ace, what are we going to do now? Pirates aren't allowed anymore." Ace was stunned for a moment after hearing this. He looked at Luffy and replied, "I don't know either. How did the world change so fast? I can hardly believe the world government has been replaced just like that." Sabo couldn't help but smile gently at the two of them, then said, "This is actually a good thing. There are no more nobles, and the imperial lords can only collect taxes from their own territories. All other privileges are gone. But without pirates, how can we ever go out to sea? What about my promise to Shanks?" Luffy said, unable to hide his disappointment. Ace, sitting beside him, nodded his agreement. Seeing their downcast faces, Sabo let out a cheerful chuckle, then said, "Even if you want to sail, you can't be pirates. Otherwise, you'll be surrounded by the Marines from every direction, captured, and publicly executed in disgrace." "Then what are we supposed to do?" "My promise to Shanks." Luffy's eyes brimmed with sorrow as he spoke. "Actually, going out to sea isn't so hard," Sabo explained. "You just need to register with the local police or marine base, and when you land on a new island, go and file again. After that, the Empire really won't bother you. They call these people adventurers. Once you're officially an adventurer, you can travel and explore anywhere in the world. As long as you don't break the law, you'll never be wanted by the Empire. And if something goes wrong or you run into danger, you can always ask for help from the local Marines or police." Hearing this, both Luffy and Ace's eyes lit up, and they shared an excited glance. Sabo, seeing their reaction, couldn't help but smile as well. Just as the 3 were deep in discussion, a voice slowly drifted toward them from behind. "Do you still want to go out to sea?" At these words, the 3 who had been sitting together suddenly shuddered. Almost at the same instant, they all turned their heads to look toward the source of the voice. Their faces showed shock as they exclaimed at the newcomer, "Grandpa, old man, Vice Admiral Garp." Seeing their reactions, Garp simply waved a hand in dismissal and slowly walked over to sit down beside them. He turned his gaze to Luffy and asked, "Do you really want to set sail?" Hearing this, Luffy met his grandfather's slightly different expression, yet he did not hesitate in the least. Resolute, he looked straight at him and said, "Yes, Grandpa, I want to go out to sea." At Luffy's response, Garp couldn't help but let out a sigh. Then, he reached out and gently stroked Luffy's head, his tones softening as he said, "When you're about to leave, let me know. I have something to give you." Upon hearing this, the determination on Luffy's face instantly lit up with joy. He threw himself into Garp's arms, exclaiming, "Grandpa, does this mean you agree?" Hearing Luffy's excited question, Garp gave a helpless nod and reached out to ruffle Luffy's hair again. "What if I said no? Now that there are no more pirates, as long as you follow the Empire's laws, you can go wherever you like. There's nothing dangerous anymore." As he spoke, a faint smile naturally crept onto Garp's own face. He looked at Luffy once more and added, "But you must remember this. Before you leave, you have to let me know. I'll give you something for your journey." Luffy nodded with a look of earnest seriousness, meeting Garp's gaze. "Yes, Grandpa, I understand. I promise I'll tell you beforehand." Seeing this, Garp's face bloomed with a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. He then turned his attention to Ace and asked, "What about you, Ace? Are you planning to go to sea as well?" At Garp's question, Ace nodded just as seriously. "Yeah, old man, I want to go out and see the world." "Good. Like I said, when you're ready to set sail, let me know. I have something for you as well. It'll be a great help to you on your journey." Garp maintained his gentle smile as he spoke to Ace. Thank you, old man," Ace replied, somewhat awkwardly. This made Garp even more delighted, and he reached over to give Ace's head a gentle pat. At last, Garp looked at Sabo and asked, "And you? What about you, kid?" Sabo was taken aback by the sudden question. He glanced left and right, momentarily lost for words. Seeing this, Garp called out, half amused, half exasperated. "No need to look around. I'm talking to you." Hearing this, Sabo pointed at himself in surprise, then, under Garp's encouraging nod, began to speak slowly. "I want to join the military." When Garp heard Sabo's answer, his smile grew even brighter. With curiosity, he continued to ask, "And why is that?" At Garp's question, Sabo couldn't help but smile faintly. He looked at Garp, saying, "I'm truly grateful that the Empire abolished the nobility. Besides, I want to contribute my strength to this beautiful world, to the Supreme Empire." Seeing this, Garp let out a soft chuckle, then asked, "So, which branch do you want to join? The Navy? The Army? Or perhaps the police?" At those words, Sabo blinked in confusion, gazing at Garp in a daze. Is there a difference?" "There definitely is, quite a big one, in fact." "Want me to explain?" Garp replied, his eyes twinkling with amusement as he looked at Sabo. "Please," Sabo quickly nodded in agreement. "To start with the branch everyone knows, the Navy. No surprise, the Navy will always be a crucial force in safeguarding the peace of the seas. But it's just that, guarding the seas. If you want to protect the place you grew up, I'd suggest becoming a police officer instead. Now, if you wish to see places you've never witnessed before." Here, Garp paused for a moment, a sharp glint flashing across his eyes. Then he continued, "If you want to grow stronger, to witness sights unseen, then I'd recommend joining the Army." "Higher sights," Sabo echoed, momentarily stunned by Garp's words. He slowly lifted his head, his deep gaze drifting up through the gaps in the leaves, to where the sky stretched endlessly, unmarred by a single cloud. "Yes, greater heights. If you work hard enough, in the years ahead, you'll be grateful you joined the Army. Only then will you be able to witness vistas you never imagined." As Garp spoke, he gently set Luffy, who had been nestled in his arms, onto the ground. He slowly stood up, gave a casual dusting to his clothes, then prepared to leave. Yet just as he turned, he paused, lowering his voice until it was barely above a whisper, as if to himself, "I'll be leaving tomorrow. If you wish, you may come with me." With those words, Garp walked away at a measured pace. Hearing this, Sabo's eyes lit up, and under Ace and Luffy's astonished stares, he rose to his feet and shouted after Garp, "I will go." From the green depths of the forest, Garp's figure had already vanished. Outside the village, Garp paused just beyond the tree line and gave Sabo a satisfied nod. Back in the forest, Ace and Luffy stared fixedly at Sabo, their eyes full of wonder. At last, Luffy couldn't hold back any longer and broke the silence. "Sabo, didn't we agree? We'd set out to sea together. Why are you—" But before Luffy could finish, Sabo cut him off with a determined voice. "Luffy, Ace, Vice Admiral Garp made it pretty clear just now. There's a higher world out there. I want to see it for myself." As he spoke, a fiery determination ignited in Sabo's eyes. The other two stared at the burning light in Sabo's gaze, momentarily stunned, and then quietly sat back down. For a time, the place fell utterly silent. Gradually, the sunlight faded, and moonlight spilled softly over the land, lending the scene a gentle radiance. After a moment's silence, Sabo finally spoke, his tone calm. "It's getting really late. I should be heading home now." As he said this, he rose slowly to his feet. Hearing that, Ace and Luffy both stood up as well, their eyes lingering on Sabo, betraying a reluctance to part. Seeing their expressions, Sabo couldn't help but smile and said, "It's all right. I'm just joining the Army. We'll see each other again." Ace and Luffy nodded quietly at his words. They didn't say anything, simply fixing their eyes on Sabo, unwilling to look away. Witnessing this, Sabo bit his lip gently and spoke in a softer voice. "I still need to go home and say goodbye to my parents. Tomorrow, we'll meet again." With that, he slowly turned around and started making his way home. Yet, just as he turned, a faint glimmer of silver appeared in his eyes. But he fought hard to keep the tears from falling, determined to hold them back. Ace and Luffy watched Sabo's retreating figure, falling into a heavy silence. They wanted to call out and stop him, but no words would come. As Sabo's silhouette was on the verge of disappearing from their sight, Ace suddenly shouted out, his voice loud and clear, "Sabo, wait for us. When Luffy and I finish our adventure on the sea, we'll come find you." Hearing these words, Sabo stopped in his tracks. His fists clenched, a smile tugged unwillingly at the corners of his mouth, and at last, he could no longer hold back the tears that slipped from the corners of his eyes. He raised his hands slowly, waving back at them without turning around, then continued walking toward home. Watching Sabo wave, Ace and Luffy exchanged a silent, understanding smile of their own. Then, together, they headed back to where they lived. The next morning broke. A gentle breeze carried hints of the ocean's scent, brushing softly over everything around. Sabo, shouldering his pack, made his way alone toward Windmill Village. down by Windmill Village's shore. Garp stood tall, clad in an Imperial issue Vice Admiral's cloak, though this cloak was unlike any standard Navy uniform. For on the cloak's shoulders, armor of solid iron had been forged, each plate etched with the image of a tiger's head. One glance was more than enough to make anyone think twice about approaching. On his back, a cloak embroidered with golden threads depicted a fierce tiger descending from the mountains. Wheat stalks hung upon his chest like badges of honor, and upon his shoulders, 2 golden 5-pointed stars marked his rank as a general of the Empire. The aura he projected inspired awe and respect in all who beheld him. Behind him marched a contingent of guards clad in finely crafted iron armor, each bearing a long sword at the waist and gripping a spear, neatly flanking his sides as his protectors. Standing beside Garp, Ace and Luffy gazed wide-eyed at the armored army soldiers, their eyes gleaming with excitement and wonder. Just then, a faint smile curled at the corner of Garp's mouth. He murmured softly, "He's here." As the words left his lips, at the far end of the road, Sabo came running toward them, bundled in simple clothes. Seeing this, Garp turned to the 2 boys at his side and said, "Ace, Luffy, go say your goodbyes." Hearing him, Ace and Luffy immediately turned toward the approaching Sabo and hurried to greet him. Sabo, Ace, Luffy. The 3 friends locked eyes in a heartfelt silence. Their farewell was heartfelt and reluctant. Watching from the sidelines, Garp couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Then he said, gently, "All right now, it's not like you'll never see each other again. Come on, Sabo." "Yes, Vice Admiral Garp," Sabo replied. After bidding Ace and Luffy farewell once more, he turned away, leaving behind their longing gazes, and followed Garp aboard the warship. On deck, Sabo leaned over the rail with his bundle on his back, watching as Windmill Village receded into the distance, his mind adrift in thought. After a long silence, Garp, standing beside him, asked quietly, "You've truly made up your mind?" "Yes, I have." Sabo slowly returned from his reverie, meeting Garp's gaze with determined eyes. "Good. You'll be grateful for this, boy. An opportunity like this. Most people wouldn't find it in a lifetime," Garp said, smiling as he gave Sabo's shoulder an encouraging pat. "Vice Admiral Garp, could you tell me about His Majesty?" Sabo asked, lifting his head to look at Garp. At the question, Garp paused, then chuckled, shaking his head. "Describe him? That's not easy. You'll have to see for yourself. Don't worry, you'll meet him soon enough. That kid can never sit still." "That kid?" Sabo echoed, puzzled, looking up at Garp. Garp just gave a soft, knowing laugh and fell silent. When he realized Garp had no more to say, Sabo hesitated before asking, "Vice Admiral Garp, do you know where you'll be sending me?" Garp stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and finally replied, "You're a close friend to both Ace and Luffy. I don't think I should send you to any ordinary place. How about this? You come with me to the Red Soil Continent. I'll teach you how to cultivate. When you're finished with your training, you can become Yi Tian's personal guard." Hearing Garp's suggestion, Sabo's eyes widened in surprise, and he stammered, "Serve as His Majesty's guard?" Let's put aside Garp's progress for the moment. On the other side, Yi Tian was in a good mood, yet increasingly troubled. So troubled, unbelievably troubled. In hindsight, well, even if he'd known earlier, it would have changed nothing. In the Imperial Gardens of the Forbidden City, a fair-skinned young man clad in a mage's robe sat dejectedly on a stone bench, pouring out his woes to Yi Tian. "Yi Tian, little Yi Tian, my dear brother Yi Tian, you have to help me out here. I can't take it anymore." As he finished, a complex look surfaced at the corner of his eyes. Hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help massaging his temples before looking at him. "Feishu, are you actually going to hide here like a mouse? What are you afraid of? Come on, just tell me. What's got you so worked up?" At that, Yi Tian could no longer hold back. He bent forward over the table and burst out laughing. Feishu stared blankly for a second at Yi Tian's words, and his mind involuntarily returned to that unforgettable scene back in his own quarters in the great tomb of Nazarick. Lord Feishu, albedo, draped in a flowing white gown, her cheeks tinged with red, slowly approached Feishu, who was getting ready to undress and climb into bed for the night. Seeing this, Feishu's face instantly flushed a deep scarlet. He stammered, "Albedo, what are you doing here so late?" "No, wait, just stay right there. Let me catch my breath. Lord Feishu, I heard you regained your flesh and blood, so I came to congratulate you in person." As Albedo spoke, she made to throw herself toward Feishu. Caught completely off guard, Feishu froze as she wrapped him in a full embrace, and he felt the softness press against his shoulder. Almost immediately, 2 bright trickles of nosebleed began to slide down from his nostrils. As someone who, in his past life, had been a shut-in otaku, he had never experienced anything like this. In a panic, he extricated himself from Albedo's arms at once. Without hesitation, he summoned a teleportation card from the shop and jumped into it in a flash. All that was left behind was a hurried shout. Wait, let me cool off a bit. Albedo, for her part, wasn't angry. Instead, she watched the fleeing Feishu with a smile at her lips. Lord Feishu really is shy, isn't he? Feishu, in that instant before vanishing into the void, managed to clutch at the corner of the robe he'd just slipped off, and then his whole body disappeared into the swirling darkness. When he finally landed in Yi Tian's world, Yi Tian happened to be bathing. Yi Tian was just about to dry himself off in total leisure when, suddenly, a swirling black vortex opened above his head, and a human figure crashed down beside him, sending a fountain of water leaping more than 3 meters into the air. The towel that Yi Tian had just grabbed slipped from his hand in an instant. But in the very next moment, Yi Tian snapped back to his senses, glaring furiously at the figure beside him, his face a mask of indifference. However, when he caught sight of who it was, he froze on the spot, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features as he called out, "Flying Squirrel, is that you, brother?" "Yeah, it's me," the flying squirrel replied contentedly, lounging in the water with rare ease. Hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but feel a little vexed, his manner turning awkward as he said, "Why'd you show up at a time like this? You could have let me know in the group chat before coming over. Look at this. How embarrassing is this for me?" The flying squirrel rolled his eyes at that, then said, "Embarrassing? How's this a big deal? We're both guys, right? What's there to be embarrassed about? Seriously." Afterward, the two of them changed into fresh clothes and strolled toward the Imperial Garden. Then, "Tell me, Yi Tian, are you really my brother or not? Look at your big brother here, clearly struggling, and you're not even going to offer a hand?" Flying Squirrel complained, gazing at Yi Tian with a touch of exasperation. Yi Tian could only shrug in response, looking at him as he said, "Come on, brother. How am I supposed to help? You want me to lock up Albedo for you? But don't forget, there's still Shaltier on your hands." At the mention of both names, Flying Squirrel leapt up in distress, ruffling his own hair in frustration, verging on the edge of madness. Seeing him like this, Yi Tian clicked his tongue, shooting Flying Squirrel a sidelong glance as he quipped, "What now? Don't tell me they're not good enough for you? Man, you have no idea how lucky you are. And here you are complaining about it." At this, Flying Squirrel finally paused, looking at Yi Tian as he said, "You try swapping places with me, one after another, acting absolutely obsessed. Your big brother here can't take it anymore." A sly grin crept over Yi Tian's lips. He leaned in and lowered his voice. "What's wrong? Can't keep up? Or is it your kidney giving out?" "You, Yi Tian, that's just uncalled for. I came to you for advice, and here you are, poking fun at me," Flying Squirrel said sternly, putting on a serious face. Yi Tian couldn't help but smirk and mutter, "Aren't shut-ins supposed to be all repressed? But you're not like that at all. Sometimes I think you're just here to brag." Annoyed by that, Flying Squirrel grumbled, "Come on, brother, what am I supposed to do now?" "What do you mean, what should you do?" Yi Tian asked back, feigning ignorance. "With Albedo and Shaltier, of course." "Brother, I came looking for your help to come up with a solution," Flying Squirrel said urgently. "What else can you do? Just marry them both, simple as that. Why make it sound like a big deal?" Yi Tian shrugged, picking up a cup of tea from the table and taking a sip as he spoke. Hearing this, Feishu froze in place, staring blankly at Yi Tian. You marry them both?" "That's right, both of them," Yi Tian replied matter-of-factly. "What else did you expect? You had 2 women placed right before you. Surely you're not saying you don't find either of them worthy, are you?" "You." At this, Yi Tian's eyes widened suddenly, as if some realization had dawned on him. "Don't tell me you're looking down on them," he said, a hint of mock rebuke in his tone. "Come on, old friend, that's not fair of you. Don't blame me for giving you a little brotherly advice, but you're in the wrong here." Yi Tian couldn't help but feel an urge to lecture Fei Shu in earnest. As he listened, Fei Shu quickly shook his head. "That's not it at all. How could I reject them? It's just, I always thought of them as family. How could I?" Yi Tian curled his lip in disbelief, fixing Fei Shu with a look. "That's just you running away from reality. Listen to me. Just marry them. Sooner or later, you're going to, so why keep avoiding it?" Fei Shu let out a long sigh, slumping back down, frustration written on his face. At that moment, Fei Shu slowly looked up, staring in confusion at the brightly lit sky, then turned to Yi Tian. "Wait, something's not right. It was just night where I was. How come it's daylight here already?" Yi Tian glanced at him with a hint of disdain. "Don't tell me you still haven't noticed that the flow of time is different in each of our worlds?" Fei Shu shook his head in bewilderment. "No, not at all. Yi Tian sigit, resignit. Forget it. So what exactly am I supposed to do?" Fei Shu muttered despondently, running his hands through his hair in agitation. "I have no idea what's going through your head." Etion shot him another exasperated glance. Anyway, Albedo is probably out of my room by now. I'm going back to get some sleep, Fei Shu said, slowly rising to his feet, ready to leave. Nazarik's great tomb, 10th floor, Fei Shu's quarters. A dark portal slowly opened, and Fei Shu cautiously peeked his head through, scanning the room for any sign of life. When he saw it was empty, he let out a sigh of relief. He stepped fully out of the portal, shrugged off his coat, and collapsed onto the bed. He slipped quickly into a peaceful sleep. The next morning, inside Fei Shu's room, a sharp scream pierced the air, bouncing off the walls, but it never left the confines of the room. On the bed, Fei Shu's eyes flew wide open as he stared at Albedo lying in his arms. For a long moment, he was struck dumb. Then, slowly, Albedo's sleepy eyes fluttered open. She gazed at Fei Shu with a puzzled look. Lord Fei Shu, is something wrong? Fei Shu could only stare, stunned, at Albedo sleeping beside him, unable to speak a word for quite some time. Finally, he flopped back and pulled the covers over his head, surrendering to the confusion, willing himself to forget everything for just a moment. Seeing this, Albedo's lips curled up into a gentle smile. She said nothing, simply closed her eyes and leaned quietly against Ain's side. As for Ains at this moment, he was tense all over, his heart pounding uncontrollably in his chest. Meanwhile, in the group chat, Etion, guild leader, ahem, I'd like to say a few words. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian, go ahead, we're all ears. Speak your mind. Slime Omhom, arrogant Wang Xiaoming, please go on. The goo turns in his soup. Count me in. Red A, what's up? Something happened. Etion, guild leader, ahem. Well, first of all, as the leader, right, I want to congratulate one of our members on an important event happening soon in their life. Red A, who? What big event? Are they having a baby? Getting married? What is it? Slime. Now I'm curious. Animal Keeper. I second that. Useless Fury Subaru. Same here. Dragon Hunter. Meng Tian. Me too. Unshakable Green Lotus. Count me in 1,000 times over. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. And me. Etion, guild leader. Well then, I'll make the official announcement. Baseless talk, don't say it. Etion, guild leader. That quick? Baseless talk. I said don't spill it. Red, and now this I gotta see. Evil Grin, JPG. Unshakable Green Lotus. Definitely up to something. Evil Grin, JPG. Baseless talk. No, there's nothing going on. Don't listen to Etion's nonsense. What could possibly be happening? Etion, guild leader. Now, that's not fair. I'm just thinking of your best interests. Baseless talk. I said keep quiet. Ding. Group member Baseless talk has been muted by guild leader Etion for 3 minutes. Etion, guild leader. All right, now that no one can interrupt, let me share some good news. Red, hey, go on. Now I'm even more curious. Etion, guild leader. So, just a short while ago, Ains jumped into my bath and confessed something to me, huh? Red, hey, come on, spit it out already. Unshakable Green Lotus. Yes, don't keep us in suspense. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian, exactly, get to the point. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming, out with it. Ominous Time King. So, what did Ains actually tell you, guild leader? Just tell us already. Etion, guild leader. Haha, give me a second. This is too funny. Haha. Etion, guild leader. Alright, let me explain. You all know Ains' subordinate Albedo, right? Well, today, she came on to him, and he ran away. Red, Ains. Etion, leader. And there's more. He even asked me what he should do. I told him to just marry her, but he refused. In the end, he stormed off looking utterly frustrated. I bet that once he falls asleep tonight, Albedo will sneak into his room. So, well, you know what I mean. Red, give me a minute. I need to laugh it out. How did I never realize that Flying Squirrel was actually such a wimp? Huh? Omazu, what's so funny? Am I missing something here? I don't get it all. Dragon Slayer. Meng Tian. Kids, shield your eyes. This isn't good for your development. Omazu. Don Trock the boat. Wah, the conversation's gone off the rails. Daegu stews himself. All of a sudden, I'm realizing the old, imposing flying squirrel we admired just isn't around anymore. Animal Keeper. So, should we be preparing some cash gifts or what? Hopelessly furious Subaru. How do we even give a gift for this? Cher nonsense. Yitian. Seriously. Why do you have to spill all this? Rede, why not, though? Or do we need to wait until you have a child before anyone finds out? Yitian, leader. Exactly. I'm just helping get the word out, so everyone can be prepared with their wedding gifts. Daegu stews himself. Now that Flying Squirrel is practically human. Maybe he should try some magic oil? Yitian, leader, what about Shinbao? Shinbao. 1 bottle and you'll feel refreshed. 2 bottles and you'll never get tired. 3 bottles, and you'll live forever. Oh yeah, Shinbao, you deserve it. Red, ha. Don trock the boat, ha. Sheer nonsense. Yi Tian, just you wait till I finish up here. Then you're done for. Yi Tian, leader. I'll be waiting. Shinbao, unbeatable taste. Ha ha ha. Sheer nonsense. Shut up. Hopelessly furious Subaru. Now I get it. Ha ha. Animal keeper. Get what exactly? Blustering Wang Xiaoming. Yeah, what exactly do you get? Enough about the chat for now. Yi Tian was lying across the stone table, clutching his belly, laughing so hard he couldn't even straighten up. But soon after, a new issue cropped up. Just what kind of gift was he supposed to prepare? Elsewhere, the Great World Conscription was still underway. Crowds and crowds of hopefuls with big dreams, or with great power, were rushing to sign up. For a while, even Sengoku was getting a headache. No wonder, there were simply too many people. After allocating all the army personnel, and then allocating all the navy personnel, they even reassigned some sailors to the police department. Even so, the numbers for both army and navy were now more than double what had been set as the original quota. And yet there were still plenty of people left, and now he honestly had no idea what to do with them. He was hesitant to simply let them return, fearing that Yi Tian might have other plans. Yet even if there were further arrangements, that would only mean even more people to manage. Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't help but pinch the bridge of his nose. He then gathered the documents, slipped them into a file folder, and left the office, making his way toward the rear of the Forbidden City. In the Imperial Garden, Yi Tian had just finished laughing when a guard reported that Sengoku had arrived. Hearing this, Yi Tian looked rather puzzled. He slowly said, "Let him in." After speaking, Yi Tian stood up, adjusted his robes, then took his seat again, waiting for Sengoku's arrival. It wasn't long before Sengoku stepped quietly to the spot behind Yi Tian. Seeing Yi Tian sitting on the stone bench waiting for him, Sengoku instinctively gave a respectful bow. He then spoke, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Yi Tian responded with a gentle smile. Standing up, he invited Sengoku to take a seat beside him and then asked, "My Grand Admiral, Marshal of the Three Armies, what brings you here today?" Catching the hint of teasing in Yi Tian's words, Sengoku could only offer a wry smile before he replied, "Your Majesty, please don't tease me. I'm here because there's a matter that requires your decision." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's expression tightened, and he regarded Sengoku with concern. "What has happened to trouble you so deeply?" This time, with the initiation of the world recruitment drive, every branch in need of personnel, Army, Navy, the Guard Corps, has been more than filled. In fact, we have twice as many as we originally planned. At this, Yi Tian was taken aback, giving Sengoku a puzzled look. "Isn't that a good thing? Why is this an issue?" Sengoku shook his head, meeting Yi Tian's gaze. "Your Majesty, it may seem so, but there are still a million commoners waiting outside. No matter how much we try to persuade them, they absolutely insist on joining the army. But with the empire so newly founded, our finances..." His voice trailed off, eyes fixed on Yi Tian as he awaited a decision. Yi Tian nodded slowly and regarded Sengoku. "I understand. If that's the case, then let them all enlist. As for the money, when it starts to run low, I'll find a way to sort it out." "Then, where should we assign these soldiers?" Sengoku asked, a trace of uncertainty in his voice. "To the army. The seas and islands are under the navy and the police, but the army is what we need for campaigns abroad. So no matter how many there are, the more the better. Of course, we must also make sure they're up to the task," Yi Tian said, his tone serious. "Yes, I understand. I'll issue the orders immediately. All those people will be absorbed into the army at once, and will start their training right away, so they can become battle-ready as soon as possible." At this point, Sengoku slowly rose to his feet, ready to take his leave. But just as he turned to go, Yi Tian's voice drifted softly to his ears. "Start training them into combat units as soon as possible. They don't need to be exceptionally strong. Just make sure they are able to join the fight quickly. Before long, we'll need the army." Upon hearing these words, Sengoku slowly turned his head and looked at him, asking, "Understood. May I ask, Your Majesty, who will you be taking along when the time comes?" Yi Tian's eyes gleamed as he replied, "From the look of it, Sengoku, you're eager to get moving as well, aren't you? Very well. When the time comes, you'll join the expedition. Both the Navy and the police must remain untouched, or else there will be chaos throughout the world." "With pleasure." Sengoku's voice trembled with excitement. "Good." Yi Tian nodded slowly in response. With that, Sengoku quietly retreated step by step. Time slipped gently by. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Over these 2 months, Yi Tian teased Fei Shu in the group chat, all the while indulging in the comforts of life. And then, one day, a familiar electronic chime echoed. Ding! Sufficient military force detected in the Alliance base. Endangered world is now activating. Ding! Endangered world confirmed. Resident Evil world is now loading. Activation complete. Seeing the prompt flash before his eyes, Yi Tian sprang up from his chair, his expression alight with excitement. He whispered to himself with barely contained anticipation, "At last. It's finally begun. Wuji Jitan. At last it started. Red A. I've been waiting so long." Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. Same here. I've traveled through several worlds already. This is a little slow, isn't it? Slime. Looks like it's time to rally the soldiers. I've been putting them through massive drills ever since I got back. The Gu Ao Changtang. All preparations complete, ready to march at any time. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian, roger that. Deploying the troops immediately. Animal Keeper, received. The army is ready and awaiting orders. Powerless Wrath Subaru, can I go too? Shining Asuna, same question here. Black Egg, same here. Omazo, finally, a new adventure in another world. Not shaking Balian, slacking off are we? Carp, I've always been curious about what an endangered world is like. Yi Tian, guild leader, everyone get ready. I'll finish things up on my end and be right there. After posting this message in the group chat, Yi Tian walked straight out of his study. Spotting the guards standing at attention by the door, he said, "Go and summon Army Marshal Kazu, Imperial Admiral Sengoku, and Carp. All three of them." "At once, sir." The guard snapped to attention and set off. Not long after, Carp came striding cheerfully toward Yi Tian's study, a broad, sunny smile on his face. However, just as he was about to push open the door, he suddenly stopped, turned to the guard at his side, and offered a slight smile before saying, "Well, how are you feeling?" Hearing Garp's words, the guard slowly raised his head and looked at Garp with a serious expression. "I feel great. Thank you, Vice Admiral Garp." At this, Garp nodded slowly, then gave the guard's shoulder an encouraging pat. "Sabo, keep at it. Follow Yi Tian and see even greater sights ahead." With those words, he pushed open the door and went in. Just as Garp pushed the door open, Yi Tian's voice carried out from within the room. "Garp, can't you be a bit more gentle?" Yi Tian shot Garp a look of mock annoyance. Garp's lips curled into a sly grin as he looked at Yi Tian. "Come on, between us, does etiquette really matter?" Hearing Garp's shameless response, Yi Tian rolled his eyes, then asked, "All right, have Sengoku and Kizuru not arrived yet?" As Yi Tian spoke, Garp ambled over to a chair and sat down, gazing at the now closed study door in silence. Time passed. At last, with the soft creak of a door opening, two figures slowly entered from outside. At that moment, Garp, who had been sitting and staring into space, saw the newcomers entering. He stood up to greet them, and then directed a thoughtful gaze at the figure seated in the main chair. With several pairs of eyes now fixed on him, Yi Tian cleared his throat, swept his gaze over everyone present, and began, "Now that everyone's here, I have something to announce." With another brief cough, his expression turned solemn as he continued. "The war has already begun, but I wonder, how is the army's training progressing?" Sengoku stood up at the question, took a dossier from inside his jacket, and slowly handed it over to Yi Tian. Not standing on ceremony, Yi Tian accepted the folder and examined it carefully. After a long moment, Yi Tian finally put down the file, turning to see three pairs of eyes staring expectantly at him. Seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile, then addressed them. "All right, here's the plan. Mobilize the entire ground force, with three high-ranking commanders accompanying, Sengoku, Garp, and Kizuru." The three immediately nodded, but Yi Tian raised his hand, motioning them to wait. He continued, "Besides the army, the escort team will go as well. As for the defense of the Red Line, the Navy will take over. That's it. Go and arrange it all as soon as possible. I'll await your reports." Yi Tian, Alliance Leader, are you ready? I'm about to open the portal. Red A, received. Toltales, understood. Dragon Hunter Montian, roger that. Slime, roger that. Dagu, simmered to soup, roger that. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming, roger that. King of the Witching Hour, roger that. Dark Boiled Egg, roger that. Unshakable Billion, roger that. Shining Asuna, roger that. Powerless Rage Subaru, roger that. Animal Keeper, roger that. Exécution Alliance Leader, Alhait. Ding. Alliance Leader Yi Tian has officially opened the Endangered World portal for the Myriad Realms Anti-Mutation Alliance. This portal will remain open for 30 minutes. Please enter as soon as possible. Within a massive military camp on the Red Soil continent, more than 2 million army soldiers had assembled here, their eyes blazing as they fixed their gaze on Yi Tian, who stood atop a high platform. Seeing this, Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction. He stepped forward at a measured pace, resting one hand on the hilt of his rapier at his waist, the other holding a voice-amplifying bug. Raising his voice, he proclaimed to the crowd, "Soldiers, you will step through the gate of miracles. You represent the Zenith Empire. You are to journey to a world on the brink, and there, you must eliminate every mutated creature. Some among you may make the ultimate sacrifice in this battle. But let me assure you, your families will be cared for by the Empire. And for those who return, the Empire will grant you access to Haki and the Six Styles. You will keep getting stronger, ever stronger. The Army is unlike the Navy or any other corps. Here, your strength is the ladder you climb. And when the time is right, the Empire will bestow upon you its unique rewards. The path to immortality beckons you onward. So fight, soldiers. Grow stronger. Let the Zenith Empire's glory be boundless. Let your own potential be boundless, too." After a long moment, Yi Tian slowly lowered the amplifying bug. He gently raised his hand, causing a card to appear in his palm, only to dissolve into a scatter of starlight an instant later. Then, to the astonished eyes of all the army soldiers, a traversing black hole suddenly materialized before them. Amid the burning anticipation in the soldiers' eyes, Yi Tian's voice was solemn and brimming with commanding strength as he shouted, "Warriors, advance. March toward the unknown world. Let the renown of the Zenith Empire echo far and wide." "Yes, sir," the assembled troops roared in unison. Without another word, and led by Admiral Kazu, they began moving in squads into the swirling black hole. Standing among the 1,000-strong personal guard behind Yi Tian, Sabo, who was at the very front, stared at Yi Tian's back in stunned awe, eyes ablaze. Only now did he finally understand why, back then, Vice Admiral Garp had spoken those words to him. So, this was the secret of the army. With this thought, Sabo's resolve to follow Yi Tian only grew stronger. Standing next to Yi Tian, Garp seemed deep in thought as he glanced backward. But when he caught sight of Sabo's eager, burning eyes, the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a smile. With a look full of approval, he nodded gently, then turned away. Yi Tian, noticing this beside him, couldn't help but cast a curious glance over his shoulder. Finding nothing unusual, he looked at Garp with a puzzled expression and asked, "What is it? What were you looking at just now?" Garp gave a wry chuckle at his question, then said, "A young man I brought from Windmill Village. I arranged for him to join your guard squad." Hearing this, Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. He slowly turned to scan the members of his guard carefully, frowning as he asked, "Who is it?" At this, Garp chuckled softly. "His name is Sabo." "Sabo, is it?" Yi Tian paused at the name, as if recalling something, then gave a mild, knowing laugh. "He's a promising one. All right, let's go. It's our turn to head in." With that, he strode toward the swirling black portal ahead. The guards at his back, seeing Yi Tian approach the portal, hurried to quicken their pace, marching in ahead and clearing the path for him. A smile played at Yi Tian's lips. He then looked at Garp and asked, "How far do you think Sabo can go?" Garp paused to think for a moment, then shook his head. "I really don't know." Well, let's wait and see. Let's see just how far that kid's potential can take him." With those words, Yi Tian stepped directly into the black portal. Garp, following close behind, couldn't help but let out a quiet laugh. Then he too shook his head and stepped forward into the darkness. In a desolate stretch of countryside in the world of Resident Evil, portals suddenly ripped open in the air, and soon after, the rhythmic sound of marching boots echoed as figures began to emerge from within. The first to step out were the skeletal soldiers dressed in golden armor, under the command of Mouse. After them came the monster troops from Rimuru's Monster Federation, spilling out of the swirling darkness. Next followed the contingent under Iwatani Naofumi, the soldiers clad in finely forged iron armor from the Federal Empire. Then came a squad outfitted in modern camouflage, each step sharp and disciplined. Though this squad was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the diverse armies already assembled in orderly ranks around them, their leader Soma skillfully calmed their nerves and kept them in line. Finally, there emerged the elite soldiers of the Supreme Empire, each clad in regulation imperial plate, long swords at their waists and lances gripped firmly in hand. Despite the formidable variety of races and fighting styles now converging in the open country, all these forces maintained their formations, unshaken and precise, ready for what lay ahead. When the Supreme Empire was founded, these very soldiers had already appeared on the screen. Most of the people here already knew about them. They watched as one squad after another of the Empire's army emerged from the black hole, marching tall and proud, their movements perfectly synchronized. The crowd around them turned their attention to the soldiers, their eyes filled with admiration and praise. Noticing this, the soldiers straightened even more, their movements growing stronger and steadier. Meanwhile, the members of the Alliance gathered together, quietly discussing the situation. But just then, Flying Squirrel couldn't help but ask, "Hey, where's Yetion? Hasn't he arrived yet?" Hearing this, everyone looked around in surprise, and sure enough, there was no sign of Yetion. Seeing this, they all turned their gaze back toward the black hole where the Supreme Empire's troops were still emerging. At this moment, Dagu, his face full of disbelief, stared at the two black holes, still pouring forth endless troops, and asked, "Old Bones, you and Yetion, how many soldiers did you two actually bring?" Flying Squirrel couldn't help but chuckle, then replied, "Not that many, really. Just a bit over 3 million on my end. As for Brother Yetion, I guess he's got at least 2 million more." The entire group stared at Flying Squirrel in shock, gazing at him as if struggling to believe what they'd heard. "How do you have so many people?" someone blurted out. "Yetion's empire hasn't even existed for that long. How did he gather so many troops already? Isn't he neglecting his own world?" Iwatani Naofumi stared at Flying Squirrel, completely stunned. Flying Squirrel gave a little shrug and shot him a wry look. "Come on, you must be kidding. When Yetion started recruiting, he actually doubled the planned size of his army. And still, people flocked to enlist. And it wasn't just the army. After about 2 months of founding his nation, the Navy, the Guard Corps, even the police force, every department filled up practically overnight. Every single department's numbers doubled from the original plan." After hearing Flying Squirrel's explanation, the others just stood there, completely at a loss for words. Then, Iwatani Naofumi suddenly collapsed to the ground, burying his face in his hands, and groaned, "What a failure I am. Same nation building, same recruiting, yet all I can muster now is 70,000. Truly a failure." Seeing this, Flying Squirrel winced and patted him on the shoulder. "You really are falling behind, aren't you? Look at Dagu. He's managed to gather over 100,000. You, Ark." Before Flying Squirrel could finish, Iwatani Naofumi threw his head back and let out a cry of frustration. Suddenly, a friendly voice broke through the noise. "What's this?" Bullying the newcomer again. Yetion walked out of the black hole at a steady pace, surrounded by his guards. Everyone turned at the sound, and upon seeing Yetion emerge, they called out to greet him. Yetion responded with a gentle smile and, almost absent-mindedly, reached out a hand to pull Iwatani Naofumi back up to his feet. He then turned around, gazing at the impressive array of troops before him, and couldn't help but curl his lips into a slight smile as he prepared to speak. But at that very moment, a chorus of guttural roars echoed from all around. Seeing this, Yetion shouted with a commanding voice, "Soldiers, form your shields and prepare to face them. Aim for their heads, and remember, do not let them bite you, or you'll become a walking dead, just like them." A resounding battle cry went up. All around, the soldiers quickly obeyed Yetion's order, locking their shields together and bracing for the oncoming horde. Each warrior's eyes fixed intensely on the zombies charging toward them. And Yetion himself was perfectly protected at the center of their defensive circle. Seeing his troops standing firm, Yetion began to speak in a steady, ringing tone. "Soldiers from worlds far and wide, we have felt the call of this world, and have come to rescue it, to cleanse the source of its evil. We answer the plea of a world on the brink, coming here to restore balance. We are summoned by the will of this world itself, arriving to reset its destiny. Therefore, warriors, this is a holy war, a war of honor, a war of light. I ask you, brave soldiers, fight fearlessly and bring glory to yourselves. When you charge forward, your honor will not only resound within the great Zenith Empire, it will echo across a dozen worlds. You all, shall be written into history alongside the great Zenith Empire. So, my comrades, forge ahead and fight without fear. This battle will be overseen by myself, Yeton, Supreme Commander of the Allied Coalition against Mutations and Emperor of the Great Zenith Empire, along with this world's very own will. This battle will be won. Victory! Victory! Victory!" The soldiers' thunderous shouts shook the sky, drawing more zombies toward their position. Meanwhile, those earth-shaking cries roused some of the surviving humans nearby from their despair. As the undead surged ever closer, Yetion glanced at the golden-armored skeleton soldiers stationed among the ranks. He bellowed once more. "The Nazareth Great Tomb's golden-armored skeleton warriors will form the first line of defense. All remaining human and monster troops fall back behind them." Even as Yetion finished speaking, Ains acted instantly, giving his own command. Alert and ready, the skeleton soldiers advanced, relieving the great Zenith Empire's infantry from their post at the front line. As soon as the golden-armored bone warriors took their positions, the zombies launched their assault, hurling themselves at the nearest skeletal defenders. The second line will be held jointly by soldiers of the United Demon Nation and the Federal Empire. The third line will be manned by the Great Zenith Empire's own army. The fourth line will be held by modern troops from the Silver Blossom Empire, providing ranged fire support. Yes, sir. The soldiers rapidly shifted into new formations, each bearing a grave, determined look as they faced the relentless approach of the zombie horde. The first line of defense was composed of skeleton soldiers clad in golden armor, whose spears pierced through several zombies with each thrust. Just 2 steps behind them, soldiers from the Federation of Magic and the Imperial Federation would occasionally thrust their own spears to support the vanguard skeletons. Further back, the peerless infantry of the Supreme Empire gripped shields in one hand and rifles in the other, their expressions grave as they stood ever vigilant. Amidst their ranks, modern soldiers wielded assault rifles, constantly firing in well-aimed bursts. Every attack was blocked by the skeleton soldiers, leaving those behind them entirely unscathed. However, the zombie horde pressing toward them had already piled up, threatening to form a wall of flesh. At this sight, Yi Tian's face clouded with growing worry. If that flesh wall was allowed to form, their position would become extremely vulnerable. The zombies would be able to climb it and launch attacks from above. For the moment, though, Yi Tian couldn't think of a better solution. Noticing his concern, Fly Mouse spoke calmly. How about I use a super tier spell? Yi Tian's eyes lit up at the suggestion. He hadn't forgotten Fly Mouse had a sacrificial super tier spell in his arsenal. Nothing else needed to be said. Just this spell alone could clear out a significant portion of the zombie horde. Having made up his mind, Yi Tian looked to Fly Mouse and said, "All right, I leave it to you." Fly Mouse nodded slowly and began casting a spell. In an instant, he started chanting in a low voice. Brilliant, ghostly blue light swept out as a magical array soared skyward. Seeing this, Yi Tian turned to those nearby and said quietly, "Protect old bones at all costs." Understood. Everyone nodded, each person watching a different direction as they closed ranks, forming an unbreakable guard around Fly Mouse. The battle raged on, the wails of zombies mixing with the shouts of warriors and the sharp cracks of modern gunfire, all converging into a chaotic roar. The gathering zombie horde grew ever denser. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away, a woman in travel-worn battle gear stood on a hilltop, peering through her binoculars toward the source of all that noise. For a moment, she froze where she stood, caught off guard by the sight before her. In bewildered wonder, she murmured to herself, "Who on earth are these people?" Carefully, she panned her binoculars to take in the whole formation. Everywhere she looked there were people, packed tightly, countless as a sea of humanity. Since the outbreak of the virus, she hadn't seen so many people gathered in one place, and there was a staggering diversity among them. At that moment, she caught sight of a wisp of ghostly light through her lens and quickly shifted her focus in that direction. Yet, as soon as she brought it fully into view, she found herself utterly stunned. Before her eyes was a magic circle so vivid it could be seen without aid, and at its center stood a figure in a distinctive, robe-like garment, lips moving as if reciting some incantation. She shifted her binoculars again, scanning the area around the magic circle. His brow furrowed even more deeply. The reason was he'd caught sight of a child, dressed in an imperial dragon robe, with a western sword almost as long as his torso strapped at the waist, his expression solemn and composed. Just as she tried to get a clearer look, she suddenly realized the child seemed to have noticed her presence. Amazingly, he gave her a faint, knowing smile. In that instant, she lowered her binoculars in disbelief, her voice trembling as if she'd seen something supernatural. "Am I seeing things? How could this possibly happen?" She hesitated only a moment before raising the binoculars again, holding them to her eyes, wanting another look. Meanwhile, in the midst of a great protective circle made up of millions of soldiers, Yi Tian slowly lifted his head and gazed off in a direction, then allowed a slight grin to break across his face. Noticing his reaction, Manhwaresumen, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but ask with a hint of curiosity, "What's going on?" Yi Tian turned his head slowly to face him, replying, "Someone's watching us. Using binoculars, I'd say she's about 10 miles out." On hearing this, Manhwaresumen's brows drew together as he tried to follow Yi Tian's line of sight, but no matter how hard he looked, he could see nothing out there. Yi Tian let out a soft, amused chuckle. "Relax. It's just a woman. Nothing to worry about. Come on, let's keep focusing on our surroundings." Understood. Manhwaresumen responded with a solemn nod, then returned to scanning their environs with renewed vigilance. The battle raged on, the savage howls of the zombies echoing through the air. If anything, the chaos seemed to be making their movements even more frenzied. Just then, from the rear ranks of the horde, a colossal zombie, over 2 meters tall, lifted its head and let out an enraged roar that shook the air. It tore its way through lesser zombies in its path and charged toward them without hesitation. The monstrous roar immediately drew Yi Tian and the others' attention. Yi Tian turned to the man standing at his side, Huang Yuan, and said, Huang Yuan, this one's yours. Yes, sir. As soon as Yi Tian's words fell, Huang Yuan, who had been standing by his side, transformed into a streak of light and vanished in an instant. In a blink, he reappeared above the giant zombie's head. With an effortless air, Huang Yuan glanced down at the behemoth below and could not resist a wry smirk. What a terrifying look you have. With that, he calmly raised a finger. A golden beam of light gathered at his fingertip, and in a sudden flash, he fired it directly at the zombie's head. A violent explosion followed. The massive zombie had no time to react. The golden laser pierced cleanly through its skull and detonated upon the ground behind it. Instantly, the earth erupted. A gaping crater appeared where the blast struck, and the enormous zombie collapsed into the pit. This entire scene was plainly visible to the woman watching from 10 miles away. At that moment, her jaw dropped in pure astonishment. Mouth agape wide enough to fit a fist. Her eyes fixed, wide, and unblinking, on Huang Yuan suspended in the sky. Am I dreaming? Or is it possible that they're just like me? The thought seeped in her mind, drawing her into a quiet contemplation. Well, little lady, what are you doing here all by yourself? A voice drifted gently to her ear. Snapped out of her thoughts in an instant, she froze for a heartbeat before turning her head stiffly. Seeing Kizuru now standing beside her, she managed a strained, slightly bitter smile. Embarrassed, she replied, Hi. The word barely left her lips before she instinctively began to rise to her feet. But just as she stood, a large hand landed on her shoulder, keeping her in place. Before she could wriggle free, Kizuru's voice echoed again. Oh, now, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Watching the Imperial Army from here isn't allowed. You'll have to come with me. As he spoke, he effortlessly lifted her up and vanished from sight in a flash. At the same time, light shimmered in his hand, solidifying into a brilliant sword. He readied himself to charge back toward the army ranks. The woman, now gripped tightly in Kizuru's grasp, let out a piercing cry of panic. What were you doing? Let me go! Let go! She protested, struggling as she spoke. I'm afraid I can't do that, he said smoothly. Spying on the Imperial Army is punishable, and besides, we have a few questions for you. As they spoke, Kizuru was already moving with her toward the outskirts of the zombie throng. The sight of the undead closing in ever tighter caused her screams to grow shrill with terror. Kizuru just shook his head, then, still holding her in one hand and gripping his lightsaber in the other, charged straight toward the military formation. The sword flashed and swept ceaselessly. Every zombie that edged too close was instantly cleaved in two. At last, the woman was struck mute by the chaos, wide-eyed and speechless as she watched the swarm fail to touch her at all. After a long, stunned silence, she slowly lifted her head and asked Kizuru, voice trembling, Who? Who are you people, really? At her words, Kizuru dropped his gaze, regarding the girl dangling from his hand. What are you trying to say? Are you asking who I am? Or who they are? Confused, she stared back at him in bewilderment. Wait, aren't you together? You'll find out soon enough, Kizuru replied airily, picking up speed as he spoke. Hearing this, the girl rolled her eyes at him and let out a helpless sigh. As they neared their destination, Kizuru suddenly leapt into the air, soaring high. The next moment, he began to step across the sky, moving with the famous moonwalk. The sight of being suspended above the ground left the girl completely stunned. Dazed, she stared first at the world below, then up at Kizuru, utterly bewildered. As she felt herself slowly descending, the woman gradually returned to her senses, and soon enough was set gently on the ground by Kizuru. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Tian cast her a sidelong glance and said quietly, Whatever you want to say, hold it in for now. We'll talk later. The woman, who had been ready to say something, was instantly silenced by Yi Tian's words. Seeing this, Yi Tian nodded slowly, then turned to Kizuru and said, Kizuru, keep guarding Flymouse. Make sure he's not interrupted. He needs to finish the Grand Tier magic to clear out these zombies. Yes, Kizuru replied calmly, then stood at Yi Tian's side, scanning the surroundings with careful vigilance. Witnessing all this, the woman became even more bewildered. What Grand Tier magic? What in the world was going on here? And who exactly were these people? She slowly rose to her feet, gazing at the multiple rings of soldiers forming layer upon layer of defense ahead, and a deep silence came over her. Offerings to the Black Goat Mother, someone intoned. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant light erupted, enveloping all the zombies outside the defensive ring. Each and every one collapsed to the ground, immobilized. At that moment, a massive black sphere began to materialize in the sky. It fell straight down like a giant water balloon, covering all the fallen zombies completely as it hit the earth. Yetion, seeing this, said in a measured tone, "Old Bones, with this grand tier magic of yours, are you sure you're not going to catch our soldiers in it too?" At these words, Flymouse paused, then offered a sheepish smile. "I'm not sure myself. Let me see if I can control it." As soon as the words left his lips, Flymouse slowly closed his eyes and raised his hands. His fingers began to trace a graceful arc through the air, sending gentle ripples outward. In that instant, just as the black liquid was about to reach the soldiers in golden armor, it suddenly recoiled and spread outwards, showing no sign of encroaching past the defensive line. Seeing this, Yetion breathed a quiet sigh of relief, worried that a single lapse from Flymouse would inadvertently harm their own people. Suddenly, the black liquid that had completely covered the ground vanished in the blink of an eye, transforming into 3 black goats, each standing tall at points beyond the perimeter. Flymouse opened his eyes, and the 3 goats froze instantly, unmoving as if turned to stone. At that moment, Flymouse announced quietly, "It's done. Yes, go ahead and release your grand tier magic. That should be enough. Let's rest here for the day," Yetion said, turning to address the others. At his words, the rest nodded in agreement. "We're not familiar with this place anyway. Resting up for a while is a good idea." Yetion nodded in response, then looked back at the ranks of soldiers who formed the 4 defensive lines behind him. Speaking slowly, he said, "Today, we rest here. The Supreme Sovereign Feishu's yellow turban skull soldiers will stand guard where they are, while the rest of the Empire's troops are to set up camp on the spot." Having finished, Yetion turned unhurriedly, glancing at the members of his group around him. "Let's wait a bit. It'll still take some time before our tents are ready." Hearing Yetion's words, the group nodded one after another, and soon drifted into fragmented conversations of their own, some chatting idly, others simply waiting. No one paid any attention to the woman standing hesitantly to the side. At that moment, an Imperial foot soldier strode swiftly up to Yetion. With a respectful salute, he announced, "Your Majesty, the main tent has been erected. Please allow me to escort you there." Yetion nodded slowly at the news, looking to the soldier. "All right, lead the way." As he spoke, Yetion's gaze shifted to the woman beside him. "Bring her along as well." "Yes, sir." The soldier moved deftly to restrain the woman, firmly ignoring her struggles as he began to lead the way forward. Guided by the soldier, the group made their way to the large tent. Yetion went straight to the head seat, the others settling in at his sides. The woman, meanwhile, was left standing under the watchful grip of the soldier, right in the middle of the path. Seeing this, Yetion waved his hand gently. "Let her go." The soldier released his hold and quietly withdrew from the tent. Yetion's eyes lingered on the woman, a look of keen interest on his face. He asked in a composed voice, "Who are you? Why were you spying on our army from afar?" At his question, the woman took a deep breath and replied, "My name is Alice." "Alice?" Yetion fell silent, sinking into thought. After a long pause, he nodded slowly, a hint of realization dawning in his voice. "So, you're the protagonist of this world?" The moment the words left his mouth, the rest of the group stared at him in utter confusion. At this, Hong-A couldn't help but ask quietly, "The main character of this world is a woman? That doesn't sound right." Several others chimed in as well, casting curious looks at Yetion. Yetion smiled faintly at their reaction, turning to them as he explained, "This world is quite different from what you're used to. It's a world of advanced technology, and she is an experimental subject. But because of it, she's gained formidable powers." The group nodded as understanding dawned, their interest shifting to Alice, silently taking in her presence. Just as everyone found themselves in a rather awkward situation, Tsukasa Kadoya, standing to the side, couldn't help but speak up. "So what should we do now? Ask about the state of this world?" "Honestly, I don't think that's necessary." Hearing this, the group nodded in resignation, clearly in agreement. Their mission was simple: clear out this entire world. Why bother gathering more information? It's not as if they couldn't handle whatever came their way, so there was no need for any elaborate plans. With that thought, they all slowly turned their heads toward Yetion, waiting for him to make a decision. Seeing this, Yetion let out a slow, weary sigh before speaking. "Our only duty is to wipe out all the zombies in this world. As for ordinary people, we leave them be. In time, the will of the world will make its own choices." At his words, everyone nodded, indicating their understanding. Yetion continued, "Tomorrow, we'll launch a 2-pronged sweep. My Zhejian Empire will lead one front, with the Federal Empire supporting. Zhang Chulan, Asuna, and Red A will join this group to push eastward. The other front will be led by the Nazarick Tomb, backed by the Silver Radiance Empire and the Federal Demon Nation. Tsukasa Kadoya, Sugo Tokuwa, Nick Fury, Subaru Natsuki, and the others will advance west. Understood. The group nodded their assent. Down below, Alice was so shocked she couldn't hide her expression. Did she just hear that? Clear out all the zombies in this world. And the names of these empires they mentioned. Why had she never heard of any of them? These thoughts only made Alice more bewildered. At this, all eyes turned to Alice. She slowly lifted her head, only to find herself the focus of everyone's gaze, which left her a little stunned. Etion couldn't help but let out a gentle chuckle, then said to her, "Your mission is complete. The task of clearing this world has been entrusted to us. For now, find a safe place to hide out for a while. When you next emerge, you'll see a world completely transformed." Well. Before Alice could finish, Etion turned back to the others and said, "That's all for today. Everyone, return to your tents and get some rest. We'll begin the cleanup in earnest tomorrow." All right. After voicing their agreement, the others left the tent one after another. Etion noticed Alice was still standing there, not making any move to leave, and couldn't help but pause. Looking at her, he asked, "Is there something else you need?" "And no," Alice replied in a hurry, shaking her head. Seeing this, Etion nodded slightly, then glanced outside the tent. "Someone, please escort her out." "Yes, sir." As soon as he spoke, 2 soldiers stepped in from outside, ready to lead Alice away. However, unexpectedly, Alice broke free from their grasp and fixed her gaze steadily on Etion, asking, "Are you really here to cleanse this world?" At her words, Etion shot her a sideways glance, then replied with an impatient tone, "What do you think? You think we're here as tourists? Sightseeing with several million people. Now that's something I've never seen before." At this, Alice couldn't help but let a faint smile cross her lips before she pressed on. "Then why have I never heard of those so-called empires you mentioned? Who exactly are you people?" Hearing her barrage of questions, Etion twisted his mouth in annoyance and said, "There's no need for you to know who we are. Just get moving." With that, he casually waved at 2 army soldiers to signal them to take her away. Seeing this, Alice suddenly rolled forward and in one swift motion drew a dagger from her waist. "I insist that you tell me. I have to know what your purpose is. This world cannot survive another disaster, nor another war." At her words, Etion scoffed and replied, "You must be joking." With that, he turned around and walked back to the head of the table, seating himself with a dismissive air as he focused his attention on a document before him. He picked up the document from the table, leafed through it without much interest, and then tossed it back down. He slumped heavily into his chair. Just as he looked up, a dagger flashed before his eyes. Yet Etion remained utterly calm, fixing his gaze unflinching on the dagger, and the hand wielding it, so close that its edge nearly reached him. When only a few centimeters separated the blade from Etion's throat, Alice suddenly halted her movement, and, her expression ice-cold, stared at Etion. "Tell me, who are you people, really?" At that, Etion gave a dismissive laugh. Leaning back in his chair with a leisurely air, he said, "Do you really think I'd tell you? Or is it that you believe you could actually kill me?" Hearing this, Alice bit her lip, anger flashing across her face as she prepared to drive the dagger into Etion's throat. Seeing this, Etion shook his head in mild surprise. Watching as Alice was promptly restrained by 2 soldiers, he spoke with quiet deliberation. "Do you truly think I am some kind of weakling? Or do you suppose that when my soldiers are this powerful, I, their king, would be anything less?" With those words, Etion slowly crossed his legs and rested them on the table. At that moment, 1 soldier each delivered a swift kick to the backs of Alice's legs. "Oh, you lucky one who accidentally gained superpowers. Yes, you may be formidable in this world, but in front of us, your abilities mean nothing at all. Do you understand? Around this grand tent, there are many masters standing guard. If someone truly had overwhelming power, they would have already stepped out from the shadows. But do you know why none of them have shown themselves until now? It's because in their eyes, your attacks, even if you were armed, could never break through my defenses." As he spoke, Etion slowly straightened his posture, waved his hand at them with casual indifference, and paid them no further attention. Meanwhile, Alice, still restrained by 2 soldiers, struggled and gradually managed to stand upright. Suddenly, a surge of energy burst from within her and hurled the soldiers on either side away. Seeing this, Etion let out a long, weary sigh. He then stood up at a measured pace and turned to look at Alice. "Do you really think I have endless patience? I don't care who enabled you to become so spoiled, but if you dare act wild here, I cannot guarantee your fate." With these words, Etion fixed Alice with an unwavering, icy stare. It was only after meeting Yi Tian's cold gaze and standing silent for a moment that Alice slowly raised her head and looked straight at him. "Who exactly are you people?" she asked. Hearing this, Yi Tian replied coolly, "I'm the Emperor of the Supreme Empire." "The Supreme Empire? There's still such a thing as Emperor in this day and age." Alice stared at him, her face filled with bewilderment. "I suppose you truly are unafraid of death." With that, Yi Tian's lips curled into a cold, almost imperceptible smile, and he suddenly barked, "Men, throw her out." "Yes, Your Majesty." The response was immediate. A group of officers surged in from outside the tent and surrounded Alice on all sides. Surrounded, Alice's anger flared. She suddenly raised her arm, intending to lift one of the officers into the air by force. But at that very instant, her face went pale. A line of blood spurted from her lips. The reason became clear. Just as she exerted her power, a fist slammed into her abdomen, sending her flying. Yet as her body arced through the air, a pair of hands shot out from behind, catching her by the shoulders and holding her steady. Then, with an impatient gesture from Yi Tian, she was dragged out of the tent. Outside, Alice slowly looked up, her strength just beginning to return, and stared at the banner fluttering high above the tent. Her expression shifted again, this time to utter certainty. Since the virus outbreak, every nation in the world had fallen, governments dissolved, not a single country remained. So, where did this supreme empire come from, anyway? And just at that moment, the shadow of another banner suddenly appeared before her eyes. Then immediately after, 1, 2, 3, and then even more. She was caught off guard and stood there in astonishment. Never before had she seen so many banners fluttering in the sky. Her gaze slowly drifted downward, and she soon noticed that beneath each banner stood 2 soldiers, each clad in different kinds of armor. When she saw the soldiers beneath 2 of the banners, she couldn't tear her eyes away. Because there, she saw figures she had only ever encountered in movies, a goblin and a skeleton. Now, her curiosity only grew deeper. Where in the world had these people come from? However, a suspicion also began to take shape in her mind, another world. And from what she had gathered from their recent conversation, she could piece together that these people had come to this world with a single goal, to rid it of the zombies. According to them, this was the mission given to them by this world itself. And as for her, they referred to her as the protagonist of this world. With this realization, Alice gradually felt a sense of relief wash over her. She couldn't help but await with anticipation the day when every last zombie in this world would be wiped out. But she couldn't just leave things as they were. She needed to observe these newcomers for a while longer. She wanted to make sure that their real aim was to eradicate the zombies, and not to take advantage of the world's crisis in order to conquer it for themselves. With her mind made up, Alice, under the watchful eyes of 2 soldiers, slowly walked out of the defensive perimeter and made her way to a relatively safe high ground, watching them from afar. Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. Early in the morning, Alice was awoken by the sounds of the army breaking camp. But instead of annoyance, she felt a growing sense of excitement. Her eyes wandered through the ranks of the army, searching, until at last she spotted the flag of the Supreme Empire in their midst. As the army of the Supreme Empire set out, Alice silently followed in their wake. At the head of the army, Yi Tian strode forward in his battle armor, a long sword at his waist, his pace steady and resolute. Behind him, the likes of warring states and others fanned out in a line, following Yi Tian with stern expressions. And following them was a seemingly endless column stretching for miles, each soldier clad in dark iron armor, gripping lances pointed skyward, with swords at their hips, marching forward step by unwavering step, feet firm on the earth beneath them. Dust billowed into the air, the thunder of the army's advance echoing across the land. And here and there, scattered survivors, still fleeing disaster, poked their heads out and watched in awe as the army marched by. At first glance, it seemed nothing too significant. But as they saw these organized troops marching by, they couldn't help but become visibly stirred, each of them brimming with excitement. Just as they were about to rush forward to join the troops, their eyes caught sight of a banner raised high above the soldiers, and they froze in place, stunned. They had never seen such a flag before, but their hesitation lasted only a heartbeat. Their desperate hope for survival far outweighed any uncertainty. As they approached the military column, several soldiers stepped forward to block their path. Before the survivors could speak, one of the soldiers told them, "We are not taking in any survivors. Find a place to hide for now. We will cleanse this world of every last zombie. Just wait in peace." Without waiting for a response, the soldiers turned back and rejoined the formation, marching in step toward the horizon. After the troops had moved on, the survivors' faces changed in an instant. lighting up with boundless joy as they looked at each other. After a long, silent moment, they slowly knelt down, earnestly praying for the success of the army. The military column stretched for miles, its raised dust billowing into the sky. By the time the last soldier had passed them by, most of the day had already slipped away. Only then did the survivors stand up, exchanging glances in amazement. "Just how many soldiers are there?" one murmured. "Maybe there's hope for this world after all." With that, the group scrambled back to their hiding place, settling in to wait with newfound peace of mind. By midday, the marching army came to a gradual halt. One by one, soldiers pulled out pouches of dried food from their packs and began to eat. At the head of the army, a golden gleam shot across the sky. Kizaru appeared at Yition's side. "Your Majesty, not far ahead, there's an abandoned city," Kizaru reported in a calm voice to Yition. "All right, I understand. In a bit, you'll lead the way," Yition replied casually after taking a bite of bread, glancing up at Kizaru. Kizaru nodded in response, then accepted some food from Garp and quietly began to eat. At that moment, Garp spoke, his tone tinged with emotion. "Life in this world must be unbearably hard. Monsters like the Walking Dead lurking everywhere you turn." Yition slowly shook his head, then turned to Garp and said, "They have only themselves to blame. Who told them to tamper with things they shouldn't have? If they never meddled in those experiments, none of this would have happened. So many people have died, a tenth wouldn't even be left. What a waste," Yition added with a rueful shake of his head. After the group had rested for a while, the troops set out once more. With Kizaru leading the way, they quickly approached the abandoned city he had described. Seeing this, Yition slowly turned his head and addressed the soldiers behind him, saying, "Once we're inside, everyone needs to be on high alert. No one knows where in this city the zombies might be lurking. Remember to stay vigilant at all times." "Yes, sir," the soldiers roared in unison, their voices echoing like thunder. The tremendous shout had scarcely faded when a chorus of guttural howls began to rise from the surrounding darkness, steadily closing in on their position. Noticing this, Yition calmly drew the long sword from his waist. Sweeping his gaze over his comrades, he gave a firm command. "Stay sharp. Kizaru, launch a wide-area assault from the sky." "Understood," Kizaru replied, and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Yition, meanwhile, took up a position to the side, raising his voice to order the soldiers, "Form shields." A deep, resounding battle cry filled the air as shields were raised in unison and spears gripped tightly, their tips gleaming coldly in the pale light. "Yasakani no magatama." From high above, Kizaru spread his arms wide, raining down attacks upon the zombies gathering below, each wave of light sweeping swathes of the undead away in an instant. Yet, in no time at all, the gaps were filled by more of the relentless horde. Seeing this, Yition let out a heavy grunt, then gripped his griffin sword. His figure became enveloped in a haze of armament hockey, before he plunged straight into the mass of zombies. With sword flashing through the air, every stroke cut down swaths of undead, their bodies crumpling in his wake. Behind him, the soldiers, shielded by their defensive wall, struck down the zombies one by one, emerging from the slaughter unscathed. High above, Sengoku soared into the sky, radiating brilliant light as he unleashed the power of his devil fruit, his palms slamming down upon the zombie thrown below. Each impact left carnage and shattered limbs in its wake. Karp and other top officers, following Yition's lead, shrouded themselves in armament hockey, plunging boldly into the battle alongside him. For a time, the focus of the zombies' attention was drawn to Yition and his elite fighters, sparing the bulk of the troops from the brunt of the attack. After a long and bloody struggle, Yition stood amidst pools of blood, his expression cold as he surveyed the aftermath. He slowly sheathed the griffin's sword, resting his hand on its hilt as he strode back toward the assembled army. By now, several among the ranks had been wounded, the zombie virus already beginning its insidious work within them. Noting this, Yition raised his hand in a measured gesture, opening a glimmering portal at his side. Looking toward the infected soldiers, he spoke, "While you still have some control, I'll have you sent to the Imperial Technology Research Institute. Let's see if the scientists there can crack this virus." He then quickly selected a few soldiers, pale with fear, to escort the bound, infected men back, entrusting them with this critical responsibility. After sending them back, Yition once again looked at the soldiers and asked, "Is there anyone else who's afraid? You may also return if you wish." But after he spoke, the field fell silent. Seeing this, a faint smile gradually appeared on Yition's lips. Then, he let the portal fade away and turned to gaze at the desolate city ahead. He spoke slowly. "Is everyone ready? We're going in." With those words, Yition took the lead, walking toward the abandoned city. Behind him, the soldiers exchanged glances, each firming their resolve. Without hesitation, they followed Yi Tian's footsteps and advanced toward the forsaken ruins. Meanwhile, far behind them, Alice sat quietly on the branch of a tall tree, watching Yi Tian and his men enter the city. For a long while, she said nothing. By now, she was truly convinced the Supreme Empire and the others really intended to wipe out every last zombie in this world. Otherwise, with such a great force gathered together, they should have tried to avoid marching in the open, lest their thunderous movement stirred up the undead and drew them in. A smile played at the corner of Alice's mouth. She lightly jumped down from the tree and said softly to herself, "Since that's the case, I can't just stand idly by either." With that, she quietly slipped after the army, fading into the shadows. Within the abandoned city, everything was swathed in moss. Trees and tangled weeds had already burst through the roads. It was a picture of utter desolation, a place long since deserted by people. Yi Tian took a slow, deep breath at the sight, then spoke in a steady, low voice. "Move with caution. Take squads of 10. If you encounter any danger, send an immediate call for help." "Yes, sir," came the soldiers' resounding reply. With that, they quickly formed small squads of their own choosing, fanning out to begin their search of the ruined city. Yi Tian and his close companions remained where they were, quietly awaiting the army's return. All across the city, furious howls erupted, echoing from alley to street, but soon died away one after another. Yi Tian's lips twitched with a knowing smile. He turned to Karp and said, "I told you, there's not much to worry about. They can handle whatever comes their way." Every rooftop and wall was covered with a thick layer of moss, exuding a distinct and unnatural air of decay. The ground was slippery with moss, so treacherous that a careless step could topple anyone. Now, in every street and alley of the abandoned city, soldiers of the Supreme Empire were everywhere. They had abandoned their spears and slung them across their backs. Instead, each gripped the hilt of the long sword at their side. Their eyes scanned every corner with vigilant intensity. 10 to a team, standing back to back, eyes wide and alert, ready to halt at the slightest disturbance and spring into action. Down a narrow alley, a squad of 10 stood close, back to back, staring intently in the direction for which a noise had just come. Their hands remained firmly on the hilts at their waists, and from each sword scabbard, a shimmer of silvery light spilled into the gloom. Hiss! The sudden sound caught everyone's attention, and in a flash, they drew the long swords at their waists, locking their eyes on the direction from which the noise had come. Hiss! A heavy thud resounded right in front of them, startling the group. They raised their swords upright, immediately forming a defensive stance. The soldier, standing at the rearmost position, raised his voice in alarm. "Help! There's a zombie here!" At his cry, the zombie ahead leaped up, springing toward their position. Seeing this, everyone scattered and rolled to the sides, but in the next instant, they straightened up again, swords outstretched and pointing at the zombie in the center. "Charge!" the captain barked. His order was met with resolute nods. In the darkness, their long swords traced bright arcs of silver light as they slashed at the zombie's body. Yet, to their surprise, the fierce attacks barely harmed it. The creature withstood the onslaught, absorbing the blows as if they were nothing. The group's expressions darkened. "Watch out! It's probably a mutant. Call for backup now," someone shouted. On the captain's word, the team drew deep breaths and called out urgently, "Help! There's a mutant here!" But just as the words left their lips, the zombie lunged at them once more. The team split up again, dodging to buy precious time. And just then, the sound of running footsteps echoed at the end of the alley. A squad of guards clad in silver armor burst onto the scene. Their leader, Sabo, sized up the situation and called out, "Draw out. We'll handle it." The group responded with quick nods, as if they'd rehearsed the move. One member slashed at the zombie, then bolted for the exit. Seeing this, the rest followed suit, making their retreat. Naturally, the mutant zombie wasn't about to let its prey escape. It leaped outward in pursuit. Standing at the alley's mouth, Sabo's eyes sparkled with a trace of satisfaction. Swiftly, he drew his sword, its tip gleaming as a subtle aura of armed hockey covered the blade. With a powerful leap, he landed right atop the mutant zombie. Hiss! Green blood oozed from the creature's wounds. Sabo's lips curled into a slight smile. He stepped forward, blade flashing again. "Come on!" The two fiercely clashed once more. After several intense exchanges, the mutant zombie was covered in bloody gashes courtesy of Sabo's sword. By contrast, Sabo appeared almost unfazed, only slightly out of breath. In those months past, Garp had trained him relentlessly, and Sabo had met those expectations, barely managing to master the 6 styles and adding armament hockey to his repertoire. Only in this way could he break the norms and join the guard. At this moment, he was still very young, and his stamina was far from abundant. Meanwhile, that mutated zombie was crouched on the ground, its pale white eyes fixated on Sabo, ready to strike at any moment. Seeing this, Sabo took a deep breath, the corners of his lips curling into a faint smile. Then, with a sudden movement, he stamped his foot and vanished from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared behind the mutated zombie, his longsword sweeping in a broad arc before slashing down hard onto its back. A powerful force burst forth, accompanied by the crack of splitting bone. Hearing the sound, Sabo vanished once again. Barely a heartbeat later, a sharpened claw swept horizontally across the spot where he had just stood. All that remained was the hiss of air being sliced apart. With a sudden, thunderous impact, the longsword drove straight into the back of the mutated zombie's skull. Another sharp crack echoed out. At the same time, Sabo disappeared from view once again. A powerful blow landed, leaving a gash in his shoulder that exposed bone. Two more heavy blows struck, piercing bloody holes in his legs. The mutated zombie's hiss slowly dwindled, growing faint. At last, Sabo's voice sounded again from behind the creature. He casually grabbed the long spear strapped to a nearby soldier's back. With a soft flex of his right hand, a faint black aura swirled around the spear tip. As he thrust forward, the air split with a sharp, tearing sound. The spearhead drove straight through the mutated zombie's brain with a sickening squelch. Seeing this, Sabo planted a foot on the zombie's shoulder and gripped the spear tightly, yanking it free with a strong pull. A spurt of green blood followed. He studied the blood-stained spear tip closely, then returned the weapon to its owner. After standing to rest for a short while, Sabo finally let out a breath of relief, adjusted his armor, and looked at the others. "Carry on, everyone. We'll head out on patrol. If anything comes up, shout as loud as you can." With that, he and the rest of the guard patrol set off down the road, ready to come to the aid of any other squad at a moment's notice. Watching Sabo and his team depart, the members of the 10-man squad couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Then someone quietly spoke up. "Incredible. One day, I'll become just like him." "Yeah, keep it up. Train hard when we get back. There's rokushiki and haki just waiting for you to master them," the squad leader said with a light chuckle, giving the youth a friendly pat on the shoulder before heading down a nearby alley. The others followed, one after another, ready to move on. At this moment, throughout the desolate city, mutated zombies could still be found wandering about, and the guards hustled back and forth, offering support wherever it was needed. As time slipped by the time the squad gathered on the main road, night had already fallen. Seeing this, Yi Tian slowly lifted his gaze, looking up at the bright, clear moon above. Then, turning his head, he spoke quietly to Zhanghua at his side. "Zhanghua, do you think it's too dangerous for us to make camp inside this ruined city?" Hearing the question, Zhanghua nodded slowly and replied, "It is dangerous. With no clear lines of sight, if even a single mutated zombie was overlooked, it could cost the lives of several warriors." Listening to Zhanghua's analysis, Yi Tian couldn't help but nod as well. Then he said, "In that case, let's leave the city. We'll make camp about 3 li beyond the ruins. That should be safe enough." "All right, that works," Zhanghua replied, nodding in agreement to Yi Tian's proposal. Outside the tent, Yi Tian stood quietly, gazing at the starlit sky, lost in silent thought for a moment. Just then, Carp strolled over toward Yi Tian, a donut in hand. Seeing Yi Tian staring off in a daze, Carp called out to him, "What's the matter? Something on your mind?" Hearing this, Yi Tian just shook his head slowly, but didn't say a word. Carp glanced around the camp, then looked back at Yi Tian with a puzzled expression. "Didn't you say that Mihawk was your bodyguard? Why haven't I seen him around?" "I left Mihawk to watch over the Forbidden City. Besides, it's not like this world is lacking in strength, is it? The people we have are enough," Yi Tian replied softly. Hearing this, Carp nodded and pulled out another bag of donuts, munching away contentedly. The crunching of Carp biting into the donuts filled the air behind Yi Tian, cheerful and unrestrained. Yi Tian couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye at the sound. Expressionless, he turned his head and fixed Carp with a stare. "Why do you like donuts so much? They're really not that special." Carp just shrugged, glancing at Yi Tian. "Well, if there are other snacks, I could give those a try too." Yi Tian scratched his head at that, then said, "That won't be a problem. In a few days, I'll have the goo and the others send you some snacks. Their world has all kinds." "For real?" Carp's eyes lit up with excitement at Yi Tian's words. Yi Tian chuckled softly and nodded, then turned and made his way toward his own tent. Watching Yi Tian's retreating figure, Carp couldn't help but let out a chuckle too, before heading back to his own tent. Time passed slowly. After more than a month of campaigns, the two armies finally reunited. On this day, Alice, who had been closely watching Yi Tian and his group, casually found a spot to crouch and keep watch, her eyes quietly following Yetion and his companions. She couldn't shake the feeling that something monumental was about to happen today. Out on the open plains, millions of soldiers were arrayed on all sides, encircling the gathered crowd. Yetion stood at the very center, and suddenly, a brilliant medal appeared upon his chest. Moments later, similar medals materialized upon the chests of all the members of the alliance standing behind him. Lifting his head slowly, Yetion gazed up at the sky, then drew a deep breath and spoke in a voice resonant and strong. I am Yetion, leader of the Multiverse Anti-Anomaly Alliance. Today, I fulfill the commission of the world will and have come to complete the task's handover. In an instant, the sky, which had been cloudless for thousands of miles, was swept by a sudden, violent storm. Then, a pair of deep crimson eyes, like a wavering phantom, appeared high in the heavens. At this sight, Yetion couldn't help but be shocked. He had never expected that the world will of this world would be so feeble. All that remained was a faint shadow, so unlike any world will he had encountered before. Thank you, all of you, for what you have done for me, spoke the vision in the heavens, its voice echoing with gratitude. The resources of this world are yours to claim for 30 years' time. When those 30 years end, the world will reset. After the reset, the management of the new world shall be entrusted to your people. Upon hearing this, Yetion nodded slowly, then respectfully bowed to the phantom above. Rising back to his feet, he looked up at the manifestation of the world will and asked, And you? When will you recover? When the day of civilization's renewal comes, I will fall into slumber. Only when this world ascends to the next level shall I awaken once more. I understand, said Yetion softly, nodding again. But when he looked up once more, the phantom in the sky had already vanished. At the same time, the shining metal upon Yetion's chest faded away and disappeared. At that moment, Flying Squirrel, a touch of confusion in his voice, stepped forward, casting a questioning glance at Yetion's back. Why is the world will of this world so completely different from the ones we've seen before? Hearing the question, Yetion couldn't help but chuckle, then turned to Flying Squirrel and explained, This world has entered its final days. Once the spiritual energy that sustains heaven and earth dissipates, the world has to rely entirely on the reserves of the universe and of Earth itself. As the spiritual energy fades away, the world will also gradually disappears. When the world will finally vanishes, Earth, and even the universe around it, will slip into a state of deficit. The gates will stand wide open, and all the darkness will flood in, plunging the world into a true apocalypse. In the end, this place will be nothing more than a dead star. And once the world is completely worn away by the power of darkness, a world without its protection will become a playground for dark creatures. Well, if we extract this world's resources for 30 years, won't the world will intervene? Dagu asked, looking hesitantly at Yetion. Hearing this, Yetion couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle, then slowly shook his head and replied, Don't worry. For these 30 years, the world won't take any action. Besides, we'll be guarding this place. No one will be able to get in. In a little while, I'll choose someone to become this world's envoy, stationed here to guard its gate. That way, the world won't have to expend more of its strength. After pondering for a moment, Yetion spoke slowly. The others listened, nodding their heads in understanding, and ceased their questions. Not far away, Alice stood in a daze, staring at the empty sky where the phantom had vanished without a trace. She remained lost in thought for quite some time. She had also heard that disembodied voice just now. Never would she have imagined that something so fantastical could truly happen. Her eyes slowly drifted to the banners fluttering in the sky, not far from where she stood. 30 years of extraction? Does that mean this world will end up in their hands? Then what will become of people like us? Will we even be able to survive? These questions circled endlessly in Alice's mind. After a long silence, she finally gave a bitter smile and whispered to herself, There's nothing we can do. Compared to this group, our strength is utterly meaningless. Moreover, she had caught the words of the world will earlier. The world was about to be reset, and afterward, it would be handed over to these people to manage. So, if she truly wished to protect her own world, did it mean she ought to draw closer to them? At this thought, Alice made up her mind. Without hesitation, she began to move toward the newcomers. Yet, just as she prepared to take her first step, a massive gateway suddenly materialized beside the troops. At the same moment, the grand banner of the Supreme Empire began to move as well. Soon, most of the Supreme Empire soldiers marched away, leaving only a few thousand standing guard over the land. Flying Squirrel and the others, following Yetion's lead, kept only a token force stationed here. From now on, they would send teams to this world to extract its resources and support the development of their nations. Ding. Task complete. Endangered world mission accomplished. Reward from the world will 30 years resource extraction rights and 1 permit per person for free passage through this world's wormhole. Alliance Hoa, Alliance Space Expanded. Mission reward, 30,000 exchange points and 1 random invitation. Gazing at the rewards displayed above, Yi Tian nodded slowly, then closed the interface in front of him. Turning to Fei Shu at his side, he said, "Some of us will station people here and have them mine the resources in this place. I'll set up a wormhole that connects directly to the Alliance warehouse. When the time comes, you can take your share directly. Each of you will have your own separate space in the warehouse, so there's no need to worry about things getting mixed up." As he spoke, Yi Tian straightforwardly opened a wormhole about half a meter wide on the ground. Looking at the wormhole, Yi Tian explained further, "Only resources can be placed in this hole. Anything else will be automatically disintegrated, and people can't go through. Step on it, and it feels just like solid ground, so no risk of anyone sneaking into the Alliance warehouse. Pretty convenient." Hearing this, the group nodded their heads slowly, then split up to organize their respective tasks. Seeing this, Yi Tian let out a soft chuckle before turning to Zhang Guo. "I'm leaving the resource extraction to you. I'm going to take a look around some other worlds." Zhang Guo could only shake his head in resigned understanding. Who knew? He too wished he could go exploring together. Yi Tian noticed this and smiled, giving Zhang Guo's shoulder a reassuring pat. "Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. For now, find yourself a trustworthy secretary to help out." With that, he casually opened a traveling wormhole. Yet, just as he was about to step through, he paused and slowly turned back to look at Zhang Guo. "I'll open another wormhole by the army barracks as a passage to this world. It'll stay active for 30 years. Watch over it carefully. Don't let anyone unauthorized through." "Yes," Zhang Guo replied, his face solemn as he nodded. Only then did Yi Tian turn around and step into the wormhole. In the Forbidden City, a wormhole opened quietly, and Yi Tian strolled out with an easy grace. There, sitting solemnly in the plaza, was Mihawk. Yi Tian couldn't help but smile at the sight, and he addressed him warmly. "You've just been sitting here the whole time?" Other than what rest is necessary," Mihawk replied in his deep, steady voice. Yi Tian let out a gentle chuckle, then looked him over. "Since everyone's back, get yourself ready. Let's go visit some other worlds and clear our heads." At these words, Mihawk was momentarily surprised. Then he hurriedly stood up and, glancing at Yi Tian, replied, "All right, I'll be ready right away." With that, he dashed off towards his quarters. Quietly, Yi Tian stood there, watching Mihawk's hasty retreat with a faint smile. He took a seat in the very chair Mihawk had just vacated and waited. It didn't take long before Mihawk returned to his side. Seeing this, Yi Tian nodded slowly, then glanced at him and asked, "Ready? All set to go?" "Yeah, everything's ready," Mihawk said, excitement lighting up his face. Just then, the sound of footsteps slowly rose behind them. Both of them instinctively turned their heads and saw Sabo leading a squad of 100 men, patrolling through the plaza. Watching them, Yi Tian absently rubbed his chin and then mused, "Should we bring them along? That might not be a bad idea. I just wonder if that guy can afford their salaries." With those words, Yi Tian stood up slowly and beckoned to them, then opened a portal right in front of him. He turned to Mihawk with a smile and said, "Let's go. I'll show you what the other worlds look like." Upon hearing this, Mihawk gave a slow nod and followed right behind Yi Tian as they stepped into the portal together. Not far away, Sabo, who had seen Yi Tian wave before entering the portal, felt a surge of excitement flicker in his eyes. He quickly gathered the squad and led them at a brisk pace toward the portal, entering just after. Meanwhile, in the world of Decade, inside the Hikari photo studio, Tsukasa Kadoya sat in a chair, an expression of helplessness on his face. Looking at Natsumi Hikari, he asked, "Why are you staring at me like that? You ran off to fool around with him again, didn't you?" Natsumi shot him an exasperated glare. Hey, what do you mean by fool around? We're saving the world, after all." Tsukasa protested in a hurry. "Oh, so you're saving the world? That gives you the right to just leave me here by myself? You never take me anywhere interesting." Natsumi huffed with anger. "Interesting? It's nothing but fights and danger wherever we go. Not somewhere I could safely bring you along," Tsukasa replied, casually picking up his coffee and taking a sip. But then, as if remembering something, he slowly turned to her and asked, "How long was I away this time?" At that, Natsumi paused to think before answering, "One day." Hearing her reply, Tsukasa nodded, lost in thought. But in the next instant, a swirling black portal slowly opened up right there in the room. A squad of guards, clad in gleaming iron armor, marched out in perfect formation, spreading themselves throughout the space. Natsumi jumped up at once, stunned, eyes wide as she stared at the soldiers emerging from the portal. In the kitchen, Nobuhiko Hikari, who had just finished brewing coffee, froze in his tracks and took several uneasy steps backward, staring in astonishment at the soldiers completely encased in armor. Tsukasa merely curled his lips in mild annoyance and muttered, "Seriously, ever since Itian founded his own nation, his entrances have gotten more and more extravagant. Makes me think about starting my own country just for fun." As he spoke, Tsukasa Kadoya slowly rose to his feet, his eyes fixed intently on the black hole. Sure enough, out stepped Itian, dressed in dragon robes with a western sword at his waist, his expression calm and composed. Following behind him was Mihawk, his face as cold as ever. "Ah, Itian, you sure have made quite a scene. My little room is almost overflowing now," Tsukasa couldn't help but remark. Itian waved it off with a laugh. "Don't say it like that. I just brought along a few errand boys, that's all." With that, he sauntered over to the table and took a seat. Seeing Tsukasa still standing, Itian shot him a look of mild surprise. "What's wrong? Have a seat, won't you?" Tsukasa glanced over Itian's shoulder, eyeing the newcomers. Noticing this, Itian chuckled softly. "Don't just stand there crowding the place. Feel free to move around." Then, turning to Mihawk, he added, "Come on, Mihawk, have a seat as well." In response, Mihawk gave a small nod and took a seat next to Itian. Tsukasa finally nodded in return and settled himself down as well. With a look of resignation, he turned to Itian and asked, "So, what brings you to my place?" Itian let out a low laugh, casually picked up the coffee that Glory Jiro had set on the table, took a leisurely sip, and only then did he answer, "What? Can't I come travel in your world for a while?" Rubbing his forehead, Tsukasa replied, somewhat exasperated, "Of course you can. Why not?" Itian raised an eyebrow, feigning offense. "What's this? Are you saying I'm not welcome?" "No, it's just, you brought quite a crowd, and I'm not sure I can keep everyone fed," Tsukasa replied helplessly. Itian chuckled, glancing up at him. "Don't worry, I've got gold in abundance. You can trade it in, can't you?" A wave of silent exasperation passed over Tsukasa and the others. Taking in their bemused expressions, Itian grinned and turned to Tsukasa. "By the way, which world is this?" "This is the Fai's world," Tsukasa replied, his tone calm. "Fai's? Who? Not a bad world at all." Itian nodded thoughtfully. Tsukasa agreed with a slow nod. "Oh, by the way, where's Onodera?" Itian glanced around at those present. "Still sleeping in his room?" "Probably," Tsukasa answered with a small, amused smile. "Right, I almost forgot. I'll give you some gold, go exchange it for cash, and get some new clothes for my people. Otherwise, they'll draw too much attention out there," Itian instructed. Tsukasa glanced over at the two armored guards who remained in the room and nodded slowly. At this, Itian promptly sent a message to Garp in their chat group, asking him to send some gold over his way. Immediately, Itian collected the red envelope sent by Garp, then slowly turned his head to look at Tsukasa Kadoya. He slowly raised his hand, materializing 3 gold bars from the warehouse, and placed them on the table. Pushing them toward Tsukasa, he said, "See how much you can get for these. If it's not enough, I have more." As he spoke, he lifted his hand again, conjuring up even more gold bars. In an instant, another 10 bars appeared in Itian's hand, and once again, he slid them over to Tsukasa. Before Tsukasa could respond, Natsumi Hikari acted quickly, gathering all the gold bars into her arms. Looking at Itian, she said, "This is more than enough, Your Majesty. I'll ask your subordinates about their measurements in a moment, and make sure to get them some fine clothes." Itian couldn't help but chuckle softly at this, then looked at Natsumi and said, "Don't bother with anything fancy. Just buy everyone 2 suits." "All right." Natsumi nodded eagerly, then grabbed a black bag from the side and began packing away the gold bars. Some time later, all the guards had changed into sharp black suits. Seeing this, Itian nodded approvingly, then turned to Tsukasa with a suggestion, "Let's go. It's time we met Fuis." "Yeah, let's go." With that, Tsukasa picked up the camera from the table, slung it around his neck, and led Itian toward the door. Yet, just as Tsukasa stepped out of the photo studio, his outfit changed in a flash. From behind, Itian watched as Tsukasa's clothes had transformed into a school uniform. Unable to hold back, he chuckled and called out, "Hey, are you heading back to school now?" Tsukasa blinked in surprise, then looked a little put out, replying, "Come on, you already know my character's setup." "Ah, come on, let's check it out." With a laugh, Itian grabbed Tsukasa's sleeve, ready to lead the way. Tsukasa, trailing behind, blinked in confusion and then watched Itian walk ahead, calling after him, Hey, do you actually know where you're going?" Itian grinned. Isn't that what you're here for? Come on, don't just stand there. It's been ages since I wandered around a modern city. All right then. Tsukasa shrugged, slinging his bag over his shoulder and following ahead. Behind them, Mihawk and the team of guards trailed along, faces cold and composed, yet their eyes darted about, drinking in every detail of this new world. Their curiosity was unmistakable. At the entrance to Huiying High School, Tsukasa turned to Yition and asked, "So what now? Looks like you can't get in." Yition just pursed his lips and replied, "Tell you what, you go ahead. We'll figure out another way in." Hearing this, Tsukasa Kadoya nodded subconsciously, then turned to Yition and said, "All right." Watching Tsukasa walk into the school, Yition shook his head, then looked at the people behind him and said, "You all know how to use Moonstep, right?" At his words, the group of guards nodded one after another. Seeing this, Yition spoke slowly. "In a moment, follow me to the top floor of that building. Be careful not to let anyone see you." "Understood," the group replied, their faces turning serious. The bell rang, signaling the start of class, its sound echoing through the air. Yition noticed the number of people inside the school was dwindling. Without hesitation, he turned and led the members of the guard team along the side of the school, then, in a flash, performed Moonstep, heading for the rooftop. On the rooftop, the guards stood at all four corners, alert, carefully watching for any movement in their surroundings. Yition stood at the edge of the rooftop, gazing down, old memories flashing through his eyes. Mihawk, too, was quietly standing behind him, surveying everything below in silence. He murmured, "So this is another world? It's nothing like ours. There's such a sense of tranquility here." Hearing Mihawk mutter behind him, Yition smiled slightly, then glanced over and said, "You're only seeing the surface. This world is far from peaceful. Watch closely. There's a lot that's fascinating here." "Really?" Mihawk slowly raised his gaze, looking at Yition. "Yes, just wait and see. The interesting part is about to begin," Yition replied in a low voice. After that, everyone simply stood where they were, quietly waiting alongside Yition. At last, after what felt like an age, the bell rang for the end of class. Yition snapped a photo of his location and sent it to the group chat, telling Tsukasa Kadoya to come find him. On the other side, upon receiving Yition's location, Tsukasa was about to head over when he noticed four students in pristine white uniforms, exuding arrogance as they basked in the attention of the surrounding crowd. Seeing this, Tsukasa paused, choosing instead to observe quietly. After all, he hadn't forgotten the reason he came here. But it wasn't long before his expression shifted. He saw the four students walk straight to a girl who was taking pictures, kicking over a flower vase nearby. They snatched the camera from her hands and seemed ready to smash it. In an instant, Tsukasa stepped forward, reaching out to catch the camera just before it hit the ground, then performed a quick roll and landed back on his feet. The attention of the so-called Lucky Clovers now focused squarely on Tsukasa. Witnessing this, Yition, standing atop the building, slowly turned to Mihawk and said, "See? Didn't I tell you? Here comes something interesting." "Them?" Mihawk looked at the four people below, his brows knitting together as he fell deep into thought. He truly couldn't figure it out. Weren't these four just ordinary folks? What could possibly be interesting about them? Still, he didn't voice his questions. Instead, he watched the events below in silent contemplation. Seeing this, Yition let out a quiet, amused chuckle and then also turned his gaze to watch how things would unfold. At that moment, after a round of commotion with the so-called Lucky Four-Leaf Clover, Tsukasa Kadoya suddenly remembered that Yition was still waiting for him on the rooftop. Hurriedly, he handed the camera back to Yuli Tomoda before dashing upstairs. On the rooftop, Tsukasa Kadoya gently pushed open the iron door and was immediately greeted by the sight of several men in suits, stationed like sentinels at different points around the roof. He let out a small, knowing laugh and started walking towards Yition's position. The security team members who had been flanking the main entrance tensed at first, but when they saw it was Tsukasa, they relaxed, dropping the urge to intervene and resuming their posts. As Tsukasa approached, Yition's lips curled up in a subtle, knowing smile. Well, did our hero come to rescue the damsels in distress? Seeing Yition's teasing grin, Tsukasa couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Cut it out, Yition. It's fine." Yition waved it off with a laugh, then slowly turned his gaze toward the entrance to the rooftop. "There's someone here to see you." Hearing this, Tsukasa followed Yition's gaze to the iron door, a puzzled look on his face. At that moment, the iron door swung open with a soft metallic creak. Two people stepped out, moving quietly. But just as they set foot on the rooftop, they were immediately blocked by two men in suits from the security team. The pair halted in surprise, then both looked up toward Tsukasa and Yition. Catching their gaze, Yi Tian let out a gentle laugh and spoke. It's all right. Let them come through. As soon as his words landed, the security guards stepped aside, returning to their posts but keeping a careful watch on the surroundings. Taking in the scene, Yuri Tomoda and Takumi Uno approached Yi Tian and Tsukasa, their steps hesitant and uncertain. You two? What are you doing here? Is something wrong? Tsukasa asked, visibly confused. Well, I just wanted to thank you, Yuri Tomoda replied, glancing nervously at the guards before mustering the courage to look at Tsukasa. At this, Tsukasa gave a light laugh. There's really no need. It was nothing. But just then, Yuri Tomoda lowered her gaze, and her eyes landed on Yi Tian, standing beside Tsukasa in his ornate dragon robe with a western sword at his waist. She couldn't help but exclaim with delight. What an adorable child! As she spoke, she stepped forward, eager to scoop him up into her arms. However, just as she was about to reach out her hand, Tsukasa Kadoya's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly spoke, Don't. At that very moment, Mihawk took a swift step forward, then slowly reached behind him for his black blade. Meanwhile, the surrounding guards began rushing toward Yi Tian, their attention sharp. Seeing this, Shoji Endo, who had been observing the area, immediately stepped forward, firmly grabbing Yuri Tomoda's arm and pulling her up. Being yanked to her feet so abruptly, Yuri Tomoda was taken aback. She looked at him with a hint of annoyance. Shoji, what are you? But by then, she had already noticed the movements of the guards, as well as Mihawk quietly drawing his black sword. It dawned on her at that moment. Her earlier actions had triggered quite a reaction. I'm so sorry, I apologize. Yuri Tomoda quickly bent at the waist, hurriedly offering her apology to Yi Tian. At this, Tsukasa Kadoya couldn't help but speak up. Yi Tian. Yi Tian waved his hand nonchalantly. It's fine, everyone stand down. Yes, your majesty. The guards bowed and retreated to their posts. Mihawk, too, slowly moved to the side, standing quietly as if nothing had happened at all. Witnessing this scene, both Yuri Tomoda and Shoji Endo were utterly shocked, puzzled now more than ever about Yi Tian's true identity. All right, if you've nothing else to discuss, please take your leave, Tsukasa Kadoya said, making it clear he was ushering them out. Yi Tian was momentarily surprised, then rolled his eyes at Tsukasa Kadoya and said, Fuis. Shoji Endo, who was just about to leave, paused, a bit startled, before hurrying his steps to exit. But Tsukasa Kadoya looked at Yi Tian, puzzled as to why he'd suddenly mentioned Fuis. Watching Shoji Endo try to hurry away, Yi Tian let out a quiet laugh and said, Tsukasa, do you know the requirements for Fuis? What requirements? Tsukasa Kadoya asked, his confusion growing. To become Fuis, there's a condition. He must be an orphanok, Yi Tian said softly, his eyes fixed firmly on Shoji Endo. Just as Shoji Endo neared the door, Yi Tian's voice came again. Isn't that right, Endo-san? In that instant, everyone's eyes turned to Shoji Endo. Even Yuri Tomoda, standing behind him, stared at him now. Suddenly, she remembered Yi Tian's earlier words. Startled, she staggered back 2 steps, eyes wide with fear as she looked at Shoji Endo. Seeing this, Shoji Endo spun back, anger burning in his expression as he stared intensely at Yi Tian. Who are you, really? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but let out a quiet chuckle, then continued in a calm voice. I'm just an emperor of some country, nothing more. Still, Fuis, I do value you a great deal. You're quite impressive. You value me? Why is that? Ono Joe frowned slightly, then asked uncertainly. It's nothing really. Yi Tian smiled faintly, meeting Ono Joe's gaze. But when Yi Tian looked over at Udate Yuri, who appeared rather frightened, he added, It's clear you care deeply for her. As Yi Tian spoke, Ono Joe lowered his head, falling silent. Seeing this, Yi Tian chose not to press the matter. Instead, he slowly turned to Udate Yuri and said, Go on, comfort him a little. He won't harm you. Not even a hair on your head. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be alive right now. As Yi Tian's words hung in the air, Ono Joe slowly looked up at Udate Yuri, obviously hoping for her response. But disappointment awaited him. Udate Yuri, her eyes still clouded with fear, took 2 hesitant steps back. Watching this, Ono Joe's lips twisted into a bitter smile as he quickly turned and dashed downstairs. Sighing softly, Yi Tian looked at Udate Yuri and shook his head. Do you really despise Orphanok that much? Hearing this, Udate Yuri gave a small nod before replying. They disguise themselves as humans and then hurt real people. How can that not be detestable? Yi Tian shook his head at her answer. Have you ever actually seen him hurt you? On the contrary, it was you who just wounded him. Udate Yuri paused in surprise, her gaze drifting to the iron door that was still swaying from when Ono Joe left. Yi Tian followed her gaze, staring at the trembling door and muttering, almost to himself, This is just like those who pine hopelessly for someone. Such abject love, truly pitiful. Standing off to the side, Kadoya, Tsukasa caught Yi Tion's words and fell quietly into thought, his eyes resting on Yi Tion. Sensing Tsukasa's gaze, Yi Tion slowly lifted his head until their eyes met. Frowning, Yi Tion asked, "What's on your mind? Don't look at me like that. I'm not involved in anything like this, you know." He punctuated this with a glare in Tsukasa's direction. Tsukasa gave a quiet chuckle and then turned to the still-dazed Udate Yuri, urging, "What are you waiting for? Go after him. Are you really going to let him slip away like that? You'll regret it if you do." "Huh." But Udate Yuri hesitated, anxiety flickering across her features. Watching her, Tsukasa scratched his head, then looked to Yi Tion for help. "So what now?" Yi Tion blinked in surprise before returning the question. "What now about what?" "About those two," Tsukasa said, nodding toward Udate Yuri. "Don't worry about it. Just let them be," Yi Tion said casually, unconcerned. "Well, you really have no mercy when it comes to breaking up couples, do you?" Minyasi looked at Yi Tion with a helpless expression. "If they're truly meant to be together, it won't be easy. It's not impossible, but wasting time on something like this doesn't seem right." Yi Tion frowned, glancing over at Yuritamo. However, this only earned him a sharp glare from Minyasi. Seeing this, Yi Tion could only nod with resignation, then looked at Yuritamo and asked, "Have you really made up your mind? Will you forget Takumi Ono from now on?" Hearing that, Yuritamo nodded slowly, but then shook her head just as quickly. At this, Yi Tion looked at her and said gently, "Let's go. You see, he's not coming to save you. If he does save you, it proves he loves you. If he doesn't, you'll be just fine too." As he spoke, Yi Tion turned to Minyasi. "Take him out of the school, and while you're at it, try to draw out those 4-leaf clovers. Actually, never mind, I don't think that'll be necessary." His gaze drifted downward as if catching sight of someone, Kaido Daishu. Noticing the photograph in Kaido's hand, Yi Tion smiled, then added to Minyasi, "Lead him out of school and steer Takumi Ono his way. Let's see what happens. As for how you lure him, well, I'll leave that to you." Minyasi nodded silently, and then, together with Yuritamo, he started down the stairs. Seeing this, Yi Tion led his own group along a quiet corridor, moving swiftly yet soundlessly down the other side. Outside the school, Minyasi and Yuritamo walked slowly together. Unbeknownst to them, the lucky 4-leaf clover gang was trailing closely behind. Before long, the 4 members of the gang moved in, swiftly surrounding Minyasi and Yuritamo. Minyasi frowned and shielded Yuritamo as he confronted them. "What do you want?" But the 4 ignored him, shoving him aside and encircling Yuritamo. One of them took a photograph from their pocket and held it up before her eyes. In a sharp voice, they demanded, "You took this picture, didn't you? I can't believe it. Faiz is actually a woman." With that, they snatched Yuritamo's school bag, unzipping it and rummaging through her things piece by piece. But they didn't seem to find what they were looking for. Just then, the 4 who had surrounded Yuritamo suddenly transformed into Orphnok. Upon seeing this, Yuritamo was overcome with fear and let out a terrified scream. Elsewhere, not too far away, Takumi Ono, lost in dejection, heard her scream. Instantly, he stood up, murmuring, "Yuri, this isn't good." Immediately, he grabbed his backpack from the side and rushed straight toward the source of the screams. At that exact moment, Tsukasa Kadoya slowly took out his driver and raised it in front of his eyes. "Henshin, Kamen Rider, Dededekade." Amid a flash of illusions, Tsukasa Kadoya transformed into Kamen Rider Decade. Without hesitation, he strode forward and pulled away the 4 people who were holding Yuri Tomoda captive. He was quickly locked in combat with 3 of the Orphnok. However, one Orphnok still remained, pressing Yuri Tomoda with questions. Seeing this, Tsukasa grew increasingly anxious and hurriedly tagged Yi Tion in the chat group, hoping he would come to help. But Yi Tion didn't reply right away. Instead, he watched the fight unfolding from a short distance away. Just as Tsukasa's face showed his growing desperation, a voice rang out from behind him. "Hey, Tsukasa, I didn't see you yesterday. Where did you run off to?" "Henshin, Kamen Rider, Zzzzzo." Hearing the voice behind him, Tsukasa instinctively rolled aside and quickly glanced over his shoulder. Turning back, he saw a blue Kamen Rider standing there. This puzzled him for a moment. After waving a brief greeting, the blue rider leveled his weapon and fired at the Orphnok in front of him. A volley of bullets struck the Orphnok, forcing them to stumble back half a step. At that moment, just as Zio was about to insert a card, a voice called out from the side. "Stand by. Henshin, complete." In a sudden flash of red light, Faiz appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing this, Tsukasa slowly stood up, turned his gaze toward the 4 Orphnok ahead, and prepared to leap into action himself. But just then, the sound of boots echoed through the air. It was a deliberate and metallic march, immediately drawing everyone's attention. In that moment, a squad of silver-uniformed Imperial soldiers marched into view, each wielding a long spear and a sword belted at their waist, surrounding everyone in a tight circle. Omans. The four Orphnok looked at the soldiers, their faces filled with confusion. Before that confusion had time to settle, Yi Tian appeared, descending the staircase with Mihawk by his side. Noticing Tsukasa already transformed as Decade, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile and teased, "Hey Tsukasa, you look pretty rough right now." Tisish. Tsukasa turned his head away, clearly annoyed, refusing to meet Yi Tian's gaze. Yi Tian didn't press further. Instead, he casually raised his hand, drew the long sword from his waist, and with a sweep of dark red light, his dragon robe shifted into a suit of armor. He vanished from the spot in an instant, only to reappear a split second later, his sword cleaving into one of the Orphnok. A thunderous explosion of power erupted from Yi Tian's rapier, slicing the unfortunate Orphnok cleanly in two. The forceful slash continued its path, cutting through the air into the distance. Wherever the arc of the strike passed, the ground was left shattered, a deep scar carved by the blade. Seeing this, Tsukasa couldn't help but smirk and mutter under his breath, "I could do that too." The onlookers stared wide-eyed at Yi Tian's attack, watching as it pierced through the Orphnok and swept on for 100 meters before finally petering out. Their eyes were round with amazement. Tsukasa raised a hand to his forehead and sighed. Hey, aren't you overdoing your job a little?" At that, Yi Tian rolled his eyes and answered in a measured tone, "You think they'll come after me for damages? Highly unlikely. I doubt they could find me, even if they tried." As Yi Tian spoke, another Orphnok lunged at him in a flash. Fuiz immediately called out in warning, "Watch out." Yi Tian nodded slightly in response, his expression calm, before disappearing in an instant, just to reappear behind the attacking Orphnok. This time, his sword struck again, but rather than unleashing a single devastating blow, the force of his attack ricocheted chaotically within the Orphnok's body. The Orphnok collapsed to the ground, quickly turning to ashes as an eerie blue flame flickered atop the remains. Yi Tian watched this, shaking his head slowly, then turned to Tsukasa. "That settles it. Looks like he can't be killed for good. Tsukasa, see if Fuiz's card will work." At his suggestion, Tsukasa drew Fuiz's card from his deck and gave it a gentle shake. Yi Tian sighed at the gesture, then in a burst, retreated to the back and looked at Fuiz. "He's all yours. I can't put him down for good." Fuiz gave a slight, understanding nod, then turned his focus to Yuria, Tomoda, moving instantly to join the battle against the Orphnok. Yi Tian, meanwhile, stood quietly to the side to watch the unfolding clash. The armor covering his body began to fade away, and he slid his rapier back into its sheath at his hip. Just as he was about to take a seat and wait, several cards materialized in his hand. Yi Tian calmly reached into his storage and drew out the driver, fastening it to his waist. "Henshin, Kamen Ride." In a shimmer of illusion, Yi Tian transformed into Decade. Without missing a beat, he took the newly acquired Fuiz card and slotted it into the driver. "Kamen Ride. Fies." Bathed in a flash of crimson light, Yi Tian transformed into Fuiz and, without hesitation, charged into the fray. Seeing a second Fuiz suddenly appear, Tsukasa Kadoya was momentarily stunned, simply staring in disbelief. Even Decade stood there with a look of utter confusion, not to mention the real Fuiz on the sidelines, who was equally baffled. Yi Tian couldn't help but purse his lips at their reactions, then glanced at them and said, "What are you all staring at? Haven't you ever seen Decade turn into Fuiz before?" At those words, Tsukasa froze in place, then muttered in a daze, "Big boss, don't tell me you bought a Fuiz card from the marketplace." Hearing this, Yi Tian shot him a glare and, with a hint of annoyance, replied, "I have no idea. The card just appeared on its own." With that, he turned and resumed fighting Orphnok. But to call a fight would be generous. It was more of a one-sided beatdown. Meanwhile, the real Fuiz was still standing to the side, too stupefied to get involved. Seeing this, Tsukasa strolled over, gently patted Fuiz on the shoulder, and said, "Don't overthink it. When it comes to him, nothing is surprising anymore." He then crossed his arms, settling in to watch Yi Tian's battle. Noticing this, Yi Tian grumbled, "What are you doing, just standing there enjoying the show?" "MHM," Tsukasa replied without hesitation. He then added with a sly grin, "It's like watching an adult discipline child." Yi Tian could only respond with exasperation, at a loss for words. At that moment, Decade slowly approached Tsukasa, looking at him with amazement. "Why are there two Decades?" Strange, isn't it? Yeah, I think so too. But at this point, nothing phases me anymore, Tsukasa replied with a shrug. Upon hearing this, Decade's eyes lit up with excitement as he looked at Yi Tian in his Decade form. I've decided. I'll make it my goal to collect that Decade driver as a treasured keepsake. But as soon as the words left Decade's lips, Tsukasa let out an awkward laugh and said, Trust me, you'll regret saying that. And if you even dare to try taking his driver, I doubt you'll even make it out of this world alive. Huh? Tsukasa, are you underestimating me? Decade inquired in astonishment. How could I ever underestimate you, Decade? Kaitu Daiki. At first, I didn't recognize you. But when Yi Tian started describing you earlier, I finally pieced it together. But precisely because of that, I should warn you. Steal from anyone else if you must, but if you go after him, you'll come face to face with terrors you've never imagined. You'll make enemies across countless worlds. You will bring war and destruction to your homeland. I'm not joking. He really does have the power. As he said this, Tsukasa couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder. But just as Tsukasa was about to add something, out of the corner of his eye he caught a fleeting shadow vanishing. Seeing this, Tsukasa leaned in close to Hato and said quietly, Your trouble has arrived. His followers are all formidable. I may be able to stay out of your way, but as for them, they're out of my control. Brace yourself. With those words, he slowly moved aside. What are you talking about? Why can't I wait? How did it happen so fast? Hato barely had time to finish his sentence before a figure appeared right in front of him, a figure dressed in the garb of an ancient noble. Hato immediately tensed, alert to the sudden danger. I heard what you just said. As His Majesty's personal guard, I absolutely cannot allow such rebellious talk, Mihawk said, his expression icy as he looked at Kamen Rider Decade. Decade responded with a faint, mocking chuckle. His Majesty? That little brat from before? Are you serious? Isn't that a bit much? But before his words had fully settled, a blade's flash rent the air. In a split second, Decade was forced to stagger backward. As he was knocked back, Decade's form unraveled midair. Around them, armored guards leveled their long spears at Hato's most vital spots. Seeing all this unfold, Hato collapsed on the ground, eyes wide in disbelief. Stunned, he murmured, An ordinary human? How could that be? That kind of force. Just then, Decade's transformation driver landed off to the side, and Mihawk calmly stooped to pick it up. Watching Mihawk's movements, Hato immediately panicked, raising his voice in alarm. Give that back to me. At this, Mihawk merely curled his lips slightly. Then, recalling the memory of Hato's previous transformation, he slid Decade's card into the driver, lifted the device skyward, and squeezed the trigger. Henshin. Kamen Ride. Vikath. Transformed into Decade. Mihawk felt the surge of power within him and couldn't help marveling. What an incredible ability. Even Tsukasa was taken aback when he saw Mihawk dismantle Hato's transformation with a single blow. Eyes widening, he stared at Mihawk in disbelief. No way. How is this happening? He simply couldn't fathom how Mihawk had been able to undo Decade's transformation so swiftly. Meanwhile, Hato could only endure the bitter humiliation as the guard squad took him away. Even so, his eyes remained locked on the transformation driver gripped tight in Mihawk's hand. At the same time, Yi Tian, who had been fending off Orphnok not far away, also paused in surprise, then gazed at Mihawk in astonishment. You Mihawk? Yes, Your Majesty, Mihawk replied with a slow nod. Hearing this, Yi Tian glanced at Kaido Daiki, who was now under guard, and couldn't help but shake his head before saying, In that case, I'll let you deal with these Orphnok as you like. With that, Yi Tian quietly stepped back, leaving the fight ahead to Mihawk. Mihawk nodded, eager to test the power of the so-called masked rider for himself. He raised his head, aimed the barrel of his gun at several Orphnok before him, and pulled the trigger. A flurry of bullets shot out, and in an instant, Mihawk vanished from sight. When he appeared again, he was already behind the Orphnok. Before they could react, each one received a powerful punch. His form flickered, and then Mihawk calmly stood where he started, casually removing the card from his driver to end his transformation. He glanced over at Yi Tian and said, It doesn't handle well. I'd much rather use my own black sword. Hearing this, Yi Tian let out a light laugh and looked at Mihawk with an amused smile. Then, with lightning speed, Yi Tian stepped forward, gathering strength in his fists, and knocked an opponent flying to the ground with a single punch. Surveying the scene, Yi Tian calmly stepped back a couple of paces, took off the driver at his waist, and slowly turned to look at Tsukasa Kadoya. They're all yours now. I've lost interest in these people. With that, he and Mihawk moved off to the side. Tsukasa Kadoya could only nod helplessly, then walked forward at a measured pace. His hand instinctively reached into the case at his side. Meanwhile, Yi Tian walked over to Kaido Daiki, looked at him, and said in a measured tone, "Well, go on, finish what you were saying. I'm listening." At Yi Tian's words, Kaido Daiki couldn't help but purse his lips and turn his head away. Seeing this, Yi Tian chuckled quietly and gave him a searching look. "All right, you're a friend of Tsukas's, so I won't go too far." He slowly stretched out his hand. Behind him, Mihawk placed the Kamen Rider driver in Yi Tian's palm. Seeing this, Kaido Daiki's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Yi Tian. "What exactly are you planning?" "What am I planning? You must have misunderstood. You provoked me first, didn't you? Even if I did something now, it would only be natural." Yi Tian replied ambiguously. At these words, Kaido Daiki's eyes widened. He looked at Yi Tian with disbelief. "Was that provoking you? I was just being a bit outspoken, that's all." "It seems you don't realize that saying those things in front of my people is nothing short of provocation. And don't forget, as the ruler of this world, the emperor of the supreme empire, my authority is absolute and inviolate. Anyone who dares challenge, it pays with their head." As Yi Tian spoke, he idly toyed with the driver in his hand. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Haidong Dashu couldn't help but take a deep breath, then fell silent, no longer uttering a word. Seeing this, Yi Tian chuckled softly and continued, "Let's make a deal. I won't make things difficult for you. How about you lend me your driver for a bit, so I can study it?" "Never. Don't even think about it." Haidong Dashu exploded with anger as soon as he heard Yi Tian's request. "Relax. I won't damage it. If you're really worried, you can come with me and keep an eye on it yourself," Yi Tian replied in a calm, reassuring tone. Upon hearing this, Haidong Dashu fell into silence once more, not knowing what to say for a moment. Yi Tian let out a light laugh again before saying, "All right then, let him go. He can't escape." When Yi Tian's command rang out, the guards nearby promptly obeyed, stepping back a few paces. Even so, their sharp gazes remained fixed on Haidong Dashu, ready for anything. Yi Tian glanced at the ultimate rider driver in his hand, gave it a casual toss, then threw it over to Haidong Dashu. At the moment he threw it, Yi Tian added, "Don't bother trying to run. This world itself won't allow it. Without my permission, you won't escape its confines. Your powers become useless here. If you behave yourself and do as I say, who knows? If I'm in a good mood, I might just reward you." Listening to Yi Tian's words, Haidong Dashu silently nodded, then caught the driver as it came toward him and stood off to the side, quiet and withdrawn. Yi Tian, meanwhile, slowly turned his gaze toward Minyashi at the other side of the room. At that moment, Minyashi had already obtained the Fui's card and, together with Fui's, had completely eradicated their enemies. Satisfied by what he saw, Yi Tian nodded to himself. For a brief moment, he considered leaving. Just then, however, a memory flashed across his mind. He remembered there were two more drivers hidden somewhere in a corner of Huiying Middle School. Quickly turning, Yi Tian looked at Mihawk and said, "Mihawk, gather all the squad members for me. I want you to encircle Huiying Middle School and locate the two Kamen Rider belts hidden inside. I suddenly have an idea, one that might just work." Hearing this, Mihawk's eyes sharpened as he nodded solemnly and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Seeing this, Yi Tian slowly raised his hand, and in an instant, a card appeared in his palm. With a sudden force, he crushed it. Immediately, a mysterious black vortex opened up before him. At that, Yi Tian turned to Sabo, who had been watching Haidong closely, and spoke calmly. "Sabo, go and summon the Imperial Guard." "As you command." Sabo bowed respectfully to Yi Tian, then strode decisively into the black vortex. Before long, squads of guards, clad in uniforms of the Imperial Order, emerged one after another from that black portal. "Your Majesty." The guards quickly assembled before Yi Tian, saluting him with utmost respect. "Good. I want you to join Mihawk. Follow his orders. Your mission is to find the two belts. This is a matter of great importance for the Empire, and you must not fail." Yi Tian spoke with a grave and commanding tone. "We shall obey, Your Majesty," the guards responded, their voices rising together in a resounding shout. Satisfied with their answer, Yi Tian gave a nod of approval, then turned to Mihawk and said, "You'll lead them. If anyone dares to resist or refuse to cooperate, report it to me. I'll send in the army to assist if necessary." "Understood," Mihawk replied, his voice calm and composed. "Very well, go now." Yi Tian dismissed them with a casual wave of his hand. At Huiying Middle School. At this moment, Huiying Middle School was bustling with noise, a tide of students coming and going, filling the campus with youthful energy and life. But suddenly, both students and teachers who had been moving about paused, quietly attuned to a faint trembling beneath their feet. The tremors swiftly grew stronger, and steady marching footsteps drew nearer and nearer. Those present couldn't help but turn to look, and then, all at once, they froze. What did they see? Medieval imperial guards, clad in armor from another era? The sound of metal boots striking the ground echoed clearly. One glance at their imposing figures, and it was obvious. Their equipment was nothing but authentic. By this time, the guards had already reached the front gate, blocking the entrance without leaving any room to pass through. Seeing this scene, the gatekeeper hurried forward and called out, his voice edged with worry. "Who are you? What business do you have at the school?" But no one answered him. The guards simply stood in silent formation at the gate, motionless, as if waiting for further orders. Undeterred by their silence, the gatekeeper tried again. "Just who are you?" Yet before he could finish, a cool, emotionless voice rang out from behind the line of guards. "Surround the school. The Emperor has ordered a full search. The 2 belts must be found. Sabo, handle negotiations." On hearing this, Sabo promptly stepped forward and approached the gatekeeper. Meanwhile, the other members of the guard had already surged into Huiying Middle School. The students who had been standing around enjoying the spectacle quickly sensed that something was wrong. Panic washed over their faces as they dashed back into their classrooms. The school's gatekeeper, seeing the scene unfold, tried to step forward and block the guard's advance. But in a swift motion, Sabo pulled him aside. Gazing at the anxious gatekeeper, Sabo offered a mild, reassuring smile before speaking. "Go notify your superiors. We have no intention of hurting anyone here. Unless, of course, someone tries to interfere. Today, it's only the members of the Imperial Guard. If necessary, we can summon a full army. For everyone's sake, let's avoid letting things escalate so far. If the army is called in, you'll be facing war. I trust you'll give it some serious thought." At these words, the color drained from the gatekeeper's face. He nodded hurriedly, then ran into the gatehouse, picked up the phone, and described the unfolding situation in detail to his superiors. Once he'd passed along the message, the gatekeeper simply sat in the gatehouse, not daring to make another move or get in the way of the newcomers. Meanwhile, the students were being herded onto the school's main plaza under the watchful eye of the guard. Soon, more than 1,000 members of the guard began sweeping through the campus, searching rapidly and thoroughly. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a crisp suit, noticeably rotund, hurried out flanked by a group of teachers. Sabo saw this and strode towards them. He eyed the newcomers and said, "I take it you're the administrators of this school?" Yes, that's right. I'm the principal. It's a pleasure to meet you." The principal offered a sycophantic smile, looking somewhat nervously at the armored Sabo. "May I ask, what brings you here?" Sabo nodded slowly, and his tone grew formal. "We are the Emperor's Guard, here by order of His Majesty of the Supreme Empire. We've come to search for 2 items of great importance to the Empire. I advise you not to meddle in this affair, and to avoid unnecessary trouble. We have no wish to harm any of you, but if you insist on standing in our way, we will have no choice but to call in the army and flatten this world. Don't overestimate your world's weapons. They're not worth mentioning." With that, Sabo ignored further questions and stood silently in place, waiting. Hearing all this, the principal nodded repeatedly and promised not to interfere, imploring Sabo to let the students come to no harm. To this, Sabo gave a brisk nod, his consent clear. Now, the entire campus was sealed off, with members of the guard crisscrossing the grounds, combing through every nook and corner. Just then, one of the guards hastened up to Mihawk, bent respectfully, and reported, "My lord, I have found 2 objects resembling belts, though I do not recognize them." After speaking, the guard hurriedly raised his hand, then presented the belt he was holding to Mihawk. Seeing this, Mihawk's eyes lit up, and he remarked, "This looks quite similar to that Fui's belt." He picked it up, examined it for a while, then glanced at the guard and asked, "Did you find anything else around here?" "Something else? I think there was." The guard pondered for a moment before replying slowly. At those words, Mihawk immediately said, "Let's go, show me." Without further ado, he followed the guard in the direction where the belt was found. Not long after, Mihawk emerged holding 2 objects that resembled cell phones. 2 guards followed behind him, each carrying another belt and some other accessories. Mihawk approached Sabo's side, looked at him, and said, "Wait here for a moment. I'm going to report to His Majesty to see if these are the right things." "Yes." Sabo nodded quickly in response. Seeing this, Mihawk took the items from the 2 guards behind him. Then, in a flash, he vaulted into the sky using moonwalk, heading towards where Yi Tian was. At this moment, Yi Tian was sitting on some stone steps, patiently awaiting Mihawk's update. As Yi Tian was deep in thought, Mihawk descended gracefully from the sky and hurried over to him, respectfully presenting the 2 belts and accessories before Yi Tian. Seeing this, Yi Tian took the items in hand, examined them carefully, and then gave a satisfied nod, saying, "Excellent. These are indeed what we were looking for. How the guards withdraw, and come with me to bring these belts back to the Empire for further study. It would be best to have the scientists examine these and see if they can craft belts uniquely for you. Hearing this, Mihawk's eyes sparkled with excitement. He handed the belts over to Yetion and then swiftly disappeared with a 6-power step. After Mihawk left, Tsukasa Kadoya and the others gathered around Yetion, their eyes filled with curiosity as they glanced at the belts in his hands. "What kind of belts are these?" one asked. Yetion couldn't help but chuckle softly and turned to Tsukasa, saying, "These are the belts of the Sky Emperor and the Earth Emperor. They're even better than the Foe's belt." With those words, Yetion promptly stored the items back into the warehouse, then clapped his hands lightly, rising to his feet. Looking at Takumi Inui and Yuri Tomoda before him, Yetion gave a gentle smile and said, "From now on, this world will be in your hands, please." Takumi was briefly taken aback, but soon his expression grew resolute as he nodded firmly. "I'll do my very best," he promised. "You're leaving already?" Tsukasa Kadoya looked at Yetion in surprise, unable to hide his astonishment. "Yeah, I suddenly had a rather wild idea. I want to try equipping my entire guard in the army with belts. I'm not even sure it'll work, though." Yetion spoke with a hint of worry in his voice. As Yetion finished, everyone present stared in disbelief. All of them were stunned by the sheer audacity of his idea. After a long silence, Tsukasa finally managed to stammer. "So you're planning to use these 2 belts as the prototype to create a whole series of Imperial exclusive belts?" "That's right. But honestly, I have no idea if I can pull it off." Yetion nodded slowly, his tone uncertain. "Well, I can't say I can be of much help with such an ambitious plan. All I can do is offer you my best wishes." Tsukasa gave a wry smile, covering his head in half resignation, half admiration. "Thank you. Wish me luck. I hope this actually works." Hearing this, Yetion nodded slowly in gratitude. Then, Yetion turned to Daiki Kaido and said, "Let's go. Help me with my research. Who knows? If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll help you save your world." At this, Yetion let out a soft chuckle. Though Yetion himself seemed nonchalant, Daiki Kaido was anything but. Upon hearing these words, he was overcome with emotion. Without a second thought, Kaido dashed over to Yetion, eyes shining with hope. "I'll give my all for your research, whatever it takes. If you'll just agree to save my brother, I'll do anything." Yetion couldn't help but smile at his fervor, giving his arm a friendly pat before responding gently. "As long as you work with me in good faith, I'll make sure your wish comes true." Just as Yetion finished speaking, Mihawk approached, leading the members of the guard at a measured pace. Seeing this, Yetion turned to Tsukasa and said, "I'll make my exit now. I'll bring Daiki Kaido back after a while. Oh, and when you're heading to Daiki's world, let me know. After all, we still have to help him save his brother." At his words, Tsukasa nodded thoughtfully, then looked at Kaido. After meeting each other's gaze in silent understanding, Tsukasa finally said, "All right then, I'll entrust Daiki Kaido to you." Yetion nodded in response. Then, with a swipe through the marketplace, he purchased a card, crushed it in his hand, and at once a black hole opened up at his feet. Without hesitation, he strode straight through. Standing nearby, Daiki Kaido hesitated for a moment, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. But soon enough, he too stepped briskly into the dark portal. The world of pirates. On the red line, just outside the Forbidden City. Yetion emerged slowly from the swirling black portal, with Daiki Kaido following closely behind him. Kaido had barely stepped into this new world when he began surveying his surroundings with a childlike curiosity, his gaze taking in every detail of this unfamiliar land. Just as he was scanning his surroundings, his gaze was instantly drawn to a particular building. The Forbidden City. Looking at the grand structure adorned with waving banners, majestic beyond compare, he couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. At that moment, however, Yetion's voice pulled him back to reality. "Let's move. Don't block their way," said Yetion, already leading Haidong Dashu toward the Forbidden City. Hearing this, Haidong Dashu hurried to catch up, silently following right behind Yetion. As soon as Yetion set foot in the Forbidden City, the army soldiers patrolling nearby caught sight of him and snapped to attention, respectfully greeting him, "Your Majesty." Yetion responded with a casual wave of his hand. No need for formalities. With that, he led Haidong Dashu straight into the heart of the Forbidden City. They passed through one grand gate after another, crossing layer upon layer of defenses, until at last they arrived inside a splendid hall. The moment Yetion sat down, a sudden flash flared outside the hall, and there appeared Kizu, draped in the Imperial Marshal's cloak. Before Kizuru could step inside, however, he was stopped by 2 guards at the entrance. Kizuru scratched his head helplessly at this and said to the 2, "All right, Go and announce me then. The guards gave Kizuru a small, respectful nod, and then called politely toward the hall. Your Majesty, Marshal Kizuru has arrived. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian frowned ever so slightly, muttering under his breath with a touch of puzzlement. What brings Kizuru here? He didn't dwell on it for long, though, and called out directly, let him in. As soon as he finished speaking, Kizuru stepped into the hall. With a hint of a grin, Kizuru looked at Yi Tian and said, Your Majesty, this is quite the hassle. Even finding you requires an announcement. Yi Tian shot him a look, exasperated. Did it really delay you that much? Out with it, what's the matter? Kizuru chuckled softly, then fixed Yi Tian with a sincere gaze. Your Majesty, if you ask me, isn't the army's armor a bit unnecessary at this point? Unnecessary? Maybe for you, it doesn't matter. But for them, it's still absolutely essential, Yi Tian replied, a touch impatiently. It's just that a lot of them have told me the armor takes a huge toll on their stamina. It's not really helping them in combat anymore. So I told them I'd bring it up with your Majesty, Kizuru said with a sigh. Yi Tian nodded slowly, then addressed Kizuru. All right, here's what we'll do. Once the members of the army have all mastered the 6 powers, they can stop wearing the armor. Of course, their training in swordsmanship and hockey must continue without compromise. Those who take charge of this will have their own specialized uniforms. I'll have someone design them, so you should start training them as soon as possible, Yi Tian said to Huang Yuan with a look of serious intent. Well, I think it'll be a while before they're ready to change out of their old battle armor, Huang Yuan sighed. Hearing Huang Yuan's words, Yi Tian could only give a helpless smile. Then, looking at him, he said, There are a lot of dangers in the other world, after all. I'm just thinking of their safety. Encourage them to do their best. Later on, I'll also set up a clear route for soldier promotion. At these words, Huang Yuan nodded slowly, then said with another sigh, For now, I guess this is the best we can do. MHM. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. At that moment, Huang Yuan's gaze slowly drifted to Haidong Dashu, who was standing idly by. Looking at him, he asked, And you? Who are you? Hearing this, Haidong Dashu quickly turned to Huang Yuan and replied, I'm Haidong Dashu. His Majesty asked me to assist in some research work. Research? Huang Yuan echoed, turning his eyes to Yi Tian with curiosity. Seeing this, Yi Tian let out a wry chuckle before addressing Huang Yuan. Here's the thing. I want to outfit the guards and the army with Kamen Rider belts. So I called him over to help with the research. That's all. Kamen Rider belts. Huang Yuan frowned, clearly not following what Yi Tian meant. Yi Tian rolled his eyes at Huang Yuan and explained impatiently. It's like the belt Minya sure wears, except ours will be different. What I want to see is if our scientists can develop something similar. Oh, now I get it. The kind that transforms someone into an armored hero. Huang Yuan's face lit up with understanding. That sounds pretty good. By the way, Your Majesty, how would it compare to the belt used by that Demon King? Suddenly struck by the thought, he asked with excitement in his voice. At this, Yi Tian couldn't help but shoot Huang Yuan a look of exasperation. Are you kidding me? You want to compare theirs with that belt? The Demon King himself is on another level. Just think, a belt that can destroy and create time and space at will. Do you really think something like that can be manufactured so easily? That was a bit reckless of me, Huang Yuan replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Standing off to the side, Haidong Dashu was stunned as he listened to their conversation. He gazed at Yi Tian and Huang Yuan with a dazed look. Did he just hear that right? A belt that could destroy and create time and space, if only they were possible. At this moment, Yi Tian also noticed the look on Haidong Dashu's face. He glanced at him with irritation and said, Don't even think about it. You want to steal his belt? Never mind whether the future version of him would travel through time to hunt you down. Just the act alone would have armies from a dozen worlds descending on you. Chances are, before you have a chance to use the belt, you'd lose your life instead. It can't be that serious, can it? Haidong Dashu was indeed startled by Yi Tian's words and awkwardly looked over at him. How was it not that serious? That person is one of our own, and I bet even Minya would chase you to the ends of the earth. So it's best you don't go courting disaster. Yi Tian looked at Haidong Dashu, speaking to him with a kind of helpless resignation. He genuinely worried that Haidong Dashu might get reckless and do something foolish, and then he'd be left having to find another research subject. All right, I got it, Haidong Dashu said, shrugging a little as he saw the seriousness in Yi Tian's expression. Good. Yi Tian nodded slowly. He then turned to Kizaru, standing nearby. Take him over to the Research Institute and bring these 2 belts and the accessories. Haidong Dashu knows how to use them. Let our researchers see if they can develop a standard-issue belt for our Supreme Empire. Understood. Kizaru nodded, then stepped forward to collect the items from Yi Tian's hands. Looking at Haidong Dashu, he said, Come on, kid. I'll take you there. With that, he set off at a leisurely pace, leaving the hall. Haitong Dashu followed Kizuru outside. Watching the man's carefree, devil-may-care demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle and step forward. Sir, are you a marshal? Don't tell me you're the marshal commanding all 3 branches of the military for this empire. At this, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Kizuru's mouth. He looked at Haitong Dashu and replied, Command all 3 branches? Kid, you're overthinking it. The most I am is on the same level as the Navy's marshal. There are others above me. Navy marshal? The Supreme Empire has so many marshals. Haitong Dashu was completely baffled. He'd always thought a marshal meant you commanded all the armed forces. How could the Supreme Empire have this many marshals? Hearing this, Kizuru gave a quiet laugh. He looked at Haitong Dashu and said, Seems you don't really understand the Supreme Empire yet. First, you have to know how its institutions work, what positions there are. As for marshal, it just means you're a bit stronger than a general, that's all. With that, Kizuru seemed to lose interest in the conversation. He waved his hand dismissively and picked up his pace. Oh, by the way, do you know someone named Mihawk who's always by His Majesty's side? What's his position? Is it high-ranking? Haitong Dashu quickly jumped in with a question. Hearing this, Kizuru couldn't help but let out a sly chuckle, then glanced at Haitong Dashu and said, You've run into Mihawk, have you? So what did you think? He's pretty aloof, isn't he? Did he do anything to you? At Kizuru's words, Haitong Dashu immediately shook his head. No, nothing like that. I was just thinking, someone as strong as he is must be way up in the hierarchy of the Supreme Empire, right? Kizuru gave Haitong Dashu a peculiar look, then said, Who told you that? Who said Mihawk's a big shot? He's just a bodyguard by the Emperor's side. Sure, his swordsmanship is something else, but that's all there is to it. Just a bodyguard for His Majesty? That can't be. How could someone that powerful be just a guard? Haitong Dashu says 50 go. Suit yourself. You'll find out soon enough. Come on, kid, let's hurry to the lab, Kizuru said, picking up his pace once again. He led Haitong Dashu out of the Forbidden City, and as they passed the police headquarters, Haitong Dashu suddenly slowed down, his gaze fixed on the towering office building as he drifted into thought. Noticing this, Kizuru curled his lip and said, Staring at the police HQ, are you? Come on, I'd rather not run into that guy. That guy. Haitong Dashu was visibly confused. Yeah, the former admiral, now chief commissioner of the police, Akainu. He holds the same rank as me and the admiral of the Navy, Kizaru replied, as if it were nothing remarkable. With that, he shot a nonchalant glance at the building, then casually strolled away in the direction of the research institute. But just then, a tall, languid-looking man appeared. Wearing a suit with a cloak draped over his shoulders, he sauntered towards Kizuru and his companion. Kizaru also stopped in his tracks, curiosity brightening his face as he looked at Akiji. Well, if it isn't Admiral Akiji. So where are you off to? Akiji shot Kizuru an exasperated look before answering. Oh please, Kizuru, I don't have it as easy as you, sitting in the office all day, sipping tea, with someone else keeping an eye on army drills. I've got the whole ocean to manage. It's not as hands-off as it is for you. At this, Akiji let out a heavy sigh. Kizuru gave a soft chuckle and then asked, Didn't His Majesty say you should get yourself a secretary? Still haven't found anyone. I did. My lieutenant's taken on the role. But if you think he'll be able to take over for me anytime soon, well, we'll be waiting a while, Akiji replied, sounding a bit frustrated. Kizuru nodded slowly and then said, Oh, by the way, I've heard the Navy's found quite a few promising recruits. So, have the next 3 admirals been decided yet? Yeah, I've got some clues now. I was just planning to report them to His Majesty in the next few days, Akiji said, rubbing his temples. Oh, care to give me a little hint? Kizuru asked, his expression filled with nosy curiosity. Why are you interested in this? You're the marshal of the army. Since when do you care about the Navy's 3 admirals? Akiji gave Kizuru a strange look. At this, Kizuru just chuckled slyly, then turned to him and said, Well, you see, I'm thinking of using your setup as a reference to pick my own 3 generals for the army. Come on, are you really taking a Navy system and applying it to the army? Have you reported this to His Majesty yet? Akiji shot Kizuru a look of wry disbelief. Standing off to the side, Haitong Dashu listened to their conversation with a blank stare. Even though he couldn't quite understand the details, he thought it all sounded pretty impressive. Not yet, but I have a feeling His Majesty won't say no, Kizuru said, turning his gaze slowly toward the direction of the Forbidden City behind him. Yeah, I think so, too. Akiji nodded in agreement. Well, I got things to do, so I won't keep chatting. I need to get busy, and you should get to work too, Akiji said lazily, waving a hand at Kizuru as he turned to leave. Seeing this, Kizuru could only shrug, then called after Akiji, All right, got it. I need to head out too, taking this kid to the research institute. With a nonchalant wave, he led Haitong Dashu off toward the institute. Watching Kizuru set off, Haitong Dashu, who had been trailing behind, quickly lifted his feet and hurried to catch up. Inside the research institute, Kizuru approached an old man in a white lab coat and matching hat, and spoke slowly. Well, Dr. Vegapunk, how's life treating you here in the Empire's research lab? Ah, it's a world better than working for the world government, Vegapunk replied with a light chuckle. Glad to hear it. By the way, I've got an order from His Majesty, Kizuru said, fixing his gaze on Vegapunk. At those words, Vegapunk furrowed his brow and replied, Go ahead. His Majesty wants you to develop a type of mass-produced belt, and these belts will be issued to his guard and the army. Their purpose is to reduce casualties significantly. As he finished, Kizuru stepped aside to reveal Haitong Dashu behind him. After listening, Vegapunk's expression turned puzzled as he looked at Kizuru and asked, A belt? What's a belt supposed to do? How am I supposed to research that? Isn't that something for a designer or tailor? I'm busy studying devil fruits. I don't have time to design His Majesty's belts. Hearing this, Kizuru couldn't help but smile slightly, then turned to Dr. Vegapunk and said, Doctor, I believe you've misunderstood me. The belt I'm referring to isn't the ordinary kind we wear every day, but rather, it's like this. With that, Kizaru slowly turned to face Kaido Daiki. Why don't you transform and let the doctor have a look? This way, he can see exactly what I mean. Kaido Daiki nodded slowly in response, then carefully produced the rider-driver from behind his back. With a movement that seemed almost effortless, he produced a card from somewhere and slid it into the driver. He pulled the trigger. Henshin. Kamen Rider. Final Rider. Amidst a dazzling display of lights and illusions, the final rider's armor materialized, and he appeared before everyone's eyes. Vegapunk could hardly contain his excitement. He quickly strode up to Kaido Daiki and examined him up and down, taking in every detail. After a long pause, Vegapunk finally couldn't help but exclaim, What an incredible artifact! Is this what His Majesty wants me to study? Please convey my gratitude to His Majesty. As he spoke, Vegapunk made as if to pull Kaido Daiki aside for a closer examination. However, Kizuru, who was waiting off to the side, called out to stop him. Vegapunk turned his head, looking puzzled. Is there something else? Yes, Doctor. His Majesty specifically asked me to remind you not to damage this gentleman's driver, his person, or any of these items. His Majesty has also instructed me to deliver these to you. With that, Kizuru slowly slipped the belt hanging from his arm, along with the phone card he'd been holding, and presented them to Vegapunk. Noticing Vegapunk's puzzled expression, Kizuru patiently explained, These two belts are for you to research on His Majesty's orders. You may experiment with them as you wish. Even if they're damaged, it's not a big concern. Upon hearing that, Vegapunk hurried forward, his hands trembling as he received the belts and accessories from Kizuru. Without wasting a moment, he hurried toward his laboratory, bringing Kaido Daiki along with him. Kizuru simply shrugged and began strolling leisurely out of the research facility. Meanwhile, back at the Forbidden City, a group of special guests was arriving. Yi Tian, at this moment, was seated on the throne, clearly restless, repeatedly rising and sitting down, fidgeting like a headless fly bumping into walls. Just then, a guard hurried forward and quietly reported to Yi Tian, Your Majesty, Miss Nami, Miss Nojiko, Lady Belmere, Mr. Zoro, and Miss Ka have just passed through the palace gates. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian pressed a hand to his forehead, and then, in a voice tinged with despair, he whispered to the guard, Continue investigating, but report back to me carefully. I need a moment alone. Yes, sir. The guard nodded and quickly departed. Watching the guard leave, Yi Tian couldn't help but run his hands frantically through his hair. Then, cradling his head in both hands, he sank into a heavy silence. There was only one thought echoing in his mind at that moment, run. But then, what would running really solve? Sooner or later, he'd have to return and face whom he needed to face. After a long while, Yi Tian let out a deep breath. Gazing ahead, he muttered quietly to himself, Damn it, people die and birds soar. If I'm not dead, I'll live for ages. What am I afraid of? Really, what am I so scared of? They're just a few girls, for goodness sake. Nothing to be so afraid about. Even as he tried to muster courage, his legs couldn't help but tremble ever so slightly. It was clear just how tumultuous his heart was in that moment. Just then, another guard came dashing in and reported softly, Your Majesty, they're about to arrive at the front hall. All right, you may go now. Just bring them over. Yi Tian nodded slowly and replied in a low tone. Yes, sir. The guard hurried out once again. Once Yi Tian saw the guard leave, he began to breathe deeply, steadying himself. He focused on adjusting his breathing, willing his nerves to settle. The person hadn't arrived yet, but the voice reached him first. Little Yi Tian, get out here for your big sister. That voice, teasing and commanding like a witch's charm, made Yi shudder from head to toe. He couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Yi drew in a breath, straightened up, summoned his best composure, and let a smile appear on his face. He slowly stepped down from his throne, preparing himself to greet them. But before he could take more than a few steps, a figure darted in and, without hesitation, reached for Yi ear and gave it a fierce twist. At the same time, that mischievous, witch-like voice sounded right by his ear again. "Little Yi, look at you. Acting all capable now, huh? You became an emperor and forgot your big sister already." Nami glared at him in mock outrage. At her words, Yi coughed awkwardly, his expression sheepish as he stammered. "Oh, come on, sis, you're joking, right? How could I ever be someone like that? I've just been held up by affairs of state, that's all." Still trying to make excuses? I even checked with Vice Admiral Garp. He told me you're living a carefree life every single day. Tell me, did you forget all about your big sister?" Nami twisted Yi ear even harder. "Garp." Yi practically roared the name, voice rising straight from his throat. It was obvious just how deep Yi grudge towards Garp ran at that moment. Practically in an instant, Yi pulled up the chat group interface. "Yi, guild leader. At Garp, you bastard, don't let me catch you, or I'll give you a beating. You've totally wrecked me. Red A, what's going on? What's going on? Did Yi get done in by Garp? Looks like there's some drama to enjoy here. Baseless talk, seems like it. Ha. This is exactly when we need it, Garp." Dago boiled into soup. Yi finally got a taste of his own medicine. What a rare sight. "We have to at Garp here. Arrogant Wong Xiaoming, +1 at Garp. Never sways like a lotus. Well done, Uncle Garp. At Garp. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. Ha, that was brilliant at Garp. Garp ding. The user you are calling is currently on another line. Please try again later. Red. Never sways like a lotus. Whoa, now that's a slick move. Yi guild leader. Garp. Before Yi could finish, Nami grabbed him by the ear and yanked him out. Ow. Sis, please let go. I was wrong, really, I know I was wrong." Yi looked up at Nami with a fawning expression. Seeing this, Nami snorted coldly, gave his ear one last sharp tug, then finally released him. She crossed her arms with a stern look and glared at Yi. "Do you realize you were wrong now?" At her words, Yi rubbed his ear and nodded repeatedly. Yes, I realize I was wrong." Just as Nami was about to say more, a few figures appeared at the entrance. "Nami, your brother is now ruler of a nation. Don't keep treating him like this, or he won't be able to command respect from his people," Belmir said seriously, looking at Nami. I don't care if he's an emperor or anything else. He's still my brother," Nami huffed, pouting a little. Belmir frowned at Nami's response, about to lecture her. But Yi quickly stepped between them and interjected, "It's really nothing. Honestly, I am Nami's little brother after all. There's nothing wrong with that." Hearing this, Belmir lowered her head, her gaze lingering on Yi in his royal robes. A complicated expression crossed her face as she nodded softly. "All right then." But even as Belmir finished speaking, Nami's small hand darted back to Yi ear. "Have you realized you were wrong? Honestly, did you?" At her stern words, Yi nodded quickly. Yes, sis, I know I was wrong. Please let go. Nami gave a cold little snort and let go of his ear, not twisting it any further. Then she turned her head away, refusing to spare him another glance. Seeing this, Yi quickly put on an awkward smile, hurried forward, and tried to coax Nami. But Nami was having none of it. Stubbornly, she still refused to pay any attention to Yi. Watching this unfold, Belmir couldn't help but shake her head, then let out a slow sigh. Yi, however, didn't seem to mind. Without a second thought, he grabbed Nami's small hand and marched toward the throne. With her hand held firmly by Yi, Nami had no choice but to follow along. When they reached the throne, Yi slowly turned his head to look at Nami, then spoke, "Look, this seat. Do you want to try sitting on it and see how it feels?" Hearing Yi words, Nami finally turned her head, her gaze resting on the golden, diamond-encrusted throne before her. Curiously, she looked at the armrests on either side of the throne, her eyes lingering on the patterns carved there. "What's this? Why does it look so majestic?" she asked, captivated. Yi followed her gaze, then let out a gentle chuckle. "That's a dragon. Of course it looks majestic. A dragon? But dragons aren't like this." Nami tilted her head in confusion, glancing at Yi. You got it mixed up. What you know as a dragon is really just a lizard with wings. That's not a real dragon at all," Yi dismissed with certainty. "Oh, I see." Nami looked thoughtfully at the Eastern dragon carved into the armrest, nodding as she took it in. Just as Yi was about to say more, a flash of light suddenly appeared outside the Great Hall, descending gently before the doors. At that moment, a guard strode quickly inside, bowed respectfully to Yi Tian, and announced, "Your Majesty, Admiral Kazuru of the army requests an audience." "Very well," Yi Tian replied with a slow nod. "Let him in." "At once," the guard answered, then quietly withdrew from the hall. Meanwhile, Belmir and Nojiko, who were standing in the center of the hall, made their way calmly to the side. Just then, at the entrance, Zoro and Kuina walked in together. As they caught sight of Yi Tian standing beside the throne and were about to speak, Belmir interjected, "Zoro, Kana, come over here first. Whatever you need can wait. Nami, you too, come down for now." Nami, who had been engrossed in examining the armrests, was startled by Belmir's voice. Somewhat displeased, she stepped down from the dais to join Belmir. Seeing this, Yi Tian let out a weary sigh, then sank slowly into the throne, settling into wait. A few minutes later, Kazuru strolled leisurely into the hall, just about to speak, when he caught sight of the group standing to one side. Immediately, his expression turned serious. After respectfully bowing to Yi Tian, Huang Yuan spoke slowly. "Your Majesty, I have returned to report." Hearing Huang Yuan's words, Yi Tian couldn't help but rub his temples before saying, "All right, you can drop the formalities. Just tell me what's going on." Huang Yuan gave a sly grin as he glanced at Yi Tian and explained, "The army wishes to select 3 new generals, and I request your approval, Your Majesty." At these words, Yi Tian nodded slowly, then looked at Huang Yuan and said, "All right, I approve. Go on, what else? Tell me everything at once." With a mischievous chuckle, Huang Yuan continued, "Actually, I'd like to propose a bout between the army and the navy, to see which side is truly the strongest." Yi Tian was taken aback by Huang Yuan's suggestion and stared at him for a moment before asking, "You want to organize a grand tournament? What's the point of that? And what would the prize be? Have you thought about that?" Caught off guard, Huang Yuan paused and thought for a moment before answering hesitantly, "Devil fruit, perhaps?" Sensing Huang Yuan's uncertainty, Yi Tian shot him a sidelong glance and sighed. "A devil fruit is indeed a fine reward, but are you really sure you want to challenge the navy? You realize the army hasn't been established that long." Huang Yuan just grinned again and replied, "We've recruited a few promising talents recently. I thought it was time to stir things up in the navy a bit. I request your approval, Your Majesty." "Tell me, Huang Yuan, what exactly are you playing at?" Yi Tian asked, rubbing his brow at the response. "Oh, nothing much, just looking for a little excitement to pass the time," Huang Yuan replied with a cheeky laugh. "Are you really trying to kill time? Or are you using this as an excuse to deliver something to Akiji?" Yi Tian shot him another sidelong glance. "Not at all. The people under my command are strong. There's no way Akiji could win against them," Huang Yuan replied, brimming with confidence. Yi Tian nodded thoughtfully, then looked at Huang Yuan and said, "In that case, go find Akiji and bring him here. He deserves a heads up about this." "We have to inform him first? Isn't that a bit much?" Huang Yuan asked, surprised. "What? You want to challenge the navy and not even notify their admiral? If you don't, he might just smash your head in," Yi Tian retorted, rolling his eyes. All right, I'll go let him know." With a small bow to Yi Tian, Huang Yuan stepped out of the hall and, in a flash, vanished from sight. At that moment, Nami, who had been standing on the sidelines, hurried up the steps and, with a quick motion, squeezed Yi Tian over to the edge of the throne. Nami and Yi Tian sat together on the throne, feeling the sensation beneath them. Nami couldn't help but frown and said, "It just feels like I'm sitting on an ordinary chair." Hearing this, Yi Tian let out a quiet chuckle, then looked at her and said, "Of course, there's no real difference. But if you sit here and look down below, that's when things change." As he finished speaking, Yi Tian slowly lifted his head, gazing down from on high at the empty hall below. Nami, following his example, also looked downwards. After a long pause, Nami slowly shook her head and said, "I don't see how it's any different. The only thing is that we're sitting up high. That's all." Upon hearing her words, Yi Tian let out another gentle laugh, then spoke softly, "Exactly. Sitting high lets you see farther. So all kings are destined to be alone." "All kings are destined to be alone?" Nami tilted her head at Yi Tian, unconsciously repeating his words. Yi Tian nodded slowly, then replied, "That's right." Just then, outside the palace hall, a flash of light zipped across the sky and landed outside. Borsellino stood there, not entering immediately, but instead waited for Kazan to arrive. Unlike Borsellino, Kazan didn't descend from the sky, but walked step by step from the main gate, passing through several layers of guards until he arrived outside the Grand Hall. Seeing this, a flicker of interest flashed through Borsellino's eyes. He slowly turned his head and said to Kazan, "Come on, let's go in and meet His Majesty." Kazan nodded gently, then looked toward the guards standing at attention outside the hall. Understanding the signal, the two guards exchanged glances, nodded, and one of them turned and walked directly into the hall. At the center of the hall, the guard respectfully bowed to Yi Tian and announced, "Your Majesty, the Fleet Admiral and the Field Marshal are requesting an audience outside." "Let them in," Yi Tian said casually. "Yes, sir," the guard responded, then promptly left. Soon after, the two officers strode quickly into the hall. "Your Majesty," they greeted respectfully, bowing before Yi Tian. Yi Tian smiled at them and said, "No need for formality." Once they were standing in their places, Yi Tian spoke again. "Kazan, I assume Borsellino has already discussed this matter with you?" "Yes, Your Majesty. Admiral Borsellino has informed me. Since he wishes to present something to the Navy, I'd be remiss to refuse, wouldn't I? Therefore, I request Your Majesty's approval," Kazan said, bowing deeply. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help glancing at Borsellino, noting the satisfied smirk on his face, and inwardly let out a silent sigh. He then turned back to Kazan. "Are you certain about your decision?" "Yes, Your Majesty. I ask for your formal approval," Kazan replied, his gaze unwavering, full of determination. "All right then, in a moment I'll have the guards fetch a devil fruit from the warehouse as the prize for first place. As for the rewards for second and third place, I'll let the two of you decide." Rubbing his brow, Yi Tian looked down at the two men as he spoke. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Both Akiji and Kizuru bowed respectfully to Yi Tian in turn. "If there's nothing else, you may take your leave now. I'd like some time alone with my family." Yi Tian's voice was gentle as he dismissed them. "Yes, Your Majesty." The two admirals exchanged a glance, their eyes flickering momentarily toward Nami, who was seated beside Yi Tian on the throne, before quietly taking their leave. Watching their retreating backs, Yi Tian couldn't help but sigh softly. But as he remembered that Nami was still sitting by his side, his expression quickly melted into a warm smile. He turned to Nami and asked, "How is it, sister?" Sitting upon the throne and looking down at those two, "What does it feel like?" Nami's face brimmed with excitement as she replied, "It's wonderful. I quite enjoy it." Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle at her enthusiasm, his own face beaming with delight. But just as Nami was about to say something more, Belmir, who stood to the side of the great hall, straightened her face and called out, "Nami, come down this instant. The throne isn't a place you should be sitting, even if your brother is the emperor." Belmir. Nami's lips began to pout, her mood visibly dropping as she reluctantly stood up, preparing to walk over to Belmir. Seeing this, Yi Tian gently reached out to press Nami back into her seat. He rose to his feet and strolled over to Belmir, mirth in his eyes as he said softly, "Belmir, there's no need for formality. It's fine." At his words, Belmir's brows drew together once again as she looked at Yi Tian, her voice laced with concern. "Yi Tian, you're the emperor now. An emperor should conduct himself accordingly. The throne isn't something others should casually occupy." Yi Tian couldn't help but laugh softly at her admonition. Meeting her gaze, he replied, "Nami is my sister. Why shouldn't she try it? You're all my family. So what if she wants to experience my chair for a moment? I'm the emperor of this nation. Who would dare object?" As his words reverberated through the hall, an invisible aura of steadiness and dominance radiated from Yi Tian. For a long moment, those present could only stare at him in speechless awe. After a while, Belmir simply shook her head with a helpless, wry smile. Looking at Yi Tian, she said with a sigh, "Little Yi Tian, that is the throne, you know. What about it?" Yi Tian laughed heartily. "If my sister wants to try it, it's no big deal. You really don't have to worry about such things, Belmir." With that, Yi Tian slowly turned to Nojiko, who was standing beside Belmir, his smile softening with affection. "Nojiko, it's been so long. How have you been?" "Xiao Yetian, long time no see, huh? You haven't come back at all since you left Marine headquarters." Nokigao looked at Yetian with a bit of exasperation in her eyes. Hearing this, Yetian couldn't help but blush a little. He gave a small, awkward cough, trying to ease the embarrassment he felt. Noticing this, Nokigao couldn't hold back a chuckle. Then she looked at Yetian and said, "It's fine, we understand. As an emperor, you must have countless matters demanding your attention." Hearing her say that, Yetian nodded. Just as he was about to say something more, suddenly, a glowing screen from the chat group flashed before his eyes, and a new mission appeared right in front of him. Urgent mission. In the world of Zio, a dimension traveler has appeared. Guildmaster, please proceed immediately to resolve this matter. Mission details. The intruder comes from a parallel world in the 21st century, wielding the Dark Decade driver. Each time he collects a rider's driver, he fuses their power into his own. Mission rewards. 20,000 exchange points, ability upgrade card. Mission failure consequences. If the world of Zio is thrown entirely off course, it will fall under the rule of the Dark Decade. In that future, the group member, Omazio, will perish. Reading the mission before him, Yetian's expression changed sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, he called out toward the entrance of the Grand Hall, "Guards, assemble the defense squad at once. Also, bring to me Admiral Kizuru of the Army and Admiral Akiji of the Navy, along with the 3 admiral candidates they have prepared. I'll be waiting for them here." "Yes, sir." The 2 guards at the door responded instantly and dashed out to relay his orders. Meanwhile, Yetian turned back to Belmir, Noki Gao, and the others, saying, "You all wait for me here. If it gets too late, there will be people here who can prepare food and a place for you to sleep. I have some urgent matters to handle." With that, Yetian strode toward the exit of the hall. But as he had just taken his first step, Zoro and Ka suddenly moved to follow close behind him, saying, "We want to come too." Hearing this, Yetian stopped in his tracks. His gaze swept over the 2 of them before he sighed and asked, "Are you certain?" "Yes. Thanks to the training these past few days, both our skills have improved a lot," Zoro answered, his expression firm as he looked at Yetian. Yetian nodded slowly in response, then turned his eyes to Kuna. In her calm, unflinching gaze, Yetian could only nod again, a touch of helplessness in his gesture. Looking at them both, he said, "All right then, but when the fighting starts, you 2 will stand aside. Stay out of the battle, understand?" With that, Yetian walked directly out of the Grand Hall. Zoro and Kuina hurried to catch up, staying right on his heels as he went. Behind him, Nami, Belmir, and the others also followed. At this moment, on the spacious ground outside the Great Hall, the heavy sound of marching footsteps resounded as 1,000 members of the guard assembled. They stood silently in place, waiting for Yi Tian's orders. Seeing this, Yi Tian gave a slow nod, then stood quietly where he was, waiting for Kizuru and Akiji to arrive. Meanwhile, in the chat group, read a, "Whoa, what's with this sudden mission? Isn't there already a boundary envoy in that world?" "Nonsense. Say no more. For my part, I've already started gathering my guardians. We're preparing to head into that world together. Slime, on my way." Arrogant King Xiaoming. "Wait, Dark Emperor Rider? How come I don't know about this? Did I turn to the dark side without realizing it?" Spirited but helpless Subaru. "I recently spotted something great in the shop, but I'm just short of enough points to redeem it. Would any of you big shots mind taking a rookie like me along?" Yi Tian leader. "Sure, go ahead. Whoever can, just join in. Earning some exchange points isn't a bad idea. I'm gathering my team now, and we'll be there soon." Omatime King. "Wait a sec. Was there an anomaly on my end? How come I wasn't aware?" Just as Yi Tian was about to send another message in the group, a radiant beam sliced across the sky and came to rest slowly beside him. At the same time, Akiji and his group dashed quickly out of the palace gates towards him. When they arrived in front of Yi Tian, he noticed the 6 people standing behind Akiji. Among them were Peach Rabbit, T-Pig, Isho, and Greenbull. Looking at these 4, Yi Tian's expression involuntarily twitched. He raised a hand to his forehead and turned to Kizuru and Akiji, asking, "So these are your Navy and Army Admiral candidates?" At that, Kizuru scratched his head and said, "Yeah, currently the Army's Admiral candidates are Isho and Greenbull. I'm still searching for one more." Akiji silently nodded as well. Seeing this, Yi Tian nodded in understanding. He gave him a look and said, "All right, let's get going." On the way, Kizuru and Akiji explained things to your candidates. With that, Yi Tian made a sweeping gesture at his side, and a vast black portal appeared ahead. Before he could enter, the guards had already stepped through one by one. Yi Tian couldn't help but let a smile play on his lips, and then he followed the guards into the portal. Close behind him, Zoro and Kuina quickened their pace to catch up. Akiji and Kizuru, meanwhile, led their candidates toward the swirling portal, explaining things along the way. On the other side of the black hole, inside the 9-to-5 hall, Sugo Tokuwa, who had been eating breakfast, abruptly stood up. He glanced at Shuru Tokuwa, who was seated nearby, eating as well, and called out, "Uncle, great uncle." Hearing this, Shuichiro slowly raised his head, his face full of gentle affection as he looked at Sugo and asked, "Sugo, what is it? Is something the matter?" Seeing this, Sugo pondered for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, a swirling black vortex suddenly tore open in the middle of the living room. At the sight, Sugo, along with Guais, Tsukuyami, Waz, and the others who were present, all paled in an instant. But Shuichiro simply looked on, curiosity overtaking his features. In the next moment, he froze where he sat. What is? Before Shuichiro could finish his sentence, the sound of footsteps slowly echoed from within the vortex. Everyone instinctively turned their heads toward the source. In a wave of confusion, they watched as an entire unit of guards clad in shining silver armor strode out in formation. Every one of the guards held a weapon at the ready. The very instant they appeared, it was clear whose soldiers they were. No wonder, in Sugo's gaze, it was impossible to miss the two bold kanji for Supreme emblazoned on their breastplates. Realizing this, Sugo hurried out of the dining room and entered the living room. Behind him, Guai's Tsukuyami and the others fell in his step, closely following after him. Only Shuichiro remained, sitting alone in his chair. He gazed blankly at the now empty dining table, his face gradually turning grave. After a moment, he, too, stood up and followed the others into the living room. By now, the living room was filled to the brim with the Imperial Guards. Despite arriving only seconds earlier, they wasted no time. The guards swiftly took up positions, encircling the room inside and out. Their eyes were sharp, scanning every corner with vigilant precision, searching for anyone who might pose a threat. Shuichiro stared at the stern-faced armored soldiers posted in every corner of the room. His expression edged towards seriousness as he turned to Sugo and asked, "Sugo, who are these people?" Sugo's face grew sheepish. He turned back to look at Shuichiro and said, somewhat awkwardly, they're the guards of a friend of mine." "A friend? Sugo, your friend? Are you sure about that?" Suspicion shone in Shuichiro's eyes as he questioned Sugo. "I'm sure. They really are my friend's guards." Sugo hastily nodded in reassurance. "So why did they all come out of that black vortex? Are you telling me your friend is some kind of superhero?" Shuichiro pressed, incredulous. "No, he's the king of an empire," Sugo replied, hesitating slightly. Hearing this, Shunichiro Tokiwa couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Looking at Sugo Tokiwa, his face filled with disbelief, he said, "Sugo, you absolutely must not make friends with the wrong people. Otherwise you—" Before Shunichiro could even finish his words, the guards stationed in and around the room all dropped to one knee and cried out loudly, "Greetings, your majesty." Startled by the commotion, Shunichiro turned toward the dark vortex. At that moment, Ition emerged from within, dressed in majestic, dragon-embroidered robes with a sword at his waist, making his way out at a measured pace. But for Shunichiro, none of that seemed to matter. His eyes bulged as he stared in stunned silence at the child stepping forth from the black vortex. With a trembling finger, he pointed at the boy ahead and gasped, That's just a child, Sugo? Are you playing a trick on me? Tell me, did you round up all these people to put on some kind of act for your great-uncle? If something's going on, just say it directly. There's no need for all this." At his words, everyone present couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Sugo quietly stepped to Shunichiro's side and murmured, "Uncle, just wait a moment and you'll see." With that, Sugo walked forward briskly and addressed Ition. "Welcome, leader. It's an honor to have you in my world." Ition heard him, and his expression grew a bit odd. He glanced around at the unfamiliar surroundings and remarked, "Something tells me this isn't quite how I was supposed to arrive." He'd already noticed Shunichiro off to the side, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Just then, another vortex opened slowly beside him, and Feishu came through with several guardians in tow. Spotting Ition and Sugo, Feishu raised a hand in greeting, flashing an easy grin. "Hey there, brother Ition, Demon King. Long time no see." Ition greeted him without much thought, while Sugo forced a strained smile and waved back, clearly feeling a bit awkward. From the corner of his eye, he watched Shunichiro, who stood on the sidelines, his face an unsettled mix of emotions. As more and more members of the group stepped out from the black vortexes, Shunichiro drew in a deep breath, then turned to Sugo and asked, "Sugo, have you really become a king?" Not yet, but I'm not far from it," Sugo replied, glancing at Shunichiro, his face tinged with embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Ition gave a carefree laugh. Looking at Sugo, he said, "What's the difficulty in becoming a king? With so many worlds out there, just say the word and I'll back you all the way." Ition's teasing left Sugo at a loss. He simply looked over at Shunichiro, shoulders stiff with embarrassment, unsure what to say next. Seeing this, Ition couldn't help but shake his head. Then, looking at everyone, he said, "You've all accepted the mission, right? You've also seen the consequences of failure. So, for the sake of every single member of our group, so that no one is left behind, and for the peace of this world and the course of history, we need to find him." Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, saying, "Of course. Even if it's not just for this world, just for Sugo's sake, we still have to track down that Dark Emperor rider." Witnessing their resolve, Ition nodded slowly, then turned his gaze to Tokiwa Sugo. "So what about you? Where do you plan to go next?" At this, Tokiwa Sugo was momentarily taken aback. After exchanging glances with Guai's and the others, he shook his head gently. Seeing this, Ition let out a soft sigh and said, "All right, then let's wait a bit longer. I figure the Dark Emperor rider won't be able to resist making some waves soon." Everyone nodded in agreement, signaling they understood. Just then, the television, which had been playing the news, suddenly switched programs. A major, unprecedented event. The leading corporation, the Dan Group, has just announced its declaration of independence from Japan. The footage then cut to the scene of a press conference. On a balcony high above the city, Kuroto Dan stood at a simple podium, and beside him stood a young man dressed in a black suit. As Kuroto Dan spoke, the young man, next to him, radiated a sense of wickedness, his eyes brimming with endless ambition, as if it might spill out at any moment. Inside the 9 to 5 hall, watching the news unfold on the screen, Yi Tian spoke slowly. Look, there he is. That young man beside Kuroto Dan. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't seem like someone from this world, does he? No sooner had he finished than Flying Squirrel spoke up softly. Is that so? Then let's go straight there. Hearing this, Yi Tian turned his head to Tokiwa Sugo and asked, What about you? Are you coming with us? Or should we wait for you to make arrangements before we go together? Give me a minute. After a brief silence, Tokiwa Sugo replied quietly. Hearing this, Yi Tian nodded gently, then led the others and his security team out of the room. Now, only Tokiwa Sugo and Tokiwa Junichiro remained in the room. Noticing Sugo's hesitance to speak, Junichiro smiled warmly and said to him, I know all about it. Your dream is finally about to come true. I'm proud of you, nephew. Go on, don't keep them waiting any longer. I'll be here, waiting for your good news. Having been racking his brain for the right words to explain himself, Sugo looked up as he heard his uncle's reassurance. Meeting his eyes, he replied softly, Thank you, uncle. I understand. After saying this, he headed straight for the front door. However, just as he was about to open the door, Shogo Tokiwa slowly turned his head and looked at Shunichiro Tokiwa. Uncle, wait for me to come back. I'll explain everything to you then. Without waiting for Shunichiro's reply, he strode out. Outside, 1,000 guards were already assembled in formation, with Yi-Tian and his companions standing at the very center. Seeing Shogo Tokiwa step out, Yi-Tian nodded slowly toward him and said, Let's go. You know the way, don't you? Let us. Shogo nodded in return and took the lead, guiding the group toward the Tanda Corporation. Pedestrians along the road watched with astonishment as a squad of guards clad in medieval armor marched past, escorting a group of people dressed in all manner of clothing. Whispers and murmurs rippled through the crowd. However, as their voices grew louder, the marching guards stopped in unison, turning their spears toward the gathering onlookers. In one thunderous voice, they roared, Clear the way for the presence of the king. Bystanders, fall back. Any who refuse shall be cut down. At this, the surrounding people hurriedly took several steps back. They had clearly heard the sound. Those armored suits were no mere props, but authentic battle armor. When the guards slammed their spears against the ground just now, the heavy thud left no doubt. The guards, noting that the crowd had retreated to a safe distance and that the path ahead was clear, prepared to continue forward. But at that moment, the shrill wail of police sirens suddenly filled the air as squad cars skidded to a stop in front of the procession. Dozens of uniformed officers stepped out of their vehicles, moving toward the group. They stopped several meters short of the guards, then fixed their gaze on Shogo Tokiwa at the front. Please immediately disarm and remove your equipment, one officer declared. A report has been filed. You are disturbing public order. Before the lead officer could finish, Yi Tian strode calmly forward. His gaze grew cold as he looked the officer in the eye. We, he declared, are the ones entrusted with maintaining world order. At this moment, that order has been shattered. Step aside at once, or you risk inciting the wrath of armies from dozens of worlds. Move aside and do not obstruct us. Otherwise, your actions will be seen as resistance, as hostility. We have the authority to trigger a war that will involve the entire world. At these words, the officers who stood blocking their way involuntarily stepped back. With uncertain glances exchanged between them, they hesitantly made way, opening a path through the barricade. They dared not make such a decision on their own, nor could they shoulder the blame for it. So their only option was to relay this information up the chain of command and let the higher-ups decide. Seeing this, Yi Tian snorted in disdain, then ordered, Let's move out. Yes, sir. The members of the security team answered in unison, then followed Sugo Tokiwa as they marched forward. Watching the team recede into the distance, one of the leading police officers hurriedly pulled out his phone to report everything that had happened to his superiors. Before long, Yi Tian and his group arrived in front of the Dan Corporation's main gates. The security team dispersed, forming two neat lines on either side of the company entrance. Yi Tian stepped slowly out from the ranks, gazing at the tightly shut gates and the dense crowd of reporters nearby. He spoke, his voice steady. Break inside and bring the Dark Kamen Rider to justice. Akiji, Kazu, you each take a candidate admiral with you and go in together. Security team members, maintain a perimeter out here. No one is to enter. Any violators will be cut down. Understood, came the thunderous reply from the assembled team. Yi Tian strode forward at a measured pace, and as he walked, he drew the Western-style sword from his waist. With a powerful motion, he swung it at the locked gate. A surge of sword energy shot forth, slicing through the doors and blasting straight inside. As the gate toppled slowly down, the group vanished from where they stood, charging swiftly into the building. Inside the Grand Hall, King Dan Kuroto's expression turned ice-cold the moment he saw the intruders. His voice was dark as he stared at them and spat, "How dare you?" But before he could finish his sentence, Yi Tian was already behind him. With a single, hockey-clad palm, Yi Tian slammed him to the ground. As King Dan Kuroto struggled helplessly, his blood smeared across the floor, Yi Tian spoke in a chilling tone. "You're not the one we're looking for. You'd best keep your mouth shut and don't make a move. If you die, don't blame me for it." Dan Kuroto, pinned under Yi Tian's grip, struggled and fought, blood covering his head. But how could he possibly contend with Yi Tian? At this moment, he was utterly powerless. Meanwhile, the Dark Kamen Rider, who had been standing by King Dan Kuroto's side, was momentarily stunned by the sudden intrusion. Just as he was about to say something to Dan Kuroto, he realized Dan Kuroto was completely restrained, unable to budge. He froze, shocked. He had noticed the color of Yi Tian's palm, and if he guessed correctly, that had to be hockey, just like in a particular Japanese anime. He quickly turned to glance at the others in the hall. To his astonishment, all sorts of characters from that anime seemed to have come to life before his very eyes. Most surprising of all, Tsukasa Kadoya had even come along. With that realization, he abruptly summoned the Dark Driver from his system space and, almost instantly, transformed into Decade. With wary eyes, he looked at the people who had surrounded him and asked, "Who exactly are you? Why are you here?" At his words, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile faintly. He looked at the man and said, "You have already violated the laws of cross-world travel. Come with us now. Your presence has disrupted the order of this world. What's more, you're carrying an illegal system." The young man stared at Yi Tian in astonishment, his voice trembling. Are you from the Temporal Management Bureau?" No. We are from the Anti-Anomalous Alliance of the Myriad Worlds. I am its leader. Right now, you're carrying an illegal system and have crossed worlds unlawfully. You'll have to come with us," Yi Tian replied calmly. What will happen to me?" the young man asked slowly. "Your system will be confiscated, and you'll be sent back to your original world," Yi Tian answered, his gaze steady. "And if I resist?" The young man slowly turned his head to look at Yi Tian. "You'll be executed on the spot, and your system will be reclaimed. Your soul will be erased forever," Yi Tian replied, his voice cold and unyielding. That statement left the young man frozen in shock. He just stood there, speechless, lost in a daze for quite a while. Yi Tian, seeing this, simply kept one hand pressing down on Dan Lidu Wang's head while quietly watching him, waiting for his decision. Meanwhile, the young man's mind was in turmoil, thoughts racing as he desperately tried to come up with a way to save himself. But it was futile. Even his system, usually brimming with activity, was now eerily silent. Seeing this, the young man could only let out a resigned, bitter laugh. He slowly ejected the card from his driver and took the device off. Transformed back to his regular self, he looked at Yi Tian with a pained expression and said, "I accept. Send me back and take the system." Yi Tian gave a faint smile and nodded. "You're clever. You're not like the last fellow, who thought that by acquiring the power of the Godslayer, he could fight us. In the end, he was wiped from existence." As he spoke, Yi Tian rose to his feet and glanced to the side at Akiji. "Akiji, restrain him and don't let him move." At his command, Akiji hurried over. Using his devil fruit power, he instantly froze the young man's arms and legs, and, just like Yi Tian had done, pressed his head down with a hand clad in armament hockey. Yi Tian straightened up, stretching lazily. Then, with a hint of resignation in his voice, he walked over and looked at the young man. "What's your name?" The young man blinked, then quickly replied, "My name is Lu Ming. I'm from Xia Nation." Hearing what Lu Ming said, Yi Tian's eyes lit up with interest. He offered Lu Ming a gentle smile and then said, "Hello, I'm from Xia as well. Still, even though we're from the same place, I cannot bend the rules for personal reasons. So, you need to be sent back. But don't worry, we'll make sure you're compensated." "Compensated?" Lu Ming looked at Yi Tian, puzzled by the offer. "Yes, compensation," Yi Tian replied. "It's a fee for your return and for confiscating the illegal system you obtained. Of course, you can refuse to return if you wish, but in that case, you'd only be able to live an ordinary life in this world. You wouldn't be allowed to alter the course of events here in any way." After a brief moment of consideration, Yi Tian looked straight at Lu Ming and provided his answer in a calm voice. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming glanced at the people around him, a weary smile tugging at his lips. I think I'd still choose to go back. In a world like this, if I can't change anything to secure my own opportunity, it's just too dangerous. As he spoke, a trace of disappointment began to cloud Lu Ming's expression, although he did his best to keep it hidden. Seeing this, Yi Tian chuckled softly and then regarded Lu Ming. You may select a common ability, one I can grant you. Of course, it can't surpass what would be possible in an ordinary world. Common, and not exceeding the ordinary world's limits? Lu Ming echoed, pondering for a moment before finally lifting his gaze to Yi Tian. Then please give me swordsmanship. I've loved it since I was a child. Yi Tian nodded slowly at this, then exchanged 500 points in the Alliance Marketplace for an introductory swordsmanship skill and infused it directly into Lu Ming's mind. Soon afterwards, Yi Tian had Carp send over 2 gold bars, which he handed to Lu Ming as well. Once Lu Ming had fully absorbed the basics of swordsmanship, he stood there quietly, one hand holding the gold that Yi Tian had just given him. Witnessing this, Yi Tian gave another amused laugh. Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Lu Ming's reply was steady as he slowly nodded, and then closed his eyes, allowing Yi Tian to proceed. Staring at Lu Ming, whose eyes were now shut tight, the corners of Yi Tian's mouth curled slightly as he extended his hand, palm aiming gently for Lu Ming's forehead. He flexed his fingers lightly, then in one swift motion, drew his hand toward himself. In that instant, a mass of inky darkness was extracted from Lu Ming, coming to rest, quiet and contained, within Yi Tian's palm. Yi Tian lowered his head to examine the strange dark orb for a moment before closing his hand in a decisive grip, dissolving it completely into his palm. Without missing a beat, Yi Tian purchased a repatriation card from the marketplace. With a subtle pressure of his hand, and under a brief flash of starlight, a swirling black vortex quietly appeared nearby. With everything in place, Yi Tian's voice was low and gentle as he spoke. All right, open your eyes now. As soon as those words were spoken, Lu Ming's eyes slowly fluttered open. Gazing at Yi Tian standing before him, a trace of confusion flickered across Lu Ming's eyes. Just as he was about to voice his question, he heard Yi Tian speak first. Step through that black hole, and it will automatically send you back to your original world, Yi Tian explained. Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded slowly. He took a deep breath, then said, All right, I'll get going. Thank you all. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle lightly before saying, No need for thanks. Go on. If fate allows, we'll meet again someday. Lu Ming gave a solemn nod in response, then worked to steady his own quickened breath. Composing himself, he walked toward the black hole with measured steps. As the black hole closed behind Lu Ming, Yi Tian finally let out a sigh of relief. Brushing off imaginary dust from his hands, he called out, All right, everyone, let's wrap up here. Understood. Everyone replied in agreement, preparing to leave. But just then, a voice crackled over the loudspeaker outside. All those inside, listen carefully. Surrender immediately. Hand over your armor and weapons, and we will show leniency in your sentencing. This is your chance. Don't waste it. Hearing this, Yi Tian, who had just been about to open another black hole for their escape, furrowed his brow and let out a long, weary sigh. Let's go and handle this first. Otherwise, if we leave now, it could mean trouble for Zhuang Wu. The others nodded in response, then followed Yi Tian as he strode toward the exit. Out on the road, rows of police officers and guards, guns raised and aimed, kept a watchful eye on the armored members of the security team. Sabo and his companions, however, responded with nothing but scornful disdain. Still, their movements showed no hint of hesitation. Their spears were already leveled, pointed straight at the law enforcement outside. Tension filled the air. The slightest spark could ignite a fierce battle. Against the backdrop of measured footsteps, Yi Tian led his group out of the Grand Hall. They were greeted by the sight of police completely encircling them. Yi Tian's face darkened as he let out a cold snort. So, you decided to make us your enemies? Hey kid, you must be forced into this, right? One of the officers raised his head and shouted at Yi Tian, Come here quickly. We'll protect you and your friends. On hearing this, Yi Tian gave a dismissive shrug, then turned to Fei Shu at his side. Do you believe them? Fei Shu replied with a faint, amused smile, but gave no answer, his expression making it clear where he stood. Seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't suppress a laugh of his own. He faced the officer and said, This is your superior's order, isn't it? They just want to capture us, right? Hearing this, the police officer couldn't help but freeze for a moment, then fell silent, his intentions clearer than ever. Seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't hold back a laugh, then looked at him slowly and said, Since that's the case, I'll take it that you've declared war on the Supreme Empire. As the Emperor of the Supreme Empire, I will accept your challenge for battle. At these words, a glimmer of deadly intent flashed through Yi Tian's eyes, and his expression turned icy as he spoke. The officers standing along the street couldn't help but smirk and sneak glances at Yi Tian, as if they were watching an absurd play unfold. Witnessing this, Yi Tian's gaze grew even colder. He then barked sharply, "Marshal Kizaru of the army, step forward and accept your orders." The moment the words left his lips, Kizu, who had been standing a short distance behind Yi Tian, instantly transformed into a beam of light, disappearing from his spot and reappearing right in front of Yi Tian. With deference, he declared, "Marshal Kizaru reporting for duty. You are to return to the pirate world at once. Gather the entire army immediately. I want to give a brutal lesson to the greedy people of this world. At once." With that, Kizaru straightened, then stepped aside, waiting for Yi Tian to open the dimensional tunnel for him. But Yi Tian did not activate it immediately. Instead, he continued, "Admiral Akiji, step forward and accept your orders." Admiral Akiji reporting for duty. The order is, aside from the essential forces needed to protect the world, every Navy member is to assemble. Understood. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian slowly drew a card from his sleeve and, with a sudden crack, crushed it. A swirling black portal appeared at his side. Kizaru and Akiji stepped into the portal without hesitation. Yi Tian then took a step forward, his gaze sweeping over those present as he addressed them. "You now have two choices. 1. You can go to war with the Supreme Empire, and my 6 million strong land and naval forces are ready to march at any moment. The other option is this. Every government official here will resign in shame, and we will select a new ruler ourselves." The sudden appearance of the black portal left the police officers stunned. They exchanged anxious glances, but for a long moment, not a single one spoke up. At that moment, none of them could say for certain whether the people before them were genuinely acting or something else entirely. Just as they stood there, dumbfounded, an enraged roar burst forth from behind Yi Tian and his companions. "Damn it, I am King Danli Do. How dare you, you lowly." But before he could finish, his words stopped short. Yi Tian's figure flickered and appeared before him in a flash, and his right fist, coated in armament hockey, crashed fiercely into Danli Do's abdomen. A guttural cry escaped him, turning into a howl of agony as King Danli Do transformed on the spot into his monstrous form, Oz. Os. Yi Tian paused in surprise, then looked at the transformed creature before him, and, with a bemused smile, said, "Are you sure you want to fight me? You pathetic wretch, go to hell." King Danli Do roared in fury. Witnessing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but shake his head. He looked at him and said, "Another OO, huh? As legend has it, only an OOO's ride watch can bring down another OOO." With that, Yi Tian slowly turned his head and looked back at Tokiwa Sugo. "Sugo, go find a member of parliament he's holding captive. Get the OOO ride watch from him." Hearing Yi Tian's instruction, Tokiwa Sugo, Guai's, and Tsukuyami exchanged glances. Nodding to one another, they soon made their way towards the hall. Meanwhile, Yi Tian strolled around leisurely, weaving through another OOO's relentless attacks with the ease and indifference of someone playing a simple game. Toying with the card in one hand, Yi Tian brandished the decade driver in front of his adversary's eyes, giving it a flourish. Then, deliberately slow, he slid the card into the slot right before him. The transformation call rang out. "Kamen Ride, Decade." Through the swirl of shimmering illusions, a flamboyantly crimson Kamen Rider materialized. Yi Tian transformed the card case into a sword, absent-mindedly swinging it to send shimmering sparks dancing across another OOO's body. And yet, not once did another OOO so much as brush the hem of Yi Tian's coat. With each failed attack, another OOO grew more agitated. But just as another OOO prepared to strike again, a new voice rang crisply in their ears. "Who are you people? Why are you helping Zio?" Waz emerged from behind a marble pillar, eyes clouded with suspicion as he set them intently upon Yi Tian. Hearing this, Yi Tian let out a short laugh and looked at Waz. "You're Waz, the time traveler, aren't you? You know me?" Waz's eyes narrowed, shock written plainly on his face as he studied Yi Tian. For a moment, countless thoughts spun through his mind, old acquaintances flashing like phantoms before his eyes. Yet no matter how hard he searched his memories, Yi Tian's face remained a mystery. Noticing this, Yi Tian regarded Waz with genuine curiosity and asked, "Actually, I've always wanted to ask you something. Since we have a little time today, perhaps you could humor me." Waz blinked in surprise. "What is it?" "Well, are you a man or a woman?" At that, Waz's expression darkened in an instant, and time stopped without warning. However, when Waz looked around again, he saw that only another 000 was frozen, while everyone else moved freely, completely unaffected. For the first time, Waz's estimation of Yi Tian soared, and with it, his suspicion of just what kind of threat Yi Tian and his companions posed. Seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle before saying, "Time stop truly is a remarkable ability. Under ordinary circumstances, you might have been able to freeze us in place. But right now, we are carrying out a mission, shielded by the world itself. You won't be able to halt us. The world's protection? Is there really such a power?" You looked somewhat uneasy as he glanced at Yi Tian. Hearing this, Yi Tian let out another quiet laugh, then looked at him and said, "You're quite an interesting one. If you ever tire of running with that fool, go look for Zhuangwu. He'll bring you to see me." As he finished speaking, Yi Tian slowly removed his driver and glanced at Tokiwa Zhuangwu, who came running from deep within the hall. "I'll leave it to you," he said. With that, Yi Tian paid them no further mind and strode directly toward the exit of the hall. He hadn't forgotten that, even now, a tense standoff was brewing just outside. The wavering officers watched Yi Tian emerge from within, his steps deliberate and calm, and broke into renewed discussion amongst themselves. Yi Tian offered a gentle smile at the sight. He looked at them and asked, "Well, have you made up your minds? You would set yourself against our nation. I advise you to reconsider, young king." A voice rang out from among the officers. From their ranks, a man stepped forward, tiger-eyed and bristling with anger as he glared at Yi Tian. At this, Yi Tian only gave a small laugh and shook his head. Then, his body began to radiate a deep, dark red. In an instant, he was clad in armor of the same hue. He raised his right hand slightly. A banner unfurled, whipping violently in the wind. "I am Yi Tian," he proclaimed. "I call upon the heavens. I demand justice for this nation. After this battle, I request the heavens to erase all memory of these events, leaving only the nation's leaders aware. This battle is not fought for the peace of all worlds, but merely in response to your challenge. Let that be acknowledged. This battle is for the dignity of the Supreme Empire. It is a battle to display its prestige. This is but a conflict between myself and your nation. No other shall be harmed." Yi Tian was just about to continue when Fei Shu strode forward, grinning at Yi Tian. Now, that's hardly fair. An affair like this, and you would leave me out?" He slowly raised his hand, and with a gesture, a banner flashed into existence, landing squarely within his grip. With a cold gleam in his gaze, Fei Shu fixed the officers with an icy stare. "I, Fei Shu, on behalf of another world, the great tomb of Nazarick, Magic Kingdom, and the supreme rulers, declare war upon you," he intoned grimly. "From the Monster Federation, Demon Lord Rimuru stands to declare war on you as well." Bathed in a sudden surge of light, Rimuru's form shifted into a human shape. Looking back at them with a chilling gaze, he declared his challenge. "Well now, though we're all humans since things have come to this, I suppose I can't just stand by and do nothing either," he finished. A sharply dressed Agu in a perfectly tailored suit stepped out from behind the crowd. He looked at the officers and declared, "Parallel world, Inhwa Empire, First Emperor Jinjiao Agu, representing the Inhwa Empire, hereby declare war on you. Although both our worlds are shaped by technology, I will show no mercy. I am General Meng Tian of Xianyong, leading 300,000 Meng family soldiers. I also declare war on you. Admittedly, I am no emperor like the others, but my army is not to be underestimated." Meng Tian's eyes grew cold as he addressed the officers. "Alternate world, Federal Empire, First Emperor Iwatani Naofumi, on behalf of my empire, I declare war on you," came another proclamation. At this, Yi Tian calmly stepped forward, regarding the officers whose pupils had constricted in shock. He let out a soft, wry chuckle, then spoke at an even pace. "Don't worry. Since I have given my word, I won't take your country from you. Of course, after this encounter, some people may remember what happened, but chances are, most will forget. Still, for those who die, that's the end. Author's note, visited relatives today and had a few drinks. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'll catch up on the missing chapters tomorrow. Thank you all for your support." As Yi Tian finished speaking, he slowly raised his hand. Behind him, the likes of Fei Shu and the others produced cards in their hands at the same time. They crushed their cards. Save for Yi Tian, all of them strode into the dark portal. Yet as they entered, the black hole did not vanish. It remained standing ominously in place. From the darkness Yi Tian had summoned, the rhythmic sound of marching footsteps began to echo, growing steadily louder. These were no ordinary steps. They belonged to an advancing army, the unmistakable drumbeat heralding the beginning of war. Only now did the surrounding officers and security guards truly comprehend the gravity of the situation. For certain members in Parliament were eager to learn the origins of Yi Tian and his companions, and had specifically dispatched these men to apprehend Yi Tian. In their minds, perhaps, they might even glean secrets of another world. What they never imagined was that this supposed mere child, just a few years old, was actually the emperor of a nation and had the power to summon an entire army. It was clear the time for petty skirmishes was over. Moments ago, they had all heard it. Among Yi Tian's entourage, several individuals had declared war upon them in the name of their kingdoms. That meant soon they could be facing an invasion by forces numbering in the millions or even tens of millions. The leading officer and the captain of the guards exchanged a long, rueful glance. Silently, they both drew out their phones and began to report the unfolding situation to their superiors. After a long pause, they met each other's eyes again, faces etched with resignation. They drew deep breaths, glanced at Yi Tian, and then, step by step, walked toward him. Watching the two men approaching him, a faint smile naturally appeared at the corner of Yi Tian's lips. Then, looking at them, he said, "What's the matter? Have you changed your minds? Unfortunately, my army is already on the move. You should know that once an army moves, a great deal of supplies are needed." At this, Yi Tian casually scratched his ear, speaking as if the matter were of little consequence. Hearing Yi Tian's words, the two men exchanged a rueful smile. Then, stopping just a few meters from him, one of them spoke slowly. "The representative from the parliament has already given in. His hope is that your majesty will order a withdrawal." Compromise? That's truly amusing. You call for war when you wish, and now demand a truce just as easily. Perhaps, once my army arrives, your entire nation will cease to exist. Perhaps you should look forward to that. With that, Yi Tian stepped back a couple of paces, calmly fixing his gaze on the dark vortex, from which the sounds of marching grew ever clearer. Just then, the lead officer sounded as if he was about to speak further. But suddenly, the sound of marching soldiers rang out loud and sharp. Soon, a squad of soldiers, clad in armor and bearing banners, emerged with measured steps, surrounding Yi Tian. Their expressions were cold as they looked at the officers and guards standing by. More and more soldiers streamed out from the black vortex. Seeing this, the lead officer and the head of the guards quickly retreated, their faces grave as they watched the endless stream of soldiers emerging from the darkness. At that very moment, more banners stretched out from other vortices, and wave after wave of soldiers strode forth in solemn formation. Upon witnessing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Slowly, he raised his hand, his index finger pointing toward the officers and guards before him. "Kill! Kill!" No sooner had the command left his lips than the soldiers surrounding Yi Tian drew their standard-issue longswords, moving with swift precision as they charged toward the officers and guards outside. Seeing this, the lead officer and the guard's captain turned pale. A chill flashed in their eyes as they roared, "Open fire!" But before he could finish, Yi Tian's personal guard suddenly appeared at their side in an instant, using their incredible speed. With a quick flick of their wrists, their blades flashed, slicing across the throats of their foes. In less than a minute, all the officers and guards encircling Yi Tian lay lifeless on the ground. Watching the endless stream of troops pouring from the black vortex, Yi Tian shouted in a commanding voice, "Seal this place off. No resident of the city is to take even a single step outside their door. Any who resist, eliminate them all." "Yes, sir," the soldiers roared in unison. At once, they began to move into action. While Yi Tian was displaying his might in the Kamen Rider world, elsewhere, a different scene was unfolding. Marvel Universe. The dark-skinned Fury, no, let's call him Nick Fury, was feeling incredibly irritable at that moment. He couldn't put his finger on why, but as he scrolled through the messages in the chat group, every instinct told him to drop everything and head over immediately. At the very least, he thought, maybe he could earn some points in the process. But just as he was about to leave, a sudden message stopped him in his tracks. A giant hammer had fallen from the sky, impossibly heavy and unmoved by anyone's strength. SHIELD agents had already cordoned off the area, turning it into a secured zone. The moment Fury heard this, his mind jumped to a casual conversation he'd once had with Yi Tian, who'd mentioned the mighty hammer of Thor, the god of thunder. He also understood that the destroyer would soon make an appearance in this world, and that moment wasn't far off. Rising slowly from his chair, Nick Fury let out a long sigh. He then lifted his hand. In an instant, his arm was cloaked in a jet-black armor of Haki, an ability he had redeemed using points earned by hanging out with Yi Tian and the others. He slowly opened his palm. A delicate shard of ice began to crystallize there. With a firm grip, the ice vanished as swiftly as it appeared. The black armored Haki on his hand faded away with it. Nick Fury slipped on his coat, which was hanging neatly on a rack by the door, and stepped briskly outside. New Mexico. S.H.I.E.L.D. had already set up a temporary base at the site where the hammer had fallen, building a makeshift research facility around it. It was deep into the night. The full moon hung high in the sky, bathing the world below in silver radiance. The region was a vast, open space, eerily silent, as if the world itself were holding its breath. Only this spot pulsed with an unusual energy and attention. Here, experts were studying the hammer placed at the very center of the base, which was emitting a powerful electromagnetic field. After more than an hour's flight, Nick Fury finally arrived on site. Ignoring the curious stares and questions, he simply dragged over a chair and sat down beside the hammer, settling into wait. He knew that in the coming days, perhaps even tonight, the god of thunder from Asgard would arrive, seeking his lost hammer. The destroyer, hailing from the palaces of the heavens, would soon follow. This was an opportunity, a chance to form a friendship with Thor in Asgard. He had barely settled in when a commotion broke the stillness, raucous voices drifting in from outside. At the same time, his phone began to ring. Without a second thought, Nick Fury answered, bringing the phone to his ear. "What is it?" "An intruder has breached security. Please evacuate the area now and head somewhere safe," came a voice from the other end. Fury just chuckled softly. "Let him in," he replied calmly. "I think he's exactly the person I've been waiting for." On the other end of the phone, upon hearing Nick Fury's words, there was a brief moment of surprise, then a curious inquiry. "You know that person?" "No, I don't. I've never met him, but I think I know who he must be. Let him in. I'm by the hammer." With that, Nick Fury ended the call and slowly got to his feet. After straightening his clothes a little, he finally lifted his gaze toward the sky, where the pristine white moon hung high above. It wasn't long before Thor, surrounded by a contingent of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, made his way to the scene. When he caught sight of Nick Fury, Thor's brows furrowed. With cautious deliberation, he asked, "Who are you? Do you know me?" At this, Nick Fury smiled and met Thor's eyes, replying, "Hello there, stranger. May I ask your name?" Hearing the question, Thor's expression grew even more puzzled. Then, after a brief hesitation, he answered, "My name is Thor." The smile on Nick Fury's face only deepened at this, and he began to step forward, extending his hand in greeting. With solemnity, he looked Thor in the eye and introduced himself. "I am the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. It's a pleasure to meet you, Thor Odinson, son of Odin, king of the gods of Asgard." At those words, all those present froze, astonished, turning their stunned gazes to Nick Fury, lost for words. Thor, too, was taken aback, staring at Nick Fury in bewilderment. After a long silence, Thor finally spoke, his voice tinged with disbelief. "You know me?" "No, you know Asgard." Noticing that Thor hadn't taken his hand, Nick Fury let out a gentle smile, then lowered his hand. Taking a moment to ponder, he answered slowly, "Yes, I do. I know all about you, and why you were cast down to Midgard. What's more, I know that you can't lift your hammer, Mjolnir." At this, Thor's face darkened, his gaze stormy as he demanded, "Who are you, really?" "I am the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury," he responded, still smiling calmly at Thor. With that, he stepped aside, clearing a path for Thor, and glanced at the hammer embedded in the earth. He continued, "I understand your doubts. Try it for yourself, and then we'll talk." Nick Fury then stepped back 2 paces, smiling at Thor with relaxed confidence. Hearing this, Thor nodded silently, walked up to Mjolnir, and firmly gripped the handle with both hands. The veins on his forehead and neck were bulging. At this moment, he had mustered every ounce of his strength, trying desperately to lift the hammer, but Mjolnir remained completely still. With a heavy sigh, Thor slumped down on the ground, his expression bleak as he stared at the hammer before him. In a voice full of despair, he muttered, Why is this happening? What's going on? Why can't I lift it anymore?" Hearing this, Nick Fury, standing nearby, allowed a soft chuckle. He walked over and, lowering his voice, said, "Odin has sealed your powers and stripped you of your command over Mjolnir. But you should understand, your father banished you for a reason. As soon as you truly comprehend it, you'll be Thor once again." Listening to Fury's words, Thor froze for a moment, then covered his head with his hands, pain etched into his face. I don't know either. Take some time to think about it," Fury said gently. "But for now, we'll keep your hammer here for observation. When your powers are restored, we'll return it to you." Fury's voice was even, full of reassurance as he looked at Thor. Leave it here," Thor repeated, his gaze fixed on the hammer, at a loss for words. Seeing this, Nick Fury gently patted Thor on the shoulder. Then, turning to look at the gathered team, he said, "All right, everyone, back to work. Study everything you can. It won't be long before its rightful owner comes to reclaim it." "Yes, sir," came the reply. People immediately dispersed, heading off to their duties. Meanwhile, Hawkeye climbed down from the crane and stood quietly at Fury's side, his eyes sharp with vigilance as he watched Thor. Nick Fury, however, said nothing further. Instead, he stepped into a nearby tent and soon re-emerged carrying some food, which he set down in front of Thor. Catching Thor's hungry gaze fixed on the meal, Fury smiled quietly. "Eat something first," he encouraged. Thor nodded quickly, wasting no time as he grabbed the food from Fury's hand and devoured it, bite after hearty bite. At that moment, Hawkeye, bow in hand, moved closer to Fury and whispered, "Director, what's your plan here?" Nick Fury simply gave him a soft chuckle, then met Hawkeye's gaze. "Don't worry. Get Thor settled in for now. To him, this is no more than exile. But to us, this has another side." "Another side?" Hawkeye frowned, hoping for an explanation, but Nick Fury only smiled enigmatically, revealing nothing. At this moment, Nick Fury felt a twinge of anxiety, a nagging sense that something was about to happen. With this thought lingering in his mind, Nick Fury walked slowly toward a nearby tent. He wanted some time alone, and he also planned to share this unsettling feeling with Etion to see if he might sense that something truly was on the verge of unfolding. Just as he was about to enter the tent, however, a sudden whistling sound sliced through the sky above. The noise landed abruptly next to Thor, stirring up clouds of dust and grit that swirled through the air. Nick Fury spun around instantly, his gaze fixed on the center of the camp. There, he quickly saw that, beside Thor, 4 new figures had already appeared. Seeing this, Nick Fury paused in surprise, studying the 4 newcomers with a look of confusion, but choosing not to approach them just yet. The newcomers, however, wasted no time. They ignored Hawkeye, who was still brushing dust off himself, and rushed straight to Thor's side. Without a moment's hesitation, they pulled Thor to his feet, their faces etched with anxiety as one exclaimed, "Thor, something terrible has happened! Thor! Thor!" Even as their voices called out to him, Thor gave no immediate response. Instead, he seemed lost, locked away in his own silent world. In this moment, he was gripped by a wild despair, as if everything he had ever known had been ripped away. Watching Thor's blank reaction, the 4 shifted their attention to Hawkeye, who was just regaining his composure after the sudden commotion. Before Hawkeye could collect his thoughts, a burly man in armor seized him by the collar, his voice booming with accusation. "Speak. Are you responsible for what's happened to Thor?" "You." Hawkeye glared at the man restraining him, his eyes narrowing as he desperately tried to pry away the armored hand gripping his shirt. But after struggling for some time, sweat began to pour down his face, soaking through his clothes. Hawkeye could only manage a wry smile as he protested, "I haven't done anything. I have no idea why he's like this." At his words, the armored man gave Hawkeye a distrustful glare before turning his attention back to the grief-stricken Thor. Could you put me down now? Isn't your arm tired from holding me like this?" "Don't worry, I'm not going to run off," Hawkeye spoke cautiously, trying his best to reason with the man. The armored man seemed to consider this and nodded, about to act when a sudden voice interrupted him before he could let go. "Volstagg, stand down." A blonde-haired man clad in shining armor strode over and called out, commanding him to stop. At these words, Volstagg couldn't help but spit in irritation, then casually set Hawkeye down on the ground. Turning his head slowly, a flicker of anger burning in his eyes, he fixed his gaze on the man who had just arrived beside him. "Fandral," he said. Hearing his name, Fandral gave a slow, thoughtful nod, his eyes flickering with a hint of worry as he glanced toward Thor. While the 4 stood there, uncertain and uneasy, Nick Fury stepped out of the tent, his footsteps unhurried. He looked at them and greeted, "Hello, valiant warriors from Asgard." As he spoke, he continued his measured approach. There was an enigmatic smile upon Nick Fury's face at that moment, subtle and unreadable. At his words, the 5 in the group all turned their heads, eyes settling on Nick Fury. "Who are you? How do you know about us?" Hogan narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and wary as it locked onto Nick Fury, his voice low and guarded. At that, Nick Fury offered a quiet chuckle. Looking at them, he replied, "I am Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. here on Earth, and the gatekeeper of this world. So of course, I know who you are and what you're here for." "The gatekeeper of this world? You?" Hogan looked at Nick Fury with undisguised surprise, his voice full of skepticism. "Of course, but that's only when I'm dealing with enemies. Right now, aren't we all friends?" Nick Fury gave a soft, amused laugh, then stepped forward to stand before the group. He let his gaze drift slowly over Asgard's 4, and toward the still bewildered Hawkeye nearby, before speaking gently. "Relax, Thor is fine, truly. He's just taking a moment to reflect." With that, Nick Fury turned to Hawkeye and said, "Hawkeye, would you mind preparing some food? Let's show our guests from across the realms a proper welcome." Yes, of course." Hawkeye blinked in surprise at Nick Fury, then nodded slowly and hurried off. Watching Hawkeye leave, Nick Fury smiled quietly and said, "Come, let's sit down for a while. So we'll need some time here yet." He raised his hand in invitation, signaling for them to follow. At his words, the four exchanged glances, then slowly nodded in agreement and fell in behind Nick Fury, making their way into the tent. Inside the tent, Nick Fury took the seat at the head of the table, with the four guests settling in along the sides. Once everyone was seated, Hogan was the first to speak. "You say that Thor is only reflecting? What exactly does he need to reflect on?" Upon hearing this, Nick Fury couldn't help but smile faintly. He looked at him and said he's just reflecting on why Odin cast him down to earth, and also examining his own heart. Hogan heard Nick Fury's words and nodded slowly. At this moment, Fandral, standing nearby, eyed Nick Fury suspiciously and asked, "You call yourself the gatekeeper of this world? But as far as we know, isn't the actual gatekeeper here a sorcerer?" "A sorcerer?" Nick Fury's brows furrowed slightly at the mention. After a brief moment of thought, a subtle smile played at his lips as he continued, "You must be talking about the Ancient One." "The Ancient One? I think that's right," Fandral replied, still looking slightly bewildered. "I share certain similarities with him, but in many ways, we're quite different. And that's enough about that." With these words, Nick Fury showed little interest in continuing the topic. Just then, the flap of the tent was lifted and Hawkeye entered, carrying an assortment of food. "Time to eat, everyone. You've all come a long way. You must be hungry by now. Come, digin. Take as much as you like, and if it's not enough, just let me know. I'll have them bring more." Nick Fury rose quietly to his feet, smiling warmly at the four from Asgard as he gestured for them to eat. Hawkeye, standing to the side, couldn't help but twitch at the sight of Fury playing the gracious host. He had never seen this side of Nick Fury before. Watching Fury's genuine hospitality, the four from Asgard eased their guard little by little, settling in and starting to eat. Seeing they had begun their meal, Nick Fury gave a gentle laugh and said, "Go ahead and eat. I'm going to check on Thor." With that, he walked out of the tent at an unhurried pace. Outside the tent, Thor remained much the same as before, sitting on the ground in utter dejection, his eyes glazed as he stared silently at the hammer before him. At the sight, Nick Fury couldn't suppress a gentle laugh. He stooped down next to Thor and asked quietly, "Still thinking, aren't you?" "Yeah." Thor managed a listless reply. Nick Fury smiled softly, looked at him, and said, "With the way you are now, you will never be a king." Thor started to protest, but the words caught in his throat, and he fell silent. Seeing this, Nick Fury patted him on the shoulder and spoke in a kind, steady voice. "You're a warrior, Thor, but you haven't yet learned to see through a king's eyes. You only know battle, but you must understand, a nation cannot live forever at war. If it does, it will not last long." I understand," Thor replied, his voice low and heavy. "Actually, you could try opening up to Loki and let him help you. All he really wants is a bit of recognition. Also, why not talk to your sister? I believe you'll find room to grow from this," Nick Fury said with a gentle chuckle. "My sister? I have a sister? Are you kidding me? Why am I only hearing about this now?" Thor stared blankly at Nick Fury, utterly bewildered and frozen on the spot. "Of course you have a sister. Your father sealed her away. I think you ought to learn about her. Who knows? Your perspective might change," Nick Fury replied with that same soft chuckle. While Nick Fury and Thor spoke, Yi Tian and his companions had already withdrawn their forces and returned to their respective worlds. Back in the Kamen Rider world, the problem of King Dan Kuroto was left for Sugo Tokiwa to resolve. Yi Tian and his group didn't cause much of a stir there. Instead, they simply eliminated the scheming congressman working behind the scenes, giving that country's people a memorable lesson. The moment Yi Tian returned to the world of pirates, he was greeted by Nami's gloomy and sullen face. Seeing this, Yi Tian had no choice but to go out of his way to carefully appease her. During a quiet moment, Yi Tian also took out the random invitation he'd previously obtained and decided to use it right away. A pleasant chime sounded. Ding, now randomly inviting a member to the group. Searching through multidimensional worlds. Filtering suitable candidates. Selection complete. Ding, Scarlet Assassin has successfully joined the Alliance chat group. Idle banter. Hey, someone new has joined the group. Looks like it's a girl this time. Dragon Slayer. Meng Tian. Tisk, did Yi Tian finally notice there's too much testosterone in here? Red Archer. You got a point. Slime. Welcome, newcomer. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. Welcome, newcomer. Black Egg. Welcome, newcomer. Black Egg. By the way, I just caught Thor from Norse mythology. Anyone interested in meeting him? Idle banter. Norse mythology? Thor, the god of thunder? How strong is he? Black Egg. Right now, he's only a bit stronger than a regular human. After Odin banished him to Earth, Well, he's still a god after all. Black egg. Photo attachment, JPG. Idle banter. Whoa, you really roughed him up. Omazio. So, that's the god of thunder? Doesn't look all that impressive. Relentless Lotus. By the way, did you see Uncle Meng Tian unleash his noble phantasm? The king's army. Idle banter. Nope, never seen it, did you? Relentless Lotus. No, but I'm sure someone here has. Black egg. Ahem, looks like we're getting off topic. Relentless Lotus. Sorry, my bad. Radiant Asuna. So this is the thunder god? Honestly, even if he really is the thunder god, I feel like our guild leader could still beat him. Tall Tales, what do you think? Did you really think all those powers Etion gained were for nothing? Just look at the 10 divine abilities he got from the God of War. They're each more impressive than the last. Daegu stewed to perfection. Let me tell you about guild leader Yi Tion's sword soul class template. I've actually seen the class description. He's destined to become a sword god. Just having a title like that. Not to mention the heroic tale behind the sword soul. Animal keeper. Even if we set all that aside, don't forget the million-strong army under his command and the League's defense corps. That alone is a fearsome force. Unwavering Lotus. And don't forget his chief of police, formerly one of the Navy's 3 admirals, Akainu, who commands the power of magma. Unwavering Lotus. Plus his current army commander, formerly Admiral Kazu, who wields the power of the glint fruit, turning into light and attacking with it. That's another powerhouse. Unwavering Lotus. And there's his present Navy fleet admiral, the former Admiral Akiji. He has the power of ice and can freeze entire seas. Honestly, I'm envious. Animal keeper. You're just a lightweight. Unwavering Lotus. Shield guy. You keep talking like that, and I'll shove your words right back at you. Animal keeper. Get lost. Or do you want to bring my whole empire to beat you down? Unwavering Lotus. Big deal. You've got an empire. I could always apply to guild leader Yi Tion for a new world and build an even stronger one. How about that? Animal keeper. Scared of you? With over 100,000 troops, you think I'd be afraid? You rookie? Unwavering Lotus. You. At Daegu, stewed to perfection. Daegu, your majesty Daegu. Come on, someone's bullying me here. Aren't you going to speak up? Daegu stewed to perfection. Ahemel. You know, everyone in the guild should really get along and develop harmoniously. Nuclear threat, JPG. Animal keeper, PFF. And what do you have besides nukes? Daegu stewed to perfection. Flying swallow threat, JPG. Daegu stewed to perfection. Tank threat, JPG. Daegu stewed to perfection. Firearms threat, JPG. Daegu stewed to perfection. Atlantis threat, JPG. Daegu stewed to perfection. True Daegu threat, JPG. Animal keeper, Tall Tales. Overlord of the undead threat, JPG. Dragon hunter, Meng Tan, Royal Army threat, JPG. Slime, Demon King threat, JPG. Animal keeper, screw this. Unwavering Lotus. Haha, serves you right. If it weren't for the guild leader, do you think you could still call yourself an emperor? Please, you'd be a nobody without him. Got a little too full of yourself, huh? Tall Tales, shut up, JPG. Red, ahem. Aren't we getting off track here? Weren't we supposed to be welcoming our newcomer? Nobolien. Right. I almost forgot about that. Red-haired Slayer. Hey everyone. So, who exactly are you all? Tail Spinner. The Supreme One. The Immortal King. Nobilian. Dragon Hunter. Meng Tian. Great General of the Xianyong Empire. Meng Tian. Slime. Demon Lord of the Federation's Demon Realm. Rimuru. Daegu in Soup. Emperor of the Silverlight Empire. Shin Kakadagu. Animal Caretaker. Emperor of the Federal Empire. Nao Fumi Iwatani. Omazio. Sobadamila. Red A. Guardian of Humanity. Heroic Spirit Amiya. Yi Tian Leader. Hey, you're all just laying your cards on the table already? Tail Spinner. Well, brother Yi Tian, did you manage to break out? Yi Tian Leader. Shut it. It's all Carb's fault for selling me out. Little witch, I can't take it. I really can't. No Balian. Shall I send her your way? Plotting JPG. Yi Tian Leader. Wishful thinking. White Horse Intimidation. Top 10 powers JPG. Nobilian. Fisk. Not that it matters for me. I'm not some great villain anyway. Yi Tian Leader. Ultimate Empire Intimidation JPG. Yi Tian Leader. Sword Soul Twin Blades Threat JPG. Nobilian. Alright, you win. Yi Tian O Leader. Veljome. Nikome. Red-haired Slayer. Finally, someone's paying attention to me? It's like I've had no chance to get a word in. Yi Tian Leader. Haha. You'll get used to it. Trust me. You'll get used to it. Tail Spinner. I think we should strengthen the influence and power of our group's members. Yi Tian Leader. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe we can't build you each an empire, but at the very least, you should all have some followers. Otherwise, if you're struggling in your own worlds, it would be embarrassing for us, right? Nobalien, boss, take me with you. Subaru the Powerless, boss, pick me too. Yition leader, tell you what, I'll see if there are any endangered worlds out there. We can send troops to conquer one or two, and you can set up your own empire in them. Red-haired Slayer, oh wow, are you all really this aggressive? Just conquering worlds like that. Tail Spinner, don't let them fool you. We're not nearly that domineering. Yition leader, exactly, we'd never be that domineering. Black-boiled egg, at Yition leader, I've caught Thor, what should I do now? Yition leader, Thor? You mean that dog? Black-boiled egg, dog? What dog? Yition leader, I mean Thor Odinson, right? The one all about the glory of the northern gods. Hey Ludden, he's definitely from Northern Europe. But what does that have to do with dogs? Yition group leader, Shiba Inu version of Thor, JPG. Wu Ji Tan. So little brother Yition, you mean? Thor equals Shiba Inu. Yition group leader. No. That's your interpretation. Wu Ji Tan. I suspect you're setting me up, but I have no proof. Yition group leader. You're overthinking it. They're not even in this group. Who could possibly know? Am I right? Hey Ludden. So, group leader, what should I do? Yition group leader. Do what? Just pull everyone out of there. I bet it won't be long before a destroyer from Lasker descends. Hey Ludden, got it. I'll make the arrangements now. Devil High School World. As the heir apparent of the noble Gremory family among the 72 pillars, and head of the occult research club, Rias Gremory sat on the sofa, her face a picture of astonishment, eyes fixed unwaveringly on the light screen before her. Never in her life had she witnessed anything so fantastical. So it was true. Beyond this world, there truly were countless other worlds. And on the screen in front of her, each figure represented a different world in itself. At the thought, a subtle smile traced her lips. She mused that perhaps those troubles which once seemed so thorny to her might, in the eyes of these others, turn out to be rather ordinary. Of course, if she wanted help from the strange members of this chat group, she'd first have to patiently nurture those connections. Only then, at the critical moment, could she count on their support. Just as she was pondering how to get along with the group, someone tagged her in the chat. Yition, group leader. At Crimson-haired Princess of Annihilation? What's your real name? Crimson-haired Princess of Annihilation. Hello, group leader. I'm Rias Gremory, the heir apparent of the Gremory Duke's house, one of the 72 nobles of this world. Very pleased to meet everyone. Yition, group leader. Oh, got it. Understood. So, you just arrived at Kuo Academy, right? Crimson-haired Princess of Annihilation. Group leader. You know about me? Yition, group leader. Of course I do. How can I not know? Besides, I'm quite fascinated by the powers of your world. I'll drop by for a visit when I get the chance. Crimson-haired Princess of Annihilation. That would be wonderful. You're welcome anytime, group leader. Wu Ji Tan. The powers in that world. Are they really that special? Yition, group leader. Well, how should I put it? Not bad at all. The potential is actually pretty high. Wu Ji Tan. Higher than in our worlds? Yition, group leader. Definitely. That's why I plan to do some serious research in the marketplace. Maybe buy some of the abilities from their world to upgrade myself. Wu Ji Tan. I'm in too. The goose simmered the soup and said, Is that so? Then I'll go have a look as well. Yition, guid leader. The Multiverse Anti-Anomaly chat group has reached the upgrade requirement. Now upgrading online. System is being updated. Update complete. New features are as follows. Empire system added. Members can now bring their subordinates into the Empire system, granting them access to some abilities from the Multiverse Anti-Anomaly chat group. Alliance space has been upgraded. The guild leader can now place an ability into the barracks, granting every Alliance Guardian soldier this ability, without the guild leader losing it himself. Inviting new members. Godslayer, King of Swords, has successfully joined the Alliance group. Sword Saint Shilon, the Dead Last Ninja. Update complete. Please continue your chat. Godslayer, King of Swords. Hey, what is this? How strange. Sword Saint Shilon. Hello everyone. Dead Last Ninja. Please take care of me, everyone. Red-haired Slayer Queen. Godslayer? There are even names like that. Godslayer, King of Swords. Red-haired Slayer Queen? Is she a beauty? Yition, guild leader. First of all, welcome to all of you. Godslayer Tony, one of the 4 Sword Saints, Shilon, and well, our last newcomer. Would you like to introduce yourself? Dead Last Ninja. Huh? Me? Yition, guild leader. Yes, I mean you. Dead Last Ninja. Greetings, guild leader. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I'm 12 years old. It's nice to meet everyone. Please look after me. Yition, guild leader. Naruto Uzumaki, is it? That's great. Well then, little Naruto, you're welcome here. Think of us as your family from now on. Dead Last Ninja. Oh, really? Yetion, guild leader. Really? Godslayer, king of swords. Hey, guild leader, right? Was it you who pulled me in here? Do you understand the consequences of angering a demon king? Yetion, guild leader. Tony, king of swords? With your skills? A demon king? At most you're just a swordsman obsessed with a good fight. Godslayer, king of swords. You, how do you know that? Sword Saint Shalon. This is turning out to be quite an interesting place. Nonsense. Welcome, everyone. Yetion, guild leader. At Sword Saint Shalon, there are many things here that can help you. From now on, you don't have to worry about your health anymore. Take a look in a group store. I hope you'll find something useful. Sword Saint Shalon, guild leader. You really do know me. Yetion, guild leader. Of course. How could I not? Sword Saint Shalon. Looks like I have a legend even in other worlds. Yetion, Alliance Master, a legend? That's a bit much. I just took some time to look up information on your world, that's all. Sword Saint Shalon. Information on our world, huh? Interesting. Yetion, Alliance Master. It's really nothing remarkable. You can't become an Alliance Master without knowing a thing or two, can you? Yetion, Alliance Master. First of all, welcome everyone. As the Alliance Master, I sincerely welcome you to our group. Yetion, Alliance Master. By joining us, it means we're family from now on. Let's work together for the peace and prosperity of every world and do our part. Yetion, Alliance Master. Of course, above all, we want to make sure that none of our members come to harm. If you ever find yourself in danger, don't hesitate to come to the group. We'd be more than willing to rally our forces to help you out. Red-haired Slayer. Oh, really? Alliance Master. Baseless chatter. Of course it's true. Just look at how many kings we have here in the group already. That's all thanks to the Alliance Master. Red A, yeah right. How come I still haven't become a king? Baseless chatter. Come on, Red A, let's be reasonable. Sure, you haven't become a king, but you're no longer shackled by the world, are you? You found your freedom. What better reward could there be? Red A, fair point. That is true. Baseless chatter. See? That's what I'm talking about. Yetion, Alliance Master. By the way, at Sword Saint Shalon, have you become a time envoy yet? Sword Saint Shalon, a time envoy? I don't think so. Yetion, Alliance Master. Have you ever been to the Wailing Cavern? Sword Saint Shalon. Oh, that business? That was years ago now. Yetion, Alliance Master, got it. Sword Saint Shalon. Since you know so much about me, do you know about the Apostles? Yetion, Alliance Master, the Apostles? Right now, we're not strong enough to deal with them. Sword Saint Shalon. You know about them? Yetion, Alliance Master, of course I do. There are 12 apostles, well, 13 people, actually. That's because the 9th apostle includes 2 individuals. The original 9th apostle, Baka, the explosive dragon king, and the current 9th apostle, Luke. Yetion, Alliance Master. The original 9th apostle, Baka, was killed by an adventurer from the future who traveled through time. Sword Saint Shalon. I see. The chat group seemed to fall into a hush, as if silence itself had settled in. At that moment, Yetion quietly opened the newly added Empire system. He gazed at the many blank spaces at the top, then slowly wrote his own name in the space at the very top. And, right beside his name, a crown-shaped icon appeared. Yetion, Emperor of the Supreme Empire. Beneath his own name, Yetion added 2 more entries and filled in the names of Sengoku and Garp. Below that, Yetion divided the layout into 3 sections, naming them Army, Navy, and Chief Inspector. He then entered the names of Kizaru, Akiji, and Akainu under each respective heading. At that very moment, a shimmering screen suddenly appeared in front of Kizaru and the others. On the glowing screen, the following words emerged. Supreme Empire System. Position hierarchy has been unlocked. Army Marshal, Kizaru. Shop function has been unlocked. Inter-Empire chat group has been unlocked. Note, all items you redeem from the shop are bound to the Empire and loyalty to Yetion. If you ever leave the Empire or betray Yetion, all your items and powers will be reclaimed by the system. Staring at the glowing screen before him, Kizaru's expression shifted instantly to excitement. He knew he'd made the right choice. At last, the advantages of following Yetion were showing themselves. He could become even stronger, and all that was required of him was loyalty. Emperor Yetion of the Supreme Empire. Have you all received it? Army Marshal Kizu. Your Majesty, I have received it. Navy Marshal Akiji. Your Majesty, I have received it. Chief Inspector Akainu. Your Majesty, I have received it. Supreme Commander Sengoku. Your Majesty, I have received it. Imperial Vice Admiral Garp. Received. Imperial Guard Captain Mihawk. Received. Emperor Yetion of the Supreme Empire. Good. According to your respective positions, You now have access to the appropriate authorities. You can also add the officers under your command below your name. However, only those who have reached the rank of Vice Admiral will unlock exchange access with other worlds. Emperor Yi Tian of the Supreme Empire. At present, anyone below Vice Admiral rank can only exchange for abilities from our own world. Navy Marshal Akiji. Your Majesty, I have a concern. The Navy and the Inspectorate likely won't be regularly involved in your campaigns. If we wish to make exchanges, what should we do? Emperor Yi Tian of the Supreme Empire. The shop available to you will track your daily work. At the end of each month, you'll be granted Supreme Coins, which you can use to make exchanges as you see fit. Navy Marshal Akiji. Understood, Your Majesty. Emperor Yi Tian of the Supreme Empire. Good. As long as you understand, you can contact me directly here if anything comes up in the future. Chief Inspector Akina. Understood. Having dealt with all these matters, Yi Tian exited the Empire system and looked over at Nami and the others, who were sitting nearby, sipping their drinks. A gentle smile unconsciously formed on his lips. Yi Tian, you're awake. Nami's eyes lit up with delight when she noticed Yi Tian smiling at her. Upon hearing this, a slight twitch crept into Yi Tian's expression, and then, looking at her, he said, Yeah, I'm awake. With that, Yi Tian slowly stood up and walked over to Nami's side before asking, So, how's it coming along? Did you get the hang of charting the sea routes? Nami's face lit up with pride as she looked at Yi Tian. Yep, it was really easy. Hearing her answer, Yi Tian couldn't help but feel happy for her. Just then, Nami edged closer and whispered into Yi Tian's ear, It seems like Kana and Zoro are pretty upset. They're saying that you brought them here, and all this time has passed, but you still haven't kept your promise. Hearing this, Yi Tian scratched his head, then gave an awkward laugh and said, I've just been so busy, that's all. Well, it just so happens I've recently met a sword master. I'll talk to him soon and see if he can train Kana and Zoro for a bit. As he spoke, Yi Tian focused his mind and entered the group chat. At that moment, the chat was buzzing with lively conversation. Nonsense talk. If you ask me, it's Yi Tian who's growing the fastest among us. He seems to get stronger every single day. Red A, that's true. Red hair Slayer girl. So, how strong is the Alliance leader anyway? Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. He's really strong, that's for sure. Time King. Yeah, the leader is seriously powerful. Carp. I've heard that His Majesty has already awakened the sword soul class he obtained last time. Dragon Hunter. Meng Tian. So soon? Didn't he just get a few days back? Carp. I'm not sure either, just what I heard. Sword Saint Shilan. Sword Soul? Isn't that a class from our world? Carp. Yeah, that's right. The one I got last time is Blue Fist. Sword Saint Shilan. Blue Fist, huh? Not bad at all. Yi Tian, Alliance leader. At Sword Saint Shilan, I have two friends I'd like to ask you to help train. They both have great talent in swordsmanship. Sword Saint Shilan. Sure, I got plenty of free time anyway. Yi Tian, Alliance leader. Thank you. Sword Saint Shilan. So, when are you coming over? And how will you get here? Yi Tian, Alliance leader. I'll get things arranged on my end and head over soon. Of course, I won't forget the proper gifts for the master. Sword Saint Shilan. Will there be wine? Exécution Alliance leader. Pronti. Red hair Slayer girl. Hey, Alliance leader. When are you coming to my world? There's quite a lot of trouble brewing here, too. Yi Tian, Alliance leader. I'll head to Shilan's world first and deal with things there. Once I'm done, I'll come to yours. Red hair Slayer girl. Great. I'll be looking forward to your arrival, Alliance leader. Yi Tian closed the chat group without hesitation, then gently took Nami's hand. Looking at her, he asked, Do you know where Zoro and Kuna are? Yes, I do. Nami replied, giving a quick nod. She then tugged at Yi Tian's hand, eager to lead him out of the hall. In the central plaza of the Forbidden City, Kuna and Zoro stood across from each other, locked in a sparring match. Seeing this, Yi Tian chuckled softly and said, All right, you two go and freshen up. I have someone I'd like you to meet, a teacher I've found just for you both. Adra Continent. Leaning against a large tree, Shilan gazed at the endless sea of forest behind him and couldn't help but smile. The days ahead look like they're going to be quite interesting, he said to himself as he slowly began to walk towards the nearest elven line. He was heading there to meet an old friend. In the days to come, he would also remain there to tutor the two disciples that the Alliance leader had entrusted to him. Upon entering the elven line, Shilan spotted Linus at the roadside blacksmith shop, busy at his forge. Hey Linus, it's been a while, Shilan called out, holding a long katana and lifting his hand towards the blacksmith not far away. Hearing that familiar voice, Linus paused in surprise. He thought the voice sounded familiar, so he put aside his work and slowly turned around. He froze for a moment, because standing before him was an old friend he hadn't seen in ages. Shilan, what brings you here? Linus exclaimed, hurriedly pulling off his gloves and protective gear, then quickly rushing over. After sharing a warm embrace, Shilan gently pushed Linus back and asked, "By the way, does Sirius still have any rooms?" "Serio, I'm not sure myself. Let's go find out together. But how long are you planning to stay this time?" Linus led Shilan along towards Sirius Inn, making conversation as they walked. "Well, it looks like I'll be here for a while this time. I've just met a truly fascinating group of people, and they'll be arriving soon," Shilan replied with a light laugh. "They'll be arriving soon? Now you've piqued my curiosity. What kind of people could possibly interest you so much?" Linus asked, a note of surprise in his voice. "You'll see soon enough. It won't be long before you meet them yourself," Shilan answered, and together they approached the inn. At that moment, the door to the inn swung open, and Syria burst out with her face alight with excitement. When she saw Linus and Shilan approaching, her face lit up with joy. Brimming with enthusiasm, she shouted, "Uncle Linus! Uncle Shilan! Ah, Syria is getting more and more beautiful these days." As he spoke, Shilan couldn't help but gently ruffle Syria's hair. After chatting idly with the two of them outside the inn for a while, Syria finally spoke up. "Uncle Shilan, are you planning to stay here with me for some time?" "Yeah, a friend of mine asked me to help train two of his acquaintances," Shilan replied, taking a casual sip of his drink before continuing. "In that case, Uncle Shilan, did you bring any money with you? Don't tell me you're planning to run up a tab again? You still owe me for quite a few stays." Syria eyed Shilan warily, her tone full of suspicion. At her words, Shilan cleared his throat and slowly turned his head away, mumbling, "Well, most of it went to buying drinks." Syria let out a resigned sigh, but then smiled. "All right, but honestly, Uncle Shilan, I'd be happy to have you stay here." Just as she was about to welcome Shilan inside, he spoke up slowly from beside her. "Well, I really don't have any money at the moment. But soon, once my friend arrives, things will be different." Linus, standing nearby, was about to ask what he meant. At that moment, a voice called out from behind them, slow and measured. "And how exactly will it be different, Shilan?" All three of them spun around instantly, their gazes drawn to a swirling black vortex that had opened behind them. From within the darkness came the steady sound of approaching footsteps. Moments later, squads of guards, clad in gleaming silver armor, marched briskly out of the black portal, quickly taking up positions in every corner, surrounding the area with swift precision. Shilan, standing off to the side, couldn't help but murmur under his breath, "The Lord Commander?" A small figure then emerged from the shadows of the portal, drawing everyone's attention. It was Yi Tian, his form now clearly visible before them all. He wore an ornate robe adorned with the golden image of a nine-clawed dragon, a western sword at his waist, and strode confidently out of the black void. At the sight, the wine cup in Shilan's hand fell to the ground with a sharp thud. Staring at Yi Tian in stunned disbelief, he blurted out, "You're Lord Yi Tian? How could the leader be a child?" Yi Tian shot him a sideways glance and replied, "And what's wrong with that? Why can't a child become a leader? Or even an emperor? Aren't you underestimating me just a bit?" Shilan, slightly flustered, cleared his throat and looked at Yi Tian with awkward sincerity. Of course not. I never meant any disrespect." With that, he bent down and quietly picked up the fallen wine bottle. Seeing this, Yi Tian slowly nodded, then turned his eyes toward the dark void behind him and said, "You can come out now and meet him. This is the teacher I found for you." As soon as his words fell, Zoro and Ka stepped out from the darkness at a measured pace. Seeing the two, Shilan gave a slow nod, then purposely made a show of rubbing his temples. "Ah, well, this is a bit of a headache." "What's wrong? Are you having second thoughts?" Yi Tian frowned slightly as he asked. "No, it's not that. It's just, I don't have anywhere to stay right now, and I don't have much money. Honestly, I can't even afford a room at an inn," Shilan said, looking rather troubled as he scratched his head. Yi Tian couldn't help but purse his lips at that, then replied, "That's an easy fix." He turned his gaze again to the black void. "My hawk, bring me some gold from the treasury." "As you wish." Hearing the voice from behind, Yi Tian gave a small nod, then looked at Saria, who stood just behind Shilan and Linus. His eyes lit up with interest, and then he spoke gently. "And who might this young lady be?" Me? Are you talking about me?" Saria, a bit stunned, pointed at herself as she looked at Yi Tian. "Yes, you," Yi Tian replied expectantly, his face bright with curiosity. "My name is Saria. I'm the owner of this inn." Saria quickly introduced herself. At these words, Yi Tian nodded thoughtfully and said, "That is quite a lovely name. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to have Shilan get in touch with me." "Thank you very much," Saria replied with a graceful bow. Seeing this, Yi Tian waved his hand lightly, signaling that such formalities weren't necessary. "This world is truly fascinating. Shilan, If the chance arises, I'd like to adventure here with you someday, Yi Tian remarked, casting his gaze around the room before focusing back on Shalon. You're always welcome, though I suspect your intention isn't as simple as just exploring, Shalon said, looking at Yi Tian with a knowing glint. Hey, you got me. Honestly, I really just want to meet a few people, Yi Tian admitted sheepishly as he scratched the back of his head. A few people? Who? Shalon asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. It's hard to say, since I'm not even sure if they're in this world at all, Yi Tian replied, somewhat embarrassed. Oh, Shalon nodded slowly, signaling his understanding. With that, Shalon turned his attention to the two children standing behind Yi Tian. Yi Tian walked over to stand beside them and spoke to Shalon. Let me introduce them to you. He reached out his hand, gesturing towards Zoro. This is Zoro. His talent for swordsmanship is truly exceptional. Then he indicated Kuina, who stood quietly by Zoro's side. And this is Kuina. She is equally gifted with the sword. Upon hearing this, Shalon, who was standing nearby, slowly nodded before replying, yes, I can tell. Seeing this, Zoro and Kuina took a respectful step forward. They bowed before Shalon and greeted him. Zoro greets master. At those words, Shalon turned his head towards Yi Tian. Noticing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but curl his lip and said, someone, bring forth the induction gifts. Yes, sir. No sooner had the order been given than 4 soldiers appeared, carrying 2 wooden chests. They set them down before Shalon. Following Yi Tian's gesture, the soldiers carefully opened the chests. Inside, a variety of treasures and gold gleamed. Upon seeing this, Shalon couldn't help but swallow hard. His gaze shifted back to Yi Tian as he forced out a slightly hoarse question. Is this the gift for becoming a disciple? Yes, this is the gift, Yi Tian replied nonchalantly, waving his hand to signal the soldiers to close the chests again. But just as Shalon was about to say something, Mihawk appeared, dressed in noble's attire, the legendary black blade slung across his back, carrying more gold in his hands, emerging slowly from the shadows. He walked up to Yi Tian and spoke. Your Majesty, the gold has been retrieved. Good. Give it to them, Yi Tian said, glancing at Shalon and the others. Yes, sir. Mihawk strode forward to where Shalon and the others stood and placed the gold into Shalon's palm. Then, noticing the sword hanging at Shalon's waist, Mihawk couldn't help but furrow his brow and ask, are you, by any chance, a swordsman? Before Shalon could speak, Yi Tian interjected, this is none other than Shalon, one of this world's 4 great sword sages, a master of the long blade. If you're itching for a duel, you might want to spar with him and push your swordsmanship even further. At Yi Tian's words, Mihawk's eyes sparkled with excitement, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Shalon. Shalon, however, frowned and replied, Yi Tian, surely you haven't forgotten? Huh, don't worry about it, truly. Yi Tian laughed heartily. Your injuries can be treated by our imperial physicians. There's really nothing to be concerned about. You two can test your skills later, if you wish. The imperial physicians? Mihawk glanced at Yi Tian inquiringly. That's right. I'm planning to bring the user of the op fruit, Law, and a princess from the Tantata tribe to the royal palace. That way, they can heal the wounded within the empire, Yi Tian explained patiently. The op fruit. Mihawk pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he looked up at Yi Tian. Is it the fruit said to be capable of granting immortality through surgery? Yes, that's the very one, Yi Tian answered with a firm nod. He then slowly turned to Shalon, Linus, and Celia, and said, would the 3 of you be interested in dining at my empire? My empire, you say? Shalon mused, looking thoughtful. Standing behind Shalon, Linus and Celia were both taken aback. After exchanging a glance, they slowly shook their heads. They simply didn't trust Yi Tian. Seeing their reaction, Yi Tian let out a gentle chuckle. He said, don't worry. It's not as complicated as you think. Then, turning his gaze to Celia, he added, hello, Celia. I wanted to meet you for quite some time. I never imagined our introduction would be under such circumstances. As he spoke, Yi Tian slowly extended his hand towards Celia. Celia was momentarily stunned, but then, hesitantly, she reached out and their hands met. Yi Tian did not grip tightly, just a gentle squeeze before releasing her hand almost at once. With a look of confusion, Celia stared at Yi Tian, while beside her, the realization dawned suddenly on Shalon. He looked at Yi Tian and asked, Yi Tian, if you know about me, then you must know about Celia as well, don't you? Can you tell me? Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. Linus and Celia instantly turned anxious eyes on Yi Tian, a glimmer of excitement evident in their gaze. Yi Tian smiled faintly and replied, this isn't a simple matter. Do you really want me to discuss it here? You should know, in your world, I wouldn't dare stir up trouble casually. There are terrors greater than you can imagine. At this, Shilon was caught off guard. Though he had long known this world was far from simple, seeing Yi Tian behave with such caution gave him pause. He thought to himself, maybe this world really is more complicated than I thought. Yi Tian nodded slowly, then looked back at Shilon and said, "Come, cross into my world and be my guests. There, I'll tell you the story of this world." With that, he turned and walked unhurriedly into the swirling black portal behind him. Celia quickly regained her composure, grabbed the keys, and locked up the inn tightly before hurrying after him into the darkness. Linus could only sigh and, turning to Shilon, asked Shilon, "Are you sure this child doesn't have some hidden agenda? And does he really know the truth about Celia?" Shilon shook his head slowly, looking back at Linus. "I don't know," he answered, "but what I do know is that he, coming from another world, knows who I am. And just now, he called Celia by name without a moment's hesitation. Well, even if he doesn't know much, he still knows a lot more than we do." As he spoke, Shilon let out a soft chuckle, then continued, "Lock up your smithy. We're going to another world." With those words, Shilon strolled into the black portal. Linus watched as Shilon walked into the black portal and couldn't help but murmur to himself in a low voice, "Another world, is it? Well then, let's see for ourselves." Finishing his words, he quickly locked up his smithy. Surrounded by the city guards, he then walked into the black portal as well. They moved slowly through the swirling darkness. Suddenly, Syria let out a startled cry, causing Shilon and Linus, who followed behind, to tense up, their steps quickening as they hurried towards the exit. No sooner had Shilon burst out into the open than he called out anxiously, "Syria, what's wrong?" But before he could finish his sentence, his own eyes were caught by the grand hall that spread out before them. "So this is your palace? It's impressively majestic," Shilon remarked, his gaze sweeping over the architecture as he spoke. Hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Of course, this is the kind of building I always dreamed about in the past." As he said this, a touch of pride lit up Yi Tian's face. "A building you always dreamed of?" Shilon muttered, eyeing Yi Tian up and down with curiosity. Yi Tian smirked and offered an explanation. "Don't get any strange ideas. Things are just as you're imagining." "Just as I imagined," Shilon nodded slowly, taking it in. Yi Tian laughed gently, then turned his attention to Shilon and said, "Come on, this is the main hall, but if it's just a handful of us having a meal, it's a bit too grand. Let's head over to one of the side halls." With that, he set off at a measured pace, leading the group out of the main hall and toward a quieter chamber. Upon entering the side hall, a few maids quietly cleared the table in advance, then stood beside the seats, silently awaiting the guests' arrival. It wasn't long before Yi Tian brought Shilon, Syria, Linus, and the others into the side hall. Once everyone was inside, Yi Tian spoke in a calm voice. "All right, don't worry about a thing. For now, let's have a proper meal. When we've finished, Luo and the others will likely have made their way here as well." As soon as Yi Tian finished speaking, the waiting maids retreated from the room. They headed toward the imperial kitchens to convey Yi Tian's orders. At that moment, other maids arrived, carrying trays of tea, pouring fresh water for everyone with quiet efficiency. Seeing that the food would still take a while to arrive, Liquid slowly turned his head to look at Shilon, and then, with a hint of curiosity, asked, "By the way, do you still remember Lucy?" "Lucy?" Shilon couldn't help but furrow his brow ever so slightly, his thoughts drifting off before he replied, "Of course I remember. Back in those days." Watching Shilon fall silent after just starting to speak, Yi Tian gave a faint smile, then asked, "How long has it been since that day?" "How long?" Shilon pondered, lost in thought once more. After quite some time, he finally lifted his head and looked at Yi Tian. "It's been over 10 years. More than 10 years, huh? Then it'll be soon," Yi Tian murmured softly. "Soon? What do you mean by that?" Shilon looked at Yi Tian, unable to contain his curiosity, and pressed for an answer. "The time for Lucy's return is almost here," Yi Tian said with a small, knowing smile. "Lucy? She?" Shilon was stunned by this revelation, standing in place, struggling for a moment to find words. "Yes, you could say she died, or you could say she's still alive. Now, she's traveling alongside a young ghost swordsman, embarking on an adventure," Yi Tian explained simply, then slowly raised his gaze to meet Shilon's eyes. "Is that so? Can you tell me the boy's name?" Shilon tried hard to suppress the excitement in his heart, and kept his expression calm as he spoke. "Baron, I reckon they'll be at the Elven front soon," Yi Tian answered after a moment's thought, slowly. "They're almost here. I'd really like to meet them." Shilon's usually reserved demeanor softened, a smile finally appearing on his face. Spend some time waiting at the Elven front. You'll probably see them soon. But when they show up, let me know as well. I want to meet them, too, Yi Tian replied, smiling at the thought. In truth, it wasn't just Baron he wished to meet, but also the gunner from the heavenly realm and the female fighter called Nyum. He had kept those two in mind ever since he'd watched that old anime all those years ago. No problem, Shalon replied enthusiastically. Noticing that Yi Tian hadn't mentioned her own matters, Syria began to grow anxious, eager to interrupt. Sensing this, Yi Tian turned to her with a gentle smile and said, "Don't worry. Now, let me tell your story." Syria Clumin, an elven maiden who lived with her people deep within the forest of Grand, saw all of her kin perish because of a scheme by Alice, herself a puppet controlled by Herd. And she, too, had lost her memory. She was one of only 3 elves left in the world. Because her abilities closely resembled those of the 13th apostle, known as the One Who Knows All, many had speculated whether she was, in fact, the 13th apostle herself. For now, that's all I know. I hope this information is of some help to you. Yi Tian's eyes shone like starlight as he gazed intently at Syria. His feelings for Syria were unlike any other. Back then, he too had been among the 8 million brave souls who fought for her. Possessing abilities just like the 13th apostle? Silan Mumut Sopti. That's merely the speculation of some people. It shouldn't be taken as truth, Yi Tian replied calmly, shaking his head. Yes, I understand. Shilan nodded slowly, then lapsed into silence. As long as you know, Yi Tian answered casually, nodding as he shifted his gaze to Syria, only to find her staring blankly into space. Faintly, she was whispering, "Alice, Alice." Seeing this, Yi Tian could only shake his head. He moved to her side, gently patted her head, and said, "Don't be like this." Back then, Alice was under the control of Apostle Helder. I believe she truly didn't want to do those things. Hearing his words, Syria slowly lifted her head to look at Yi Tian, her eyes brimming with tears. Then does that mean I should forgive? But before Syria could finish, Yi Tian gently shook his head and answered, "That's up to you. I can't make that decision for you. Of course, if you ever need support, both I and the Zhejian Empire under my command will stand with you. After all, we are friends." Friends? Syria gazed at Yi Tian, murmuring, "That's right. We're friends, Syria. So you can rely on me." As Yi Tian spoke, he once again reached out his mischievous hand and tenderly stroked Syria's hair. At that moment, excitement surged in his heart. As one of the 8 million warriors, he had long waited for this moment. To be able to gently touch Syria's hair, to comfort and support her. This had always been his wish. "Thank you, Yi Tian," Syria whispered. "You're welcome," Yi Tian replied with a gentle laugh. "Your Majesty, may we serve the meal?" A handmaiden approached Yi Tian, bowing and softly inquiring at his ear. Bring out the dishes," Yi Tian answered calmly, giving a slight nod. "Yes, Your Majesty." The maiden withdrew at once. Soon, as the maids arranged dish after delicate dish before them, no one could hold back any longer. They all eagerly began their meal. And even as they ate, in the world of high school DxD, Akino sat atop the sofa, gazing at Rias before her and asking, "Has everything been prepared?" "All set, President. But is it really necessary for us to go to such lengths with these arrangements? Who exactly is this person?" Himejima Akino looked at Rias, her face filled with curiosity. She truly couldn't understand. Never before had the club president prepared such a grand reception for anyone. Yet today, for the first time ever, the entire club had been mobilized to help organize this elaborate welcome. Even for Demon Kings, Rias had never done so much. Rias, hearing this, couldn't help but offer the faintest of smiles. She turned to Akino and said, "Well, he might just be the one who can help me change my fate. And perhaps even change the fate of this entire world. Change your fate, and the world as well." Akino echoed softly, her words almost a whisper. But inwardly, she began to wonder. In this world, who could possibly possess the power to alter Rias's destiny, or that of the world itself? Besides, Rias's manner these past days had been strange, uncharacteristic even. It was hard not to worry about her. Catching Akino's pensive expression, Rias couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Looking at Akino, she said reassuringly, "Don't worry about me. I'm Fine. As for these people, no, I should say this group, they're extraordinary. Their abilities far surpass anything we've ever imagined. In fact, most of them rule their own countries or hold sway over entire worlds." Akino's confusion only deepened after hearing Rias's words. To her, it sounded impossible, contradictory even. Did people who could rule the world really exist? Yet Rias had spoken as if they were all kings. Rias watched her reaction with another gentle smile, the pendant on her chest catching the light for a fleeting moment. "All right, Akino, don't dwell on it. Soon enough, you'll see for yourself." And then, all your questions will find their answers, one by one. Rias's voice was tender, almost soothing. Sunlight spilled across the earth, bestowing its blessings on all living things below. In that very moment, a black portal silently opened up behind Rias. Instantly, those who had been chatting at the side surged forward, each conjuring their own weapons on instinct. Everyone's gaze was locked onto that fiendish portal, their guard up, tense and ready for anything. Seeing this, Rias slowly rose from her seat, then turned to face the dark void. With a soft, almost playful laugh, she said, "All right, everyone, put your weapons away. The ones we've been waiting for have arrived." At her words, everyone froze for a split second. Then, following her command, reluctantly put down their arms. Still, their eyes remained vigilant, fixed on that opening in the space before them. At that very moment, tension ran high throughout the room. Squads of guards clad in standard silver armor, weapons in hand, burst forth from the black vortex. They fanned out across the room, securing every corner and sealing off the space completely. Noticing the soldiers encircling them, Akino Himejima furrowed her brows, and a faint arc of lightning quietly flickered to life in her hand. She was poised to strike at the slightest sign of aggression from these newcomers. Just then, a young and innocent voice slowly drifted into their ears. Moments later, Alice's voice, too, softly resonated beside them. "Yi Tian, our leader? How come you're just a child? And such an adorable one at that. Hey. Alice, I'm still a king of an empire, aren't I? Put me down, will you? Can't you see you're squeezing me?" Yi Tian wriggled in Alice's embrace, trying to stick his head out for a breath of air. Alice only let out a gentle laugh before lowering Yi Tian to the ground, taking her time to examine him closely. She could hardly believe it. This was the mighty leader who always seemed so lofty and commanding in the group, and yet here he was just a child. And judging by the way the others in the group spoke about him, Yi Tian's strength was no less formidable. Seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but purse his lips and then walked slowly to a sofa at the side, crossing his legs as he eyed Alice. "Well, I'm here. Not going to say anything now." But Yi Tian had no idea that Alice's next words would leave him awkwardly speechless for quite a while. "Of course, it's a great honor to see our leader's true face today. As a girl lost in a sea of troubles, I was hoping for your protection, my lord." As she spoke, Alice sat down beside Yi Tian, her enchanting eyes fixed on him without blinking. Caught off guard, Yi Tian froze for a moment before scooting away awkwardly and stammering. "See, could you maybe talk to me normally, please? You really are a clueless, adorable little leader, aren't you?" A hint of playful mischief sparkled in Alice's eyes. At this, Yi Tian slapped his forehead with a sigh and said, "All right, you win. So, tell me, what are you planning? Any ideas? I'd like you to help break off my engagement. Is that something you could help me with, my lord?" For once, a rare look of seriousness appeared on Alice's face. "You want to be freed from your engagement? Is it that Birdman?" Yi Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. "That's right. As expected, there's nothing our leader doesn't know," Alice replied, her tone teasing. "The undying phoenix, huh? To deal with a phoenix, you need a phoenix. That's it," Yi Tian muttered under his breath. Under the puzzled gazes of Yalis and the others, Yi Tian slowly turned his head and said to one of the guards, "You, go deliver my decree. In the name of the Supreme Empire and Emperor Yi Tian, summon Marco the Phoenix, formerly of the Four Emperors pirate crew, to come here. When he's ready, have Akainu and the others get in touch with me, then bring them along." "Yes, your majesty." The guard accepted the order and, with Yi Tian's permission, instantly stepped into the portal Yi Tian opened for him. "Marco the Phoenix? The leader's empire has a phoenix too." Yalis looked at Yi Tian with curiosity. "Yes, his power is exactly the same as your fiancé's. Using a phoenix to face a phoenix, that should make for quite a show." With those words, a sly smile curled on Yi Tian's lips. Catching sight of his smile, Yalis was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but chuckle softly. She understood. Some people were about to run into a world of trouble. And, judging by Yi Tian's words, there were others on their way as well. This farce was about to get a whole lot more interesting. "Leader, was what you promised them really true?" Yali suddenly changed the topic. "That promise." Yi Tian looked at her, puzzled. "The promise to help them find a world, and then assist them in founding an empire," she whispered near Yi Tian's ear. A faint, sweet fragrance drifted under Yi Tian's nose, sending a light flush to his cheeks. Yalis noticed and covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she quietly watched him without saying another word. Seeing Yalis like this, Yi Tian let out a gentle sigh before replying, "Yes, it's true. Their power can't improve much at the moment, so establishing empires is the only way to strengthen the alliance as a whole." "I see." Yalis gave a slow, thoughtful nod. Nearby, Juina and Nekakin stared at Yi Tian and Yali's, shocked. Although they hadn't grasped all the details, they'd at least gotten the gist. Oh, right, everyone jokes that you're the strongest leader in the group. How strong are you really? Yali's lips curved into a playful smile, her eyes dancing as she looked at Yi Tian. Nonsense, Yi Tian protested, feeling a bit indignant. Don't listen to their wild tales. I can't destroy a world or blow up a planet. Just in our group, there are at least 2 people who can. Destroy a world? Blow up a planet? Yali stared in astonishment. That's right. Take Daegu, for example. After he transforms into Ultraman Tiga, his power is unmatched, even 30 million years ago. And then there's the King of Ultra in our alliance. That's the King of the Ultras. For him, wiping out stars is trivial. At this point, Yi Tian couldn't help but curl his lips. The King of Olympus? I didn't see him. Has he ever come out and said a word? Alice frowned, her suspicion plain on her face. Of course not. Think about it. What could a monster who's lived for over 100,000 years possibly have to talk about with a bunch of kids like us? Yi Tian replied, shooting her a sideways glance. Upon hearing this, Alice nodded absent-mindedly, a touch of blankness in her eyes. But just as she was about to say something else, Yi Tian turned to her directly. Go talk to your bird-brain fiancé and try to arrange the breakup sooner rather than later. There's another event coming up in the alliance. Not much time left after that. Alice, realizing the urgency in his tone, quickly nodded. She stood up from his side and went off to contact her brother. Watching Alice walk away to handle her business, Yi Tian sat back on the sofa, lost in his own thoughts. He stroked his chin, muttering under his breath, these sacred gears in this world really aren't bad. Should I just take them all? The ones who wield them are probably a bunch of villains anyway. I wonder if my white horse could burn them all to ashes. After all, it's powered by divine authority. That could, at this point, Yi Tian couldn't help but curl his lip and say, So, the King of Olympus? I haven't seen him anywhere. Has he even come out to say a word? Alice frowned as she spoke up. Of course not. Think about it. Some old monster who's lived for over 100,000 years. What's he got to talk about with a bunch of kids like us? Yi Tian rolled his eyes at Alice as he finished speaking. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Alice could only nod woodenly in agreement. But just as Alice seemed about to say something else, Yi Tian looked straight at her and said, You should go talk to that bird-brain fiancé of yours. See if you can arrange the engagement cancellation a bit earlier. In a little while, the Alliance has another big event, and by then, nobody's going to have any free time. Hearing this, Alice nodded hastily, then stood up from beside Yi Tian and moved aside to contact her brother. As he watched Alice step off to handle her business, Yi Tian slumped onto the sofa, sinking into his own thoughts. Idly stroking his chin, he muttered to himself, The sacred gears of this world are actually pretty impressive. Should I just take them all for myself? Come to think of it, aren't the wielders all some pretty shady characters anyway? I wonder if my white horse can burn them all to ash. After all, that's the power of God. Sounds exciting. Let's see. I'll give the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet to Carp. That'll suit him. I'll keep Chow Chow's Twilight Lance and the White Dragon Emperor's Wings of Light for myself. Yes, that should do. This way, I can boost those rookies in the Alliance a bit too. That's settled. Time to cause a real stir in this world. The more Yi Tian thought about it, the more fired up he became. He promptly sent a message within the Empire's internal system. Absolute Empire, Emperor Yi Tian. Everyone, gather up. There are plenty of excellent artifacts in this world. I'm preparing to get one for each of you. Come on over. Let's stir things up. Army Marshal, Kizuru, received. Navy Marshal, Akiji, received. Then Yi Tian sent another message in the Alliance group chat. Yi Tian, Alliance Leader, Alice, there's a bunch of good stuff in this world. Who's coming with me to raise a little chaos and snatch a few goodies? God Slayer, King of Swords, a fight? That's my favorite thing. Count me in. Tall Tales, I'm in too. Slime, add me. Arrogant King Xiaoming, me too. Fury of the Incompetent, Subaru, I want in on the action as well. Omizio, I'm coming too. Red, A, +1. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian, +1. God Slayer, King of Swords, but how we get there? Arrogant King Xiaoming, I'll teach you. God Slayer, King of Swords, oh, okay, thanks. Yi Tian, the Alliance leader, said, All right, you guys can come over in a bit. Just as Yi Tian exited the Alliance group chat, Yali's puffed out her cheeks in frustration and looked at Yi Tian, her eyes brimming with anger. I want in too. Seeing this, Yi Tian let out a mischievous chuckle and replied, Of course we can't leave you out. After all, you're one of this world's people, right? No way we'd forget you and leave you behind. Hum. Yali's nodded in satisfaction, her face lighting up. She gazed at Yi Tian, her eyes full of anticipation. So, Alliance Leader, what's your plan for stirring up trouble this time? Obviously, we're deploying our strongest forces for an all-out grab. What else? Let me think. Besides those so-called god-slaying artifacts, this world has a lot of treasures worth seizing. Holy swords and the like. Let's just take them all and boost our combat strength. Yi Tian said it all as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Yalis could only stare speechlessly at Yi Tian, but after a moment of silence, the worry in her heart showed as she spoke up. Do you really think we can win? How would we know if we don't try? And besides, even if we lose, we're not exactly at a disadvantage. Worst case, I still have my ultimate trump card, my divine authority. Dealing with the forces of evil? That's almost too easy, Yi Tian replied with absolute confidence. Hearing Yi Tian's answer, Yalis couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, her tense nerves easing. Meanwhile, off to one side, Akino Himejima and the others were stunned speechless, staring at both Yi Tian and Yalis as if frozen in place. Had they really just heard that? A plan this wild, being openly discussed right in front of them? They might not know what kind of power Yi Tian possessed to make their club president trust him to this extent, but as part of her entourage, it was their responsibility to offer counsel when needed, even or especially now. At this moment, Akino Himejima stepped forward, her pace deliberate but unsure. She approached Yalis, worry etched across her face. President, you're joking about all this, right? Joking? Yalis looked at Akino in puzzlement. Then, as realization dawned, she broke into a cheerful giggle and replied, Don't worry, Akino. When the time comes, I'll keep an eye out and see if there's a sacred artifact that suits you. A shiver ran down Akino Himejima's spine. Yalis was clearly serious about this. From the look of things, they really were planning to go through with it. Yet Akino knew, if they actually went ahead with this, the whole world would be thrown into panic, and they would be hunted by countless powerful foes. Thinking of the possible consequences, she realized she had to try and talk them out of it, or at least persuade Yalis to give up on such a reckless plan. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Tian lifted one hand slowly and crushed the card that had appeared in his palm. He announced calmly, My followers are here. With the opening of a dark portal. The Emperor, Your Majesty, at your command, Admiral Kazur reports, accompanied by 2 vice-admirals. At those words, the people gathered turned their heads, just in time to see a middle-aged man in a yellow suit, draped in a cloak, step out from the heart of the darkness. Behind him, 2 vice-admirals followed in his wake. Chief of Police, Akainu, reporting as commanded. Akainu, his face grave, emerged in a crimson suit adorned with medals glinting across his chest, his cloak trailing behind him. An air of pressure radiated outward, filling the room with an oppressive presence. Fleet Admiral Akiji, here at your behest, with Vice Admiral in tow. As Akiji stepped from the portal, an inexplicable chill spread through the room, causing the temperature to drop noticeably. Commander-in-Chief Sengoku, Imperial Lieutenant General Garp. With the arrival of all these figures, the once empty chamber began to feel unexpectedly crowded. And then, at that very moment, as the black portal behind them was beginning to close, it suddenly widened once more. A guard in gleaming armor hurried through, escorting Marco at his side. The guard approached Yi Tian, bowed low, and reported, Your Majesty, in attendance as summoned. Marco, 1st Division Commander of the former 4 Emperors pirate crew. Oh, Yi Tian replied, casually, turning slowly to regard Marco. He gave a soft, almost amused chuckle and said, Marco, it's been quite a while. It has indeed, Your Majesty. Marco responded with a gentle smile. Good. In a moment, I'd like you to meet someone in this world whose ability mirrors your own. I'm curious to see what sets you two apart. Yi Tian spoke in a quiet, measured tone. Understood. Marco nodded politely in return. Yi Tian nodded as well, a thoughtful look crossing his features. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, he glanced toward Alice and said, I have a thought. Perhaps we don't need to play games with them at all. No games. Alice frowned, looking at Yi Tian in surprise. Yes, what if we simply strike them head-on? Yi Tian pondered aloud, stroking his chin. Strike them directly? You, leader, that's essentially a declaration of war. Alice sprang up, unable to stay still, staring at Yi Tian in disbelief. Declaration of war? Well, perhaps it isn't such a big deal after all, Yi Tian mused after a moment. Leader, you must realize, the demon clans may not be united, but when faced with an invasion, they'll stand together to resist it. Alice's urgency was plain to see. At her worry, Yi Tian only chuckled lightly and said, What's there to fear? It's not as though we're lacking in numbers ourselves, is it? Well, all right, then, Alice muttered, pressing a hand wearily to her forehead. Just as everyone was looking on in resignation, a swirling black portal slowly opened in one corner of the room. Out from the darkness strode Meng Tian, clad in deep crimson battle armor, his steps calm and unhurried. Following close behind him was a group of a dozen or so elite guards. Well now, seems I'm not too late after all, little brother Yi Tian. With a relaxed tone, Meng Tian walked over to Yi Tian's side. Ah, Meng Tian, you've arrived. This time, I believe the treasure you acquired will prove quite useful, Yi Tian replied, a faint smile curving at the corner of his lips. I'm quite eager to see the power of that king as well, Meng Tian responded, a soft chuckle in his voice. Are you the alliance leader? Another voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. What he said left those present rooted in surprise. I've heard you two have gained the power for my world, the authority of the great god of war who led the victorious Eastern army. Care to test yourself against me? Hearing this, Yi Tian shook his head. There's nothing for us to compete about, sword devil, Tony. Tony gave a light laugh. To be praised by the alliance leader, I'm truly honored. Honored? I don't quite hear it, Yi Tian replied slowly, his tone frank and cutting. What I know is that in your world, every godslayer who's taken down a deity is excessively proud and arrogant, including you, sword fanatic that you are. Oh, then, shall we have a duel, your majesty of the supreme empire? There was a faint challenge in Tony's voice as he arched an eyebrow. His gaze locked onto Yi Tian, unwavering and intense. Alyssa's followers turned as well, their eyes on Yi Tian, clearly curious to see how the boy with his wild plans would measure up. Could he really live up to his bold words? Yet, the confrontation they were hoping for didn't happen. Instead, as their attention rested on Yi Tian, an oppressive heat suddenly flared up, wrapping around everyone in the room. The air grew heavy, thick, and sweltering, like stepping into a steaming sauna. That's enough, Admiral Akainu. Even I'm starting to find your heat a bit much, Yi Tian called out. As he spoke, a cool breeze swept gently over everyone, and what happened next left them all astonished. Turning their eyes in that direction, they saw Akainu standing calmly behind Yi Tian. His hands had transformed into bubbling magma, droplets falling onto the floor and burning through the wooden planks with ease. Beside him, Akiji's hands had turned to crystalline ice, spreading a frozen surface beneath him, gradually sealing off the lava that Akainu's power had unleashed. Tony, who had been waiting for Yi Tian's answer, seemed to have realized something at this moment. He then turned his gaze toward Akainu and the others. After a long pause, he finally spoke slowly. I see. So you're from the Zhejian Empire? Chief of Police, Zhejian Empire, Akainu. Marshal of the Navy, Zhejian Empire, Akiji. Before Tony could say anything more, a sudden flash of light burst into the room. Within that dazzling brightness, a figure gradually came into view. With both hands casually in his pockets, Kizuru looked at Tony and said, As the Marshal of the Zhejian Empire's army, there's no way I'll stand by and watch you insult our emperor. If you're looking for a fight, shall I keep you company? Light? Tony's eyes narrowed in shock as he swept his gaze over Yi Tian and the group standing behind him. To think that a mere demon king, relying on borrowed strength, would dare threaten our emperor. You have some nerve, Garp said sternly, fixing Tony with a grave look. A powerful pressure emanated from him, the overwhelming presence of a king steadily bearing down on Tony. At once, Tony's expression changed, and his legs buckled slightly beneath the force. Yet, after a brief moment, he managed a wry laugh and said, Really now, I've only just arrived in this world. It takes some getting used to. Word of power, blood of the wicked dragon Fafnir, grant me the destiny of immortality. With that, his posture straightened instantly. He looked calmly at Garp, his hands stealthily coming to rest upon the hilt of his longsword. Let this be my vow. I will not allow anything to exist that I cannot cut through. Tony's incantation was abruptly interrupted. Yi Tian stood up quickly and fixed him with an icy gaze. Are you planning to make yourself the enemy of everyone in our alliance? And what if I am? Tony replied with disdain. If everyone in your alliance is so weak, why shouldn't I? Oh, is that so? Yi Tian's voice grew even colder. One hand went to his sword hilt, and he began to walk toward Tony, step by measured step. He studied Tony up and down, then spoke again. It seems you haven't taken the time to understand the alliance, nor to understand who we are and what we're here to do. Confusion clouded Tony and the others' faces as Yi Tian continued. We are the guardians of the myriad worlds, the protectors of all realms. With eyes wide in astonishment, everyone watched as Yi Tian slowly turned his head to glance at Kizuru and the others. He spoke once more. Do you really believe the powers from other worlds can be wielded at will in this one? Moreover, you haven't even truly become a warden of the realms. Right now, the only reason you can use your power in this world is because of me. Me. Do you understand? Yi Tian slowly turned, reached out a finger and pointed it firmly at Tony's nose. It's only with my permission that you're able to use your power here. I'm the Alliance leader. Every time I enter a world where I have not yet established a contract, the worlds will bestow upon me, and those who travel here with me, certain rights. One of those rights is that, with my permission, my name is Yi Tian, you may wield powers from other worlds. This is the true authority of the Alliance leader. Even if you return to your home world, whether you may continue to use your powers is also up to me. I have the right to strip you of them, to take those skills from you and grant them to another. In doing so, I can replace your very identity. Do you understand now? You dare to provoke me? Perhaps you've never imagined the consequences. A frigid gleam deepened in Yi Tian's eyes, cold enough to cut through the air. How could you have such power? Impossible, I don't believe it. A flash of frenzy blazed in Tony's eyes. Seeing this, Yi Tian gave a soft, mocking laugh and continued. This authority is useless to anyone outside the Alliance. But, unfortunately for you, you are a member of the Alliance. At Yi Tian's words, Tony's sword-wielding hand suddenly shimmered into a silvery metal. His long sword leaped from its sheath at his waist, and he swung it in a deadly arc toward Yi Tian. In response, Yi Tian couldn't help but let out another dry chuckle. Release. Tony, mid-swing, froze in place. The power in his hand vanished in an instant. Tony glared at Yi Tian, his voice burning with anger. Then, unwilling to accept this defeat, he roared, I swear, here and now, I will not allow anything to exist that I cannot cut. This sword in my hand is the blade that can sever and slice anything on this earth, the invincible edge. Yet the outcome he so desperately desired did not appear. Shocked, Tony stared at his own arm. At this, Yi Tian gave a soft, almost amused laugh. It should be an honor for you to enter the Alliance, but you cannot use that as leverage to threaten me. I understand that you're obsessed with martial prowess, but you need to remember, do you even realize where you are right now? When I am at leisure, you are welcome to challenge me. But at a moment like this, if you insist on going against me, you get exactly what you deserve. You? Give me back my power, Tony demanded, his voice low and heavy. Return it? I never took your power away. I simply placed it deep inside you, beyond your reach. When you come to your senses, we can talk again. With those words, Yi Tian slowly walked over to a nearby sofa. Once he'd seated himself, Meng Tian at his side couldn't help but ask, What's with that guy? Picking a fight at such a critical time. Wasn't he just about to go to war? Is he insane? At this, Yi Tian let out a soft laugh. He's from the Godslayer world. After killing a few rebellious deities, he assumed he no longer had rivals. It's nothing but arrogant conceit. A Godslayer, huh? I wonder if my king's army can stand a chance against one. Meng Tian mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The king's army, is it? I'm not sure either. I guess we won't know until we actually face each other. Yi Tian replied with a helpless shrug. As Yi Tian and Meng Tian were talking, Tony quietly moved forward, taking 2 slow steps. Those 2 steps were enough. Suddenly, the surrounding guards and Akainu's men surged forward, quickly encircling Tony from all sides. Seeing this, Tony couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Slowly, he sheathed the long sword in his hand. He was just about to speak when, from behind the crowd, a voice rang out. What's going on here? Some kind of argument. Flying Squirrel emerged from the darkness, accompanied by several guardians. Noticing Tony surrounded by Kainu and the others, he raised his eyebrows in confusion. At this point, Yi Tian stepped in, explaining, right before the battle, he actually wanted to challenge me to a duel, trying to wear me down and give the enemy an advantage. I think he needs a little time to reflect on that. Indeed, that's only right. Flying Squirrel shot Tony a wordless glance before casually moving to stand beside Yi Tian. As Yi Tian cast a glance at Albedo, who was already linking her arm through Flying Squirrel's, he couldn't help letting out a sly chuckle. Flying Squirrel. He shot a meaningful look at Flying Squirrel, his gaze hinting at something unspoken. Catching on, Flying Squirrel cleared his throat and said sternly, Yi Tian, listen, just because you're the Alliance leader doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Don't make me come over there. All right, you don't have to be so uptight. Yi Tian couldn't help but grumble back at him. Yi Tian's gaze then settled on Tony. At that moment, Tony slowly lifted his head to meet Yi Tian's eyes. It was baffling. Just a moment before, Yi Tian had been dead set against him, treating him as an outsider rather than a member of the group. Yet now, after just a few words from Flying Squirrel, he had dropped the matter entirely. Remembering what had just happened, Tony's fists clenched in frustration. All he had wanted was a friendly match. Why had Yi Tian sealed away his abilities? Was it just because the battle was about to start? The battle? At last, the answer dawned on him. He realized quietly to himself. Of course, the fight's about to begin. We need all our strength preserved for the real enemy. By challenging him now, I was only draining his power. Once the battle began, with everything clear in his mind, Tony looked up at Etion and said softly, I was in the wrong. I'll make it up to you. With that, he bundled up his abilities and sent them to Etion via the group chat. Receiving the red envelope, a subtle smile tugged at the corner of Etion's lips. He slowly stood up and said, Ah, if only you'd figured things out earlier. Don't worry, in this world, there's still plenty of worthy opponents for you. And if you ever wish to fight, I'll be there to stand by your side, whatever comes. With a gentle chuckle, Etion nodded and, with a mere thought, granted Tony full access to the permissions. A friend, huh? Tony murmured softly, repeating Etion's words to himself. Just then, as Tony was lost in thought, a firm hand landed on his shoulder with a friendly slap. A voice followed, sounding right beside his ear. You've only been with the League for a handful of days, and you're already stirring things up with the leader. Honestly, are you just here for laughs? In our chat group, we're all friends. Well, except for the newcomers. We don't have much of a bond with them yet, after all.